Tang Xianshun, a modern socialist youth born in the year 2000, stands at an impressive height of 1.87 meters and has recently turned 18 after completing his college entrance examination. He took a job in an e-commerce park, working for approximately a month. Although his earnings amounted to only 3,200 yuan, he felt a profound sense of joy, as it meant he could finally purchase the game Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2 on Steam. On this particular day, as was his routine, he clocked out on time, hopped onto his electric bike, and returned home. Upon entering his empty abode, he wore a familiar bitter smile before heading upstairs to his modest room. The space was sparsely furnished, containing merely a bed with a bedside table, a wardrobe, and a bookshelf adorned with Dragon Ball comics and figurines. A desk and a chair completed the arrangement, on which sat an Asus Tianquan 3 laptop. Tang Xianchun approached the desk, drew out the chair, and seated himself before opening his laptop. He launched Steam and logged into his account, searching for Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2. The results displayed both the standard and deluxe editions, each varying in price, one exceeding 200 yuan and the other surpassing 300 yuan. He retrieved his phone from his pocket to compare the differences between the standard and deluxe editions. After reviewing the details, he opted for the more expensive deluxe version solely due to its extensive content. With determination, he clicked on the deluxe edition of Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2, confirmed his purchase, and entered his payment password, 20161028. Although parting with over 300 yuan from his modest salary was somewhat painful, the exhilaration of securing the game he had long desired was worth it. Upon receiving the successful payment notification, he eagerly clicked to download. As he watched the progress bar gradually fill, he took the opportunity to browse Bilibili for guides on Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2 to facilitate his upcoming gameplay, anticipating the game's intricate mechanics. After approximately 1 to 2 hours, the deluxe edition of Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2 was successfully downloaded. Tang Xianxin could hardly contain his excitement as he launched the game. He observed the familiar storyline, seeing Trunks Xeno reaching out towards him through the screen. Yet, in a bewildering twist, a hand unexpectedly emerged from the computer, grasping his collar and pulling him through the screen. Instantly, the computer shut down as if it had never been turned on, leaving the room in an eerie silence. In the following days, news reports circulated about numerous children who had played Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2 mysteriously disappearing without a trace. Tang Xianshun felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as a selection screen for choosing a race materialized before him. Before he could fully comprehend it, the options vanished, including the character customization choices. As the white light enveloping him gradually faded, he found himself clad in a blue tank top and a turtle school GI, albeit with a unique twist. The heart and back areas were devoid of any markings, and the belt was wrapped rather than tied. He wore dark blue wristbands and blue Velcro boots, and a black monkey tail hung from behind him. His hairstyle bore a resemblance to Vegeto's, with a longer front fringe and additional shorter strands framing his face, which combined features reminiscent of both Goku and Vegeta, complemented by a pair of striking black eyes. As Tang Xianxin slowly opened his eyes, he beheld a mysterious scene, the time nest from Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2. Surrounding him were others who appeared to be in a similar predicament, each representing different races: Namekians, Earthlings, Scions, Frost Demons, Androids, and Magians, each seemingly unable to customize their appearance. Some individuals expressed elation at their unexpected journey, believing they could emulate the protagonist by vanquishing evil and saving the world, while others felt despondent, lamenting their stable incomes and comfortable lives, now jeopardized by their bewildering arrival in this realm. Suddenly, a small pink girl appeared in the air, dressed in peculiar attire, her ears resembling those of an elf adorned with 2 earrings. For those familiar with Dragon Ball, it was evident that she bore the Patera earrings, marking her as the Kaioshin of Time. With an apologetic demeanor, the Kaioshin of Time spoke, "Dear friends, I sincerely apologize for pulling you into this world. The existence of the Dark Dragon Balls and Dark Forces has invaded various parallel universes. Our Time Patrol lacks sufficient manpower, and we had no choice but to summon you for assistance." One man, having been randomly transformed into a Majin Buu, urgently inquired, "How can we return? I have work tomorrow. I cannot afford to be fired." Nearby, another individual transformed into a Namekian protested, "This is outrageous. Being a Namekian is just slightly better than being an Earthling. What is the point of this? In contrast, a man transformed into a Scion was filled with joy, knowing that Scions could ascend to Super Scion forms, possessing great power and charisma. While some lamented their fate, others reveled in their newfound identities, creating a stark contrast among the group. The Kaishin of Time continued. I respect your choices to remain or depart. I shall now open a portal to return you to your worlds. Upon finishing her statement, she gestured to unveil a colorful portal. Many stepped toward it, predominantly those with stable incomes and families, young adults and adults alike, resulting in a significant portion of the group leaving. Among those who remained, half were teenagers, with a small number of adults. Tang Xianshan hesitated as he gazed at the portal, but soon regained his composure. What would returning accomplish? Life would undoubtedly return to its monotonous routine, and with no family to anchor him, he found the allure of adventure too tempting to resist. The Kaishin of Time, observing that approximately half of the individuals remained, felt a sense of contentment, grateful that at least some chose to assist. Subsequently, she introduced herself, stating, "To all who have chosen to stay, I am Kuranoya. In the time ahead, I will accompany you in the fight against the dark forces. We are all part of the Time Patrol, working together to maintain peace in the universe." This announcement ignited cheers and excitement among the crowd, as they were finally set to embark on their own adventures like the heroes they admired. At that moment, a figure clad in a black trench coat, wearing a black vest underneath and wielding a one-handed sword as a weapon, emerged. His lavender hair was styled in the center part, with a braid cascading down his back. Many recognized him as the one responsible for pulling them into this game. Trunks Zeno addressed the group. "Everyone, we need to train and harness your powers. I will guide you in mastering Ki." Before long, the groups were organized. One for Scions, one for Earthlings, one for Namekians, one for Frost Demons, one for Androids, and one for Magents, with each team comprising 1,000 individuals, an arrangement that suggested a significant undertaking ahead. Chapter 2. The Application and Contest of Chi. Trunks Zeno remarked, "Chi refers to energy emanating from life itself. It is the spiritual energy produced by living beings during respiration and movement. Chi constitutes the fundamental energy within all organisms, and through training or practice, one can learn to manipulate this energy freely." As Trunks Zeno gradually concentrated the Chi, or energy, into his right hand, a stream of white energy manifested there. He then propelled it toward the distance, launching a white energy sphere that struck a pillar, raising clouds of dust. When the dust settled, it left no mark, a testament to the pillar's remarkable sturdiness. The onlookers, a multitude of traversers, were left in awe. Trunks Zeno continued, "You too can achieve this. Give it a try." Subsequently, everyone attempted to direct their internal chi to their right hands. Soon, each individual radiated white energy from their hands, hurling it toward the pillar. Yet, after a resounding explosion, the pillar remained unscathed. Tang Xuanqing observed the energy in his right hand and concentrated more chi into it. The energy gradually expanded, transforming into a significant energy sphere that began to exhibit an irregular, electric-like form, with 3 swirling hooks at its center. At that moment, Trunks Zeno noticed this anomaly and exclaimed, "What is this?" Tang Xuanqing felt an uncontrollable surge of energy and, like the others, aimed it at the neighboring pillar. However, the result was entirely different. It resembled a powerful energy wave that struck the pillar, producing a deafening explosion and causing superficial cracks to appear on its surface. This drew the attention of those nearby. Curious about how he had accomplished such a feat, Tang Xuanqing could not simply claim he had been gathering energy in his hand, as no one would believe such an explanation. Yet, he acknowledged that the attack had indeed drained a significant amount of his chi. Using it as an energy wave consumed more than a simple energy sphere. It was clear that he had not yet perfected this technique. Trunks Zeno, filled with excitement, inquired, "Young man, that energy wave you executed was quite formidable." Flattered by the compliment, Tang Xuanqing scratched the back of his head and chuckled. It was sheer luck. However, this energy wave consumes a considerable amount of chi. I might have inadvertently unleashed it, but it is not fully refined yet. Trunks Zeno nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of his remark. Clearly, if the others had executed an energy wave, it would have been more powerful. Yet, the individuals present were novices, lacking profound combat experience and a deep understanding of chi manipulation. In contrast, This young man, through fortuity, had managed to produce an energy wave. Although its nature was unclear, it likely belonged to the same category. Trunks Zeno then proceeded to impart further knowledge and combat techniques to everyone, providing a brief overview. Each participant grasped the fundamentals. And to enhance their understanding, Trunks Zeno organized one-on-one contests to better familiarize them with chi application and hasten their combat readiness. For they were soon to be dispatched across various timelines to rectify mistakes. Before that, they needed to acquire a degree of self-defense capability. Chapter 3. Ancient Scion, Tang Xuanqing, versus Transcendent Super Scion, Wang Sanyu. Under Trunks Zeno's guidance, Tang Xuanqing faced off against fellow Scion traveler Wang Sanyu. The two approached a small dual space created by the Kaishin of time. As they stood before each other, a distinct height difference became apparent. Wang Sanyu stood approximately 2.3 meters tall, while Tang Xuanqing measured 1.87 meters. One donned a Scion battle uniform, with a brown tail wrapped around his waist, while the other wore a turtle school martial arts gi, his black tail swaying freely. Tang Xuanqing extended his hand and said, "Comrade, please take it easy. I am Tang Xuanqing. I look forward to your guidance." Wang Sanyu shook his hand in response. "Certainly, Tang Xuanqing. I am Wang Sanyu. Let us have a good match." After their handshake and polite exchanges, they retreated to assume their combat stances. Both exuded no detectable energy, remaining still for a moment while the onlookers wondered why the fight had yet to commence. Suddenly, Wang Sanyu unleashed a burst of energy and charged forward, delivering a powerful right punch. Tang Xuanqing quickly raised his left hand to block, feeling an immediate jolt of pain. This was no ordinary force. Was this the strength of a Scion? He gathered some chi into his right hand and retaliated with a strike. Wang Sanyu met his blow with his left hand, resulting in a clash where neither gained an advantage. Thanks to his chi shielding his hand, Tang Xuanqing felt less pain, but the two remained locked in a stalemate. As he pondered his next move, Wang Sanyu executed a head, but that left him dazed. Tang Xuanqing instinctively released his hands, clutching his forehead and staggering back several steps. A dizzying sensation flooding his senses. Shaking his head vigorously, he complained, "Brother Sanyu, isn't that a bit excessive? I hardly felt you were holding back. Why must you fight so seriously?" Wang Sanyu laughed heartily. "Xuanqing, you must understand, this is merely a contest. When you face real battles outside, your opponents will show no mercy. I assure you, I have been holding back. I have not used my full strength." Tang Xuanqing was bewildered, his head spinning with disbelief. "This isn't your full strength? Are you kidding me? After those 3 strikes, I nearly couldn't keep up. If this isn't your all, will I even survive when you do unleash your full power?" He nodded, realizing the truth in Wang Sanyu's words. If they did not train hard now, they would not survive against merciless foes. Reinvigorated, Tang Xuanqing declared, "Brother Sanyu, your words have enlightened me. Thank you. From now on, I will take this fight seriously. Be prepared." Wang Sanyu responded with a smile. "In that case, I shall not hold back any longer. Xuanqing, prepare for my full strength." Tang Xuanqing assessed his chi levels, ranging from 0 to 100. He had yet to enhance his chi, knowing that increasing it would amplify his attack's potency. He positioned himself firmly, gathering chi as one would in Dragon Ball, feeling energy surge into his body. From 0 to 10, he noticed a slight expansion, quickly advancing to 50. His height increased from 1.87 meters to 1.95 meters, and his muscles slightly swelled. He halted at 50, understanding that pushing to 100 would only enhance strength at the expense of speed, akin to the Super Saiyan 3rd grade. Achieving 50 represented a perfect state for this new phase. The next step was adaptation. Wang Sanyu, unwilling to intervene, was intrigued by Tang Xuanqing's transformation. Observing the visible increase in his chi, he anticipated an exciting battle. With a sudden surge of energy, Tang Xuanqing charged forward, augmenting his right hand with chi, transforming it into an energy punch to enhance his attack's damage. Wang Sanyu momentarily froze, only to witness Tang Xuanqing rapidly approach, delivering a powerful right hook that struck his left cheek, sending him reeling. Outside the arena, Trunks Zeno and the Kaishin of time analyzed the situation, noting that Tang Xuanqing's base combat power stood at 2,500. With an increase of ki to 50, it would reach a maximum of 3,750. However, if he were to elevate his ki to 100, it would soar to 5,000. Yet, such an approach would be akin to the 3rd stage of Super Saiyan. While power would increase, speed would be stifled and the ki consumption would be exorbitantly high, rendering it impractical. Conversely, raising it to 50 seemed decidedly reasonable, allowing for both power and speed enhancements without crippling either. Though this still demanded considerable ki, it remained one of the most suitable choices available. Having been knocked away, Wang Sanyu slowly rose from the ground, wiping the blood from his lips with a faint smile. "Brother Xuanqing, that right hook was impressive," he remarked. "Now that I see your abilities, I shall fight without holding back." Sensing an ominous premonition, Tang Xuanqing resolved not to grant this individual any opportunity to increase his ki. He surged forward once more, unleashing another right hook infused with ki. Regrettably, this time Wang Sanyu blocked it with his left hand. Tang Xuanqing gathered ki in his left hand and struck at his opponent's right cheek. The ensuing explosion generated a cloud of smoke, causing Wang Sanyu to retreat. Clutching his face in pain, this trickster was playing dirty. Tang Xuanqing could not let the opportunity slip away. Channeling the energy-sensing techniques from Dragon Ball, he once again charged into the smoke. Wang Sanyu, aware that Tang Xuanqing would not relent, assumed a defensive stance. Suddenly, within the smoke, Tang Xuanqing delivered a right hook to Wang Sanyu's left cheek, followed by a punch to his abdomen, and then a powerful uppercut that struck his chin, finishing with a swift kick to his stomach that sent him flying out of the smoke. This relentless assault infuriated Wang Sanyu, who began to unleash his ki. Dispersing the smoke, his physique expanded and thick veins bulged across his body as his ki surged. He elevated his ki to a state of 100, and his hair stood upright, though remaining black, while his aura turned green, with his eyes transforming into an unconscious state of fury. Tang Xuanqing finally understood his earlier premonition. This individual was a Chuan Chao, the fabled Super Saiyan. Such beings were said to possess a combat power of 10,000 from birth, as stated in the original narrative. Thus, his previous attacks had been ineffective, akin to mere tickling, and had only served to provoke him further. The onlookers were taken aback, with some exclaiming, "Incredible! A normal Scion facing a Chuan Chao, who could possibly prevail?" Many concurred, asserting that the outcome was a foregone conclusion. The Chuan Chao possessed a combat power of 10,000 even before transformation, while a typical Scion would require extensive effort to reach such a level. The chasm in strength was insurmountable, and it appeared that Wang Sanyu had indeed entered a state of rage, elevating his combat prowess even further. Others voiced concerns, wondering if the young man would be defeated if no one intervened. Trunks Zeno inquired of the Kaioshin of Time, "Should we intervene? It seems a life may be at stake." The Kaioshin of Time intently observed the screen, stating, "Let us watch a while longer. The surprises he has displayed thus far are noteworthy. We shall intervene if necessary, for he is indeed an ancient Scion." Despite his fear, Tang Xuanqing maintained his composure, adopting a fighting stance with keen focus, prepared for both offense and defense. His strikes had felt like mere irritations to Wang Sanyu, provoking him into a transformation. This was likely an embodiment of rage, akin to the power of the great ape. It was said that this form, while not as potent as Super Saiyan, was second only to the Oozuru form, and considering Wang Sanyu was a legendary Super Saiyan, he was formidable. Suddenly, Wang Sanyu charged at him, and Tang Xuanqing, startled, attempted to evade. However, he underestimated Wang Sanyu's current state. With ki elevated to 100, both his strength and speed were significantly enhanced, resembling a perfect third stage of Super Saiyan. Wang Sanyu seized Tang Xuanqing's head, forcing it to the ground and dragging him along. A spectacle that elicited gasps from the audience. Wang Sanyu then hurled him skyward. Disoriented, Tang Xuanqing barely regained his senses before Wang Sanyu conjured a massive green ki blast and hurled it toward him. By the time Tang Xuanqing regained his awareness, it was too late to evade, and he was struck by the powerful blast, plummeting to the ground with a heavy thud. As Tang Xuanqing struggled to his feet, his turtle school martial arts uniform lay in tatters, exposing his muscular physique marred with blood. His pants were only slightly torn, yet his entire body bore wounds. He resembled Son Goku during his climactic battle against Cooler in the movie. Feeling as though his body might shatter, fury filled Tang Xuanqing's eyes. Ignoring the limits of his body, he unleashed his ki, his eyes turning red, hair rising in a manner reminiscent of Super Saiyan, and his aura transforming to gold. With the silhouette of a great ape emerging behind him, with reckless abandon, he elevated his ki to 100. In that extreme rage, his usual combat power of 5,000 nearly doubled. At that moment, his body was coursing with energy. though he recognized that his power still paled in comparison to the raging Wang Sanyu. The honor of being a scion ingrained within him would not allow him to concede defeat. Even if he were to perish in training before exploring parallel worlds, he would attribute it solely to his inadequacy. Before Tang Xuanqing could make a move, Wang Sanyu charged at him, arms outstretched as if to tear him apart. Tang Xuanqing slowly drew back his right hand, assuming a pushing stance. Energy converged in his palm as his ki surged. The energy orb expanded, fluctuating with irregular lightning patterns, revealing 3 swirling tomo at its center, as if gathering power for a release. When Wang Sanyu was nearly upon him, Tang Xuanqing suddenly darted to the side, positioning himself behind his opponent, and unleashed the ki blast. With a powerful thrust of his right arm, a colossal yellow shockwave erupted, engulfing Wang Sanyu entirely, and devastating the surrounding landscape, a testament to the strike's immense power. Tang Xuanqing bellowed, raging Gatling. The spectators were wide-eyed in disbelief. What on earth? A stunning reversal. A normal scion defeating a Chuan Chao? This defies logic. Discussions erupted among the crowd, speculating about Tang Xuanqing's current state, pondering whether it was a form of pseudo-super scion or some other unknown transformation, seemingly augmented, truly impressive. Some individuals were astonished, exclaiming, incredible. Does this young man possess such immense energy? To unleash such a formidable energy blast, and judging by his posture, it seems to be a full-force strike. The surrounding terrain has been largely obliterated, which speaks volumes about the power of this attack. At this moment, Trunks Zeno was utterly shocked. He had never witnessed Tang Xuanqing in this form, which resembled a hybrid of the Super Saiyan and some aspects of the Super Saiyan transformation. Nonetheless, no matter how one looked at it, his performance was undeniably impressive, marking him as the one with the highest combat talent among the newcomers. He acted decisively and with absolute resolve, embodying a personality that was unwavering and reliable. However, he was somewhat surprised that an ancient scion could contend with a super scion, as their combat powers were vastly different. The Kaioshin of Time remarked casually, "It is not over yet. The presence of that super scion still lingers. It appears that this young man has likely exhausted all his means." "What a pity." Trunks Zeno responded incredulously, "That cannot be. Lord Kaioshin, even under such nearly full-powered conditions, a super scion should not be easily defeated, especially since that individual has limited understanding of energy, primarily relying on his bloodline, which is exceptionally powerful." The Kaioshin of Time slowly replied, "If you sense the energy, you will understand. Since he is a super scion, it is certainly not so easy to bring him down." Trunks Zeno, though skeptical, focused on sensing the energy. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes as he stared intently at the screen, prepared to intervene at a moment's notice to halt their battle. As the aftermath of the raging Gatling dissipated, the rampaging Wang Sanyu was left severely injured. His scion armor was nearly destroyed, and his body was covered in wounds, leaving him with little more than a pair of shorts. The fury in Wang Sanyu's eyes gradually faded, and he coughed up blood, kneeling on one knee and gasping for breath, utterly bewildered by the events that had just transpired. All he could comprehend was that his body felt as though it had been run over by a vehicle, and every part of him ached. As he raised his head, he saw Tang Xuanqing glaring at him with palpable anger, sensing a deep-seated murderous intent emanating from him. Tang Xuanqing, with little energy left, breathed heavily and said, "Truly deserving of the title of legendary Super Saiyan. Alas, your full-force strike was insufficient to defeat you." Wang Sanyu, momentarily dazed, struggled to grasp his words. What did he mean by a legendary Super Saiyan? What was that? Tang Xuanqing, betting his last reserves of energy, surged towards him with the intent to deliver a final blow, determined not to grant any opportunity. Wang Sanyu was now even more perplexed. This young man was indeed relentless. Given his current state, he was uncertain if he could withstand the onslaught. Had he still been in that rampaging state, it would have been a different story. Reverting to this severely injured normal state left him with no room for resistance. With a bitter smile, Wang Sanyu raised his hands and exclaimed, "I surrender. Brother Xuanqing, please stop." Tang Xuanqing's right hand was poised to strike before him when he heard the word surrender. Despite his reluctance, he could not simply execute him now that he had yielded. Moreover, they were both travelers from the same planet. Consequently, Tang Xuanqing also relinquished that strange state, coughing up blood and kneeling on the ground. This reckless fighting style, which forced his body to the brink, should only be employed when facing formidable foes. Otherwise, It could lead to severe physical repercussions. Wang Sanyu, dragging his injured body, approached him and extended a hand. With a wry smile, Tang Xuanqing reached out, and he was pulled up. The two supported one another as they emerged from their duel. As they stepped out, they were met with curious gazes from a crowd, reminiscent of lab rats under observation. Trunks Zeno approached and clapped both their shoulders, saying, "Gentlemen, your training was exemplary, showcasing your remarkable progress. Go and rest now." Through this battle, Tang Xuanqing and Wang Sanyu gained a mutual understanding, forging a friendship. With the assistance of the Kaishin of Time, they quickly returned to their former selves. The Scion near-death power-up bug had been triggered. Tang Xuanqing's base combat power reached 3,125, while Wang Sanyu's soared to 12,500. As he was indeed a legendary Super Scion, granting him a greater boost than Tang Xuanqing, an ancient Scion. The two found a spot to sit down, preparing to watch the next training match and discuss their insights. Chapter 4. The Android, Hui Chui vs. The Frost Demon, Xin Yang. At this moment, on the next battlefield, stood a being entirely cloaked in gray, resembling an insect, approximately 233 meters tall. Its head was shaped like an inverted triangle, with black eyes and numerous dark spots adorning its body. It possessed 5 fingers like a human, but only 3 toes on its feet. A pair of large gray insect-like wings sprouted from its back, and it had a robust tail ending in a black, straw-like spike. Opposing it was a frost demon, standing 14 meters tall, donned in battle attire, with 2 black spikes protruding from its head, black eyes, and blue-black lips. Below its eyes, 2 streaks reminiscent of blood tears marked its face, while its glossy blue shell gleamed. Its hands, like a human's, had 5 fingers, and its feet bore 3 toes. A serpentine tail, pure white with a blue spike at the end, extended from its back. The two slowly ascended the platform, creating an apparent height difference. After a brief introduction, the tall android announced, "Greetings, I am Hui Chui, your opponent for this round. I look forward to our match." The smaller frost demon replied, "Yes. Likewise, I am Xin Yang." The two then retreated to opposite sides, assuming their stances and awaiting the other's first move. Observing this, onlookers recalled the previous battle between Tang Xuanqing and Wang Sanyu, noting a curious pattern in their behavior. Was it customary to introduce oneself before adopting a fighting stance and waiting for the other to strike first? A curious traveler from the android race remarked, "Why does this fellow resemble Cell? Aside from the different color and some variations, he seems quite similar to Cell. Is he truly an android?" The frost demon traveler arrogantly responded, "We frost demons are born with a combat power exceeding 500,000, inherently possessing 4 stages of transformation, each with a significant power leap. With diligent training, we can achieve golden and black gold forms. That creature resembling Cell is hardly worth comparing." As the two races exchanged words, an argument erupted between them. Meanwhile, other travelers from different races observed the match with keen interest, eager to determine which was superior, the android race or the frost demon race, as both exhibited remarkable abilities. Having witnessed the previous match, Xin Yang had garnered some understanding of his body and energy usage. He immediately unleashed his energy, charging at Hui Chui, gathering energy blasts in his left hand, preparing for a direct confrontation. Utilizing the advantage of his shorter stature, he initiated the assault, catching Hui Chui off guard, for it was challenging to target or detect someone so diminutive in comparison. Xin Yang's energy blast made direct contact with Hui Chui's right cheek, resulting in a small explosion of dust and smoke. Seizing the opportunity, Xin Yang followed up with 2 punches to Hui Chui's abdomen before swiftly retreating from the cloud of smoke. Hui Chui appeared unfazed, as if the 3 attacks had not inflicted any substantial harm. He erupted with energy, flapping his wings to disperse the surrounding smoke in an instant. Xin Yang began to question his own existence. How could his 500,000 combat power fail to inflict even the slightest damage on the being before him? Hui Chui, noticing Xin Yang's confusion, slowly clarified, "A combat power of 500,000 is indeed formidable, but my combat power stands at 25 million. Now do you comprehend the disparity in our strengths, Xin Yang?" At this moment, the onlookers, including humans, Namekians, and Scions, were filled with a cacophony of exasperation, questioning the notion of balance in combat power. It seemed that the events were unfolding as dictated by the world of Dragon Ball, rather than adhering to the expectations that all participants began from an equal starting line. The maximum potential was merely around 1,000 to 2,000. Yet diverse races possessed additional enhancements. What could be done? There was no option for a reset. At that moment, Wang Sanyu and Tang Xuanqing felt utterly bewildered, believing themselves to be among the elite, only to realize they were akin to frogs at the bottom of a well, with mountains ever higher before them. Trunks Zeno observed the android on the platform with a complex gaze, as its resemblance to Cell was striking, evoking memories of the Cell games. Had it not been for Son Gohan awakening to Super Saiyan 2, Earth might have met its demise. Following that incident, he had constructed a time capsule to return to his future, only to accidentally arrive at the time nest, becoming an aid to the Supreme Kai of Time. On the platform, Sin Yang acknowledged the truth in the previous statements, but reminded others not to forget the Frost Demon race, which boasted 4 transformation stages. Each transformation represented a qualitative leap in battle power. He then began to channel his energy, his muscles swelling as his aura intensified, his stature soaring to 24 meters, and his horns elongating and sharpening. At that moment, Sin Yang's combat power reached 1 million, yet it did not cease there. He elevated his energy to 50, further expanding his muscles, his height increasing slightly, seemingly matching the stature of his opponent, with his combat power escalating to 1.5 million before stabilizing. Hui Chui remarked with a hint of disdain that being underestimated was quite the mistake. Did Sin Yang believe that 1.5 million in battle power could defeat him? He was still woefully ignorant of his opponent. As he finished speaking, he charged forward, channeling his energy into his right hand for a powerful strike. Sin Yang swiftly raised both hands to block, but was forced back several steps before managing to stabilize. Sin Yang responded coldly, asserting that he was merely acclimating to a new transformation phase and would soon transition to the next stage, hoping Hui Chui would maintain his composure at that time. Hui Chui then stepped back, gesturing for Sin Yang to continue transforming, offering him the opportunity to showcase his utmost power, cautioning him not to claim he was being bullied or denied a chance. The onlookers from the Frost Demon race speculated that this individual could only muster around 2,500 to 3,000 at best, and reaching the 3rd transformation stage would suffice to deal with him. Attaining the 4th stage would guarantee a swift defeat. They wondered what audacity fueled his bravado. Meanwhile, the android spectators marveled at the display, anticipating that the android, resembling Cell, might possess the ability to absorb energy, remaining unfazed by the unfolding events. Sin Yang wasted no time and initiated his 3rd transformation, his blue aura surging exponentially. His muscles expanded further, distorting his features as his human visage morphed, his nose vanishing, and the back of his head elongating into a more animalistic form. Although the black horns had disappeared, numerous white tendrils sprouted from his head, and his back sprouted bone-like spikes, with his energy escalating to 2 million. Yet, he did not halt there. His energy continued to surge as his physical form underwent further transformation. With a mighty roar, the surrounding platform shattered, creating a vast indentation and billowing clouds of smoke. As the smoke cleared, his form became simplified, resembling that of a human, with the textures and tendrils vanishing. His gaze turned icy, his body now entirely white, while blue crystals adorned his head, abdomen, shoulders, and limbs. His height reverted to 15 meters, merely 0.1 meters taller than his original 1st stage. At this moment, Sin Yang, having attained the 4th transformation of the Frost Demon, possessed a combat power of 10 million in his ordinary state. Although Hui Chui was somewhat taken aback, he maintained his aloof demeanor, remarking that achieving the 4th stage with only 10 million battle power was rather unimpressive. Sin Yang retorted coldly that this was merely his ordinary state's power, and to contend with Hui Chui, he would only need to elevate his energy to 30. Sin Yang then amplified his energy to 30, instantly reaching 40 million in combat power. Hui Chui feigned composure, dismissing it as mere daydreaming, asserting that increasing battle power was something anyone could accomplish. As he prepared to unleash his own energy, a dark red beam pierced through his left knee, forcing him to kneel. Hui Chui erupted in anger, questioning Sin Yang's actions, noting that he had not interrupted his transformation. Sin Yang smirked, stating that while Hui Chui could prevent his transformation, he had not done so, allowing him to reach the 4th stage, and he had no intention of letting him boost his power. Hui Chui, fuming, rapidly gathered energy blasts in his hands, hurling them at Sin Yang in a frenzy reminiscent of a prince's combat style. However, such attempts were futile, ultimately falling victim to the law of smoke and injury. From amidst the smoke, 3 dark red beams shot forth, piercing Hui Chui's arms and right knee, forcing him to the ground. Lacking the regenerative cells of a Namekian, he found himself unable to heal his injuries, bearing only a superficial resemblance to Cell. Xin Yang charged forward, enveloping his fists with energy to amplify his strikes, launching a relentless assault upon Hui Chui's face, rendering him defenseless. With his limbs broken at the joints, Hui Chui became akin to a living target. Regret began to seep into Hui Chui's mind. Had he known better, he would not have granted Xin Yang the opportunity to transform. Now, he faced a relentless barrage of punches. Would there be an uppercut as well? Indeed. It came to fruition as Xin Yang unleashed an uppercut that sent Hui Chui soaring into the air. Xin Yang raised both hands above his head, gathering energy into his palms, crossing them as the energy took on an irregular, lightning-like form. He unleashed a devastating energy blast that struck Hui Chui with the force of a thunderstorm, resulting in a tremendous explosion that sent plumes of dust into the air. The onlookers, including Trunks Zeno, were taken aback, recognizing the technique as the magic flash, executed by sheer happenstance. Hui Chui, battered and charred, plummeted from the sky, his aura exceedingly faint, on the brink of defeat. Xin Yang approached slowly, wrapping his tail around Hui Chui's throat and lifting him, stating coldly that this was the consequence of underestimating one's opponent, hoping Hui Chui would learn from this experience. Hui Chui, in a weak voice, countered that the same advice applied to Xin Yang. It was a grave error to approach an enemy before ensuring their demise. Just as Xin Yang contemplated retreating, he found himself ensnared. Hui Chui's tail had pierced his body, beginning to siphon energy for his own benefit. Hui Chui, fueled by the stolen energy, erupted with power, breaking free from Xin Yang's grip, withdrawing his tail. This reckless method of energy extraction proved perilous, yet Hui Chui had successfully acquired the cells of a frost demon. Unbeknownst to Xin Yang, who assumed he had merely drawn energy, Hui Chui raised his hands above his head, declaring his surrender, admitting his defeat. Although Xin Yang sensed something amiss, he chose not to voice his concerns, considering Hui Chui posed no real threat. Moments later, the portal to this mysterious space opened, and both emerged slowly, first hearing Trunks Zeno analyze their respective performance before receiving a brief summary. Subsequently, the Supreme Kai of Time assisted them in healing their injuries. In the subsequent 2 to 3 months, these time travelers underwent extensive training, enhancing their skills and combat prowess, while acquiring numerous abilities. The next step was to venture into various parallel worlds to rectify the distorted history manipulated by the Dark Dragon clan. Chapter 5. Crossing the Dragon Ball History. An unexpected incident. After months of training, the numerous time travelers became well-versed in the utilization of ki and power. Among them, certain unique races were born with inherently high combat abilities, enabling them to wield their strength with remarkable ease. Some even mastered innate skills. At this juncture, Tang Xuanqing's standard combat power reached 3906, marking him as exceptionally strong among ordinary pure-blooded Scions. Meanwhile, Wang Zanyu, the legendary Super Scion, boasted a combat power of 15,625, positioning him among the elite Scions. Although when compared to the likes of the Frozen Demon, androids, and Majin, his prowess may not seem as formidable. Although Xin Yang of the Frozen Demon clan had not seen significant enhancements in combat power, his control over ki and personal strength had improved markedly. This was understandable, as the Frozen Demons were born with considerable combat capabilities, making further enhancement a challenging endeavor. As for the android, named Hui Chui, his type of android was designed to strengthen itself by consuming others. However, after previously stealing the cells of a Frozen Demon during a competition, he developed an alternative path that allowed him to absorb natural energy from the environment, enhancing his energy absorption efficacy, thus enabling him to gradually accumulate strength to break through to the next stage. Other time travelers also experienced notable advancements, significantly progressing in their abilities while becoming intimately familiar with ki and various techniques. Subsequently, all were prepared for the journey ahead, awaiting the time King Kai to open the portal. Prior to this, Trunks Zeno distributed Dragon Ball radar wristbands to each individual, akin to protective armlets, crafted from extraordinary materials. He also provided quick teleportation scrolls for returning to the time nest, along with 2 Patera earrings, explaining that these items could merge two individuals into a powerful entity, with a time limit of 30 minutes before reverting. Upon concluding these instructions, the Time King Kai opened the portal leading to various parallel histories, tasking these time travelers with correcting the history altered by the Dark Dragon Balls. Without hesitation, the multitude of time travelers surged into the mysterious passage, which radiated cosmic hues. An endless expanse of black interspersed with silvery stars and numerous small squares, presumably representing history. As Tang Xuanqing leisurely soared through the passage, Wang Sanyu approached, inquiring, "Xuanqing, have you determined the direction?" Tang Xuanqing shook his head with an air of resignation. "It doesn't matter. Wherever we fly is where we shall go. There are not many choices available." At that moment, a frozen demon, identified as Xinyang, flew over, maintaining his first transformation at 14 meters in height. With a friendly tone, he remarked, "Gentlemen, it is a pleasure to meet you. Your first match was incredibly intense and insightful, from which I gleaned much that will aid me in my second round, allowing for a more fluid utilization of ki and personal strength." Tang Xuanqing chuckled wryly. "Xinyang, even without the battle between Wang Sanyu and myself, you would gradually learn to wield your body as strength and ki effectively. Considering the innate high combat power and learning abilities bestowed upon you frozen demons, you were born with a golden ki." Wang Sanyu laughed heartily. "Xinyang, your performance in the second round was also remarkable, both in terms of combat power and strategy. Moreover, as a frozen demon, each transformation represents a qualitative leap in power." And Hui Chui, that arrogant fellow, assumed he could easily overpower you. Little did he know that your fourth transformation, elevating you to level 30, was more than sufficient to utterly defeat him. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Hui Chui, the android, soared over, expressing his dissatisfaction. "Had it not been for my oversight, I would have resolved you before you could transform. I allowed you the opportunity to transform, yet you subsequently incapacitated me. You know how I fight." Xinyang replied calmly. "You were the one who allowed me to transform. I never said you couldn't intervene. That was the consequence of your arrogance, resulting in your defeat. In genuine combat, an enemy would not wait for you to make the first move." This statement rendered Hui Chui speechless, for he could not refute its truth. An adversary would not adhere to such courtesies. As they engaged in this banter, an unforeseen occurrence transpired. The temporal passage began to destabilize, and suddenly, thousands of figures clad in black emerged, exuding a palpable aura of darkness. Tang Xuanqing turned to see numerous time travelers being struck by the black-clad figures, flung into different parallel timelines, while others pursued them, resulting in a dwindling number of companions. Wang Sanyu cursed, "Damn it! This is a disaster before we even begin our journey. What is this madness? Is this part of the training?" Xinyang replied nonchalantly, "It seems the time nest has encountered an issue. Perhaps the denizens of the dark demon realm are invading." Before long, whether due to the sheer volume of individuals or other factors, the entire temporal passage grew increasingly unstable. At the portal's entrance, a black-clad figure emanated dark energy, slowly raising its left hand to conjure a yellow-black energy sphere aimed at the passage. Those time travelers at the rear, entangled with the black-clad figures, were engulfed by the yellow-black sphere, causing the entire teleportation passage to become extremely unstable. At the forefront, Tang Xuanqing, Wang Sanyu, Xinyang, and Hui Chui felt an immediate surge of power rushing forward. Yet, regardless of their efforts, the yellow-black energy sphere continued to advance menacingly towards them. First, Hui Chui was consumed by the energy sphere, vanishing without a trace, followed by Xinyang. As Wang Sanyu witnessed the disappearance of his companions, a sense of helplessness washed over him. Against such a standard attack, they found themselves utterly defenseless. He abruptly halted, prompting Tang Xuanqing to stop as well, uncertain of his intentions, yet sensing an increase in Wang Sanyu's energy. Tang Xuanqing was struck by an ominous premonition and grasped Wang Sanyu's shoulder. Wang Sanyu stated calmly, "Since we cannot escape the fate of death, it is better to take a bold risk and go out fighting." Tang Xuanqing urged, "Do not act recklessly. The attack is still some distance away. We can escape and later devise a plan for vengeance." Wang Sanyu did not cease amplifying his energy. Rather, he accelerated, his muscles rapidly expanding, his eyes turning golden, hair standing on end, and his energy manifesting in a yellow hue. Tang Xuanqing feared that Wang Sanyu was about to succumb to another rampage, intending to intervene, but noticed that his pupils were not rolling back. indicating his apparent adaptation to this state. Wang Sanyu then raised his right hand, brushing off Tang Xuanqing's grip, exuding an air of confidence. His left hand slowly rose, gathering a green energy sphere, augmenting it with energy until it attained the size of a spirit bomb, which he subsequently hurled forward. The yellow-black energy sphere clashed with the green sphere, creating a standoff, yet as time progressed, the green sphere was gradually consumed by the yellow-black one. Despite Wang Sanyu's relentless efforts to exert power, unable to alter this reality, Tang Xuanqing gripped Wang Sanyu's shoulder, maximizing his energy and dashing towards the nearest passage. However, due to the time wasted, the yellow-black energy sphere approached more rapidly, having absorbed Wang Sanyu's energy, growing even larger. While the entire passage began to exhibit signs of disintegration, the two found themselves akin to being at the edge of a black hole, unable to break free from its gravitational pull, akin to treading water, unable to escape this whirlpool. Wang Sanyu was acutely aware that no matter how the two of them proceeded, there was no escape from their predicament. Now, only one solution remained. Tang Xuanqing's energy was gradually depleting, and their speed was slowing in tandem. Just as an attack loomed perilously close, Wang Sanyu suddenly released his hold, channeling his remaining energy into his right hand to form a sphere of energy, which he violently propelled towards his opponent, sending him crashing against the nearest passageway. Tang Xuanqing, about to curse, "What the hell are you doing?" was taken aback to see Wang Sanyu swallowed by the yellow-black energy sphere. There was no time for lamentation as he saw the attack hurtling towards him. He dashed into the passageway, bringing an end to this protracted chase, and ventured into an unknown dimension. Chapter 6. Came house on a vast ocean. A dark swirling vortex materialized, from which a figure emerged, none other than the recently escaped Tang Xuanqing. Reflecting on the events that had just transpired, he felt a mix of fury and helplessness. But soon a thought struck him. How did the denizens of the Dark Demon Realm know their every move with such precision? Theoretically, that should be impossible. There was no one to relay such information. Shaking his head, he temporarily cast aside these perplexities. He glanced at the Dragon Ball radar bracelet on his left wrist, which indicated the following: Time-space. Universe 7 timeline. 5 years had passed since the titanic battle between Sun Wukong and Piccolo Daimao. The world had returned to peace. Dark Dragon Ball. Dark One-Star Ball. After comprehending the information, he realized he had traversed to the first segment of the Scion arc. Soon, a Scion named Raditz would appear, a bloodthirsty warrior and the elder brother of Sun Wukong, ultimately vanquished by Sun Wukong and Piccolo Daimao. Using his ability to sense energy, he pinpointed the exact location of Kame House and decided to pay a visit. At that moment, within a quaint house on a small island, an elderly man with a white beard, amiable and sprightly, donned sunglasses and colorful attire, occasionally sporting a turtle shell on his back and relying on a cane. Accompanied by a turtle, the Kame Sennin distinctly sensed a powerful energy locking onto him, yet he discerned no trace of malice. Shortly after, a figure appeared in his line of sight, descending onto his island. Kame Sennin, leaning on his cane, approached the young man before him, who bore a striking resemblance to his disciple, Sun Wukong, yet was distinctly different. Tang Xuanqing gently bowed and said, "You must be the founder of the Kame school." Kame Sennin, "Greetings, I am Tang Xuanqing, and it is my first time here. I seek your guidance." Kame Sennin chuckled, "Modesty is a virtue." "Indeed, I am Kame Sennin. I shall call you Xiao Tang." Tang Xuanqing replied, "As an elder, you may address me however you wish." Kame Sennin inquired, "Xiao Tang, from whence do you hail?" "As far as I know, only my disciples, Sun Wukong and Piccolo Daimao, possess the highest combat power. Yet you have achieved a staggering 3906, surpassing both." Tang Xuanqing awkwardly scratched his head and replied, "Kame Sennin, I am a Scion, as is your disciple. However, I cannot disclose the specifics of my origin. That remains confidential." Kame Sennin then understood. No wonder Wukong's power had escalated so rapidly, far exceeding that of ordinary beings. Yet compared to the individual before him, Wukong seemed lacking. "I see. No worries. Some matters can be shared, others not. I, as an old man, comprehend this." After engaging in casual conversation for a while, a small spacecraft gradually descended onto the island. As the cabin opened, a fashionable woman with short green hair and violet-blue eyes emerged. Kame Sennin, unable to contain his lecherous nature, slyly approached the young woman, his eyes filled with mischief. Bulma raised her hand, tapping his bald head, and said with irritation, "You old pervert, still as unrestrained as ever." Came Sanin, feeling wronged, protested, "And you remain as violent as before. No wonder you're still single." Enraged, Bulma chased him, playfully scolding him around the small island. It was then that Bulma noticed Tang Xuanqing, clad in Kame's school attire, and assumed he was Kame Sinin's new disciple. Curiously, she asked, "Hey there, are you Kame Sinin's new student?" Just as Tang Xuanqing was about to respond, Kame Sinin interjected, "Bulma, this is Tang Xuanqing, who just arrived today. He is my new disciple." Tang Xuanqing thought to himself, "I initially believed Kame Sinin was merely playful at times. It seems he also enjoys embellishing the truth. When did I become his disciple? Is it merely due to this Kame school gi I am wearing?" At that moment, a bald young man in Kame school attire flew in from a distance and landed gracefully. One of Kame Sinin's disciples, Krillin. Krillin politely greeted Kame Sunin and Bulma, then turned his attention to the unfamiliar face, Tang Xuanqing. Tang Xuanqing said, "Hello, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Tang Xuanqing, Kame Sinin's new disciple. I look forward to your guidance." Krillin replied, "Ah, so you're a junior disciple. I'm Krillin, your second senior brother. Your elder brother should be arriving shortly. He is likely on his way." As if summoned, a golden cloud appeared on the horizon, revealing a young man clad in Kame's school attire, sporting crab-shaped hair, with black locks, and a physique that showcased well-defined muscles, including a noticeable six-pack. This must be Sun Wukong. Beside him was a small boy, wearing a white tank top and a traditional Chinese-style coat, adorned with a circle etched with the character for Sun over his chest. He wore a hat reminiscent of a Qing dynasty official's cap, topped with a 4-star Dragon Ball, green trousers, black boots, and a white belt. His son, Sun Wukong. The golden cloud carried them both to the island, where Sun Wukong, jovial as ever, dismounted with his son, who appeared shy, hiding behind his father's legs and peeking out occasionally. Everyone was taken aback. Wukong had a child. To their astonishment, they learned he was already 4 years old. Sun Wukong then turned to Tang Xuanqing, who was unfamiliar to him, yet sensed no malice from him, indicating a kind-hearted individual. Tang Xuanqing spoke softly. "You must be Sun Wukong, my elder brother. It is a pleasure to meet you." Sun Wukong analyzed. "Indeed, you are also Kame Sinin's new disciple. I can sense your energy. It is quite formidable, perhaps even surpassing mine." Tang Xuanqing felt a bit embarrassed, scratching his head, although his combat power was indeed 3906. It was sufficient for the early stages, but future encounters remained uncertain. At that moment, Bulma engaged Sun Wukong's son in conversation, learning that the boy aspired to become a scholar, likely influenced by his mother, Chi-Chi. Meanwhile, in another location, a spherical spacecraft descended from outer space, penetrating the atmosphere and landing on a grassy field. As the hatch slowly opened, a scion clad in the distinctive armor of planet Vegeta, equipped with a device to measure combat power over his left eye, and boasting long, flowing black hair, along with a brown tail secured at his waist, arrived on Earth. Chapter 7. The invader Raditz, a farmer, emerged from his home, rifle in hand, and upon witnessing an unusual sight on his pasture, cautiously approached. He soon beheld a figure resembling a human, but clad in peculiar attire and sporting a tail. Raditz inquired, "Hey, do you know where Kakarot is?" Unaware of the name Kakarot, the farmer raised his rifle and fired, but the bullets merely struck Raditz's armor without inflicting any harm. Using his combat power measuring device, Raditz noted that the farmer's power level was a mere 5. La Diju impatiently declared, "With a combat power of merely 5, this scum dares to attack me? A death wish indeed." With a swift motion, he unleashed an energy blast, extinguishing the life of the farmer. Subsequently, observing the combat levels of Earth's inhabitants with his scouter, he noted 3 significant energy signatures. One was emanating from a mountain, while the other 2 were clustered together. He resolved to investigate the closer one first. Atop a mountain stood Baik Damal Wang, characterized by his green skin, 2 protruding antennae on his forehead, sharp ears, and an intimidating visage. Clad in dark purple-blue combat attire with a bright light blue belt and a white headscarf, he wore a flowing white cape. At that moment, Baik sensed a powerful aura approaching him, unmistakably superior to his own, prompting him to conceal his energy and hide behind the rocks. Moments later, Ladiju arrived, scanning the area but finding no one. Assuming there was a malfunction with his scouter, he dismissed the anomaly and moved on to another location. Emerging cautiously from his hiding place, Baik was drenched in cold sweat, The individual's strength was undoubtedly on par with that of Suan Wukong. Meanwhile, at Kame House, Suan Wukong and Tang Xuanchen suddenly felt a formidable energy approaching them. Tang Xuanchen was taken aback. Is Lao Diju truly this quick to seek his demise? His maximum power is just 1500, while I possess 3906. I could easily overpower him. Yet, if I intervene, might I alter the course of history? Suan Wukong also recognized that this energy was not Baik's, and sensed the incoming threat, preparing for battle. As anticipated, a figure swiftly arrived at Kame House. La Diju fixed his gaze upon Suan Wukong, addressing him, Kakarado, why have you not eradicated the inhabitants of this planet? Have you forgotten your mission? Suan Wukong, perplexed, retorted, why would I annihilate the people of this planet? I am an earthling too. La Diju, confounded, wondered if this individual had lost his memory, and in exasperation exclaimed, you are a scion, just like me. Our destiny lies in conquest and slaughter. I am your brother, Lai. Suan Wukong remained oblivious to these revelations, perceiving only that this man was an adversary that must be defeated. With a combined effort, Suan Wukong and Ku Ring launched their attack. Initially taken aback by his younger brother's alliance with an outsider, Lanu's fury intensified. Tang Xuanchen opted to refrain from engaging, fearing he might disrupt the natural flow of events. Ready to intervene only if necessary. Utilizing his combat power of 1500, Lai easily dispatched Ku Ring and Suan Wukong. He struck Ku Ring with a palm chop to the head, sending him flying with a flick of his tail, before seizing Suan Wukong and delivering a knee strike to his abdomen. In mere moments, both warriors were rendered powerless. Noticing Suan Wukong, who bore a tail behind him, La Diju deduced that this was his brother's son. He resolved to use this information as leverage to compel Kakarado to eliminate Earthlings. Just as he charged towards Suan Wukong, a figure leapt into the fray, delivering a powerful punch to La Diju's face, forcing him back. Recognizing the newcomer as another scion, due to his moving black tail, La Diju was puzzled. Why was his tail black when all others were brown? Tang Xuanchen proclaimed, I shall be your opponent, La Diju, measuring the newcomer's combat power at 3906 with his scouter. La Diju was drenched in cold sweat. This was far beyond his own capabilities, and he could not afford a defeat. Yet, in deference to the scion lineage, he resolved to escape if necessary. Gathering energy in one hand, La Diju launched a concentrated energy wave, followed by a barrage of energy blasts. Tang Xuanchen stood firm, effortlessly deflecting the incoming attacks. Suddenly, under the cover of the energy blasts, La Diju charged forth, lifting his left hand to strike, only for Tang Xuanchen to effortlessly catch it with his right hand. Countering with a left punch to La Diju's chest, he noted the protective armor's impact, which mitigated the blow's severity, though it did leave a small crack in the armor. Realizing that the original narrative involved La Diju capturing Suan Wukong, Tang Xuanchen recognized his actions were straying from the established storyline. In a moment of hesitation, La Diju seized the opportunity to unleash a dual energy wave from his hands, roaring, Die, you wretched fool. Double energy wave. The two energy blasts propelled Tang Xuanchen into the sky, after which La Diju swiftly joined him, clasping his hands together and delivering a devastating blow to Tang Xuanchen, sending him plummeting to the ground. As Tang Xuanchen lay stunned from the onslaught, he crashed into the earth, creating a deep crater, his body coated in dust, with a trickle of blood escaping his mouth. Despite La Diju's combat power being only 1500, the force of his strikes was undeniably painful. Seizing the moment while Tang Xuanchen remained incapacitated, La Diju rushed to Suan Wukong, knocking him unconscious with a punch and preparing to flee. Suan Wukong, fueled by sheer will, rose once more, charging at La Diju with a fierce determination. Raising his right hand for a strike, La Diju countered with an energy blast that sent Suan Wukong reeling, hastily taking Suan Wukong and escaping. Before departing, he shouted, Kakarado, if you wish to see your son again, you must kill 100 Earthlings and join me in the destruction of this planet. Only then will I release him. With that, he vanished into the distance. Ku Ring gradually stood, assisting Suan Wukong to his feet. Tang Xuanchen, finally rising from the ground, understood the necessity of allowing the plot to unfold as intended, feigning unconsciousness for a moment longer. Just as La Diju departed, Baik Mo Wang arrived. Surveying the aftermath of the battle at Kame House, Suan Wukong, you could not defeat that individual? He inquired. Suan Wukong merely nodded in response. Noticing Tang Xuanchen clad in the same Kame school martial arts uniform, Baik was perplexed. Although Tang Xuanchen possessed the strongest energy among them, why had he not intervened? Unable to fathom the truth, he could not conceive that Tang Xuanchen was not from this world and should not interfere with the original narrative. Tang Xuanchen suggested, "If we unite our strengths, we should be able to defeat him." Bike disdainfully retorted, "Why would I join forces with you?" Kurang interjected, "That individual seeks to annihilate the earth. Do you truly believe you can remain unaffected, Bike?" Contemplating Kurang's words, Bike realized their validity and ultimately consented to collaborate against La Dizhu. Chapter 8. Tang Xuanchen, Suan Wukong, and Bike versus Yu. The trio, guided by their energy senses, swiftly located Yu on a vast plain. Enraged that Suan Wukong had not complied with his demands and had allied with outsiders, Lang resolved to enact familial betrayal, determined to send his foolish brother to the underworld. Suan Wukong gradually shed his blue-weighted clothing, which struck the ground with a heavy thud, creating several deep impressions. It was at this moment that La Dizhu realized that Suan Wukong had been training underweight. Now unbound, Suan Wukong's combat power surged from 334 to 416, an increase of over 100, all while still not reaching his peak state. Beaker also removed his heavy equipment, donning a white headscarf and a flowing white cloak, leaving behind a significant indentation in the ground. After shedding his restraints, Baiku's combat power surged from 322 to 408, a mere reflection of his potential rather than an optimal state. Tang Xuanchen intentionally suppressed his aura, allowing his combat strength to register at around 425, creating an illusion for La Dizhu that his previously displayed high power was merely a malfunction of the combat device. Prior to this encounter, Tang Xuanchen had confided in Baiku and Zhen Wukong about his origins, explaining that he was not a native of this world. He expressed concern that his interventions might alter the course of history. Thus, he chose to hold back and requested their discretion regarding this secret. The combined combat power of the three amounted to only 1249, far inferior to his own, instilling Li with an overwhelming sense of confidence in his victory. Sun Wukong inquired, "Where have you hidden Ufan?" La Dizhu, displaying his wit, pointed to his circular spaceship nearby, revealing that Zufan was inside, still unconscious. The three immediately erupted in fury and charged at Wu, engaging in a fierce melee. Sun Wukong unleashed a powerful right punch, followed by Baika's left kick. As La Dizhu raised his hands to block, he momentarily forgot about Tang Xuanchen, who delivered a swift hand strike to his head, causing him to loosen his grip. Subsequently, Baiku and Zhen Wukong struck him simultaneously, forcing him back. Facing the overwhelming odds of a 3-on-1 battle, Wu was compelled to employ the prince's strategy, firing a barrage of energy blasts from both hands, which created a cloud of smoke to obscure their vision. The trio continuously dispersed his attacks, but the sheer volume began to wear them down. Tang Xuanchen suddenly recalled that this was the very technique used against him earlier, employing the prince's tactic to confuse opponents, followed by a close-range double energy cannon that propelled them skyward, culminating in a heavy strike to bring them crashing down. However, with three opponents, he could not anticipate from which direction the next attack would come. Suddenly, two energy blasts shot out of the smoke, striking Sun Wukong and Baiku directly. Baiku lost his right arm, while Sun Wukong was pierced through the shoulder. Tang Xuanchen, in a fit of rage, dispelled the surrounding smoke, observing Ling gathering energy in his right hand, as if preparing a formidable attack. La Dizhu lifted his hand, channeling an immense amount of energy, and unleashed a full-powered energy wave. Tang Xuanchen recalled that in the original story, this attack had never been executed. La Dizhu had avoided by Kuthangong Sa Paul, but, enraged by his shoulder injury, attempted to unleash a powerful energy wave at Baiku, only to be thwarted by Zhen Wukong grabbing his tail. Due to Tang Xuanchen's interference, the original timeline had shifted, and this technique was released prematurely. Tang Xuanchen could not afford to evade. If he did, the two behind him would perish, irrevocably disrupting history. Resolute in his decision, he released the restraints on his aura, causing his combat power to soar from 425 to 3906, white energy flames erupting from him. He gradually positioned his right hand at his waist, gathering energy until a large, irregularly shaped sphere of energy formed, gradually revealing the shape of three tomo, spinning and poised to be unleashed. Tang Xuanchen calmly declared, "Frenzied Gatling." He thrust his right hand forward, unleashing a colossal yellow shockwave adorned with the three tomo, which collided with La Dizhu's energy wave, creating a stalemate. At this moment, La Diju realized that Tang Xinshen had been concealing his true combat power, a miscalculation on his part. If hit by that attack, he would certainly perish. In a desperate attempt, he poured more energy into his attack, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not bridge the vast gap in strength, the struggle of the energy clash remaining stagnant. Tang Xinshen sensed a slight push of energy and scoffed, suddenly amplifying his own aura by 10, catapulting his combat power to 4,296, which effortlessly shattered S wave and engulfed him, his screams echoing through the air. La Diju cried out in agony. As the residual energy dissipated, his Beijia Xingxing armor lay in ruins, leaving him clad only in tattered shorts, his body battered and likely lifeless. Sun Wukong and Bai Ku were utterly astonished. They had not anticipated his aura to be this formidable. Realizing that a mere 10 increase in his energy equated to an additional 1,000 in combat power, Bai Ku, with a fierce shout, quickly regrew his right hand, though it left him drenched in sweat, as the resurrection of limbs was taxing at this stage. Tang Xinshen approached Sun Wukong, offering him a Senza bean, and then turned to Bai Ku, presenting him with another. After a brief moment, the trio had restored their stamina and arrived before the circular spaceship containing Hufan. After much deliberation, they remained unsure of how to access the vessel. Just then, a voice emerged from behind them. Lai, still alive after sustaining a blow from over 4,000 in combat power, defied logic. Tang Xinshen quickly noticed a spherical object atop La Diju's head. It was the Ganlongzhou, a singular star jewel, orange in color with black stars, pulsating with dark energy that flowed into him, resurrecting him with newfound strength. As La Diju felt the surge of power coursing through him, he was astonished to find his combat power, once a mere 1,500, now exceeded 10,000, igniting a thrill within him. Tang Xinshen felt an overwhelming sense of foreboding. Even if he maximized his energy to 100, he would merely reach 7812, still eclipsed by his formidable 2,188 in combat power. In that moment, Vladimir loomed over them like a monarch, coldly declaring, in light of our brotherhood, I shall offer you one final opportunity. Will you join me in annihilating the earth or perish alongside it? With no retreat left, the three resolved to fight to the bitter end, unleashing their full power. Sun Wukong's aura peaked at 924, Bai Ku reached 1330, while Tang Xinshen surged to 7,812. All determined to charge forward. Observing their unwavering spirit, Lao decided to hold nothing back, explosively augmenting his aura, his muscles swelling as he reveled in his newfound strength. In an instant, he appeared before them, striking both Sun Wukong and Bai Ku in the abdomen with powerful punches, sending them crashing into the rocks. Tang Xinshen seized the moment, delivering a heavy punch to La Diju's face, which he absorbed with little damage. In retaliation, La Diju unleashed an energy blast that pierced through Tang Xinshen's body, followed by a swift kick that sent him sprawling. At that moment, Su Fan awakened, unleashing his latent potential and breaking free from the confines of the spaceship. Upon witnessing Zhongkong and the others in distress, he erupted with fury, manifesting a combat power of 1307, which astonished Lang, who had only measured Sun Wufan at a mere 1 previously. With a powerful headbutt, Su Wufan charged at Lao, who deftly dodged, causing the boy to crash into the rocks, rendering him unconscious. Recognizing the threat that Wufan posed, Lao resolved to eliminate him, wary of his unpredictable combat power. Suddenly, a blue energy wave surged forth, catching Araitis off guard. Unable to evade, he crossed his arms to block the impact, and when the dust settled, he found himself relatively unharmed. Not far away, Sun Wukong was struggling to maintain his stance after executing his ultimate Kamehameha, his energy nearly depleted. This was his full-powered attack, and it was no longer effective against Araitis. Observing his foolish brother, Araitis could not comprehend why he continually opposed him. To eliminate future threats, he raised his left hand, gathering energy, preparing to deliver a decisive blow to Sun Wukong. Unexpectedly, Tang Xuanchen, that cunning old trickster, had not perished. He seized Araitis from behind, grasping his tail. No matter how formidable he was, the tail remained the Achilles heel of the Science, an immutable truth. Araitis instantly felt powerless, unable to muster any strength, utterly restrained by Tang Xuanchen, who held him firmly. Even the notion of unleashing his energy became a distant luxury. Tang Xuanchen shouted into the distance, Bika, are you ready? I can't hold him for much longer. On a nearby hill, a green figure emerged, unmistakably Kadama Wang, whose 2 fingers pressed against his forehead, gathering energy. Irregular yellow lightning flickered, indicating that he had charged to full capacity. With a powerful thrust of his right hand, he unleashed a spiraling energy beam, surrounded by a whirlwind of energy. Bika roared, Demon's Light Cannon. R.A.Tis gazed in horror as the spiraling energy beam approached him. Despite possessing a combat power of 10,000, he felt a wave of fear wash over him. A primal instinct to flee in the face of impending death. However, with his tail captured and his body limp, escape was utterly impossible. The energy beam collided with R.A.Tis, propelling him backward along with Tang Xuanchen. The attack proved effective, piercing through his body. R.A.Tis' energy rapidly dwindled. And as he flew back, disbelief filled his eyes, blood spilling from his mouth. Just moments ago, he had been immensely powerful. Yet now he was gravely wounded by a skill from someone with a mere 1,300 combat power. Tang Xuanchen was not faring much better. He too was pierced and sent crashing to the ground, blood trickling from his lips. However, thanks to his defensive use of energy during the attack, he endured less damage than R.A.Tis. The dark dragon ball above R.A.Tis had vanished unnoticed, and its augmentation was fading. His energy plummeted visibly, rapidly descending from 10,000 to 7,000, 5,000, 3,000, 2,000, steadily dwindling. With his body unable to regenerate due to the severe injury, he was swiftly approaching death, inciting a fit of rage as he muttered incoherently to himself. He then gathered the last remnants of his energy, forming a blue orb and casting it into the sky, which erupted with dazzling brilliance. This was the artificial moon commonly utilized by the Scions, enabling one to transform into a giant ape, a form that amplified their power tenfold. Tang Xuanchen had not anticipated this. The original tale had not mentioned R.A.Tis possessing an artificial moon. Perhaps he had underestimated him. Or maybe he had simply been too careless. Regardless, in this altered timeline, anything was possible. Before long, the critically wounded R.A.Tis began to transform. His tail twitched. His body rapidly expanded, sprouted, and his face morphed into that of a gorilla. In a matter of moments, he had become a colossal 15-meter ape. And in this state, his injuries were suppressed. Unlike lesser beings, R.A.Tis retained his consciousness, as only the royal and elite warriors could maintain their self-awareness in this form. R.A.Tis bellowed in fury. I will obliterate the entire earth and eliminate all of you worthless scum. He then opened his massive jaws, channeling energy to unleash a wide-ranging energy wave, devastating the surrounding terrain. At that moment, Sun Wukong attempted to strike him with a Kamehameha, but it proved ineffective, inflicting negligible damage. After all, R.A.Tis now boasted a combat power of 15,000, exemplifying the terrifying nature of his giant ape transformation. R.A.Tis reached out, seizing Sun Wukong and drawing him close, preparing to crush him. Since his brother refused to heed reason, he would have to perish. Sun Wukong's bones shattered under the immense pressure, his screams echoing in agony. In a flash, Bika summoned his clones, creating 2 duplicates to distract R.A.Tis while he observed from the shadows, seeking an opportunity to unleash another Demon's Light Cannon. The 2 clones surged forward, unleashing energy blasts to harass the giant ape. Though these attacks were ineffective, one managed to strike R.A.Tis left eye, prompting him to release Sun Wukong. One of the clones swiftly caught him, carrying him to safety for treatment, while the remaining clone continued to engage R.A.Tis. Tang Xuanchen struggled to rise from the ground, suddenly noticing the artificial moon above. His eyes turned crimson, and his body trembled uncontrollably, the black tail behind him swaying. He shook his head vigorously, trying to suppress the overwhelming urge to transform, for he was neither a royal nor an elite warrior. Should he become a giant ape, he would lose all reason and wreak havoc. Just then, he heard an ancient voice. If you do not wish to become a giant ape, then harness its power through your body, young one. Tang Xuanchen inquired. Who speaks? The voice responded. I am Yamashi, the progenitor of your scion race. Tang Xuanchen retorted. To bear the power of the giant ape in my mortal form is impossible. I am not the legendary super scion. Yamashi replied. You are indeed not a super scion, but you possess remarkable adaptability, akin to the ancient scions. Thus you can achieve this. Until we meet again, young one. With that, Tang Xuanchen's consciousness returned to his body, the overwhelming urge to transform still present. He resolved to attempt it, channeling the surging power throughout his being. Instantly, his muscles swelled, his eyes turned golden, his hair stood erect, and his energy shifted to a brilliant yellow. Astonished, he realized that he could indeed harness the power of the giant ape through his physical form. Could it truly be due to the ancient scion's superior adaptability? Tis sensed a shift and turned to see a figure cloaked in golden energy rising from the ground. It was none other than Tang Xuanchen. Feeling invigorated, he now possessed a combat power of 39,060, surpassing Tis giant ape form, signaling the moment for vengeance. He surged forward, energy enveloping his right hand, and struck the giant ape's abdomen with a powerful punch. Tis recoiled in pain, crashing into a mountainside. To Tang Xuanchen's surprise, Tis still had the strength to retaliate, unleashing another energy blast from his gaping maw. A large energy cannon erupted from the mountain. Tang Xuanchen raised his right hand, forming a small energy sphere, which he gently tossed toward the incoming yellow energy wave. As they neared each other, the sphere expanded, ultimately clashing with the energy wave. Both forces nearly evenly matched. Yet, it soon became clear that Tis could not sustain the assault. At that moment, an unknown force breached the barriers of reality, merging with the giant ape Tis, transforming his entire form to purple, with pure red eyes and two black lines beneath them. This surge of power instantaneously augmented his strength, yet it also stripped him of his reason, transforming him into a relentless machine of destruction. The situation regarding Bo was shattered in an instant, and gradually, Tang Xuanchen found himself unable to suppress him any longer. With a swift motion, he vacated his original position, causing the energy blast to disperse, while his attack traversed the earth, shattering the moon with a resounding impact. Tang Xuanchen could distinctly sense that this foe's power had far surpassed his own. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Raditz had silently appeared behind him, delivering a crushing blow that sent him crashing into the ground, followed by a barrage of atmospheric blasts. Tang Xuanchen activated his energy barrier, striving to mitigate the damage as he suppressed his own energy and made his escape. It was then that he noticed Sun Wukong beside him. Nearly forgetting about the young man, he positioned himself protectively over Sun Wukong, trusting that the other two would have devised appropriate countermeasures. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sun Wukong had regained his composure with the aid of Piccolo's clones and the Senza Beans, having activated the Scion's passive ability due to his near-death experience, thus enhancing his power by 1155. Piccolo's main body was gathering energy, preparing to unleash another Mekenkasapo, and this time, the charging time was significantly prolonged, likely increasing its potency. Tang Xuanchen transported the unconscious Sun Wukong to a secure location before rushing back to the battlefield. Chapter 10. Uniting to defeat Raditz. Tang Xuanchen shot forth once more, channeling energy into his right hand and aiming at the colossal Raditz, managing to force him back a few paces. He then unleashed a flurry of energy blasts to distract him. Although the effect was minimal, it served to somewhat hinder Raditz. At that moment, a clone of Piccolo flew in, intent on continuing to restrain Raditz. Tang Xuanchen turned to him and said, "This creature's weakness lies in its tail. You must inform the main body and Sun Wukong so they can target the tail while I hold them off." The clone of Piccolo nodded and swiftly soared towards Piccolo's main body, conveying the information, which was then telepathically transmitted to Sun Wukong. Impatiently, the giant Raditz raised his hand to strike, and Tang Xuanchen had no time to evade, raising his arm to block, only to be driven into the ground by the force of the blow. At that moment, Sun Wukong was amassing his energy, his muscles swelling as his energy soared to 100, elevating his combat power to 2310. He formed his hands into a flower bud shape, placing them at his waist, and concentrated a glowing blue energy sphere in his palms, which shone ever more brightly. Sun Wukong shouted, "Kamehameha." He thrust his hands forward with great force, unleashing a blue shockwave that struck Raditz's tail before he could react. With a pained roar, the tail snapped and fell to the ground. After executing this attack, Sun Wukong felt himself nearing his limits. This was the first time he had elevated his energy to 100, exhausting all his strength. Raditz's form began to shrink back to its normal size, but the strange energy enveloping him did not dissipate, as if the severing of his tail had inflicted minimal damage, merely reverting him to his original stature. In an instant, he charged at Sun Wukong. Remembering that it was this individual who had severed his tail, his entire being shrouded in a dark purple aura. At a critical moment, Tang Xianxian surged forward, unleashing an assault, gathering all his energy into his right leg and delivering a fierce kick to Raditz' abdomen. The malevolent Raditz immediately coughed up blood. His internal organs jolted out of place, sending him hurtling backward until he collided with a rocky outcrop. Suddenly, a figure cloaked in dark purple erupted from the debris. Raditz, seemingly impervious to pain, retaliated with a powerful punch that struck Tang Xianxian squarely in the face, sending him flying. At that moment, the artificial moon in the sky reached the end of its duration and vanished, having lasted for 30 minutes. Tang Xianxian crashed to the ground, reverting to his normal state, and his energy diminished to 3906. Just as the malevolent Raditz prepared to make another attack, Piccolo's two clones rushed in to intercept him, but they were swiftly dispatched. Once again, a portal to another world was shattered by an unseen force, and a figure cloaked in black emerged, surveying the scene. Spotting the wicked Raditz, he recognized the power emanating from him as the directive from his master. He approached Raditz and struck him with a palm, forcibly extracting the energy from his body, which manifested as a purple flame-like energy swirling behind him. At that moment, Raditz regained consciousness. The cloaked figure took the power and tore open the portal once more, departing without concern for anything else. Regaining awareness, Raditz felt a sharp pain in his backside and realized that his tail had been severed. Infuriated, he glared at the incapacitated Tang Xianxian and the fatigued Sun Wukong, as well as the missing Namekian. This was an opportune moment to eliminate the two of them before considering his next move. Raditz limped towards Tang Xianxian, raising his right hand to unleash a full-power energy wave intended to obliterate him entirely. Tang Xianxian understood that he was likely facing his demise, having altered the course of history and experienced numerous unprecedented events. At that moment, Sun Wukong appeared from behind Raditz, seizing him in a hold. Having just endured so much from Raditz, he was already fatigued and struggled to break free from Sun Wukong's grip. Raditz slowly remarked, "Kakarot, let go of me, or you will regret it." Sun Wukong shouted, "Piccolo now? Let us finish him off together." From a concealed position among the rocks, Piccolo, who had been gathering energy for the Makenka Sapo, revealed a smile and said, "Thank you, Sun Wukong. I shall take my vengeance upon these two scions." He then unleashed a spiraling energy beam, and Raditz recognized it instantly, recalling how he had been pierced by it previously and narrowly escaped death. If he were to be struck by it again, he would surely perish. Raditz desperately played the emotional card, pleading, "Kakarot, please let me go. I am your brother. Spare me, and I promise to leave Earth immediately." However, Sun Wukong could not heed his pleas. If he did not eliminate Raditz now, all of their efforts would be in vain. The spiraling energy beam pierced through Raditz's body, and Sun Wukong was also caught in the blast, both of them tumbling to the ground. As Sun Wukong beheld Raditz on the verge of death, a relieved smile spread across his face, shortly followed by his own demise. Failing to survive until Chi-Chi and the others arrived, contrary to the original storyline. Yet, he had underestimated Raditz's tenacity, even with his last breath. Raditz spat out words of defiance. "I have already informed my comrades. They will arrive on Earth in 1 year to avenge me. You shall all perish, ha ha." In an instant, Piccolo appeared before him, raising his right hand and striking with a forceful motion, utilizing the air's vibrations to put an end to Raditz's life. Tang Xianxian gradually rose from the ground and approached Piccolo, stating, "Piccolo, I need you to train Sun Wukong. This young man possesses immense potential and will undoubtedly become a valuable ally. In a year, that fiend's comrades will come seeking vengeance." Piccolo replied, "Understood. Where's the boy?" Tang Xianxian pointed to a location, and Piccolo nodded, teleporting to Sun Wukong, lifting him up and carrying him away. Afterwards, Tang Xuanqing helplessly slumped to the ground, utterly exhausted from the battle. His body was still too fragile, unable to withstand the immense power of the giant ape. It was evident that only a legendary Super Saiyan could truly manage such strength. During this time, he resolved to seek out Kame Sennin, attempting to adopt the various training methods previously employed by Sun Wukong. Perhaps, within this period, he could enhance his abilities or solidify his foundation, ultimately preparing for the challenges that lay ahead in a year's time. Chapter 11. The fruits of training. Having rested for several days after his battle with Raditz, Tang Xuanqing regained his vigor, and his combat power surged to 4882. He decided to experiment with Wukong's gradual training methods, procuring a 500-gene gravity blue weighted vest from Kame Sanin, along with shoes and wristbands, all similarly weighted. He believed that surpassing Wukong in combat power would allow him to easily manage the heavier training gear. However, to his astonishment, donning these items immediately drained his energy, nearly causing him to kneel. It seemed that while his combat power was high, his physical strength was still lacking. He then commenced his training on Kame Sanin's small island, wearing the gravity suit, engaging in various runs and jumps to enhance his speed and agility, while simultaneously fortifying his physique. At that moment, Kame Sanin approached him, gently tapping his shoulder with his cane. Tang Xuanqing looked over in confusion and asked, "Grandfather Kame Sanin, is something the matter?" Kame Sanin replied slowly, "Little Tang, I have decided to impart my signature Kamehameha technique to you, to aid in resisting the Scion invasion a year from now." Tang Xuanqing exclaimed in surprise, "Are you referring to the Kamehameha used by Brother Wukong?" Kame Sanin nodded slightly, casting aside his cane, settling into a stance with his feet firmly planted. He crossed his arms over his chest, gathering energy rapidly, causing his muscles to swell dramatically as he enhanced his entire physique through this energy concentration, resulting in a formidable state. Simultaneously, his combat power surged from 139 to 180, leaving Tang Xuanqing in awe. Was this the realm of martial artists? Such heights were unattainable for ordinary humans. Kame Sanin explained, "I have named this state max power. It significantly amplifies combat power, but accelerates energy consumption. Hence it is seldom used unless faced with formidable foes. Now, I shall demonstrate the true Kamehameha." He then positioned his hands in a flower-like formation at his waist, concentrating a luminous energy sphere that gradually increased in size, indicating a lengthy charge time and tremendous power. With a sudden thrust, Kame Sanin launched a blue energy wave, which sliced through the sea, crashing violently against a distant island, causing an explosion. Tang Xuanqing's eyes widened. Was this the Kamehameha? Why did the one used by Sun Wukong seem so different, with such a disparity in power? After executing this technique, Kame Sanin appeared to deflate, reverting to his frail form. Having expended nearly all his energy and unable to maintain the previous muscular state, Kame Sanin instructed, "Now, replicate what I just did." Tang Xuanqing nodded, first shedding the heavy gravity vest, wristbands, and shoes to lighten his load. Mimicking Kame Sanin's stance, he rooted his feet, formed the flower-like hand position, and gradually directed his energy to gather in his palms, slowly manifesting a blue energy sphere that swelled to the size of a basketball. Kame Sanin nodded approvingly. The boy displayed commendable aptitude, learning merely from observation, something that had taken considerable time to teach Krillin and Sun Wukong. Tang Xuanqing thrust his hands forward, unleashing a blue energy wave. Though it created ripples in the sea, it lacked the magnitude of Kame Sanin's attack, yet it still caused damage to the nearby mountain, resulting in rocks exploding. Tang Xuanqing could scarcely believe that he had learned it so quickly, and his power was not at all inferior to the Kamehameha executed by Sun Wukong. Kame Sanin remarked, "Old man will now teach you the afterimage fist." Although this technique is not highly aggressive, it is exceptionally practical for confusing opponents. After allowing Kame Sanin a moment to recover his energy, they commenced a new round of training. Kame Sanin utilized the speed generated by the afterimage to create illusions akin to a clone technique, bewildering the enemy and making it difficult to discern the real from the fake. Initially mistaking one of the Kame Sanin apparitions for the real one, Tang Xuanqing struck but hit only air, leading to a surprise kick from Kame Sanin that sent him tumbling into the sand. As Tang Xuanqing slowly rose, still bewildered, he began to comprehend that these were not clones. The punches he threw had entirely missed their mark, leaving only the possibility that these were afterimages, swift illusions designed to confuse. He attempted to sense Kame Sanin's energy, but struggled to pinpoint it due to the rapid movements. Soon, Kame Sanin's afterimages multiplied beyond the standard afterimage fist, evolving into a multi-afterimage technique. Tang Xuanqing found himself in a particularly passive situation, unable to locate Kame Sanin's true form amidst the increasing number of afterimages, complicating matters further. He then crossed his hands, concentrating energy within his palms, and pushed outward in opposite directions, unleashing a powerful gust of energy to repel his opponent. However, it evidently had no substantial effect on Kame Sanin. Suddenly surrounded by numerous afterimages, he was struck by several punches, feeling as though he had been assaulted by 7 or 8 individuals, resulting in him being sent flying into the sand. This passive ordeal lasted for at least 10 days or more before he discovered a method to identify the true form amidst the myriad of afterimages. Although his combat power did not see a further increase during this time, his foundational skills and physical capabilities experienced significant enhancement, along with the acquisition of new techniques. Meanwhile, on another front, Piccolo had been training with Sun Wukong for some time. Sun Wukong gradually grew braver, no longer the timid child hiding behind adults. With his combat power stabilizing at 981, Piccolo continued to spar with his own doppelgangers, refining his strategies and meditating, achieving a baseline combat power of 1220. Krillin diligently devoted himself to training, surpassing a combat power of 1083, while Yamcha reached 1480 and Tien Shanhan achieved 1830, with Chaozu at 610. Essentially, everyone had reached the peak of their current capabilities. As the year approached, Tang Xuanqing's combat power remained at 4882, showing no progress. In the afterlife, Sun Wukong traversed Snake Way to reach King Kai's planet, where he entertained the king and learned the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb techniques. After training intensively under King Kai's guidance, his combat power escalated from 1155 to 5000, aided by the tenfold gravity of King Kai's planet, which made movement arduous. Though Wukong adapted swiftly to the new environment with the King's mentorship. Chapter 12. The arrival of two Scions at this moment. Two circular spaceships soared through the cosmos at remarkable speed, headed for Earth, none other than Raditz' companions, Nappa and Vegeta. Tang Xianxin had already sensed two formidable auras approaching Earth at an alarming speed. The combat power of Nappa was 4,000, while his own was merely 800 points higher, and Vegeta's was an impressive 18,000. The disparity in strength posed a significant challenge, leaving him with the hope that the Earth defenders would swiftly summon the Shenlong to bring Sun Wukong back. It was estimated that Wukong had likely mastered the Kaioken and Kamehameha techniques by now, and they just needed to buy some time until his return. Shortly thereafter, two spherical spaceships pierced through the Earth's atmosphere and descended into a city, attracting the curiosity of many humans who gazed in awe at these peculiar vessels. As the hatch slowly opened, a bald man and a tall man with fiery black hair emerged, instantly drawing the attention of the surrounding crowd, who began snapping photos with their phones. The bald man, clad in the distinctive armor of Planet Vegeta and equipped with a device to measure combat power on his left eye, was Nappa, one of the invading Scions. The tall man, dressed in a white battle suit adorned with shoulder pads and blue sleeves, donned white gloves and boots. With the emblem of Planet Vegeta etched on his chest, was Vegeta, the Prince of Planet Vegeta, and another invader. Nappa, irritated by the crowd, extended his right hand, joining his index and middle fingers while curling the other three into a fist. He concentrated his energy and unleashed a devastating blast that obliterated a vast area, instantly reducing a city to rubble. Tang Xianxin and the Earth defenders soon arrived at the battlefield. Nappa, glancing at his scouter, registered readings from a minimum of 0 to a maximum of 1840, chuckling at the paltry combat powers he encountered, baffled as to how Raditz had met his demise. Tang Xianxin had concealed his aura, hence the lowest reading belonged to him. He intended to catch Nappa off guard and eliminate him before dealing with Vegeta. Nappa produced 4 beans, scattering them on the ground, which soon sprouted into 4 Cybermen, each boasting a combat power of 1200. They confronted Krillin, Yamcha, Chaozu, and Tien Shinhan, while Nappa sauntered towards the remaining trio. As Nappa prepared to strike Gohan with his massive fist, Tang Xianxin swiftly intervened, blocking the blow with his hand, causing the ground to tremble and crack. Both Nappa and Vegeta were taken aback. How could someone with a supposed power level of 0 react so quickly and withstand the attack? Tang Xianxin calmly addressed Piccolo and Gohan, instructing them to assist Krillin. While he took on Nappa, Piccolo and Gohan nodded and rushed to their respective battles. Enraged, Nappa could hardly believe someone dared to disregard him. In a flash, Tang Xianxin delivered a powerful right punch to Nappa's abdomen, causing him to stagger back, clutching his stomach. Although his armor remained intact, the damage felt as though it had penetrated directly to his body. Furious and bursting with rage, Nappa charged at him, raising his massive right hand into a fist and striking Tang Xianxin squarely in the chest. The ground behind him cracked, and a gust of wind followed, seemingly siphoning some of Nappa's strength away. Tang Xianxin slowly remarked, "Are you finished? Now it's my turn." Nappa was momentarily bewildered by the turn of events. But Vegeta quickly grasped the situation. This individual had been concealing his true power all along, which remained unquantifiable. Tang Xianxun placed his left hand on Na Ba's right fist and gently pushed it aside, following up with a fierce uppercut that struck Na Ba's chin, rendering him momentarily dazed. He then executed a side kick, sending Na Ba crashing into the mountainside. Meanwhile, on another front, Krillin was engaged with a Cyberman, which possessed a combat power exceeding his by 200. However, Krillin had yet to unleash his full potential, unwilling to concede. With the arrival of Piccolo and Gohan, they combined their efforts to eliminate one Cyberman, while Yamcha began to gain the upper hand. Yet, in a twist of fate, Yamcha was caught off guard and embraced by a Cyberman, which self-destructed, leaving Yamcha incapacitated in a crater. The Earth defenders were stunned. How could Yamcha, with a combat power of 1480, be defeated by a creature with an inferior power level? Nevertheless, it was possible to resurrect him using the Dragon Balls. Tien Shinhan quickly dispatched his Cybermen and assisted Chaozu with his own adversary. At this juncture, apart from the fallen Yamcha, 5 Earth defenders remained. While only Na Ba and Vegeta stood against them, both possessing extraordinarily high combat power. In a sudden outburst, Na Ba charged out from behind a rocky outcrop, furious. Much like in the original story, he lost his composure upon sustaining damage from a stronger attack. Vegeta, impatient, remarked, "Na Ba, when did you become so weak that you can't even handle these mere insects?" Startled, Na Ba dared not provoke Vegeta further. "Give me a moment, and I shall eliminate them," he replied, bowing respectfully. Tang Xianxun understood that further delay could be detrimental, and he unleashed his energy, causing the surrounding dust to swirl and the ground to crack beneath him. His muscles swelled slightly as his height increased from 187 meters to 195 meters, and his energy stabilized at 50. Vegeta's scouter emitted a persistent beeping sound, drawing his attention to Tang Xianxun, who was the target. Na Ba's scouter registered increasing numbers, climbing from 0 to 7323, surpassing Na Ba's own power by over 3,000. Cold sweat trickled down his brow, realizing that fleeing would invite Vegeta's wrath, and staying would lead to certain death. Krillin, Piccolo, and the others felt a glimmer of hope, ignorant of Vegeta's overwhelming power of 18,000, which Tang Xianxun could not contend with. Through telepathy, Tang Xianxun informed Piccolo that he could handle one of the two opponents, but the other was beyond his capabilities due to their vastly superior power. He urged them to summon the Shenlong immediately to revive Sun Wukong for a fighting chance. Piccolo relayed this message to the group, who were initially incredulous but ultimately decided that Tien Shinhan and Chaozu would remain to assist Tang Xianxun, while Piccolo and Gohan sought out the Shenlong. Chapter 13. 2 battlefields. Tang Xianxun surged forward, executing a swift maneuver to appear behind Na Ba, delivering a powerful elbow strike to his back and following up with a kick that drove him into the ground. As the dust settled, Na Ba struggled to rise. Immobilized by Chaozu's psychic control, Tien Shinhan unleashed his multi-form technique, splitting into 3 clones, each with a quarter of his original strength, encircling Na Ba from the north, south, east, and west. He raised his right hand and released a kikaho, shooting a beam of yellow light directly at Na Ba. Krillin, not to be outdone, utilized Master Roshi's signature technique, the Kamehameha, with his hands forming a flower blossom shape behind his waist. He gradually gathered energy until it coalesced into a brilliant blue energy sphere, launching a powerful blue wave toward Na Ba. Na Ba was unable to evade, struck simultaneously by 5 energy waves. Although their combat strength was inferior to his, the simultaneous assault proved to be quite vexing. Once the dust settled, he found himself unscathed. Meanwhile, to the side, Sun Wukong and Baiku had positioned themselves, summoning the Shenlong from the Dragon Balls. Instantly, the heavens and earth shifted in hue, and Vegeta recalled the wish-granting Shenlong mentioned by Raditz previously. As Vegeta contemplated rushing forward to intervene, Tang Xianxun suddenly stood in his path, resolutely preventing his advance. For the original storyline had already undergone significant alteration. Although some events remained unchanged, the impact was nonetheless substantial. Vegeta, indifferent to Tang Xianxun, raised his hand and unleashed an energy wave. Tang Xianxun countered, deflecting the attack and closing the distance with a flurry of punches that struck Vegeta's body. Despite being clad in the armor of Vegeta Planet, he could not withstand the force of the assault. While the armor remained intact, the damage penetrated deeply, injuring his flesh. After enduring several strikes, Blood trickled from the corner of Vegeta's mouth. This opponent, whose power peaked at over 7,000, should not have been able to harm him. A warrior with a strength of 18,000. This was utterly illogical. Enraged, Vegeta unleashed a burst of energy that obliterated his surroundings, expanding in a circular wave that enveloped Tang Xianxun and the others, including his teammate Na Ba. In the distance, Baiku and Sun Wukong noticed the devastation, their energies suddenly diminishing significantly. Baiku urgently addressed the Shun Long, requesting the resurrection of Sun Wukong. The colossal green dragon gestured an okay with its foreclaw, its crimson eyes flickering before it vanished, while the 7 Dragon Balls scattered across the sky. Concurrently, in the afterlife, Wukong sprinted down Snake Way at full speed, soon arriving at the back door of Yama's palace, where the fortune teller had been awaiting his return, ready to guide him back to the mortal realm. On the battlefield, all present had been struck by Vegeta's explosive wave, leaving them grievously injured and incapacitated. Only Tang Xianxun remained, feeling quite helpless. This technique was intended for when Vegeta was gravely wounded, yet he had deployed it prematurely, reminiscent of the earlier encounter with Raditz, where similar techniques had triggered ahead of schedule. Na Ba had also sustained injuries, his Vegeta planet armor shattered, leaving him with diminished defenses. Yet, he dared not voice his anger, acutely aware that if Vegeta desired to eliminate him, it would be a simple task. Tang Xuanxun's Turtle School martial arts uniform was nearly in tatters, his body marred with wounds and blood, his energy having receded to 4,882, barely allowing him to remain upright. Vegeta observed the dispersing storm clouds, realizing that the Shun Long's wish had been fulfilled, further fueling his rage. He resolved to torment those before him to the brink of despair. At that moment, Baiku and Sun Wukong returned to the battlefield, Baiku employing his clones to initiate healing, as the supply of Senza beans was limited and reserved for crucial moments. Gradually, everyone managed to rise, albeit not in peak condition, each at half strength and significantly weakened. Tang Xianxun inquired about the arrival time of Wukong. Baiku could not ascertain, only affirming that it should be soon, responding accordingly. Tang Xianxun declared that he would endeavor to stall Vegeta as much as possible, noting Na Ba's injuries and questioning whether the 5 of them could prevail, ultimately deciding to take the gamble and hold out until Wukong arrived. Baiku nodded, preparing alongside the other Earth defenders for battle. Disregarding his own injuries, Tang Xianxun unleashed his full energy, raising it to 100, causing his combat strength to surge to 9,764. His muscles expanded rapidly, heightening his stature to over 2 meters, determined to stall Vegeta at all costs. He charged at Vegeta, propelling him away from the battlefield to a more distant location. Na Ba felt a sense of relief, knowing that the only one capable of suppressing him had engaged Vegeta elsewhere, while the remaining fighters collectively lacked the strength to challenge him. Baiku and Klin simultaneously utilized their clone techniques, engaging in combat with him, while Jiaozi, Tianjin Fan, and Sun Wukong sought opportunities to strike. Na Ba soon broke free from the clones, seizing 2 of the originals and flinging them aside. Tianjin Fan attempted a sneak attack from behind, but was met with a counter, resulting in a broken arm and his body sent flying. Na Ba intended to eliminate him, but found himself immobilized once again, as Jiaozi used his powers to restrain him. Klin and Baiku erupted with all their might, Klin reaching a power level of 1,770, while Baiku soared to 3,500. Klin lifted his right hand, adopting a stance, gathering energy into his palm, compressing it into a razor-thin energy sphere that spun at high velocity, capable of slicing through any material. Baiku unleashed the Ma Guan Guang Sha Pao, his fingers pressed against his forehead to gather energy, this time requiring no lengthy accumulation, releasing it in a flash. Sun Wukong overlapped his hands above his head to gather energy, emitting irregular yellow lightning before releasing it. The trio of attacks, spiraling energy beams, circular razor-like blasts, and erratic lightning, all struck Na Ba simultaneously, instilling a sense of impending doom within him. The combined force of the 3 assaults collided with him, erupting in explosions. Once the dust settled, it became evident that Na Ba was grievously wounded, his body marked with injuries, veins bulging on his forehead in anger, feeling utterly helpless. The thought that a proud scion could be harmed by these miscreants further infuriated him, prompting a surge of energy that allowed him to break free from Jiaozi's control. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tang Xianxun remained at a disadvantage, largely on the defensive, occasionally counterattacking. Vegeta mocked him, declaring that he was merely average, his full power only exceeding 9,000. Tang Xianxin, uninterested in engaging in verbal sparring, focused solely on stalling for time and inflicting damage. As the energy expenditure at full capacity was rapid, he instantly executed the multi-phantom fist, moving at high speed to create numerous afterimages, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Vegeta, unable to discern which was the true form, recognized that these were merely illusions, with only one genuine body yet to be identified. All the afterimages surged toward him simultaneously, inflicting damage akin to being struck by several individuals at once, thereby continuously depleting Vegeta's energy. Vegeta, realizing the situation, resolved to unleash another explosive wave to force Tang Xuanqin's true self into the open. In response, Tang Xianxin unleashed the solar flare, emitting a blinding white light that briefly blinded Vegeta, then swiftly distanced himself, positioning his right hand at his waist, preparing to unleash an energy wave. As the energy sphere in his hand grew larger, it began to exhibit irregular, fluctuating lightning patterns, with 3 Tomo shapes visible at its center, continuously rotating and accumulating power. In that moment, Vegeta's vision cleared, and he saw Tang Xianxin preparing to launch an energy wave. He swiftly positioned himself to counter with his own energy wave. Standing firm, he began to rotate his waist, raising his hands to the sky in a claw-like posture, while his right hand rested upon his left, unleashing a purple energy aura. Tang Xianxin roared, "Furious Gatling." Vegeta also shouted, "Gallic Gun." As both warriors simultaneously proclaimed the names of their techniques, they unleashed their energy waves toward each other, resulting in a fierce clash of yellow and purple energy blasts. Initially, both seemed evenly matched, yet as time passed, the disparity in their inherent power and the strain of forcibly exhausting their energy began to tilt the balance. Tang Xianxin gradually found himself at a disadvantage, as the purple energy wave began to engulf the yellow one, pressing down on him bit by bit. Realizing the futility of continuing the clash, Tang Xianxin swiftly abandoned his position, executing a roll to evade the oncoming wave. However, he was left panting, having depleted a significant amount of energy during the exchange, and had long since exited his full power state, now barely at 20% of his capacity. Vegeta, sensing the moment, began to persuade him, "I admire you. You are far superior to that Naba. Join me, and I shall spare your life. Everything that has transpired can be forgotten." In response, Tang Xianxin extended his middle finger dismissively, scoffing, "What do you think you are? You dare lecture me?" This brief exchange, coupled with a single gesture, instantly ignited Vegeta's murderous intent, his power soaring to 18,000, causing the ground beneath them to fracture and debris to levitate around him. Tang Xianxin retrieved a Senzu bean from his pocket and consumed it, instantly restoring himself to full health, his power now surpassing his previous level, escalating from 4,882 to 6,102. It appeared that the injuries he sustained in battle had triggered a Scion ability that allowed for a surge in power upon near-death experiences. He adjusted his shoulder and cracked his neck, stating slowly, "Round 2 begins." Vegeta, filled with rage, declared, "I have already given you a second chance, now prepare to die." In an instant, both warriors unleashed their fury upon one another, resulting in a violent collision. Chapter 14, Son Goku vs. Naba. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Naba erupted with power, scattering the onlookers as he zeroed in on Tianjin Han, intent on eliminating him first. Suddenly, Chaozu leaped onto Naba's back, clutching him tightly. With a glance at Tianjin Han, he converted his life energy into ki, preparing to self-destruct in a bid to take Naba down with him. Tianjin Han, witnessing this, exclaimed, "Wait, Chaozu, there's another way, stop." Nevertheless, Chaozu proceeded with his self-destruct plan, resulting in a massive explosion that engulfed their location in thick black smoke. When the dust settled, Naba remained standing, now clad only in tattered pants, his body marred by numerous wounds and blood. It was astonishing that this warrior with a mere power level of 610 could inflict such damage upon himself through self-destruction. Tianjin Han, struggling to rise, employed the Shunkan Ito technique to float into the air, readying his ultimate attack to avenge Chaozu. He formed a hand gesture resembling a grasping motion, allowing him to pinpoint Naba's location, and with all his remaining energy, unleashed a ki blast that struck Naba squarely, sending him crashing to the ground, unable to rise. Tianjinhan then plummeted to the earth, his energy depleted and his arms severed, ultimately succumbing to his injuries. Now, only Krillin, Piccolo, and Son Gohan remained. Krillin, witnessing his former friends fall one by one, felt a surge of rage, determined to personally slay this scion. Naba, after a brief struggle, rose to his feet, his mind unraveling at the thought that mere earthlings had managed to injure him so severely. With a sudden sprint, he confronted Krillin, who barely had time to react. Recalling how Naba had previously wounded him with a disc-like attack, Naba landed a powerful punch to Krillin's abdomen, sending him flying into the sky. Following closely, Naba ascended, clasping his hands together and forming a fist, then struck down with tremendous force, causing Krillin to crash into the ground, creating a deep crater. With Krillin already weakened, he was now on the brink of collapse. As Naba raised his right hand to unleash a key wave, Piccolo intervened, disrupting his attack and saving Krillin's life. However, the gap in their power remained vast. Although Piccolo now possessed a power level of 500, he still fell short of matching Naba's. At this moment, Fortune Teller Babidi had successfully transported Son Goku back to Earth. Sensing two malevolent energies nearby, alongside a few faint signals from his companions, he felt compelled to act. After thanking Babidi, he unleashed his power and soared toward the source of the energy, moving at an incredible speed, surrounded by a white aura indicative of rapid flight. Naba, suddenly aware of a formidable presence approaching with astonishing speed, understood that reinforcements had arrived and resolved to eliminate the three in front of him quickly. He delivered a crushing blow that sent Piccolo flying, then began to radiate power, opening his mouth to conjure a yellow energy wave aimed directly at Son Gohan. Krillin, still gravely injured, could not intervene, and Son Gohan was paralyzed with fear at the sudden attack. In that critical moment, Piccolo stepped forward, sacrificing his body to shield Gohan from the lethal blast. He collapsed, battered and exhausted, his energy nearly extinguished. Son Gohan cried out, "Uncle Piccolo." Piccolo weakly replied, "Gohan, the time we spent together has been wonderful. Live on." With that, he drew his last breath. Far away, in the other world, the Supreme Kai began to fade. As they were intrinsically linked, the death of one meant the demise of the other, causing the Dragon Balls to turn to stone and become unusable. Overcome with grief and rage at Piccolo's loss, Son Gohan's power surged to 800. He charged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks, leaving Naba momentarily dazed. The fluctuations in Gohan's power level were erratic, rising and falling unpredictably. In a decisive move, Gohan combined his feet to deliver a powerful kick, then raised his hands above his head, overlapping them to gather energy, and unleashed a chaotic energy attack that was far more potent than before. Naba, unable to evade in time, was struck directly. Though the damage was not excruciating, it was undeniably irritating, gradually depleting his energy and stamina. After unleashing this attack, Gohan's power inexplicably plummeted back to 981. As the smoke cleared, Naba emerged, seizing Son Gohan by the collar and pummeling his abdomen repeatedly before flinging him away, sending him hurtling toward a rocky outcrop. At that moment, a figure clad in turtle school martial arts attire intervened, catching Gohan just in time. It was the late-arriving Son Goku. Goku surveyed the scene, noting the fallen Yamcha and Tianjinhan, the missing Chaozu, and the wounded Piccolo, realizing that nearly all of his friends had been slain, and even his son was on the brink of death. Goku cradled Gohan and brought him to Krillin, then turned back to Naba. "Did you kill them?" he inquired. Naba nonchalantly replied, "Indeed. Once I finish you off, those two will be next." In a flash, Goku delivered a powerful punch to Naba's abdomen, causing him to question his life choices as blood spilled from his mouth, forcing him to stagger back. Without hesitation, Goku maneuvered behind him and delivered a fierce elbow strike to the same spot where Tang Xianqian had previously struck, causing Naba's vertebrae to crack. As Naba attempted to retaliate, Goku kicked his leg, throwing him off balance, then followed up with a knee strike that propelled him skyward. Sun Wukong bellowed, "Kaioken," as he activated the technique. His aura transformed into a brilliant crimson hue, amplifying his strength, speed, and defensive capabilities manifold. He surged forward with astonishing velocity, delivering a devastating kick to Naba's abdomen, sending him crashing down. In a breathtaking instant, he repositioned himself beneath Naba, raising his right hand high into the air, seemingly to catch him as he descended. In reality, he exploited the momentum of Naba's fall, causing his cervical spine to shatter before carelessly tossing him to the ground. Subsequently, he deactivated the Kaioken state. Naba, weakened, uttered, "If you dare to kill me, Vegeta will not spare you. I am his loyal subordinate." How could Sun Wukong allow this fiend, who had taken the life of his friend, to escape? He gradually lifted his right hand, gathering a Kamehameha wave, and without further ado, struck Naba directly in the heart, obliterating the malevolent scion. In his final moments, Naba could scarcely believe that Sun Wukong had truly dared to end his life, his eyes wide open in disbelief. Unable to close them even in death, Sun Wukong sensed another battlefield. It must be where Tang Xuanqing and Vegeta were engaged. He swiftly took to the skies once more. Suddenly, a black one-star Dragon Ball appeared above Naba's lifeless form, slowly infusing dark energy into him, transforming Naba into a puppet before vanishing into the shadows. Chapter 15. The shifting battlefield. At this moment, even in peak condition, Tang Xuanqing found himself unable to contend with Vegeta, relegated to a state of continuous passive defense, as the disparity in their power was insurmountable. Furthermore, their battle experiences were worlds apart, with Vegeta's combat acumen vastly superior. "I cannot defeat you," Tang Xuanqing acknowledged, "but all I aim to do is delay you and sap your strength. My reinforcements will arrive shortly." Vegeta suddenly sensed a formidable energy approaching, and with Naba's energy now extinguished, it appeared that the fool had been dealt with, having fallen to those earthlings, an utter disgrace to the Scion race. Vegeta laughed heartily. "What approaches is merely a fighter with power akin to yours. Do you truly believe you can prevail? Unlike that imbecile Naba, I shall make you experience despair." "Ha ha ha," Tang Xuanqing retorted coldly. "Whether a mule or a horse, one must take it out for a walk to know its worth. You will undoubtedly be defeated." He then unleashed a surge of energy and charged toward Vegeta, who reciprocated the attack. The two clashed fiercely in the air, the sound of their blows resonating like thunder. Their fists collided and recoiled, each attempting to counter the other's strikes, creating a tumultuous spectacle. However, as time elapsed, both warriors began to exhaust their energies. Tang Xuanqing's primary objective was to deplete Vegeta's strength as much as possible before handing the battle over to Sun Wukong. Vegeta found the situation increasingly perplexing. Despite the vast difference in their combat powers, this lower-class warrior could trade blows with him. It was an affront to his pride as a superior fighter. Vegeta suddenly intensified his energy, raising it by 20, boosting his combat power to 21,600. The force behind his strikes grew heavier as he sought to overwhelm Tang Xuanqing with sheer might. Tang Xuanqing could only evade and defend, realizing that Vegeta's patience was wearing thin, leading to an accelerated depletion of his energy. It would not be long before Vegeta's power could no longer rise. Taking advantage of a momentary lapse, Vegeta delivered a powerful right hook to Tang Xuanqing's abdomen, sending him careening backward into the rocky terrain. Blood trickling from his mouth, a testament to the blow's tremendous force. Tang Xuanqing broke free from the rubble, roaring as his energy surged anew, his aura expanding dramatically as he raised it to 50, increasing his combat power to 9,153. His muscles swelled slightly, and his height rose to 195 meters. He charged once more at Vegeta, his hands imbued with energy to enhance his damage. In a swift maneuver, he vanished and reappeared above Vegeta, bringing his fists together in a hammer-like strike that impacted Vegeta's head, driving him into the ground. Following this, he unleashed an explosive burst of energy, transitioning into the stance for the Gallic gun, enveloped by a purple energy flame. Vegeta, momentarily dazed by the blow, regained his focus upon witnessing Tang Xuanqing's technique. This lower-class warrior had merely observed him use the Gallic gun once, yet had already mastered it. Such talent was terrifying. Just as Vegeta prepared to counter, Tang Xuanqing seized the opportunity, unleashing the Gallic gun, a wave of purple energy that shot forth like a cannon. At this distance, there was little chance for Vegeta to evade. It was almost point-blank. Vegeta was struck by his own signature technique, the Gallic gun, causing his armor to crack and show signs of fragmentation. The force of the energy wave slammed him into the ground, creating a massive crater. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, soaring through the sky, sensed the immense power unleashed, struggling to discern who held the advantage, as he could feel both fighters' energies rapidly declining. As Tang Xuanqing descended after his strike, he understood that this blow would not be sufficient to eliminate Vegeta. At best, it would serve to restrain him and potentially breach his defenses. observing the massive crater left by his Gallic gun, now shrouded in gray smoke. He could not ascertain Vegeta's condition, but sensed he had suffered minimal damage and was likely preparing for a counterattack, although the specifics eluded him. Suddenly, an energy wave erupted from the smoke, resembling fire, and Tang Xuanqing narrowly evaded it. Vegeta emerged from the mist, launching a powerful right hook that caught Tang Xuanqing off guard, striking him squarely on the left cheek and forcing him several steps back. The disparity in their strength was undeniable. Tang Xuanqing sensed that Sun Wukong's energy was drawing near. He just needed to stall a little longer. Vegeta, seizing the moment of Tang Xuanqing's distraction, extended his right hand, emitting an invisible beam that struck Tang Xuanqing, causing his body to involuntarily lift into the air before erupting in a conflagration of rose-colored flames. Although Tang Xuanqing raised an energy barrier to absorb the impact, he still sustained severe internal injuries from the attack, which targeted him from within. Vegeta marveled. You managed to withstand my vile fireworks. I underestimated you. Tang Xuanqing forced a smile. You are not as formidable as you believe. That could not kill me. What kind of superior warrior are you? Vegeta, though somewhat temperamental, possessed a greater tolerance than Nappa, yet it was still limited. Continuous taunts would inevitably provoke his wrath. In an explosive display of energy, Vegeta thundered. You will be reduced to cosmic dust, destroyer of galaxies. He concentrated a significant portion of his energy and released a Kamehameha wave directly at Tang Xuanqing, who suddenly vanished from sight. The attack struck nothing but air, depleting much of Vegeta's energy and igniting his fury. The monkey continued to evade death. Tang Xuanqing leaned against a boulder, panting heavily. The recent teleportation had drained much of his remaining energy. He could only strive to conceal his presence and prolong his survival until Sun Wukong arrived. Vegeta, consumed by impotent rage, began blasting energy spheres at the surrounding boulders, desperately trying to flush out the elusive monkey. For half an hour, he bombarded the area, yet no trace of Tang Xuanqing appeared. Tang Xuanqing, hiding behind a nearby rock, lamented internally, wondering why Sun Wukong was taking so long. He had already endured for an eternity, and if this continued, he would meet his demise. With only one senzu bean consumed, his energy now dwindled to below 10. He pondered how he could possibly hold on any longer. At this moment, a figure approached at high speed, and it was none other than Sun Wukong, returning from the planet of the King of Worlds. Tang Xuanqing was overjoyed. Wukong's arrival indicated that the troubles with Ba and his companions had been resolved, leaving only Vegeta to confront. Was it finally coming to an end? Chapter 16. Sun Wukong versus Vegeta. The two adversaries locked eyes in the sky, exuding the palpable tension of long-standing rivals. Sun Wukong spoke slowly. Are you Vegeta? It was your comrades who murdered my friends, wasn't it? Vegeta arrogantly replied. So what? I intend to kill all of you and conquer Earth. The two descended from the air, taking their positions atop a high and low rock, ready for battle. The fight erupted instantaneously, with each delivering powerful blows that echoed through the air, a cacophony of thunderous sounds generated by their fierce combat and incredible speed. They quickly distanced themselves. Sun Wukong unleashed a battle power of 8,000, causing Vegeta's scouter to emit a frantic beeping. In response, Vegeta swiftly removed and crushed it, deeming such measurements meaningless. He had already expended a considerable amount of energy and could only manage a maximum of 18,000 in his normal state, yet it remained formidable, thanks to a silent warrior who bore the brunt of the damage. Wukong erupted with energy, throwing a powerful punch that Vegeta effortlessly caught with his right hand. In a swift counter, Vegeta delivered a headbutt that forced Wukong back several steps. Vegeta then launched fiery energy waves at Wukong, two crimson blasts hurtling toward him. Wukong evaded, but Vegeta appeared behind him in an instant, trapping him in a chokehold and delivering relentless knee strikes to his back, while Wukong retaliated with an elbow strike. In a moment of stalemate, Wukong shouted, Kaioken. Instantly, his aura transformed into a vibrant red, amplifying his strength, speed, and defense several-fold. With a sudden burst of energy, he broke free from Vegeta's grasp, soaring into the sky before diving down rapidly and delivering a powerful kick that sent Vegeta crashing into the ground. Wukong then relinquished the Kaioken, aware that prolonged use would heavily tax his body. The unexpected surge of power bewildered Vegeta. Wukong had unleashed a fierce red aura, dramatically increasing his battle prowess and delivering a devastating blow that sent him spiraling down. Wukong charged again, activating the Kaioken once more. His right fist, imbued with extraordinary power, struck Vegeta's face, threatening to shatter his facial bones, sending him hurtling back into the rocks. Vegeta erupted furiously from the rubble. Having been humiliated and injured repeatedly since arriving on Earth, now intent on annihilating the planet, he charged at Wukong with explosive energy, landing a punch that knocked Wukong out of the Kaioken state, sending him careening backward. In that moment, Wukong realized that while the Kaioken appeared potent, it was ineffective against a sufficiently strong adversary who seized the initiative. Having used the Kaioken 3 times in succession, Wukong began to feel fatigued, as the technique imposed significant strain on his body, revealing its shortcomings. Vegeta, having discerned the flaws in Wukong's technique, aimed to seize the upper hand, rendering Wukong's skill futile. Wukong charged once more, but refrained from activating the Kaioken. Their fists collided with a resounding impact. Yet Wukong struggled against the disparity in their battle powers and the toll of the Kaioken. Vegeta pressed his advantage, landing blow after blow on Wukong, relentlessly suppressing him until the final strike sent Wukong crashing into the rocks, stirring up a cloud of dust. Vegeta proclaimed with pride, "A low-class warrior is merely a low-class warrior. The weaknesses of your Kaioken are glaring. It burdens your body and relies on seizing the initiative. Against someone of my strength, it becomes nearly ineffective. Ha ha ha. Kakarot, if you know what's good for you, you should serve me, and I may spare your life." From the shadows, Tang Xuanqing watched anxiously, yearning to assist despite his current condition. He realized that employing the Kaioken would exacerbate his situation. The damage was sufficient, but he needed to strike unexpectedly. Having observed Wukong's use of the Kaioken, he understood its principles and strategies, but with his present limitations, he had only one opportunity to act. Failure would mean his demise. Suddenly, Wukong activated the Kaioken again, bursting forth from the rocks. Struggling, he shouted, 2 times, Kaioken. With a speed that even Vegeta could scarcely perceive, he delivered a powerful knee strike that caused Vegeta to grimace in pain, blood spilling from his mouth as his chest armor shattered. Wukong then clasped his hands together, delivering a devastating blow to Vegeta's back, sending him plummeting. Wukong swiftly positioned himself beneath Vegeta, forming his hands into a blossom shape at his waist, gathering energy into a luminous sphere. Vegeta, severely injured and sensing the impending threat, hastily adopted the stance for his Gallic gun, raising his hands in a claw-like manner, his right hand resting on his left wrist, purple energy beginning to swirl around him. Wukong shouted, 2 times, Kamehameha. Vegeta echoed, Gallic gun. Both warriors unleashed their respective energies. A blue wave surged from Wukong, while a purple wave erupted from Vegeta. The two energies clashing with immense force, maintaining a state of equilibrium. With gritted teeth, Wukong exclaimed, 3 times. Instantly, the output of his Kamehameha intensified, gaining the upper hand against the Gallic gun. Vegeta, witnessing this shift, immediately poured forth more energy, restoring the balance in their struggle. Vegeta roared, I will not be defeated by a mere low-class warrior. Die, Kakarot. Wukong, disregarding the strain on his body, summoned every last ounce of strength to shout, For times, Kamehameha. His martial arts uniform, strained by his taut muscles, tore apart, revealing his crimson physique. The blue energy wave swelled to an enormous size, overwhelming the purple wave and engulfing Vegeta within its grasp, muffled screams echoing from the tumult. Vegeta's anguished cries resonated, as he was propelled into the sky, disappearing from sight. After unleashing this formidable attack, Wukong suffered the backlash of the fourfold Kaioken, his muscles aching and bones feeling as though they were crushed. Collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. From the shadows, Tang Xuanqing watched with fervent excitement, exhilarated by the intensity of their clash. Was this truly the conclusion? Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky, revealing a battered and broken Vegeta, his armor in tatters, shoulders shattered, and his aura significantly diminished. Chapter 17. The Evil Great Ape Vegeta and the Evil Great Ape Nappa. At this moment, Tang Xuanqing, concealed in the shadows, erupted with a surge of energy, shouting, Prepare to meet your demise, Vegeta. Kaioken. Vegeta, taken aback, had not anticipated that this young man could wield such a technique. Before he could react, a figure enveloped in a crimson aura lunged forward, delivering a devastating blow to his abdomen. The force of the strike penetrated through his back, propelling him backward. He flew through the air, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, marking the most humiliating moment of his life. After delivering that blow, Tang Xuanqing released the Kaioken state and took a moment to recuperate, realizing that he had indeed overexerted himself. The strain on his body was immense. Vegeta lay crumpled on the ground nearby, unable to muster the strength to resist. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him, and he slowly lifted his head in astonishment. "We're not alone, Naba. You're alive. This is splendid. Together, we can eradicate these pesky ants," Vegeta weakly proclaimed. However, the malevolent Naba did not respond. A dark, star-like orb atop his head began to emit a sinister energy, which swiftly enveloped the fallen Vegeta, eliciting a scream of anguish from him. "What is this? Naba, make it stop," Vegeta cried out in torment. The agonizing screams abruptly ceased, signifying that Vegeta had succumbed to the power of the Dark Dragon Ball. He gradually rose from the ground, his form momentarily radiating a purplish hue with glowing red eyes. Tang Xuanqing was astounded. This was reminiscent of the earlier encounter with Raditz. What madness was this? Would they transform again? In an instant, a blue energy sphere materialized in the hands of the malevolent Vegeta and was cast into the air, erupting in a blinding white light. Bathed in this luminescence, both Vegeta and Naba underwent a transformation, rapidly enlarging in stature, their fur thickening, and their faces morphing into that of gorillas, becoming two colossal great apes. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Xuanqing turned and rushed to Sun Wukong's side, hoisting him onto his shoulder, fleeing with urgency. The battle prowess of these two creatures had increased tenfold after their transformation, augmented further by the mysterious dark energy. In his current state, teetering between half and critically low health, staying would surely lead to his demise. Sun Wukong, in a weakened voice, inquired, "Isn't Naba dead? How could he be alive again? They seem to be under some malevolent control, incredibly powerful." Tang Xuanqing offered a wry smile. "This may be a consequence of my actions. They were not meant to transform like this. I cannot fully explain their current state, but it is evident they are under the influence of dark power, far beyond our capabilities at present. We must escape." After that, Wukong fell silent, recognizing that in their weakened states, they stood no chance against the two great apes and could easily be killed. The evil great apes unleashed beams of energy, indiscriminately ravaging the terrain, akin to mindless beasts bent on destruction. Suddenly, their path was obstructed by fallen rocks, evidently the result of the great ape's destructive beams. As the colossal creatures approached, Tang Xuanqing set Sun Wukong down and prepared for a final stand. "Wukong, what are you planning to do?" Sun Wukong asked, his voice weak. Tang Xuanqing turned. "Rest now. Wukong, if you can recover your strength, do so. I will distract them for a moment. If possible, I will attempt to sever their tails." With those words, he surged forth, the two great apes quickly honing in on his position. They unleashed energy waves toward him, and Tang Xuanqing narrowly evaded the onslaught. At that moment, Sun Wukong was surprised to see three figures appear beside him: Son Gohan, Krillin, and Yachirobe. Wukong, astonished, wondered why they had come to this place. Yachirobe hastily produced a Senzu bean and placed it in Wukong's mouth, instantly healing his injuries and restoring him to full strength, raising his combat power to 11,250, triggering the Scion's near-death revival ability once more. Wukong briefly explained the situation, and Krillin interjected, "We need to support Xuanqing. He's not at full power. Even if he were, he couldn't handle them alone and would likely be killed." Son Gohan nodded in agreement, while Yachirobe felt he had done his part and prepared to flee, handing Wukong another Senzu bean before departing. Wukong said, "Those two have a weakness in their tails. If possible, Krillin, can you use a Qianzhen to sever them? I will gather energy to launch a decisive attack." Krillin nodded, ready to spring into action when Wukong tossed him a Senzu bean, instructing him to give it to Tang Xuanqing when he saw him. As the young man was running low on energy, Wukong ascended slowly, raising his hands above his head, drawing energy from the earth and the universe, gradually condensing a small blue energy sphere. Yet, he realized it was insufficient and required more time. Meanwhile, Tang Xuanqing was struck by a super energy cannon, crashing into the rocks and sustaining severe injuries. Had it not been for the energy barrier providing temporary protection, he would have perished. Gazing ahead, he saw the two great apes advancing toward him. Pain coursed through his body, rendering him immobile. Suddenly, he spotted an artificial moon, triggering a visceral reaction within him. The primal, feral instincts surged, flooding his mind once again. In his current state, transforming into the rage-fueled great ape form would be uncontrollable. risking an explosion of power. Yet, he could not suppress the urge. His muscles began to swell, tearing through his turtle school GI, revealing bulging muscle beneath. His eyes flickered between black and gold, while his hair stood on end, and his aura shifted from white to gold. With a thunderous roar, the rocks exploded, and a figure burst forth. Tang Xuanqing could no longer contain himself. Although he was aware of his surroundings, he was powerless to control his strength. He charged at Naba, now in his great ape form, and to his astonishment, he pushed him back several meters. He then turned his attention to Vegeta, transformed into a great ape, and struck out with his right hand. However, unlike Naba, he was sent flying by Vegeta's counterattack, spinning through the air before finally regaining his balance. Struggling to restrain his newfound power, Tang Xuanqing, now lost to his primal instincts, was no different from a mindless beast. At that moment, Krillin and the others arrived just in time. Krillin was taken aback by Tang Xuanqing's transformation, having no idea he could change forms. Yet, he sensed the overwhelming and volatile energy emanating from him and promptly tossed a Senzu bean his way. Tang Xuanqing's left hand instinctively caught it, and he swiftly consumed it. In an instant, his injuries healed, and his energy was restored to its peak, granting him sufficient strength to control his current state. Though his aura remained turbulent, it was now manageable. Tang Xuanqing looked at Krillin and said, "Thank you, Krillin." Krillin replied calmly, "Let's deal with the two before us." In a flash, Tang Xuanqing unleashed his energy, his terrifying combat power soaring to 61,020. He strained to call out, "Kaioken." A crimson aura enveloped him, layered beneath a golden flame, amplifying his power, speed, attack, and defense, increasing his combat prowess by 8,000, bringing it to an astounding 69,020. Tang Xianqian sought to swiftly conclude the battle. Thus he boldly initiated the Kaioken. Coupled with the replenishing effect of the Senzu beans, he felt little concern regarding the strain of the technique. In an instant, he surged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches upon the giant ape, Naba, propelling him skyward. Each strike produced a sonic boom, sending Naba soaring hundreds of meters into the air. In a flash, Tang Xianqian ascended rapidly above him, executing a lethal downward kick that shattered Naba's cervical spine, piercing through his body. Subsequently, a ki blast severed his tail, causing him to gradually revert to human form during his descent, crashing to the ground as the enhancement from the Dark Dragon Balls dissipated. After delivering such a ferocious assault, Tang Xianqian found himself straining under the exertion. While the Kaioken was formidable, it required sufficient physical strength to endure its aftermath. Otherwise, like him, one could find themselves nearly depleted after a single sequence of attacks. Meanwhile, Krillin continued to evade and seek opportunities to attack the giant ape, Vegeta. Although the dark power augmented Vegeta's strength, it also rendered him irrational, leaving him primarily in a state of passive defense, suffering blows that were more annoying than damaging. In an instant, Tang Xianqian, resembling Goku, propelled himself forward at astonishing speed, his golden and crimson auras intertwining to form a blazing inferno. With remarkable swiftness, he cried out, "For times Kaioken." Instantly, the previously concealed crimson aura beneath the golden flames surged exponentially, enveloping the golden flames. Tang Xianqian transformed, taking on a deep crimson hue as his power, speed, attack potency, and defense magnified once more, amplifying his combat strength to an astounding 93,020. This would be his final blow, as he understood the repercussions of utilizing the fourfold increase, likely resulting in the shattering of his own bones. Even with the Senzu beans restoring him to full vitality, he was acutely aware of his physical limits. The fourfold increase was the utmost threshold he could withstand. In a flash, he collided forcefully with the giant ape, Vegeta, propelling him several meters backward. Krillin was astounded, having not anticipated that Tang Xianqian would employ the Kaioken, let alone at 4 times its power. Tang Xianqian could distinctly feel fractures forming in his bones. His body was nearing its breaking point. He then gathered energy into his right hand, slowly moving it to his waist, as a sphere of energy began to manifest, taking on an irregular lightning shape, accompanied by 3 spinning tomo. This would be his ultimate strike. Tang Xianqian roared, "Vegeta, taste my wrath. This final blow shall be your demise." Fury Kamehameha. He thrust his right hand forward, unleashing a colossal yellow shockwave, which was adorned with spiraling lightning, instantly engulfing the giant ape, Vegeta, while simultaneously obliterating the surrounding terrain. After executing this devastating attack, Tang Xianqian collapsed, utterly drained. Reverting from the state of rage, giant ape power, and the fourfold Kaioken. Now, he bore the burden of the aftermath, feeling as though all his bones had been pulverized. Devoid of any strength, Krillin gently descended before him, witnessing the massive ki wave he had unleashed, leaving behind a substantial residual impact, with no trace of the giant ape. Vegeta, he believed victory was at hand. However, a colossal figure slowly rose, revealing the giant ape, who had somehow survived. Krillin was left aghast, exclaiming in disbelief, "My goodness! How is he still alive? This creature possesses an indomitable spirit." Yet, the dark energy surrounding Vegeta had dissipated, indicating its defeat. Vegeta snarled, "You little brat. I shall tear you apart." At that moment, Vegeta was far from his previous self, even in his giant ape form. Achieving a combat power of 8,000 was commendable, yet his body was battered, and his armor had suffered significant damage. After enduring that tremendous blow, he was left in a state of half-life, not fully defeated, but severely weakened. Vegeta flung Tang Xianqian into the air, gripping him tightly, intent on crushing him, while the anguished cries echoed, "Aw!" In a desperate act, Tang Xianqian extended his hand, unleashing one final ki blast that struck Vegeta in one eye, igniting his fury. Vegeta tightened his grip, intent on extinguishing his life. Chapter 18. Spirit Bomb to the rescue. Krillin could only bombard Vegeta with ki blasts from below, though they were ineffective and caused no real harm. Vegeta growled menacingly, "Once I crush this brat, you shall be next, you bald-headed fool." At this moment, Vegeta remained oblivious to the impending doom, lost in the torment of Tang Xianqian. Each time this young warrior thwarted his plans, he seethed with rage, wishing to rend him into 1,000 pieces. Meanwhile, Son Goku had prepared the Spirit Bomb, which had grown to an enormous size, likely sufficient to obliterate Vegeta. With a decisive motion, he hurled it forth. Vegeta, noticing a shadow approaching, turned to find an immense blue energy sphere barreling towards him. Realizing he could not evade it, he hurled Tang Xianqian away, determined that if he were to perish, the boy would meet the same fate. In that instant, Son Goku realized Tang Xianqian was being tossed aside and had no time to halt the Spirit Bomb's trajectory. He thought to himself that as long as Tang Xianqian possessed the spirit of righteousness, he would be unharmed. Indeed, as predicted, Tang Xianqian passed through the Spirit Bomb, crashing to the ground, unconscious. Vegeta, in a frenzy, declared, "I am the mightiest, Prince of the Saiyans." Vegeta? Gallic Gun. Vegeta, still struggling, unleashed a surge of energy. Positioning his hands in the signature Gallic Gun stance, he lifted his arms overhead, forming claw-like shapes, and, with a fierce twist of his body, released a tremendous wave of purple energy toward the Spirit Bomb. However, his attack proved futile as the blue energy sphere began to engulf him. As the Gallic Gun faltered, the overwhelming energy of the Spirit Bomb consumed him, and anguished cries erupted from his lips. This technique was particularly devastating against those with malevolent energy. Vegeta howled in distress. Ah! Enduring this onslaught, he was propelled skyward, his giant ape visage contorting grotesquely. The impact sent him plummeting back to the earth, creating a massive crater, where the giant ape, Vegeta, lay seemingly lifeless. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, he rose once more. Even Son Goku was taken aback, while Krillin and Gohan nearly fainted at the sight. How could he still be alive after sustaining such damage? Had he activated some form of bloodlocking ability? As the giant ape, Vegeta, regained his footing, he glared at Son Goku, forcing out the words, "I will kill you, Kakarot." Just as he prepared to unleash his super energy wave, a rotund figure wielding a katana swiftly approached, executing a drawing technique that severed Vegeta's tail. Vegeta, astonished, turned to see his tail severed, causing his strength to wane as he gradually reverted to his original form. His energy diminished beyond recognition. Weak and vulnerable, he turned to face Yachirobe, who had dealt the blow. In a fit of rage, Vegeta charged forward, delivering a flurry of punches that left Yachirobe incapacitated on the ground. Desperate, Vegeta summoned a spaceship with a remote control, realizing that if he did not flee, he would perish. He planned to return once he had recovered and eliminate this bothersome group. Meanwhile, Naba, in a weakened state, pleaded, "Vegeta, save me. I am your loyal subordinate." As Vegeta beheld the scene, his eyes brightened with unexpected delight. He had not anticipated that Naba was still alive. Despite the severe injury to his cervical spine, which should have rendered him incapacitated, there was a way to prolong his existence until the arrival of the spaceship. Vegeta, dragging his injured body, approached and reached out to hoist Naba, proclaiming, "Naba, it is time for you to demonstrate your worth. I shall not forget you, my loyal subordinate." Naba, bewildered, suddenly recalled certain memories, his expression shifting to one of terror as he struggled to escape, fully aware of Vegeta's nature. With every ounce of strength, Vegeta hurled Naba into the sky, channeling his entire energy into a brilliant white energy wave directed at Naba's airborne form. Naba exclaimed in astonishment, "Vegeta!" But before he could utter another word, the white energy wave obliterated him into a cloud of dust, creating a diversion. Krillin cursed, "How despicable! You would even turn against your own comrade, you demon." Goku stood in stunned silence, aghast at Vegeta's willingness to sacrifice his ally for survival. Vegeta laughed maniacally, declaring, "As long as I can survive, all sacrifices are justified. I shall avenge Naba. Prepare yourselves." He vanished into the smoke, just as a round spaceship descended from the heavens. Vegeta swiftly entered the vessel and activated it, fleeing in haste. Krillin attempted to pursue with a Kienzan, but Goku restrained him, saying, "We'll deal with that scoundrel later. He will prove to be a formidable opponent, and I eagerly anticipate our next encounter." With Goku's words, Krillin ceased his pursuit and approached Tang Xuanqing, assisting him to his feet and carrying him on his back. The five of them awaited Bulma, who was en route to rescue them. For defenders of Earth had perished: Tianjinhan, Jiaozi, Yamcha, and Piccolo. With Piccolo's demise, the Earth Dragon had vanished, and those who had fallen could not be resurrected, plunging everyone into despair. Tang Xuanqing was promptly admitted to the hospital, swathed in bandages like a mummy, lying unconscious in bed. The others gathered at Kame House to devise a strategy, ultimately concluding that they must travel to Namek to summon the dragon there for resurrection. However, reaching Namek necessitated a spaceship. At that moment, Bulma recalled the two Scions who had previously invaded Earth. One was deceased, and their ship remained on Earth, which could be utilized for their journey. As this revelation unfolded, a breaking news segment on television reported on the mysterious round spaceship, illuminating the path forward for the group. Over the following days, they devised a plan to secretly transport the vessel, and with Bulma's ingenuity, they swiftly resolved the matter. They also remembered the ship that the Demon King Piccolo had used upon his arrival on Earth, planning to repair it with existing materials and create a similar blueprint. Subsequently, they chose the team to venture to Namek. Krillin, Son Gohan, Bulma, and Goku decided to wait for Tang Xuanqing to awaken before embarking, splitting into two groups. Chapter 19. The minions of the invaders. Just as Krillin, Son Gohan, and Bulma boarded the spaceship used by the Demon King Piccolo, a new crisis emerged on Earth. A mysterious spacecraft appeared above the planet, piloted by a man clad in Vegeta's planetary armor, whose appearance and skin mirrored that of Goku. He set his sights on Earth, intending to cultivate a spirit tree, consuming the fruit it bore to enhance his own power, thereby enabling him to conquer other planets and the cosmos. In merely a few days, Tang Xuanqing had healed from his injuries, and with the Scion's near-death revival ability, his combat power surged from 6102 to 7627. He donned the familiar Kame-style martial arts uniform and embarked on a new training regimen. During this time, Bulma's parents, using the invader's ship and the one used by the Demon King Piccolo as blueprints, constructed a vessel capable of flight and internal training, preparing it for Goku and Tang Xuanqing's journey to Namek. In these days, Goku engaged in rigorous gravity training within the ship, gradually increasing his physical prowess. His Kaioken multiplier reached tenfold, enhancing his combat power to 36,000, and he triggered the Scion near-death revival buff 10 times. After Tang Xuanqing recovered, he entered the training chamber 6 times. Initially struggling to adapt to the gravity, he gradually acclimated, achieving a Kaioken multiplier of 10. His baseline ability allowed him to withstand 4 times the gravity, later increasing to 10 times, elevating his combat power from 7627 to 16779. During this period, he discovered that he could enter his Oozru state without the need for an artificial moon, a promising revelation that would multiply his power tenfold. Amidst this, news reports surfaced, indicating the emergence of a mysterious tree across the nation, each of immense size. The mental state of Earth's inhabitants deteriorated, and the land's oases and seas began to shrink. Upon learning of this, Goku and Tang Xuanqing felt a sense of unease and promptly set out to investigate. They discovered that these trees were siphoning energy from the planet. Additionally, they sensed several powerful and malevolent presences nearby. Aside from themselves, there should not have been any other formidable beings on Earth. With this uncertainty in mind, they decided to act independently. As Tang Xuanqing ventured eastward, he encountered a peculiar individual clad in red, wearing Vegeta's armor and sporting a small braid. With a red scanner over his left eye, the energy he emitted registered at 9,100. Beside him was a short figure with two heads, also in Vegeta's armor, equipped with a green scanner over his left eye, suggesting that he was a fused being, with a power level of 7,600. The two soon sensed Tang Xuanqing's presence. Turning to see him, initially mistaking him for a human, they quickly recognized his tail and realized he was a scion. Though they were unaware that he was not an ordinary scion, but an ancient one. Tang Xuanqing inquired, "Who are you? And why are you planting these strange plants on Earth?" The red-skinned alien replied nonchalantly, "I am Amundo, and this is Lai's Helicase. We are cultivating spirit trees, and once they drain a planet's energy, they bear fruit. Our boss, Darius, has become more powerful, and I see you have potential. Will you not bow to us?" Upon hearing of the Earth's impending depletion, Tang Xuanqing's countenance darkened, and his power began to surge. The scanners of the two aliens began to blare, then abruptly exploded. Tang Xuanqing coldly stated, "No need for that. I will personally greet your boss. You shall remain here forever." Amundo and Lai's Helicase were taken aback. Realizing that the destruction of their scanners indicated Tang Xuanqing's power exceeded 10,000, and sensing his ominous tone, they resolved to escape and inform their leader Darius of the encounter. In an explosive rush, Tang Xuanqing charged at Amundo, delivering a powerful right punch that sent him reeling, then swiftly kicked Lai's Helicase away. Aware that escape was futile, Amundo and Lai's Helicase prepared for a desperate fight, hoping to create enough commotion to attract Darius's attention for rescue. Amundo lunged forward, unleashing a flurry of frantic attacks, all of which Tang Xuanqing effortlessly evaded, countering with a devastating blow to Amundo's abdomen that sent him flying backward. Tang Xianqian turned to gaze at Lei Zilakaze, the diminutive figure before him. To his astonishment, this individual suddenly split into two, each possessing a combat power of 3,800, albeit diminished in strength. This maneuver seemed rather futile, rendering them easier to defeat. Lei Zilakaze was a twin, capable of separating and then reuniting. One was named Lei Ji, and the other, La Case. They swiftly conjured energy spheres, relentlessly launching them towards Tang Xianqian. Upon impact, the energy spheres enveloped him in a thick cloud of smoke, yet he remained unscathed, adhering to the principle that smoke without harm yields no injury. Just as the brothers believed they had vanquished their foe, a shadow darted behind them, delivering a punch and a kick that sent them flying. In an instant, it rushed towards Amundo, landing a powerful blow to his jaw, leaving the three disoriented. Regaining their composure in midair, Lei Ji and La Case spotted their adversary at Amundo's location and contemplated fleeing. However, Tang Xianqian was not as warlike as Sun Wukong. He had merely toyed with them, and now he intended to hunt. It was imperative to eliminate the enemy before they could fully gather intelligence. In a swift motion, he appeared behind them, gripping Lei Ji and La Case by the necks, gradually tightening his hold until their breathing became labored, their eyes wide with panic, before casting them aside. Tang Xianqian then proclaimed, "Kamehameha Wave." He positioned his hands in a flower blossom shape at his waist, gathering energy into a luminous sphere, which he unleashed with vigor. The blue energy wave engulfed the twin brothers, reducing them to ashes. Amundo, witnessing the destruction of Lei Ji and La Case, was seized by terror, turning to flee with all his might. Yet, Tang Xianqian would not permit his escape. With a cold smirk, he appeared directly in front of him, delivering a powerful punch to Amundo's chest, sending him several meters away. With a flick of his finger, he emitted an invisible beam that compressed Amundo instantaneously before exploding from within, dissipating him into the ether. Tang Xianqian reflected, "How ironic it is that I now wield Vegeta's technique. Last time, I was the one struck by it." He then unleashed a beam of energy, obliterating the spiritual trees they had planted, retaining a fragment for potential research. Meanwhile, in the western region, Sun Wukong encountered two extraterrestrial beings. One bore a striking resemblance to a human, clad in a battle uniform from planet Vegeta, with a purple scanner affixed to his left eye. This was Dai Zi. possessing a combat power of 8,400. Beside him stood a crimson figure, half-machine and similarly adorned in a battle suit from planet Vegeta, equipped with a purple scanner. This was Kakao, boasting a combat power of 13,000, only 5,000 less than the Vegeta who first arrived on Earth. However, times had changed. Sun Wukong's combat power had surpassed that of Vegeta, reaching 36,000. Upon seeing Sun Wukong, the two immediately felt a surge of confidence, oblivious to the hidden strength he possessed. The scanner merely indicated 2,500, leading them to believe they could easily overpower him, and they charged at Sun Wukong without hesitation. Daisy lunged forward, throwing a punch at Sun Wukong, only to have it effortlessly dodged, leaving him bewildered. How could someone with a combat power of merely 2,500 evade him? Subsequently, Sun Wukong retaliated with a heavy blow to Daisy's abdomen, nearly causing him to expel his insides, prompting him to question his own life choices. Daisy gazed up in shock, stammering, "You're concealing your true power. You're definitely not just 2,500. Sun Wukong, equally perplexed, noted that Daisy had charged at him without warning, attacking first, yet now accused him of hiding his strength. Daisy quickly retreated to Kakao's side, cautioning, "Be careful. This guy's power is beyond 2,500. Kakao nodded in agreement, both warriors adopting a more cautious stance. Sun Wukong, having prepared himself, was ready for battle. Daisy and Kakao surged forward, their synergy as teammates evident in their coordinated assault. Sun Wukong deftly evaded their attacks, seeking the opportune moment to counter. In a swift motion, he positioned himself behind Daisy, clasped his hands together to form a hammer, and struck him at the back of the head, sending him crashing down. He then turned his attention to Kakao, charging forward with a relentless barrage of punches. Despite Kakao's combat power of 13,000, he could only defend passively against Sun Wukong's overwhelming strength of 36,000. Kakao's defenses faltered, and Sun Wukong landed a decisive punch to his chest, breaking through his guard and causing him to cough up blood. At that moment, Daisy re-emerged from behind, launching an energy sphere at Sun Wukong's head, which he narrowly avoided. Enraged by the cowardice, Sun Wukong unleashed his full power, charging at Daisy and concentrating his strength in his left hand, delivering a punch that briefly manifested the image of a giant ape behind him. Daisy, paralyzed by fear, was pierced through by Sun Wukong, leaving a gaping hole in his chest as Sun Wukong passed through him. Daisy trembled, uttering, "If you dare kill me, Dales will not spare you." Sun Wukong, hands forming a flower blossom shape, gathered energy in an instant and unleashed a blue energy wave, obliterating Daisy completely, before turning his gaze towards his remaining foe. Kakao, aware of his inevitable demise, prepared for a final stand, channeling all his energy. His muscles swelling as he transformed into a colossal figure over 2 meters tall, his combat power surging to 26,000, reaching the 100 stage of energy. Sun Wukong smirked, calling out, "Kaioken." Instantly, his aura shifted from white to red, amplifying his strength, speed, attack, and defense, with his combat power rising by 800 to a staggering 44,000. Kakao charged in with a powerful right punch, but it met only air as Sun Wukong had already evaded his position. In a flash, he appeared behind Kakao, seizing his shoulder and hurling him into the air. Sun Wukong then unleashed a flurry of strikes, each one landing with precision, leaving Kakao utterly overwhelmed by the disparity in their powers. Kakao attempted to break free from the onslaught, but was continuously thwarted, ultimately lacking the strength to continue. As he prepared to activate the distress signal on his scanner, Sun Wukong materialized, seizing his left hand and snapping it with ease before delivering a kick that sent him sprawling. Raising his right hand, he conjured an energy sphere, unleashing a yellow energy wave that consumed Kakao, eradicating him completely. He then proceeded to destroy the remaining spiritual trees, aware that while this would only delay the depletion of Earth's energy, the problem must be addressed at its source. Meanwhile, perched atop a towering tree stood Dales, garbed in a battle uniform reminiscent of Kakaluote. Dales sensed the diminishing energy absorption from the spiritual trees and wondered if something had gone awry with his companions. Furthermore, he sensed the disappearance of several of their auras, while two powerful energies were unmistakably present in the vicinity. Dales reflected to himself, "It is indeed rare to encounter two such formidable individuals on this planet." He beckoned for them to approach promptly. In an instant, a powerful aura erupted from him, and at that moment, Sun Wukong and Tang Xuanqing sensed an exceptionally strong energy emanating from a specific location, hastening towards Dale's position. Chapter 20, Tang Xuanqing vs. Dale's. Tang Xuanqing and Sun Wukong swiftly arrived at the base of a gigantic spiritual tree, where they beheld a figure clad in a Vegeta-style battle suit. Possessing an appearance strikingly similar to Sun Wukong, his battle power measured at 23,000. Dale slowly turned around and remarked, "You have finally arrived." Upon seeing his face, Sun Wukong was momentarily stunned, recognizing the uncanny resemblance, while Tang Xuanqing remained unfazed, already familiar with Dale's appearance from his prior research, which indicated that lower-tier warriors bore similar traits. Though that was not entirely accurate, Dale's proposed, "You two are quite powerful. Would you care to serve under me? Once we conquer the universe, I shall grant you half of the galaxy as a reward." Tang Xuanqing raised his right hand, launching an energy blast that grazed Dale's cheek and struck the tree behind him. A clear demonstration of his stance. Observing the obstinacy of the two, Dale ceased his persuasion, his anger surging as he charged towards them. Sun Wukong and Tang Xuanqing mirrored his advance, and in an instant, the three collided before quickly retreating. Dales realized that without consuming the fruit of the spiritual tree, he could defeat one of them, as the other's battle power had exceeded 30,000. He then produced a red fruit adorned with sharp spikes. Just as he was about to take a bite, he heard a voice declare, "Triple Kaioken." A figure, radiating a red aura, charged at him, delivering a punch to his abdomen that sent him crashing into the tree, the fruit falling from his grasp. The assailant was none other than Tang Xuanqing, whose battle power of 16,449 surged to 40,779 with the Kaioken technique, easily surpassing Dale's 23,000. This initial strike was sufficient to repel him, yet it was only effective as a surprise attack due to the inherent vulnerabilities of the Kaioken. Tang Xuanqing could not bear to watch Dales consume the power-enhancing fruit. Allowing that would be foolish. He was determined to eliminate him swiftly, seizing the fruit to prevent Dales from augmenting his power, as 23,000, even at full capacity, would only reach 46,000. However, such a peak could not be sustained for long, and he could not swiftly eradicate them. Dales emerged from the tree, his gaze fierce as he glared at Tang Xuanqing, furious that this unscrupulous youth had ambushed him and stolen his spiritual tree fruit. Although he did not necessarily need it, the affront incited his ire. Tang Xuanqing disdainfully retorted, "Not satisfied? Then go ahead and eat another one, fool." He then proceeded to devour the very fruit he had just snatched, a surge of power flooding his being, his muscles expanding and his aura intensifying. His battle power skyrocketed to 3,016,449, albeit temporarily, as it would eventually wane, leaving a slight enhancement. Dales observed in rage as Tang Xuanqing taunted him by consuming his spiritual tree fruit. Enraged, he erupted with energy, his muscles bulging as he ascended to a battle power of 46,000, charging towards Tang Xuanqing. Tang Xuanqing delivered a powerful right hook that sent Dales reeling back into the tree, questioning if this was the extent of his 300,000 battle power. Though not permanent and merely a temporary boost, it was sufficient for the moment. Sun Wukong stood in awe, genuinely sensing the 300,000 battle power radiating from Tang Xuanqing. Such potent energy from a mere fruit was astonishing. Tang Xuanqing, not willing to grant even a moment's respite, surged forward, delivering a knee strike to Dale's abdomen, followed by a flurry of punches, as if he were the villain in this scenario. Dales, seething with fury, exclaimed, "You will regret this, boy. Once I consume the spiritual fruit, it will be your end." Before he could finish, he was struck again, not allowing him any opportunity to counter. Though not a paragon of virtue, Tang Xuanqing sought to maintain control of the situation, eager to conclude this battle swiftly. Suddenly, a punch was caught, indicating Dales had indeed consumed a fruit, otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to block. Dales chuckled, "You are finished, boy. I have consumed the fruit, and now your demise is imminent." Tang Xuanqing shouted, "Fivefold Kaioken." Instantly, a red aura enveloped him once more, amplifying his strength, speed, attack, and defense. He unleashed a formidable punch, striking Dales once again. Dales was bewildered. Despite having consumed the fruit and boosting his battle power to 300,000, why was he still being suppressed? He could not fathom the reason. Tang Xuanqing seized Dale's left leg and swung him away. His aura exploding as he ascended to the 100 stage, resembling a Super Saiyan in its third form, his muscles bulging and height exceeding 2 meters. His battle power surged to 6,032, 898, further amplified by the Kaioken effect, reaching 6,072, 898. His right hand moved to his waist, forming a pushing gesture as energy coalesced in his palm. The energy orb grew larger, pulsating with irregular lightning, 3 Tomo symbols emerging at its center. Tang Xuanqing roared. Violent Gatling. He thrust his right hand forward, unleashing a colossal yellow shockwave, surrounded by spiraling lightning, aimed directly at Dales. Just as Dales began to react, he was engulfed by the attack, obliterating even the spiritual tree behind him. After delivering this blow, Tang Xuanqing collapsed to the ground, his energy rapidly depleting. His muscles reverting to their original state, his height returning to normal. His battle power plummeted from 600,000 to 20,000, having initially been 16,779. With an increase of 3,221, indicating the fruit's effect was indeed significant. Sun Wukong inquired, Xuanqing, are you all right? Tang Xuanqing smiled wryly, shaking his head. He struggled to lift his arms, realizing that his attack had likely not eradicated Dales, who had consumed another spiritual tree fruit upon being struck. Suddenly, Dales appeared in midair. His Vegeta battle suit now tattered, yet his energy remained undiminished, perhaps even stronger, as he looked down upon them with disdain. Dales charged forward, delivering a kick that sent Sun Wukong staggering back. Then, gathering a powerful energy sphere in his right hand, he targeted Tang Xuanqing, unleashing a pale purple energy wave that engulfed him, propelling him through the air until he crashed to the ground, unconscious. Chapter 21. Tenfold Kaioken, Sun Wukong vs. Dales. After being kicked back, Sun Wukong quickly regained his footing. Dales queried, "What is your choice?" Sun Wukong responded coolly, "I will never aid you in your tyranny. Prepare to meet your end, Dales." In a moment of fury, he charged towards Dali Si, unleashing a powerful right punch, which was effortlessly caught by Dali Si. Now empowered by the spirit tree's fruit, Dali Si boasted a combat strength of 300,000, while Wukong's was merely 36,000, a staggering disparity. Dali Si ominously remarked, "What a pity it is to have to kill a fellow clansman." He then forcefully yanked Wukong closer and delivered a vicious knee strike to his abdomen, followed by a ki blast that sent him hurtling away. Wukong shouted, 5 times, Kaioken. Instantly, his body was enveloped in a crimson aura, his skin gradually taking on a reddish hue. His strength, speed, attack power, and defense surged, propelling his combat power to 76,000. He then lunged at Dali Si, executing a surprise attack that landed squarely in his abdomen, propelling him skyward. With explosive energy, Wukong swiftly ascended above him, clasping his hands together to form a hammer and striking Dali Si's back, hastening his descent to the ground. Dali Si, momentarily stunned by the impact, was caught off guard and quickly consumed another spirit tree fruit. Wukong dove downwards, delivering punch after punch in a circular motion, each blow inflicting greater damage than the last. Finally, he landed swiftly, his hands forming a blossom shape at his waist, gathering energy into a glowing sphere, which he forcefully propelled towards the plummeting Dali Si. Wukong cried out, Kamehameha, unleashing a blue energy wave that engulfed Dali Si, accompanied by his anguished screams. Dali Si wailed in agony. Ah! Wukong gritted his teeth and shouted, 10 times, Kaioken. His crimson aura intensified, his blood boiling, and his power skyrocketed from 46,000 to 126,000 in a brief moment, albeit with significant repercussions for his body to follow. Wukong surged forward, relentlessly attacking Dali Si, who was severely injured and disoriented, unable to react or consume any fruits. Wukong landed a devastating punch to Dali Si's chest, fracturing his ribcage and causing blood to spew forth. The once formidable Vegeta armor shattered, leaving him in tatters as he was sent flying several meters, his head grazing the ground. Dali Si struggled to rise, his body trembling, a sense of dread washing over him as he sensed the threat of death. Yet, as one destined to surpass Frieza, fear was not an option. Wukong, seizing the advantage, charged at Dali Si like an extreme warrior. Just as Dali Si grasped the spirit tree fruit, Wukong was upon him, seizing his left hand and crushing it, causing the fruit to tumble to the ground, leaving Dali Si in utter despair. Wukong followed up with a knee strike, incapacitating him completely. "Spare me. I will remove the spirit trees and leave Earth. Grant me a chance to survive," Dali Si pleaded. Wukong, believing him, exited the tenfold Kaioken state and turned to check on Tang Xuanqing's condition. Suddenly, a pale purple beam pierced through Wukong's left shoulder. As he turned, he unleashed a ki blast towards Dali Si's position. Dali Si, having teleported to the sky, consumed the spirit tree fruit in the moment Wukong turned. Now boasting a combat power of 300,000. Wukong cursed, "Despicable. Untrustworthy. I will not let you escape, Dali Si." He unleashed a surge of energy, activating the tenfold Kaioken once more, his aura turning a deeper red, blood coursing rapidly through his veins, his skin glowing with a fiery hue. Dali Si sneered, "You are no longer my match. With the spirit tree fruit, my power has reached 300,000, while you are but a mere 100,000, an ant against a chariot." Wukong charged at Dali Si, and they collided, exchanging blows, each one easily blocked by the other, neither gaining the upper hand. However, as time passed, the strain of the Kaioken would soon overwhelm Wukong's body, while the effects of the spirit tree fruit on Dali Si would linger. Dali Si struck first, landing a punch to Wukong's face and sending him staggering back. This blow forced Wukong to cancel the tenfold Kaioken, as any attack from a stronger opponent would automatically revert him to his base state, a significant drawback. Dali Si perceived the flaw in Wukong's technique, realizing its limitations. Wukong activated the Kaioken once more and lunged at Dali Si, landing a punch to his face. Dali Si seized Wukong's shoulders and executed a powerful knee strike to his abdomen, forcing Wukong out of the Kaioken state again. Following this, Dali Si clasped his hands together and struck down hard on Wukong's back, driving him into the ground and creating a deep crater. Wukong struggled to rise. His turtle school GI tattered, his power dwindling back to 36,000, and the burden of the tenfold Kaioken left him in agony, unable to use it again in the near future. Dali Si laughed. "Is this all you've got, Wukong? Speak your final words." Wukong raised his middle finger, likely learned from Tang Xuanqing, inciting Dali Si's wrath as he charged at him in a furious rage. Dali Si unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, all of which Wukong deflected with precise strikes of his hand. Yet, these blasts were merely a diversion, as Dali Si swiftly closed the distance and landed a heavy punch to Wukong's face, sending him reeling once more. At that moment, Tang Xuanqing, having regained consciousness after half an hour, was struck by the flying Wukong, realizing his friend was in dire straits. As he pondered his options, Tang Xuanqing slowly retrieved 2 earrings resembling pendants from his pocket, patera earrings. He hesitated, deciding against using them for now, thinking it best to reserve them for a more critical moment. Chapter 22. The Evil Scion Tang Xuanqing. Tang Xuanqing stored the patera earrings away, and as Wukong regained his senses, the two quickly devised a plan to join forces. Tang Xuanqing transformed into his rage, great ape power, state, his muscles swelling, his pupils turning golden, his hair standing on end, and his aura shifting to a bright yellow, boosting his combat power tenfold to 200,000. He crossed his arms and unleashed a fierce burst of energy, roaring 10 times, Kaioken. A fiery red aura erupted, enveloping the golden flame, his skin glowing a vibrant crimson. His strength, speed, attack, and defense multiplied, with his combat power soaring from 200,000 to 280,000, his maximum potential. The repercussions of this power surge remained uncertain. Dali Si stood in shock, realizing that this young warrior could transform, and now his combat power was only a mere 100,000 shy of Dali Si's. Realizing that had he fought with full strength earlier, the outcome would have been quite different. Tang Xuanqing launched a sudden assault, channeling all his strength into his right leg and delivering a powerful kick to his adversary's abdomen. Although their combat powers differed by a mere 20,000, this was still an overwhelming blow of 280,000, impossible to withstand. His opponent was sent flying through the air. As Dale soared backward, his entire torso felt as though it had shattered, and his internal organs seemed to shift positions, causing him to spit out blood upon crashing to the ground. Tang Xuanqing would not allow any opportunity for recovery. Had he known that holding back would lead to such dire consequences, he would have ended the fight in an instant. He swiftly approached Dales, seized his tail, and hurled him skyward. Raising his hands above his head, he unleashed a surge of energy, firing a ki blast that struck Dales just as he regained his composure, resulting in a series of explosive detonations in the air. Moments later, a severely injured figure, clad in tattered remnants of clothing, plummeted to the ground, uncertain of his fate. Dales slowly rose from the earth, having endured a relentless barrage of strikes from Tang Xianqian. Narrowly escaping death, he had indeed underestimated his opponent. Suddenly, an ominous presence re-emerged, a familiar dark dragon ball, the one-star orb, radiating malevolent energy that began to corrupt Dales. His body, now enveloped in a purple hue with glowing red eyes, fell completely under the influence of the dark dragon ball's power. Sun Wukong ascended into the air, gathering energy in his hands, intending to use a spirit bomb to vanquish this vile creature, as he deemed it the only way to obliterate such an evil being. However, he needed Tang Xianqian to hold Dales at bay, granting him ample time. Tang Xianqian surged with energy once more, launching a fierce right punch aimed at Dales' face. Regrettably, the blow proved ineffective. Dales took it squarely on the chin, showing no significant signs of damage. In retaliation, the malevolent Dales seized Tang Xianqian's right hand and delivered a powerful punch to his chest, knocking him out of the tenfold Kaioken state and sending him staggering backward several meters. Tang Xianqian charged forward again, but just as he neared, he abruptly vanished, reappearing behind Dales. With outstretched hands, he unleashed a ki wave that engulfed Dales entirely. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the energy wave, grasping Tang Xianqian by the neck and slamming him to the ground, dragging him several hundred meters before tossing him into the sky. Dales unleashed a massive energy wave from one hand, forcing Tang Xianqian to hastily erect a ki barrier for defense. Yet, under the influence of the Dark Dragon Ball, Dales had become far more formidable than the fruit of the spirit tree. As the dust settled, Tang Xianqian reverted to his normal state, his Kim Senin martial arts uniform now a tattered remnant, exposing numerous injuries. The ki barrier had shattered upon contact, and he had endured the onslaught with nothing but his physical form. Sun Wukong, eager to assist, prepared to cease the gathering of the spirit bomb. But Tang Xianqian telepathically urged him to continue, asserting that he could still endure. The spirit bomb was the sole means to defeat Dales. Tang Xianqian calmly declared, "Since we are to fight, let it be fair. You should engage me with the same dark power." He consumed a fragment of the spirit tree he had gathered earlier, and in an explosive surge of energy, a terrifying gravitational force emanated from him. The Dark Dragon Ball's energy transmission to Dales was abruptly interrupted, reversing the flow back to Tang Xianqian. The spirit tree, overwhelmed by this immense suction, lost several of its fruits, which disintegrated into nothingness as they neared Tang Xianqian, having been transformed into raw power. Soon, the spirit tree was left barren, devoid of its fruits. At this moment, Dales froze in place, sensing that his opponent wielded a similar dark power, mistaking him for a kindred spirit tainted by the Dark Dragon Ball. Tang Xianqian clutched his head in agony as he battled the corrosive influence of the Dark Dragon Ball and the spirit tree's power, exuding a dark crimson aura. His stature and musculature dramatically increased, with his eyes glowing a fierce red and his hair cascading to his knees, wild and untamed. A sharp fringe framed his forehead, and his appearance bore a striking resemblance to that of a Super Saiyan 3, with his brow and eyebrows unchanged. Yet his hair remained the quintessential black of a pure Saiyan. Thus, he transformed into the form of an evil Saiyan. Tang Xianqian unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, a formidable malevolent aura and dark crimson flames erupting from him, coalescing in the air. Sun Wukong, gathering the spirit bomb, was taken aback. Was this truly the Tang Xianqian he once knew? With an icy demeanor, Tang Xianqian proclaimed, "Now that I possess dark power, let us commence the second round." Dales instantly sensed the murderous intent emanating from his foe, realizing that he was no longer facing a kindred spirit, but a formidable adversary prepared for battle. In an instant, Tang Xianqian surged forward, delivering a powerful right punch, which Dales intercepted with his left fist. Their fists clashed, generating a fierce gust of wind. It was evident that their combat prowess was nearly equal, with the amplification of evil power lacking a definitive metric. Dales struck first with a kick, which Tang Xianqian blocked with his left hand. The two warriors remained locked in a stalemate, momentarily disengaging. Tang Xianqian then unleashed the black-red flames enveloping him, manifesting two enormous claws of malevolent energy that lunged at Dales. He evaded one claw but was ensnared by the other, being relentlessly slammed against the ground in a brutal display. Suddenly, the Dark Dragon Ball ceased its energy transmission, colliding with Dale's chest and merging with him, exponentially amplifying his malevolent power. Tang Xianxun, drenched in cold sweat, realized the gravity of the situation. The two entities had fused, and he could no longer ascertain Dale's strength. But it was undoubtedly above his own. His only hope lay in the spirit bomb, and he wondered if Sun Wukong was ready. Tang Xianxun glanced aside, observing the meager amount of energy collected for the spirit bomb, scarcely the size of a baseball. This scarcity was likely due to the spirit tree's influence, which had absorbed nearly all the energy from the Earth's inhabitants, including its flora and fauna, resulting in a sluggish accumulation of energy for the spirit bomb. Sun Wukong cursed under his breath. Damn it! Why has it taken so long and yet yielded so little energy? Tang Xianxun communicated telepathically. See if you can borrow energy from the spirit tree. I will hold on a little longer. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement and began to sense the spirit tree, attempting to borrow energy to complete the spirit bomb. Chapter 23. Evil Spirit Bomb. Tang Xianxun charged forward, raising his right hand to deliver a punch. Dales intercepted with one hand, but was still pushed back several meters by the force. The two then engaged in close-quarters combat, trading blows in a pure exchange of punches. Dales struck first, but Tang Xianxun blocked with his right hand, countering with a left punch that connected with Dale's abdomen, sending him flying. Tang Xianxun erupted with energy, his black-red aura intensifying as he elevated his ki to the maximum level, his muscles bulging and his height surpassing 2 meters. The vibrant black-red flames surrounding him became even more brilliant. Like a cannonball, he charged once more at the malevolent Dales, unleashing a torrential flurry of punches that landed squarely on his opponent. Even as the evil power from the fused Dark Dragon Ball surged, Dales found himself momentarily overwhelmed. Tang Xianxun seized the head of the malevolent Dales with a single hand and hurled it into the sky, instantly following suit to deliver a series of relentless blows, granting no opportunity for retaliation. However, the consumption of energy in this state of full power was exceedingly rapid. Yet, without this course of action, it would be impossible to subdue this adversary, for only the Yuanqi Dan could utterly annihilate him. In an explosive surge of energy, the wicked Dales broke free, his hands converging dark energy, unleashing a black-yellow energy wave with tremendous force. Simultaneously, Tang Xianxun gathered dark power in both hands, pressing them together to compress the energy, then thrusting it forward, generating a black-red energy wave. The two energy waves collided, each combatant escalating their output of energy as they drew closer, the waves compressing further, igniting flashes of lightning, threatening to shatter at any moment. A truly terrifying spectacle. In an instant, Tang Xianxun and the evil Dales evaded, and the two waves, pushed to their limits, erupted in a violent explosion, releasing a cloud of dust. The malevolent Dales surged with dark flames, his muscles swelling, his form expanding significantly, transforming into a formidable figure with taut muscles, veins visible, as if he had succumbed to madness, his aura exponentially increasing. Tang Xianxun knew he had no choice but to unleash his ultimate technique, attempting the Kaioken. Although the drawbacks were evident, there was no possibility of stacking the power of anger, the strength of the great ape, at this stage. If it were feasible, he would have utilized it long ago. Thus, he resolved to attempt the Kaioken. With a fervent shout, he declared, "Tenfold Kaioken." At that moment, he crossed his arms and then dramatically spread them apart, erupting in a blaze of fiery red energy that enveloped the black-red flames beneath. His skin glowed crimson, and his physical strength, speed, attack power, and defense were all magnified. While it was difficult to quantify his combat prowess, it was sufficient to stand against the wicked Dales. The two charged at one another with astonishing speed, colliding violently, their palms clasped tightly together. The sheer force caused cracks to form in the ground, widening until the earth itself began to cave in. With a powerful thrust, Tang Xianxun propelled Dales skyward, his own aura exploding forth, blending fiery red and black-red flames as he ascended above Dales. With palms pressed together, he transformed them into a hammer and struck down forcefully, driving Dales into the ground. He then released the tenfold Kaioken state, knowing he would need to conserve energy. Slowly rising from the ground, the malevolent Dales concentrated a glimmer of white light in his hands and flung it skyward, unleashing a blinding radiance that shone upon him. Tang Xianxun realized it was an artificial moon. He could not allow that creature to transform into a great ape. In a flash, he teleported behind Daly's, his left hand erupting in black-red flames, solidifying into an energy blade, which he swung fiercely, severing Daly's tail. Feeling a sharp pain from behind, Daly's turned to find his tail severed, and the light of the artificial moon bore no effect on him. Tang Xianxun wielded the energy blade, carving deep gashes into Daly's body, ultimately delivering a powerful thrust that struck his abdomen, forcing him back several meters. Stabilizing himself, Daly's, driven by a powerful rage, underwent a transformation, attaining the form of an evil scion, emanating a dark aura even more potent than Tang Xianxun's. From the severed tail, a new dark tail began to form, allowing him to transform into a great ape. Tang Xianxun could only hope that Sun Wukong would recover swiftly. If this continued, he would surely be drained of energy. The dark dragon balls continually replenished Daly's, while he himself remained without energy, leading to an inevitable disadvantage. At that moment, Daly's began to grow, morphing into a massive ape-like figure, towering at 15 meters, radiating an overwhelming and dense aura of malevolence. Tang Xianxun exclaimed in frustration, "What a joke! You cheat. Possessing infinite energy and breaking through in battle. What is this?" Despite his complaints, evasion was not an option. A single hit would likely result in severe injury or death. However, due to the gigantic size of the great ape and his own human form, it was not easy for Daly's to capture him. Tang Xianxun plunged the energy blade of his left hand into his right palm, emitting a shriek of pain that was unmistakably etched upon his face. Yet, he resolved that what Black Wukong could do, he could as well. He too could summon a scythe. With a fierce yank, he withdrew his left hand, revealing a massive black-red scythe imbued with an aura of darkness and malevolence, resting it confidently upon his shoulder. With a sudden swing, he unleashed an evil energy slash, striking Daly's enormous form. Although it left no visible wounds, the damage was sufficient to force him back several paces. The transformed Daly's opened his massive jaws, channeling dark energy to unleash a devastating beam, targeting Tang Xianxun directly. Gathering all his energy into the black-red scythe, Tang Xianxun made it exponentially larger and swung it down with great force, colliding with the incoming attack and stirring up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, the scene revealed the great ape gripping the scythe's blade with both hands, exerting all his strength to prevent it from slipping away, while Tang Xianxun strained to maintain his grip, nearly exhausting his energy. This blow was indeed a culmination of his might, yet the relentless beast absorbed it. At that moment, a colossal blue energy sphere ascended into the sky, a gift from Sun Wukong after borrowing enough energy from the spirit tree. Sun Wukong shouted, "Xianxun, get out of the way." Tang Xianxun immediately released his grip, the scythe dissipating as he swiftly repositioned himself beside Sun Wukong. With a powerful downward motion, Sun Wukong sent the enormous blue energy sphere hurtling towards the evil great ape Daly's. To their astonishment, Daly's caught it with his bare hands, leaving both Tang Xianxun and Sun Wukong momentarily dumbfounded. Wasn't he the Yuanqi Dan supposed to be effective against evil energies? How could it be caught? In that instant, the dark dragon ball on Daly's chest emitted dark energy, corrupting the Yuanqi Dan, transforming the originally blue energy into a black mass radiating with malevolence and darkness. A sense of foreboding washed over the two warriors. Could this be an evil Yuanqi Dan? The malevolent great ape Daly's exerted tremendous force, pushing the corrupted energy sphere back. Tang Xianxun instinctively shoved Sun Wukong aside, bracing himself to absorb the evil energy blast with both hands, being propelled back hundreds of meters and leaving a massive crater in his wake. The energy sphere did not dissipate. Instead, it was due to Tang Xianxun's resistance that it remained. As Sun Wukong attempted to rush to his aid, he was seized by the evil great ape Daly's, who began to mercilessly torment him. Tang Xianxun, still infused with the energy of the evil scion, found some compatibility with the dark Yuanqi Dan, which prevented an immediate explosion. This meant that he could potentially absorb the energy for himself, but whether his body could withstand it remained uncertain. The cries of agony from Sun Wukong echoed in his ears, as the original narrative had veered into chaos. Tang Xianxun, with a resolute heart, began to absorb the power of the evil energy ball relentlessly. His entire being was engulfed by its malevolent force. However, as time passed, The evil energy ball gradually diminished until it was entirely consumed, revealing a silhouette within. He was enveloped in flickering red lightning, his muscular form exuding an aura of terror. Having attained the form of the evil Science Energy Ball, comparable to the Super Science Energy Ball form. At that moment, Tang Xianxun felt as if his body was on the verge of explosion, a pain from the overwhelming power swelling to its limits that only he could comprehend. He surged forth like a bullet, delivering a powerful right punch that instantly pierced through the body of the evil great ape, Dales. The beast, in agony, released Son Goku and clutched its pierced abdomen, roaring in frustration and pain. From behind, Tang Xianxun seized its tail, flinging it into the sky, where a massive black-red aura engulfed him entirely, growing even larger. This was the consequence of absorbing the power of the evil energy ball. Subsequently, he formed his hands into a blossom shape at his waist, gathering a colossal black-red energy sphere in his palms. Tang Xianxun bellowed, 20 times, evil Kamehameha. He thrust his hands forward, unleashing a tremendous black-red energy wave that instantly engulfed the evil great ape, Dales, reducing him to nothingness. After delivering this devastating blow, Tang Xianxun collapsed to his knees, returning to his normal state, having expended all his energy in that strike, nearly succumbing to the overwhelming force of the evil energy ball. Fortunately, he had released it all at that critical moment. Otherwise, he would have perished from the strain. Son Goku remarked, "You truly dared to absorb the evil energy ball." Tang Xianxun teased, "I could have let you absorb it, but you would have been blown to bits before you even began. Only with equal strength can one contend with such power. If I hadn't pushed you away just now, you would have met your end once more." As they exchanged banter, both laughed heartily. Son Goku helped the kneeling Tang Xianxun back to Bulma's home, where they relied on her father, the brilliant inventor, to utilize high technology for their swift recovery, as they still needed to journey to Namek. With Dales vanquished, the remaining spirit trees planted on Earth dissipated, restoring a brief semblance of peace to the planet. Chapter 24. A new crisis approaches. A week after Son Goku and Tang Xianxun vanquished Dales, Earth was shrouded in an unknown black mist, plunging it into a state of perpetual night, devoid of even a glimmer of sunlight. Following their previous battle, Son Goku had suffered minimal injuries, thus the glitch of Saiyan near-death revival was not triggered again, maintaining his battle power at 36,000. Tang Xianxun emerged as the MVP of that encounter, best at enduring damage, dealing output, and controlling the battle, his power escalating from 20,000 to 25,000, triggering the near-death revival glitch and enhancing his strength. As they exited the training room, both were astonished to find the sky still dark, despite the time indicating it was morning, which was utterly bizarre. An elderly figure approached, none other than Dr. Brief, Bulma's father and the founder of Capsule Corporation. "Gentlemen," Dr. Brief stated, "according to my machine, a force beyond scientific comprehension has been detected. It seems we may have unwelcome visitors on Earth once more." Tang Xianxun replied confidently, "Fear not, Doctor, we shall resolve this crisis." Son Goku nodded in agreement, affirming the sentiment. They then attempted to sense their surroundings, as they were currently the only powerful presences on Earth. If they detected any additional formidable energy, it would indicate that this event of darkness was indeed orchestrated by that force. As anticipated, amidst the ruins of a desolate city, they sensed several energies, some weak, but one notably stronger. Having gauged their locations, they soared towards that direction. Elsewhere, an elderly green-skinned alien with a prominent forehead and 2 antennae sat upon a chair. Upon closer inspection, he was indeed a Namekian, yet exuded a profoundly malevolent aura. Surrounding him were 5 peculiar henchmen and several demonic soldiers. Slag sensed 2 powerful energies approaching. Radiating a justice he found repugnant, one tinged with a hint of evil, albeit incomplete. The scene shifted back to the 2 heroes, with their current speed. They soon reached the abandoned city, which emanated an air of decay and desolation, cloaked in darkness. As they descended from the sky, an involuntary chill crept over them, instilling a sense of dread. Tang Xianxun queried, "Goku, does this place appear to have been abandoned for a long time, or is it the result of human destruction?" Son Goku replied slowly, "It's hard to say. Many things cannot be easily concluded." As they continued onward, a group of demonic soldiers suddenly emerged from the shadows, surrounding them with advanced weaponry resembling handguns, far more powerful than standard firearms, clad in demonic battle attire. Tang Xianqian demanded, "Who are you? And what is your purpose on Earth? You are responsible for this recent darkness, aren't you?" A squad leader among the demonic soldiers sneered, "Foolish Earthlings. Our Lord Slag has claimed your planet to transform it into a realm suitable for demons. You should consider yourselves fortunate that a lower civilization is being reshaped by a higher one." Son Goku found himself momentarily bewildered, yet disregarding the facts. It was evident that this Slag was an invader. Tang Xianqian raised his right hand and unleashed a yellow energy blast, sending the speaking demonic soldier flying several meters before exploding upon impact. He then plunged into the fray, delivering powerful punches that sent the demonic soldiers reeling. Seeing Tang Xianqian engage, Son Goku joined the battle, effortlessly dispatching the remaining demonic soldiers, expending minimal energy as each foe fell with but 2 or 3 strikes. Creating a path through their ranks, Tang Xianqian spared one soldier alive to lead them directly to Slag. The remaining soldier, witnessing the fate of his comrades, surrendered to their might and obediently guided them. Son Goku inquired, "What manner of being is your Lord Slag?" The demonic soldier trembled as he spoke. "He is a demon born of malevolence, rumored to be a legendary Super Namekian, exceptionally rare in a century, possessing both immense combat prowess and an extreme evil heart." He fell silent, prompting Son Goku to urge, "Continue." The soldier, visibly anxious, replied, "You must guarantee my safety if I am to divulge further. I do not wish to perish." Tang Xianqian was taken aback at the audacity of this being attempting to negotiate, even with his life in their hands. Son Goku assured him, "Rest assured, as long as you lead us to his lair and share all you know, we will ensure your survival." The demon soldier, upon hearing this, dared to continue speaking. "It is rumored that Namek is on the brink of extinction, and in order to preserve hope for the planet, newborns are sent to various universes. He happened to be sent to Sherlag Star, where he took on the name Sherlag. During his youth on Sherlag Star, he showcased extraordinary combat prowess, declaring himself king and amassing many subordinates. However, he was exceedingly cruel, treating his followers with brutal severity. Even the slightest dissatisfaction could lead to their demise. He and his followers roamed the universe, committing heinous acts, and both his combat strength and malevolence grew with age. His innate wickedness caused Sherlag to become increasingly malevolent, self-proclaiming himself the emperor of the universe and invading planets indiscriminately. Upon hearing this, Tang Xianqian was left dumbfounded. To consider himself the emperor of the universe was a gross affront to our emperor, Frisia. Had he encountered Frisia, he would have been obliterated long ago. The demon soldier continued. Time passed, and as Sherlag aged, he did not abandon his destructive ambitions. He set his sights on Earth, preparing for invasion. Upon descending to Earth with his subordinates, he intended to transform the planet into a suitable vessel for the demon race. Moreover, he had heard rumors of the Dragon Balls on Earth, which could grant any wish, and he sought to use them to restore his youth and attain immortality. At that moment, Sun Wukong and Tang Xianqian felt their minds nearly explode. How had the existence of the Dragon Balls spread so swiftly? However, with Piccolo deceased, the Dragon Balls had lost their power, rendering Sherlag's journey futile. Since he had come without proper inquiry, he might as well stay and serve as an experience package. Tang Xianqian inquired, "Is that all, or is there more to tell?" The demon soldier hurriedly replied, "Furthermore, Sherlag has 5 generals, namely Duoladebo, Mitamagia, Ankila, Jewian, and Kaguja, each possessing top-tier combat power and having fought alongside him across numerous planets." As the 3 conversed, they entered the heart of the city, where they beheld a spaceship standing majestically in the desolate square, presumably Sherlag's lair. Tang Xianqian jested, "Well, thank you for guiding us. Let us leave quickly before they realize your betrayal and the vital information you have shared with us, lest you be dragged back for execution." The demon soldier was instantly covered in goosebumps upon hearing this. He swiftly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed lords, for sparing my life. I shall leave Earth immediately." He then turned to flee, but suddenly, a red beam shot forth from the spaceship, aimed directly at his position. Sun Wukong swiftly dodged and deflected the attack, for he had promised to keep this fellow alive and could not go back on his word. The demon soldier paused, witnessing Sun Wukong's commitment, and quickened his pace to avoid disrupting their battlefield. At that moment, 5 oddly shaped figures emerged slowly from the spaceship. These must be the 5 generals who accompanied Sherlag in his cosmic conquests. Chapter 25. Sherlag's 5 generals. Among them was a short, stout figure with yellow skin. a face reminiscent of someone who had been sat upon, exuding a fierce demeanor, with green eyes and a few spikes protruding from his body. He sported a pair of bat-like wings on his back and donned a demon battle suit, complete with shoulder armor. This was Duoladebo, with a combat power of 17,000. Beside him stood an even smaller figure, resembling a 5 or 6-year-old child, entirely shrouded in a robe. Most notably, he possessed large red eyes and was named Kaguja, with a combat power of 13,000. Another was more robust, moving in a manner akin to a monkey, with large limbs, light green skin, a face resembling that of a toad, and a pair of yellow eyes. He wore only the lower half of a demon's pants and shoes, his upper body entirely bare. Showcasing his muscular green physique, he was Mitamagia, with a combat power of 19,000. Another figure was tall and appeared human-like, yet his skin was a pale white. He had an attractive face, yellow eyes, pointed ears, and yellow hair, with 2 sharp horns on his forehead. Clad in demon battle attire, he wore wrist guards and combat boots, and draped a green cloak over his back. He was Ankila, with a combat power of 23,000. The last was a tall figure with orange skin covered in tattoos, resembling a berserker with an incredibly muscular build, a face akin to a green demon, and long red hair cascading down his back. He was clad in tight pants, wore wrist guards, and combat boots. He was Jia Wuyin, with a combat power of 21,000. Tang Xuanqing asked, "Are you the 5 generals who accompany Sherlag in his cosmic conquests?" Duoladebo was the first to reply, "Ignorant earthlings. We offer you a chance to submit to King Sherlag. He will not mistreat you, as I sense your energy is quite formidable." Sun Wukong retorted, "Dream on. Get off our planet, or we shall spare you no mercy." The 5 were taken aback by his words, their expressions darkening at such blatant disrespect. They resolved to respond with force. Jia Wuyin charged forward, throwing a punch at Sun Wukong, who easily intercepted it, leaving Jia Wuyin astonished. He felt the energy of his opponent was strong, yet could not surpass his own. What he did not realize was that both Sun Wukong and Tang Xuanqing concealed their true energy, only releasing a fraction to suggest weakness, causing Jia Wuyin to underestimate them and recklessly rush to his doom. Sun Wukong swiftly seized Jia Wuyin, driving his knee into his abdomen, which sent him reeling, followed by grabbing his red hair and flinging him back towards his companions. The other 4 assisted the fallen Jia Wuyin, bewildered by the apparent disparity in combat power. They could sense only around 2,000 from Sun Wukong and Tang Xuanqing, yet one of them had just severely injured Jia Wuyin, who possessed a combat power of 21,000. Tang Xuanqing inquired, "Will you step aside now, or shall we force you to the ground?" Upon hearing this taunting remark, the 5 unleashed their full power, revealing their true combat prowess of over 10,000 to 20,000, determined to eliminate the 2 ignorant earthlings before them. Sun Wukong stated, "Xuanqing, I will take on 3. You can handle the remaining 2. Tang Xuanqing sighed, "Greedy are we? Fine, 2 will suffice." Kaguja immediately utilized his powers to hurl Tang Xuanqing into the air, splitting the 5 into 2 groups, 3 against Sun Wukong and 2 against Tang Xuanqing, creating a battlefield in the sky and on the ground. Sun Wukong faced Duoladebo, Mitamagia, and Ankila, while Tang Xuanqing confronted Jia Wuyin and Kaguja. In the aerial battlefield, Tang Xuanqing calmly remarked, "You truly underestimate me, little one." He then unleashed a wave of energy, momentarily stunning Kaguja. Jia Wuyin charged at him, swinging a fist the size of a sandbag, which Tang Xuanqing hastily blocked with his left hand. He stepped back slightly, as his current combat power stood at 25,000, merely 4,000 above Jia Wuyin. Just as Tang Xuanqing prepared to retaliate, he found himself immobilized again, this time by Kaguja's abilities. Seizing the opportunity, Jia Wuyin launched 2 punches, one striking Tang Xuanqing's face and the other landing in his abdomen, followed by a kick that sent him flying. Tang Xuanqing spun in the air for a moment before barely stabilizing himself, tasting blood in his mouth, indicating that the recent assault had indeed taken its toll. He then raised his left hand to summon a white energy scythe, a power he could utilize even in his normal state, shaping the energy into form. Tang Xuanqing suddenly propelled himself forward, wielding the energy scythe in his hand, slicing through the air with successive energy slashes aimed at the 2 adversaries. Jia Wuyin crossed his arms in defense, Yet the energy slashes still left various wounds upon his body, causing blood to spatter. Ka Guojia felt a chill run down his spine and turned abruptly, only to find Tang Xianchun had appeared behind him, with his target not Jia Wuyin but himself. By eliminating the weaker opponent first, he could diminish the control over the situation and focus entirely on the other. Tang Xianchun swung the energy scythe with ferocity, instantly severing Ka Guojia in two, and then, gathering energy in his left hand, unleashed a yellow energy wave that reduced the remains to mere dust. His gaze then shifted to Jia Wuyin, the next target on his list. As Jia Wuyin processed the scene, he realized that his ally, Ka Guojia, had been effortlessly dispatched by the enemy before him, leaving no trace behind. It was incomprehensible how someone with a combat power of 13,000 could be defeated in an instant. This adversary's strength undoubtedly surpassed his own. At that moment, fear took root in his heart, prompting him to flee. However, escape was not an option. Tang Xianchun swiftly struck, driving the energy scythe into Jia Wuyin's body. Piercing through his abdomen, Jia Wuyin pleaded, "Spare me, my lord. I am willing to join you in combating the tyrant Sherla Go." Tang Xianchun replied coolly, "We have no need for traitors, especially one like you." With a sudden exertion of force, he hurled Jia Wuyin skyward with the scythe, unleashing countless energy slashes that shredded him into pieces, followed by a final energy wave that obliterated him completely. As the battle in the sky concluded, the focus shifted to the ground, where Sun Wukong faced three opponents without a hint of struggle, effortlessly countering their every move. Despite their combined might, they failed to land a single blow on him. Delota Abo retreated momentarily, pointing a finger at Sun Wukong, gathering energy to launch a piercing attack. Sun Wukong quickly dodged, while the other two pressed on relentlessly. Just as Delota Abo prepared for another sneak attack, a swift energy slash cleaved him in half, his body exploding upon impact. The other two turned in shock to find Delota Abo had been eliminated, the assailant revealed to be none other than Tang Xianchun, who had just finished his aerial battle. Seizing the opportunity while the two were momentarily stunned, Sun Wukong retaliated with a flurry of punches and kicks, pushing them back. And Shila, witnessing the demise of Ka Guojia, Jia Wuyin, and Delota Abo, was consumed by desperation, intent on survival. Meanwhile, Maida Ma Jia naively believed that their combined forces could vanquish the two formidable foes. And Shila forcefully shoved Maida Ma Jia forward, secretly implanting an explosive device on him. Maida Ma Jia protested angrily, and Shila, "What are you doing? We can eliminate the enemy together." And Shila sneered, "Fool, go die for me and buy time for my escape." Sun Wukong sensed something amiss, detecting the energy of an explosive device on Maida Ma Jia's back. Realizing the danger, he hastily retreated. At that moment, Maida Ma Jia stumbled forward, still some distance away from Sun Wukong, and suddenly comprehended Chi La's intent. His body began to swell uncontrollably. Maida Ma Jia cursed, and Shila, "May you suffer a terrible fate." With that declaration, his body erupted, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust and obscuring Sun Wukong's vision. However, Tang Xianchun, hovering in the air, was unaffected by the smoke and spotted the fleeing Enchi-La. A crimson beam shot from the spaceship, piercing through Enchi-La's body. Enchi-La was taken aback, realizing that all his actions had been observed by Sherla Go. The beam caused his body to swell and then explode, a cruel twist of fate being annihilated by his own master. The two were now left to confront the true invader, Sherla Go. As they entered the spaceship, they beheld a withered Namekian seated upon a golden throne, clad in yellow and purple attire, a red scarf, gloves, and shoes, exuding an aura of malevolence. Despite the frail appearance, Tang Xianchun and Sun Wukong dared not underestimate this being, for his evil presence was palpably authentic. Sherla Go spoke slowly, "So, you are the indigenous inhabitants of Earth. Pledge your allegiance to me, and I shall lead you to conquer the universe." Tang Xianchun pondered whether to inform him that the Dragon Balls on Earth were no longer functional, rendering his visit futile and risking his own life in the process. Sun Wukong bluntly retorted, "Dream on, Sherla Go. Leave Earth with your ship." Sherla Go rose from his throne, unleashing a torrent of black energy, swiftly charging forward to strike Sun Wukong, sending him hurtling out of the spaceship. He then turned and kicked Tang Xianchun out as well, following them into the fray outside. In the open air, Sun Wukong and Tang Xianchun floated effortlessly, observing Sherla Ji's emergence. It was evident he possessed the power to expel both of them, his strength likely surpassing theirs. The original narrative indicated he wielded power comparable to Frisia. Yet in his decrepit state, he was likely diminished. Nevertheless, he remained formidable. Tang Xianchen charged at him, delivering a powerful punch. But the aged Shirlagu easily deflected it with his left hand. Sun Wukong followed suit, combining his legs for a powerful kick aimed at Shirlaji's waist, sending him flying backward. Fuming, the elder Shirlagu spat, "Curse you, vile miscreants." Tang Xianchen chuckled. "You, the tyrant, dare to call others despicable? You showed no mercy when slaughtering your own subordinates." It was clear to Tang Xianchen that Enchi La had met his end at Shirlaji's hands. Sun Wukong shouted, "Tenfold Kaioken." Instantly, a crimson aura enveloped him, enhancing his power, speed, attack, and defense, catapulting his combat prowess from 36,000 to 116,000. Tang Xianchen followed suit, proclaiming, "Tenfold Kaioken." His aura transformed to crimson as well, boosting his combat power from 25,000 to 105,000. The aged Shirlagu felt a pang of dread as he sensed their sudden surge in strength, realizing both had surpassed 100,000 in combat power. Previously, he had only heard of the Dragon Balls that could grant wishes, but now two beings from Earth had achieved such heights. In his weakened state, he questioned whether he would meet his demise here today. Unyielding, the two warriors surged forward, their fiery auras converging upon him, fists raining down like a tempest, forcing Shirlagu into a defensive stance, gradually overwhelming him. The relentless assault left him unable to retaliate, resembling a mere punching bag, without the capacity to counterattack. Shirlagu, in a fit of rage, shouted, "If I were in my prime, you two would be no match for me. Cursed be your cowardice. Taking advantage of my old age, you dishonorable wretches." Ignoring his taunts, the two pressed on, uniting their strength to send him crashing to the ground. Tang Xianchen and Sun Wukong clasped their hands together, forming a blossom-like shape, which they positioned at their waists, channeling energy into a luminous sphere between their palms. Sun Wukong exclaimed, "Kaioken Kamehameha." Tang Xianchen echoed, "Kaioken Kamehameha," with a sudden, vigorous thrust of their hands forward. They unleashed two colossal waves of azure energy that merged into a single, even more formidable force, aiming directly at Shirlag. The aged Shirlag had just risen from the ground when he beheld the approaching massive blue energy wave, which instilled within him a profound sense of dread and mortality. How absurd! He aspired to become the sovereign of the universe. In a desperate attempt, he gathered energy in his hands and unleashed a yellow energy wave towards the colossal blue force. However, the disparity in size and density rendered his attack futile. Akin to a mere child facing a titan, he could do nothing but watch as his assault was devoured, the blue wave advancing relentlessly towards him. In a fit of fury, the elder Shirlag shouted, "If only I were younger. You are no match for me, cursed earthlings." But before he could utter another word, he was engulfed by the immense blue energy wave, unable to even emit a cry of despair. Descending gently from the skies, the two warriors dispelled their Kaioken state, reaching the site of their combined Kamehameha attack, which had created an enormous crater. To their astonishment, a charred corpse lay within. They hadn't anticipated Shilag's resilience to such an extent, especially considering they had unleashed a Kaioken tenfold. Shouldn't he have been reduced to ashes? Suddenly, the heavens parted once more, revealing an orange, spherical entity. Sun Wukong and Tang Xianchen sensed impending doom. It was the Dark Dragon Ball, a relic capable of endowing its possessor with overwhelming dark energy, allowing them to transcend their limitations, coupled with formidable regenerative abilities, truly monstrous in nature. Tang Xianchen recognized it as a one-star ball, recalling that he had eradicated it alongside the malevolent giant ape, Dales. How could it still exist? Suddenly, he had an epiphany and cast a hurried glance at Shilag's lifeless body. "Quickly, we must destroy his corpse," he urged, raising his left hand alongside Sun Wukong to unleash two energy blasts aimed at Shilag's remains, striving to obliterate it before the Dark Dragon Ball could merge with it. The one-star Dark Dragon Ball surged forward, colliding with Shilag's body just before their attack struck, erupting with potent dark energy that scattered the surrounding debris. Tang Xianchen cursed under his breath. "Damn it, yet another fierce battle. This one-star Dark Dragon Ball is insufferable." Amidst the swirling dust, a figure began to emerge. The aged Sherlag transformed back to his youthful form, exuding an unparalleled aura of darkness. Yet, he had become a mere puppet of the Dark Dragon Ball, devoid of his own will. Chapter 27. Mimetic Super Saiyan Sun Wukong vs. Evil Sherlag Tang Xianxin instantly transformed into his rage, great ape power, form, his muscles swelling, his eyes turning golden, hair standing upright, and his aura radiating in gold. His battle power surged tenfold, reaching 250,000, and with the Kaioken tenfold augmentation, it soared to 330,000, enveloped in a crimson aura that enhanced his strength, speed, attack, and defense by another tenfold. He refrained from utilizing the evil Saiyan form due to its stringent prerequisites. His dark energy levels were insufficient for its activation. Had it been feasible, he would have employed it, as its amplification far surpassed that of rage, great ape power. Sun Wukong similarly activated the Kaioken tenfold, elevating his battle power to 110,000. His entire being enveloped in a crimson aura once more. In truth, their bodies were struggling to withstand the strain. This was the second activation of the Kaioken tenfold within a single day. Despite their bodies having reached the threshold for its use, the toll of frequent activation remained substantial. Evil Sherlag smirked slightly, unleashing a torrent of energy, landing 2 punches squarely on Sun Wukong and Tang Xianxin's abdomens. The impact sent them hurtling backward, shattering dilapidated structures in their wake. Tang Xianxin slowly rose from the rubble, unable to suppress his nausea as his stomach churned violently. The force of that punch was immense, abruptly casting them out of their Kaioken state. Sun Wukong fell unconscious, for Evil Sherlag's strength far surpassed his elder counterpart. Evil Sherlag rapidly darted into the ruined city, soaring into the sky, unleashing energy blasts indiscriminately upon every corner of the metropolis. If he could not find his targets, then he would obliterate everything instead. Tang Xianxin erupted with fury, channeling power into his right fist and delivering a fierce blow to Evil Sherlag's face, merely causing his head to shift slightly. Yet his expression remained unchanged. A sense of foreboding enveloped Tang Xianxin's mind, urging him to retreat swiftly. Evil Sherlag seized Tang Xianxin's right hand with his left, slowly maneuvering it aside, then unleashed a powerful strike to Tang Xianxin's chest, causing him to feel the shattering of ribs. Gripping his right leg, Evil Sherlag spun him around and flung him away. Tang Xianxin attempted to stabilize himself in midair, but to no avail. The force of the throw was too great to counter. Evil Sherlag surged forward with explosive speed, positioning himself before Tang Xianxin, clasping his hands together into a hammer and striking downwards upon his head, driving him into the ground and creating a profound crater. Tang Xianxin struggled to rise. Having reverted to his normal state, his Turtle School martial arts uniform was now tattered and battle-worn. Evil Sherlag approached again, singularly concentrating energy into a blast that struck Tang Xianxin, sending him soaring hundreds of meters away in a cataclysmic explosion. At that moment, Sun Wukong began to regain consciousness, realizing the overwhelming force that had rendered him unconscious. He witnessed a massive explosion not far away, sensing Tang Xianxin's energy, which was faint and flickering. If he did not intervene, that fellow would surely perish. Evil Sherlag detected another energy signature and surged towards Sun Wukong. The two clashed midair, but the chasm in their power was evident. Sun Wukong's battle power was only 36,000, while Evil Sherlag, now possessed by the Dark Dragon Ball, likely surpassed his peak strength. Sun Wukong was swiftly knocked to the ground, with Evil Sherlag following closely, unleashing a yellow energy wave that Sun Wukong narrowly evaded. Evil Sherlag lunged forward, extending his right hand to grasp Sun Wukong's throat, pulling him closer. This was a unique ability of the Namekians, body elongation. Evil Sherlag commenced a relentless barrage of punches upon Sun Wukong, then followed up with an energy blast that sent him flying several meters away. Sun Wukong gradually rose from the ground, only to see Evil Sherlag charging at him once more, delivering a punch that Sun Wukong intercepted with his left hand. At that moment, golden flames ignited around him, and his pupils vanished. His consciousness momentarily faded as his hair stood on end, transforming into a shade of purple-black. In the face of despair, his latent potential erupted, manifesting in the unstable form of a mimetic Super Saiyan. With a ferocious strike, Sun Wukong pierced through Evil Sherlag's body, then exerted force to hurl him away, launching himself in pursuit. At this moment, Sun Wukong had lost his sense of self, becoming a relentless combat machine. Despite evil Shalag's overwhelming strength, he found himself in a position of subjugation, gradually falling into a defensive stance. Sun Wukong closed the distance. Grasping evil Shalag's right arm, and with a powerful yank, tore it asunder, eliciting a cry of anguish from evil Shalag as he stumbled backward several paces. The malevolent Shilajt exhibited the regenerative abilities of the Namekians, swiftly exerting force to regenerate his right hand. Sun Wukong charged forward once more, engaging in a fierce melee, exchanging blows with a surprising parity of strength. As their battle intensified, Shilajt began to struggle, distancing himself from Wukong. Suddenly, Shilajt unleashed a surge of energy. The dark dragon ball on his chest emanated a sinister aura, and a black flame ascended, causing his body to swell and grow, a technique known to the Namekians. Piccolo had previously employed this maneuver during the early World Martial Arts Tournament against Sun Wukong. As Shilajt transformed into a colossal form, Wukong ascended into the sky using his flight technique, launching attacks from all directions. However, Shilajt had completely morphed into a gigantic super Namekian, rendering conventional assaults ineffective. With a swift movement, Shilajt sent Wukong flying but quickly closed the distance, landing a blow that, while not devastating, forced Wukong back several paces. In a sudden twist, Wukong appeared behind Shilajt, his hands forming a blossom shape at his waist, concentrating energy into a luminous sphere before thrusting it forward, unleashing a blue energy wave that struck Shilajt's back. Although it resulted in an explosion, the damage was minimal. Wukong continued to shift positions, employing the Kamehameha wave. Yet it inflicted only minor harm, as Shilajt's regenerative capabilities had reached a formidable level. In that moment, Shilajt gathered energy in his hands and propelled a dark yellow energy wave toward Wukong. In response, Wukong unleashed his own Kamehameha, resulting in a clash of energies that created a stalemate. Shilajt roared in fury, and the dark dragon ball on his chest erupted with malevolent power, enhancing his attack, slowly overpowering Wukong's Kamehameha. As expected, the dark yellow energy wave overwhelmed the blue one, engulfing Wukong and leaving marks upon the ground. He was thrust into the ruins of a building, returning to his normal state, awakened but drained of energy. At that moment, he noticed Shilajt advancing toward him. Chapter 28. 100-fold Kaioken and Spirit Bomb. The gigantic Shilajt was about to approach Wukong when a powerful wave of dark energy erupted from behind him. Turning to investigate, he beheld Tang Xuanqing, battered and nearly bare, slowly rising from the rubble, having been gravely injured by Shilajt. In an instant, Xuanqing exploded with energy, channeling his overwhelming fury into malevolent power, a transformation he hadn't anticipated, achieving the standard for utilizing the evil scion form. A black-red aura erupted around him, his stature and muscle mass significantly increasing, his black eyes turning red, hair cascading to his knees, wild and untamed. With a sharp forelock completing his transformation into the evil scion form, fueled by rage converted into dark energy. Xuanqing coldly declared, "You enjoyed that, didn't you? Now it's my turn. I trust you have no objections." With that, he launched himself forward, creating an indentation in the rubble as he propelled himself through the debris. Before Shilajt could react, Xuanqing delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen, sending him staggering backward, crashing into several dilapidated towers. Both wielded dark energy and malevolent power. Yet it was evident that Xuanqing held the advantage. Wukong watched in astonishment as Xuanqing transformed into this formidable state, believing it to be temporary, yet here he was, even more powerful than before. In his mind, he heard Xuanqing's voice. "Use the spirit bomb. This guy is undoubtedly evil enough. I will find a way to knock the dark dragon ball from him. You focus on gathering energy while I stall for time. Let us commence." Xuanqing then produced a black-red scythe, resting it on his shoulder with a relaxed demeanor, observing the colossal Shilajt. As long as his rage was sufficient, he could maintain this form indefinitely. Although uncertain of the extent of the evil scion's enhancement, he felt it surpassed that of the great ape form. Wukong ascended to the highest altitude, raising his hands above his head to gather energy for the spirit bomb, drawing a portion of energy from around the world and universe. Observing this, the gigantic Shilajt opened his mouth, preparing to unleash a powerful energy blast. Xuanqing, in a flash, surged forward, wielding the black-red scythe to intercept and thwart Shilajt's attack. The priority now was to dislodge the dark dragon ball from Shilajt. Xuanqing recalled the Spalito separation technique, a skill conceived during the Moro saga by Vegeta under the training of Elder Pibarat on Yardrat, capable of liberating forcibly absorbed energy and dissolving fusion. However, the manga only mentioned its existence without detailing the training process or application. Merely knowing the name was insufficient. Desperate, Xuanqing shouted, "Spalito separation technique." He charged at the giant Shillaged, attempting to strike with his scythe. Yet, the attack merely pushed him back without achieving the desired separation effect, indicating a failure. Curious about the error, he was suddenly swatted to the ground by Shillaged, creating a deep crater. Following this, Shillaged bombarded him with a barrage of energy blasts, filling the area with smoke and explosions. Yet, the Dragon Balls often evaded harm amidst the chaos, though not always. From the smoke emerged two colossal black-red claws, which swiftly ensnared Shillaged's neck, forcing him to the ground, while the other claw gripped the Dark Dragon Ball, attempting to pry it away with sheer strength. Xuanqing gradually rose from the smoke, evident that the preceding attacks had inflicted significant harm. He erupted with energy, rushing forward, wielding his scythe to deliver consecutive black-red slashes upon the giant Shillaged, causing purple blood to spurt forth as he inflicted numerous wounds that Shillaged could not regenerate in time. In a fit of rage, Shillaged unleashed a torrent of dark energy, his body glowing with purple light as he fired countless purple beams in indiscriminate assault. Wukong, still gathering energy for the spirit bomb, noticed the myriad of purple lights approaching. Realizing they were enemy attacks, he hesitated, knowing that dodging would disperse his spirit bomb, which was already halfway charged. Just as he prepared to endure the onslaught, Xuanqing dashed forward, using his scythe to deflect the incoming purple beams as best he could. The gigantic Shillaged broke free from the grasp of the black-red claws, turning toward their position as he gathered energy in his mouth, preparing to unleash another devastating blast. Wukong, bewildered, questioned, "Didn't you say you had a way to eliminate the Dark Dragon Ball? Why is it still here?" Tang Xianqian awkwardly chuckled, "I was just pondering. Primarily because I know there exists a technique for separation, but I am not adept at using it." This revelation left Sun Wukong speechless, implying that from the very beginning, there had been no clear direction, which explained why they had been lingering in this predicament for so long. As the two engaged in their playful banter, a purple energy blast was already launched. Tang Xianqian infused a portion of malevolent energy onto his weapon, causing the blade to emanate an eerie black and red hue. It swiftly descended, executing a colossal crescent-shaped slash, which was soon followed by a horizontal strike, merging into a form reminiscent of a cross-shaped crescent attack. The purple energy blast collided with the cross-shaped crescent, but it appeared insufficient, gradually being pushed back. Tang Xianqian dispersed the energy blade, slowly retracting his right hand and adopting a pushing stance, channeling energy into it. The energy within him surged, continuously erupting. As the energy sphere in his right hand expanded, it began to manifest irregular lightning fluctuations, with three swirling comma shapes at its core, twisting as if gathering power. However, this time the color shifted to a dark red. Tang Xianqian uttered softly, "Evil rampant Gatling." He then thrust his hand forward forcefully, unleashing a dark red energy wave enveloped by spiraling crimson lightning, infused with an immensely powerful malevolent force, directly colliding with the cross-shaped crescent. The two attacks seemed to fuse as one, swiftly overpowering the massive evil Shalag's energy blast. The impact struck Shalag directly in the face, generating a substantial cloud of dust. In that moment, Tang Xianqian erupted with energy, elevating his power to its maximum capacity. His muscles expanded to their utmost limits, transforming him into a figure reminiscent of a Super Saiyan in its third stage, towering over 2 meters. Enveloped in dark red flames, he charged towards the colossal evil Shalag with blinding speed, swinging his right fist just as he was about to strike the Dark Dragon Ball on Shalag's chest. Tang Xianqian roared, 100 times, Kaioken. Instantly, his entire being was bathed in a blood-red aura, with an additional crimson flame enveloping the dark red energy, amplifying his strength, speed, attack power, and defense to extraordinary levels. The brief moment of blood-red energy culminated in a gigantic illusion of Tang Xianqian, which struck the Dark Dragon Ball with a tremendous force, leveraging sheer strength to extract it from within Shalag's body, creating a gaping hole in his chest as the Dark Dragon Ball was forcibly removed and hurled far away. After executing this feat, Tang Xianxian promptly dispelled all his states and landed on the ground, albeit a second too late. Blood began to surge from his body, as if his bones were being crushed, causing him to collapse. The 100 times Kaioken could only be sustained for a mere few seconds due to its severe side effects, even if cancelled within that brief period. It still inflicted significant backlash. Shalag, now devoid of the Dark Dragon Ball, gradually regained consciousness, maintaining his youthful appearance. Upon noticing the figure beneath him, he raised his foot to stomp down. With a sinister grin, Shalag declared, "Die, little brat. To perish under the hands of me, King Shalag, is your greatest honor." Tang Xianxian could only stare in disbelief, realizing too late that he should have acted faster to obliterate Shalag's head. Just then, a colossal blue energy sphere came hurtling towards him, courtesy of Sun Wukong, who had gathered and timely launched a spirit bomb. Shalag was caught off guard and struck, his inherent malevolence amplifying the damage. The echoes of Shalag's anguished cries resonated as the spirit bomb sent him crashing into his spaceship, resulting in an immense explosion that obliterated him beyond any chance of regeneration, marking the end of a once mighty cosmic overlord's reign. At that moment, Tang Xianxian could not resist the urge to jest, proclaiming, "The universe's #1 Sun Wukong has once again saved Earth. A spirit bomb has vanquished the cosmic tyrant, bringing an end to Shalag's aspirations of domination. What a joyous occasion." Sun Wukong rolled his eyes, consuming a Senzu bean, and after their recent battle, his power level increased from 36,000 to 45,000. He tossed a Senzu bean to Tang Xianxian, restoring him to full strength, enabling him to rise once more, unexpectedly triggering the Scion near-death revival bug, elevating his power from 25,000 to 31,250. Sun Wukong curiously inquired, "How did you transform into that form that defeated Dales last time?" Tang Xianxian replied slowly, "Initially, I was incapable of it because my malevolent energy was insufficient. That form requires a certain threshold of malevolent energy to transform. An old man in my mind advised me to reconsider my approach, suggesting that I convert my rage into malevolent energy. I initially thought it absurd and implausible, but after a brief trial, I found it effective." "I do not quite comprehend how he knew this." Sun Wukong questioned, "The old man in your mind, who is he?" Tang Xianxian replied with a wry smile, "From what I understand, he is called Yamoshi, the progenitor of the Scions. I know little else. His words are often strange and nonsensical." After pondering for a while, neither could grasp the situation. Meanwhile, the sky resumed its usual hue, the sun shining brightly, indicating it was around 10 a.m. They had successfully resolved Earth's crisis once more, and it was now time for them to head towards Namek. The initial team, which included Bulma, Krillin, and Son Gohan, should have already arrived. Chapter 29. Arrival at Namek and an ominous premonition. A spaceship resembling a chrysalis, with 4 corners on both top and bottom, hovered above a verdant planet. Inside the vessel, 3 individuals, Bulma, Krillin, and Son Gohan, immediately pressed their faces against the window, having endured a lengthy journey through space, finally reaching Piccolo's homeland, Namek. Here, they would summon the dragon to resurrect their fallen comrades on Earth. Soon, the trio piloted the ship gently into the planet's atmosphere, revealing a world composed of numerous islands, isolated hills, and continents covered with peculiar mabo trees. They safely landed on an island, and as the hatch opened slowly, Bulma emerged clad in a heavy protective suit. Krillin wore his Turtle School martial arts uniform topped with a travel hat, while Son Gohan donned a martial arts outfit similar to Piccolo's. As they marveled at Namek's environment, a spherical spaceship suddenly streaked across the sky. Krillin and Son Gohan immediately sensed a familiar energy, their faces turning pale with fear. Krillin suppressed his anxiety and exclaimed, "It's Vegeta." Son Gohan asked, "What should we do, Uncle Krillin?" Bulma, clearly unaware of who Vegeta was, could discern the unease in Krillin and Son Gohan's expressions, surmising he must be a formidable adversary. Krillin urgently stated, "This is bad. He must be here for the Dragon Balls." Son Gohan gasped in astonishment. Has the Scion healed so quickly? Recalling the previous encounter where the great ape Vegeta battled against Tang Xianxian and Sun Wukong for an indeterminate duration, enduring numerous powerful attacks before barely entering a near-death state, it was astonishing that he had recovered so rapidly. Bulma, unable to interject, sensed their fear of this Scion. Understanding he must be immensely powerful, as it took both Sun Wukong and Tang Xianxin to barely defeat him. Krillin turned to Bulma and said, "If he acquires the Dragon Balls, it will spell disaster. Bulma, quickly inform Earth of this situation and return immediately. Son Gohan and I will stay behind to search for the Dragon Balls. We have the Dragon Radar, so do not worry." Bulma turned and walked towards the spaceship, stating, "Very well, I shall first inform Grandpa Kame Sennin. Once we return to Earth, I will bring Goku and Shinshin with me. It will take approximately 2 months, so you must hold on." Krillin, visibly anxious, glanced at Son Gohan and inquired, "Is that doable, Gohan?" Son Gohan replied with determination, "Absolutely." Krillin then conveyed to Bulma, "2 months it is." Subsequently, Bulma retrieved her communication device and began transmitting a signal to Earth. At that moment, the hatch of the circular spaceship that had crashed opened slowly, revealing Vegeta, clad in a dark blue, almost black, tight-fitting uniform and a grayish-white battle suit. The battle suit lacked shoulder guards but bore no significant differences from before, as he still wore white gloves and long boots. Vegeta muttered to himself, "Frieza, I shall never allow you to obtain the Dragon Balls. That fiend must have realized my betrayal. He will undoubtedly kill me. With my current abilities, I cannot contend with him. I must first obtain the Dragon Balls to fulfill my wish for immortality." He then donned the red scouter on his ear to detect Frieza and his crew's locations, while also surveying the unusual surroundings. With a surge of energy, he took off, departing from the spaceship. Meanwhile, on Earth, within Kame House, Kame Sennin expressed his astonishment. "What? Oh, I see," Bulma replied. "Please notify Goku and Shinshin to come as soon as possible. That's all. Farewell." The scene shifted back to Namek, where another circular spaceship flew across the sky, precisely at the location of Vegeta's craft. Krillin exclaimed, "Huh? How can there be another one?" Son Gohan echoed his surprise. "What again?" Curiously, Bulma turned to see another spherical spaceship streaking through the sky, leaving her momentarily speechless. "Ah, how can there be another one?" she exclaimed. Krillin, exasperated, responded, "I wanted to ask you the same thing." At that juncture, an invasion was occurring in a village inhabited by Namekians. Several elderly and infirm Namekians lost their lives, while the younger ones fought valiantly but were powerless against the overwhelmingly strong enemy. A group of soldiers emerged from a Namekian dwelling, having searched extensively, and one soldier, resembling a cobra, triumphantly held a Dragon Ball in his arms that was twice the size of an Earth Dragon Ball. Soldier joyfully proclaimed, "Another one found, Lord Frieza." Before the soldier stood a robust yet comparatively short figure, typically with hands on his hips or crossed over his chest, with blood-red eyes, purple-black lips, and 2 lines resembling blood tears beneath his eyes. His body was covered in shiny purple armor, 1 foot featuring 3 toes, and a tail protruded from his back. This was Frieza's first form. Flanking Frieza were 2 formidable subordinates. One, with pink skin, spiky protrusions on his head and arms, and a corpulent physique clad in battle armor, was named Dodoria, boasting a power level of 22,000. The other, with green hair and fair skin, possessing a balanced physique and also dressed in battle attire, was named Zarbon, with a power level of 23,000. Frieza expressed satisfaction. "Excellent. We have already located 3. Zarbon slowly stated, "Lord Frieza, Vegeta has defected." Frieza replied, "I am aware. Hold on to that well. Dodoria, that little brat, is also searching for this artifact." Dodoria affirmed, "Yes." It was clear that Frieza was unfazed by Vegeta's defection. Understanding that Vegeta sought the Dragon Balls to achieve immortality and exact revenge, having endured the hatred of his annihilated race for so long. Frieza mused, "What a splendid pawn. It is truly regrettable. The question is, how shall I deal with the traitorous Vegeta?" Zarbon suggested, "Leave that to Koi. They have never seen eye to eye. With their respective strengths, Vegeta will not gain any advantage, and Koi has already landed on Namek." At that moment, the hatch of the circular spaceship opened slowly, revealing Koi. A figure with purple skin, 2 protrusions on his head, and clad in battle armor, equipped with a scouter, he was tasked with hunting down Vegeta. Koi fiddled with the scouter and said, "Vegeta, where do you think you can run? Watch how I, Koi, will deal with you." Meanwhile, on Earth, Sun Wukong and Tang Xianxin prepared to board the large spherical spacecraft crafted by Bulma's father, Dr. Brief. This vessel contained a gravity training system and various training facilities. The 2 boarded this dual-purpose spaceship, capable of both flight and training, and set off for Namek, ensuring they had ample senzu beans from Yao Xianren before their departure. Everything was in readiness. The saga of the Namekian race was about to commence. Chapter 30. Frisia's army soldiers at this moment, Buluma, Krillin, and Son Gohan had yet to recover from their astonishment at the sight of two such spaceships, and the energy emanating from the individuals aboard was not weak. Buluma spoke first. All right, I shall return to Earth now. Take care of yourselves. I will bring Goku and Shinshin soon. Krillin hurriedly halted Buluma, causing her to come to an abrupt stop. He asked Son Gohan, "What should we do, Gohan? Perhaps we should also return to Earth?" Son Gohan, taken aback, replied, "Huh?" Krillin quickly explained, "There are too many enemies. I don't mind, but if something were to happen to you, Gohan, that would be troublesome." Son Gohan said, "But if we do that, the Dragon Balls will." Krillin interjected nervously. "As for the Dragon Balls, let them have them this time. We can retrieve them next time." Buluma interjected, "What if they kill Shenlong like Piccolo did before?" Krillin was left speechless by her retort. At that moment, Son Gohan seemed to sense something and alerted. "Uncle Krillin, someone is coming." Krillin finally reacted and exclaimed, "Ah!" Buluma, frightened, quickly hid behind a rock and anxiously asked, "Is it that Vegeta you mentioned?" Krillin responded slowly, "No, it's not Vegeta. The energy of the approaching individuals is relatively weak." At that moment, two figures were slowly approaching. One resembled a large human with two horns on his forehead, while the other resembled a dinosaur man but lacked a tail and had a left arm modified into a laser cannon. Both were clad in Frisia's army battle attire. Frisia Soldier X remarked, "These two energy signatures must be the ones that lost signal in this area." Frisia Soldier Y pondered, "Could they be those Namekians?" The camera shifted back to Buluma, Krillin, and Son Gohan. Krillin asserted confidently, "They are definitely Namekians." Son Gohan concurred, "Yes." Frisia Soldier X emerged from the rocks, spotting a bald man, a man with a pot-shaped head, and a woman, marveling, "What is that? They don't seem like Namekians." Frisia Soldier Y exclaimed, "What is that?" As the five of them finally saw each other clearly, they were all momentarily frozen in surprise, each pondering in their minds what they were witnessing. Buluma declared, "They are not Namekians." Krillin awkwardly responded, "Huh?" Frisia Soldier Y questioned, "If they are not Namekians, then what are they?" Frisia Soldier X insisted, "Regardless, we just received orders from Captain Zarbin to investigate close to this energy signature. If there are signs of life, we must eliminate them immediately. Otherwise, when Captain Zarbin arrives, it will be our heads on the line." Son Gohan timidly remarked, "Ah, their clothing resembles that of the Scions." Klin calmly remarked, "Look at him. There's no way he is a Scion. He must be some sort of minor soldier, yet he exudes an incredibly annoying aura." Sun Wukong also replied with caution, "Indeed, he hardly resembles a friend." At that moment, Bulma had already frightened herself into retreating to the back, terrified that she would be caught up in the impending battle. She was merely a non-combatant, having come to Namek out of concern that the two could not pilot the spaceship. Little did she expect that her first departure from Earth to another planet would lead to such peril. She might even lose her life. Meanwhile, the Frisia soldiers X and Y floated in the air, evidently proficient in flight techniques. Klin warned, "Wukong, hold your breath and gather your strength." Sun Wukong replied, "Understood." Suddenly, the detector of Frisia Soldier Y beeped, and he dismissively said, "Just a bunch of powerless trash. They appear to be ordinary travelers." Frisia Soldier X added, "If we let them escape, it would be a disgrace, and Captain Sabo might even kill us. We should destroy their spaceship first." Frisia Soldier Y agreed, raising his left hand and instantly blasting a hole through the spaceship with his laser cannon, rendering it nearly inoperable. Bulma quickly jumped away, narrowly avoiding the blast. Klin and Sun Wukong were both taken aback, simultaneously exclaiming, "The spaceship." At this moment, words held no weight. The spaceship was destroyed, and the repairs would take an indeterminate amount of time, meaning they could never return. Frisia Soldier X laughed heartily, while Soldier Y taunted, "Unfortunate fools. Why did you come here at such a time?" Klin, filled with indignation, urged, "Wukong, unleash your energy. These individuals are not friendly. We must resolve this quickly and leave to avoid any pursuers." Frisia Soldier Y mockingly remarked, "Did you hear that? This group of weaklings dares to speak so boldly." Frisia Soldier X laughed, "They claim we are the unfriendly ones." Klin shouted, "Let the battle commence." Sun Wukong echoed, "All right." Klin then donned a mischievous grin, while Sun Wukong wore a serious expression. At this moment, both had released their suppressed energy, slowly increasing their power levels to 1,500 each. The detector of Frisia Soldier Y beeped incessantly, astonished. Aren't they supposed to be weaklings? Similarly, Soldier X's detector also sounded continuously as he exclaimed, "What? Impossible. These two weaklings with power levels of only 5 are increasing their strength." With two swift sounds, X and Y found themselves unable to see the figures before them, clearly unaware of what it meant to dodge. In an instant, the two figures appeared before them, startling them into inaction. Sun Wukong landed a powerful punch on Frisia Soldier Y's face, nearly dislodging his eyeball, while Klin delivered a soaring kick to Soldier X's jaw, shattering several of his teeth. The two were effortlessly sent flying into the waters of Namek, sinking beneath the surface, while the other two managed to land safely. Klin gave Sun Wukong a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Excellent." Sun Wukong reciprocated the gesture, affirming, "Indeed." Bulma, in a fit of frustration, cried, "What is there to celebrate? The spaceship is destroyed." Frisia remarked, 1,500 is inconsequential. Let the minions handle it. He then proceeded with Dodoria, Sabo, and the remaining Frisia soldiers to search for the Dragon Balls of Namek. Meanwhile, back with the trio, Bulma was weeping over the spaceship's wreckage, lamenting, "It's over. We can never return to Earth." Klin reminded her, "Bulma, we should leave this place to avoid stronger pursuers." Sun Wukong concurred, "Yes, I sensed several unusual energy signatures. They might be the companions of those two. We should hide and observe." Klin, holding a bag, suggested, "Perhaps." Sun Wukong, with his bag on his back, added, "Maybe the Namekians can help us repair the spaceship." Bulma sighed, "You two are quite optimistic." At this moment, two figures stood in opposition, seemingly on the brink of an intense battle. Chapter 31. The mighty strength of Vegeta. At this moment, Koi had caught up with Vegeta, but in truth, Vegeta was merely waiting to ambush him. Koi sinisterly chuckled, "Hee hee, Vegeta, it's time for us, the two sworn enemies, to settle our scores. Since you have betrayed Lord Frisia, I shall cleanse the ranks for him." Vegeta, unfazed, replied, "You wish to fight me? Allow me to show you something I learned from the Earthlings." Koi scoffed, "Humph, just look at your pitiful power level. You are doomed, Vegeta. After your trip to Earth, your strength has diminished. Do not worry, I will ensure you die peacefully. Speaking of which, what did you learn from those Earthlings? The art of running away?" Vegeta slowly retorted, "It is the ability to control my power at will." "You are finished, Koi." Curious, Koi inquired, "What do you mean by controlling power? A fantasy before death?" Vegeta gradually raised his energy, calmly stating, "Keep an eye on your detector. I no longer require such devices." Suddenly, Koi's detector began beeping incessantly as Vegeta's power level surged from 10,000 to 50,000, 100,000, 200,000, and finally stabilizing at 24,000, far surpassing Koi. In an instant, Koi's detector exploded, unable to gauge such overwhelming power, resulting in a catastrophic failure. Meanwhile, Frisia was informed about the situation, aware that Vegeta's strength had changed, yet remained unfazed, considering it insufficient to concern himself with, as it was merely 24,000. Koi exclaimed in shock, "What? Your power was once comparable to mine. How could it suddenly increase so dramatically? What kind of sorcery is this?" Vegeta generously replied, "Since you are destined to die, it matters not if I tell you. I acquired this through life and death battles on Earth." "Fool, how could you compare to me when you have done nothing but languish before Frisia? Now that you know, prepare to meet your end." Koi, suddenly intimidated, attempted to placate him. "Wait, Vegeta, I have a brilliant idea. We can negotiate. I can assist you. I have long harbored discontent against Lord Frisia. No, against Frisia." Vegeta replied icily, "Do not think to deceive me. Your words are repulsive. You only wish to buy time until Sabo and Dodoria arrive. With such formidable power, others will surely take notice. Today, you shall perish." Koi continued, "You must believe me, Vegeta. Though we have always been at odds, I, like you, have been dissatisfied with Frisia. Together, we can defeat Sabo and Dodoria, and then we will deal with Frisia." The power emanating from Vegeta grew stronger, determined to end the battle swiftly, and then find a way to confront Sabo and Dodoria, Frisia's right-hand men. Koi, now in a cold sweat, persisted, "No, that is not it. Please trust me." At that moment, he was covertly gathering energy in his hands, preparing to launch a surprise attack on Vegeta. He then shouted, "Ah, Lord Frisia." Vegeta, startled by the feigned assault, quickly turned to observe, inadvertently granting Koi the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Koi incessantly unleashed energy blasts toward Vegeta's position, hurling insults. You truly are a fool, Vegeta. Only a simpleton like you would fall for such tricks. After a relentless barrage, as the smoke began to clear, he expected to see Vegeta defeated. Just as he was about to revel in his perceived victory, Koi burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. How unfortunate for you. No matter how high your battle power, this time you are finished. Unbeknownst to Koi, Vegeta had already instantaneously teleported behind him. Vegeta coolly remarked, "Humph, you underestimate me far too much. Such petty tricks are only employed by fools like you." Upon hearing the voice, Koi spun around in shock, realizing that his full-powered strike had been effortlessly evaded. Vegeta continued, "My battle power has increased, and with it, my speed. But now, after your insolence, I am thoroughly enraged. Prepare to meet your end, Koi." In disbelief, Koi stammered, "How can this be?" Sensing his impending defeat, he attempted to flee, but Vegeta was determined not to let him escape to deliver a warning. With a fierce surge of energy, Vegeta pursued him, declaring, "Where do you think you're going? This is your burial ground." With his enhanced strength, Vegeta moved faster than ever, swiftly cutting off Koi's escape. He seized Koi by the throat, restraining him. Gathering energy in his left hand, Vegeta delivered a powerful punch to Koi's chest, launching him high into the air. The force of the blow nearly caused Koi's eyes to bulge from their sockets. With a sinister grin, Vegeta unleashed an invisible beam from his fingertip, striking Koi's body and causing it to compress before exploding from within, resulting in Koi's agonizing demise. Vegeta scoffed. What a filthy display of fireworks. Upon landing, Vegeta realized that his whereabouts had likely been completely exposed to Sabo and Dodoria. Although he could handle both, the potential arrival of Frieza posed a significant threat. He mused, "It is said that without gathering all 7 Dragon Balls, one cannot achieve their wish. If I can find just one, I can wait for them to bring the other 6 and seize the opportunity to claim the wish for eternal life. With that power, perhaps I can defeat Frieza. Once he is gone, I shall be the strongest, and the entire universe will belong to me, Vegeta." Meanwhile, Dodoria, still with Frieza, had learned through his scouter of Vegeta's current battle power and Koi's defeat. He speculated that even teaming up with Sabo would not pose a challenge. Frieza dismissively replied, "It's nothing to worry about. Let us continue our search for the 5th Dragon Ball." A soldier, resembling a frog, reported, "There is a response over there. 10 Namekian's energy signatures. It appears to be another village, likely housing the 5th Dragon Ball." Frieza responded slowly, "I sincerely hope they possess the 5th Dragon Ball." He then took off with Dodoria, Sabo, and the remaining soldiers, swiftly heading toward the village. Chapter 32. The 3-man team splits up at this moment. The focus shifts back to the trio. Krillin urged, "Bulma, we must hurry. We'll be discovered." Bulma complained, "Aren't you all capable of flying? Why not take me with you?" They could only proceed carefully, step by step. Gohan explained, "We cannot fly. It would consume too much energy and alert the enemy." Krillin pointed toward a nearby cave and suggested, "Bulma, there's a decent cave over there. Let us hide inside." Bulma, exasperated, replied, "How long do we have to hide in this cave?" The trio cautiously approached the cave. Gohan remarked, "Uncle Krillin, do you feel that? It seems several powerful energies are approaching." Krillin, initially skeptical, suddenly sensed the energies too, muttering, "Yes." Gohan noted, "They feel different from those we encountered earlier. I can't be sure." Krillin speculated they might be Namekians, but he was uncertain. Suddenly, sensing danger, Krillin warned, "Quick, hide. Monsters are coming." Bulma looked around anxiously but could see no one, then gasped in realization. Krillin urged, "Bulma, hurry and hide. If the enemies arrive, we'll be in serious trouble." They swiftly darted into the cave, concealing themselves behind the rocks. Krillin peeked out cautiously to observe the situation outside. Bulma, confused, asked, "How do you know all this?" Krillin replied, "Shoo, don't speak, they're coming." At that moment, several figures appeared in the sky. One riding a flying vehicle while the others flew at incredible speeds, zipping past. It was Frieza, Dodoria, and Sabo, along with their subordinates, heading toward the nearest Namekian village to seize the 5th Dragon Ball. When Bulma peeked out, the figures had already vanished, leaving no trace behind. Unable to sense their energy, she remained oblivious. Bulma questioned, "Who were they? I couldn't see them at all. They were too fast." Gohan responded, "They've left." The two remained tense, acutely aware of the formidable energies, particularly that of the diminutive figure on the flying vehicle. Krillin anxiously noted, "Fortunately, they did not discover us." It seems they already have 4 Dragon Balls. Bulma, check the Dragon Ball radar. Bulma, confused about their fears and struggling to comprehend their conversation, asked, "What is going on?" Quickly, she activated the Dragon Ball radar, which emitted beeping sounds, indicating the location of the Dragon Balls. 4 Dragon Balls were rapidly approaching the 5th location, confirming that the group had indeed located 4 Dragon Balls. Bulma finally understood. Yes, indeed, there are 4 Dragon Balls. Krillin, anxious, said, "This is serious, Gohan. Did you see the second one?" Gohan replied, "I did. His power seems incredibly immense." Krillin continued, "That guy appears even stronger than Vegeta. Just a glance from him could be fatal. Others are strong too, but he stands apart." The individual Krillin referred to as Frieza, currently in his first form. Notably short, but not to be underestimated, boasting a battle power of 300,000. Moreover, he possessed 4 transformation stages, each doubling his power. Bulma inquired, "Stronger than Vegeta? What kind of person is he?" Krillin slowly replied, "I don't know, but their attire resembles Vegeta's," Gohan added. "That short one sitting on the vehicle has immense energy." Krillin lamented, "How can the Dragon Balls fall into such hands?" Suddenly, the Dragon Ball radar beeped again, prompting Bulma to exclaim, "Look, they're heading straight for the 5th Dragon Ball. How strange." Krillin hurriedly asked, "Where are they going?" Bulma pointed in a direction, precisely where the Dragon Ball radar indicated, and hurriedly exclaimed, "It's about 14 kilometers that way." Sun Wufan anxiously replied, "Just now, Uncle Klin mentioned that there seemed to be Namekians over there." Klin gritted his teeth and declared, "I must go take a look." Sun Wufan insisted, "I want to go too." Bulma, in a state of urgency, interjected, "Hey, are you leaving me here all alone?" Klin turned to explain, "This place is relatively safe." Although Bulma was sweating profusely, after a moment's contemplation, she concurred, "That makes sense. I will wait for your return here." Klin then advised, "Try to contact Master Roshi." Bulma concluded with concern, "You must be careful." Klin cautioned, "Wufan, remember to suppress your energy. Can you do that?" Sun Wufan nodded affirmatively, "I can." The two then pursued their course with astonishing speed and agility. While they were still slower than their counterparts, they were nonetheless swift. Meanwhile, on the other side, a spacecraft had just departed from Earth. Son Goku and Tang Xuanqing had already switched the machine to autopilot mode and commenced training, engaging in direct combat for the first time. Although Son Goku's combat prowess significantly surpassed that of Tang Xuanqing, once he tapped into the power of the great ape, he could easily overpower him. However, their objective was not merely victory, but authentic training and enhancement of their abilities. Under the conditions of 100 times Earth's gravity, both maintained fluidity in their movements, evidently having trained under such circumstances numerous times before and accustomed to it. In an instant, Tang Xuanqing charged close and delivered a punch to Son Goku, forcing him back. After being knocked away, Son Goku swiftly maneuvered behind him and retaliated with a kick, sending him crashing into the wall of the spacecraft. The injuries sustained under 100 times gravity were not insignificant, and the body was prone to sluggish effects. Nevertheless, both continued unabated, engaging in relentless training. Despite suffering severe injuries, they persisted, knowing that only in extreme situations would they prioritize recovery before resuming their training, taking advantage of the Scion's unique ability to revive and enhance their combat power. Chapter 33. The Timid Namekian. The scene shifted back to Namek. At that moment, 2 small figures were dashing and leaping at remarkable speed. Klin and Sun Wufan headed towards the Namekian village where the 5th Dragon Ball was located. Klin urged, "Be careful, hold your breath, and get a little closer to take a look." Sun Wufan responded, "Okay." Unbeknownst to them, after what felt like an eternity of frantic running and leaping, they finally reached a cliff. Klin sensed a powerful energy below the cliff and remarked, "It's beneath that cliff." They then crawled cautiously in a half-squat position. Klin exclaimed nervously, "Such strong energy." Sun Wufan nodded, replying, "Mm." When they lay flat over the cliff, they observed the scene below, numerous houses resembling the spacecraft they had come in, which must belong to the Namekians. They noticed many soldiers capturing Namekians. Sun Wufan lamented, "Wow, so many spacecraft, just like ours." Klin, with unease, pointed out, "Look at those 3 strange figures, especially the one sitting in that circular object. His energy is terrifying." Klin suddenly spotted a stout figure with pink skin covered in spikes, each arm cradling a spherical Dragon Ball. alongside a green-skinned individual holding two spherical Dragon Balls in each hand. It appeared these were indeed the Dragon Balls of Namek, distinctly different from those of Earth. Clint alerted. Quick, look at those. They seem to be Dragon Balls. Sun Wufan gasped. They truly are Dragon Balls. At that moment, Dodoria turned his head towards the cliff but found no one there. Yet he had an unsettling feeling that something was watching him. Frisia, noticing his distracted state, inquired. What is the matter, Dodoria? Dodoria respectfully replied. Nothing. I just sensed some energy over there. But it has vanished. Perhaps it was a small animal or insect. Just then, a Frisia soldier reported, Lord Frisia, we only found 5. The others seem to have escaped. At this, Clint and Sun Wufan quickly curled up, suppressing their energy. Clint nervously remarked, that was close. We almost got discovered. Sun Wufan, even more frightened, curled up tightly, overwhelmed by the formidable enemy that exceeded his imagination. At that moment, a Frisia soldier emerged, holding 3 elderly Namekians and 2 young Namekians at gunpoint, urging, if you don't want to die, come out quickly. Clint, upon seeing the elder Namekians, was struck by a sudden realization. They resembled the Namekian deity Piccolo. Clint curiously wondered, what are they planning to do with the Namekians? Sun Wufan asked, Uncle Clint, are those 3 Scions? Clint slowly replied, not just in similar battle attire. Only Vegeta remains of the Scions, not counting you, Goku, and Xuanqing. Sun Wufan could only utter a stundo. Clint continued, by the way, Goku's brother once mentioned selling suitable planets to extraterrestrial beings at a high price. Perhaps they are referring to them, and they may be his companions. Clint scanned the surroundings, but found no sign of Vegeta. Concluding that Vegeta was likely searching for Dragon Balls elsewhere, completely unaware that Vegeta had betrayed Frisia and was now both fleeing and seeking the Dragon Balls. The 3 elderly Namekians suddenly noticed the Dragon Balls cradled by Dodoria and Zarbon, their expressions filled with shock, realizing that perhaps 4 villages had already faced calamity. Frisia slowly addressed them, listen closely, I am Frisia, in search of your Dragon Balls. As I understand, there should be 10 of you. Where are the others? The 3 elderly Namekians did their utmost to feign silence, pretending not to understand. Frisia ominously threatened, refused to speak? Then I will have to kill them. The 3 elderly Namekians began conversing in the Namekian tongue. Frisia coldly interjected, don't speak to me in your Namekian language. Use a language we can understand. The Namekian elder replied, the others have gone out to work. It's just us old folks, and the children left. Seeing their compliance, Frisia cheerfully remarked, see? Answering me honestly like this means you have nothing to fear. At this moment, the 2 hidden on the cliff remained silent, quietly observing, as with their strength. They could not intervene. Frisia continued, all right, answer my questions. Do you have Dragon Balls? I believe there should be one around here. The Namekian elder replied, we do not know about that. Frisia chuckled sinisterly, clearly unimpressed by such trivial responses. He recounted, Dodoria, what did the Namekian we killed the second time say to us? Dodoria immediately recalled and stated, oh, he said that only those recognized as warriors are worthy of obtaining the Dragon Balls. Frisia scoffed, Was he so obstinate that he refused to assist us? To compel his cooperation, we had no choice but to kill one of them. The 3 elderly Namekians were instantly startled, and Clint and Sun Wufan, who were hiding on the cliff, widened their eyes in shock. Clint trembled as he stammered, W. Fuisa continued, stating that the individual had obediently divulged that there were a total of 7 Dragon Balls, crafted by the revered Grand Elder of this planet. These Dragon Balls were currently entrusted to 7 elders for safekeeping. Anyone desiring the Dragon Balls must first compete in wisdom and strength against these elders before articulating their wishes. The 3 elderly Namekians had a vague understanding of the fate that awaited that individual. Once the secrets were lost, their existence would hold little value. And he was likely already dead. Fulisa then slowly remarked that only those warriors acknowledged by the elders could obtain the Dragon Balls. He expressed disdain, asserting that someone like him would never be able to attain them. With a scoff, he recounted the effort it took to secure the first Dragon Ball after killing the individual. The second elder of the Namekians trembled as he stuttered, how could you? Meanwhile, not far away, Vegeta was utilizing a combat scanner to intercept their conversation. Since the devices were interconnected, he was able to glean further intelligence from their betrayal. The scanner transmitted Fulisa's voice, claiming that the next 3 Dragon Balls would be easy to acquire as they were compliant. Vegeta darkly mused, is that so? The scene shifted back to Fulisa, who was met with the ire of the Namekian's second elder, who struggled to contain his fury, admonishing, "Stop your nonsense." Another elder beside him interjected, asserting that the other elders would not so easily relinquish the Dragon Balls. It was undoubtedly Fulisar who had murdered the other elders to seize them. With a sinister grin, Fulisar replied, "I have my ways to make them compliant. Sabo, show them what we can do." Sabo respectfully acknowledged the command and swiftly appeared above the two Namekians, delivering a powerful kick to one of the elders, sending him crashing to the ground, lifeless. The second elder, to his left, erupted in rage, exclaiming, "You scoundrel!" As energy gathered in the elder's hands, he launched an attack towards Sabo. The Namekian's second elder attempted to intervene, shouting for him to stop. In a calculated move, Sabo threw a Dragon Ball into the air and leaped to safety, the attack instead striking and killing a nearby Fulisar soldier. As the elder looked up, he witnessed Sabo unleashing a devastating energy blast that obliterated him. The elder crumpled to the ground, charred and lifeless, as Sabo gracefully descended, catching the Dragon Ball that had fallen from the sky. Hiding on a cliff, Kurlin and Ufan watched in horror. Kurlin murmured, "How cruel. These despicable beings dare to harm the elderly." Filled with indignation, Simufan could only whisper, "Despicable." With a dark tone, Fulisar questioned, "So, will you now be more compliant?" The Namekian's second elder tightly shielded his two children and inquired, "Why do you seek the Dragon Balls?" With feigned sincerity, Fulisar replied, "I simply have a modest wish, to attain immortality and to rule the universe, truly becoming the emperor of the cosmos." At that moment, both individuals on the cliff were taken aback by the similarity of their desires, realizing that Baia's ambitions mirrored those of Fuha. Kurlin, puzzled, remarked, "What? So Brigitar also desires eternal life. Isn't that the same as Fulisar's wish?" Sunwufan, confused, asked, "Aren't they companions of Bejita?" To which Kurlin responded helplessly, "I'm not sure." Upon hearing the malevolent wish, the Namekian's second elder felt a shudder of fear. How could such a wicked individual be worthy of such a desire? He resolutely declared, "Even if it costs me my life, I will never give you the Dragon Balls." With a mocking laugh, Fulisar replied, "Huh? Would you rather die than part with the Dragon Balls? How stubborn these people are. If I were to kill these children, would you still be so obstinate?" The second elder retorted angrily, "You beast, you would not spare even children." Meanwhile, the two on the cliff clenched their fists, ready to spring into action despite knowing they could not win, compelled to assist. Suddenly, Duodolia's scanner emitted a series of urgent beeps, prompting him to turn around. Sabo was the first to comment, "A strong battle power indeed." Duodolia quickly exclaimed, "Lord Fulisar, look, their reinforcements have arrived." At that moment, 3 robust young Namekians were flying towards them at full speed. The second elder of the Namekians beamed with joy, exclaiming, Our reinforcements have arrived." The two on the cliff instinctively looked up, astonished. "They are here already?" Chapter 34. The defense of the village. The Namekian's second elder sighed. "Humph, they have finally arrived." Kulin and Ufan looked up in surprise, exclaiming, "It's the Namekians. They have come to save their own." With a swift motion, the 3 young Namekian warriors landed on the ground. They bore similar appearances but wore different attire, henceforth referred to as 1 Hog, 2 Hog, and 3 Hog. 1 Hal, witnessing the murder of his fellow Namekians, could not contain his rage, grinding his teeth as he said, "You scoundrels." With a wicked smile, Fulisar retorted, "What a bother. Just as I was about to secure the Dragon Balls, you come running here to die." 2 Hal, suppressing his fury, declared, "You shall not go unpunished. How can the peace of Namek be disrupted?" 3 Hal chimed in, "So you are the ones who attacked the village and sought the Dragon Balls." The Namekian second elder warned, "Be cautious, these foes are formidable." One of the young Namekians urged, "Let us drive these evil invaders out of our homeland." Unfazed, Fulisar said, "Oh, you intend to fight us? Duoduya, what is their battle power?" Immediately, Duoduya activated the power level scanner on his left eye, producing a series of beeping sounds as he assessed the battle power of the 3 young Namekians. Duoduya reported, Please do not be disappointed. All 3 have power levels around 1,000. They are no threat to us." The Namekian's second elder quickly noticed that they were wearing unusual devices on their left eyes, which seemed capable of detecting battle power. He realized, now I understand how they can accurately locate scattered villages across vast Namek. Those devices can detect life forms on this planet, allowing them to swiftly find the Dragon Balls. The group of Fulisa soldiers laughed. This is a joke. Those with just 1,000 in battle power dare to challenge us? Meanwhile, the two on the cliff began to strategize. Kurleen slowly remarked, "Humph. The Namekians are merely suppressing their energy, which is why their readings are so low. Those fiends are oblivious to this fact." Sun Wufan agreed, "Exactly. They will surely catch those aliens off guard." The battle below was about to commence as the Fleesaw soldiers surged forward, shouting, "Let us go. We will eliminate them." On planet Namek, the third Namekian warrior let out a fierce shout, and in an instant, delivered a flying kick that struck a Frisia soldier squarely in the chest. With a resounding crash, the soldier was sent hurtling backward, soaring over the heads of Frisia and Dodoria before crashing into a nearby rock formation. The remaining Frisia soldiers gasped in disbelief, questioning how it was possible for opponents with a combat power of merely around 1,000 to possess such overwhelming strength. Almost immediately, both the first and second Namekian warriors echoed the shout, launching themselves toward the group of Frisia soldiers. One particularly diminutive Frisia soldier, sporting a dinosaur-like head, raised his right fist to retaliate, but the clash of punches appeared deceptively even. Only he knew the vast disparity in their true abilities. "You scoundrel!" he exclaimed. The first Namekian swiftly swung his fist, knocking off the soldier's helmet and delivering a rapid succession of blows that left the hapless soldier reeling, unable to defend himself. Meanwhile, the second Namekian leaped into the sky, raising his right hand to unleash a powerful energy blast towards another Frisia soldier, who appeared similar to a human but donned Frisia's armor. The strike found its mark, eliciting a pained scream as the soldier was sent tumbling away. Sabo, narrowly avoiding a collision, turned to Dodoria, asking how this was possible, given that he had claimed their combat powers were only around 1,000. Dodoria, equally perplexed, activated his scouter once again to reassess the combat power of the three Namekians, exclaiming in astonishment that they had somehow surged to 3,000. The trio of young Namekians fought valiantly, resembling fierce deities of battle, as they effortlessly overwhelmed the Frisia soldiers, leaving them in disarray and unable to mount any effective resistance. Above, on the cliffside, Krillin and Gohan watched in awe, as if witnessing a cinematic spectacle, wishing for popcorn and soda. Krillin cheered enthusiastically, "This is incredible. Keep it up. Defeat them and reclaim the Dragon Balls." Gohan nodded in agreement, thoroughly supportive of the cause. Returning to the scene below, Frisia commented, "Not bad at all. I see that the Namekians can manipulate their combat power at will. Such a rare ability." Dodoria glanced at the fallen dinosaur-headed soldier, checking the status of the scouter, and noted, "Well, even including this one, we only have 3 functioning devices left." Placing 2 Dragon Balls on the ground, he mused, "Really? Must I handle this myself and eliminate all 3 of them?" Frisia responded nonchalantly, "Do as you please." At that moment, the elder Namekian discerned Dodoria's intent and urged, "Children, flee from here quickly." The 2 young Namekians, confused by the elder's meaning, shared a startled cry. Without hesitation, the elder Namekian shouted, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that obliterated Dodoria's scouter. Dodoria, incensed, retorted, "You rascal. With your meager skills, don't think you can kill me." The elder Namekian leaped into action, firing 2 additional energy beams at the scouters of the defeated Frisia soldiers, effectively destroying them. The commotion caught the attention of all present, as both sides seemed to momentarily halt, gazing at the elder Namekian. The first Namekian spoke softly, "Elder," Sabo exclaimed, "This is bad. He's trying to destroy our scouters." Dodoria roared in fury, "I will kill all of you, not leaving a single one alive." On the cliff, Gohan and Krillin finally understood the significance of the scouter. Krillin mused, "The scouter, it's that device they wear on their left eye." Gohan added, "It's the machine that detects their opponent's combat power and locations." Suddenly, Krillin realized. So that's how they pinpoint the Dragon Balls. They use the scouters to locate the Namekians. The elder recognized this and wishes to destroy the scouters. Back below, Dodoria seethed. "These scoundrels, I will eliminate every last one of you." He erupted with fury, his combat power skyrocketing to 22,000, sending clouds of dust into the air as he charged at the elder Namekian. The 3 young Namekians cried out, "Elder." Frisia interrupted, "Wait, Dodoria. Eliminate those 3 young Namekians first." As Dodoria turned his attention to the elder Namekian, he was forced to roll away and redirect his ire toward the 3 young warriors. Unable to defy Frisia's command, as he knew he could not match Frisia's might, the elder Namekian cursed under his breath, "Damn it, I couldn't hold him back." Meanwhile, The fallen Frisia soldiers lay defeated at the hands of the three Namekians. The first Namekian challenged, "Do you think we three together cannot defeat you?" Dodoria sneered. "Ha ha ha, against you three, 10 seconds will suffice. Do you really believe you can best me? How amusing." With a sudden movement, he appeared behind the first Namekian, delivering a devastating blow that pierced through his chest. The first Namekian cried out in agony, collapsing to his knees, as the sheer difference in their abilities left him no time to react. Turning swiftly, Dodoria unleashed an energy blast that annihilated the second Namekian, resulting in a violent explosion that left no trace behind. This shocking display left Krillin and Gohan perched on the cliff, as well as the elder Namekian and the two young warriors below, in utter disbelief. Dodoria lunged for the third Namekian, who narrowly evaded his grasp and leaped back several paces, raising his hands to gather a powerful energy. The third Namekian unleashed a formidable energy sphere in retaliation, striking Dodoria and causing a significant explosion that ravaged the surrounding terrain. With a sigh of relief, the third Namekian chuckled, "Huh?" However, as the smoke cleared, Dodoria emerged unscathed from the crater, letting out a sinister laugh that sent chills down the third Namekian's spine. That had been his full power attack, and yet it had failed to inflict any harm, revealing the insurmountable gap in their strengths. Krillin observed from the cliff, "This isn't good. Such attacks cannot bring him down." The realization of the true terror of Dodoria's might dawned upon him. Dodoria surged forward, bellowing, "Die!" He activated his spiked headbutt technique, the spikes on his head hardening as he charged straight at the third Namekian. The third Namekian cried out in pain, as he was rammed into the rocky terrain, leaving cracks in the ground and demonstrating the overwhelming power of Dodoria's attack, which had decisively vanquished him. Without forgetting his surroundings, he touched his pointed head and chuckled. "What a weakling. I expected much more from those Namekians. They have truly disappointed me." In the sky, the Namekian elder gasped in disbelief, unable to comprehend that the warriors of his planet could not defeat these invaders and were easily slaughtered. Raising his gaze to the elder, Frisia laughed mockingly. "Ha ha ha. Trying to flee now that you realize you're outmatched? You cannot escape. It would be wise to come down." The Namekian elder cursed under his breath and slowly descended from the sky, uncertain of what choice to make. Frisia continued, "Coming down obediently is the right course of action. Hand over the Dragon Balls as compensation for the damage detector. You know our methods. If you resist, we will kill those children." Countless thoughts flashed through the Namekian elder's mind, but ultimately he surrendered, realizing he could not let the children perish alongside him. Though death seemed inconsequential to him, the two children were still young. The elder spoke softly, "Fine, but you must guarantee the children's safety." With a smile, Frisia replied, "If you had done this sooner, we would have avoided this predicament." The two individuals on the cliff could only watch silently, powerless to intervene as heroes. Krillin silently cursed, "Despicable fiends. They are pushing too far." Gritting his teeth, Son Gohan exclaimed, "Vile scoundrels." Krillin sensed the gravity of the situation. These villains would not spare them easily. They would likely seize the Dragon Balls and then kill them. The scene shifted back below. The Namekian elder turned and entered a building, emerging moments later cradling a Dragon Ball. "Well done," Frisia remarked. The elder struggled to speak. "Take the Dragon Ball and leave quickly." He handed the Dragon Ball to one of the surviving Frisia soldiers. Frisia said slowly, "There is one more matter. Please inform us of the locations of the last two Dragon Balls." The Namekian elder stubbornly replied, "I will not reveal anything. We Namekians would rather die than betray our comrades. According to our agreement, you should leave now." Frisia's sinister smile widened. "Ha ha ha. Why is it that everyone from this planet shares such a similar disposition? No matter, you and those children will meet your demise." Upon hearing this, the Namekian elder was consumed by rage. "What did you say, you shameless wretch?" Dodoria lunged forward, striking the elder and sending him flying, preparing to kill all three. Chapter 36. The Wrath of Son Gohan. The Namekian elder, lying on the ground, protested, "Are you reneging on our agreement? I have already given you the Dragon Ball. Will you not relent?" Frisia responded coolly, "7 Dragon Balls are insufficient. They hold no value. You destroyed our detector. Thus you must inform us of the remaining 2 Dragon Balls." Krillin's suspicions were confirmed. Even with the Dragon Ball in hand, the villains would not spare the Namekians. Even if they had not destroyed the detector, surrendering the Dragon Balls would still lead to their death, for they would be deemed worthless. The Namekian elder defiantly stated, "I will not speak. You deceitful, despicable scoundrels will never summon the dragon." Frisia leisurely replied, "Very well, I shall grant your wish. Prepare to die. Eliminate all three." Zabon inquired, "But my lord, how will we find the Dragon Balls without the detector?" Frisia casually remarked, "There are only two left. We can simply search a couple of villages." Dodoria chimed in, "Brilliant, as expected of you, Lord Frisia." Meanwhile, the two on the cliff were seething with anger. Krillin muttered, "Truly despicable." Son Gohan said, "Uncle Krillin, I want to go down and help them." Krillin cautioned, "Gohan, don't act recklessly. We can't match those aliens." Gohan opened his mouth to respond, but held his tongue. The scene shifted back below. The Namekian elder urged, "Children, flee. I will hold them off." The two young Namekians trembled, "Yes." The elder stood tall, arms raised overhead, proclaiming, "Witness the pride of the Namekians." He attempted to shield the children with his body, creating a formidable wall against harm. Frisia scoffed, lifting a finger to unleash a beam of energy that effortlessly pierced through him, striking one of the fleeing Namekian children and ending its life in an instant. On the cliff, both Krillin and Son Gohan gasped in horror. "Huh?" The Namekian elder turned slowly, murmuring, "Kark." Just as he was momentarily stunned, Dodoria charged forward, seizing him by the throat, locking him in a chokehold, and with a swift twist, ended the elder's life. Dodoria taunted, "Ha ha ha. Where is your pride now, worthless Namekian?" Son Gohan's fury reached its zenith, and he managed to utter through gritted teeth, "Wretched villains. I will never forgive you." Krillin quickly restrained Gohan, urging, "Calm down, Gohan. We must endure. We are powerless to help." The remaining young Namekian was paralyzed with fear, trembling uncontrollably. Dodoria turned his gaze towards him, extending his hand to grab him. The child spun around and fled, emitting terrified cries, while Dodoria savored the hunt like an eagle pursuing its prey. Dodoria leaped in front of him, blocking his escape, and cruelly declared, "Ha, dealing with this little creature is easier than squashing a bug. I shall show mercy and grant you a swift death." He raised his hand, ready to strike, when a thunderous shout echoed from afar. Son Gohan yelled, "Stop right there." Frisia and Zabon turned in surprise to the cliff, taken aback that someone had been silently observing them. Dodoria asked, "Who goes there? An accomplice?" In a flash, Son Gohan leapt into action, delivering a flying kick that sent Dodoria crashing into the Namekian house, his head embedded within while his body remained outside. Krillin rushed down, nervously exclaiming, "Foolish Gohan." Dodoria slowly pulled his head free, questioning, "Who are you? Daring to ambush me? Do you wish to die?" Son Gohan shouted defiantly, "You evil scoundrel. I'm here to take you down." Dodoria rose, dismissively replying, "Such bravado. You merely caught me off guard. Now, I will ensure you and that Namekian suffer a painful demise." Suddenly, Krillin executed a flying kick, once again striking Dodoria's face and sending him back into the house, just as before, head inside, body outside. Son Gohan exclaimed, "Uncle Krillin. You came down too." Krillin embraced the nearby young Namekian and urged Gohan, "Fool, hurry and escape." Gohan hesitated, unsure of what to say, but he knew they had to flee without delay. Suddenly, the three individuals soared into the sky, preparing to flee. Frisia shook his head and remarked, "That doesn't seem to be a Namekian, but wait, how did they get here?" Dodoria, having regained his footing, held his head with one hand, still visibly dizzy, and cursed, "Those two little brats, I will definitely kill you." Frisia seemed to realize something and shouted, "Quick, pursue them. We must capture them." Dodoria, filled with rage, shot into the air to give chase, accompanied by several other Frisia soldiers. Krillin turned to Son Gohan and urged, "Fly with all your might. If we're caught, we're done for." Son Gohan replied, "Understood, Uncle Krillin." At that moment, Dodoria had already closed the gap behind the two, as their strength difference was insurmountable, making it nearly impossible to shake him off unless they could inexplicably increase their speed in a short amount of time, a notion that was unrealistic. Krillin, carrying the Namekian, glanced back and saw the rotund, spiky-haired Dodoria rapidly approaching. He exclaimed, "This is bad. That pudgy spiky head is faster than us. We're about to be caught." Meanwhile, Frisia, still on the ground, felt dazed and muttered, "Where did these little rascals come from?" Chapter 37. The pursuer of death approaches at this moment. Dodoria was in hot pursuit of Krillin, the Namekian, and Son Gohan. Son Gohan spoke first, "We're about to be caught. We might as well fight him." Krillin countered, "We are no match for him. We need to escape." Behind them, Dodoria let out a maniacal laugh, reveling in the thrill of the hunt. Krillin thought to himself that he would have to hand the child over to Gohan and confront Dodoria himself, as this was the only way to buy time for Gohan and the little Namekian to escape. Krillin then shouted, "I have a plan, Gohan. You protect this child." Son Gohan responded, "Okay." Krillin abruptly dashed to the same position as Son Gohan, tossing the small Namekian toward him, then swiftly turned to face Dodoria, his hands forming a gesture as if to squeeze two pressure points. Krillin shouted, "Gohan, close your eyes and do not open them." Son Gohan replied, "All right." At that moment, Dodoria sensed something amiss but dismissed it as a non-threat, turning his attention toward the bald figure. Krillin then yelled, "Watch this, solar flare." Emitting a brilliant burst of light from himself, he shone like a blazing sun, rendering anyone nearby unable to see. Dodoria, closest to him, was momentarily blinded by the attack. Dodoria, clutching his eyes in agony, cried out, "Ah, my eyes!" Krillin exclaimed, "Excellent, it worked. Gohan, hide quickly." Son Gohan responded, "Got it, Uncle Krillin." They swiftly darted into a rocky cave and held their breath. Son Gohan praised, "Uncle Krillin, that move was amazing." Krillin replied, "It only temporarily blinds him. The effect won't last long." Meanwhile, Dodoria in the sky rubbed his eyes, his vision slowly clearing, and cursed, "Humph, that bald brat, I will tear you to shreds." Once his sight returned, he discovered the area was deserted, and without a scouter, he had no way of locating the trio, as he was incapable of sensing energy, relying solely on the device to detect enemy positions and power levels. Dodoria seethed. Where did they run off to? "Damn it, you three scoundrels, I will kill you." He then circled the terrain, searching for any trace of them, but the landscape of Namek, with its mountains, water, and sparse trees, was too complex to navigate, making it nearly impossible to track them down. If only he had a scouter, everything would be much easier. Dodoria continued to curse, "I will not let you escape. Where are you? Show yourselves." Meanwhile, the three were hiding beneath a cliff, concealed by the stone wall, which created a shadowy area. The cave further obscured them, making it difficult to detect their presence. Krillin anxiously remarked, "If he still had the scouter, he could easily find us. Now we can breathe a sigh of relief. Luckily that Elder destroyed it, or we would have been in serious trouble." Son Gohan gestured for the small Namekian to be quiet, indicating that they could be discovered. Dodoria, furious, shouted, "You dare toy with me? Just wait, you can't hide for long." He then shot up into the sky. Krillin felt an unsettling intuition. Son Gohan, relieved, said, "Phew, he's gone. We are safe now." Dodoria suddenly thrust his hands downward, shouting, "Take this, you little brat." A powerful energy wave erupted from his hands, crashing toward the ground with catastrophic intent. Krillin shouted, "This is bad. He's trying to obliterate the entire area." As Dodoria's energy wave struck the ground, the surrounding rocks crumbled to ashes, leveling entire peaks and leaving behind a massive crater. A tremendous roar echoed, and when the dust settled, the area was devoid of islands and mountains, reduced to a vast pit. Was this truly the extent of Dodoria's power? It was terrifying. Dodoria gazed into the immense pit and mused, "Ha ha ha, you were doomed. Now you shall be obliterated. Although Lord Frieza commanded me to bring you back, this is certainly better than letting you escape. Yet, who are those two little brats? They are not ordinary." At that moment, Krillin, cradling the small Namekian along with Son Gohan, found themselves above Dodoria, holding their breath, yet still feeling tense, fearing that he might suddenly look up and discover them or sense their energy. However, since he lacked a scouter, he could not locate them, allowing Krillin to deduce that he could not sense their energy. Dodoria continued to talk to himself. In any case, they are dead now. It no longer matters. He then sped off toward Frieza's location. The three in the sky exhaled a sigh of relief. They had narrowly escaped a perilous situation, as if they had walked through the gates of death. Son Gohan slowly said, "That fat villain has finally left." Krillin also breathed a sigh of relief, still feeling tense. Krillin then asked, "Shall we return to Bulma's? By the way, can you fly?" The small Namekian replied, "I can." He then floated into the air, clearly possessing the ability to levitate. The small Namekian expressed, "Thank you for saving me." Krillin pointed to Son Gohan beside him and said, "You should thank Gohan. He was the one who rushed out to save you." Son Gohan gently added, "If it weren't for Uncle Krillin, we would have been finished." Krillin continued, "Then you should come with us, little Namekian. We won't harm you." The small Namekian nodded, indicating his willingness to accompany them. Krillin then asked, "Gohan, do you remember Bulma's location?" Son Gohan replied slowly, "I do. Let me lead the way. At this moment, on the other side, the ever-complaining Dodoria was lamenting his predicament. Without the detector, hunting for Dragon Balls is truly a laborious task. Although Namek is small, its terrain is intricate and troublesome, with villages scattered in similar positions. Just as he continued his complaints, an invisible force struck him, causing him to plummet swiftly into the waters of Namek. Emitting cries of despair during his descent, clearly indicating the considerable power of the attack. Upon crashing into the water with a resounding splash, he struggled to emerge, gasping for air as if he had narrowly escaped death. Before him stood a figure. It was none other than Vegeta, who had long since betrayed the Frieza force. Dodoria could hardly believe that this individual had ambushed him in such a manner. Chapter 38. Vegeta slays Dodoria. As Dodoria clambered out of the floodwaters, he incredulously exclaimed, "Vegeta, you." Vegeta responded nonchalantly, "Dodoria, it has been quite a while. You remain the same, with your rotund visage and large ears, resembling a dead pig. It is truly nauseating. I cannot fathom how you became Frieza's lieutenant." Furious, Dodoria retorted, "So it was you who ambushed me. Such audacity. How dare you insult me? Since you failed to capture those two brats, I shall take you back to Lord Frieza and make amends." Vegeta replied slowly, "You and Zarbon have always been Frieza's lapdogs. I have been waiting for the opportunity to confront you alone. Without Frieza's support, you are no match for me, you fat pig." Dodoria threatened, "Vegeta, cease your grandstanding. Hand over the detector, and perhaps I shall let you off lightly. How does that sound? Do you not feel my mercy?" At this moment, Vegeta realized that the reason for the lack of information was that their detectors were all malfunctioning. With a wicked grin, Vegeta said, "Now I understand why I couldn't receive any messages. Your detectors are gone. Ha ha ha, this is splendid. I have finally awaited this opportunity." Dodoria hesitantly inquired, "Vegeta, what are you saying? Hand over the detector now." Vegeta slowly removed the detector and tossed it to the ground, stating, "Returning to planet Frieza to retrieve the detector will take considerable time. Do you still desire it?" Believing his threats to be effective, Dodoria quickly asserted, "Vegeta, are you planning to hand it over?" Wise choice. If luck is on your side, you might return to Frieza's good graces. I could even promote you to the position of my deputy team leader. See how benevolent I am." Vegeta grinned malevolently and then crushed the detector underfoot, which startled Dodoria before he became enraged. However, he refrained from attacking immediately, as he had already expended considerable energy chasing those three individuals. Engaging Vegeta now could lead to an uncertain outcome. Dodoria, filled with fury, demanded, "What are you doing? Why would you deliberately destroy the detector?" Vegeta dismissively responded, "I have no need for such devices." Dodoria, perplexed, replied, "But you also wish to acquire the Dragon Balls, do you not? Without the detector, how will you locate Frieza and the Namekians?" Vegeta replied confidently, "Regrettably for you, I have discovered something on Earth. The Earthlings do not require detectors to ascertain their opponent's combat power and location. If they can do it, so can I." Dodoria was momentarily stunned by Vegeta's words, as if he believed Vegeta had been to Earth and returned with a damaged mind, speaking incomprehensibly. Vegeta continued, "Once the methodology is grasped, it becomes straightforward. I was once like you, blindly relying on the detector's judgment, which is utterly insufficient." At this moment, Dodoria's thoughts seemed to align, and he suddenly exclaimed, "I understand. Those two brats are Earthlings. You are collaborating with Earthlings." Vegeta, bewildered, asked, "What Earthlings?" It was evident that he was unaware that Krillin, Son Gohan, and Bulma had already arrived on Namek. Just moments ago, it had been Krillin and Son Gohan fleeing from Dodoria's pursuit. Dodoria bellowed, "Regardless, if you wish to live, you should leave at once. Before I am consumed by murderous intent, I shall let you go. You should be grateful." Vegeta chuckled and replied, "How could Earthlings possibly come here? You are merely dreaming in broad daylight. If Earthlings were truly here, I would certainly deal with them first." It was evident to anyone that Dodoria was afraid, for Koi had already perished at his hands, someone with a combat power of 19,000. Dodoria's own power was merely 22,000. While the data from the background scanner had indicated 24,000, a difference of 2,000. Although it may seem minor, the disparity was known only to him. Vegeta slowly remarked, "From the moment I battled Koi, you have been terrified of me because you understood my combat power had significantly increased. You saw it with the detector, and you were frightened, were you not? Did you not dare to attack me?" With each taunt and provocation from Vegeta, Dodoria's rage reached a boiling point, and he was determined to make this arrogant Vegeta pay dearly. Furiously, Dodoria shouted, "Stop boasting. That high combat power reading was merely a malfunction of the detector. Do not underestimate me, you scoundrel." Then, with a fierce roar, he unleashed his 22,000 combat power, thrusting both hands forward to unleash a massive energy wave aimed at Vegeta, resulting in a tremendous explosion, followed by relentless waves of energy blasts. However, he was no longer a match for Vegeta, who had already positioned himself behind Dodoria. Vegeta taunted, "Is that your best effort? Who are you trying to intimidate? You worthless fish? Without Frieza, you are nothing. Next year on this day will be your memorial, you fat pig." In a fit of rage, Dodoria spun around and swung his right fist, which Vegeta effortlessly blocked with his left hand. Unwilling to concede, Dodoria attempted a kick, but Vegeta used the momentum to leap into the air, landing behind him and seizing his right arm, applying immense pressure. The excruciating pain forced Dodoria to emit cries of anguish. Dodoria wailed, "Oh, no, please." Vegeta's veins bulged as he gradually increased the pressure, saying, "Ha! Our Saiyan combat power grows with battle. The stronger the opponent, the more we enhance. On Earth, I once faced near death, and upon recovery, I became even stronger. That is the nature of a Saiyan, a true warrior race. Has your laziness rendered you this weak? You would do well to embrace an early death, Dodoria." Feeling the threat of death, Dodoria disregarded everything and hurriedly exclaimed, "Wait, do you not wish to know a secret? It pertains to the Saiyan planet, Planet Vegeta." Upon hearing this, Vegeta loosened his grip and inquired, "What did you say? A secret? What secret does Planet Vegeta hold?" Dodoria rubbed his aching hands and, panting, said, "Huff, huff, once I tell you, you will undoubtedly kill me." Vegeta threatened, "If you do not speak, I will kill you now. Speak." Dodoria, left with no choice, slowly spoke, "Your planet was not destroyed by a colossal meteorite, as King Frieza claimed." Vegeta inquired, "What?" Dodoria continued, "A single Saiyan cannot possibly contend with King Frieza. However, if multiple Saiyans unite, it becomes quite troublesome." As he spoke, he stealthily ascended into the air, and Vegeta, lost in thought, remained oblivious. Dodoria, trying to buy time, added, "Additionally, there are increasingly more gifted warriors among your kind, like yourself. If you were to unite and no longer heed King Frieza's commands, it would be difficult to manage you." Thus, King Frieza preemptively annihilated Planet Vegeta and all the Saiyans. You should thank the king for his consideration. He cherished your talent and chose to act while you were away. Isn't that touching? Haha, this must be quite a blow. Seizing this opportunity, I must return to King Frieza. Vegeta, unfazed yet somewhat irate, retorted, "Dodoria, don't be foolish. The planet and comrades are insignificant to me. What angers me is that I have been used by you. I have decided to make you pay. Prepare to meet your demise, you fat pig." Dodoria exclaimed, what? Vegeta, you deceiver." He then erupted in panic and fled, though he was uncertain of where to escape, as the terrain of Namek was largely uniform. Vegeta, firmly planted, slowly twisted his waist, raising his hands to form a claw-like pose, placing his right hand upon his left hand's back, and unleashing a surge of purple energy. Dodoria, while fleeing, shouted, "No, Vegeta, you cannot kill me. King Frieza will not let you off." Vegeta then declared, "What Frieza fears is our Saiyan race's unfathomable battle potential. Die, you fat pig." Gallic Gun. With that, he thrust his hands forward, unleashing a massive wave of purple energy that surged toward Dodoria, engulfing him completely. One strike was sufficient to eliminate this formidable subordinate of Frieza, boasting a battle power of 22,000. Meanwhile, the two individuals en route to Namek continued their training aboard the spaceship, now engaging in energy attacks. However, they did not intend to unleash a wave, as doing so would surely damage the ship. Instead, they focused on releasing a single energy blast and then bracing themselves to endure its impact, which served as a form of resilience training, effectively enhancing their combat prowess. Chapter 39. Danger Abounds. Vegeta soared into the sky, elated, proclaiming, "I have succeeded. I have defeated that arrogant fat pig Dodoria. I truly feel stronger, even more than I could have imagined. It seems my battles on Earth have greatly benefited me." Suddenly, he recalled Dodoria's earlier words about two Earthlings. How could Earthlings possibly arrive here? Vegeta murmured. However, Judoria's inexplicable words did indeed emanate two remarkably potent energies, which are still moving. They cannot be Earthlings. Perhaps they are Namekians, but it is unsettling. I must investigate. If anyone stands in my way, regardless of who they are, they shall be ruthlessly eliminated. With a swift burst of energy, he directed himself toward the location of the two powerful presences. Returning to the trio, Sun Wufan joyfully exclaimed, Bulma's cave is just ahead. Clin, astonished, remarked, Wow, you remember quite well, Wufan. Suddenly, Sun Wufan sensed a presence pursuing them and turned to look back. Clin followed suit, feeling a formidable energy approaching rapidly, and shouted, What? Something is speeding towards us. Is it that plump, spiky-headed one? The three of them dove down sharply, seeking refuge behind a rock. Clin urged, Hide quickly. Sun Wufan replied, Got it. They landed softly, quickly concealing themselves behind the boulder. Clin, anxious, asked, Could it be those guys? But didn't they lose their scouters? How could they find us here? Sun Wufan, somewhat fearful, replied, They might discover us. Clin quickly advised, Stay calm, hold your breath. We can only rely on fate now. Vegeta swooped in, but sensing no energy. He halted. Confounded, he muttered, What is going on? I suddenly cannot sense those two energies anymore. They were just nearby. Doubting his luck, he scoured the vicinity, attempting to locate the source of the two energies. Sun Wufan glanced up, initially startled, then trembled. Uncle Clin, look, it's one of the Scions who invaded Earth. Clin, confused, asked what? Upon closer inspection, Clin realized that the pursuer was none other than Vegeta. Why is this guy here on Namek? Is he also after the Dragon Balls? Clin thought to himself, this is bad news. Just then, Vegeta veered away, heading in another direction to investigate. Clin was so frightened that he dared not breathe. Sun Wufan couldn't help but scoff. Why is he still searching? Clin responded, He doesn't have a scouter. How could he know our location? Vegeta, filled with impotent rage in the air, exclaimed, Damn it! Is my instinct failing me? Is my skill in utilizing devices to search for enemies still inadequate? I shouldn't have recklessly destroyed the scouter earlier. At this moment, the three hidden behind the rock felt their hearts racing, terrified of being discovered. Clin anxiously remarked, We are holding our breaths, but the child still has his energy. That could be disastrous. Sun Wufan gasped in surprise. Clin worriedly said, Could he also possess the ability to sense energy? This is bad. That is a possibility. At that moment, Vegeta's gaze landed on a spot, as if he had discovered something. He affirmed, I can sense it. A faint energy. This time, I'm certain. I must search more carefully. Sun Wufan cautiously looked up and noticed Vegeta gradually approaching their location. Trembling, he said, He is coming this way. Clin, anxiously clutching the small Namekian, shut his eyes and said, It's over. We're going to be discovered. In Clin's mind, thoughts raced. Having come this far, we must face him head on, doing everything possible to buy time for Wufan and the small Namekian to escape. Even if it means death, I cannot perish ignobly. If I must be killed, I will fight fiercely for them to gain even a sliver of a chance. Vegeta was convinced it must be nearby. Just as he was about to descend slowly, he suddenly spotted a giant fish from Namek leaping out of the water, splashing the surrounding sea. With a flip, it dove back into the depths. Vegeta, disappointed yet pleased, remarked, Just this wretched fish. I must hurry to find the remaining Dragon Balls, and then hide. Frieza will never gather all 7. I will seize the opportunity to procure the remaining 5. They have no scouters, like blind men. My luck has finally turned. With a mighty burst of energy, he departed from the area, heading towards other Namekian villages in search of the remaining Dragon Balls. Once he left, the remaining 3 instantly relaxed their tense emotions, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. Wufan collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. The recent ordeal had been exceedingly terrifying, and a moment's carelessness could have led to their discovery. Fortunately, that fish had come to their rescue. Krillin, relieved to be alive, remarked, We managed to escape. That's truly wonderful. The small Namekian was also in a state of anxiety, nearly witnessing the demise of all 3. Krillin joyfully exclaimed, I thought we were doomed. We owe our lives to that creature in the water. Son Gohan then suggested, We should hasten back to Ani Bulma. Lingering here is far too perilous. Krillin replied, It can't be too far now. But we must remain cautious and hold our breath to avoid detection by any nefarious individuals. The small Namekian added, Although we haven't engaged in direct combat, I feel utterly exhausted. I long for a moment of rest. Subsequently, The three hurriedly dashed back to a position closer to the cave and walked slowly. Krillin, feeling somewhat dejected, confessed, "To be honest, I regret coming to this dreadful place. Although I feel guilty for the sacrifice of Yamcha and the others. The present situation suggests we may not be able to revive them and might endanger our own lives instead." Son Gohan took the hand of the small Namekian and pointed towards the cave ahead, saying, "Uncle Krillin, it is right there." Krillin looked up and slowly replied, "Oh, we've arrived." Upon reaching the cave entrance, they called out. Krillin was the first to speak. Could they have hidden inside? Son Gohan shouted, "Ani Bulma, are you in there?" The small Namekian chimed in, "Is anyone here?" The three cautiously ventured into the cave, which was surprisingly spacious, resembling the home of a caveman atop a mountain. Krillin then called out, "Hey Bulma, it's us, we're back." As they walked further, they spotted a large semicircular structure, a testament to the genius of the scientist Bulma. Son Gohan marveled, "Incredible. Auntie Bulma built a house." Krillin commented, "Fortunately, this cave is large enough." Just then, the door of the house opened slowly, revealing a woman clad in protective gear, Bulma herself. She immediately complained, "You all seem to be having a leisurely time, leaving a girl like me alone in a cave." Completely disregarded. Krillin could only respond with a wry smile. "Haha, she says we're quite relaxed." The three shared an awkward laugh, having narrowly escaped death only to be reprimanded. Bulma quickly noticed the small green figure beside them. Pointing at him, she inquired, "Who is he?" "He resembles a miniature Piccolo." "Could he be a Namekian? What happened?" Krillin sighed, "Let us enter first." Just as they were about to step inside, Bulma added, "Oh, I have good news from my father." Both Krillin and Son Gohan asked in unison, "What is it?" Bulma joyfully announced, "Goku and Schwanqing have set off. They will arrive in 6 days." Krillin and Son Gohan were taken aback, unable to believe their ears. "So soon? They can arrive in 6 days?" Bulma went on to explain, "My father modified the spacecraft that Goku used as a child, incorporating blueprints from Piccolo's ship that came to Earth, creating a vessel capable of both interstellar travel and training. After we left, Earth faced 2 alien invasions, both handled by Goku and Schwanqing, significantly enhancing their strength." Son Gohan exclaimed in disbelief, "Dad and Uncle Schwanqing are coming." Krillin was filled with joy. Goku and Schwanqing have been undergoing rigorous training. Their power will undoubtedly surge. This gives us hope. Meanwhile, the small Namekian remained puzzled as to why they were so elated. The trio of saviors erupted in unison. "This is absolutely splendid." At that moment, the scene shifted to Tang Schwanqing and Son Goku aboard their spaceship, both covered in wounds yet brimming with exhilaration. The continuous exertion of 100-fold gravity had significantly enhanced their physical capabilities, naturally elevating their combat power. Tang Schwanqing remarked, "Goku, we will reach Namek in 6 days. Are you ready?" Son Goku replied with a grin, "I have been ready for a long time. We will surely obtain the Dragon Balls to save our friends." The two charged at one another, exchanging powerful punches before crashing onto the training room floor, bursting into laughter. During this time, their combat prowess surged at an astonishing rate, further amplified by the continuous supply of Senzu beans, creating a cycle of recovery that allowed them to repeatedly trigger the Saiyan near-death power-up buff. In Chapter 40, the 6th Dragon Ball and the Namekian's name, Vegeta soared through the skies at full speed when he sensed multiple powerful energy signatures. Looking up, he veered sharply in another direction, exclaiming joyfully, ha ha ha, I can feel around 20 significant energy sources. It must be the Namekian village. There's no doubt about it. They must possess the Dragon Balls." With all his might, he accelerated towards the identified location. As he flew, Vegeta boasted, "Haha, Frieza and his minions lack a scouter. My actions will surely outpace theirs. Truly a stroke of fortune." He soon hovered above a village, spotting the intact Namekian settlement below, confirming his suspicions that Frieza had yet to reach this place, which meant the Dragon Balls were likely still there. Vegeta exclaimed, "Just as I suspected, they are still alive. This is proof that Frieza has not discovered them yet." Gradually descending to the ground, he attracted the attention of many Namekians who were working and conversing, their curious gazes fixed upon the newcomer, whose appearance was markedly different, an apparent alien. Vegeta arrogantly demanded, "Which one of you is the elder? Hand over the Dragon Balls." An elderly Namekian responded, "Who?" A young Namekian exclaimed, "This is an alien." An angry middle-aged Namekian retorted, "What did you say?" Their expressions were filled with indignation and resentment. How dare this arrogant alien speak so brazenly? At that moment, An ancient Namekian, leaning on a cane, stepped forward and said slowly, I am the Elder. What is your purpose in seeking the Dragon Balls? Vegeta bluntly replied, enough with the chatter. Hand them over now, and I might consider sparing you. The Elder Namekian stated firmly, you should leave. I will not give them to you. I sense a malevolent aura from you. Frustrated, Vegeta shouted, then you shall perish. Old fool. The scene shifted back to the trio in the cave, discussing their recent harrowing experience. Bulma sighed, oh dear, that was quite perilous. Krillin, munching on a meal, said, I thought we were done for. Son Gohan was anxiously consuming his food, while the small Namekian remained still, seemingly uninterested in the meal. Krillin noticed and encouraged. Have something to eat, don't be shy. Though the taste is average, it will fill you up. Yet, the small Namekian remained silent, sitting there in a daze. Bulma remarked, it's no wonder he can't eat. The villagers were just slaughtered before his eyes. Krillin agreed, indeed. At this moment, the small Namekian slowly spoke, saying, we do not consume such food. Having water is sufficient. Krillin then interjected, that is nonsense. Your village has fields, and you are even growing vegetables. The small Namekian replied, those are the seedlings of the Aki tree, which thrived before the climate anomalies. Our planet was once abundant with Aki trees, and we have endeavored to cultivate them to restore our world to its former splendor. Yet now, both the Namekians and the Aki trees are on the brink of extinction. As Sun Wufan ate, he asked, by the way, what is your name? I've completely forgotten to ask since we arrived. The small Namekian responded, I am Dondi. Who are you? Before Krillin could answer, he suddenly felt something unusual while drinking water, and Sun Wufan felt it too. Sun Wufan exclaimed, Uncle Krillin, this feeling. The two rushed out of the secret base, followed by Bulma. Bulma asked, what are you doing? Has something happened? Krillin replied nervously, no. It's the energy that is slowly dissipating. Sun Wufan continued, another Namekian has been killed. Bulma, completely lost, could not comprehend their conversation, feeling as if they were speaking in riddles, and could only utter an exasperated ah, appearing rather foolish. Krillin gritted his teeth and said, the murderer is someone we know well, Vegeta. We let him escape back then, and if we hadn't, none of this would have happened. It's this guy attacking the village. Bulma lamented, he truly is a heartless person. Krillin anxiously stated, it seems Vegeta has indeed mastered the skill of sensing energy. This is bad. Before Goku and Shinshin arrive, we must not act rashly. Are Vegeta and Frieza working together? They both seek immortality, regardless of who possesses the Dragon Balls. This world will be doomed. The atmosphere immediately fell to a frozen silence. Vegeta had learned to sense energy, and any careless movement would be detected by him. What should they do? The two who could suppress him would not arrive for another 6 days. Could they remain inactive during that time? Would the enemy grant them such a reprieve? Bulma, equally tense, suggested, if we can find one Dragon Ball to hide, their ambitions will come to naught. Sun Wufan replied, we cannot do that. They would kill all the Namekians for that one Dragon Ball. Dondi, now frightened, stood frozen. He then asked, who are you? Where do you come from? And how do you know about the Dragon Balls? Sun Wufan replied anxiously, there is no worse situation than this. Bulma added, even if Goku and Shinshin arrive, it may not guarantee victory. Krillin remarked, if only we could eliminate Vegeta at that moment. Dondi pleaded, please save the Namekians. The scene shifted back to the village, now in ruins, with numerous Namekians ruthlessly slain by Vegeta. Vegeta leaped into the sky, clasped his hands together, and struck a Namekian on the head with tremendous force, crushing his skull and nearly popping his eyes out. The Namekian slowly fell backward, leaving only the Elder and Vegeta. Vegeta impatiently said, aren't you going to hand over the Dragon Balls, old man? The Elder, cradling a child he had just lost, angrily retorted, how can you be so cruel? I will not give the Dragon Balls to someone like you. Vegeta grinned maliciously and said, you stubborn old fool, then perish. I will find the Dragon Balls myself. He swiftly raised his left hand, gathering energy, and unleashed a massive energy wave that instantly obliterated the Namekian Elder into dust. Vegeta glanced around and said, then I shall search for them myself. Returning to the trio, no, rather, the quartet, Krillin explained, thus, the deity, also a Namekian, came to Earth to escape disaster. We hope to use the power of the Dragon Balls to resurrect our fallen comrades. Bulma added, if wishes can truly be granted, then the Dragon Balls on Earth could also bring them back. Dondi, with partial understanding, slowly responded, so that's how it is. I finally understand who you are. Please, follow me. I will take you to the Grand Elder. Bulma gasped in surprise. Krillin said, the Grand Elder? The scene shifted back to the village, where Vegeta had located a Dragon Ball, the 4-star ball. Vegeta casually remarked, Heh, I thought you would hide it more secretly. I never expected it to be so blatantly displayed. This must be the Dragon Ball. He looked at the 4-star ball in his hand and said, I'll just toss it here. He then hurled the Dragon Ball into the river, where it sank with a splash. Vegeta confidently declared, Heh, sinking it here is the safest. No one would suspect it. Except for me. With Frieza holding 5, there should only be one left. He then exploded with energy and flew into the sky, preparing to search for the final Dragon Ball. Meanwhile, Frieza and his companions remained on standby, awaiting Dodoria, unaware that he had already been slain by Vegeta. Zarbon complained, Dodoria is taking too long. Are those two brats really that troublesome? Frieza nonchalantly replied, Enough. Don't concern yourself with that fool. Let us search for the remaining 2 Dragon Balls. A Frieza soldier said, Understood, we will search the other villages. Please await our good news, my lord. Zarbon said, We should be fine going just the 2 of us. Frieza replied coolly, I will take these 5 Dragon Balls back to the spaceship and await your good news. Zarbon and the soldiers slowly placed the Dragon Balls down. Zarbon assured, Rest assured, we will not disappoint you. Frieza smiled slowly. Once we find the remaining 2, my wish will become reality. Ha ha ha. They then ascended into the air. Zarbon instructed the soldier, You go that way. Once you find a village, do not engage. Just inform me first. With your power, you cannot contend with those Namekian warriors. We will meet back at the spaceship in 3 hours. The soldier replied, Yes. With that, the 2 swiftly darted off in different directions. Frieza gazed upward, not appearing troubled, merely watching with a composed demeanor. He murmured, The remaining 2 may already have been seized by Vegeta. That brat will undoubtedly come looking for me, wanting to take these 5 Dragon Balls. This saves me the trouble of searching myself. Vegeta thinks he can take my Dragon Balls. Heh, he will never guess that my target is those 2 he possesses. Haha, eternal life will be mine. Frieza then used his powers to summon the 5 Dragon Balls before him, grinning wickedly, Vegeta, I will be waiting for you aboard the spaceship to personally receive those 2 Dragon Balls. Returning to the quartet, they had exited the cave and were following Dondi to the Grand Elder's location. Bulma curiously asked, Who is the Grand Elder? Dondi patiently explained, Currently, all Namekians are born from the Grand Elder. During the climatic anomalies, he was the only one to survive, thus allowing our kind to continue to thrive. I am the 108th child of the Grand Elder. Bulma inquired, How does one give birth? Dandy responded slowly, by spitting out an egg. Suddenly, Bulma had a revelation and exclaimed, I understand. Your Grand Elder must be a woman. Dandy looked utterly perplexed and replied, Woman? What is that? This left Bulma quite unsettled. Could it be that the Namekians lacked a female gender? Her mind felt overloaded with questions. Were they self-reproducing? What kind of species were they? How strange. Bulma quickly clarified, but the Namekians are divided into 2 kinds, right? Men and women, like your father and mother. Dandy replied blankly, 2 kinds? No, not really. Bulma then turned to Krillin to vent her frustrations. Did you hear that? There is no distinction between genders. What a dull planet. Krillin looked at her, as if she were foolish. He then asked Dandy, So why are we going to find the Grand Elder? Bulma continued to grumble. Thank goodness I'm not a Namekian. Dandy anxiously remarked. The villain who attacked our village has already obtained the 5th Dragon Ball. And you just mentioned that another village was attacked, right? Krillin cursed. It's all that damned Vegeta's doing. Gohan added, Not a single one was left. The entire village was slaughtered. Dandy expressed his dismay. So, the Namekians are nearly extinct. Krillin, with growing concern, stated, If Vegeta found a Dragon Ball in the attacked village, then only 1 Dragon Ball remains. The Grand Elder must have the last one. Dandy slowly affirmed, You are correct. Krillin was instantly alarmed and exclaimed, This is bad. Although Frieza's gang no longer has their scouters, Vegeta possesses the ability to sense energy. If he finds the Grand Elder, the last Dragon Ball will be lost. Dandy insisted. Thus, we must promptly inform the Grand Elder. Krillin turned to Gohan and said, Gohan, I will go with him. You and Bulma stay behind. Too many people make for a larger target, and we could easily be discovered. Gohan nodded. Understood, Uncle Krillin. Be careful. Krillin urged. Let us hurry. We must go. Gohan added, Whether it's Frieza or Vegeta, they must not obtain eternal life, or the entire universe will be in peril. Dandy agreed. Indeed. Bulma also nodded in agreement. Krillin stated thoughtfully, To avoid being detected by Vegeta, we must travel on foot. How long will that take? Dandy, taken aback by the question, replied. Walking will take about 30 days. Krillin gasped in disbelief. 30 days? That's far too long. The Dragon Balls would have been snatched away by then. At that moment, Krillin resolved to take the risk, as there was no alternative. He decided, all right, let us fly. Gohan cautioned, be extra careful, Uncle Krillin. If you spot Vegeta, hide immediately. Krillin then looked up at Dandy. Let us go. We must be faster than them. With a swift motion, the two soared into the sky, with Dandy leading the way and Krillin following closely behind. Krillin glanced back and said, you all be careful too. Gohan waved his hand, don't worry. Krillin and Dandy swiftly made their way to the Grand Elder's residence. Along the journey, Krillin's mind was racing with thoughts. Vegeta had grown stronger than before, and Frieza was even more formidable. How did they develop such skills? He wondered if Goku and Shinshin could defeat them, but he pushed those thoughts aside. They must secure the last Dragon Ball, as it was their only bargaining chip. In just 5.5 days, Goku and Shinshin would arrive. He hoped they could bring a miracle. Why was he feeling so pessimistic? Alas, his life had yet to begin in earnest. At that moment, a spaceship sped through the cosmos towards Namek. Inside, two individuals were tirelessly performing push-ups and sit-ups. Though these movements appeared effortless, their expressions revealed the difficulty, for the gravity here was 100 times greater. Ordinary individuals would be crushed into a puddle upon entry. Yet, they were gradually adapting to this intense gravity. Just then, Goku heard the voice of King Kai in his mind. King Kai spoke slowly. Goku, can you hear me? Goku suddenly stood up, excitedly exclaiming, ah, it's King Kai's voice. Tang Shinshin, however, was not particularly surprised and continued his exercises. He was already aware of the story's trajectory and King Kai's existence, so there was nothing shocking about it. He had learned to manipulate every ounce of energy in his body, and he could control the power of rage, the strength of the great ape, at will. As for the evil Saiyan transformation, it would only grow stronger with the increase in his power, as it currently relied on rage as its fuel, transforming into malevolent energy. King Kai continued, it's me. Where are you now? Are you in space? Goku replied, King Kai, you know. King Kai did not keep him in suspense, stating, aren't you on your way to Namek to search for the Dragon Balls to resurrect your fallen comrades? Something unexpected has occurred on Namek, so you should prepare accordingly. Goku nodded. Thank you for the reminder, King Kai. King Kai continued, regardless of the unforeseen events, I have some guests here. They are your old friends. Goku responded in surprise, guests? Who are they? King Kai replied, they arrived via Snake Way in less time than you, and there are 4 of them. Goku pondered. For people? King Kai confirmed, indeed, they are all familiar to you. Goku asked, really? Those 4 were Tianjin Han, Piccolo, Yamcha, and Chaozu. After their deaths, they retained their bodies and could train in the afterlife, thanks to King Enma's benevolent act of protecting the earth. King Kai remarked, they all wish to undergo rigorous training to become powerful like you. Chapter 42. The astonishment and trepidation of King Kai. Goku joyfully exclaimed, that's wonderful. Everyone has gone to see King Kai. Yamcha spoke slowly, can we talk to Goku? King Kai nodded, yes, just place your hands on my shoulders. Yamcha asked, can you hear us, Goku? We encountered the god of the afterlife, and he brought us here. Having heard that you went to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls to revive us. Goku speculated, for people? Yamcha, Piccolo, Tianjin Han. Yamcha replied, haha, you got it right. Piccolo snorted, just you alone getting stronger? My pride will be greatly wounded. Piccolo had become the quintessential tsundere, widely recognized as the exclusive caretaker of the Sun family. Goku continued to guess, then the remaining person is the god? Yamcha replied, you guessed wrong, it's Chaozu. The god remained in the afterlife. Goku exclaimed, Chaozu? Wasn't he obliterated? Yamcha explained, the god restored Chaozu's body, allowing him to train with us. Goku said, that's fantastic. Chaozu giggled with delight while Yamcha complained. This gravity is so intense, even walking is exhausting. Goku acknowledged, I know. I'm heading to Namek, so I must undergo enduring gravity training. With only 5.5 days left, I need to become stronger quickly. Yamcha inquired, what exactly happened? King Kai then asked, yes, he mentioned that something monumental occurred. Please, share the details. Sun Wukong responded, Xian Chun has sustained serious injuries and cannot move. I will stay here to wait for him. Klin, Wu Fan, and Bulma should prioritize their journey to Namek to search for the Dragon Balls. However, the Saiyan Vegeta is also heading there in pursuit of the Dragon Balls. Yamcha exclaimed, What did you say? Are Klin and the others in danger? With urgency, Sun Wukong replied, there is something even more unbelievable. It seems a group of unknown individuals is also searching for the Dragon Balls. Their attire is similar to Vegeta's, and one of them possesses power that far exceeds Vegeta's. Yamcha gasped in shock. The King of the Worlds could not contain his concern. What? Tianjin Fan inquired. What is happening? Yamcha, with a tense expression, stated. Someone whose power surpasses Vegeta. The King of the Worlds asked anxiously, is it Frieza? Sun Wukong responded, puzzled, it's still unclear. I will inform you once I find out. The King of the Worlds felt a wave of anxiety. If it truly was him, the situation would be dire. He declared, I'll investigate Namek first. Sun Wukong expressed his gratitude. Thank you. The King of the Worlds slowly moved towards a certain direction, murmuring, towards Namek. He then sprouted 2 antennae from his head, gently swaying as if sensing or exploring. The others stood in bewilderment, watching the King of the World's retreating figure. Tianjin Fan asked, Yamcha, what is going on? What did you discuss? The King of the World sensed the aura on Namek and gradually revealed a vision in his mind. Seeing a small figure aboard a spacecraft, accompanied by 5 Dragon Balls, flying swiftly. As the image zoomed in, the King of the Worlds exclaimed, Frieza? Sun Wukong queried, King, do you know him? The King of the Worlds, drenched in sweat, replied, Wukong, Frieza is an extremely evil being. You are no match for him. Do not confront him directly. Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. What? The King of the Worlds urgently stated, Wukong, this is a command from the King of the Worlds. You must not approach him. Find a way to help the Namekians and Klin escape. Listen, I say this not only for your sake, but for the safety of Earth, Namek, and all other planets. Attacking him will surely lead to disastrous consequences. Sun Wukong, in a daze, said, is he really that formidable? I want to test my strength against him. The King of the World shouted, you must not approach him. Suddenly, Piccolo placed a hand on the king's shoulder and said slowly, Wukong, gather the Dragon Balls, and we shall revive. We will train here until we surpass you. Then we will go to Namek and deal with that fiend together. The King of the Worlds admonished, enough of your nonsense. You have no understanding of Frieza's power. Piccolo insisted, there is no time for idle chatter. Let us begin training. The King of the Worlds sternly replied, if it is for the purpose of battling Frieza, I will not teach you. We agree, you must not go to Namek. Piccolo responded, all right. The King of the Worlds affirmed, really, fine, I trust you. Piccolo, in resignation, remarked, who would be foolish enough to argue with you at this moment? At this time, Tianjin Fan contemplated that if he underwent the same training as Wukong, he still wouldn't surpass him. He needed to discover his own methods and train diligently to succeed. The King of the World stated seriously, very well, let us begin the test. Make me laugh with a joke. Only those who pass this test will I teach. Instantly, Piccolo, Yamcha, Tianjin Fan, and Jiaozi were all taken aback, leaving them utterly bewildered, resulting in all of them failing. Sun Wukong looked towards Tang Xianxin and quietly remarked, King, I have a friend who could master the King's fist after just a glance at me using it. Is that truly possible? The King of the Worlds was shocked again. What? That is impossible. The King's fist requires long-term training. It is my original technique. How could anyone learn it just by watching? Absolutely impossible. Sun Wukong reiterated, it is true. If there is time, I will bring him to you. Perhaps he could even learn the spirit bomb, as he has witnessed me using it. His talent for learning is quite remarkable. The King of the Worlds nodded, intrigued to see this mysterious individual who could potentially master 2 original techniques. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted. Tang Xianxin had long completed 500 sets of push-ups and sit-ups and stood up to ask, have you finished your conversation? Did you glean any information? Sun Wukong replied slowly. On Namek, there is someone even stronger than Vegeta named Frieza. The King of the Worlds has advised us not to engage him, as his power is terrifying. Even together, we would not stand a chance against him. Tang Xianxin murmured, I see. Then we should avoid confrontation as much as possible. Sun Wukong said, haha. Even if we cannot confront him directly, it would not be wrong for us to enhance our own strength. Tang Xianxin nodded in strong agreement with this sentiment. The scene shifted back to Namek. Klin asked, at this flying speed, when will we reach the Elder? Dondi replied, about 5 more hours. Klin thought, 5 hours? If I carry him while flying, we might reach faster, but the energy consumption would greatly increase. At that moment, Vegeta was soaring through the skies searching for the Namekian village, cursing under his breath. I sense no significant energy concentrations. Has the village already been wiped out? Just then, He stopped, as if sensing something. Vegeta murmured, "There are two moving energy signatures that feel strange. One does not seem to belong to the Namekians, nor is it from Frisia's S group. What an odd aura. I should check it out." He immediately turned around and powered up, dashing towards Klin and the others. At the same time, Klin sensed something approaching, exclaiming, "Dondi, stop." Dondi asked slowly, "What's wrong?" Klin replied anxiously, "Vegeta has sensed us and is heading our way at high speed." As Vegeta flew, he detected another energy signature, glanced back, and saw it was not coming towards them. This brief moment allowed Klin and Dondi to descend quickly and hide behind a rock, holding their breath. Klin exclaimed in surprise, "What is happening?" He seems to have changed direction. Another energy is heading towards him. Vegeta, thrilled, said, "Haha, it's Zabo. Finally, I've caught him alone." He sped towards Zabo, intent on eliminating him. Zabo lamented, "If only I had a scouter, I could easily locate the village." Just then, he noticed a figure rapidly approaching him. Upon closer inspection, it was Vegeta. Vegeta swiftly intercepted him, a malevolent expression on his face, ready to kill him. Zabo exclaimed in disbelief, "You, Vegeta?" Vegeta sneered, "Long time no see, Zabo. Dodoria is dead by my hand. Now it's your turn." Zabo, astonished, asked, "What?" Chapter 43, Vegeta vs. Zabo. 1. Zabo incredulously inquired, "You killed Dodoria?" Vegeta nonchalantly replied, "Heh, it was effortless." Zabo stated, "I don't believe it. Dodoria had a battle power of 22,000. How could you, with only 18,000, have defeated him?" Vegeta retorted, "Then let us find out." Zabo, confused, asked, "Vegeta, why do you betray Lord Frieza?" Vegeta answered, "It's simple. I have long harbored hatred for that guy. Science will not submit to orders, but due to my inferior strength, I had to endure. However, now I know I can attain eternal life." Sabua spoke slowly. "Are you referring to the Dragon Balls?" To which Vegeta replied, "Indeed. I will never allow Frieza to seize this opportunity. If I attain eternal life, I will surely defeat him one day." Sabua retorted, "Foolish. You can never hope to defeat King Frieza." Vegeta replied indifferently, "What a pity. You have lost your detector. While I, through countless battles, have grown far beyond your imagination." Sabua scoffed, "You are incredibly naive. The power of King Frieza is beyond your comprehension." In a fit of rage, Vegeta snapped, "Silence. I have no time for your nonsense. Dodoria has already stated that Frieza fears the strength of the Saiyans. Now, allow me to show you my prowess." Sabua countered, "You arrogant fool. Only a united front of Saiyans can pose a threat to King Frieza." Vegeta grinned wickedly. "Is that so?" He swiftly appeared behind Sabua, who reacted quickly, swinging his right fist towards him, only to have it effortlessly caught. With a fierce shout, Vegeta hurled him away, creating a significant distance between them. As Vegeta sought to close the gap for a follow-up attack, Sabua, while being thrown, retreated rapidly, thrusting his left hand towards Vegeta's position and unleashing a powerful energy wave. Vegeta roared and charged forward, deflecting the energy wave with his left hand. Seeing this, Sabua was astounded. Could this fighter truly possess only 18,000 in battle power? That attack was a standard energy wave of 23,000. Even if he survived, he should have sustained injuries, yet it was easily batted away. The energy wave exploded against the terrain nearby, sending debris crashing into the waters of planet Namek with a series of splashes. Sabua remarked, "Humph, you managed to deflect it. You've improved somewhat, Vegeta." Meanwhile, the two onlookers at a distance could still perceive the tremors and sounds of the explosion, along with the falling debris. Krillin exclaimed in shock, "Wow, incredible. It's two powerful energies colliding. Who is Vegeta fighting?" Dondi was too stunned to articulate anything coherent, only managing to produce a series of indistinct sounds. Krillin, feeling anxious, said, "It's very likely that both of Frieza's subordinates are terrifyingly strong. I am completely outmatched. I can only hope they weaken each other." He then clutched Dondi tightly, saying, "Quick, hold on to me and don't let go. They're fighting among themselves. It's a golden opportunity. We must hurry to the Elder. I'm going full speed now, hold tight." Suddenly, Krillin accelerated, darting forward with all his strength, hoping to take advantage of their conflict before they sensed his presence. Unbeknownst to him, Vegeta and Sabua had already formed two opposing sides, creating a triad of powers at play. Returning to Vegeta and Sabua, Vegeta seized the opportunity and delivered a powerful left hook to Sabua's right cheek. Sabwa scoffed and executed a shadowless kick, rapidly striking at Vegeta with a series of blows, creating a cacophony of sound, yet all were deftly evaded by Ba, who moved with remarkable speed. As he dodged, Vegeta taunted, "Haha, how does it feel? You, Sabwa, are clearly at a disadvantage. You're quite clumsy." Following this, Vegeta delivered a fierce kick that struck Sabwa in the head, sending him tumbling through the air. Sabwa let out a painful cry, and Ba, filled with rage, followed up with a powerful double-handed strike, crashing down onto his back, hastening his descent to the ground. Though Sabwa endured the onslaught and, with his exceptional physical prowess, managed to stabilize himself safely upon landing, he glanced upward, seeking Ba's figure, only to find he had vanished. Vegeta had already positioned himself behind Sabwa, delivering a solid kick that struck the same spot on his back, sending him flying once more and leaving a long trail on the ground. Vegeta mocked, "You can't even retaliate. How embarrassing, Sabwa." Slowly, Sabwa rose from the ground, turning to face Vegeta with a sly grin. "Heh, have I made significant progress? Not bad, but this time, the power that has slumbered within me for so long has been awakened by you." Heh. Vegeta, puzzled, inquired, "What? I awakened your dormant power?" As Sabwa wiped the blood from his lips, he affirmed, "Indeed." Vegeta laughed dismissively. "Oh, I see you have quite the sense of humor." Sabwa patiently explained, "Rest assured, I will ensure you understand why I have yet to unleash that power. To truly exhibit my strength, I must transform, but the form I take is quite hideous. I prefer beauty, thus I detest transforming. However, when faced with the threat of death, Vegeta interrupted, "Transform? Just like a seance, huh? Huh. You're getting desperate, Sabwa." Excitedly, Sabwa declared, "A transformation like that of the Scion great apes. I do not require the appearance, but the power surges immensely, a truly formidable strength." At this moment, Vegeta's arrogant disposition shone through. He should have dealt with Sabwa earlier instead of waiting to witness his transformation, which could lead to his downfall. With a haughty tone, Vegeta stated, "Oh, I am quite eager to see what form you will take and how powerful it is. Don't disappoint me, Sabwa." Sabwa slowly replied, "Then watch closely and don't blink, Vegeta. This will be the last sight you behold in your life. It is an honor for you to witness my transformation." With a sudden surge of energy, To's body expanded, taking on the grotesque appearance of a giant toad, complete with a massive mouth and sharp teeth. His boils becoming more pronounced, and his entire physique swelling significantly. His limbs grew immensely muscular and robust, with a dramatic increase in battle power. Though his appearance became exceedingly hideous, this was the transformation he referred to as the Super Sabwa form. Upon completing his transformation, Sabwa charged at Vegeta, who was taken aback by the sheer ugliness and overwhelming power, leaving him momentarily stunned. Super Sabwa seized Vegeta by the head, pressing down with force, causing him to emit cries of pain, and then delivered a brutal headbutt, nearly rendering Vegeta unconscious. With a powerful thrust, he hurled Vegeta into the sky. Vegeta screamed, "Ah!" Super Sabwa grinned wickedly and pursued him. Despite the pain, Vegeta regained his composure and charged back with a fierce shout. The two rushed towards each other at extraordinary speeds, unleashing simultaneous punches that collided with tremendous force. Vegeta's right fist struck Super Sabwa's left cheek, while Super Sabwa's right fist connected with Vegeta's left. The surrounding air erupted with a powerful clash of energies. They were instantly separated, each tumbling through the air before regaining their footing. Breathing heavily, Vegeta thought to himself, "Damn it, I underestimated Sabwa's strength. I should have attacked before he transformed. Cursed curiosity has led me astray." Super Sabwa chuckled, surprised. "You are so naive to think you could match me after my transformation. While you have indeed grown stronger, you remain no match for me. Before you meet your end, let me impart one last piece of information." Vegeta, confused, responded with a grunt, wondering what else he could possibly not know. Super Sabwa smirked maliciously. "King Frieza can also transform, and he possesses 4 forms, each with a qualitative leap in battle power. You have no chance of victory." Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment, "What?" The formidable Super Saibo retorted, "You are no match for me. What makes you think you can contend with King Frieza? Prepare to meet your demise, Vegeta." He then raised his left hand and unleashed a powerful energy wave aimed directly at Vegeta. Sensing the impending danger, Vegeta swiftly evaded the attack. Super Saibo had anticipated this moment. In a flash, he appeared behind Ba, seizing him in a fierce grip before hurtling towards the ground at breakneck speed. Vegeta cried out in terror. Ah! Just before crashing to the earth, Super Saibo released him, allowing Vegeta to collide with the ground. The immense force created a colossal crater, leaving Vegeta's fate uncertain whether dead or alive. At that moment, the waters of Namex surged into the crater, quickly filling it. In the air, Super Saibo murmured. Has he vanished, met his end? That fellow is quite cunning. It's hard to say. There's not a ripple. He must be submerged. He then appeared deflated, reverting to his normal form, resembling a handsome man. Saibo remarked, even if he survives, he should comprehend the disparity in our strength. I doubt he will dare oppose us again. Humph, it is imperative that I report to King Frieza. With a whoosh, he departed the scene in an instant. After some time, the surface of the water stirred, and a hand emerged, grasping the stones at the shore. Gradually, Vegeta lifted himself, panting heavily, his body battered yet resolute. He declared defiantly, I am not so easily defeated. I shall become stronger. Chapter 44. Arrival at the Grand Elder's abode and the rescue of the near-death Vegeta. Meanwhile, a separated soldier of Frieza arrived at a devastated village on Namek. The soldier mumbled, what happened here? We haven't even engaged, and the entire village is in ruins. It must be that Vegeta. I must report to King Frieza immediately. With a swift burst of energy, he departed, returning to the spaceship. The scene shifts to Frieza, who has already returned to his spacecraft, having descended from a small craft, floating in the air with 5 Dragon Balls nearby, gazing pensively out of the window. At that moment, Saibo's voice came from outside the cockpit. Saibo stated slowly, King Frieza, Saibo requests an audience. Frieza replied, enter. As the cockpit door opened, Saibo stepped inside, and Frieza descended to the ground. Frieza inquired, have you located the village? Saibo replied earnestly, not yet, but I defeated that little brat, Vegeta. For the time being, he should be unable to pursue the next Dragon Ball. We still have a chance, my king. Frieza casually remarked, is that so? You haven't transformed in quite some time. Is he still alive? Saibo responded, I did not verify, but even if he lives, he is gravely injured. Frieza retorted, why didn't you check? Saibo continued, because he fell into the river. Frieza sighed, what if he escaped using the water? Why are you so careless? Saibo, nervous, said, King Frieza, please forgive me. I will go at once. At that moment, the soldier returned, shouting, King Frieza, I found the village, but it has been destroyed. Frieza questioned, what? Saibo exclaimed, could it be Vegeta? He didn't have the Dragon Balls with him. Where could they be hidden? Frieza commanded, Saibo, bring me Vegeta. I need him alive. His tongue still holds value. Saibo nodded, yes, King Frieza. Frieza then pointed at the soldier and ordered, Yappu, contact Frieza planet immediately and inform the Jinyu force to come here and bring a scouter. They should arrive in about 5 days. Yappu replied, yes, King Frieza. Saibo, astonished, questioned, my king, why mobilize the special forces? It is unnecessary for dealing with Vegeta. Frieza replied indifferently, I have an unsettling premonition. Saibo, incredulous, responded, what? What could cause the king to feel uneasy? You are the strongest in the universe. Frieza murmured, I've been contemplating. The powerful scions we've trained seem poised to oppose us. Initially, I thought it was Vegeta, but now I sense it is not him. Saibo, confused, replied, you worry too much, King Frieza. There are only 2 scions left. Aside from Vegeta, there is only that child on Earth, who is even weaker than Vegeta. In truth, Frieza's intuition was accurate, for Wukong was on the cusp of ending his reign of terror. However, an unexpected variable had emerged, complicating matters for Frieza. Frieza, displeased, remarked, are you implying my intuition is flawed? Bring me Vegeta immediately. Saibo replied, understood. Saibo then surged from the spaceship, racing to the location where he had fought Vegeta. Meanwhile, Frieza remained alone, lost in thought, contemplating the latent, immeasurable combat potential harbored within the scions. Each battle only amplified their strength exponentially. While they may not currently be his adversaries, it would be prudent to eliminate this threat before they could transform into Super Scions, which would prove troublesome. At that moment, Vegeta struggled to rise from the lake, muttering, damn it, I cannot die yet. Before he could finish, he fainted. Saibo, en route, pondered the necessity of deploying the special forces, questioning whether Frieza's premonition was correct or not. He happened upon Vegeta, who had at least managed to escape the water and was no longer submerged, landing beside him. Saibo lifted him, exclaiming, "This brat is still alive. The resilience of the Scion is indeed formidable. I can report to King Frisia now. Consider yourself fortunate to ascertain the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. I shall first tend to your wounds. The future will reveal itself." He then carried Vegeta back to the spaceship for treatment, intending to extract information regarding the Dragon Balls later. Meanwhile, within a spaceship still en route to Namek, two figures engaged in a relentless battle. Tang Xinshen charged first, landing a punch to Sun Wukong's abdomen, propelling him backward. As he attempted to follow up with a powerful kick, it was deftly evaded. Sun Wukong retaliated with a swift kick to Tang Xinshen's side, sending him crashing against the wall. Despite the apparent simplicity of their duel, both were utterly exhausted from the intense combat. The high gravitational load, even with the regenerative properties of the Shando, was taking its toll on their bodies. Tang Xinshen lunged forward again, aiming a kick at Sun Wukong. But just before contact, he vanished, reappearing behind him to deliver a swift kick to his head. Fortunately, Sun Wukong sensed his energy and was prepared, raising his left hand to block the attack, narrowly deflecting it. He then seized Tang Xinshen's leg with his right hand and flung him away. Tang Xinshen spun midair before landing gracefully. Sun Wukong couldn't help but admire Tang Xinshen's fighting talent. He had evolved from a novice to a formidable opponent, displaying increasingly lethal techniques, akin to a reckless fighting style. Although Tang Xinshen's combat power was inferior to his own, he possessed two transformations that, once utilized, would surpass his own strength, showcasing a terrifying combination of talent and effort. The scene shifts back to Namek, where Kun and Dundee had unknowingly drifted into slumber. Kurlin urgently called out, "Wake up, Dundee. Without your guidance, how can I find the Grand Elder?" At this moment, Dundee found himself in a state of bewilderment, feeling utterly helpless. Kellen could only embrace him once more as they continued their search. Kellen complained, "We must be getting close. Being carried by someone else should be quite easy for you. What are you mumbling about? Is it that way? Or should we go straight?" Dundee replied slowly, "Turn left. It's right on top of that tall rock." Kellen said, "Is that so? That's the one." At this moment, Kellen also spotted the house perched atop a rock, quite unique in appearance. He remarked, "It's so far away. But it doesn't seem safe. Those people will find out sooner or later." Dundee responded, "That's the home of the Great Elder." He then pointed to the house on the peak, which looked desolate, resembling an abandoned shack. The two descended cautiously, moving lightly like thieves. Kellen whispered, "What if we encounter an ambush?" Dundee replied, "No, that won't happen." Just then, the door of the house opened slowly, and a young Namekian emerged. Dundee exclaimed with joy, "Niru, wonderful. You are safe." Niru responded, "Dundee, you have arrived. The Great Elder is already aware of the general situation." Dundee sighed, "The Great Elder truly knows." Kellen added, "Then we need not say more. He really resembles Piccolo." Niru said, "The Great Elder wishes to see you. Please come in." Dundee asked in confusion if he already knows. "Why not avoid us?" Niru explained, "The Great Elder is advanced in age and knows his time is limited, so I have been guarding here." Dundee said, "I understand." Kellen thought to himself, his aura was much stronger than that of other Namekians. The three of them then entered the house, which was quite spacious yet felt cold and exceedingly simple. Niru instructed, "Let us go upstairs." The three ascended slowly to the second floor. Kellen remarked, "Everyone here is so tall." Niru announced, "Guests and Dundee have arrived, Great Elder." Before them appeared a massive, elderly Namekian, his body still quite large, slumped in a chair. His eyes completely obscured by sagging skin, radiating a sense of tranquility. The Great Elder spoke slowly, "Earthling, thank you for helping my child Dundee." Kellen replied, "It was nothing. No need for thanks." Chapter 45, Awakening Potential and the Change of Location of the 7 Dragon Balls. The Great Elder continued, "Those wicked beings nearly annihilated my children. How cruel. It seems they intend to seize the 7 Dragon Balls, which symbolize the wisdom and strength of the Namekians. They represent our hope." Kellen inquired, "I will speak plainly. Could you lend me the Dragon Ball atop your head? I swear I will not allow those villains to take it." Dundee quickly added, "I also asked the Great Elder to grant this. Fulfilling this Earthling's wish will restore the Dragon Ball's power on Earth." The Great Elder was taken aback. "What? There are Dragon Balls on Earth too? Could there be Namekians there as well?" Kellen affirmed, "Indeed, long ago, when this planet faced calamity, he fled to Earth in a spaceship for refuge." Even without needing to say more, Kellen had made it abundantly clear, and the Great Elder had essentially deduced who it was. The Great Elder remarked, It is the child of Katas, who safely reached Earth. He is indeed a genius among the Dragon Clan capable of creating more of his kind. Did that genius die of natural causes or meet an untimely end? Kellen replied. He was killed by a scion named Naba. The Great Elder, puzzled, said, a scion? Can a scion truly defeat a genius of the Dragon Clan? Could he be a super scion? Kellen, bewildered, asked, what are you talking about? The Great Elder beckoned. Earthling, come here. Let me learn about your past. Kellen complied and stepped forward, feeling the Great Elder's large hand gently touch his head. The Great Elder murmured, in the past, oh, evil invaded his body, causing him to split into two. Foolishly, he halved his own genius power. Had he merged, he might not have perished. With that, he withdrew his hand from Kellen's head, who remained in a daze, repeating the word merge, not comprehending the Great Elder's meaning. The Great Elder reached up, took down the Dragon Ball, and handed it to Kellen, saying slowly, young man, you possess great courage and a pure heart. I am willing to assist you wholeheartedly. This Dragon Ball is yours. However, fulfilling your wish may prove difficult. Kellen accepted the Dragon Ball, puzzled. Why is that? The Great Elder replied, I have but a few days left to live. Can you reclaim the remaining Dragon Balls from the villains in such a short time? Otherwise, the Dragon Balls will vanish with my death. Kellen resolved, I see. Well, let us not dwell on that for now. I will do my utmost to protect this Dragon Ball. No matter what, those villains must not obtain eternal life. The Great Elder said, I beg you, I can no longer move. If Frieza attacks, Niru may also be powerless. Though you are an Earthling, your strength is formidable. However, there remains a latent power within you yet to be awakened. Allow me to help you awaken that potential. He placed his hand back on Kellen's bald head. Kellen, astonished, said, is there really such power? I have been training diligently for quite some time. I may have reached my limit. Suddenly, Kellen felt an unprecedented surge of power erupting from within him, as if he were being elevated, leaving him in a state of astonishment. Realizing that the Great Elder had indeed awakened his latent strength, the Great Elder urged, you must escape their clutches. He then withdrew his hand once more. Kellen was enveloped in a powerful aura, momentarily unable to control it, joyfully exclaiming, wow, this truly is power. My strength has suddenly increased. It's incredible, like being reborn. Thank you. At that moment, a thought struck him, and he stopped laughing, considering that perhaps the cost of this awakening of potential was the Great Elder's lifespan. Kellen then inquired with concern, if it were a child, could his power be awakened? Would that shorten your life? The Great Elder chuckled softly, clearly amused by this question. He replied, as long as he possesses latent power, it can be awakened. I merely bring it forth. It has no impact on my lifespan. Kellen asked, may I bring a companion? He must possess immense latent power. The Great Elder responded, certainly, the more righteous individuals, the better. Kellen declared, I will go fetch him right away. This Dragon Ball. The Great Elder replied, take it. The future of this planet and the universe depends on you. Kellen turned to Dondi, saying, Dondi, I am going to bring Gohan here now. Dondi cautioned, be careful on your way. Kellen then exited the house, instantly bursting with energy and soaring towards Sun Wukong and Bulma. As he flew, Kellen marveled, my power has increased so significantly. At this rate, I can reach Gohan in just a few hours. He then accelerated, his speed doubling, flying even faster. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Bulma and Sun Wukong, who remained vigilant at the cave. Bulma leaned against the wall while Sun Wukong practiced his punches and kicks in the air, clearly on high alert. Suddenly, Bulma exclaimed, Gohan, come look. There's a signal from the Dragon Ball in the distance, flying this way. It must be Kellen. Sun Wukong said, it must be Uncle Kellen. He must have obtained the Dragon Ball from the Great Elder. Bulma added, oh wait, what's that over there? How is there another one? Frieza already has 5. And there's still one over there. Sun Wufan, initially dazed, exclaimed in shock, it's nearby. Is that the direction? The village attacked by Vegeta is over there. Bulma gasped, clearly oblivious to what had transpired. With a hint of concern, Sun Wufan remarked, however, I cannot sense his energy. He must not be there. Bulma, brimming with excitement, responded, I understand now. Although he attacked the village, he did not locate the Dragon Balls, so he must have gone elsewhere to search. In truth, Vegeta had foolishly discarded them into a lake, unaware that the trio possessed a Dragon Ball radar. Truly, cleverness can backfire. Sun Wufan joyfully declared, lend me the radar. I shall seek this Dragon Ball. Bulma replied, wonderful. We are incredibly fortunate. Let us hurry before any formidable foes appear nearby. Suin Wufan seized the Dragon Ball radar, unleashing his energy as he soared into the sky, following the radar's indicated location. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Frieza's spaceship. Sabo had already transported Vegeta to the medical room, placing him inside a healing chamber, while the nearby Yapulu activated the device to treat him. Sabo scoffed, "Humph, having to heal this traitor. How long until he reveals the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls?" Yapulu replied, "Vegeta's injuries are severe. He will need at least 30 minutes to regain consciousness." Sabo then said, "I will report to Frieza. I leave this to you." He turned and exited the medical chamber, leaving Yapulu alone to guard Vegeta. Yapulu looked at Vegeta, who was in a pitiful state, and mockingly said, Guh, humph, such a powerful Vegeta, yet reduced to begging for the location of the Dragon Balls before Frieza. At that moment, Vegeta suddenly opened his eyes, startling Yapulu. He swiftly removed the respirator from his mouth, raised his left hand, and unleashed a ki blast, obliterating the chamber door and reducing Yapulu to mere fragments. The blast tore through the medical room, creating a gaping hole in the spaceship. Vegeta shouted, "Thank you. You greatly underestimated my recovery speed." At this moment, Sabo and Frieza were approaching and heard the commotion. Sabo exclaimed, "What was that sound?" Frieza, somewhat surprised, queried, "Could it be?" Sabo quickly responded, "Oh no, it's that rascal Vegeta." The two immediately noticed the hole in the spaceship and instinctively reacted to flee. Sabo urged, "This is bad. He has escaped." Frieza, anxious, insisted, "Hurry, pursue him." Sabo gritted his teeth in frustration, muttering, "That scoundrel." Unbeknownst to them, Vegeta had already held his breath and concealed himself, having evidently mastered that technique, quietly observing the two fools. He whispered, "Frieza is here too." He then dashed towards the control room, thinking, "I am still aboard the ship. They have fallen for my ruse." Upon reaching the control room, he opened the hatch to find 5 neatly arranged Dragon Balls. With just one more needed to fulfill his wish, he thought to himself, "I have found them. All the Dragon Balls are here. Thank you, Frieza, for gathering these 5 for me. This was my true objective for allowing myself to be captured." The scene shifted back to Suin Wufan. He was flying above the village destroyed by Vegeta, searching for the Dragon Ball's location with the radar, and was instantly taken aback. Suin Wufan murmured, "What is this around here?" Gradually descending, he witnessed the devastation wrought upon the village and thought, "Vegeta, you fiend, you have mercilessly slaughtered innocent Namekians." Angrily, he declared, "This is outrageous. The villagers have all been killed. It must be Vegeta's doing. I must find the Dragon Balls before he does." Suin Wufan scoured houses and searched behind rocks. Finally, he submerged himself in water and discovered the Dragon Ball. After stowing the radar in his pocket, he emerged from the water, cradling the Dragon Ball in his hands. Puzzled, he wondered, why would it be in the water? Did the villagers hide it in their panic? In reality, it was the result of someone's overconfidence. The scene returned to Frieza's spaceship. Sabo flew outside, scanning the area in search of Vegeta, gritting his teeth in fury. "Where is he? Vegeta can't have gone far. He must be hiding nearby." Frieza urged, "Haven't you found him yet, Sabo? If he escapes right before our eyes, you are finished." At that moment, Vegeta was inside the control room observing Sabo frantically searching outside, smirking wickedly. Vegeta sneered, "Huh? Fool, still searching outside. I have been right here on the spaceship all along. Truly, what ineptitude. Without a detector, he is as blind as a bat." Ha ha. However, Vegeta faced a dilemma. Gazing at the 5 Dragon Balls on the ground, he could not carry them all away. He mumbled, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 Dragon Balls in total. Not only have you healed my injuries, but you have also delivered all the Dragon Balls to me. It will be difficult to escape with 5 Dragon Balls. But there is no time to ponder. I must take a chance. Frieza should be on the other side of the spaceship. I hope fortune favors me. He earnestly wished for the favor of Lady Luck, anticipating the moment when Vegeta would shine. He leaned halfway out of the spaceship and shouted, "Hey, I'm still on the ship, you fools." Outside the spaceship, Sabo exclaimed, "WH what?" Frieza turned around in surprise. "Huh?" Vegeta raised his right hand and unleashed a ki blast, creating another hole on the opposite side of the spaceship. Sabo rushed back into the spaceship, angrily shouting, "That bastard." Vegeta rejoiced. What a splendid opportunity. He then raised his left hand and fired another ki blast, shattering the front window of the control room. He swiftly grabbed one of the Dragon Balls from the ground and hurled it with great force, successfully launching it. Meanwhile, Sabo and Frieza arrived at the site of the recent explosion, where smoke obscured their view. Sabo inquired, "Where's Vegeta?" Frieza asked, "Where could he be?" At that moment, Vegeta had already thrown a second Dragon Ball, and Frieza suddenly realized something was amiss. He had fallen into another trap. Frieza exclaimed, "Could he be trying to seize the Dragon Balls?" Soon after, more Dragon Balls flew out of the spaceship, and Vegeta erupted with energy as he rushed out, exclaiming joyfully, "Excellent! Fortune is on my side. Watch me gather the Dragon Balls and fulfill my wish for eternal life." Frieza and Sabo, belatedly arriving, saw the control room door ajar and a gaping hole where the 5 Dragon Balls had once been. Both shouted simultaneously, "The Dragon Balls are gone!" Sabo, in a fit of rage, declared, "You scoundrel! I will not let you get away with this." Where did he run off to? He then exploded with energy and bolted out, but like a headless chicken, he searched aimlessly, unable to sense energy signatures. Consequently, he could not locate Vegeta unless the latter foolishly chose to take to the skies. Relying too heavily on his detector had rendered him blind, a severe disadvantage. Frieza, anxious within the spaceship, urged, he must still be hiding inside the spaceship. Search quickly. Meanwhile, Vegeta, concealed behind a rock, mused, "If I fly away now, Frieza will surely pursue me. I must take the water route." A foot slowly stepped into the lake, followed by the entire figure submerging beneath the surface, gliding away like a diver. Frieza, filled with fury, exclaimed, "This is infuriating. Vegeta has escaped again, and the Dragon Balls are lost. With 5 Dragon Balls in his possession, he cannot have fled far. Conduct a thorough search of the spaceship." Time passed, yet there was still no sign of Vegeta, who had already utilized the waterway to make his escape. Frieza directed his ire towards the sky, addressing Sabo, "Listen carefully. If you do not locate Vegeta within the hour, prepare for your demise." Sabo, trembling with anxiety, replied, "Understood." Nearby, in a lake, a figure emerged, revealing itself to be Vegeta, who gasped for fresh air before slowly crawling ashore. He remarked, "Humph, I should be close now." When he had cast the Dragon Balls earlier, Vegeta had expertly gauged the force and direction, and now his keen eyes spotted all the Dragon Balls in the same position. With an exhilarated laugh, he proclaimed, "Ha ha ha, here they are. I executed the throw perfectly. How unfortunate for you, Frieza. The Dragon Balls are mine. Ha ha ha." In his mind, Vegeta calculated that with the Dragon Ball hidden in the river of the village he had previously visited, he was merely one away from collecting all 7 Dragon Balls to summon the Shenlong and fulfill his wish for eternal life. Suddenly, he sensed something and turned. His ability to perceive energy had significantly improved. He murmured, "What a powerful presence, Sabo." "No, it is stronger than Sabo." Upon focusing, he recognized a bald figure and was taken aback. "Isn't that the Earthling?" At that moment, Krillin was soaring through the air, clutching a Dragon Ball, brimming with excitement as he exclaimed, "Ha ha, I'm here, Gohan. Once we meet the Elder, he can awaken your latent abilities, ensuring our victory." Krillin had experienced a surge in power after the Elder unlocked his potential, yet he was oblivious to the formidable energy emanating from Vegeta, marking this as a dire encounter. Vegeta, first astonished, then overjoyed, exclaimed, "That kid is the Earthling. What is he doing on Namek? And he has the last Dragon Ball. Ha ha ha. This is effortless. Thank you, little bald one, for bringing it to me." Vegeta then unleashed his energy and dashed towards Krillin, intent on seizing the final Dragon Ball. Chapter 47, Vegeta vs. Sabo 2. Meanwhile, Krillin remained blissfully unaware of the looming danger, still flying and exclaiming, "We're almost there." Vegeta, now bursting with energy, was rapidly closing in on him. "That kid is also after the Dragon Balls," Vegeta mused, "but the one in your possession will soon belong to me. Ha ha ha. With all 7 Dragon Balls, my wish will be fulfilled." He accelerated, pursuing Krillin with fervor. Sabo, still searching for Vegeta, scanned the area in frustration, muttering, "Damn it. I can't find that rascal Vegeta. If only I had a scouter, locating him would be a breeze. If I don't find him soon, my life is forfeit." Just then, he spotted 2 figures racing through the sky. Upon closer inspection, he saw a bald head carrying a Dragon Ball, and trailing behind was the elusive Vegeta. Sabo murmured, then suddenly burst with excitement. "No, that's the one who saved the Namekians. He seems to have a Dragon Ball. Ah, Vegeta, at last. I found you. You won to escape this time." With newfound vigor, Sabo charged towards Vegeta, and the 3 figures swiftly formed a line, Krillin in front. followed by Vegeta, and then Zabo behind. Vegeta, sensing something amiss, glanced back. Although he couldn't see anyone yet, he felt a powerful energy approaching. He muttered, "Is that Zabo? How annoying." However, this presents a chance to eliminate him. He defeated me last time. This time, he will surely underestimate me. It is my opportunity for revenge. At that moment, Bulma was leaning against a rock, reading to pass the time. When Krillin landed suddenly, Bulma jumped, causing her book to drop. "Krillin, are you trying to scare me to death?" she exclaimed. "Bulma, this is dangerous. You shouldn't be out here reading. If the enemy finds you, it's over," Krillin warned. Bulma pointed to the Dragon Ball, her eyes wide with surprise. "Oh, is this the Dragon Ball from Namek?" "Exactly," Krillin confirmed. "Wow, the Dragon Balls here are so large." Bulma marveled. "The Elder is very reasonable. By the way, Bulma, is Gohan here? I need to take him to see the Elder to unlock his potential. He went to find another Dragon Ball near the village where Vegeta attacked," Bulma explained. "Really?" Krillin replied, just as he sensed an overwhelming energy, his expression shifting to one of shock. "There's an energy coming this way. Is Gohan returning already?" Bulma asked. Krillin shook his head. "No, it's not Gohan." With a swift motion, Vegeta descended from the sky, landing with grace. Both Bulma and Krillin gasped in unison, "Vegeta." It was clear they had not anticipated his arrival, primarily because Krillin had been rather reckless, neglecting to conceal his energy after his potential was unlocked, which allowed Vegeta to track him easily. Krillin thought to himself, "How could this happen? My power has surged, yet I failed to detect him. Has he learned to suppress his energy?" Vegeta remarked, "What a serendipitous encounter, Earthlings. It is truly remarkable that you possess the ability to reach this planet. Given how tightly you grasp the Dragon Ball, it seems we share similar objectives. Where are those two Scions? You cannot hope to defeat me, even if they arrive." Krillin was drenched in sweat, fully aware that Vegeta was undeniably stronger than he, though currently, Vegeta was suppressing his energy, making it undetectable. Vegeta glanced at the rear and continued, "Before I claim the Dragon Ball, there is something you must do. However, do not even think about escaping with it, or I shall eliminate this woman as well." In that moment, Vegeta's ruthlessness was palpable. After all, she was destined to be his future wife. If the future Vegeta were to find out, it would surely lead to an awkward situation. It was indeed unexpected for them to end up together. Thus, the three remained in a tense standoff. Vegeta slowly stated, "He is coming." Zabo swooped down, landing firmly, arms crossed, exuding an air of self-importance. "Vegeta, how dare you mock me and cause Lord Frieza to doubt my abilities? You deserve a fate worse than death, you wretched creature." Bulma quietly inquired of Krillin. "Who is he? Do you know him? He seems like a villain from our side." Krillin clenched his teeth. "He is a member of Frieza's army." Zabo, under the impression he understood the situation, remarked, "That kid with the Dragon Ball looks familiar." "So, you are in cahoots with him?" Vegeta retorted coldly, "Not at all." Zabo continued, "I have no interest in your petty squabbles. Just tell me where you've hidden the Dragon Ball. If you refuse, I will have no choice but to beat you senseless until you comply." Vegeta dismissed him with a wave. "Then let us see you try." Zabo scoffed, "You're testing my patience. Prepare to die, you wretched creature. Even if you refuse, I will retrieve the Dragon Ball myself and regain Lord Frieza's favor." Suddenly, Zabo roared fiercely, unleashing a surge of energy as he transformed. His body expanded momentarily, resembling a colossal toad with a massive mouth and sharp teeth, revealing festering sores across his form. His entire torso swelled significantly. His limbs became exceedingly muscular and developed, greatly enhancing his combat capabilities, albeit at the cost of an exceptionally grotesque appearance, as he entered the Super Saibo form once more. This spectacle left Bulma and Krillin, who stood nearby, utterly astonished. Krillin exclaimed in disbelief, "He has the ability to transform into a monster, and his power has increased tremendously." Bulma, filled with trepidation, remarked, "It seems he truly is a villain." Super Saibo opened his mouth and let out a deafening roar. Vegeta scoffed, "He is underestimating his opponents, transforming right from the start." In an instant, Super Saibo darted above him, raising his left hand to strike. Vegeta executed a swift push-up, evading the assault, then scooped a handful of dirt with his left hand. Super Saibo swung his right fist down toward the ground, but Vegeta deftly dodged the blow. At that moment, Vegeta appeared directly above him. Super Saibo looked up, muttering, "Ha, you are doomed, you turtle spawn." He then charged toward Vegeta's position. Vegeta gradually released the dirt from his left hand, which fell and blinded Super Sabo as it entered his eyes. In sheer agony, he clawed at his face, attempting to rid himself of the dirt. "Ah, what is this? You bastard, what have you done to my eyes?" Super Sabo cried out. At that instant, Vegeta swiftly maneuvered behind him, gathering energy in his left fist. With a fierce shout, he delivered a powerful blow to Super Sabo's waist, causing Sabo's eyes to widen in shock. The armor on his back shattered, and he was sent flying away. The sight horrified Krillin and Bulma. It seemed Vegeta had grown even stronger. Krillin felt the overwhelming power emanating from the hideous creature before him. Yet the fact that Vegeta could inflict damage upon him indicated that Vegeta's strength far surpassed that of Sabo, dashing any hopes of retrieving the Dragon Balls unless Son Goku and Tang Xianxian arrived in time. Vegeta erupted with energy, charging forward. With his hands pressed together like a hammer, he struck down upon Super Sabo's head, deforming his already hideous face. The blow sent him crashing into the water with a resounding splash, sending up a massive spray. Vegeta then bellowed, continuously gathering energy in his hands, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts into the water where Super Sabo had plunged. This technique resembled the Royal Combat style, and as the energy blasts detonated upon impact, the vast explosions illustrated their immense power. The surface of the water erupted with thunderous sounds, leaving Krillin and Bulma paralyzed with fear. "Bulma, we must flee," Krillin urged anxiously. "But he will kill us," Bulma replied, her voice trembling. Grabbing her arm, Krillin insisted, "If we don't run, we will die regardless." Vegeta noticed the two moving, redirecting his firepower to suppress them, launching energy blasts in their direction. "You won't escape, Earthlings," he shouted angrily. In an instant, the area in front of Krillin and Bulma was obliterated, halting them in their tracks. Terrifying. He can still spare a hand for this, Krillin gasped in astonishment. Vegeta continued to bombard the water below, as Super Sabo, battered and bruised, charged at him with rage. Realizing he was closing in, Vegeta once again distanced himself, both combatants landing on the ground anew. Furious and humiliated, Super Sabo spat. "Vegeta, you will regret being born into this world." Vegeta retorted mockingly, "Huh? You have exhausted much of your stamina, Sabo. Your demise is imminent. I will send you to meet your ally, Dodoria." Super Sabo laughed derisively. "You should know that my power far surpasses yours, fool. Ha ha ha, it's your end that is nigh." Vegeta smirked wickedly. "Sabo, do you not understand the Saiyan trait? Each time a Saiyan evades death, their power increases significantly." Super Sabo was taken aback. "What?" Meanwhile, Krillin and Bulma seemed to grasp the implications of this revelation. Bulma murmured, "Is that true? Does this mean Goku is the same?" Krillin confirmed, "Exactly. No wonder Goku becomes stronger with each battle. This is the reason." The scene shifted back to the battlefield between Vegeta and Super Sabo. Super Sabo dismissed Vegeta's claims. "Humph. No matter how much your power increases, you cannot defeat one who can transform." He then charged at Vegeta, hands poised to strike. Vegeta shouted, "Saiyans are a warrior race. Do not underestimate me." They both surged toward each other, fists ready, their blows colliding with a flurry of rapid exchanges, creating multiple afterimages as if they were fighting in unison. Vegeta seized an opportunity, channeling energy into his right fist and delivering a crushing blow to Sabo's abdomen. The impact shattered Sabo's armor, his fist piercing through his body, a decisive strike. At this moment, Krillin and Bulma were taken aback by Vegeta's overwhelming strength. Super Sabo's eyes widened in disbelief as his hands trembled uncontrollably, blood streaming from his abdomen. Facing the specter of death, he emitted desperate cries. "Vegeta, I was sent by King Frieza to kill you. Please spare me." Vegeta scoffed. "Enough, foul toad. At this stage, begging for mercy is futile." Super Sabo hastily pleaded. "If we join forces, we can surely defeat King Frieza. Trust me, Vegeta." To Sabo's surprise, Vegeta withdrew his hand from Sabo's abdomen, leading him to believe that he had accepted his words. Sabo prepared to launch a surprise attack, hoping to claim Vegeta's head and seize the Dragon Balls as a gift for King Frieza. Suddenly, Vegeta seized Sabo's entire right arm, pulling with tremendous force, and tore it clean off. The agony caused Sabo's eyes to widen, with purple blood gushing from the severed limb. Collapsing to the ground, he writhed in pain, letting out anguished cries as he looked at Vegeta in confusion. Super Sabo weakly stammered, "Vegeta, what are you doing? Are we not allies now?" Vegeta replied malevolently, "Do not be foolish, Sabo. Did you think I would believe your words? I intend to torment you to death." With a powerful kick, Vegeta struck Sabo in the abdomen, sending him soaring into the air. However, Super Sabo was now utterly defenseless, like a lamb to the slaughter. Vegeta swiftly appeared above him, descending at blinding speed, fists raised. Harnessing the momentum of his dive, he delivered a devastating blow to Sabo's neck, fracturing his spine and sending him crashing to the ground, creating a massive crater. Super Sabo lay there, barely clinging to life, reverting to his normal state, severely weakened and injured. Vegeta placed a foot on his back, exerting pressure to completely incapacitate his neck and spine, causing Sabo to stare wide-eyed in pain. Sabo screamed, "Ah, King Frieza, save me! Help me!" Vegeta ruthlessly stomped down on Sabo's legs, breaking them and leaving him in excruciating agony. Yet, due to Sabo's species' incredible resilience, he was far from death. Sabo weakly cursed, "Vegeta, you beast! You will surely meet a grim fate. King Frieza will avenge me, and then you will regret having killed me." Vegeta, with a swift motion, severed Sabo's remaining arm, rendering him a mere head that could still move. He then seized Sabo by the hair, lifting him up, while his other hand pressed against Sabo's chest, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that pierced through his body. Sabo, with unblinking eyes, stared at him, until Vegeta delivered a decisive punch that obliterated his head, casting the lifeless body into the sky. Vegeta shouted, "Filthy fireworks." He extended his right hand, emitting an invisible beam that struck Sabo's corpse, causing it to compress and explode from within, transforming into a spectacle of flames. Vegeta then turned to Krillin and Bulma, saying, I don't know what method you employed, but your battle power is significantly stronger than when you were on Earth. However, you are still no match for me. How about this? If you obediently hand over the Dragon Balls, I will spare your lives." Bulma, trembling with fear, replied, "Perhaps you would go back on your word and kill us as soon as you obtain the Dragon Balls." Krillin, anxious, asked, "If I give you the Dragon Balls, will you leave immediately?" Vegeta, in a calm tone, responded, "Humph, fine. I only desire the Dragon Balls. I have no time to play with you insignificant pests." Krillin pressed on, "Can you guarantee that?" Vegeta threatened, "Stop your prattling and hand over the Dragon Balls, or I may reconsider." Krillin handed him the one-star ball, and upon receiving it, Vegeta felt an indescribable joy. He was finally able to fulfill his wish. Excitedly, he exclaimed, "You are quite fortunate. I am in a splendid mood right now, so I have decided not to kill you. You may leave, as the Dragon Balls are now in my possession. I am truly delighted. Soon I shall rule the entire universe, replacing Frieza as the new Cosmic Emperor, and I will achieve immortality." With a sudden surge of energy, he soared towards the location of the 5 hidden Dragon Balls, intending to return to the original village to seek the final one to summon Shenlong. Bulma, terrified, collapsed, murmuring, "Oh no, this is bad." Krillin gritted his teeth and said, "He will not succeed. Gohan, it all depends on you now. I hope you can find that last Dragon Ball before he returns and thwart his plans." Chapter 48. Sun Wukong and Vegeta's Dragon Balls. At this moment, Krillin and Bulma could only wait anxiously, placing all their hopes on Sun Wukong, who possessed the Dragon Radar and was currently racing back with the Dragon Balls. They hoped he would not encounter Vegeta, otherwise it would spell doom. Bulma worriedly asked, "What if Krillin just gave him the Dragon Balls? What if he has the last one?" Krillin analyzed, "If we don't give it to him, we will both lose our lives. The fact that we are still alive is a stroke of luck. Giving it to him might not matter. The Dragon Ball Gohan is searching for was deliberately hidden by Vegeta to mislead." Bulma replied, "Right. Gohan is on his way back with the Dragon Ball. He cannot gather them all to summon Shenlong." Krillin expressed his concern, "I hope Gohan can evade Vegeta." At that moment, Sun Wukong was flying with the 4-star ball when he suddenly halted, sensing a powerful energy. He murmured, "Someone is approaching me with a formidable energy. Could it be Vegeta?" The mere thought of that possibility ignited his own energy, and he swiftly sought refuge behind a nearby rock, holding his breath, yet remaining exceedingly tense, fully aware of Vegeta's overwhelming strength. Meanwhile, Vegeta, carrying the 1-star ball, sensed a presence ahead. He muttered, "There is a strong battle power nearby, but it vanished. Strange. It must still be in the vicinity." Vegeta was seen scanning the skies, while Sun Wukong, hiding behind the rocks, trembled with fear. Vegeta threatened, "Whoever is there, I know you are hiding. Come out immediately, or I will take action. I am not joking." He raised his hand, preparing to unleash a ki blast to bombard the area. Sun Wukong realized that if this continued, disaster would strike, and thought to himself, I must not be discovered. He quickly concealed the Dragon Ball. Sun Wukong shouted, wait. Vegeta slowly turned his gaze towards the rock, where a small figure was climbing up. It was Kakarot's son, Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong stammered, it's me. Vegeta replied, oh, it's you. I have already encountered those Earthlings. You are one of their companions. Sun Wukong quickly noticed the Dragon Ball in Vegeta's hand and asked, is that a Dragon Ball you have? Vegeta casually replied, yes. Someone gave it to me. A little bald-headed fellow, your companion. Sun Wukong, astonished, inquired, what have you done to Uncle Krillin? Did you kill him? Vegeta grinned wickedly, saying, if that is what you desire, I can certainly accommodate you. However, I was in a good mood when I gathered the Dragon Balls, so I spared his insignificant life. Sun Wukong whispered, you have gathered them. Suddenly, Vegeta descended, startling him. Vegeta, noticing the object in Sun Wukong's hands, asked, what are you holding? Sun Wukong nervously replied, this is a clock, and Vegeta interrupted, with your scientific capabilities, you can only create such foolish devices. Has your father, Kakarot, and that nameless scion arrived? Sun Wukong blankly responded, no, they are unaware of the villainy here, so they did not come. Vegeta feigned sorrow, saying, oh, how unfortunate. When you return to Earth, tell Kakarot that only 4 of us scions remain. He reached out to gently stroke Sun Wukong's face, then delivered a knee strike, knocking him to the ground. While he could not defeat strong opponents, he could still overpower the weak, and he began to trample on Sun Wukong's head. Sun Wukong clutched his stomach, kneeling in pain as he cried out, it hurts. Vegeta declared, one day I will return to Earth and destroy it. With that, he unleashed a surge of power and flew into the sky, preparing to return to his temporary base to summon Shenlong. Sun Wukong, with a pained smile, thought, it hurts a lot, but at least I saved the Dragon Ball. This suffering was not in vain, Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to the cave, where Krillin and Bulma were in a state of distress, anxiously awaiting Sun Wukong's return. Bulma exclaimed, Krillin, I have turned the house back into a capsule. Has Gohan come back? Krillin, anxious, replied, not yet. I hope he didn't run into Vegeta. We must leave immediately, otherwise, Vegeta will soon return. Suddenly, a swift figure appeared in the sky, and upon closer inspection, Krillin realized it was Sun Wukong, returning with the Dragon Balls. Sun Wukong shouted, Uncle Krillin. Krillin joyfully responded, Gohan, you're back. Sun Wukong landed, bouncing with excitement, saying, Uncle Krillin, I found the Dragon Balls. Krillin, ecstatic, exclaimed, wonderful. I've been waiting for you. Bulma praised. Gohan, you did great. Krillin took the Dragon Balls, saying, we will discuss the details later, we need to leave now. Sun Wukong added, yes, I encountered Vegeta. Krillin, taken aback, replied, really? Sun Wukong continued, I hid the Dragon Ball, and he didn't find it. Krillin rejoiced, oh, what good fortune. Now he cannot gather all 7 Dragon Balls to summon Shenlong. Bulma urged, let us hurry and leave, lest that fiend realizes what has happened. At that moment, Vegeta had returned to the village he had attacked earlier, diving into the water to search for the last Dragon Ball he had hidden there. Vegeta gleefully exclaimed, with this one I have discovered hidden beneath the water, I shall possess all 7 Dragon Balls. Frieza, accept your fate, ultimately. The entire universe will belong to me. As he scanned the water, he still failed to locate the elusive Dragon Ball, murmuring to himself in perplexity, how strange. It was clearly around here, yet it has vanished. Suddenly, he recalled his recent encounter with Sun Wukong's son, Sun Wufan, who had been holding a peculiar device that was not a mere alarm clock, but rather some sort of radar. In an instant, his fury surged, propelling him out of the water towards their base. Furiously, Vegeta shouted, you little brat, how dare you deceive me? I will not spare you. In a state of full speed, he quickly reached their base and landed with determination. Come out. You will regret this, he bellowed, charging into the cave. Yet, as he looked around, he found no sign of life. The cavern was desolate, devoid of any presence. Damn it, they fled, he cursed, bursting out of the cave and soaring into the sky, attempting to sense their energy signatures to ascertain their whereabouts. Frustrated, he lamented, I cannot detect their energy. Those Earthlings must be concealing their presence, thwarting my plans. I possess 6 Dragon Balls, and they will inevitably come to seize them. When that time comes, I shall settle the score with you. The scene shifted to another mountain, where Sun Wufan peeked out cautiously, surveying the surroundings. This place is quite safe. He hasn't tracked us here, he noted. Bulma complained, but this space is too cramped. We cannot fit a house here. Krillin responded resignedly, we must make do. It is challenging to find a spacious cave. Bulma inquired, are you planning to stay here until Goku and Shinshin arrive? Krillin replied, no. I intend to take Wufan to meet the Elder to unlock his potential. Son Wufan was taken aback, questioning the meaning of unlocking potential. Bulma expressed her dissatisfaction. Why must I be left alone here? Krillin urged, bear with it. The Elder can significantly enhance Wufan's combat abilities, and perhaps then he can stand against Vegeta. Chapter 49, The Foreboding of a Great Battle. Following the previous events, Vegeta seized the Dragon Ball from Krillin, believing he was on the verge of gathering all 7. However, Son Wufan had discovered the one hidden in the water, shattering his dreams. Enraged, Vegeta pursued them, forcing Krillin and the others to seek refuge elsewhere to evade imminent danger. Yet, only Bulma remained behind, sitting on a small chair, sulking as she ate her boxed meal. Damn it, I'm left here all alone again, she grumbled. In order to awaken Son Wufan's latent strength, Krillin needed to take him to the Elder. They proceeded with great caution, fearful of being detected by Vegeta, thus reducing their flight speed considerably. At this snail's pace, when will we arrive? Krillin sighed. Son Wufan replied, if we increase our speed, we risk exposure. Vegeta may follow us. Krillin stated, Vegeta is growing stronger. Even together, we are no match for him. Son Wufan asked vacantly, but is my potential truly strong enough to contend with Vegeta? Krillin confidently asserted, if my potential can be unleashed to such a degree, with your Scion bloodline, you will undoubtedly be even stronger. Son Wufan mused, perhaps. Meanwhile, Vegeta was nestled on a cliff, meticulously arranging the 6 Dragon Balls, then seated upon one, deep in thought. He murmured, if that brat's device truly can locate the Dragon Balls, then hiding will be futile. I cannot leave here carelessly. They surely covet these 6 Dragon Balls. I must act before they do. Yet he considered, the spaceship's propulsion system has been damaged. Frieza cannot find me, even if he has dispatched others with detectors. It will take at least 3 to 4 days. I must take the initiative to prevent further disaster. If I gather the Dragon Balls and attain eternal life, I will defeat Frieza. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As Vegeta rested, he continued to search for Krillin and Son Wufan's energy. 3 days later, aboard a rapidly moving spaceship in the cosmos, Sun Wukong and Tang Xinchen were engaged in sparring. They had now adapted to moving with ease under 100 times the gravitational pull. Sun Wukong charged first, fists clenched, delivering a barrage of strikes towards Tang Xinchen, each movement swift enough to leave after images. Yet Tang Xinchen remained unfazed, skillfully parrying each blow, dissipating Sun Wukong's force. Frustrated by his inability to penetrate Tang Xinchen's defense, Sun Wukong found himself on the receiving end of a knee strike, breaking the stalemate and forcing him to block with one hand. Tang Xinchen seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful punch to Sun Wukong's chest, sending him crashing into the wall, leaving an imprint of his form. With a wry smile, Sun Wukong exclaimed, "Are you trying to kill me? That was too harsh. This is just sparring, not a battle to the death." Tang Xinchen retorted, "Without the thrill of life-threatening danger, how do you expect to grow stronger? We have adapted to this gravity. Only through continuous training can we hope to break through further. Remember, our journey to Namek will be fraught with enemies. We must possess real skills." Sun Wukong found himself at a loss for words. While Tang Xin's logic was sound, it was also frustratingly valid. Tang Xinchen unleashed a series of energy blasts towards Sun Wukong, who crossed his arms defensively to shield himself, creating a cloud of dust. Sun Wukong emerged, executing a flying kick aimed at Tang Xinchen, who deftly evaded, grabbing Sun Wukong's ankle and yanking him down to the ground. Just as Tang Xinchen prepared to throw him again, Sun Wukong swiftly maneuvered behind him, delivering a powerful kick to Tang Xinchen's back, forcing him forward several steps before he regained his balance. As Sun Wukong attempted to strike Tang Xinchen's head again, Tang Xinchen blocked with his left hand, then seized Sun Wukong's head and forcefully slammed it back to the floor. "Can you be serious? You show no fighting spirit. Don't you enjoy battle? Is it that I have not yet reached your level of strength? Or is there another reason?" Tang Xinchen asked, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Sun Wukong replied calmly, "I do not wish to fight with comrades. It holds no real significance." Tang Xinchen was taken aback, recalling that in the original series, Sun Wukong relished battle, a sentiment vividly portrayed in Dragon Ball Super. Yet now, it seemed as though he was more composed, reminiscent of the Dragon Ball Z timeline. Though occasionally he still exhibited a more reckless side, such as during the Cell Saga. Sun Wukong effortlessly broke free from Tang Xinqian's grasp, standing tall once more, leaving Tang Xinqian bewildered at how he had escaped such a firm hold. Do as you please, it matters not to me, Tang Xinqian waved dismissively. At this stage, I possess 2 transformation abilities, so I am unperturbed. As for you, I cannot quite discern, but I sense you are on the verge of reaching a new state. However, I cannot be entirely certain. Sun Wukong, still confused, was uncertain of Tang's words, but it was of little consequence. Both of them were currently exceptionally strong, their combat prowess having undergone a qualitative leap. Tang Xinqian sighed. Forget it. I do not expect you to comprehend. Let us adjust the spaceship's gravity to normal. Sun Wukong nodded, moving to the control panel to restore the gravity to Earth's standard. At this moment, both individuals felt remarkably light, their movements unusually swift. Sun Wukong picked up a fragment of stone from the ground and hurled it in a particular direction. In the blink of an eye, he appeared at that spot, catching the thrown stone with astonishing speed. With a joyful exclamation, Sun Wukong remarked, "My body feels so light, almost weightless. I hardly feel my own presence. Haha. It seems I can easily endure 10 times the KO can." Tang Xuanqing responded, 10 times is manageable. Beyond that, while it may present some challenges, it is not insurmountable. The two then glanced at their tattered clothing and ascended the stairs to the 2nd floor to bathe. After changing into fresh attire, they lay down on their beds to rest, for the next day would bring them to Namek, and they needed to rejuvenate their energy. At this moment, Sun Wukong and Tang Xuanqing remained unaware that, unbeknownst to them, they had already acquired powers surpassing the limits of the Psiots, essentially becoming Super Psiots. The scene shifted back to Namek, aboard Frisia's spaceship. Frisia observed the shattered glass of the cockpit and muttered, "It has been 4 days, and Zarbon has yet to return. Has he fled, or has he been slain? I should have brought the Jinyu force with me before departing. Nevertheless, they will arrive shortly, bringing a detector. I suspect Vegeta has yet to gather the Dragon Balls. We shall see, Vegeta. Once I have the detector in hand, there will be nowhere for you to hide." The focus then shifted to Krillin and Son Gohan, who were resting atop a cliff. At that moment, their stomachs grumbled in unison, indicating their hunger. They retrieved food from their backpacks, eating and resting simultaneously. Son Gohan asked, "We've been flying for 4 days. Have we not yet arrived, Uncle Krillin?" Krillin replied anxiously, "We still have some distance to cover. We must hurry. The Grand Elder cannot hold on much longer. Let us proceed at full speed. At this distance, Vegeta should not be able to sense us." Son Gohan nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, moreover, my father and Xuanqing will be arriving soon." Krillin declared, "Then it is settled. Prepare to depart." The two quickly finished their meal and, with a burst of energy, soared toward the Grand Elder's residence. Just then, Vegeta abruptly stood up from the Dragon Balls, having sensed 2 energy signatures. With a sinister grin, he exclaimed, "I found you, you 2 little brats." Chapter 50, The Arrival of the Jinyu Force. Vegeta murmured to himself, "One of them is Kakaroto's son, and the other is that little bald-headed kid. How strange. They are not here to seize the Dragon Balls, so what are they doing so far away? No matter, the immediate priority is to reclaim that Dragon Ball." He contemplated hiding one of the Dragon Balls before setting off, but realized that if he pursued one of them, the other might steal the Dragon Ball. Grasping a Dragon Ball, Vegeta declared, "I must take one of these." Even if their companion has a radar to locate the Dragon Balls, they cannot gather all 7. With the Dragon Ball in hand, he unleashed his energy and soared toward Krillin and Son Gohan's location, stating, "This time, I will not let you escape." With a thunderous roar, he accelerated into full sprint. Meanwhile, Krillin and Son Gohan were also flying at full speed toward the Grand Elder's abode. Krillin urged, "Gohan, keep it up. We are almost at the Grand Elder's residence." Son Gohan nodded in response. Krillin thought to himself that while the Grand Elder could unlock Gohan's latent potential, he may not be able to withstand Vegeta. However, Gohan's potential was limitless. Once his power surged, combined with that of himself, Wukong, and Xuanqing, they would be formidable. At that moment, someone was pursuing them fiercely from behind. Vegeta laughed, "Ha ha ha, I am about to catch up with you." The two ahead were drawing closer to the Grand Elder's residence, the house perched atop a mountain now visible. Krillin pointed, "It's just ahead, Gohan. Do you see that tall mountain?" Son Gohan confirmed, yes. Suddenly, Krillin sensed a powerful energy rapidly approaching from behind. He turned to see a shadow closing in and shouted, Gohan, someone is chasing us. Son Gohan gasped. Krillin, anxious, speculated, could it be Vegeta? Gohan, I will hold him off. You hurry to the Grand Elder. Son Gohan protested, but Krillin urged, quickly, let him unleash your potential. Son Gohan nodded and propelled himself toward the house on the mountain. Vegeta charged in front of Krillin, startling him. Krillin, alarmed, exclaimed, what incredible speed. How did you notice me? Vegeta arrogantly replied, of course. How could you possibly evade my grasp? Hand over the stolen 4-star Dragon Ball, or I will end you. Krillin stammered, what are you talking about? Vegeta retorted, stop playing dumb. Hand it over, or you will regret it. Has Kakarot's son fled to the mountain behind us? He thought, could that fool have taken the Dragon Ball away? No. I must hurry after them. Krillin broke into a cold sweat, realizing how quickly he had been discovered. Vegeta unleashed his energy, bypassing him and charging toward the house on the mountain. Regaining his composure, Krillin also unleashed his energy to follow, shouting, stop. Meanwhile, Son Gohan was with the Grand Elder, undergoing a potential awakening as the Grand Elder placed his hand on Gohan's head. The Grand Elder spoke slowly, you possess remarkable potential. Are you not a human from Earth? Son Gohan, anxious, implored, please, hurry, if you would. At this moment, Vegeta reached the mountaintop, where Nairu sensed an evil energy approaching. Nairu coldly remarked, he has finally arrived. Krillin soon landed, declaring, Vegeta, do not run. Vegeta gazed at the peculiar house, murmuring, what is this place? The door of the house opened slowly, and Nairu emerged, saying coolly, leave, you are not welcome here. Vegeta scoffed, you must be tired of living, Namekian. At this point, the Grand Elder had successfully awakened Son Gohan's potential. Energy surged from Gohan, his latent strength unleashed like a torrent of water bursting through a dam, instantly increasing his combat power several-fold. Vegeta sensed the change and froze in place. Krillin joyfully exclaimed, excellent. Gohan's power has skyrocketed. Vegeta began to look around, confused, what? Has Kakarot arrived as well? Nairu coldly commanded, I said leave. Just then, Son Gohan stepped out from within the house. Upon seeing him, Vegeta was taken aback, astonished at how rapidly the boy's power had surged. Vegeta incredulously remarked, how is it that your power has increased so dramatically after entering this house? What sorcery is this? Within the house, the Grand Elder was taken aback and instructed Dondi beside him, inform everyone that a tremendous force is approaching Namek. Dondi nodded and promptly exited, witnessing the tense standoff among the individuals. Dondi announced slowly, the Grand Elder says an immense power is drawing near our planet. Nairu expressed his astonishment, what? The group turned their eyes skyward, yet saw nothing, for the distance was still too great. Son Gohan, anxious, said, that power is terrifying. Krillin, both delighted and wary, sensed an unusual energy, stating, it must be Wukong and Xuanqing. They have finally arrived. No, it feels like something else. Vegeta glanced at Dondi and inquired, Grand Elder, what is that? Son Gohan murmured, oh no, could it be more than one person? Vegeta, in a moment of astonishment, exclaimed, could it be the Jinyu Special Force? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Indeed, Frieza has dispatched the Jinyu Special Force. Quickly, hand over the Dragon Balls. He then seized Sun Wukong's collar, attempting to lift him. Sun Wukong resolutely replied, not a chance. In a state of urgency, Vegeta insisted, I assure you that after I attain eternal life, I will not harm you. Hurry, or everything will be lost. Krillin retorted angrily, save your breath, we won't fall for your tricks. Vegeta anxiously explained, listen, Frieza's elite force possesses greater power than mine. And there are 5 of them. They are equipped with scouters that can locate us immediately and threaten our lives. Krillin, filled with concern, suggested, is it really that dire? Vegeta continued, you must sense their power. There is only one solution left. Grant me immortality so that I may eliminate them. Nilu, sweating profusely, remarked, perhaps he speaks the truth. There are indeed 5 malevolent forces. Krillin proposed, then let Wukong be granted immortality to vanquish them. Vegeta countered, though he possesses strength, he lacks combat experience. Krillin, gritting his teeth, insisted, but that is our wish. Nilu added, the Dragon Balls can grant 3 wishes. You still have a chance. Sun Wukong, astonished, asked, 3? I thought it was just 1. Vegeta urged, hurry, or it will all be over. Reluctantly, Eileen agreed. Fine, follow me, but you must keep your word. The three of them then erupted with energy and soared towards the base. Bojjitar shouted once more, "Fools, move faster." At that moment, Dundee and Yu also returned to the house, standing beside the elder. The elder slowly spoke. "They have departed." Nilu replied, "Yes, their chances of victory seem bleak." The elder continued, "Fu, you should go as well. Perhaps you can lend them a helping hand." Nilu responded, "But," the elder interrupted, "I am fine and can hold on for a while longer." Nilu nodded, "Understood." Outside, on Namek, 5 spherical spaceships were gradually approaching. Undoubtedly the Jinyu Special Force as described by Bava. The strength of these 5 was formidable, and they might soon influence Sun Wukong. Especially given their bizarre attire reminiscent of the masked superheroes, suggesting they were indeed his mentors. Chapter 51. Gathering the 7 Dragon Balls, the 5 spherical spaceships crashed to the ground, not far from Frisia's spacecraft. Frisia remarked, "The Jinyu Special Force has finally arrived after such a long wait." The scene shifted to the trio of Bojjitar, Kurlin, and Sun Wukong. Bojjitar anxiously inquired, "The Jinyu Special Force has arrived. How far are they?" Kurlin replied, "Right here." The 3 of them flew directly into the valley, landing safely. Kurlin then stated, "Bulma, I need to take the Dragon Balls." At that moment, Bulma was seated on a small chair, engrossed in a book, startled by their sudden arrival. The 3 then erupted with energy once more and shot out of the valley, leaving Bulma in a state of bewilderment. Bulma exclaimed, "Hey, what is happening? Why are you with Bojjitar?" Bojjitar instructed the 2. "Quickly, this way." The 3 then unified their direction, swiftly heading towards the location of the 5 Dragon Balls. The scene returned to Frisia, who was standing outside his spaceship, observing the 5 spherical spaceships on the ground. They slowly opened, revealing 5 oddly shaped individuals of varying sizes. The one standing in the middle was undoubtedly the captain, clad in light purple, with 2 black horns protruding from his head, dressed in Frisia's army uniform, and sporting a green scouter over his left eye. He was Jinyu, the captain of the Jinyu Special Force, boasting a combat power of 120,000. To Jinyu's right stood a figure clad in red, with long white hair, also in Frisia's army uniform and equipped with a green scouter. He was Guise, the vice captain, with a combat power of approximately 45,000. Next to Guise was a tall individual with blue skin, a round head, and a covering on top. Also in Frisia's army uniform and wearing a green scouter, his name was Buddha, with a similar combat power of around 45,000. To Jinyu's left was a very short green-skinned individual with 4 eyes, also in Frisia's army uniform, but without a scouter. He was Gudo, the weakest member of the team, with a combat power of only 12,000. Next to Gudo stood a humanoid alien with human-like skin and a pineapple-shaped head. He was tall and clumsy, also in Frisia's army uniform and equipped with a green scouter. His name was Raikum, with a combat power also reaching around 45,000. The 5 individuals simultaneously took flight, ascending above Frisia's spaceship, and then slowly descended in a neat line facing Frisia, with Guise holding a box containing the scouter requested by King Frisia. Raikum shouted, "Raikum." He then struck a pose to the right, his upper body facing forward, with his right hand clenched into a fist raised to his chest, and his left arm extended straight upwards, achieving his opening stance with a flourish. Buddha followed, declaring, "Buddha." He assumed a pose to the left, his upper body also facing forward, with his left fist raised to his chest, and his right arm extended upwards, striking his stance with a flourish. Guise then called out, "Guise." He knelt on one knee, placing his right foot forward and left foot back. With the box on the ground, both hands raised above his head, palms open, completing his opening stance with a flourish. Gudo exclaimed, "Gudo?" He too knelt, with his left foot forward and right foot back, both hands raised above his head, palms open, finalizing his stance with a flourish. Finally, Jinyu proclaimed, "Jinyu." He spread his feet shoulder-width apart, bent at the waist, his head visible from below, arms bent inward with palms open, completing his opening stance with a flourish. The 5 then shouted in unison, "The entire team assembles." They shifted their poses once more, with Raikum adopting a throwing stance. His left hand clenched into a fist and right hand extended, turning his back to them while looking over his shoulder. Buddha transformed into a pose reminiscent of a proud bird, arms spread wide, standing to the right. Guise shifted into a stance with his left leg bent forward, right leg extended back, right fist raised above his head, and left arm bent at a height level with his head, standing in front of Buddha. Goto's pose remained largely unchanged, likely due to his shorter legs, mirroring Gai's stance, but with his left hand resting on his right hand and right hand supporting his chin, standing in front of Raikum. The center position, of course, belonged to their captain, Jinyu, who knelt with his body facing forward, arms straight down, with one finger extended from each hand. The absurd dance performance concluded, marking the entrance of the Jinyu Special Force. Frisia, observing his 5 special subordinates, felt a tinge of embarrassment at their peculiar dance, though internally expressing a myriad of silent frustrations. He respected his employees' interests. Frisia remarked, I have waited far too long for this. Jinyu respectfully stated, I sincerely apologize, Lord Frisia. Allow us to take on this mission. We shall not disappoint you. Frisia nodded and replied, the Dragon Balls I gathered have been seized by the traitor Vegeta. Bring him back to me, alive, and make him reveal the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. With a gesture to the device beside his left eye, the location of Vegeta was soon displayed. No problem. We have tracked Vegeta's movements. He is moving swiftly not far from here, accompanied by 2 others with formidable power. Frisia coldly remarked, 2? They must be the same 2 troublemakers from before. Eliminate them. Excitedly, Jinyu responded, understood, Lord Frisia. Let the game begin. Jeez approached Frisia with a box and stated, Lord Frisia, here is the device you requested. Frisia acknowledged, thank you for your effort. Jinyu then declared, let us proceed. The 5 gathered and chanted in unison, go, go. Go, go, go? Yes, 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 yes. The Jinyu force will accomplish its mission. After completing their chant, they surged with energy and dashed towards the location pinpointed by the device. At that moment, the scene shifted to Vegeta, Krillin, and Son Gohan, who were still in a state of rapid flight. They sensed the 5 malevolent energies that had just landed on Namek. The Jinyu force had arrived, and they needed to accelerate their pace. Vegeta cursed inwardly, they've come, those bastards, too fast. The scene transitioned again to another spaceship, where Son Goku and Tang Xuanqing were aboard. The ship's system announced, arriving at Namek in 20 minutes, arriving at Namek in 20 minutes. Slowly, the 2 emerged from their beds, still groggy, and began brushing their teeth and dressing. Son Goku murmured, a being more sinister than Vegeta. I hope Krillin and Gohan are safe. Strange, I feel no sense of dread facing such a formidable opponent. Could it be the result of surpassing my limits in training? Tang Xuanqing replied in exasperation, stop scaring yourself. We will arrive in 10 minutes. Let us prepare. Those 3 are waiting for our support. Both donned their turtle school battle outfits, eagerly anticipating their arrival on Namek in 10 minutes to engage in the fray. The scene returned to Vegeta, Krillin, and Son Gohan, who had landed beneath a mountain peak. Vegeta announced, we have arrived. The 7 Dragon Balls are gathered. Just as they were about to approach, Jinyu descended from the sky, blocking Vegeta's path, causing him to freeze in fear, cold sweat trickling down his brow due to the overwhelming disparity in power. The other 4 members of the Jinyu force soon arrived. Jinyu slowly said, greetings, traitor Vegeta. The arrival of the 4 caused Krillin and Gohan to exclaim, what? Vegeta gritted his teeth. Damn it, they've ruined my plans. Krillin nervously remarked, how did they arrive so quickly without us noticing? Gohan was equally startled, realizing the immense strength of their adversaries. Jinyu stated, you have the Dragon Ball in your hand, don't you? Raikum glanced over and saw the 5 Dragon Balls neatly arranged nearby, exclaiming, there are 5 more here, Captain. Jinyu joyfully declared, you have 2 in your possession, and 5 more here. All 7 Dragon Balls are ours. Lord Frisia will be delighted. Vegeta clenched his jaw. Enough of your chatter. We will never surrender the Dragon Balls. Jinyu nonchalantly replied, then we shall take them by force. Krillin's mind raced with thoughts. Vegeta was correct. They stood no chance against these terrifying foes. The one with 2 horns was undoubtedly the strongest here, while the 4-eyed fellow seemed less imposing. Yet, he wondered why he was allied with such individuals. Jinyu slowly stated, Vegeta, hand over the Dragon Balls. However, even if you comply, we will not spare you. Vegeta anxiously said, the device can track human movements, but it is powerless against the Dragon Balls, right? Jinyu inquired, what do you mean? Suddenly, Vegeta hurled the Dragon Ball away with incredible speed, causing everyone to blink in astonishment. This is what I mean. At that moment, Buddha unleashed his power, racing towards the thrown Dragon Ball, catching it midair, and returning it to its original position, astonishing Vegeta with his speed. Jinyu unapologetically remarked. Buddha possesses the fastest speed in the universe. Did you think you could throw the Dragon Balls where we couldn't find them? Foolish. Gohan, filled with anxiety, exclaimed, how is this possible? Vegeta was rendered speechless. Against such a powerful enemy, he felt utterly helpless. Jinyu insisted, hand over that one too, bald kid. Vegeta urgently instructed Krillin, quickly, destroy the Dragon Ball. Krillin, cursing, raised his left hand to strike the Dragon Ball in his right, but suddenly, the four-eyed little fat guy activated his ability, causing Krillin's punch to miss as the Dragon Ball vanished. Gohan gasped, wow. Krillin exclaimed, what? Where did the Dragon Ball go? At that moment, Gudo was grinning, holding the very Dragon Ball Krillin had just possessed. Was this a superpower? Was it Dio's time-stopping ability or the Scarlet King's time-deleting ability? Just a joke, of course. They belong to entirely different realms. Vegeta, tense, said, damn it, the legends were not false. It is said that Gudo's race can freeze time in an instant. Jinyu coldly stated, all 7 Dragon Balls are now in our possession. Krillin, in disbelief, murmured, how could this be? It was just in my hand. Jinyu said, now, let us deal with you. It's been a while since I've exercised. This is a perfect opportunity. Jeez added, in other words, we shall teach them a proper lesson and show our might. Jinyu coldly responded, silence, I am the captain. At this, Jeez fell silent. Recognizing he could not contend with Jinyu, being merely a vice-captain with a vast power disparity, Krillin quietly asked, is it really unavoidable, Vegeta? Vegeta resignedly replied, there is no escaping this. Although you are vastly outmatched, perhaps you can still be of use. Give it your all. Jinyu instructed his team, I will handle Vegeta. You take care of the other 2. Jeez remarked, that is not fair. Butter protested, I disagree, Captain. Raikum added, it's always you who gets the spotlight. Gudo chimed in, exactly. Jinyu, exasperated, said, enough bickering. I will present the Dragon Balls to Lord Frieza. You all can draw lots. The winner faces Vegeta, and the second takes on those 2. No objections? The other 4 raised their fists in unison, exclaiming, oh, fantastic. They then gathered to play rock, paper, scissors. Jeez lamented, what bad luck, I'm furious. The remaining Raikum, Gudo, and Buddha continued their game. Krillin whispered, let us take this chance to escape. Raikum joyfully shouted, raising his hands. Vegeta is mine. Gudo, hands on hips, expressed confusion. Hey, this is boring. Buddha coolly remarked, damn, so close. Jinyu gleefully proclaimed, Lord Frieza will achieve immortality. Ha ha ha. With a sudden exertion of telekinetic force, 7 Dragon Balls levitated and followed him, soaring towards Frieza's spaceship, leaving 4 teammates and Vegeta behind. Sun Wukong, poised to strike, shouted, we absolutely cannot allow him to seize the Dragon Balls. Vegeta admonished, conserve your energy. First, we must deal with the immediate nuisances. Our primary objective is to find a way to defeat those brutes. Hearing Vegeta's words, Sun Wukong ceased his actions, acknowledging the necessity of addressing the present threats. Vegeta turned to Krillin and said, hey, come over here. Krillin hesitated for a moment, but then slowly approached. Rikuum, perplexed, inquired, are we strategizing again? Gudo laughed heartily, feeling that the individuals before him were hardly a match for him. Vegeta replied seriously, the one you need to contend with is that fellow named Gudo. His combat power is not formidable, but he possesses supernatural abilities, so exercise caution. Has Kakarot and Tang Xuanqing not arrived yet? Krillin responded. They are on their way and should arrive shortly. Vegeta continued, they need to hurry. Despite being rather bothersome, their presence would bolster our combat strength. For now, let us buy some time. Krillin nodded in agreement, recognizing that the combat power of their 4 opponents far exceeded that of the 3 of them. Without external assistance, victory would be exceedingly challenging. At this moment, Sun Wukong felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, pondering the hardships they had endured. If they could not reclaim the Dragon Balls and resurrect Uncle Bick, all their efforts would be in vain. Rikuum cracked his knuckles and slowly approached, declaring, the game has begun. At that moment, Vegeta, Krillin, and Sun Wukong readied themselves for battle. Rikuum instructed Gudo, take out those 2 brats first. Gudo complained, I'm not a janitor. This is a gross misuse of my talents. Vegeta mocked, do you think this is a game? How tedious these arrogant fools are. Krillin and Sun Wukong positioned themselves in front of Vegeta, preparing to confront Gudo. Krillin remarked, Wukong, do you remember our training aboard the spaceship? Sun Wukong nodded, affirming, I do. Gudo, unimpressed, taunted, 2 Earthlings like you should be easily dispatched. allow me to show you the might of Gudo. Krillin announced, prepare, unleash all your energy. With that, Krillin and Sun Wukong unleashed their power, significantly boosted by the Grand Elder's potential release, with Krillin reaching a combat power of 13,000 and Sun Wukong achieving 14,000. Suddenly, the scouters of Bart and JIS, as well as Rickwam, beeped, astonished by the combat power emanating from the two young boys. Although still inferior, their strength was enough to leave them in shock. Such power at such a young age was remarkable. Although Gudo lacked a scouter, he sensed something amiss and wore an astonished expression, realizing that the strength of these two little brats surpassed his expectations and slightly exceeded his own. However, he could not afford to appear too flustered lest he be discovered. Krillin and Sun Wukong shot upwards, their hands gathering energy for a powerful attack, firing two yellow energy blasts towards Gudo's position, their speed rendering him unable to react in time. Chapter 53. Sun Wukong and Krillin vs. Gudo. Gudo observed the two energy blasts racing towards him and shouted, "Time stand still." Suddenly, the two yellow energy blasts froze midair, granting Gudo a moment to evade the attack. He turned and shouted, "You wretched little brats, how dare you ambush me?" Just as he prepared to counterattack, he realized, where did they go? They vanished. Scanning his surroundings, he finally spotted their new positions. They had immediately vacated their original spots the moment they launched their energy blasts. Gudo, transitioning from surprise to fury, exclaimed, "They moved so far in an instant. This is infuriating. I wish I could stop time for a longer duration." Suddenly, time resumed its normal pace, and the two energy blasts struck the ground, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Krillin stated, "He's over there." Sun Wukong replied, "No, he has not. He has stopped time again." Instantly, the two of them shifted into a rapid mode, making it difficult for Gudo to pinpoint their locations. Gudo shouted, "Time stand still." As time froze, both Sun Wukong and Krillin charged towards him from opposite directions, realizing he lacked any skills to target multiple assailants. Hitting one would leave him vulnerable to the other's attack. This was indeed troublesome. Gudo cursed, "Damn it. Using time stop consumes far too much energy. I can't maintain it for long. I need to hide behind that rock and wait for them to let their guard down before I strike." He then hurriedly scurried behind a rock, and just as he concealed himself, time resumed its normal flow, causing Sun Wukong and Krillin to nearly collide as they surveyed their surroundings. Yet they still failed to locate Gudo. Krillin exclaimed, "Damn it, another time stop." Sun Wukong queried, "Where is he now?" Gudo thought to himself, "What a perfect opportunity. They have no idea where I am. I can strike unexpectedly." Unfortunately, Gudo was not adept at concealing his energy, allowing Krillin and Sun Wukong to quickly lock onto his position and dash towards him. Gudo, astonished and then anxious, stammered, "How did they know my location? I can't stop time again. My energy is depleted." Gudo raised his hands and, with a ferocious shout, unleashed a binding technique that immobilized Krillin and Sun Wukong midair, akin to the technique used by Jiaozi. Krillin stammered, I can't move." Sun Wukong echoed, "My body is completely paralyzed." Gudo boasted, "Do you see? This is the might of your esteemed Gudo. I am not to be trifled with. Allow me to demonstrate my binding technique. How could you possibly have discovered my presence?" Krillin struggled helplessly, unable to move, and Sun Wukong found himself in the same predicament. Both of them firmly fixed in midair. Gudo then seized a rock, preparing to hurl it at them. He sinisterly declared, "I will skewer you two like meat on a stick, haha. Then I'll roast you to perfection." Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and retorted, "Dream on, you four-eyed toad." Meanwhile, Bart, JIS, and Rickwam leapt over the massive crater created by the energy blasts. JIS remarked, "This is truly unexpected. Those two human brats have combat powers exceeding 10,000. Rickwam crossed his arms, arrogantly stating, "Haha, Gudo is in a panic. It's rare to see him resort to his binding technique. He must be truly pressed." Bart commented, "Such a race is indeed rare. To enhance combat power without transforming is quite extraordinary." Rickwam glanced up at Vegeta and laughed, "Haha, Vegeta, do your friends have any skills?" Vegeta, hovering in the air, sighed with resignation. These two fools have already been warned to be wary of Gudo's supernatural abilities. Yet they still charge headfirst into battle. Truly foolish. Gudo, utilizing his ability, transformed a round stone into a conical earth spike, preparing to pierce through Krillin and Sun Wukong, intending to skewer them together. With confidence, Gudo declared, "Hey, if you don't escape soon, I'll skewer you both." Krillin and Sun Wukong exerted all their strength, but remained immobile, only able to emit muffled sounds of distress. Gudo continued, "Hee, you're completely immobilized. How pitiful. Humph. I'll use this earth spike to pierce that bald kid in the yellow outfit first, and then I'll toy with the other one." Krillin strained to say, "Wukong, is there any way out?" Sun Wukong replied, "None. My nerves are completely numb." Gudo laughed heartily. "Victory is mine. Here I come." With a sudden, forceful swing of his hand, he hurled the earth spikes toward the position of Kellen. Vegeta swiftly appeared behind Gudo, delivering a decisive chop that severed his head. Gudo's head detached from his body, his eyes wide open and mouth agape, caught in the throes of victory and confusion, reveling in the imminent demise of Sun Wukong and Kellen, oblivious to how Vegeta had positioned himself behind him to execute the fatal blow. As the two suspended in midair regained their mobility due to Gudo's demise, Kellen narrowly evaded the impending earth spike by erupting with energy and ascending into the air. "This is fantastic. I'm free to move," Kellen exclaimed with excitement. Bart, Rikumu, and Jisoo were left astounded, unable to fathom that Vegeta had launched a surprise attack to eliminate Gudo. The lifeless body of Gudo thudded onto the ground, his severed head rolling away with a dull thump. Gudo's head weakly remarked, "How despicable, Vegeta. This was my game with those two youngsters, and you meddled without invitation." Vegeta arrogantly retorted, "It was merely your delusion. Battle is ruthless." Gudo's head continued, "I never imagined I would fall to a lowly scion like you. I shall not rest until Captain Ginyu avenges me." Vegeta coldly responded, "Enough of your prattle. Perish." Raising his left hand, he unleashed a yellow energy wave that obliterated Gudo's head into ashes, thereby extinguishing a member of the Ginyu force. Kellen, perplexed, remarked, "You actually saved us." Sun Wukong added, "Thank you." Vegeta, occasionally glancing at the remaining 3 members of the Ginyu force, warned, "Do not misconstrue my actions. I did not save you. My aim was to eradicate the bothersome Gudo. His abilities are too repulsive to be allowed to linger. We are not out of danger yet. Fortune does not favor us every time." At that moment, Bart, Rikumu, and Jisoo were utterly astonished, realizing that Vegeta had indeed struck unexpectedly. Jisoo, filled with fury, exclaimed, "Damn it, Gudo has been killed." Bart gritted his teeth and said, "How infuriating, truly despicable." Rikumu, unfazed, commented, "With one less member, our formation is compromised. We'll have to allow the captain to redesign a 4-man strategy." Jisoo interjected, "Let's deal with those 2 youngsters first." Bart suggested, "Let us decide by rock, paper, scissors." Rikumu declared, "I'll take on Vegeta." Meanwhile, Vegeta, Kellen, and Sun Wukong remained tense, aware of the superior fighting prowess of their adversaries. Kellen nervously remarked, "Why are those guys so bothersome, and their power so high? How can we fight them?" Sun Wukong fell silent, unsure of what to say. Vegeta, anxious, warned, "The true terror lies ahead." Chapter 54. Vegeta versus Rikumu. Rikumu approached slowly, stating, "Vegeta, it's our turn now." Vegeta snorted dismissively, adopting a combat stance in preparation for the duel. Rikumu continued, "If those 2 youngsters wish to assist, they may join in." "Come on." Jisoo shouted, "Hey, you can't touch those kids. They are ours." The scene shifted to Kellen, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta. Kellen gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "What an arrogant fool." Rikumu bellowed, "Ginyu Force." Rikumu. He then struck a series of bizarre poses, culminating in a stance that suggested a forward charge, lifting his hands above his head to clap, followed by a stance on one leg, the rest of his body rigidly angled to the left, resembling a large T. His display left the 3 opponents dumbfounded. It appeared less like combat and more akin to a performance. Vegeta roared, veins bulging on his forehead, and with a tremendous surge of energy. The surrounding dust and debris were violently disturbed. Kellen and Sun Wukong were pushed back slightly, realizing the magnitude of Vegeta's power. Meanwhile, Bart, Jisoo, and Rikumu's scouters beeped incessantly, detecting Vegeta's current battle strength. Bart, astonished, remarked, "How could he unleash such tremendous energy all of a sudden?" Jisoo, intrigued, noted, "Vegeta's power has surged to nearly 20,000. Rikumu stood frozen, slightly taken aback by this sudden escalation, though Vegeta's strength was still below his own. Vegeta launched himself at Rikumu, striking him squarely on the left side of his face, knocking off his scouter. In a swift maneuver, Vegeta soared above and around, clasping his hands together to form a hammer. As he descended, he delivered a crushing blow to Rikumu's head, driving him into the ground. And with a slight push of his legs, he shattered Rikumu's Frieza Force armor. Vegeta seized Rikumu's left leg and bellowed "Wah!" with tremendous force, hurling him away. He spread his arms wide, gathering energy as a regular, white, electric energy coalesced in his hands, with veins on his forehead bulging even more, indicating the power behind his impending strike. Vegeta shouted, "Flash cannon!" He thrust his hands forward, forming a flower-like shape, and unleashed a colossal white energy wave toward Rikumu's thrown position. Kellen shouted in alarm, "Get out of the way, Wukong!" Sun Wukong, astonished, gasped, clearly taken aback by Vegeta's formidable attack. Nonetheless, they managed to evade the blast's range just in time. The enormous white energy wave erupted at Rikumu's location, creating a tremendous explosion, yet Vegeta showed no signs of stopping, further amplifying the energy output. Vegeta called out, "Come on, bring it on, you dance-loving fool." The assault continued until he finally ceased, leaving a massive trail where the energy wave had passed. It wasn't that Vegeta wished to stop. He simply depleted his energy reserves. The flash cannon was still an incompletely developed technique, its power yet uncertain. Panting, Vegeta gazed ahead, uncertain if he had succeeded in vanquishing Rikumu. Aware that such an attack alone would not suffice given the vast disparity in their strengths. Kellen and Sun Wukong crouched on the ground, having avoided the residual impact. Kellen, brushing himself off, stood up slowly, astonished. He actually landed a hit. That was impressive. Vegeta is indeed formidable. Suddenly, Vegeta's expression shifted to one of alarm, as he could still sense Rikumu's energy, indicating that the foe had survived his onslaught, still alive and with a breath of vitality remaining. Through the dissipating smoke, a figure became discernible, leaving the three astonished and in disbelief. Sun Wukong stammered in fear. He's still alive. Kellen, equally incredulous, exclaimed, "No way." That was Vegeta's full-force attack. As the smoke cleared, Rikumu stood, his Frieza Force armor obliterated, now clad in a torn, black, short-sleeved bodysuit. He bore the appearance of one who had suffered severe injuries, though in reality, he was merely lightly wounded. His once stylish hairstyle was now a chaotic mess, and he struck a pose reminiscent of a ballet dancer, which looked rather awkward. Rikumu slowly proclaimed, "Hello everyone, I'm still alive." Surprised? Unexpected? Vegeta was drenched in cold sweat, astonished that the recent Kamehameha had not inflicted significant harm upon him. Was it a mere trick? After all, that was his signature move, albeit incomplete and still in development. Yet its power should not be underestimated. Kurlin was rendered speechless, trembling uncontrollably as he repeated, "Ah," in sheer terror. Facing such a terrifying creature, victory seemed daunting and hope appeared exceedingly dim. Sun Wufang stammered, "He seems entirely unscathed. How frightening is this villain?" Li Kumu murmured, "The warm-up is over. It's time to get serious." The two spectators, observing from a distance, were covered in dust. Batura brushed off the dirt and exclaimed, "What the hell is going on? Can't we resolve this without getting filthy?" Jisoo, holding a handkerchief to his nose, remarked, "What a mess. This is all that fool Li Kumu is doing." With both hands raised above his head, fists slightly bent, and his left leg lifted while his right remained straight, Liu calmly declared, "Attack." In an instant, he propelled himself forward, his speed leaving Vegeta momentarily stunned. Although Vegeta was unsure of what was transpiring, he recognized the swiftness of his opponent. Li Ku executed a knee strike directly to Vegeta's head, sending him flying with a resounding thud. Vegeta, in disbelief, cried out, while Pilin and Dufan were equally shocked. Chapter 55. The despairing Vegeta, after being sent flying, Vegeta skillfully rolled to dissipate the force, then flared with rage and charged back at Li Ku, shouting as he lifted his right hand to prepare a strike. Li Kumu raised his left hand to block the punch, and when Vegeta, undeterred, struck with his left, it too was thwarted. "Impressive skills, Vegeta," Li Kumu praised. "You are slightly better than I anticipated." The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, with Vegeta relentlessly attacking while Liu defended effortlessly, almost as if playing with him, as if Vegeta's strikes posed little threat. Suddenly, Li Kumu found an opening, shouting, "Huh?" as he slammed his right elbow down onto Vegeta's head, knocking him to the ground, just as he prepared to finish him off with a left punch. Vegeta exerted all his strength to propel himself upward, evading the blow but leaving a noticeable dent in the ground, a testament to the power behind that punch. Li Kung'u, noticing Vegeta's ascent, also surged upwards, prompting Vegeta to bellow, huh, as he raised his left hand high, gathering energy and launching it towards Liu's position. Yet it was effortlessly dodged. Yes, my power is increasing, Li Kung'u exclaimed, swiftly positioning himself above Vegeta and delivering a powerful kick that sent him plummeting into the river, creating a massive splash. As Riku hovered in the air, he laughed heartily, reveling in his successful strike, for he was exceedingly arrogant, holding disdain for all but Doja. Meanwhile, Kurlin and Zenufan, watching from the sidelines, were stunned. Was Vegeta truly being overwhelmed so easily? Kurlin gasped, this is far too powerful. Even Vegeta cannot withstand it. Zenufan clenched his teeth. What can we do? This villain's strength surpasses Vegeta's. Meanwhile, submerged in the water, Vegeta swam deep, gathering energy and firing a barrage of energy blasts towards the surface. Li Kung'u, sensing the threat, evaded each attack, though Vegeta's relentless assault provided him with amusement. Countless energy blasts were launched, yet none found their mark. Just as Ryu was about to taunt, Vegeta erupted from the water, delivering a headbutt to Li Kung'u's abdomen, propelling him higher into the air. Li Kung'u gasped in pain. Ugh. Following this, Vegeta executed a spinning kick that struck Li Kung'u squarely in his most vulnerable area, causing him to widen his eyes in shock, rendering him incapacitated, for even the mightiest warrior is vulnerable in that regard. Li Kung'u cried out in agony as Jisoo and Bao watched in astonishment, unable to believe Bilar would resort to such a despicable tactic, targeting a man's weakest point. Jisoo struggled to suppress a laugh, remarking, "That's just too underhanded. You cannot attack there." Batur agreed. Indeed, that's truly despicable. Poor Li Kung'u, but then again, he brought this upon himself. Even Koin and Zenufan were taken aback by Vegeta's unexpected strategy. Kurlin, with difficulty, observed, perhaps there is still hope, although Vegeta's tactics are unconventional. He might emerge victorious. Zenufan nodded. Yes, while it may be morally questionable, at this moment, we cannot concern ourselves with ethics. In a flash, Vegeta conjured an energy blast in his left hand and hurled it toward Liu's face, resulting in an explosion that obscured his vision. Li Kung'u, one hand shielding his face and the other clutching his groin, furiously vowed, "Bah, I will not let you escape. I will ensure your demise." In a swift motion, Vegeta held his breath and positioned himself behind Liu, clasping his hands together to form a hammer and delivering a powerful blow to his neck. Li Kung'u felt a sharp pain in his back and was instantly knocked to the ground, creating a crater upon impact. Enduring the pain, Li Kung'u raised his left hand, channeling energy to unleash a yellow energy wave towards Ba, who swiftly dodged the attack. However, Li Kung'u pursued, seizing Vegeta's torso and gripping him tightly. The pain was palpable, for even with his battle armor, the force of Liu's grip was formidable, exacerbated by the earlier attack that had left him severely weakened. Li Kung'u lifted Vegeta above his head, and they descended towards the ground at an alarming speed, leaving Kun and Zenufan bewildered. What was happening? Was a reversal imminent? Vegeta was forcefully driven into the earth, creating a deep indentation, with only his lower half remaining visible. Li Kung'u grasped Vegeta's left leg and hoisted him up, taunting, "Are you finished, Vegeta? I will not let you off so easily. I will torment you to your end." He raised his hand, intending to return the earlier humiliation upon Ba. Though slightly dazed, Vegeta quickly realized Liu's malicious intent. With a surge of energy, he unleashed a powerful energy blast that struck Liu squarely in the face, engulfing him in a fiery explosion. Perhaps due to the pain or the shock, Li Kung'u released Vegeta's leg, collapsing to the ground. Vegeta fell back to the earth, his injuries worsening. Struggling to rise, he gasped for breath, clearly affected by the previous onslaught. Kellen exclaimed with excitement, "Did we win?" Sun Wukong stared blankly, feeling a sense of disbelief. Had they really triumphed? Suddenly, Rikuum abruptly rose to his feet, seemingly unaffected by any pain, whether it was due to sheer willpower or something else was unknown. The sight terrified both Sun Wukong and Kellen, causing them to break out in cold sweat, while Vegeta felt a deep-rooted fear, his body trembling uncontrollably. This formidable opponent was still alive, demonstrating incredible resilience. Rikuum gleefully declared, "Ah, Vegeta, I am truly furious now. I take great pleasure in treating you all violently." At that moment, Bart and JIS appeared to have anticipated the situation, as anyone capable of joining the Ginyu Force must possess extraordinary strength. Vegeta contemplated grimly, this is bad. If I can't defeat him and my relentless attacks cause him no damage, am I truly destined to fall here today? I am the Prince of the Scions, and I have yet to avenge Planet Vegeta against Frieza. Ricoum, hands on his hips, taunted, what other techniques do you have? Feel free to unleash them. If not, then prepare to meet your demise. Additionally, I intend to break you as well, for my heart cannot find peace otherwise. Come forth and face me. He then assumed an oddly peculiar stance, legs slightly bent, upper body leaning forward, arms held vertically with palms slightly spread, resembling a duck's posture, strange and indescribable. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and Kellen were in a state of panic, realizing the sheer difficulty of their adversary. Kellen gritted his teeth, if even Vegeta falls, we will have no chance of escape. It is likely that even Goku and Shinshin may not be able to assist us. We must either launch a desperate assault to create an opening for Vegeta or buy time until Goku and Shinshin arrive. Sun Wukong nodded, understood. At that moment, outside Namek, a large circular spaceship hovered, machinery reporting its status, indicating it would arrive at Namek in 2 minutes. The two individuals aboard the ship were already prepared for battle. Chapter 56. The Three in Despair and the pompous Frieza Ricoum then declared, Vegeta, your time is up. Vegeta, battered and breathless, bore the scars of battle. His once pristine battle armor from Planet Vegeta now tattered and worn. Kellen gritted his teeth, get ready to act, Wukong. It appears Vegeta can no longer fight back. If we do not intervene, we will be next. Sun Wukong nodded, all right. Ricoum shouted, Ricoum, invincible. He crossed his arms over his head and forcefully spread them apart, his mouth opening wide as he unleashed a powerful yellow energy blast aimed directly at Vegeta. Sun Wukong and Kellen sprang into action simultaneously, while Vegeta, dragging his injured body, attempted to move but was clearly unable to keep up with the speed of Ricoum's attack. Kellen swiftly positioned himself above Ricoum, using all his strength to kick downwards. Ricoum's mouth, which had been wide open, abruptly closed, halting his attack, though the energy blast he had already unleashed continued. Several of Ricoum's teeth shattered as his eyes widened in shock, his entire body leaning forward, revealing the effectiveness of Kellen's strike. Just before the energy blast could strike Vegeta, Sun Wukong dashed forward and embraced him, quickly maneuvering to the side to evade the attack. The energy blast created a massive explosion at its original trajectory. Kellen landed safely, panting heavily, relieved that the giant had not reacted in time to counter him. Vegeta slowly rose from the ground, swatting Sun Wukong's protective hand away, admonishing him. Stay out of this, do not meddle. Sun Wukong replied, okay. Vegeta grumbled, foolish child, instead of saving me, you should have attacked him. You are utterly useless. Kellen, observing the deep crater left by Ricoum's attack, couldn't help but comment, his energy blasts are so powerful that they obliterate the ground, creating an irregular pit. Ricoum slowly got back on his feet, muttering, Humph, it seems I underestimated you. I couldn't open my mouth, and even lost some teeth. I will not forgive you. You shall all perish. Kellen was taken aback, thinking, what the hell? He survived a direct hit to the head? This is absurd. Even if he didn't die, he should have suffered a concussion. Ricoum then turned to his two teammates, Bart, JIS, listen up, let me deal with these two brats. JIS complained, this guy is unbelievable. Bart shrugged, do as you wish, just remember to treat us to chocolate ice cream. Ricoum laughed heartily, haha, no problem. He suddenly lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent Kellen flying. Sun Wukong gasped, Uncle Kellen. He immediately flew towards Kellen's falling form. Kellen crashed to the ground, sliding for a distance before finally coming to a halt, demonstrating Ricoum's immense strength even in his current state. Sun Wukong hurried to Kellen's side, asking, Uncle Kellen, are you all right? Kellen, struggling and disheartened, replied, what kind of monster is this? I only took one kick, and it feels like my bones are shattered. Their power is overwhelming. Even though the Elder awakened our potential, enhancing our combat abilities, it is still futile. Are we truly doomed? There is no chance of escape. The Dragon Balls have already been taken, and hope is lost. In the distance, Ricoum complained, damn it. I intended to play with them a bit longer, but ended up kicking that bald one away with too much force. Sun Wukong, resolutely assuming a battle stance, declared, I will fight him. Meanwhile, Niru, having received the Elder's orders to assist Kellen and Sun Wukong, should have arrived by now. However, he turned back midway, sensing an ominous premonition that someone intended to harm the elder, thus opting to return instead. Back on the battlefield, Sun Wukong was sent flying by Requiem's punch, spinning in the air until he regained his balance and landed softly, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Sun Wukong raised his hands before his chest, gathering energy, and shouted, "Ha!" unleashing a yellow energy wave toward Requiem. Requiem smirked wickedly, opening his mouth wide and blowing forcefully, sending the energy wave off course and redirecting it back towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong quickly jumped to evade his own attack as the energy wave struck the original location, resulting in a massive explosion. Requiem instantly appeared behind him, raising his left hand and delivering a heavy strike to Sun Wukong's neck, causing him to grimace in pain as his body plummeted downwards. Meanwhile, aboard Frisia's spaceship, Captain Jinyu had returned with all 7 Dragon Balls, placing them before Frisia. Frisia praised, "Well done, Captain Jinyu. You retrieved all 7 Dragon Balls in no time. It seems allowing the Jinyu force to engage was indeed a wise decision." Jinyu, filled with reverence, replied, "It is an honor to receive Lord Frisia's commendation." Frisia excitedly proclaimed, "I shall attain immortality. How splendid! Hee, my wish is about to be fulfilled. I have gathered all 7 Dragon Balls." Ha ha ha. Jinyu then suggested, "Allow me to perform a celebratory dance for you, my lord." Frisia, recalling the awkwardness of his earlier performance, coughed and replied, "We'll save that for later. This is a crucial moment. Wouldn't you agree, Captain Jinyu?" Jinyu nodded and remarked, "It seems that King Phalisa has given this matter considerable thought. Let us postpone the leap for now." Phalisa extended his hands, resembling a child who has just received their cherished toy, eagerly anticipating the Dragon Balls to fulfill his desires. In his heart, he quietly mused, "Ha ha. Let the journey commence. I, Phalisa, shall attain the wish of eternal life and dominion over the entire universe." Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Sun Wufan had already been brought to his knees by Requiem, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth as his body trembled uncontrollably. With great difficulty, Sun Wufan uttered, "Cough, where are you, Dad?" Chapter 57. Timely rescue. The scene shifted to Phalisa and Jinyu, both of whom wore expressions of eager anticipation as they waited in silence for quite some time. Phalisa excitedly declared, "Haha, I must admit I'm feeling a bit anxious. I will soon become the eternal ruler of the universe." Jinyu respectfully replied, "Congratulations, Your Majesty, on your impending reign over all the galaxies." Phalisa called out to the Dragon Balls, "Oh, miraculous Dragon Balls, bestow upon me, Phalisa, the eternal life and unending vitality to govern the universe forever." Jinyu laughed heartily, envisioning a future where the entire universe lay beneath King Phalisa's rule. After Phalisa's call, the two stood in silence for a considerable time, yet the Dragon Balls remained utterly still, leaving them bewildered. Jinyu inquired, "Why is there no response? Have you already attained eternal life?" Phalisa awkwardly replied, "It appears that I have not." At this moment, a tempest of thoughts surged within Phalisa. What could be the issue? Why had the Dragon Balls not granted his wish? Suddenly, he recalled the second village they had invaded, that of the Namekians. Even if they gathered the Dragon Balls, achieving their desires would be futile. Phalisa murmured anxiously, "When we seized the second Dragon Ball, that Namekian mentioned something. Indeed, it must refer to a code known only to the Namekians, the key to realizing our wishes. What could it be? A slogan, a location, or perhaps the arrangement of the Dragon Balls? We must consult a Namekian to uncover this." Captain Jinyu, having arrived later, was utterly perplexed, as he was unaware of the previous events, knowing only that King Phalisa had dispatched them to seize the Dragon Balls, with no further information provided. Phalisa pressed a button on the device over his left eye, attempting to locate the Namekians. However, he first detected the presence of Vegeta and exclaimed in urgency, "But we have nearly exterminated all the Namekians. Let us hope to find 1 or 2 still alive. This should be Vegeta. Perhaps he knows something." Jinyu immediately stated, "I will order my men to cease the killing." Suddenly, Phalisa's eyes brightened as if the device had detected something. He slowly said, "No need. In the area of 882-9401. It seems that 2 Namekians are still alive." "Excellent. We have not attacked that location." Jinyu eagerly suggested, "Allow me to speak with them about the code, Your Majesty." Phalisa confidently replied, "No, I shall go myself. Only I know how to deal with them." "Captain Jinyu, you are to guard the Dragon Balls." Genio saluted and vowed, "Yes, rest assured, King Felisa." Thus, Felisa boarded his personal spacecraft and sped toward the residence of the elder. The ominous premonition had, alas, come to fruition. Felisa located the elder's position and swiftly approached in his craft. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Raikum continued to mercilessly pummel Suan Wufan. With the other two fighters incapacitated, only Suan Wufan remained, struggling to withstand the onslaught. Raikum bellowed, "Wah!" as he relentlessly conjured energy blasts with both hands, hurling them towards Suan Wufan. Dragging his injured body, Suan Wufan desperately dodged, but Raikum swiftly appeared behind him, delivering a powerful right hook that sent Suan Wufan crashing to the ground with a loud thud, rolling several times before coming to a stop. With trembling hands, Suan Wufan struggled to rise, but before he could steady himself, he collapsed again, his body pushed to its limits, bearing the weight of battles not meant for one so young. Nearby, Krillin weakly urged, "Give up, Wufan, stop fighting." Suan Wufan gritted his teeth and replied, "No, I will never be defeated. I am the son of Suan Wukong." Raikum taunted, "Huh? Where do you find the strength to continue? You foolish child. From whence do you hail?" In a moment of desperation, Suan Wufan surged forward, raising his right fist and shouting, "I refuse to be defeated by you." Raikum laughed heartily. "Wahaha! Who told you that you possess any real skill? Prepare to meet your end." Just as Raikum's fist was about to strike Suan Wufan, a figure suddenly rushed in, moving with incredible speed, delivering a fierce kick to Raikum's abdomen. Raikum's eyes widened in pain as he was propelled backward, crashing into a nearby boulder and shattering it into pieces. The newcomer effortlessly caught Suan Wufan, feeding him a senzu bean, which instantly healed his injuries. Both Krillin and Vegeta were taken aback. Tang Xuanchen calmly remarked, "Well done, showing such tenacity, Wufan." Suan Wufan looked up with tears streaming down his face, relieved that help had finally arrived. In truth, the spaceship had not yet landed, but Tang Xuanchen had opened the hatch and leaped out with remarkable speed, fortuitously landing right in the midst of their battle. Bart and Geese were astonished, questioning how he had accomplished such a feat without triggering any alarms on the detector. Despite their combined power levels exceeding 40,000, they wondered how he had managed to kick Raikum so far without revealing any of his own strength. Geese shouted, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Bart added, "What are you, to suddenly interfere with our game?" Tang Xuanchen shot them a sidelong glance, his eyes narrowing. And with a sudden explosion, the area occupied by Geese and Bart erupted, forcing them to take to the air. Nearby, the boulders exploded as Raikum descended into madness, vowing to eliminate everyone, time and again, as disturbances continued to disrupt his plans. Tang Xuanchen gently set Suan Wufan down, instructing him to join Krillin and Vegeta while he dealt with Raikum. Chapter 58. The delayed arrival of Suan Wukong. Tang Xuanchen said slowly, "Are you so eager to meet your demise? Then I shall oblige." Raikum furiously shouted, "Prepare to die, you meddlesome fool." He charged forward, swinging his right fist directly at Tang Xuanchen. Without flinching, Tang Xuanchen stood his ground, absorbing the blow without any discernible effect, as if it were a mere soft attack, leaving no mark on the ground. This left Raikum astonished, questioning how his 40,000 power level attack had failed to inflict any damage. Tang Xuanchen raised his left hand, grasping Raikum's fist that had struck his chest, and with a slow, deliberate motion, he moved it aside. Following that, he delivered a left uppercut to Raikum's jaw, causing all of his already loose teeth to be completely knocked out, sending his body flying. Subsequently, he extended his right hand and firmly grasped the left ankle of his opponent, forcefully yanking it downward and slamming him harshly onto the ground. Following this, he delivered a swift kick, propelling the opponent away until he collided with a rocky outcrop. Tang Xianxian looked up at the two figures in the sky and declared, "Come at me together. I cannot be bothered to fight you one by one." Bart and JIS were instantly infuriated by the audacity of this young man, who had easily overwhelmed the exhausted Lycum, mistakenly believing himself to be exceptionally powerful. Without hesitation, the two charged at him from either side. Tang Xianxian clenched his fists and crossed his arms. As they approached, he swiftly expanded outward, unleashing two powerful gusts of energy that forced them back. Just as Bart and JIS were about to close in, they were abruptly repelled by an unseen force, completely unaware of what true momentum entailed. Tang Xianxian erupted with energy. And at that moment, Bart and Jesus' detectors sounded an alarm, indicating that this individual possessed a combat power of 50,000 5,000, surpassing theirs by 5,000. Vegeta, sensing Tang Xuanqin's formidable strength, felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. It was hard to reconcile that this individual, whom he had encountered earlier with a power level barely reaching 6,000 and only managing to reach 9,000 at full capacity, had now experienced a staggering transformation, leaping to 50,000 and eclipsing him, the Scion Prince. A profound sense of humiliation weighed heavily upon him. What they failed to realize was that this was merely a fraction of his unleashed energy. His true combat power far exceeded 50,000. The battles against Dales and Sherlag had propelled him into a new realm of strength. Not to mention the rigorous gravity training and sparring he had undergone aboard the spacecraft prior to arriving on Namek. JIS and Bart exchanged knowing glances, deciding to execute their combined technique, the red-blue energy sphere attack. Instantly, a red sphere of energy enveloped Bart, while a blue sphere engulfed JIS. Tang Xianxin noticed the peculiar formation and halted, wary of the unknown effects of their impending assault, unwilling to act recklessly. With a sudden surge of energy, JIS charged at him, followed closely by Bart. As they both stood on the same equilibrium point, the blue and red energy spheres grew increasingly radiant. Tang Xianxin hesitated, unable to grasp the mechanics of their technique, and before he knew it, they were upon him. In response, he conjured an energy barrier, creating a protective shield around himself. The collision of the three forces produced a blinding white light, and from within the brilliance, a figure emerged, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Tang Xianxin emerged unscathed, his curiosity piqued by the oddity of their combined technique. What a strange combination move. Is this from the original work? Seeing that their combination technique had some effect on him, JIS and Bart aimed to wear him down further. Lycum charged once more, attempting to grab him with both hands. Tang Xianxin deftly sidestepped, leaving Lycum grasping at air, and appeared behind him. "You're too slow. You big oaf," Tang Xianxin remarked nonchalantly. As Lycum turned to retaliate, he was met with a sharp elbow to the face, followed by a swift kick that sent him flying backward. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Xianxin surged forward to pursue. JIS and Bart, recognizing their chance, charged at him again, initiating their combination technique once more. Tang Xianxin, pondering how to counter, suddenly had an idea. He grasped Lycum's left arm, mentally counting down 3, 2, 1. In that moment, the two rushed toward him. Tang Xianxin hurled Lycum toward them, and they had no time to halt their advance, colliding directly with him. Lycum's eyes widened in panic as he shouted, "No! JIS, Bart, stop!" The collision sent Lycum tumbling away, crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. JIS and Bart halted, momentarily stunned as they observed Lycum. In an instant, Tang Xianxin sidestepped above JIS, delivering a powerful kick that sent JIS plummeting to the ground with a cry of anguish. He crashed into the earth, creating a deep crater. Bart, regaining his senses, found Tang Xianxin already before him, landing a fierce left punch to his chest, shattering Frisia's armor and fracturing his bones, causing purple blood to trickle from his mouth. Bart grasped Tang Xuanqin's shoulders in desperation, gasping, "Who are you? Why have you come to Namek?" Tang Xianxin coldly replied, "I am your harbinger of death, here to collect." With a swift motion, he broke free from Bart's grasp and appeared behind him, clasping his hands together like a hammer and striking down upon his crown. Bart's eyes widened in pain as he plummeted downward, crashing into the same pit created by Jas. Klin and Sun Wukong stood in disbelief, astonished at Tang Xuanqin's overwhelming strength. If he could effortlessly overpower three foes, then what of Wukong? Just then, a circular spacecraft descended from the sky, and a robotic voice announced, "Successfully arrived at Namek." As the hatch opened slowly, a familiar figure emerged, Sun Wukong. "Wukong," Tang Xianxin said, "I handled all of them. Why didn't you leave one for me?" Tang Xianxin rolled his eyes and replied, "They're not dead yet. They're still alive. I'll give you the big oaf, but the other two are mine." At that moment, Lycum, JIS, and Bart remained unaware of the torment awaiting them. Chapter 59. Sun Wukong and Tang Xianxin versus Lycum, JIS, and Bart. At this moment, the three members of the Jinyu force slowly crawled out of the deep pit, astonished to see yet another individual in their midst. Sun Wukong first offered Klin a Senza bean, instantly reviving him. Klin remarked, having observed Tang Xuanqin's strength, "You must be quite formidable yourself." He managed to overpower 3 with ease. Sun Wukong nodded, affirming that he indeed possessed that capability. In terms of overall combat power, Tang Xianxun was slightly inferior to him. "Let me pat your head," Sun Wukong said, placing his hand on Qin's head, instantly comprehending the entire situation. Qin murmured, "What are you doing?" "I don't have a fever." "Ah, I understand now," Sun Wukong replied calmly. "Bulma is safe. Your combat powers have increased. They stole the Dragon Balls. And I am aware of the incidents involving Vegeta and Frieza." Qin exclaimed in surprise, "How do you know all this?" Sun Wukong candidly stated, "I figured it out just by touching your head. Though Vegeta is ruthless, he at least saved your lives." He then tossed a Senzu bean to Vegeta, who caught it and observed the bean. After witnessing the small bald man consume one, he too ingested it, feeling all his injuries heal instantly, leaving him utterly astonished. Qin, anxious, protested, "How can you give a Senzu bean to him? Wukong, even if it doesn't heal him, you and Tang Xianxun would still be able to defeat them." Sun Wukong replied nonchalantly, "I just want to settle the score with him once we return to Earth." Tang Xianxun chuckled, "That truly sounds like something you would say." Qin responded in surprise, "Returning to Earth?" Then, Tang Xianxun and Sun Wukong approached Lycum, Jis, and Bart, with Wukong now possessing a combat power of 112,500, while Tang Xianxun had reached a power level of 78,125. Lycum arrogantly declared, "Humph, do you truly believe that the two of you can defeat us? Such delusions. We are the invincible Jinyu force of the universe." Jis, utilizing his scouter, assessed Sun Wukong's battle power at 5,000 and boasted, "Is this who you thought was formidable? Merely a fighter with a power level of 5,000. Unless the one with a power level of 50,000 intervenes, you are destined for death." Bart clutched his chest and stood up awkwardly, his gaze fixed intensely on Tang Xuanqing. At this moment, both sides stared at each other, uncertain of who would strike first. Vegeta murmured, "Incredible. Kakarot and Tang Xuanqing are remarkably composed. It seems they possess absolute confidence. Their strength has escalated at an astonishing rate. And I sense no trace of killing intent. Could it be that they have?" As the two shared a knowing smile and prepared to unleash their full power, the 3 minions were swiftly obliterated. Lycum sneered, "Humph, with a power level of only 5,000. You can still laugh in the face of death." Sun Wukong replied nonchalantly, "You cannot defeat me. Without even lifting a finger, I already know your fate." Lycum laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, stop your nonsense, you waste. Just accept your demise." At this moment, Vegeta's mind was engulfed by legends. If they did not intervene, there was no way that Kakarot, merely a low-class warrior and an unknown scion, could possibly become the legendary Super Saiyan. Lycum bellowed, "Jinyu Force, Lycum, attack." He immediately assumed his stance, arms outstretched, fists poised, and unleashed his rage, charging towards Sun Wukong. Wukong, taken aback by Lycum's peculiar posture, was momentarily bewildered. Vegeta muttered, "A Super Saiyan is born once in a millennium. It transcends the limitations of genius warriors. If the legend holds true, only I am worthy of becoming a Super Saiyan. How could these low-class warriors achieve it?" Sun Wukong swiftly raised his left fist and struck Lycum in the abdomen. What appeared to be an ordinary punch was, in fact, immensely powerful. Lycum's eyes bulged as he staggered, clutching his stomach and trembling uncontrollably. Sun Wukong remarked, "My apologies. I couldn't help but notice the numerous flaws in your technique." Lycum, struggling to speak, managed to utter, "What nonsense," before collapsing, lifeless. That seemingly ordinary punch had shattered his internal organs, leaving his body irreparably broken. Bart and Jis gasped in shock. How could this be? This fighter with only a power level of 5,000 has killed Lycum with the simplest of moves. Tang Xuanqing lifted his gaze toward them and said, "Do not worry. You two will soon have each other for company on the road to the underworld." Krillin stood in stunned silence, realizing that Lycum had been defeated with a single punch, likely resulting in his death. Sun Wufan muttered, He was killed with just one punch." Vegeta cursed under his breath. "Ugh, this is absurd. Compared to his time on Earth, he is like a different person. His power has indeed surpassed that of ordinary Saiyans. How has he trained? Could the legend be true? Is he on the verge of becoming a Super Saiyan? How infuriating. Has he surpassed me once again?" In a flash, Tang Xuanqing dashed forward, gripping Jis and Bart by their heads and slamming them into the ground, dragging them for hundreds of meters. It was not that they did not wish to resist. They simply had no time to react before being thrown aside. The two quickly regained their footing in midair, only to find that Tang Xuanqing had vanished without a trace. Suddenly, he emerged from nowhere, delivering a devastating flying kick to Bart's back, shattering his armor. Bart's eyes widened in agony as he plummeted downward, where Tang Xuanqing awaited him. He slowly raised his left hand, gathering energy, and unleashed a powerful energy wave that engulfed Bart, reducing him to ash. JIS, witnessing this, attempted to flee, his fear igniting a surge of energy as he bolted toward Frisia's spaceship, disregarding his identity as a Jinyu Force member. In this moment, survival was all that mattered. Tang Xuanqing sneered, thinking of escaping? Not a chance. He appeared before JIS, delivering a left punch that pierced through his abdomen. JIS struggled to speak. Frisia and Captain Jinyu will not let you go. I will await you in hell. Tang Xuanqing coldly scoffed, retracting his hand before launching an energy blast that sent JIS hurtling toward the ground, resulting in a massive explosion that incinerated him completely. With the three members of the Jinyu Force eliminated, only Captain Jinyu and Frisia remained. Chapter 60. The Tragedy of Captain Jinyu. 1. After defeating the three, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Tang Xuanqing, Sun Wufan, and Krillin gathered to discuss their next course of action. Vegeta spoke slowly. It seems you two have yet to fully transform into Super Saiyans. Sun Wukong, curious, asked, what does that mean? Tang Xuanqing nodded, acknowledging Vegeta's assertion that they had not yet grasped the transformation method of the Super Saiyan. Vegeta continued, even though your powers have increased, you still cannot defeat Frisia, unless you possess the ability to achieve immortality. You cannot fathom the terror that Frisia embodies. Krillin and Sun Wufan were taken aback. Could even the combined strength of Sun Wukong and Tang Xuanqing not stand up to Frisia? Meanwhile, Frisia, aboard his small spacecraft, was nearing the Grand Elder's residence, contemplating that once he learned the Namekian incantation, he could summon the Eternal Dragon and fulfill his desire for immortality. The scene shifted back to the five warriors. Sun Wukong, perplexed, remarked, I am not boasting. My battle power alongside Xuanqing has indeed increased. Is there truly no chance against Frisia? Vegeta replied, indeed. If you two wish to confront him, prepare for death. Frisia's strength is beyond your imagination. Despite your current power, which surpasses that of the Jinyu Force, it is still insufficient. Krillin interjected, that sounds overly dramatic, Vegeta. Wukong defeated that giant in an instant. A foe we three could not even hope to overcome together. Xuanqing single-handedly subdued the other two. You saw it yourself. I refuse to believe they cannot defeat Frisia together. Vegeta coldly retorted, humph, we shall see. Frisia has likely used the Dragon Balls to attain eternal life. In that case, defeating him will be impossible. We can only pray that we do not encounter him. Krillin asserted, that cannot be. He must not have summoned the Eternal Dragon yet. Vegeta, surprised, asked, why do you say that? Krillin explained, if the Dragon Balls here are like those on Earth, then when the dragon appears, the sky would darken. But it remains bright here, so. Vegeta queried, what is the Eternal Dragon? Isn't it just a matter of gathering the Dragon Balls to have wishes granted? Tang Xuanqing interjected, indeed, the Dragon Balls here likely require the Namekian language for summoning, unlike Earth-S, which can be activated with normal speech. However, it seems Frisia and his team are unaware of this, which gives us a glimmer of hope. Vegeta hastily asked, what incantation? What incantation? At that moment, Krillin exclaimed joyfully, as long as we are together, we still have a chance. The five then resolved to head toward Frisia's spaceship to seize the 7 Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls of Namek differ from those of Earth, as they require the use of the Namekian language for summoning, while Earth's can be summoned with ordinary speech. At this moment aboard Frisia's spacecraft, Captain Jinyu continued to guard the Dragon Balls. He was perplexed, wondering why his team members had not returned yet, as defeating those few adversaries should have been an uncomplicated task. Perhaps they were still indulging in their cruel play? Jinyu murmured, we are the Jinyu Force. Only Lord Frisia possesses a combat power superior to ours. Surely, those individuals are still toying around, which is why they have yet to return. Suddenly, Jinyu sensed 5 unfamiliar energy signatures approaching swiftly. Initially believing it to be his own team, he soon realized these energies were quite alien to him. He quickly decided to conceal the Dragon Balls, forcefully creating a pit in the ground. After placing the 7 Dragon Balls inside, he buried them, ensuring that no one but himself knew their location. Unbeknownst to him, the Earth defenders possessed a Dragon Ball radar, rendering his hiding futile. However, the 5 individuals followed the radar signal and arrived at Frisia's spacecraft, where they encountered Captain Ginyu. Ginyu swiftly recognized them, Vegeta, the two young ones, and two unfamiliar faces who seemed to have arrived later. Vegeta declared, Ginyu, hand over the Dragon Balls and prepare to meet your demise. Ginyu arrogantly retorted, though I am uncertain how you survived, merely gaining 2 additional members does not make you a match for me. I am the captain of the Ginyu Force. Goku interjected, your teammates have been defeated. It is just you and Frieza left. At this, Jinyu's expression shifted dramatically. Upon reflection, he realized that since their arrival, his scanner had not picked up any signals from his 4 comrades. Could it be that they had all perished? Furious, Ginyu exclaimed, what nonsense. We are the Ginyu Force. Aside from Lord Frieza, no one can contend with us. Tang Xianxun calmly responded, then come and test that theory. Ginyu shouted, Ginyu Force, Ginyu attack. He then positioned himself, feet together, slightly spreading his arms forward while leaning, adopting a pose reminiscent of his comrade, Rikuum, who relished such theatrics. He unleashed a powerful energy wave towards the group. But the 5 swiftly scattered, evading his assault. Tang Xianxun appeared behind Ginyu in an instant, delivering a devastating blow to his back, shattering the Frieza planet armor he wore. The force of the strike caused Jinyu's eyes to widen in shock as he coughed up purple blood, his body hurtling forward. Vegeta charged in, landing a fierce punch to Jinyu's abdomen, halting him but exacerbating his injuries. Ginyu snarled, Vegeta, I never imagined you would ally with outsiders. How pathetic. Vegeta coldly retorted, today marks the end of the Ginyu Force. You shall join your comrades in hell. The punch to Jinyu's stomach morphed into a claw, unleashing a wave of energy that sent him soaring into the sky. Goku shouted, Kaioken. His energy turned crimson, multiplying his strength, speed, and defense several times, boosting his combat power from 112, 500 to 120, 500. Goku ascended rapidly, positioning himself above Ginyu, and with his hands clasped as if wielding a hammer, he struck down on Jinyu's head. Ginyu felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as he plummeted, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater. Krillin and Gohan gathered energy in their hands, launching energy spheres towards Jinyu's direction. The crater soon filled with thick smoke, and after some time, they ceased their assault. The 5 descended back to the ground, and Goku reverted from the Kaioken state, gazing into the crater, uncertain if Captain Ginyu had survived. Chapter 61. The Fall of Captain Ginyu. 2. Tang Xianxun remarked sarcastically, why do I feel as if we are the villains, 5 against 1? Goku replied, combat is unavoidable. Krillin chuckled wryly, they are the true villains. We are merely enacting justice. Gohan nodded in agreement. Indeed, a righteous beating. Vegeta declared, in battle, one must resort to any means necessary. Otherwise, one may not even realize how they met their end. Train harder, you low-level warriors. Just as the 5 were bickering, a surge of powerful energy erupted from the crater, causing them all to tremble. They turned to see Captain Ginyu slowly rising from the pit, his Frieza planet armor shattered, purple blood trickling from his mouth, and his left eye scanner damaged. His aura was overwhelmingly potent, boasting a genuine combat power of 120,000. Ginyu exclaimed with excitement. It has been ages since I've felt such exhilaration. You have rekindled my interest in battle, just like the Beiruta species did. I shall avenge my fallen comrades against you. He charged at Krillin, employing an unknown technique to swiftly maneuver behind him, delivering a brutal punch to Krillin's back. Krillin felt a sharp pain and was propelled forward, only to be caught by Tang Xianxun. Simultaneously, Goku and Vegeta, sensing danger, instinctively struck back, landing blows on Ginyu. Ginyu caught their fists with his hands, then shouted, exerting force to pull them together, causing Goku and Vegeta to collide with one another, their heads ringing from the impact as they staggered backward. Ginyu then turned his attention to Gohan, launching a fierce kick that Gohan narrowly evaded by leaping, only to be struck from behind by a knife-hand blow to his neck, rendering him unconscious. Just as Ginyu prepared to deliver a fatal blow, Tang Xianxun released Krillin and surged forward, activating the fourfold Kaioken state. His body ignited with red energy, amplifying his strength, speed, attack power, and defense, elevating his combat power from 78, 125 to 110, 125. He then readied a right punch and struck fiercely. Ginyu, caught off guard, was hit squarely on the right cheek, sending him flying across the ground, leaving a trail in his wake. After reverting from the fourfold Kaioken state, Tang Xianxun sensed something was amiss. His punch felt as if it had sunk into the depths, inflicting far less damage than anticipated. Jinyu slowly rose from the ground, striking various poses, some laced with mockery. Tang Xianqun clenched his teeth in frustration but held his composure, knowing retribution awaited him. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta continued to argue over their previous encounter. Tang Xianqun approached them, gently grasping their heads and directing their gazes forward. Upon seeing Jinyu's mock dance, both erupted with rage, their energies surging, forcing Tang Xianqun back several steps. To his astonishment, Tang Xianqun noted that Vegeta's energy rivaled Goku's. How could this be? Hadn't he just barely survived against Riquelme? After consuming a Senzu Bean, according to the Scion revival calculation, the boost should not align with such a transformation. Just how much had this individual improved? The two charged at Jinyu, moving in perfect synchrony as if they were old comrades. Jinyu initially fended them off effortlessly, but soon found himself struggling to keep pace. They executed simultaneous kicks, sending Jinyu flying, but he quickly regained his footing. Goku praised Vegeta. Impressive. Is this our first collaboration? Vegeta scoffed. Kakarot, as long as you don't hold me back. Jinyu slowly remarked. You possess some skill. No wonder you defeated Riquelme. Guldo, Berta, and Jis. Tang Xianqun pointed at him with a single hand and declared, surrender the Dragon Balls, and I shall spare your life. Jinyu laughed heartily. Haha. The Dragon Balls bestowed upon me by Lord Frieza are not to be relinquished. As long as I draw breath, you shall never obtain them. With an icy demeanor, Tang Xianqun replied, then it is simple. You may leave your life behind. He then unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, elevating his aura to 100. His muscles rapidly expanded, and his height exceeded 2 meters. His battle power skyrocketed from 78, 125 to 156, 250, instantly surpassing the energy released by Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who had yet to elevate their auras to 100. Jinyu could naturally sense the overwhelming battle power and murderous intent emanating from his opponent. However, as the captain of the Jinyu force and the most loyal subordinate of Lord Frieza, he was not one to cower in fear. He charged forward, raising his own energy to 100, his muscles bulging, and his battle power surged from 120,000 to 240,000. Suddenly, Tang Xianqun released his energy, causing his battle power to drop back to 78, 125, his muscles and height reverting as well. He gazed at Jinyu, who was rushing towards him, and Jinyu felt the decrease in his opponent's battle power, leaving him momentarily bewildered. In an instant, Tang Xianqun bellowed, and a golden aura erupted from him, his muscles swelling, his pupils turning golden, and his hair standing on end as he transformed into the angry, great ape power form, with his battle power soaring to 781, 250. Shocking everyone present. Vegeta exclaimed, a battle power of 781, 250. How can this be? Such a tremendous increase. Sun Wukong murmured, wow, the effect is astonishing. I can feel Xuanqun's energy has risen dramatically. Krillin, supporting the unconscious Sun Wukong, glanced towards the battlefield with an expression of astonishment. The scene shifted to Frieza, who was en route to the Grand Elder's residence. He suddenly halted, sensing a powerful aura emanating from the direction of his spaceship, a sense of foreboding arising within him. Nevertheless, he had nearly arrived, deciding to first clarify the incantation before returning. Back on the battlefield, Tang Xianqun effortlessly struck the charging Jinyu down into the ground, creating a deep indentation as Jinyu lost consciousness. Just as Tang Xianqun turned to seek the Dragon Balls, Jinyu, despite his trembling form, suddenly stood again, seemingly motivated by some unseen force. Tang Xianqun turned back, feeling an unmistakable sense of villainy. Jinyu shouted with fervor, I am Jinyu, captain of the Jinyu force and the most loyal servant of Lord Frieza. I will not be defeated. Riku, Gulu, Barda, and Jis. Our bond will not dissipate even in death. Lend me your strength. Mysteriously, the silhouettes of Riku, Gulu, Bardu, and Jis began to materialize behind him, and he struck the poses of his teammates. He bent his right leg to the side, keeping his upper body facing forward, slightly leaning forward with his right fist raised to his chest and his left arm extended upwards. This was Riku's pose, and a golden glow enveloped him. Next, he mirrored Bardu's stance, bending his left leg to the side, raising his left fist to his chest while extending his right arm high, surrounded by a blue aura. Kneeling on one knee, with his right foot forward and hands raised above his head, palms open, this was Ji's pose, radiating a red light. Kneeling with his left foot forward and right foot back, he raised his hands above his head. This was Gulu's pose, emanating a green glow. Finally, he assumed his own pose. Legs shoulder-width apart, bending over to reveal his head, arms curling inward and palms unfurling, surrounded by a purple light. Tang Xianxian and the other four stood in stunned silence, questioning who the true villain was. Was this the power of their bond? It seemed absent from the original narrative. What an odd intrusion. Tang Xianxian scoffed. You're a villain acting like a hero, forming bonds of friendship as if you're teaming up for a finishing move. Jinyu glimmered with 5 colors, yellow, blue, red, green, and purple, as he amassed energy in his hands, pressing them together, compressing the 5 energies into a sphere. He raised this colossal sphere above his head, proclaiming, Jinyu Force. All members combination technique, the bond sphere. He hurled the massive sphere towards Tang Xianxian and the others, as if the roles of hero and villain had been reversed. At that moment, Tang Xianxian, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta exchanged knowing smiles. This strike would determine their fates with no mercy. Tang Xianxian calmly declared, violent Gatling. He gradually moved his right hand backward, adopting a pushing gesture as energy gathered in his palm, his aura continuously rising and bursting forth. The energy sphere grew larger, taking on an irregular shape with 3 spiral patterns at its core, twisting as if ready to unleash its power. Sun Wukong called out, Kamehameha wave. His hands formed a flower-like shape at his waist, gathering a luminous energy sphere that grew increasingly bright, promising immense strength. Vegeta roared, Gallic Gun. He raised his hands in a claw shape, energy surging with a purple glow. Simultaneously, the 3 unleashed their attacks, their distinct energies colliding with Jinyu's bond sphere, creating a dramatic standoff. However, it was evident that no matter how they tried, it would be in vain. Gradually, their energy waves overwhelmed the bond sphere, and Jinyu, witnessing the energy sphere being consumed, shouted defiantly before being engulfed by the 3 waves. As the trio completed their attack, they were nearly drained of strength, astonished that Captain Jinyu could wield such an odd yet powerful technique. Tang Xianxian withdrew from the angry form, collapsing onto the ground, his mind racing with disbelief. The original narrative had not foretold such a phenomenon. Could it be that he had been misled? In the end, they had encountered this peculiar bond, which proved formidable. Sun Wukong and Vegeta also slumped to the ground, marveling at Jinyu's might. At that moment, the world lost a valiant captain, and 5 righteous warriors perished in their battle against the evil Earth Defense Force, striving for the Dragon Balls. Chapter 62. The Namekian warrior Nilou and the unleashed potential of Tang Xianxian. Meanwhile, Frisia's vessel drew ever closer to the Grand Elder's residence, where a house perched atop a tall mountain awaited. Frisia malevolently declared, Indeed, there are still 3 Namekians alive. Fortune smiles upon me. Nilou had returned, sensing Frisia's aura within the house. He murmured, It seems I've been discovered. They are nearly here. The Grand Elder placed his hand upon Dandy's head, awakening his latent potential in an instant, accompanied by a rustling sound as his abilities were fully unleashed. The Grand Elder spoke, Dandy, you must go to the Earthlings. They require your assistance. I have awakened your potential, and you will soon be able to soar there. Dandy replied hesitantly, but the Grand Elder rebuked him. Hurry along. Dandy, filled with concern, exclaimed, Very well, Great Elder, you must not perish. With that, he erupted in energy and flew out of the house, racing towards the location of the Earthlings. The Grand Elder murmured to himself, How might I meet my end? Shall I be slain, or will I simply pass away peacefully? Dandy zipped past Frisia, who cast a disinterested glance but continued to gaze ahead. Frisia remarked, Forget that little brat. He is merely a child. I have more pressing matters to attend to. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the Grand Elder's residence. With a sharp sound, he descended from his spacecraft, observing the peculiar structure. The door gradually opened, revealing a Namekian. Nilou coldly inquired, Who are you? Frisia confidently placed his hands behind his back and replied, I am Frisia, and I have been collecting Dragon Balls in hopes of realizing my wish. Now that I have gathered them all, I seek your guidance on how to fulfill my desire. Nilou icily responded, You should leave. Evil beings do not deserve to know. Frisia, displaying remarkable patience, said, Think carefully before you speak. I am aware that there are 2 others here, and I could inquire with either. Nilou coldly retorted, Very well, before we engage in combat, I shall inform you of one matter. The other individual in the house is the Grand Elder of the Namekians and also the creator of the Dragon Balls. If he were to perish, the Dragon Balls would vanish as well. Frisia, taken aback, turned to the house, his eyes emitting beams of energy that shattered the walls. Inside, he beheld a gigantic, elderly Namekian seated on a large chair. Frisia murmured, "It seems you speak the truth. He is unlike the other Namekians. Grand Elder, I suppose you will not reveal anything to me, but you would not simply watch him die, would you?" The Grand Elder slowly stated. "Nilou is not to be trifled with. He is the only combat-ready Namekian, unlike the others you have slain." Frisia, growing impatient, asked, "Are you truly unwilling to divulge anything?" Using telepathy, the Grand Elder communicated with Nilou. "Nilou, delay him as long as you can." Nilou replied telepathically, "Understood, Grand Elder." Frisia clenched his teeth and declared, "Very well. If you refuse to tell me, I shall demonstrate the most terrifying power in the universe." Meanwhile, aboard Frisia's spacecraft, 5 individuals had successfully located the 7 Dragon Balls hidden by Captain Jinyu using the Dragon Radar. Tang Xuanqing suddenly sensed something, as if an energy was approaching from the direction of Frisia, indicating that something was amiss with the Grand Elder. Sun Wukong awaited something, unclear of what it was. Vegeta entered Frisia's ship, changing into a new battle uniform, discarding his tattered planet Vegeta armor. Krillin and Sun Wufan also donned the new attire, which boasted robust defensive capabilities and excellent flexibility. Without hesitation, Tang Xuanqing erupted in energy and dashed towards the Grand Elder's location, leaving the other 4 perplexed. Back at the Grand Elder's residence, Frisia mockingly laughed. "Fool, do you intend to engage me in combat? How foolish. I will soon compel you to reveal the secret of the Dragon Balls, and then you shall regret not telling me sooner." Nilou calmly replied, "You should know that the Grand Elder's life is waning. If we fight here and he is injured, it would not bode well for you. Let us find another location." Frisia scoffed, "Humph, it matters not where we fight." Nilou then led Frisia down to the foot of a mountain, continuing straight ahead. The Grand Elder murmured, "Please, Nilou, hold on until Dandi reaches the Earthlings. The fate of Namek rests in their hands." Suddenly, the Grand Elder sensed an energy approaching at incredible speed, filling him with curiosity. At that moment, Nilou and Frisia were still flying in search of a suitable battleground. Frisia impatiently asked, "How much farther must we fly?" Nilou replied, "This is the spot." With a sudden sound, they landed in an open area, and Nilou tore off his clothing, preparing for a fierce battle. Frisia murmured, "I never expected so many would seek death." Nilou crossed his arms and assumed a stance, then slowly extended his arms to his waist, releasing a surge of energy. Veins bulged on his forehead and arms. Frisia, slightly surprised, scanned him with his scouter and exclaimed, "Impressive. Your battle power is 42,000. You are indeed different from the other Namekians. Your combat prowess is notable. You could serve as my subordinate, as I require 2 more lieutenants. After all, Dodoria and Zarbin have been eliminated by Vegeta. Consider it." Nilou coldly replied, "Do you believe I am one to fear for my life?" Frisia continued, "Allow me to share my battle power with you. It stands at 530,000. But do not fear, I will not use my full strength against you." Nilou was momentarily stunned, unsure of Frisia's intentions. Frisia raised his left hand and suggested, "How about I fight you using only my left hand?" Nilou silently cursed, feeling insulted. With a mighty shout, he charged at Frisia, his right hand transforming into a blade, striking fiercely at Frisia's neck. However, it caused no harm, as Frisia merely smiled at him. Frisia slowly stated, "Indeed, your battle power is only 42,000. Consider your options carefully, my patience is limited." Nilou broke into a cold sweat, realizing that his attack had failed to inflict any damage, his trembling hand resting against Frisia's neck. Meanwhile, Tang Xuanqing had arrived at the Grand Elder's residence, witnessing the destruction of the house and spotting the enormous, frail Namekian seated in the chair. The Grand Elder murmured, "Who are you, and why can I not discern your past or future?" Tang Xuanqing reassured him, "Great Elder, do not worry, I mean you no harm. I have come seeking your help to unlock my potential in order to confront Frisia." The Grand Elder hesitated, unsure of this individual whose past and future remained obscured. However, sensing no malevolent energy, he deemed the words trustworthy. The Grand Elder slowly said, "Very well, come closer, young man." Tang Xuanqing approached, allowing the Grand Elder to place his hand upon his head. Instantly, A rustling sound filled the air, and Tang Xuanqing felt an overwhelming surge within him. As boundless potential erupted forth, a brilliant white aura enveloped the room, shooting skyward in a pillar of light. The four aboard Frisia's ship witnessed the spectacle, as did Frisia and Nilu. Sun Wukong exclaimed, "What an incredible energy! It is Xuanqing's." Vegeta speculated, "Could it be that boy?" "Impossible." Krillin and Sun Wufan were rendered speechless by the display. Frisia murmured, "That old man's position has erupted with such formidable energy. Something must be amiss." Nilu remarked, "It seems your nefarious plans are destined to fail." Tang Xianqian suddenly felt as if shackles within him had shattered, unleashing an overwhelming surge of energy. His form and appearance remained largely unchanged, yet the contours of his features became distinctly pronounced, with two sharp strands of hair framing his forehead. A torrent of potent silver flames erupted from his body, reaching a power level akin to that of the Majin Buu saga, reminiscent of Sun Wukong's potential unleashed by the old Kai. His combat strength surged from 125 to an astonishing 2 billion, though this was merely a temporary state, not his normal fighting capacity. In his standard form, his power was 5 million, a staggering increase of 875, representing a colossal leap. Tang Xianqian gazed in astonishment at his hands, as an immense force continuously surged forth from within him. The sensation was exhilarating, finally granting him the means to contend with Frisia. He quickly retracted his energy and reverted to his normal state. But the house around him lay in ruins from his earlier outburst, leaving only the elder seated in a chair amidst the devastation. The mountaintop was devoid of any structure now. Tang Xianqian sheepishly remarked, "I apologize, elder, it was unintentional." The elder replied, "No matter. I can sense a formidable energy within you. The fate of Namek is entrusted to you. You must defeat Frisia." Tang Xianqian nodded, then unleashed his energy. Racing towards Frisia's position, he resolved to alter the course of history, aiming to eliminate Frisia while he remained in his first form, taking advantage of his momentary lapse in vigilance to extinguish the life of this cosmic tyrant. Chapter 63. The initial confrontation. Frisia sensed an energy rapidly approaching him, potent and reminiscent of the inexplicable surge he had just encountered with the elder. He swiftly raised his left hand and seized Nilu's right arm, forcefully tearing it off, causing a fountain of purple blood to spray forth as Nilu stumbled backward. He cried out in agony, grasping the severed limb with his left hand. He nearly toppled over from the excruciating pain. Frisia then delivered a crushing blow to Nilu's abdomen, causing him to collapse to his knees, his body trembling uncontrollably, emitting pitiful sounds of distress. Frisia remarked with a hint of amusement, "Oh dear, my apologies. I may have overexerted myself." Nilu gritted his teeth against the pain, slowly rising with the support of his left hand. Frisia, dispassionately, stated, "Hey, be sensible. You'd best recite the Dragon Ball incantation quickly, or I shall end your life." In a moment of desperation, Nilu extended his right arm, shouting, "Ha!" At that instant, a hissing sound emanated from the severed area, and miraculously, a new right hand sprouted forth, leaving Frisia momentarily stunned as he realized that this Namekian possessed regenerative abilities. Gasping for breath, Nilu was drained from the effort of regenerating his hand, now at the brink of exhaustion. Frisia slowly remarked, "Ah, so you can regenerate. However, even with your hand restored, your power is diminished. Your energy has been severely depleted. Do you still intend to fight me knowing you cannot win? I truly cannot fathom the reasoning of you Namekians." Just as Frisia prepared to torment Nilu further, Tang Xianqian arrived on the battlefield. Frisia turned to face him, noting the tail behind him, albeit black, and deduced that he too was a scion. The formidable energy he had sensed emanated from this newcomer. Tang Xianqian addressed Nilu, saying, "Are you all right? Leave the rest to me." Though Nilu did not know who he was, the elder's willingness to help him unlock his potential indicated that this individual was not an adversary. He nodded slowly and began to retreat. Frisia snarled, "You won't escape." Raising his left hand, he prepared to unleash a red energy beam, but Tang Xianqian had already closed the distance, delivering a powerful knee strike to Frisia's chest. Frisia's eyes widened as his body was propelled backward, crashing into a rocky outcrop. Tang Xianqian declared, "Today, I shall bring your reign to an end, cosmic tyrant Frisia. I will afford you no opportunity to escape." Suddenly, the rocks were dislodged, and Frisia's irritation grew. Why must others always interfere just as he was about to fulfill his desires? Frisia, fuming, said, "You insolent brat, I am quite angered. You possess a mere 5 million in combat power. Once I transform, I shall make you regret this encounter." Tang Xianqian scoffed. "Do you truly believe I will allow you to transform?" Upon hearing this, Frisia felt a foreboding sensation. In his current first form, he could muster only 530,000 in combat power. Transitioning to the next stage would elevate him to 1 million, but that required time. In an instant, Tang Xianqian launched forward, vanishing just as he reached Frisia, reappearing behind him. He seized Frisia's tail with both hands and executed a spin, flinging him into the air. Frisia spun several times before regaining his balance. As he activated his scouter to locate this newcomer, Tang Xianqian was already directly above him, clasping his hands in prayer and bringing them down like a hammer onto Frisia's rounded head. Despite his 2 horns, which were positioned on either side, Frisia's body plummeted rapidly to the ground. Nilu observed in astonishment as this unfamiliar figure dominated Frisia. It was evident that his strength exceeded 530,000. Otherwise, he would not so easily subdue Frisia. Although Frisia felt a sharp pain on his head and rapidly descended, he swiftly turned, unleashing 2 beams of red energy from his eyes aimed at Tang Xianqian, only to have them deflected by a swift chop of his hand. Tang Xianqian charged forward, intent on pressing his advantage, but fell victim to Frisia's ploy, who awaited his approach. Frisia extended his left arm, grasping his left wrist with his right, and unleashed a telekinetic force that ensnared Tang Xianqian, encasing him within a rapidly forming spherical prison. With a forceful thrust, Frisia propelled the sphere downward with incredible speed, rendering Tang Xianqian immobile. The sphere collided with the ground at breakneck speed, creating a massive crater as Frisia hovered above, relishing the devastation wrought by his attack. He taunted, "Did you think 5 million in combat power was impressive? It merely provided me the opportunity to teach you a lesson in my first form." Suddenly, an eruption of white flames burst forth from within the crater, scattering debris as Tang Xianqian gradually ascended. He unleashed another explosive surge of energy. His form and appearance largely unchanged, yet the definition of his features sharpened, and 2 sharp strands of hair framed his forehead. A torrent of intense silver flames enveloped him as he entered his full potential form, his combat strength skyrocketing from 5 million to 2 billion. The unexpected surge of power startled Frisia, causing his scouter to explode from the overwhelming energy readings. This individual possessed 2 billion in combat strength. Preposterous. Could this be the legendary Super Saiyan? Tang Xianqian suddenly materialized before Frisia, lifting his right hand and delivering a resounding slap. Frisia felt disoriented, his head spinning to the right, followed by another slap that turned his head to the left. After an uncountable number of slaps, Tang Xianqian delivered a powerful kick, sending Frisia crashing into the ground at incredible speed, a cloud of dust erupting around him. Tang Xianqian growled, "What do you have to say now, Frisia? You thought you could regain your footing, didn't you?" Frisia struggled to rise from the ground, his cheeks swollen and bruised, waves of stinging pain coursing through him. The humiliation of being bested by a scion after dominating the universe for so many years ignited an inferno of rage within him. In an instant, he unleashed his energy, a pink aura surging skyward as his body began to swell, preparing to transform into his second stage. In a flash, Tang Xianqian dashed forward, launching a fierce kick to Frisia's abdomen, abruptly interrupting his transformation. Frisia's eyes widened in disbelief as his insides felt as though they were in turmoil. His body propelled backward and leaving a trail of deep gashes on the ground before finally coming to a halt, clearly gravely injured. With great difficulty, Frisia managed to utter, "You are fortunate to have attacked before I completed my transformation. Though despicable, it was effective. However, I, the Emperor of the Universe, will not perish so easily." Tang Xianqian replied regretfully, "Alas, you shall meet your demise here today." Just as he raised his right hand to unleash a Kamehameha and end Frisia's life, a tear in the fabric of space appeared above, and a figure cloaked in black emerged, locking onto Tang Xianqian before charging toward him. By the time Tang Xianqian realized what was happening, he was sent flying, crashing into the mountainside. Seizing the opportunity, Frisia fled, gathering all his energy and soaring toward his spaceship. Tang Xianqian erupted from the mountains, bellowing, "You won't escape, Frisia." Yet, the figure in black swiftly intercepted him, seemingly intent on preventing Tang Xianqian from pursuing Frisia. Tang Xianqian was deeply concerned. The plot had already deviated due to his interference. Goku was supposed to have been swapped with Captain Ginyu during their fight, and after a brutal bout with Krillin, Gohan, and Vegeta, he had barely returned to his original form. However, after recuperating on Frieza's ship, something had triggered an astonishing boost in his power level to 3 million. Even with the Scion's near-death revival multiplier of 25, it was uncertain how much it had truly increased. Due to his own actions, the original timeline had been altered. Goku had not enhanced his power level, and with a mere 110,000, even with the Kaioken stacked, he barely reached 200,000. The figure in black charged first, leaving Tang Xianxun with no choice but to engage. Who was this mysterious adversary, always emerging at critical moments to turn the tide? Chapter 64. The true identity of the black-clad figure. Tang Xianxun surged forward, his right fist raised for a powerful strike, only to find his blow effortlessly caught by the figure in black. Stunned, Tang Xianxun realized that despite his full potential granting him a power level of 2 billion, this individual had easily intercepted him. The black-clad figure retaliated with a left-handed punch aimed at Tang Xianxun's head. Though he managed to tilt his head away, he received a knee strike to the abdomen, sending him crashing backward into the rock face. Tang Xianxun began to question whether his 2 billion power level was a mere illusion, as he failed to inflict any damage on the black-clad figure. While a single knee strike sent him sprawling, the figure taunted, "Is that the extent of your abilities, Time Patrol scum?" Fueled by anger, Tang Xianxun charged forward, confronting the black-clad figure, demanding, "Who are you, and what is your purpose in this timeline? Do you not realize you have violated the temporal code?" The black-clad figure retorted, "Speaking of violations, are you not the same? You traverse various timelines, equally breaching the temporal code." Tang Xianxun replied, "We seek to eliminate the Dark Dragon Ball's influence on the original history, not to traverse aimlessly through time." The black-clad figure countered, under the guise of righteousness. "Altering the original timeline, are we?" Silenced by the truth, Tang Xianxun recognized that the very presence of the black-clad figure had distorted history significantly. While the earlier Scion saga had few issues, the problems began to escalate during the Namek saga. In an instant, the black-clad figure froze the surrounding environment, as if time itself had shattered into fragments. He approached Tang Xianxun, raising his left hand into a fist and delivering a powerful blow to his chest. A purple ray emanated from Tang Xianxun's back, and time resumed its flow, sending him hurtling backward once more, creating a deep crater upon impact. "You are far too weak. You lack the strength to protect the history you've altered," the black-clad figure stated. Slowly rising, Tang Xianxun gazed at the figure above and, with great effort, declared, "Time-shifting technique, you are hit." The black-clad figure gave no response, instantaneously teleporting behind him and delivering a crushing elbow strike to his back. Tang Xianxun stumbled forward, attempting to retaliate with a left hook, but was met with a powerful uppercut from the black-clad figure, sending him soaring upward. The figure grasped Tang Xianxun's ankle and slammed him back down to the ground before quickly retreating. Just as Tang Xianxun managed to rise again, he saw the black-clad figure in the distance, his movements shocking Tang Xianxun. The figure formed his hands into a flower shape, placing them at his waist, gathering energy into a glowing sphere, a stance reminiscent of the Kamehameha. The black-clad figure calmly announced, "Kamehameha." He then thrust his hands forward, unleashing a blue energy wave. Tang Xianxun swiftly rolled aside, acutely aware that this opponent was formidable. He could not afford to engage in a direct confrontation, as the power disparity was vast. A single misstep could lead to his demise. Tang Xianxun's thoughts about the figure's identity became increasingly convoluted, capable of the time-shifting technique, the Kamehameha, and the Dragon Fist. Who was this individual? The black-clad figure mocked. "Is this all your strength? I don't have time to waste with you. Stay put." Divine reversal. He ascended into the sky, raising his right hand, where a small, searing fireball coalesced, radiating a brightness akin to the sun. He hurled it downward, the fireball swelling in size as it descended, resembling a supernova. Tang Xianxun instantly erupted with energy, boosting his power to 100. His muscles rapidly expanding as he reached over 2 meters in height. His combat prowess soared from 2 billion to 4 billion, a silvery aura enveloping him. He gradually moved his right hand to his waist, adopting a forward thrusting posture as energy gathered in his palm. The energy sphere grew larger, pulsating irregularly with arcs of lightning, 3 tomo-like shapes swirling at its center, continually charging. With a fierce roar, Tang Xianxun proclaimed, "Raging Kamehameha." He thrust his right hand forward, unleashing a spiraling yellow energy wave accompanied by erratic lightning, hurtling toward the supernova-like fireball. However, it was akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Utterly incapable of moving the fireball even slightly, the yellow energy wave was gradually consumed, resulting in a devastating impact on Tang Xianqian. From within the fireball, his anguished cries echoed, "Ah!" The black-clad figure paid him no mind, surging toward the direction Frisia had fled, as he had pressing matters to attend to. The colossal fireball obliterated the area, creating a vast crater. Nearby, Shirua, still nursing his injuries, noticed this and limped over. Discovering the immense crater where Frisia and the black-clad figure had battled, and within it lay the very individual who had recently aided him, now battered and unconscious. His clothes in tatters. Nilu hastily leaped down, and although he was not a healing-type Namekian, he could still perform basic recovery techniques. He extended his hand, which emitted a faint green glow, and began the healing process. At that moment, the four individuals near Frisia's spaceship suddenly sensed two unknown energy signatures approaching rapidly. Tang Xuanqing's energy, once formidable, had now diminished to a mere whisper, nearly vanishing altogether. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, although he was unaware of the circumstances Tang Xuanqing faced. He could feel the feeble remnants of his aura. Vegeta murmured, "Why has that kid's energy weakened so drastically? It's about to fade away." Krillin and Son Gohan shared their concern but felt powerless to intervene. The figure clad in black moved swiftly, surpassing Frisia to arrive at their location. Gazing at the four of them, Sun Wukong inquired, "Who are you?" The black-clad individual replied coolly, "Please injure yourself first." In the next instant, he appeared before Sun Wukong and delivered a devastating punch that pierced through his chest. Sun Wukong coughed up blood, his mind reeling from the shock of such an overwhelming blow that nearly claimed his life. Krillin cried out, "Wukong!" Son Gohan shouted, "Dad!" Vegeta exclaimed, "Kakarot!" The three rushed forward, attempting to strike the black-clad figure, but their efforts seemed futile. The black figure commanded, "Quickly, get him into the healing chamber of Frisia's spaceship." He then withdrew his hand from Sun Wukong's chest and swiftly retreated to a nearby rocky outcrop. Sun Wukong's body began to topple backward but was caught by Krillin and Son Gohan, while Vegeta remained vigilant, wary of the black figure's formidable strength, capable of annihilating them all. Yet, the purpose behind his actions remained a mystery. The black-clad individual cautioned, "Hurry, or he will die. Frisia is approaching. You should be aware of this, Vegeta." Vegeta was taken aback, realizing that this stranger knew his name. However, the immediate priority was to save Sun Wukong. He then personally assisted the two younger fighters in dragging Sun Wukong's body into the medical bay of Frisia's spaceship, placing him within the healing pod, which would require approximately 30 minutes for recovery. At that moment, the three felt a sense of despair. Frisia would soon return. And with the presence of the enigmatic black figure outside, they had no means of defense. Tang Xuanqing's aura had nearly reached its nadir, likely a result of the black figure's interference. Outside, the black-clad individual gazed upward, murmuring, "Ah, the sunlight, a long-lost sight. There was a time I too anticipated this. But in the end." He then lifted his left hand and slowly removed the mask from his face, revealing a striking resemblance to Tang Xuanqing. It was reasonable to deduce that he hailed from the future, though the specific timeline remained uncertain. At that moment, Frisia returned, noticing the black figure who had previously assisted him. However, upon recognizing the man's face, a chill ran down his spine. It was him. Yet it was not, perhaps merely a doppelganger. The black figure coldly stated, "If you wish to live, wait there for 30 minutes. After that, do as you please, and I shall not interfere." As the Cosmic Emperor, Frisia could not yield, yet he sensed the terrifying power and palpable malice emanating from this individual. He understood that any attempt to advance would result in his immediate demise. Frisia nervously replied, "Very well. I am curious to know who you are, as you bear an uncanny resemblance to that young man." The black figure raised his left hand and lightly waved it, leaving a deep scratch on Frisia's left cheek, accompanied by an ominous gash beneath his foot. Frisia realized that this person was not to be trifled with. The black figure coldly warned, "Do not ask what you should not. Consider this a warning. Next time, I shall not miss." Frisia could only accept this humiliating defeat, having initially ventured to Namek for its Dragon Balls, but this journey had cost him numerous soldiers and 2 subordinates, even decimating the Jinyu force. Now, he found himself utterly isolated, facing these terrifying foes. Had he known the price of this expedition, he would not have embarked on it, only to be threatened in the end. He was Frisia, the Cosmic Emperor, and no one had dared to treat him in such a manner. Today he had met a formidable adversary. Chapter 65. Summoning the Namekian Dragon. At this moment, 25 minutes had elapsed, and the black figure continued to wait, while Frisia was compelled to remain patient, as he was outmatched. Meanwhile, the three individuals aboard the spaceship were engulfed in despair. Frisia had returned, and the black figure outside posed a formidable threat. Vegeta leaned against the medical pod housing Sun Wukong, feeling utterly devoid of strategy. Escape was impossible. Though they possessed the Dragon Balls, without knowledge of the Namekian incantation, they could not summon the dragon. Son Gohan and Krillin peered out the window, astonished to find that the black figure bore an exact likeness to Tang Xuanqing. Yet Tang Xuanqing's energy had nearly dissipated. Who, then, was this person? At that moment, Dandy arrived, discovering Frisia present alongside the black figure, both radiating immense power. Frisia, upon seeing the small Namekian, felt a surge of malicious amusement. Waiting was tedious, so he resolved to toy with this little creature for entertainment. He raised his left hand, preparing to unleash his death beam. The black figure coldly interjected, "Lower your hand, or I shall sever your arm." Hearing the black figure's command, Frisia suppressed his fury and reluctantly lowered his left hand, plastering a forced smile on his face, resembling a chastised subordinate listening to his superior's reprimand. Dandy, upon hearing the black figure's warning, cautiously descended to the ground, intending to join forces with Krillin and Son Gohan. As he passed the medical bay, he encountered the three of them. Krillin exclaimed, "Dandy, what brings you here?" Dandy replied, "The Elder sent me." Son Gohan asked, "Dandy, how did you manage to enter?" "Frisia is outside, along with that black figure." Dandy explained, "The black figure allowed me entry. When Frisia attempted to attack me, he was halted by a single word from him. Clearly, this black figure is more formidable. Otherwise, Frisia would not be so compliant." Vegeta interjected, "Hey, little Namekian, you can summon the dragon, right?" Dandy nodded, igniting a spark of hope among the group. There remained a possibility. The four of them then exited the spaceship, placing the 7 Namekian Dragon Balls on the ground. Dandy stood to the side, extending his hands in preparation to summon the dragon. He began to chant, and the 7 Namekian Dragon Balls emitted a dazzling light, causing the sky to darken with swirling clouds, as a colossal figure emerged from the Dragon Balls, ascending into the heavens. Meanwhile, on KO's planet, the KO expressed joy, stating, "Ah, it seems our wish will finally be granted." Yamcha chimed in with delight, "This is fantastic." The scene shifted back to Namek, where all present, save for the black figure, were in awe of the immense figure. The Namekian dragon had revealed itself. A robust dragon, with a particularly powerful upper body, bears a lower half reminiscent of the genie from the lamp of a ding. Each shoulder is adorned with a large black spike, while a fin-like structure crowns its back. Its head, shaped like a pentagon, is topped with 2 horns, and 2 more protrude horizontally near its ears. Its fiery red eyes and a body speckled with green dots resemble an alien creature, and its forehead boasts antennae akin to those of a Namekian. With a wide mouth filled with sharp teeth, it stands in stark contrast to the earthly Shenlong, appearing as a muscular beast compared to the slender one. Sun Wufan, feeling a tinge of fear, murmured, "That must be the Shenlong." Krillin, astonished, exclaimed, "It's enormous, far larger than anything on Earth, and its shape is entirely different." Dandy nervously explained, "Here, it is known as Palunga, which means the god of dreams. This is my first encounter with it." Vegeta remarked, "Finally, our wishes can be realized." Frisia, glancing between the dragon and the cloaked figure, felt a sense of trepidation. With this being present, he dared not act, finding the 5 minutes to be torturous. Palunga announced, "Those who have gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, state your wishes, and I shall grant you 3 possible desires." Krillin gasped, 3? Did he just say 3 wishes? Dandy nodded, confirming, indeed, he can grant 3 wishes. Excitedly, Krillin exclaimed, "Incredible. Truly, the Shenlong of its origin is generous." Sun Wufan agreed, "Absolutely." The cloaked figure urged, "Hurry with your wish. There are only 2 minutes left before Frisia can act freely." Upon hearing this, the 4 became tense, while Frisia reveled in excitement, yet felt discomfort. To him, those 2 minutes seemed interminable. Krillin began, "First, please bring back all the Earthlings killed by the Psiots." Dandy interjected. Palunga stated, "I can only resurrect 1 person at a time. Krillin was taken aback, realizing this limitation. It made sense why there were only 3 wishes. Sun Wukong exclaimed in disbelief. How can that be? On the side, King Kai murmured, I heard that there is a way to resurrect others. The 4 were startled, realizing the implications. Piccolo insisted. Let me speak to Wufan, please, King Kai. King Kai inquired, what do you wish to discuss with Son Goku's son, Sun Wufan? What are your intentions, Piccolo? Piccolo urged. Please be quick. King Kai, taken aback by his urgency, finally conceded. All right, place your hand on my shoulder, and we can communicate. Piccolo placed his hand on King Kai's shoulder and said, Wufan, can you hear me? It's me, Piccolo. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to Namek. Palunga stated, all right. You may continue. I will fulfill your 3 possible wishes. Krillin, tense, remarked, what should we do? 1 wish can only revive 1 person. The Origins Shenlong is quite cunning with such a setup. Sun Wufan pondered. So, only 3 people can be revived. Which 3 should we choose? Vegeta, impatient, exclaimed. What are you thinking? Frieza will be able to act freely in 2 minutes. Shouldn't we quickly wish for eternal life to confront him? At that moment, Piccolo's voice echoed in Wufan's and Krillin's minds. Wufan, can you hear me? It's Piccolo. Krillin looked around confused. Piccolo? How can this be? Where are you? Sun Wufan joyfully responded. Is that you, Uncle Piccolo? The scene shifted to King Kai's planet. Piccolo explained, I am communicating directly with you through King Kai's mind. I understand that only 3 wishes are possible, and each wish can only revive 1 person. Listen carefully. For the first wish, let me be revived. Once I am back, the god will also be revived, and then the Earth's Dragon Balls will also restore. At that point, we can revive others too. The scene returned to Namek. Krillin excitedly said, right, there's that method. Sun Wufan replied, I understand, Uncle Piccolo. Dandy appeared bewildered, unable to join their mental conversation, while Vegeta, not understanding their delay, was frustrated. He couldn't speak Namekian, and, even if he could, the dragon recognized only Dandy as the one who gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, making it futile for anyone else to voice wishes. The scene returned to King Kai's planet. Tien exclaimed, I see now. Yamcha added, that's a splendid idea. Piccolo continued. Then for the second wish, after I am revived, send me to Namek. I wish to battle Frieza, who has slaughtered my identical kin. My strength has significantly increased on King Kai's planet, and I am confident I can defeat him. Please send me to Namek, Wufan, and for the third wish. You can decide. The scene shifted back to Namek. Sun Wufan said, Uncle Piccolo will come to aid us. Our chances of victory will increase. Krillin urged, let us get these 2 wishes granted, quickly. Vegeta insisted, how much longer will you delay? Grant me eternal life so we have a chance to defeat Frieza. Dandy asked, please, hurry up. I sense the 2 minutes are almost up. Krillin pleaded, Dandy, please, wish for the Namekian called Piccolo to be revived on Earth. Dandy nodded and addressed the dragon. Palunga, I wish for Piccolo to be revived. Palunga responded, understood, I will fulfill your first wish. On King Kai's planet, Piccolo felt the halo representing his death vanish, signaling his successful revival. Piccolo excitedly proclaimed, great, I'm back. Prepare for the second wish. Back on Earth, within the temple, the god also revived alongside Piccolo, and the Dragon Balls on Earth were restored. The god murmured, what a perfect outcome, Piccolo. Bobo turned in surprise, God. The scene returned to Namek. Sun Wufan stated, for the second wish, please send the newly revived Uncle Piccolo to Namek. Dandy nodded and spoke to the dragon, Palunga, please fulfill this wish. Palunga replied, this is exceedingly simple. I shall grant your second wish. In an instant, Piccolo was transported from King Kai's planet to Namek. However, as the specific location was not designated, he was sent to an unmarked area. Sun Wufan and Krillin looked around, failing to spot Piccolo. Krillin murmured, where's Piccolo? Didn't we just send him to Namek? Sun Wufan asked, Uncle Piccolo, where are you? Dandy suddenly realized and exclaimed, you only specified sending him to Namek without indicating where. He could be far away and may take time to arrive. Both exclaimed in disbelief, how could this happen? Vegeta scolded, you 2 fools, wasting the first 2 wishes on a warrior whose location is unknown. Hurry and grant me eternal life so we can defeat Frieza. Meanwhile, Piccolo found himself in a remote location on Namek, standing beside a tree, marveling at the scenery. Is this my homeland? He pondered. Chapter 66, The Wrath of Frieza and the Arrival of Bik Bik remarked, so this is Namek. It feels strangely familiar, perhaps because I share the blood of the Namekians. However, there is no time for nostalgia. Where are Gohan and the others? He then recalled there were more pressing matters at hand and began to scan his surroundings, but failed to catch sight of Son Gohan or Krillin. He concluded that they were not in this vicinity, meaning he had only been transported to Namek and not to their exact location. Big said slowly, "Where could they be? They seem to be absent from here." Suddenly, he sensed a formidable and malevolent energy, undoubtedly that of Frieza. Additionally, he felt 3 other presences in this area, likely Gohan and the others. He then unleashed his energy and soared towards that direction. Meanwhile, aboard Frieza's spaceship, Barunga urged, "There is still one wish remaining. Speak quickly." Vegeta, impatient, seized Dandy and insisted, "Stop dawdling. Let me wish for immortality, or none of us will escape Frieza's clutches." Son Gohan added, "Uncle Krillin, Frieza is already stirring. It appears time is running short. Perhaps we should." Krillin was engaged in a fierce internal struggle. No matter how he analyzed the situation, he felt torn. Neither Vegeta nor Frieza were virtuous. Yet presently, Vegeta was the lesser of 2 evils. At this juncture, we have no choice but to comply with his demands. Dandy, speak up. Vegeta is a better option than Frieza. We must proceed in this manner to confront Frieza. Dandy replied, "Understood." Upon hearing a satisfactory response, Vegeta gently set Dandy down and proclaimed, "Excellent. This is the right course of action." At that moment, Vegeta fantasized, as long as he could achieve immortality, Frieza would be powerless against him. Defeating him would merely be a matter of time, and soon the entire universe would be his. Dandy turned to Barunga to convey his thoughts when Barunga suddenly vanished with a swift motion, startling everyone present. At that moment, 7 basketball-sized orbs fell from the sky, crashing to the ground with a series of thuds. Vegeta inquired, "What is happening? Why has the dragon vanished? Why is the sky bright again? And the Dragon Balls turned to stone?" Dandy, disheartened, explained, "The Grand Elder has perished. The creator of the Dragon Balls has died." The Grand Elder was now peacefully seated in his chair, having passed away. Vegeta erupted in fury. "What does this mean for my wish for immortality?" Dandy responded slowly, "It is no longer possible to fulfill that wish." The figure in black declared, "Time is up. Prepare to face Frieza's wrath." He then sat aside, seemingly ready to watch the unfolding drama, as this was indeed meant to restore history to its rightful course. Upon hearing this, despair enveloped the group. Frieza, upon receiving this information, was filled with malevolence, akin to receiving a license to unleash his fury. This group had dared to misuse the Dragon Balls for trivial wishes, squandering his desire for immortality. He vowed to make them suffer to the utmost. Frieza calmly stated, "You are indeed audacious, transforming my dream of eternal life into a mere illusion. What of the Ginyu Force? Have you eliminated those 5? Regardless of your methods, your capabilities are quite surprising. But you fell just short of your goal, merely to witness the Dragon Balls turn to stone." Both Vegeta and I share this regret. Anyone could sense the rising anger, akin to a meticulously crafted plan being derailed by a horde of pests. Imagine the frustration of such a scenario. Those who understand, understand. At this moment, Vegeta, Krillin, Gohan, and Dandy instinctively stepped back. Frieza, transitioning from calm to enraged, declared, "This is the first time I have been toyed with by such fools. I never anticipated this unforgivable act. You inferior beings shall not escape my wrath. I will tear you to shreds to alleviate my resentment. None of you can flee. Accept your fate." Vegeta, defiantly, responded, "At last, your true nature is revealed. Do not underestimate me. If you dare, come at me. I am no longer the same. My fighting power has significantly increased." Frieza chuckled darkly. "Ha ha ha. You speak boldly, Vegeta. It seems you have forgotten how formidable I am. Allow me to refresh your memory." He then unleashed his energy, a pale pink aura enveloping him as his power surged to an astounding 530,000. Krillin, Gohan, and Vegeta were struck with fear, for Frieza's strength surpassed their imagination. In their minds, only the recently unleashed might of Tang Xuanqing could rival him. But with Tang's fate uncertain, they could not depend on him. Meanwhile, Bick was hastening towards the scene. He muttered, "That energy is becoming increasingly potent. Has Frieza already engaged them? Odd, there are 2 faint energies nearby. Who could they be?" Bick then descended to find a Namekian tending to Tang Xuanqing's injuries. Bick exclaimed, "He looks just like me, a Namekian." Nilu remarked, "So you are the Namekian from Earth they spoke of. It seems their wish has been granted. Wonderful, Namek is saved." Bick inquired, You seem to know everything. You must also know that I am in a hurry to save my friends. I regret that I cannot assist. Nilu replied. I am aware. This individual must be your companion, right? Vic nodded, astonished by the extent of Tang's injuries, which had left him near death. Nilu sighed. While I do not know how you train, I can sense immense power within you. However, if you remain the same Namekian as before, you might indeed stand a chance against Frisia. Vic gasped. Are you suggesting that I can defeat Frisia only if I merge with the Dragon God? Nilu affirmed. Precisely. Though I was defeated by Frisia, I understand the magnitude of his power. If it weren't for this young man's sudden intervention, I would have perished. He is one of the hopes to vanquish Frisia, and we must revive him. Vic retorted, what you're saying is futile. The Dragon God is on Earth, and I do not wish to merge with him. I know Tang Xuanqing's capabilities. He indeed has the potential to defeat Frisia, but in his current state, half dead. The odds are nearly zero. Chapter 67. The unexpected superpower and the fully revived individual Nilu proposed. Then merge with me. I am the only combat-oriented Namekian left. The Grand Elder has died, and my combat power is of no use, but I cannot stand by as Frisia destroys our homeland. Vic exclaimed. You mean to merge with you? Nilu nodded. This will significantly enhance your power. Vic rejected. I appreciate your kindness, but I wish to remain myself. Nilu smiled. Time is of the essence. As time passes, my power will wane, and the effect will diminish. Place your hand upon me. Do not hesitate. Your identity will remain intact. I want nothing in return. Please defeat Frisia and save our homeland. Vic, incredulous, asked, Are you serious? Nilu affirmed, Yes, remember to heal this young man. He is also a beacon of hope. Vic said, Then I will trust you this once, but if it feels wrong, I will expel you immediately. He then knelt and placed his hand on Nilu's shoulder. Nilu earnestly stated, You must defeat Frisia. Temporarily, the treatment for Tang Xuanqing has ceased. As he is now in a relatively stable condition and is not facing immediate life-threatening danger. Bike nodded and declared, Indeed, I shall give it my all. For my own sake, I shall not accept defeat. Nilu closed his eyes in a state of serene comfort, and with a swift motion, a radiant white energy enveloped him, instantly transferring unparalleled strength into Bike's body. Gasping for breath, Bike knelt on one knee and took a moment to regain his composure. At this moment, Nilu had been assimilated, becoming part of Bike's combat power. In disbelief, Bike gazed at his hands and murmured, I truly did not expect such power to manifest. It is utterly astonishing. Is this the result of assimilation? With such immense strength, I am certain of victory against any opponent. He then turned his gaze toward Tang Xuanqing, raised his left hand, and simply unleashed a healing skill. Tang Xuanqing, as if rejuvenated by a mystical being, sprang back to life, rising from the ground. He looked at Bike in astonishment, realizing that Bike had returned to life and that Nilu was no more, indicating their successful assimilation. Some aspects of history appeared to be following their intended course. Bike inquired, How do you fare now? Who was able to bring you to such a state? Tang Xuanqing replied with a wry smile. That individual is shrouded in mystery and is unfathomable. He employs a variety of skills, and the pain he inflicted upon me was unbearable. Even in my full strength, I could not withstand his onslaught and was left on the brink of death. He is more terrifying than Frisia. I only know that when he unleashed his final skill, he flew towards the direction of Frisia's spaceship. Bike pondered aloud. To think there exists someone you cannot handle, that complicates matters. Gohan and the others may be in grave danger. Tang Xuanqing requested, Please conjure a new Kame Sinin martial arts uniform for me. The one I am wearing has become battle-worn. Bike, with a silent gesture, used his ability to create from thin air, and a new Kame Sinin uniform was instantly donned by Tang Xuanqing. After experiencing a brush with death, Tang Xuanqing's combat power surged from 5 million to 10 million, a remarkable increase of 5 million damage. There is no need to question the reason for such an increase. It is simply a necessity of the narrative. Moreover, having been bested by his future self, the intensity of the encounter was quite rational, and the passive ability of Science to resurrect after near death had undoubtedly triggered. Following the assimilation, Bike's combat power also soared to 1,500,000, placing both him and Nilu above Suin Wukong and Baijita in terms of current combat prowess. Tang Xuanqing stated, Let us proceed and assist them. Bike nodded, expressing, I am also eager to confront that individual known as Frisia, who has slaughtered so many of my kin. It is time to settle the score. The two then unleashed their energy and soared into the sky, racing toward the location of Frieza's spaceship. Meanwhile, on the other side, Frieza's aura continued to swell, instilling fear in Kring, Gohan, and Vegeta. Kring trembled, exclaiming, "What a terrifying presence!" Gohan, equally frightened, found himself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by Frieza's might. Vegeta cursed inwardly, wishing he had revealed his desire for eternal life sooner. Perhaps then they wouldn't be in this predicament. He mused that defeating Frieza was merely a matter of time, though the odds now seemed slim, yet not entirely impossible. If the three of them worked in harmony, they might find a way. Frieza mocked. Of course, three mere insects believe they can triumph over a dinosaur. What a delusional thought. You shall perish in endless regret. Vegeta defiantly retorted, "We can win. Together, the three of us may indeed overcome you." Gohan stared at Vegeta in astonishment, unable to believe he had spoken such words. Feeling the odds were overwhelmingly bleak, Frieza laughed, "Ha ha ha. What? You three ants dare to dream such dreams?" Vegeta replied earnestly, "You may not have noticed, but the combat power of these two is continually escalating, especially that of Kakarato's son. He possesses boundless potential, and I am gradually becoming the Super Saiyan you fear." Frieza smirked sinisterly, "Humph, boasting without shame. You will become a Super Saiyan? How tiresome these pests are." With that, he unleashed a powerful assault toward Vegeta, raising his right fist to strike. Vegeta swiftly extended his left hand to grasp Frieza's fist, and they found themselves locked in a stalemate. Frieza was taken aback. This individual had managed to block his punch, suggesting that his combat power had indeed increased. Could it be that he might truly become a Super Saiyan? He then raised his left fist and struck again, only for Vegeta to catch it with his right hand. The two remained locked in place, their energies causing the ground beneath them to tremble and crack. Frieza, bewildered, questioned, "How is this possible? How can you have grown so powerful in such a short time?" Vegeta replied, "Are you afraid, Frieza? This is the nature of our Saiyan race, boundless potential. Each battle we endure elevates our strength." With a sharp movement, they quickly separated, yet remained vigilant. Vegeta began to feel fatigue, evidently drained from their earlier struggle. Frieza remarked, "It seems you are not merely boasting." Hearing this, Gohan began to contemplate that if the three of them united, they might stand a chance. Kring thought to himself that Vegeta appeared to have surpassed his limits, but Frieza's calm demeanor raised suspicions that he might possess hidden power. Vegeta challenged, "Frieza, transform. Let us behold your true form." Frieza inquired, "How do you know of this?" Vegeta continued, "Your subordinate, Sabo, inadvertently revealed it." Gohan exclaimed, "What?" Kring echoed, "Transform?" Frieza replied malevolently, "Very well, if you seek death, I shall not stop you. Prepare to witness true hell." Chapter 68. Frieza's first transformation. Gohan exclaimed, "He is about to transform." Kring anxiously asked, "Vegeta, what does transformation mean?" Vegeta explained, "Aliens can alter their appearance according to circumstances. Their usual form is to conserve stamina and energy." Frieza interjected, "But I am different. My power is so immense that even I struggle to control it." Heh. Kring, still uncertain, questioned, "Is that really true?" Vegeta reassured, "Do not fear. He merely intends to frighten us. It is not as exaggerated as it seems." Frieza wickedly stated, "Oh, are you certain? Then let me show you. Pay close attention. This is a rare opportunity. After you witness it, you may die." When I invaded the Saiyan planet, I did not transform even in my confrontation with the king. Vegeta, is your father so mediocre? Vegeta coldly scoffed, "Humph, do not be too proud. I possessed power surpassing the king even in my youth." Kring gasped. The Saiyan planet was destroyed by him. Frieza suddenly exerted force, causing the upper half of his battle uniform to explode off, startling Gohan nearby. Was this what transformation entailed? Kring exclaimed, "His battle suit has burst open." "Ah, this." Vegeta, observing, coldly laughed, "Humph, what a joke. Is this what you call transformation? Ha ha ha. Shedding a coat does not constitute transformation." The purple circular shell on Frieza's shoulders emitted a series of crackling sounds, and a light pink aura began to rise from his being. With a fierce roar, he exclaimed, "Ha!" Krillin, astonished, remarked on the increasing intensity of Frieza's energy. Gohan, seemingly oblivious to the impending events, uttered a dazed sound. Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. He initially regarded Frieza's transformation as predictable, but the sheer magnitude of his power surge was beyond comprehension. Suddenly, Frieza's torso expanded, causing him to lean backward slightly. A look of agony on his face as he struggled to adapt to this new form. His arms elongated dramatically, and his legs thickened instantly. He teetered forward, dropping to one knee, stretching his neck as if to elongate it further, while his horns grew larger and longer. In an instant, his height surged to an impressive 2 meters, marking the completion of his second transformation. Krillin, Gohan, and Dandy were taken aback, sensing the alarming increase in Frieza's combat power, now likely exceeding 1 million. Though its exact measurement eluded them. Gradually, Frieza rose, wisps of white smoke emanating from him as he coolly stated, "Heh, are you ready? I shall show no mercy now." Vegeta, astonished, remarked, "So that's how it is." Gohan exclaimed in horror, "We're doomed." Krillin added, "A nightmare, an absolute nightmare." Frieza declared, "Such immense power is difficult for me to control. Let me make it clear, my combat power is over 1 million. You have no hope. Prepare to meet your demise." Vegeta muttered in disbelief, "How can this be?" Frieza slowly raised his left hand, and in an instant, a massive shockwave erupted from his center, sending the 4 of them flying. They were forced into the air, the ground below engulfed in dust, obscuring any view of Frieza's movements. Gohan shouted anxiously, "Dandy, Uncle Krillin, where are you?" Krillin, supporting Dandy, replied, "We're here." Their positions were close enough to be spotted with a glance. Gohan noticed, "You're bleeding." Krillin dismissed it. "Just a scratch from rock debris." As the dust settled, Frieza stood with hands on his hips, gazing skyward, tauntingly saying, "Heh, you escaped rather swiftly." This was merely a courtesy, and even the Saiyans could manage it. "Vegeta, you must understand now, my power is beyond your imagination." Vegeta mumbled this. Frieza continued, "Now, who shall I eliminate first? Let's start with you, Bald One." In an instant, he lunged toward Krillin, his horns piercing through Krillin's body. Dandy narrowly avoided disaster as Krillin lost his grip. Vegeta exclaimed, "That was too fast. I couldn't even track it." Gohan cried out, "Uncle Krillin." Krillin's body trembled violently as the sudden attack caught him off guard. He never anticipated Frieza would target him first. Dandy floated precariously, struggling to ensure his own safety. Vegeta scolded, "Fool. Why would you split up to assist that Namekian? You're just asking for trouble." Krillin groaned in pain. Frieza chuckled, "Apologies. But such overwhelming power is indeed beyond my control." With a swift motion, he flung Krillin away, who landed with a splash in the Namekian waters. Gohan shouted desperately, "Uncle Krillin," and surged toward the spot where Krillin had fallen, attempting to rescue him, only to be intercepted by Frieza. "If you wish to save him, I'm afraid it's too late. Focus on your own survival," Frieza warned. Vegeta gasped in shock, incredible speed. Gohan, filled with rage, demanded, "Get out of my way." Frieza responded. Gohan shouted again, "I said move." He raised his right leg and delivered a forceful kick to Frieza's left cheek, following up with a powerful left uppercut that struck Frieza's jaw. Vegeta was stunned. He never expected Gohan could unleash such power in his fury, exhibiting signs of overpowering Frieza. Gohan unleashed a flurry of punches to Frieza's abdomen, then executed a right kick that sent Frieza flying. With a fierce shout, he gathered energy in his left hand, forming it into a massive sphere, which he hurled toward Frieza's position. The sphere collided with Frieza, resulting in a tremendous explosion that sent him crashing to the ground. Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. Gohan's combat power was still on the rise. Gohan shouted again, "Huh?" as he concentrated energy, firing multiple blasts at Frieza's location, creating a series of explosive impacts that sent smoke billowing. Vegeta thought to himself, this boy's extreme emotions enable him to harness such formidable power. Could he be on the verge of becoming a Super Saiyan? After unleashing a relentless barrage, Gohan found himself winded, gasping for breath in midair. At that moment, the surface of the water began to bubble as Dandy resurfaced, carrying Krillin. Gohan exclaimed, "Uncle Krillin." Vegeta urged, "Forget about him for now. We must defeat Frieza first." Gohan murmured, "Oh, Uncle Krillin, please don't die." Dandy reassured him, "It's all right. He's not dead." As the dust around Frieza began to clear, he emerged unscathed, looking at Gohan with a chilling gaze that sent a shiver down Gohan's spine. Despite the powerful attack, he had not been defeated. Frieza sinisterly remarked, "Impressive. You've managed to bring me to the ground. However, you have ignited my wrath, and there will be dire consequences." Vegeta exclaimed, "This is bad. We underestimated him." Meanwhile, within the medical bay of the spaceship, machines emitted ominous beeping sounds, indicating that time was running short. Son Goku thought to himself. Just hold on a little longer until I recover. Frisia's eyes glowed a menacing red, signaling that he would not easily let them escape. Meanwhile, two figures raced toward the scene, Piccolo and Tang Xuanqing. Piccolo declared, Frisia's power has surged. Gohan, hold on, I'm coming. Tang Xuanqing cursed. If it weren't for that man in black, Frisia would have been dead long ago. How despicable. I will not spare that scoundrel. Chapter 69. Exhausted Son Gohan. Frisia's body crackled ominously as his combat power continued to rise. Gohan exclaimed, how can his power be increasing? Vegeta gasped. Could it be that he can control his power levels? Frisia scoffed, dare to harm me? I will return the favor tenfold. Heh. At that moment, Dandy had just dragged Krillin from the water, paralyzed by Frisia's terrifying power, enveloped in an overwhelming sense of dread. Frisia ascended slowly into the sky, and Gohan, frozen in fear, could not move. Frisia was simply too terrifying. Vegeta urgently shouted, fool, run. Frisia lifted his left leg and delivered a fierce kick to Sun Wukong's head, sending him crashing from the sky to the ground with a resounding thud, shattering the stones beneath him. With just that one blow, Sun Wukong found himself utterly immobilized. He cried out in pain, ugh. Danny, anxious, shouted, Wukong. He hurriedly employed Namekian healing techniques on Krillin, hoping to restore him quickly to aid Sun Wukong. Frisia malevolently declared, the game has only just begun. The latter part will be even more thrilling. I hope you all can survive until the end. Vegeta roared, thrusting both hands forward to unleash a powerful energy wave toward Frisia, creating an explosion upon impact. Vegeta triumphantly exclaimed, you were boastful. You've given me such a splendid opportunity. This time, I shall strike you, ha ha ha. Yet, as the dust settled, Vegeta was left speechless, for Frisia stood unscathed, indicating that Vegeta's attack was inferior even to Sun Wukong's. Frisia turned and said, do not rush, Vegeta. Once I deal with that little brat, it will be your turn. Vegeta murmured in despair, it's over. This is truly the end. Suspended in the sky, he appeared frozen, uncertain of how to resist, resignedly awaiting his demise. Frisia landed with a whoosh beside Sun Wukong, who was just attempting to rise. With arms crossed, Frisia arrogantly taunted, how do you wish for me to deal with you, little brat? Upon hearing Frisia's voice, Sun Wukong became alert, swiftly turning to reassume a combat stance and bellowing as he charged forward with a right kick, only for Frisia to evade by tilting his head. Following this, when Sun Wukong aimed a left punch, Frisia ducked to avoid it, leaving Sun Wukong unable to land a blow. Frisia seized Sun Wukong's hair with his right hand, gripping it tightly and suspending him in midair. Sun Wukong cried out, it hurts. You wicked Frisia, I will never let you go. Frisia responded with a brutal knee strike directly to Sun Wukong's torso, causing his eyes to widen in shock. Despite wearing battle attire, it seemed useless, as 3 ribs on his left side were broken. With a dismissive toss, Frisia threw him to the ground. Sun Wukong cried out again. Frisia chuckled with satisfaction. Heh, little brat, I haven't even exerted myself yet. How can you fall so easily? Are you so fragile? He then lifted his right foot and delivered another kick, sending Sun Wukong rolling forward twice. The pain from the knee strike had evidently inflicted severe damage on him. As Frisia raised his left foot to stomp down, Sun Wukong propelled himself backwards, escaping the intended stomp. Frisia sneered and instantly vanished, reappearing behind him, executing a swift tail swipe that struck Sun Wukong, sending him crashing to the ground. Yet, he quickly regained his footing, though it was evident he was nearing exhaustion. Breathing heavily, Sun Wukong held his left side and remained vigilant, watching Frisia closely. Suddenly, Frisia vanished from view, instilling in Sun Wukong an unprecedented sense of dread, as he could not pinpoint his enemy's location nor sense his energy. Sun Wukong exclaimed, where did that Frisia fellow go? Frisia suddenly appeared behind him, seizing his head with a grin. Right here, little brat. He then delivered another left knee strike that hit Sun Wukong in the back, causing his eyes to widen in agony, followed by a powerful left punch that sent him soaring into the sky. Sun Wukong screamed in pain, ugh. Frisia swiftly repositioned himself directly in front of him, delivering a right punch that propelled him further. As Sun Wukong ascended to his next landing spot, Frisia raised his left leg and kicked upwards, sending him even higher. Then, he reappeared directly above Sun Wukong, bringing his hands together into a hammer and striking down with tremendous force, resulting in a loud crash as Sun Wukong plummeted to the ground. Vegeta was filled with terror, unwilling to assist Sun Wukong. Fully aware of Frisia's overwhelming power and realizing his earlier naivety. With a thunderous impact, Sun Wukong's body struck the ground, forming a deep crater. His condition critical and suffering greatly. Frisia gracefully descended from the sky, approaching Sun Wukong, and raised his right foot, gently placing it upon Sun Wukong's face, gradually applying pressure in an attempt to crush his skull. Sun Wukong cried out in agony, "Ugh!" Frisia wickedly proclaimed, "It's over. Perish, you scion brat." Vegeta, still merely an observer, was paralyzed by fear, fully aware of Frisia's terror, feeling that no amount of struggle or resistance would prove effective. Internally, he had resigned himself to a passive acceptance of death, his confidence eroding from initial certainty to profound self-doubt. Frisia increased the pressure on his foot, aiming to crush Sun Wukong's head into pulp, harboring a deep resentment for those who had wasted the Dragon Balls, shattering his dreams of immortality and eternal dominion over the universe, which incensed him greatly. Chapter 70. The revived warrior and the reinforcements. Frisia looked up at Vegeta and taunted. "Vegeta, will you stand by and watch as this boy nears death?" Vegeta contemplated that the boy's demise was inconsequential, but Frisia's might was too formidable. What could he do? Frisia gradually increased the pressure of his right foot, intent on turning Sun Wukong's head into a mess. Sun Wukong cried out. Meanwhile, in the spaceship's medical chamber, Sun Wukong sensed Sun Wukong's energy waning and fading. He thought, "This is bad. Wukong's energy is about to vanish. I must hurry, but it may be too late." Frisia slowly stated, "This is the end, little brat. Perish." Suddenly, Frisia felt a disturbance, swiftly using his tail to propel himself into the air. But it was still a moment too late. A razor-thin, circular energy wave, spinning at incredible speed, sliced off a small section of his tail. Frisia gritted his teeth in pain, looking back to see the once severely injured bald-headed fighter still alive, having launched the attack. Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment, "What? That little brat is still alive?" Frisia, equally astonished, questioned, "How is this possible? He should be incapacitated." Krillin shouted, "Circular energy slash." Instantly, he unleashed 4 additional razor-thin, high-speed spinning energy waves towards Frisia, who barely managed to evade them with a series of rapid movements. In the medical chamber, Sun Wukong was baffled, wondering how Krillin had regained his strength after being severely injured by Frisia. Frisia angrily declared, "Damn it, you bald-headed fool, you're finished." Krillin responded with a mocking face, taunting Lulu. He then shot forward from his previous position, prompting Frisia to pursue him, intent on eliminating the bald fighter. In just a fleeting moment, Felisa charged to the forefront, obstructing Kellen's path. Felisa, seething with rage, proclaimed, "I care not how you have restored yourself, but to dare interrupt my tale is the height of audacity. I shall rend you limb from limb, ensuring you never rise again." Kellen, realizing he was no match for him, resolved to outsmart his opponent. He promptly shouted, "Suin Taiyang Chuan," raising his hands to his forehead and spreading them outward. He closed his eyes tightly, unleashing a blinding white light. The effect was magnified due to Kellen's baldness. Felisa, shielding his eyes, cried out, "Ah, my eyes, my eyes." Kellen called out, "Vegeta, the moment has come, attack swiftly." Meanwhile, Vegeta was transfixed, observing Dondi as he tended to Suin Wufan, utterly astonished. Regardless of Kellen's frantic calls, Vegeta was oblivious, captivated by the unexpected sight of a Namekian performing healing, evidently more effective than the spaceship's medical pod. Dondi remarked, "Wonderful. You are saved. I shall treat you now, Wufan." He placed his hands upon Suin Wufan, and with a series of soft sounds, the latter appeared rejuvenated. Suin Wufan exclaimed, "Wait, wasn't I injured by Felisa? How am I well now?" From the skies, Vegeta bore witness to this miraculous event, muttering, "So this is how it is." Kellen swiftly flew over, urging, "Vegeta, hurry. The effect of Suin Taiyang Chuan will soon fade." At this moment, Felisa could open his eyes, though still experiencing some discomfort and blurred vision. Vegeta angrily retorted, "Why didn't you inform me of that Namekian brat and his abilities?" Kellen responded, "Oh, thank the heavens Wufan is safe. I just found out. Otherwise, I would have asked him to heal Gonku." Suin Wufan joyfully exclaimed, "This is extraordinary, Dondi, thank you." Dondi encouraged, "Do your best, you must defeat Felisa and save my home." Suin Wufan swiftly soared back into the sky, having activated his Scion potential. a near-death revival that significantly boosted his power. Initially, after barely surviving against the Jinyu force, his battle power soared to 200,000, and with the confrontation against Felisa, it surged to 800,000, while Kellen's power reached 750,000. Felisa, astonished, wondered, what sorcery is this? How are these two continuously recovering? Vegeta noted, indeed. They are the offspring of Scions. Their battle power has significantly increased. Perhaps they stand a chance. Felisa, perplexed, questioned, how can this be? These two brats have seemingly regained everything. Who is secretly aiding them? He couldn't help but glance back at the figure in black, suspecting it might be him, yet uncertain. The 30-minute limit was set by him, possessing formidable strength, but he didn't seem to be intervening, rather appearing to wait for something. Who knows? At least he had not interfered in the battle. Suddenly, two figures flew in from the distance, blocking their path at remarkable speed. Kellen exclaimed, who are they? Could they be Felisa's subordinates? Suin Wufan replied, they don't seem to be. I sense a familiar aura, alongside an unfamiliar yet somewhat recognizable presence. Vegeta shouted, damn it, reinforcements have arrived. Even Felisa widened his eyes in disbelief, wondering why this group continually received reinforcements, appearing just when it mattered most. As the energy emanating from the newcomers began to stabilize, their identities became clear. It was Baek and Tang Xuanchen, having arrived on the battlefield, ready to take over the ensuing conflict. Suin Wufan expressed his surprise, Uncle Baek. Baek calmly responded, I apologize for the wait, Wufan. Allow me to handle the battle from here. Upon seeing the one who had previously inflicted a severe beating upon him, Felisa began to sweat profusely. For he was well aware of this individual's battle power, which soared to 2 billion, effectively overwhelming him. Should he join the fray? Tang Xuanchen immediately focused on the figure in black behind Felisa, remembering that this was the person who had gravely injured him, vowing to exact revenge. The figure in black had already donned his mask again, obscuring his familiar visage, slowly rising from his seated position on a rock to face his opponent. The figure in black remarked, as I said, nothing will change. You refuse to stay put, so do not blame me. Tang Xuanchen retorted, at this moment, I am no longer the same. The figure in black struck first, swiftly extending his right hand to seize Tang Xuanchen's entire face, forcibly propelling him away from the battlefield to another location. Felisa, witnessing the figure in black intervening, chuckled, for it seemed that the individual had conveniently removed Tang Xuanchen from the battlefield, making the remaining adversaries much easier to handle. Chapter 71. Exceptional learning ability and title handling. Tang Xuanchen had not yet comprehended the situation when he was unceremoniously dragged away, far from Felicia's spaceship. The figure in black stated, it seems the last lesson was insufficient. He then hurled Tang Xuanchen away, who flipped midair and landed smoothly, instantly entering a combat stance. Fully aware that this opponent was formidable, Tang Xuanchen inquired, what is your true objective? The figure in black slowly answered, is that a question you truly need to ask? Tang Xuanchen cursed, you wretched fiend. He then activated his rage, great ape power, and multiplied his Kaioken tenfold, his entire being seemingly engulfed in flames of crimson. His aura transforming to a fiery red, with his strength, speed, attack, and defense exponentially increased, elevating his battle power from 10 million to approximately 1 billion. He charged fiercely at the figure in black, raising his right fist to strike. The figure in black merely raised his left hand and effortlessly caught the blow. Though the ground beneath them cracked from the force, yet it did not collapse further. The figure in black remarked, I thought you would have learned your lesson. The flaws of Kaioken are all too apparent. For instance, when facing opponents stronger than yourself, it becomes virtually useless. Tang Xuanchen gasped, how do you know this? The figure in black abruptly raised his right hand, forming a fist, and struck Tang Xuanchen with a force that broke him out of his Kaioken state, sending him hurtling backward, crashing into a mountainside. Yet, he quickly emerged from the rubble, his Kame Sennin martial arts uniform showing minor signs of wear, but evidently, he was not severely harmed. The figure in black commented, you remain overly reliant on the power of Kaioken. It may prove effective against weaker foes, but against those stronger than you, its efficacy is minimal, leaving you vulnerable to counterattacks. He surged toward Tang Xuanchen again, executing his time-stop technique. The surrounding environment froze momentarily, as if time itself had shattered, and he unleashed a flurry of punches. Then, with a powerful blow, time resumed its flow. Just as Tang Xuanchen attempted to move, The numerous attacks launched during the frozen moment struck him in real time, and he was bombarded by countless purple beams, sending him crashing down to the ground. Tang Xuanchen groaned, ugh. Struggling to rise, the figure in black approached once more, raising his right fist for another strike. Tang Xuanchen barely managed to block it with his left hand, but just as he readied to retaliate, the figure in black delivered a powerful knee strike to his abdomen, causing Tang Xuanchen's eyes to widen in shock, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. It was evident that the figure in black harbored little sympathy for his past self, delivering relentless and brutal attacks. Tang Xianchen gritted his teeth, channeling energy into his right hand, preparing to unleash an energy blast at close range. However, before he could execute his attack, the cloaked figure seized his right hand and delivered a powerful strike directly to his chest. The force of the blow caused visible fractures in Tang Xuanchen's torso, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to his knees and falling to the ground. He reverted from the state of fury, giant ape power, back to his normal form, his energy significantly diminished. The cloaked figure remarked, in the face of absolute power, all techniques are futile. He then delivered a brutal kick that sent Tang Xianchen flying, leaving a long trail on the ground before crashing into a boulder, shattering it upon impact. The cloaked figure swiftly moved to Tang Xuanchen's position, looking down at the helpless figure sprawled on the ground with disdain. Yet, he felt powerless as he recalled his early days of weakness. It was only later that he discovered his adaptability surpassed that of other scions. Many techniques could be learned after witnessing them just once or twice, but what was the point of such abilities if encountered with the wrong opponent at the wrong time? He then retrieved a simple pouch from his sleeve, producing a senzu bean and tossing it into Tang Xuanchen's mouth. Instantly, Tang Xianchen was revitalized, his battle power soaring from 10 million to 15 million. His ability to recover battle power upon near death had increased to 50. Once his power exceeded 10 million, it would gradually escalate, an ability unknown to ordinary scions. Tang Xianchen gazed at the cloaked figure in astonishment, intrigued by the reason behind his benevolence in providing a senzu bean and the origins of his pouch reminiscent of the cat god. What do you intend to achieve? He inquired. The cloaked figure coldly replied, get up and continue fighting. I know you possess great adaptability. If you can learn and summarize continuously during battle, perhaps the outcome may differ. Confused, Tang Xianchen pressed, what is the purpose of all this? Can't you be clearer? The cloaked figure, uninterested in further dialogue, launched a sweeping kick. Tang Xianchen narrowly avoided it by leaping into the air. In a surge of rage, Tang Xianchen unleashed a powerful shout, transforming into his full potential form. Though his appearance remained largely unchanged, the contours of his features became sharper, and two distinct spikes of hair framed his forehead. A fierce silver aura enveloped him, elevating his battle power from 15 million to 5 billion. The cloaked figure remarked, now this is more like it. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, alternating between the air and the ground. Although Tang Xuanchen's battle power still paled in comparison to that of the cloaked figure, his martial prowess was steadily improving, perhaps due to the cloaked figure's reluctance to fully unleash his power. The cloaked figure employed a time-stopping technique, causing the surroundings to freeze as if caught in the moment of shattering glass. While Tang Xianchen found himself momentarily immobilized, he gradually began to adapt to the rhythm of the time stop, enabling his body to resist the sensation of stillness. Not bad, the cloaked figure commented. 3 times now, and you are finally starting to adapt to the time-stopping technique, Tang Xianchen. After enduring a brief period of frozen time, Tang Xianchen suddenly broke free from the time stop, raising his right fist to strike at the cloaked figure. Unfortunately, his attack did not connect, but he had successfully acclimated to the time-stopping technique. Once the cloaked figure released the time stop, he appeared before Tang Xianchen, seizing his head. Sensing impending danger, Tang Xianchen struggled, but to no avail. Suddenly, it felt as though his potential had been sealed once more, causing his full potential form to dissipate, as if he had been caught cheating and subsequently penalized for it. The cloaked figure tossed him aside, stating, you are not yet ready to wield this form, perhaps in the future. In a moment of anger, Tang Xianchen cursed, unable to articulate his frustration, realizing that the power developed by the elder was now sealed away, leaving him to rely solely on fury, giant ape power, and the malevolent scion form. Chapter 72. Baiku vs. Fu Lisha. Meanwhile, aboard Fu Lisha's spaceship, Vegeta cursed inwardly. Damn it, our strongest warrior has been taken by that cloaked figure, leaving only this Namekian. Son Gohan exclaimed excitedly. This is fantastic. There's hope. Krillin expressed his concerns. Is this really all right? Xianxin has been taken by that cloaked figure. Baika calmly replied. Do you still doubt that guy's strength? Just like Sun Wukong, he can create miracles. Isn't that Fu Li Sha? His skills are indeed exceptional. Vegeta scoffed. I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's the one I had killed before. Did you all wish on the Dragon Balls to resurrect this fool? He can't possibly stand against Fu Li Sha. Baiku said coolly, daring to call me a fool? Remember this. Once we deal with Fu Li Sha, I'll come for you. Vegeta dismissed him. To defeat Fu Li Sha, you'll have to deal with me first. Huh. This Namekian really is humorous. Krillin thought to himself, this one do. Although he trained with the king, Baiku is still no match for Fu Li Sha. Fu Li Sha muttered. So there's still a living Namekian. He feels different somehow, yet he still cannot win against me. Meanwhile, within the medical chamber, Wukong could sense the energies outside. Though not clearly, he sensed two presences, but suddenly, only one remained, leaving him puzzled. Someone is coming. Who could it be? He wondered. Unsure if it was Baiku and Xianxun, but Xuanxin's energy had vanished abruptly, leaving only one presence, which didn't quite feel like Baiku. His energy wasn't that strong. Gohan was fine now. It was all very strange. Outside, the five remained in confrontation, excluding the non-combatant Dandi, who was essentially a mobile healer. Baiku declared, all right, it's time to cleanse the universe of its filth. I can handle this alone. You need not interfere. I will avenge my fallen Namekian brethren. Krillin, Son Gohan, and Vegeta were taken aback. Baiku intended to face Fu Li Sha alone? What madness was this? Below, Dandi remarked, his name is Baiku? He looks just like Enailu. Baiku descended swiftly, landing with a thud directly in front of Dandi. He warned, Dandi, hide away so you won't get hurt. Dandi was startled at first, but then ran a short distance away, pondering how Baiku knew his name. At that moment, Fu Li Sha also landed on the ground, locking eyes with Baiku. Krillin shouted in alarm, this is absurd. He has no idea how powerful Fu Li Sha is. Vegeta scoffed, he'll find out soon enough. Son Gohan murmured, Uncle Baiku isn't reckless. He is calm, which means he must have a plan. Fu Li Sha mocked. You are so unaware of your own limitations. Baiku roared, huh? And charged forward, raising his right fist. Fu Li Sha was momentarily stunned. And in that split second of distraction, Baiku landed a punch on his left cheek, sending him hurtling backward. Baiku, fueled by rage, pursued him, bringing his hands together to form a hammer, ready to deliver a devastating blow to Fu Li Sha's head. However, Fu Li Sha's reflexes were slightly quicker. He dodged to the left and retaliated with a powerful kick that sent Baiku crashing towards the ground. Baiku pushed off the ground with his feet, using the rocky surface to propel himself upward, colliding headfirst with Fu Li Sha's chin, inflicting damage. Fu Li Sha, enraged, lashed out with his severed tail, striking Baiku and causing him to plummet to the ground. Bikura gracefully turned in midair and landed steadily. Frieza raised his left hand, channeling energy to unleash a yellow energy wave directed at Bikura. Adopting a knife hand stance with his left hand, Bikura let out a fierce shout as the energy wave approached. With a swift motion, he cleaved through the air, deflecting Frieza's energy wave with remarkable force. Frieza, astonished, exclaimed, What? You actually deflected it. In response, Bikura lifted his right hand, which had been charged with energy, and unleashed an energy wave of his own towards the sky, moving with such speed that Frieza had no time to evade. He could only cross his arms defensively in front of his chest. An explosion ensued, sending a cloud of dust into the air. As the dust settled, it revealed Frieza covered in numerous wounds, indicating that Bai's attack had been exceptionally effective. It appeared that Bikura was not merely boasting. His combat prowess was indeed formidable. This revelation shocked Sun, Wufan, and Vegeta, who had not anticipated that Bikura's strength could surpass Frieza in his second form. Bikura maintained a calm demeanor, a blatant provocation aimed at Frieza. Frieza, visibly irritated, remarked, You insolent creature. The trio began to analyze the situation. Krillin, puzzled, stated, He seems evenly matched with Frieza. Vegeta clenched his teeth, asserting that Namekian, Bikura, is evidently stronger than Frieza. How has he become so powerful? Sun Wufan cheerfully declared, That's amazing, Uncle Bikura. Meanwhile, Vegeta pondered in confusion about how this transformation had occurred. Recalling that during their last encounter on Earth, Bikura had been unable to match his strength, and yet now, such a short time later, he had surpassed him. Krillin, filled with excitement, exclaimed Wufan, "We're saved." To which Sun Wufan nodded in agreement. Frisia slowly descended, positioning himself near Bika, his left hand emitting a menacing crackle as his fury became palpable. The Namekian had embarrassed him, and a wicked smile soon graced Frisia's face. Kirk sensed the impending danger. Yet it was too late. Frisia executed a sudden right elbow strike, catching Bikuro off guard and delivering a fierce blow to his left cheek. Even Bikuro was taken aback by the abruptness of the attack. Frisia followed up with a left punch aimed at Bikuro's head, sending him crashing into the ground, forcing his face into a painful reunion with the earth. This unexpected turn left Colin, Sun Wufan, and Bai Jita aghast. What was happening? Had they just praised Bikuro only to witness his downfall? Frisia raised his right fist once more, intent on further embedding Bikuro into the ground. However, Bikuro pushed against the earth with great force, launching himself backward. Frisia, seething with rage, pursued him relentlessly. In a blink, Frisia soared above Bikuro, clasping his hands together to form a hammer, and struck down upon his head with astonishing speed, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. While a cloud of dust erupted around them, the trio in the air stood frozen in disbelief, exclaiming, "What? How did the tide turn again?" Frisia chuckled wickedly. Kulin, astonished, remarked, "How could this happen?" He was hiding his true strength. As the dust cleared, Bikuro slowly rose from the ground, his headband and weighted armor in tatters, revealing numerous injuries and streams of purple blood. With a dismissive snort, he proclaimed, "Humph, it's nothing extraordinary." Frisia landed gracefully on the ground and casually remarked, "Ha ha, I underestimated your power earlier. It appears you possess some skill. Allow me to demonstrate my true strength." Beiji Ta mused. Frisia's potential is truly limitless. I had hoped to match him. Bikuro spat out the blood from his mouth, gradually shedding his heavy armor and cloak, discarding them onto the ground, which left small dents upon impact. He then removed his white headband, casting it aside as well, emphasizing the immense weight of the garments he had fought in against Frisia. Frisia observed, utterly perplexed, as he had no idea what Bikuro was attempting to achieve. Bikuro twisted his neck and lightly stretched his arms, as if he had just completed a warm-up. He calmly stated, "Now, I shall unleash my true power." Frisia, bewildered, stammered, "What did you say? You weren't using your full strength earlier?" "Humph, so this Namekian is quite the braggart." Bikuro replied indifferently, "You may interpret it as you wish." The trio resumed their analysis, with Beijita thinking it was implausible for the Namekian to defeat Frisia, even if he had not exerted his full power. Kurlin, astonished, exclaimed, "At such a critical moment, Bikuro is still wearing such heavy clothing." To which Beijita responded with confusion, not understanding Bikuro's true nature. Despite having surpassed him, he stubbornly refused to acknowledge it. Sun Wufan confidently declared, "Wow, so that's how it is. He will definitely win." In a sudden outburst of rage, Bikuro yelled, "I will make you understand the fury of the Namekian race you have slaughtered." With a ferocious surge of energy, his muscles slightly swelled as white energy flames enveloped him. He increased his energy to 50, causing his battle power to soar from 1.5 million to 2.25 million, clearly demonstrating the significant enhancement resulting from his assimilation with U. Frisia, taken aback by the surge in Bik's power, realized that, although he could not gauge it precisely, he was undeniably stronger than before. If he did not transform, the outcome remained uncertain. Bikuro charged forward at lightning speed, astonishing even Frisia, who felt as if he were facing an entirely different opponent. In an instant, Bikuro was upon him, delivering a sharp punch directly to Frisia's abdomen, causing him to recoil in pain. Without hesitation, Bikuro followed up with a hammer strike, landing squarely on Frisia, driving him into the ground and creating a massive crater. Just as Bikuro was about to press his advantage, a red beam shot from the depths of the crater, narrowly grazing his cheek and drawing blood. Realizing Frisia had resorted to ranged attacks, Bikuro roared, gathering energy into both hands and unleashing a barrage of energy blasts into the pit. Countless energy blasts rained down like a tempest, prompting Frisia to frantically deflect them. While he was preoccupied, Bikuro emerged from the dust, delivering a powerful right punch to Frisia's left cheek. As Frisia was sent reeling, Bikuro seized his tail, forcefully slamming him back down into the ground. Frisia, thoroughly enraged by the relentless onslaught, unleashed a devastating explosion wave that created a circular blast around him, instantly forcing Bikuro back. As Frisia rose from the ground, he adjusted his demeanor and calmly stated, "Fool, Do you think my abilities are limited to this? You remain unaware of my capacity to transform. Soon, you will experience the same fear as Vegeta and the others. Biku, astonished, asked, Transform? What nonsense are you spouting? Is this not your ultimate form? Frieza wickedly replied, No, 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 how foolish. Let despair fill your heart, for with each transformation, my power will exponentially increase. I can transform 2 more times. Do you comprehend what this means? Beaker gasped, What? What do you mean? Upon hearing that Frieza could transform 2 more times, Vegeta was rendered speechless with fear. The strength displayed in Frieza's first transformation was already formidable. What would happen with further transformations? Krillin anxiously inquired, What is he saying? Gohan, visibly tense, responded, Frieza still has 2 transformation opportunities. This revelation left even Krillin in shock, meaning Frieza would indeed grow even stronger. Frieza, with palpable excitement, proclaimed, Open your eyes and behold. You should feel honored to witness my transformation. You are the first to see it. Chapter 73. Frieza's second transformation at that moment. The 3 individuals in the sky were paralyzed with fear, while even Piccolo on the ground remained vigilant, watching Frieza intently. Frieza, with an ominous chuckle, declared, Behold, I shall now enter the second stage of my transformation. He then unleashed a fierce roar, causing his body to lean forward in a stance reminiscent of a martial artist. With a series of cracking sounds, 2 massive spikes abruptly sprouted from the vicinity of his shoulders, while a smaller spike emerged from the center of his torso. Another powerful shout erupted from him, followed by the rapid elongation of the circular armor on either side of his shoulders. His neck stretched forward, and his face protruded, resembling a grotesque creature, akin to an alien. On either side of the cranial armor, 4 spikes appeared, increasing in size as the transformation concluded. At this juncture, Frieza's combat power surged from approximately 1 million to an astounding 4 million, far surpassing Piccolo's assimilated power of 1.5 million. Frieza wickedly taunted, You've waited long enough. Let us commence the second round of our contest. Piccolo gasped, What a monster! Among the 3 in the sky, only Vegeta comprehended the true terror of the situation. Krillin remained oblivious, and Gohan stood frozen in disbelief. Below, Dandy was equally tense, sensing the malevolent aura of the formidable adversary, wondering if this Namekian, who bore a striking resemblance to Neru, could possibly emerge victorious. Krillin, puzzled, remarked, He doesn't seem particularly special. He just looks a bit more menacing. Vegeta scolded, Fool. His latent power has significantly increased. He is entirely different from before. This second transformation has greatly amplified his combat capabilities, likely surpassing that Namekian's. He is now considerably composed. It is indeed concerning. Gohan, in disbelief, exclaimed, How can this be? Frieza's previous injuries have all healed. Does that mean Uncle Piccolo is in danger? Meanwhile, in the spaceship's healing chamber, Goku could only fret, cursing his inability to ascertain the current situation. Frieza's power had escalated, and even if he recovered, he would surely be no match for him. What a headache. That man in black must be deranged. If only he could join the battle. The scene shifted to another location where Tang Xuanqing was once again being battered by the man in black, his body covered in wounds, his energy significantly depleted. The bad news was that he was close to being defeated. The good news was that he had adapted to many abilities. The man in black murmured, Do not harbor resentment. I am merely aiding you. You should be grateful. Tang Xuanqing retorted, Your so-called help consists of me being beaten relentlessly, constantly adapting to abilities I have never encountered, and you have sealed my potential. The man in black rolled his eyes, stating, Real combat is the true test of results. And it's not that I haven't allowed you to fight back. It is your own inadequacy that is to blame. In an instant, Tang Xuanqing transformed into his rage, giant ape power, form, his muscles swelling, his eyes turning golden, hair standing on end, and his aura becoming golden. His combat power skyrocketed from 15 million to 150 million. He charged towards the man in black, raising his right fist to strike. The man in black raised his left fist, unleashing a torrent of black energy, simultaneously throwing his left punch. The collision of their fists generated a massive shockwave, forcing both to swiftly retreat and reappear in another location, resuming their fierce clash. The battle persisted for quite some time before they gradually separated. After distancing themselves, both utilized their time-space techniques, which collided in a moment of stillness, shattering the surrounding environment. However, since they employed their techniques simultaneously, It resulted in a field effect that ultimately canceled each other out. They charged at one another once more, delivering a powerful punch that echoed through the air. A decisive blow. Tang Xuanqing plummeted from the sky, unable to withstand the force. The scene returned to Frisia and Piccolo. Frisia, with a malevolent grin, declared, "Shed your heavy outer garments. Prepare for a light-hearted battle. Given this, your speed should have increased, and you should feel more confident. Show me what you can do, Namekian." Piccolo understood that confronting him head-on was futile and quickly retreated. Frisia, fueled by his heightened power from the transformation, pursued him relentlessly, catching up in no time. Leaving Piccolo astonished. Piccolo cursed, "You bastard. Your strength is formidable, but my speed is greater. You will not catch me." He darted back and forth, convinced this would evade Frisia's pursuit. In the next moment, his eyes widened in shock as Frisia suddenly appeared directly in front of him, causing him to halt in fright. Frisia taunted, "Hello again." Piccolo murmured, "How is this possible?" Frisia bellowed, "Huh?" extending his right hand, with two fingers pointed at Piccolo, while his left hand mirrored the gesture. Instantly, two beams of red energy shot forth, leaving a circular burn on Piccolo's left leg. Piccolo cried out in pain, "Ugh." Frisia raised his left finger again, unleashing a deadly energy beam that grazed Piccolo's face, the speed so overwhelming that it made him question his very existence. This attack was unlike anything he had encountered before, faster and more devastating. Frisia continued to unleash a barrage of deadly energy beams, penetrating Piccolo's limbs and torso. The sounds of impact resounding continuously as Piccolo found himself unable to resist, much like a machine. Vegeta marveled, "What an unbelievable speed. That Namekian is utterly defenseless. It is terrifying." Gohan, filled with rage, charged forward, shouting, "Stop this." Krillin, in a panic, shouted, "Gohan." He attempted to rush after him, but Vegeta seized his left arm. "What are you doing?" Krillin exclaimed. Vegeta replied, "Your intervention would be futile. Instead, inflict a serious injury on me, allowing that Namekian to heal me. Perhaps I can break through the limits of a Super Saiyan." Krillin, astonished, responded, "A Super Saiyan?" At that moment, Vegeta firmly believed that if he could recover from the brink of death, he would ascend to the status of a Super Saiyan. Clinging to this notion, he sought to exploit the power boost that comes from near-death experiences, demonstrating a clever strategy, albeit one that was ultimately ill-fated. Chapter 74. The Glitches of Vegeta and Frisia's Final Transformation. Frisia roared, "Heh," as he relentlessly fired energy beams from his fingers, each one penetrating Piccolo's body, leaving his martial arts uniform in tatters. Piccolo cried out, Gohan shouted, "Huh?" launching a flying kick towards Frisia, who deftly evaded and positioned himself above, aiming to strike Gohan with a descending kick. After Son Gohan's kick missed its target, he swiftly ascended above Frisia's head, concentrating energy in his left hand while supporting his left elbow with his right hand. In a fit of rage, Son Gohan declared, "I will unleash all my power and end you, Frisia." At that moment, his combat power surged from 800,000 to an astonishing 1,000,000, a terrifying increase of 200,000, demonstrating the incredible potential of a half-breed Saiyan whose power escalates dramatically due to emotional fluctuations. He forcefully thrust his left hand downward, and in an instant, a wave of unparalleled energy erupted, sending shockwaves that startled Vegeta and Krillin. Was this the power unleashed by Son Gohan? Frisia widened his eyes, and by the time he reacted, the attack had already struck him, sending his body sprawling as he was propelled toward the ground. Son Gohan shouted again, amplifying the energy wave's output, determined to send Frisia crashing down. Krillin yelled, "Put your all into it, Gohan. Bring Frisia down." Frisia, too, roared ugh, exerting all his limbs to rebound Son Gohan's powerful energy wave back, leaving Son Gohan frozen in fear as he watched his own attack hurtling back toward him. Piccolo swiftly launched an energy blast, colliding with the rebounding attack and diverting it from its original path, preventing it from hitting Son Gohan. Son Gohan expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Uncle Piccolo." Frisia murmured, strange. That little brat seems to possess immense strength. His power is clearly only 200,000 at first glance. After being resurrected, it's as if he transformed into a different person, reaching 800,000. His emotional fluctuations are significant. Right? He's a Saiyan, which explains everything. But whose child is he? 30 years ago, I nearly exterminated all Saiyans, except for Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz. At this moment, another scion, Darius, had already been eliminated by Son Goku and Tang Xuanqing. Piccolo praised, though it was deflected, "Gohan, your progress is remarkable, and I am pleased for you." At that moment, Piccolo's energy had diminished significantly, retreating from a state of 500,000 back to a normal level of 1,500,000, but it had regressed due to the damage he had sustained. If he had unleashed his full power from the start, perhaps victory could have been achieved. However, this would have accelerated the depletion of his energy. If they could not defeat Frieza within a limited time frame, the outcome would be dire. Thus, he dared not gamble, opting for a more stable approach with 50 of his power, but he must not give Frieza the opportunity to transform. Son Gohan anxiously said, "But I have already exerted all my strength and still cannot harm Frieza." At that moment, Frieza continued to murmur, "He does not resemble Vegeta or Nappa. Could he be Raditz's child? He bears some resemblance, but not entirely. No matter, I will not spare any Scion and must eradicate them all. The so-called strongest Super Saiyan is nothing but a far-fetched tale, utterly unbelievable. Yet, Vegeta and that little brat's power is rapidly increasing. It could spell trouble if they truly become the legendary Super Saiyan." Meanwhile, Krillin and Vegeta were still discussing their plan. Vegeta grasped Krillin's collar in urgency, saying, "Do you understand? Our Saiyan powers soar when we are on the brink of death. You must injure me severely. Fighting amongst ourselves is futile. I rely on you. Hurry, before Frieza undergoes his final transformation." Krillin replied, "But how could I possibly injure you with my strength?" Vegeta excitedly said, "This is simple. I will lower my power to its minimum, and that Namekian boy can heal me in an instant. Then I can become a Super Saiyan and defeat Frieza." Krillin, perplexed, said, "Although you are quite insufferable, Goku is about to be resurrected." Vegeta replied, "Kakarot is merely a low-level warrior. We cannot depend solely on him." At this moment, Frieza on the ground made a decision to unleash his ultimate power to annihilate everyone. Frieza wickedly declared, "Humph, with my current strength, it would be effortless to kill you all. But before you meet your end, allow me to show you my true power." Vegeta was instantly stunned upon hearing these words. Krillin asked in astonishment, "What did he say? The strongest power?" Frieza then shouted, "It is your honor to witness my final transformation, the true me." With this proclamation, Piccolo, Son Gohan, and Vegeta all displayed expressions of disbelief at Frieza's ultimate transformation, his true form. At this moment, Krillin's mind was filled with terrifying images of Frieza's ultimate appearance, which became increasingly reminiscent of a grotesque alien creature. The shoulder armor sprouted 3-pointed spikes, and the arm guards also bore 3 rows of spikes. His head elongated and enlarged, and his face became more pronounced, with a tongue that extended and teeth that protruded, resembling a genuine monster. Krillin was left speechless, overwhelmed by terror. Frieza roared again, "Oh!" His body quaked uncontrollably, emanating a pinkish-purple aura, his combat power continually surging as he entered a transformation state. Vegeta urged, "Hurry! It will be too late if we wait any longer." In a state of fear and urgency, Krillin shouted, "Ya!" raising his right hand to condense an energy wave that pierced through Vegeta's body. Son Gohan turned abruptly to witness this scene, momentarily stunned, while even Piccolo was taken aback, bewildered by the actions of the two. Vegeta struggled to speak. "Well done, I will soon become a Super Saiyan." His body then plummeted to the ground with a heavy thud. Chapter 75. The Overconfident Vegeta and the Birth of Super Frieza. At this moment, the surrounding rubble trembled under Frieza's immense power, emitting cracking sounds as his combat power continued to soar without any signs of abating. Son Gohan exclaimed in surprise, "Uncle Krillin, why did you injure Vegeta? Now we have one less ally to fight Frieza." Piccolo anxiously said, "Gohan, we must leave this place quickly." Son Gohan then realized the urgency and swiftly flew to Piccolo's side, supporting him as they hurriedly retreated. Son Gohan anxiously inquired, "Are you all right, Uncle Piccolo?" Piccolo struggled to reply, "I can't hold on much longer." However, they quickly distanced themselves from Frieza's transformation zone, landing on a patch of open ground where Piccolo collapsed from exhaustion. Son Gohan reassured him, "Don't worry, there is a way to heal your wounds. The Namekian named Den can save you." At that moment, Krillin descended as well, seeing Son Gohan frantically searching for Den. Meanwhile, behind a rock wall, the severely wounded Vegeta staggered toward Den, clutching his chest, and asked, "What? You refuse to help me?" Although frightened, Den stubbornly replied, I will not help you. Vegeta retorted. Why can you heal others, but not me? Din explained, because many of my kin have been killed by you. I cannot assist the murderer of my own family. Vegeta harshly cursed, fool. If you do not heal me, we will have no way to confront Frieza. Hurry, I cannot hold on much longer. Din shook his head, saying, No, I must go to heal that fellow countryman. He then swiftly flew past Vegeta, heading toward Piccolo. Vegeta begrudgingly cursed, Ugh, insufferable little brat. Suddenly collapsing heavily onto the ground, with eyes slowly closing, Vegeta had not considered this possibility and had underestimated the situation. At that moment, Kellen and Suin Wufan were hurrying towards Dandi. Kellen explained, Vegeta is a Scion. After dying and being revived, his combat power will significantly increase. You should be aware of this. He seems to have confidence in dealing with Frieza. Suin Wufan replied softly, so that is how it is. Just then, the two arrived. But Dandi flew over their heads, seemingly heading towards Bika. Kellen could not help but shout Dandi. Suin Wufan, seeing Vegeta lying on the ground, exclaimed in surprise. It seems Dandi is not going to save him. Frieza was still roaring, haha, since he had hardly transformed into his final form. The speed of his transformation was considerably slower, requiring a substantial amount of time to gather energy and increase his power, and he could not be interrupted in the process. At this moment, Dandi had already flown to Bika's side and descended gently. Bika weakly asked, You can heal, right? Dandi nodded, affirming, yes. At this point, Talin's Suin Wufan had also returned, and Frieza's gaze slowly turned towards them, witnessing Dandi's entire healing process of Bika. Frieza murmured, So it is that little brat. I was wondering why that bald-headed one was staying outside, along with that nearly dead Scion and this Namekian. They were all saved by this kid. Now it makes sense. Bika, feeling his wounds healing, marveled, I can't believe I have such capabilities. Dandi replied, No, you are a combat type. Kellen then urged, Dandi, I understand your reluctance to heal Vegeta, but without him, we are all doomed. Dandi countered, He is just as vile as Frieza. Many of my compatriots were killed by him. Bika added, Heal him. With my current strength, I can handle Vegeta, but I cannot defeat Frieza without his power. Suddenly, a massive energy explosion erupted from Frieza's position, raising a cloud of dust and producing a tremendous noise that instantly drew the attention of the other three. Kellen exclaimed, What happened? Is it Frieza? The aura is terrifying. Bika calmly stated, He has completed his final transformation. Kellen gritted his teeth, It's bad. I should have hidden while I had the chance. Bika anxiously remarked, If that happens, he will completely destroy Namek. This planet has no significance to him anymore. Oh, this monster's power is fearsome. The three remained vigilant, aware of the dreadful entity concealed within the dust. Kellen apprehensively said, Damn, he is about to emerge. Suin Wufan quickly urged Dandi, Dandi, I beg you, heal Vegeta? At that moment, Dandi faced dual pressures, one from Frieza and the other from his companion's pleas. Ultimately, he relented, erupting with energy and flying towards Vegeta to save him. Bika warned, His figure is appearing. Within the dust, a silhouette could be vaguely discerned, resembling a human but not entirely so. Dandi had now rescued Vegeta, who rose from the ground, examined his hands, clenched his fists, and then shot a sidelong glance at Dandi, delivering a powerful kick that sent Dandi flying. Vegeta scolded, You little brat, if it weren't for the imminent threat, I would have killed you. Dandi fell to the ground, clutching his head in fear. Despite this, he felt compelled to save Vegeta, though he felt guilty about it. The fate of Namek was at stake, and he could not be obstinate. Vegeta, astonished, then confidently declared, This battle power. Frieza has completed his final transformation. Now, neither Frieza nor anyone else can defeat me. I have become a Super Saiyan. Finally, the dust cleared, revealing Frieza's true form. His entire physique had become simplified, resembling a humanoid structure, with no visible patterns or antennae. His gaze was even colder, his body entirely white, with purple crystals on his head, abdomen, shoulders, and limbs, and a brand new white tail emerging from his back. His height had reverted to 15 meters, just a mere 1 meters taller than his original first stage. Vegeta trembled, feeling the terrifying aura of Frieza. Kellen stared in disbelief. Is that Frieza's original form? So short, it seems insignificant. Bika, gritting his teeth in guilt, remarked, Appearance does not represent strength. He is not just extraordinarily powerful. You all worked hard to gather the Dragon Balls to revive me, but I may not be able to save you. Frisia slowly raised his right hand, pointing, and in a flash, unleashed a death beam that swiftly passed by the group. The four turned their heads just in time to see the attack strike Dondi, killing him instantly. Suan Wufan cried out, "Dondi!" Biko was equally shocked. "I only saw a flash of light. I didn't even see him make a move." Frisia sneered, "Now that you've been injured, you can forget about recovering. Accept your demise." It seems Frisia was quite astute. Before engaging the group, he eliminated the healer to prevent a recurrence of the earlier situation. Chapter 76. The Awakening of the Evil Scion II. Meanwhile, on the other side, the battle between the two continued to erupt. Tong Xuanchen maintained his enraged, great ape power form, which, although not impressive, was one with the highest potential for growth, strengthening as the user engaged in battle. The figure in black swiftly charged forward, erupting with black flames, raising his right fist to strike. Tong Xuanchen immediately countered, thrusting his left fist forward with equal ferocity. With a resounding crack, the black-clad man's fist landed on his face, sending him crashing down from the sky and into the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Tong Xuanchen quickly surged upward from the ground, roaring, "Hiya!" Gathering energy in both fists, he unleashed a furious barrage at the black figure, his punches falling like a torrential storm. However, the black figure easily deflected them, though he was gradually forced back, primarily because there were no leverage points in the air. The black figure mocked, 160 million, 170 million, 180 million, 190 million, 200 million, 210 million, 220 million, 230 million, 240 million. Haha, your battle power is still on the rise. Even though you've reached the limits of Super Saiyan, you ultimately cannot break through. Tong Xuanchen bellowed, "Shut up." With a final powerful punch, he sent the black figure staggering backward. The black figure coolly remarked, "Not bad. That last hit reached 300 million. Tong Xuanchen slowly moved his right hand backward, preparing to push forward. The muscles in his right hand bulged momentarily as energy concentrated there, his aura continuously growing stronger and more explosive. As the energy sphere on his right hand expanded, it began to exhibit irregular fluctuations resembling lightning, with three Tomo shapes appearing at the center, spinning as if charging for release. Tong Xuanchen roared, "Double, Berserk Kaioken." He thrust his right hand forward with force, unleashing a yellow energy wave larger than the ordinary Berserk Kaioken, its aura accompanied by more frequent and vivid lightning. A tremendous strike aimed directly at the black figure. The black figure stood firm and was struck, resulting in a massive cloud of dust that enveloped him. Just as Tong Xuanchen believed he had defeated him, suddenly, a crimson beam pierced through Tong Xuanchen's left shoulder, rendering his left arm incapacitated and leaving him in utter shock. How could this individual wield Frisia's technique? In the midst of his astonishment, the cloaked figure unleashed a barrage of death beams from his right finger, bombarding Tong Xuanchen relentlessly. He hastily crossed his arms to defend himself, but his Kame Sinin martial arts GI was swiftly reduced to a tattered state, as red blood flowed incessantly from his hands, torso, and legs. The cloaked man remarked, "Not bad, but that last attack was still insufficient. If you don't do something soon, you shall be reduced to a bloody pulp." With a fierce roar, Tong Xuanchen summoned a circular energy shield around himself to block the death beams. However, he realized it wouldn't hold for long. As the energy consumption was immense and the defense was inadequate, cracks began to appear after just a few hits. His mind raced, knowing he had to devise a countermeasure before the shield shattered, or he would face a torment worse than death. Yet, the cloaked man showed no mercy. Halting the death beams and raising his right hand skyward, he condensed a small black-purple energy sphere, which rapidly expanded to the size of a spirit bomb, surrounded by flickering black lightning, emanating a menacing aura of evil. The cloaked man slowly declared, "Evil Annihilator." He swung his right hand downward, sending the colossal black-purple energy sphere hurtling towards Tong Xuanchen with terrifying force. Tong Xuanchen felt the overwhelming pressure of this attack. Taking it head-on would surely mean death, but evading it would spell disaster for the entire planet. The energy radiating from this attack surpassed even Frisia's death energy blasts, which had obliterated planet Vegeta. This technique appeared to be even more formidable, and if it were indeed a self-created attack, the implications were dire. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Frisia and his companions sensed a disturbance. They simultaneously turned their heads to witness the enormous black-purple energy sphere descending ominously, radiating dreadful power and malice. Frisia muttered, Could it be that cloaked figure has made his move? This must be his doing. Damn it, does he really intend to destroy the entire planet? Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief. That man has lost his mind. He aims to annihilate this planet. The onlookers were filled with fear and trepidation. Though Frieza seethed with anger, he felt powerless. Yet, he had survived in the universe, so he remained unfazed, focused solely on the impending devastation of the attack. Returning to the clash between the cloaked figure and Tang Xuanchen, the latter unhesitatingly activated his instant transmission technique. As the scene froze, the cloaked man similarly employed instant transmission, resulting in their techniques colliding and canceling each other out. This was a possibility Tang Xuanchen had anticipated, yet he wished to test it, gambling on the slim chance that the cloaked man would not use the same skill. Regrettably, he was mistaken. Tang Xuanchen reverted to his normal state, slowly closing his eyes, resigned to his fate. The cloaked man taunted, "Is this how you surrender? Just waiting to vanish along with the planet? You are truly pathetic." An aura of malevolence began to envelop Tang Xuanchen. With a thunderous cry, he unleashed a surge of black-red flames that shot skyward, his stature and muscularity increasing significantly. His eyes glowed with a fierce red intensity, his black hair cascading down to his knees, taking on a more savage appearance, with a sharp tuft of bangs framing his forehead, while his brow and eyebrows remained unchanged. He transformed into his evil scion form, seemingly intending to absorb the terrifying energy he had previously encountered and redirect it back. However, this force might have exceeded his body's limits, leaving his fate uncertain. The cloaked man commented, "A noble idea. Attempting to harness the power of the evil scion to neutralize this malevolent energy, but you likely overestimate your own capabilities." Tang Xuanchen coldly retorted, "Spare me your chatter. Once I deal with this, I will turn my attention to you." The cloaked man laughed. "Ha ha ha, such bravado. Let us see if you can survive to see that day." The colossal black-purple energy sphere descended relentlessly. Tang Xuanchen extended his hands, striving to withstand its force. As soon as his hands made contact, he was assailed by the corrupting energy, black-purple cracks spiderwebbing across half his body, and the ground beneath him began to cave in. The cloaked man suddenly intensified his power, causing the energy sphere to swell to 5 times its original size, forcefully pressing Tang Xuanchen down, yet it did not explode. At this moment, Tang Xuanchen was completely engulfed by the evil energy, his consciousness fading as he drifted into a reverie of memories. As a child, his parents were often absent, leaving him in the care of his grandparents. He had been mischievous, believing the world revolved around him. But loneliness struck him when he found himself alone. Growing older, he realized life demanded maturity and responsibility, and that money was essential for survival. He regretted the path that led him here, pondering if he could have lived a simple, unremarkable life had he not ventured into this realm. Thoughts of the 3 friends he had initially encountered surfaced, their fates uncertain, and he questioned if he would meet his end in such a disgraceful manner. With that thought, his consciousness began to awaken. If he were to die, it would not be now. He had yet to avenge those 3 individuals. He could not allow himself to perish here. Suddenly, the massive black-purple energy sphere began to visibly shrink, astonishing even the cloaked man. What force sustained Tang Xuanchen's resilience? He himself could not fathom why this individual refused to surrender. The cloaked man seethed, "Why can't you just accept your fate? Why must you continually rise again? You insufferable wretch?" With a surge of fury, he amplified his output. The already massive evil annihilator expanded tenfold, and in that moment, he wished to obliterate the very existence of Tang Xuanchen, hoping it would conclude his aimless journey through time and space. Tang Xuanchen felt his body nearing its breaking point, having just managed to absorb so much evil energy, but the cloaked man's sudden surge of power threatened to overwhelm him. His body was riddled with cracks, nearing its limits. Should he explode, the resulting force would be sufficient to obliterate the entire planet. The cloaked man, sensing Tang Xuanchen's impending collapse, felt an uncontainable joy. Despite his masked face concealing his expression, he was on the verge of finally defeating him. Tang Xuanchen unleashed an explosive surge of energy, elevating his power to unprecedented heights. His muscles swelling rapidly, reaching over 2 meters in height, his aura escalating to an extraordinary level. He continuously released and absorbed energy, the black-red flames around him growing larger, now rivaling the size of half the purple-black energy sphere. The cloaked man cautioned, "It's futile. No matter what you do, it will amount to nothing. Accept your demise." For all the inhabitants of this planet shall accompany you in death. You should feel fortunate. Tang Xuanchen replied coldly, I refuse to die so easily. Watch as I break through to Evil Scion 2. The originally colossal purple-black energy orb vanished in an instant, leaving the black-clad figure in bewilderment. It was simply inconceivable. Suddenly, an explosion erupted at Tang Xuanqing's location, generating a cloud of dust. The black-clad man cackled. Ha! Are you trying to make me die of laughter, Evil Scion? There is absolutely no second stage. What are you thinking, fool? Abruptly, his expression changed. Laughter ceased, as he sensed the presence of that individual. Damn it! He was still alive. Was this guy some indestructible cockroach? Why wouldn't he perish? As the dust gradually settled, a black-red aura transformed into a jet-like form rather than a flame, enveloped by red lightning as it emanated energy. This was the transformation into Evil Scion 2, boasting a combat power surpassing that of a typical Evil Scion. Tang Xuanqing coldly remarked, who said there wasn't he? This is Evil Scion 2. Speak up, Blackie. The black-clad man faltered. You. Chapter 77. The Battle of the Past and Future. Tang Xuanqing once again shattered the boundaries of his own limits, causing the Evil Scion form to further evolve, reaching a stage yet unclaimed by anyone. Even the Evil Scion Kamba from another realm had not achieved this. At most transforming into Super Scion at this level, the black-clad man could not fathom the enhancement brought by the Evil Scion, and despite being infuriated, he had to respond with rationality. In an instant, Tang Xuanqing charged forward, from his back emanating two streams of malevolent energy, morphing into two giant claws. Surging toward the black-clad man, the black-clad figure summoned a black energy blade with his left hand, plunging it forcefully into his right palm, producing a sharp sound, and then swiftly drew out a scythe. This astonished Tang Xuanqing, who maintained a facade of indifference. He hadn't expected this fellow to wield such a technique, which thus far had only been used by Black Wukong and himself. He had never seen anyone else employ it. Who else could? Yet, this black-clad man surprisingly could. What was his true identity? How could he possess such an array of peculiar techniques? The black-clad man swung the black energy scythe, instantly cleaving the two oncoming malevolent claws in half, dissipating them. He then unleashed a strike towards Tang Xuanqing, who countered with a hand blade, cleaving it apart. In that fleeting moment, the black-clad man, scythe in hand, lunged at him with a powerful slash. The two collided, the scythe striking Tang Xuanqing's right fist, rendering both unable to gain the upper hand. Tang Xuanqing abruptly raised his left hand, condensing a surge of black-red dark energy, which he unleashed as a powerful energy wave. In such close proximity, the black-clad man, sensing danger, attempted to retreat but could not evade the attack, enduring the blow amidst a cloud of dust. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the smoke, pressing against Tang Xuanqing's face with immense force, pinning him to the ground and dragging him hundreds of meters before tossing him into the air. Tang Xuanqing felt the world spin. He had indeed underestimated this individual's strength. Who was he? He seemed like a scion, but why could he contend with his various forms without transformation? Had he been concealing his true power all along? The black-clad man gathered energy in his right hand, forming a small black-purple energy sphere, which he hurled towards Tang Xuanqing's position, declaring, Massive Meteor. As energy surged into the sphere, it expanded enormously, targeting Tang Xuanqing. He recognized the technique. It was clearly the one employed by Broly. How could this man also wield it? What had he endured? He swiftly formed his hands into a blossom shape, positioning them at his waist, gathering a black-red energy sphere in his palms. Dark Kamehameha wave, he shouted, thrusting his hands downward, unleashing a colossal black-red energy wave that collided with the massive energy sphere approaching from below. The two attacks clashed, resulting in a stalemate. Tang Xuanqing shouted, 20 times Kaioken. Instantly, a blood-red aura concealed beneath the black-red flame enveloped him, his skin turning crimson as his body, strength, speed, attack power, and defense multiplied. The output of the dark Kamehameha wave surged significantly, gradually pushing back the black-clad man's massive meteor. The black-clad man taunted, It seems you haven't learned your lesson. You dare to use Kaioken? Don't you know the drawbacks? What a simpleton. He then intensified his energy output, causing the massive meteor to grow even larger and continue its advance, as if the scales of victory were tipping back in his favor. Tang Xuanqing gritted his teeth. Enduring the physical strain brought on by the 20 times Kaioken, it appeared insufficient. It seemed that 20 times could not surpass him, but pushing further would likely break his body. Presently, enduring 20 times was already exceedingly taxing. As the massive meteor approached, he abandoned the notion of a wave and swiftly darted away from his original position, circumventing the attack and charging toward the black-clad man. The black-clad figure appeared to sense his intent, eager to observe the extent of this individual's ascent. Empowered by Kaioken, Tang Xuanqing propelled himself forward at incredible speed, unleashing a fierce right punch, yet striking nothing but air as the black-clad man deftly evaded. Undeterred, he pivoted and swung his left fist, only to miss again. Why could he not land a hit? Suddenly, the black-clad man materialized behind him, slowly raising his right hand, gathering energy to form a blue energy sphere, which he unleashed instantaneously. Tang Xuanqing barely reacted before being struck by the blue sphere, which detonated several hundred meters ahead, creating a massive explosion and upheaving the terrain. As Tang Xuanqing emerged from the crater, his back burned with pain, having exited the 20 times Kaioken state. He pondered. That attack had been reminiscent of the one Vegeta used against Android 19 in the Android saga. How could this black-clad man also wield it? This was absurd, especially since they were still embroiled in the Namek saga. What other techniques might he possess? The black-clad man remarked, I know you're not so easily defeated. Stop feigning death in the dust and get up. Tang Xuanqing surged forward, raising his right fist and striking at the black-clad man's face, succeeding in landing a hit. Yet failing to shatter the mask, his strength was evidently insufficient. The black-clad man seized his right hand, delivering a knee strike to his abdomen, causing Tang Xuanqing's eyes to widen as his stomach churned violently. In an instant, the black-clad man followed up with a punch to Tang Xuanqing's face, sending him spinning in a dizzying 860-degree rotation, leaving him disoriented and in pain. What kind of power did this black-clad man possess? No matter how he transformed, it seemed futile. His opponent always held an overwhelming superiority. As Tang Xuanqing spun from the blow, he pressed his hands together, channeling energy into a hammer-like strike that collided forcefully with the black-clad man, sending him soaring into the sky. The black-clad man was taken aback. This fellow could maintain consciousness even in such a state. Tang Xuanqing earnestly declared, While I do not know what you have experienced to harbor such animosity towards me, I have never seen you before, hardly crossed paths, and am unaware of how I have offended you. Rather than harboring hatred, it would be wiser to look towards the future, wouldn't you agree? The man in black was instantly consumed by rage as he exclaimed, You know nothing. Do not impose your suffering upon others, nor urge them towards goodness. You will never comprehend this. The sight of you fills me with immense anger. I despise your incompetence, and I loathe my own inadequacies. It would be better if I had never existed. If you could truly understand, then you should willingly embrace death, rather than repeatedly rise again. This cycle of existence must come to an end. With that, he abruptly raised his right hand, conjuring a colossal sphere of energy which he hurled with tremendous force. Upon hearing these words, Tang Xuanqing began to form a bold hypothesis in his mind. The individual before him could potentially be his future self. Just as he intended to move, his body felt as though it had been struck by lightning, rendering him immobile and utterly bewildered. He realized that he must have reached the limits of his physical capabilities, and in an instant, he reverted to his normal state, being struck directly by the massive energy sphere, resulting in an explosion that left him battered and lying in a deep pit. At that moment, the man in black descended, poised to conclude the existence of his former self. Just as he was about to act, he hesitated, uncertain of the reason. Perhaps this version of himself in this timeline might differ, or something else entirely. After all, his mere appearance would inevitably alter the course of this timeline. Thus, he decided to take another gamble. If it came to that, he would possess the power to eliminate him later. He then activated the time-space ring once more, tearing through the fabric of space and vanishing without a trace, leaving Tang Xuanqing unconscious on the ground. Chapter 78. Vegeta and Frieza. Frieza was somewhat astonished. The previous attack, potent enough to obliterate an entire planet, had vanished in an instant as if it had never existed. Could it be that the boy and the man in black had perished together? If that were the case, it would be splendid, as no one would be able to impede him. Even Piccolo, Krillin, Son Gohan, and Vegeta felt a profound shock. Both energies had dissipated, suggesting they might have indeed perished together. Frieza chuckled. Look at your friend. He should be quite entertained now. No one can thwart me, Frieza. Once I eliminate your healer, let's see how you manage against my relentless onslaught. Son Gohan turned to discover the lifeless body of Dandy sprawled on the ground. Filled with fury, Son Gohan exclaimed, "That wretched Frieza has killed Dandy. How despicable!" Piccolo gritted his teeth, remarking, "That scoundrel realized Dandy could heal us, and so he." Meanwhile, within Frieza's spaceship's medical bay, Son Goku sensed that yet another life had been lost on the battlefield, and Frieza's power had surged immensely. What could be happening? Frieza vanished in an instant, his presence undetectable. Krillin gasped, "He has gone." Instantly, everyone grew tense, knowing that Frieza could materialize anywhere. Frieza declared, "I will make you taste the horrors of hell for daring to shatter my dreams. You will pay dearly for this." The three of them turned sharply, only to discover Frieza had appeared behind them, unnoticed until now. Son Gohan shouted, "Watch out," and charged at Frieza, raising his right fist to strike. Piccolo followed suit, transforming his hand into a knife-like form to slash at Frieza, while Krillin joined in with a flying kick. Frieza sidestepped Son Gohan's attack, leaping upward to evade Piccolo's strike, then crouched down to dodge Krillin's kick, flawlessly avoiding all their assaults. The trio unleashed a flurry of rapid attacks, but Frieza evaded them effortlessly, demonstrating his overwhelming prowess. Piccolo quickly retreated, his hands overlapping as he unleashed a powerful energy wave towards Frieza. Frieza leaped high, allowing the energy wave to collide with the ground, creating a cloud of dust. Below, Krillin and Son Gohan also readied their energy attacks. Krillin shouted, "Kamehameha." His hands formed a flower-like shape at his waist, gathering energy into a luminous sphere. Son Gohan joined in, calling out Masenko, as he crossed his arms above his head, unleashing a flickering surge of yellow energy. Both energy waves shot towards Frieza, the blue and yellow attacks intertwining, but Frieza had already vanished, leaving them unsure of his whereabouts. Krillin exclaimed, "He's gone again." At that moment, Vegeta stood on a slope, his eyes darting about as he attempted to track Frieza's movements. Suddenly, he seemed to have found him. Vegeta pointed towards the rear of Krillin and the others, loudly warning, "He is behind you." Indeed, Frieza had reappeared, poised to launch a surprise attack, only to be thwarted by Vegeta's keen observation. Frieza remarked, "Well done, Vegeta. Your powers of observation have improved significantly, keeping pace with my speed." However, Frieza raised his right hand, extending 2 fingers, and unleashed a double death beam, a more advanced version of his previous attack. The beam shot past Piccolo and Krillin, aimed directly at Son Gohan. The speed was so great that there was barely time to react. Even Son Gohan was momentarily stunned. In that critical moment, Vegeta lunged forward, shouting, "Get out of the way, you fool." He kicked Son Gohan in the face, propelling him out of harm's way, just as the 2 beams struck behind them, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Piccolo was astonished. Was this truly Frieza's power? Son Gohan turned to see the destruction that had almost befallen him. Had he been struck, it would have been fatal. Krillin remained in shock. When did he even attack? I couldn't see a thing. Seeing Vegeta's ability to anticipate Frieza's movements before anyone else, Piccolo wondered if Vegeta's strength had truly increased. Son Gohan slowly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for saving me." Vegeta replied, "Don't misunderstand. I didn't save you just so you could witness a spectacular scene." Piccolo inquired, "Do you believe you can defeat him?" Vegeta arrogantly stated, "Just stay out of my way and watch the show." This declaration left Piccolo, Krillin, and Son Gohan in utter disbelief. Could Vegeta truly possess the strength to challenge Frieza alone? Frieza mocked, "Vegeta, you seem quite confident. Perhaps you are overwhelmed by fear and losing your grip on reality." Vegeta confidently retorted, "Do not be so arrogant, Frieza. I have become the Super Saiyan you dread the most." At this revelation, even Frieza widened his eyes in disbelief, though soon the incredulity faded. It was simply impossible for this individual to become a Super Saiyan. Frieza laughed, "Ha ha ha. You must be joking, Vegeta. You claim to be one. But it's hardly believable." Krillin and Son Gohan stared at Vegeta, sensing a profound change in his energy. He was indeed formidable. But whether he had attained the level of a Super Saiyan remained uncertain. Meanwhile, Piccolo was still bewildered, pondering, what exactly is a Super Saiyan? He had no prior knowledge of it, and no one had ever mentioned such a thing. Could it be that Vegeta was boasting about having attained this transformation? Hence his arrogance? Vegeta firmly settled into a stance and roared with fervor, as his aura surged dramatically, enveloped in a powerful white flame. Gradually, white lightning crackled around his body, conveying the unmistakable sensation of transforming into a Super Saiyan. After experiencing the Saiyan passive ability of revival from the brink of death, his battle power, initially around 250,000, skyrocketed to 5 million, surpassing Piccolo. However, in the face of Frisia's fourth stage, it still fell short. In his current state, he possessed a battle power of 6 million, exceeding Vegeta by 5 million. With confidence, Vegeta declared, "Frisia, you must sense my extraordinary power now. Allow me to demonstrate the might of a Super Saiyan." He raised his left hand, thumb pointed towards himself, signifying his self-proclaimed invincibility. Frisia regarded him as if he were a fool. He could sense that Vegeta's power had indeed increased, yet it was still inferior to his own. If this was all the prowess a Super Saiyan possessed, it would be quite disappointing. Chapter 79. The Resurrection of Sun Wukong and the Demise of Vegeta in an instant. Vegeta launched himself forward, fist clenched, aiming a strike at Frisia. Frisia vanished in an instant, causing Vegeta to lose his direction. Yet, his eyes darted left and right, quickly locating Frisia's position on his left. He transformed his left hand into a blade and slashed at him, but Frisia evaded once more. At this moment, even Vegeta began to doubt himself. Had he not attained the form of a Super Saiyan? How could he miss Frisia? Shouldn't a Super Saiyan surpass Frisia's power? Was he yet to fully unlock this potential? Frisia chuckled. Ha ha ha. Exert a bit more effort, and you still won't catch up. Do you even dare to call yourself a Super Saiyan? Meanwhile, Frisia appeared behind him, watching Vegeta with the bemusement of one observing a jester entertaining himself. Vegeta stammered in disbelief. What? Frisia derisively replied, "To be honest, at your level, you stand no chance against me. Spare yourself the embarrassment. The legend of the Super Saiyan is utterly laughable. Even if it exists, do you believe you are worthy of it?" Vegeta, oscillating between self-doubt and rage, retorted, "My power should be greater than this. It cannot be that I am not a Super Saiyan. Damn Frisia, do not disturb my resolve." He suddenly spread his arms wide, unleashing a surge of energy, his muscles swelling visibly. White, irregular lightning began to coalesce into two orbs of energy the size of basketballs. He thrust his hands forward, unleashing a colossal white energy wave towards Frisia. The three onlookers gasped in shock. Piccolo shouted, "Stop, you fool. You'll destroy this planet." Vegeta, Frisia, observing the impending attack with wide eyes, sensed it was formidable enough, and charged forward, bellowing, "Hey-ya-ya!" He delivered a powerful kick that sent the massive white energy wave flying away. Vegeta stared in disbelief as his attack was effortlessly deflected, cold sweat cascading down his back. His spirit waning. Piccolo exclaimed incredulously. He blocked Vegeta's full-force attack with just his foot. Krillin chimed in, "That's Vegeta's ultimate strike. That guy is too strong. What do we do?" At that moment, Sun Wukong's son, Sun Wufan, was too stunned to move, feeling the terrifying power of Frisia. Frisia spoke slowly. "Now it's my turn to strike." Vegeta remained suspended in midair, gritting his teeth, tears of frustration streaming down his face. This was the first time he felt fear and helplessness, a heavy blow that evoked tears born from despair. In that moment, Vegeta had completely lost his fighting spirit. Frisia charged at him, delivering a brutal headbutt that struck Vegeta's chin, propelling him even higher into the air, causing blood to spill from his mouth. In an instant, Frisia was above him, swinging his tail in a spinning strike that smashed into Vegeta's head, driving him into the ground, leaving a crater right next to Sun Wufan and Krillin. Vegeta coughed up blood again, gasping for breath. He had fully surrendered, realizing victory was unattainable. What puzzled him was why he had failed to become a Super Saiyan. The reason eluded him. Frisia swiftly appeared before Vegeta, coiling his tail around his neck and hoisting him up. He raised his right hand, clenching it into a fist before delivering a blow to Vegeta's back. Vegeta cried out in pain. "Huh?" Frisia turned his head, taunting, "Oh, don't you wish to save him? You can intervene at any time. I won't mind." At that moment, Krillin, Sun Wufan, and Piccolo were paralyzed by Frisia's overwhelming aura. Noticing their inaction, Frisia continued to torment Vegeta, raining down punches on his back. Relishing in his cries of agony, each impact resonated differently, while Vegeta's screams remained the same. Meanwhile, Tang Xuanqing slowly rose from the ground. His turtle school martial arts uniform in tatters, every muscle in his body aching to the extreme, having pushed beyond his limits. But he had merely regained consciousness. His strength had yet to return. He began to sense that Vegeta's energy was waning, and Frisia's power had significantly increased. It appeared the story was proceeding as it should, and he thought it best to check on the situation. He utilized the technique of flight and began to glide towards their location. Within Frisia's spaceship's medical chamber, Sun Wukong sensed a shift. Vegeta's energy was dwindling. His once formidable strength had diminished. How could this be? Was Frisia truly that powerful? Suddenly, the timer outside indicated that time was up, confirming he was healed. Sun Wukong exclaimed, I'm fully recovered. He burst through the medical chamber, creating a hole in the spaceship's ceiling and emerging above, where he confidently clenched his fists. His injuries had healed, and his battle power had significantly surged. Frisia, sensing an additional energy, turned to see an unfamiliar figure atop his spaceship. Although he did not recognize the individual, he presumed they were allied with Vegeta's group. Yet, nothing was more entertaining than continuing to torment Vegeta, and he resumed raining down punches on him. Krillin, spotting Sun Wukong, exclaimed, Great. Wukong is back. There is still hope. Sun Wufan murmured, Dad's energy has become even stronger. Piccolo remarked, It seems he is now capable of contending with Frisia. At that moment, Sun Wukong, still unaware of the situation below, was lost in the sensation of his newfound power. He mused, My strength flows like a fountain. I have grown stronger, astonishingly so. I once thought I had reached my limit, yet this power feels exhilarating, especially in such dire circumstances. Sun Wukong's battle power surged from 112,500 to 3 million, an astounding increase of 2,887,500, all thanks to the intense revival experience and Frisia's advanced technology for healing, propelling his strength to extraordinary heights. Now, he has met all the conditions to become a Super Saiyan, except for one crucial element. Frisia treated Vegeta like a mere punching bag, striking him relentlessly until he grew bored, losing interest. With a flick of his tail, he sent Vegeta crashing into some rocks, which fell heavily to the ground. Frisia slowly remarked, All right, I've grown tired of this. You've lost your fighting spirit. I suppose I should end your life now. Suddenly, Son Goku noticed that the battlefield lay below, prompting him to leap down. With a thud, he landed successfully, drawing the attention of everyone present. Son Goku slowly spoke, So, that immense power belongs to Piccolo. It seems your training with the King Kai has yielded significant results. The Dragon Balls must have brought you here. Without uttering a word, Piccolo's achievements were already evident to Son Goku. Continuing, Son Goku said, I apologize for my tardiness and thank you for holding off the fight long enough for me to heal. Now, allow me to confront him. He strode confidently past Krillin and Son Gohan, making his way toward Frisia. Krillin could not help but exclaim, Goku, is that really you? Your energy feels entirely different now. Son Gohan stared in awe, uttering Dad. Son Goku turned to Frisia and remarked, So, you are Frisia? You appear much smaller than I expected. Frisia, with a hint of curiosity, asked, And who might you be? Son Goku replied, I have a promise with Vegeta. We are to duel, and you cannot kill him. Frisia observed the young man before him, feeling a sense of familiarity, yet unable to recall where he had seen him. Struggling on the ground, Vegeta managed to utter, Kakarot. It's you. Frisia, astonished, murmured, Kakarot, that's a Saiyan name. Ah, yes, he was the one who resisted until the end when I destroyed Planet Vegeta, looking just like you. Unbeknownst to Frisia and Son Goku, the one he had brutally harmed back then was indeed Son Goku's father. At that moment, Vegeta's mind flashed with the most dreadful truth. This was no longer the old Kakarot. He had finally transcended his limits to become a Super Saiyan. Frisia coldly stated, I intend to eliminate all Saiyans. If you are wise, you should hide. Son Goku responded, Is that so? Frisia roared, Die, you arrogant fool, and swiftly delivered a right kick. However, Son Goku was faster, countering with a left kick that struck Frisia squarely on the right cheek. Frisia spun in midair before landing, his expression malevolent as he slowly raised his right hand. Krillin cautioned, Look out, Goku. Frisia declared, Prepare to die, you insolent wretch. He unleashed a barrage of death beams, several red beams shooting toward Son Goku. Yet, he effortlessly deflected each one with a single hand, leaving Frisia momentarily dumbfounded. Frisia exclaimed, How is this possible? You're able to block them with just one hand. Vegeta, with a weak chuckle, replied, Huh? Frisia, I suggest you give it your all. He is the legendary Super Saiyan. At this revelation, Frisia's eyes widened in disbelief. more inclined to accept the notion that this individual was indeed the fabled Super Saiyan than to believe Vegeta himself was one. Vegeta continued, "The Super Saiyan is the strongest warrior in the universe. Haha. Frieza, your demise is imminent. Accept your fate." Frieza, annoyed by Vegeta's incessant chatter, swiftly fired a death beam that pierced through Vegeta's heart. Son Goku did not have time to intervene, and it was too late. Vegeta coughed up blood and fell heavily to the ground. Krillin and Son Gohan were left in shock. Frieza coldly remarked, "You should understand that I detest such jokes." Vegeta, coughing and gasping, appeared on the brink of death. Son Goku questioned Frieza, "Why persist in your merciless pursuit when Vegeta is barely hanging on?" Vegeta, with a desperate gaze, widened his eyes. Could this fool still cling to those useless emotions? Was he not yet a Super Saiyan? Frieza scoffed, "He always rambles on about the Super Saiyan. A ludicrous legend. Such a tiresome fool deserves to die." Vegeta weakly interjected, "Kakarot, how can you still be swayed by emotions? Aren't you a Super Saiyan? Fool. To become one, you must harden your heart." Son Goku, with a hint of reluctance, replied, "No matter what, I cannot be as heartless as you. Nor do I understand what it means to be a Super Saiyan." Vegeta, with great difficulty, gasped, "Cough. Super Saiyan." Son Goku urged, "Stop talking. You'll only hasten your demise." Vegeta continued, "Kakarot, listen. We were born on planet Vegeta. It wasn't a massive meteor that destroyed it. It was Frieza who annihilated our home. We Saiyans have always obeyed him, working relentlessly, but..." Frieza mockingly interrupted, "Your heart is pierced, yet you still persist in speaking. I must admit, I admire your spirit, Vegeta. Your will is commendable, even in the face of death. Ha ha ha." Vegeta pressed on, "Aside from us, all other Saiyans have been slain, including your parents and my king. Frieza fears that a true Super Saiyan will emerge, threatening his reign, so..." At this, even Son Goku fell silent, as did Krillin, Son Gohan, and Piccolo. Frieza nodded, "Humph, yes, you speak quite eloquently." With tears streaming down his face, Vegeta mustered his strength to say, "Please, you must defeat Frieza. For the sake of all Saiyans, I beg you." Upon uttering these words, Vegeta took his last breath. Frieza remarked, "What a resilient life. At last, he has breathed his last. Well then, it's time to continue the battle." Son Goku reflected, "Vegeta, I never imagined you would shed tears and plead with me. You must feel a deep sense of resentment." With that, Son Goku unleashed his energy, creating a crater beside him. Gently lifting Vegeta's lifeless body and placing it within the pit before covering it with earth. Son Goku murmured, "I understand. You cannot accept the extinction of the Saiyan race. And you despised serving Frieza. Despite your annoying nature, you are the pride of the Saiyans, and I take pride in you. I am a Saiyan raised on Earth. And for the fallen Saiyans and for the Namekians here, I will personally end your life, Frieza." Frieza dismissed him, saying, "Such grandiose words. Do you truly believe you are a Super Saiyan? Utterly laughable." Chapter 80. Son Goku vs. Frieza. Son Goku and Frieza assumed their battle stances, poised to engage at any moment. Piccolo cautioned, "We should leave. We would only become a hindrance." With that, he powered up and swiftly retreated. Krillin followed suit, glancing back at Son Gohan, who remained in place. Krillin urged, "Hurry, Gohan." Son Gohan shouted, "Dad, you must succeed. Defeat Frieza." He quickly followed Krillin's lead, leaving the battlefield to Son Goku and Frieza. With the area behind him secured, Son Goku charged at Frieza, raising his right fist to strike, which Frieza blocked with his left hand. Frieza then lifted his right fist to deliver a blow to Son Goku's head, but he swiftly dodged to the side. Son Goku swung his left fist, only for Frieza to crouch and evade. In response, Son Goku executed a powerful upward kick, followed by 2 backflips, creating distance before soaring into the sky. Frieza looked up sharply, his eyes emitting 2 red beams aimed at Son Goku. In a sudden flash, Son Goku vanished from sight, reappearing behind Frieza and delivering a swift knife hand strike toward his neck. Frieza, however, also managed to evade, leaving Son Goku's attack futile. At that moment, from the depths of the water behind him, Phalisa suddenly erupted forth, gripping his right hand at the joint of his left. In an instant, he unleashed a blast of energy, hurtling it towards Suin Wukong. Swiftly, Suin Wukong extended both hands, attempting to intercept the incoming attack. Gradually, he was pushed back several meters, his expression betraying immense strain, until he crashed into the mountainside. In that fleeting moment, He summoned every ounce of his strength and managed to deflect the energy blast skyward. Observing his reddened hands, Suin Wukong couldn't help but exclaim, "It's so hot." Felisa regarded him coldly, surprised that this adversary could indeed repel his assault. Meanwhile, on Kaishan Star, Yamucha inquired about the situation on Namekuxing. The KO muttered, "Vegeta is dead." Tianjin fan gasped, "Vegeta has been slain." The KO continued, "Yes, it was Felisa." Yamucha questioned, "Is Felisa truly that formidable?" Tianjin fan anxiously asked, "What about Wukong?" The KO replied, "The battle has commenced." Yamucha expressed his concern, "This is dire. Felisa is terrifying. And I worry for Wukong." The KO stated, "The conflict will be exceedingly intense. The power of the Scions is indeed remarkable, perhaps limited only to Wukong, whose potential is boundless. He is entirely different now compared to when he trained here. I cannot fully fathom him." The three were momentarily taken aback, realizing how formidable Suin Wukong truly was. The scene returned to Namekuxing, where Suin Wukong faced Felisa. Felisa remarked, "Scion, you have astonished me. I never expected someone stronger than Captain Jinyu to exist in this world. However, you shall not triumph over me." Suin Wukong replied nonchalantly, "Is that so? Without a contest? How can one know?" Felisa laughed, "Ha ha ha. Very well, I shall ensure you die in despair, regretting your challenge against me." He then unleashed an energy attack similar to what Suin Wukong had just executed, causing an explosion that threatened to engulf Suin Wukong. Yet, with remarkable reflexes, he evaded and reappeared directly above Felisa. Suin Wukong declared, "It is my turn to counterattack." Felisa responded with confusion, then unleashed his own energy attack. His body seemed to be compressed by gravity, plummeting rapidly downward. However, upon nearing the ground, he swiftly dodged. Suin Wukong was astonished. He actually avoided my attack. In an instant, Felisa appeared behind him, channeling power into his left leg, delivering a devastating kick to Suin Wukong, sending him crashing into the waters of Namekuxing with a resounding splash. Felisa taunted, "Come up. That blow won't harm you. Get up and fight, Scion." At that moment, Suin Wukong hit the water's bottom, groaning, "That hurts." Suddenly, water rushed into his mouth, and he hastily covered it, nearly choking. He then pondered how to contend with Felicia's rapid strikes. It seemed he would not rely on energy to sense his opponent's location, but would instead rely solely on sight. A plan began to form. He would exploit this weakness to triumph over Felicia. Meanwhile, 100 meters away in the battlefield, the three spectators watched anxiously as Suin Wukong remained submerged, not resurfacing. Krylin exclaimed in distress, "What is happening? Wukong hasn't surfaced. If this continues, he'll drown." Suin Wufan reassured him, "Do not worry. Dad's energy hasn't diminished. He must be devising a strategy against Felicia." Piku remarked, "He always creates miracles. There's no need for concern." Back underwater, Suin Wukong suddenly conceived a strategy. He unleashed the Kamehameha, not as an attack, but to create two energy spheres that hovered in the water, while he prepared to strike from another location. Felicia, noticing Suin Wukong's delay in surfacing, taunted, "Why are you still down there? Are you afraid, Scion? If you do not come up soon, I shall start eliminating your companions." Suin Wukong thought, now is the time to strike. Suddenly, one energy sphere burst forth from the water, capturing Felicia's attention, who initially mistook it for Suin Wukong. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was not him, only to be startled by another sphere emerging from behind. Felicia assumed Suin Wukong was behind him and prepared to retaliate, only to find it was yet another energy ball, forcing him to retreat hastily, mentally chastising Suin Wukong for this ruse. Then, Suin Wukong appeared above him, bellowing, "Huh?" With legs together. He delivered a powerful kick to Felicia's right cheek, sending him crashing toward the ground and colliding with a nearby hill, continuing to roll for quite a distance amidst a cloud of dust. The three onlookers erupted in elation, realizing that Suin Wukong was gaining the upper hand and significantly increasing his chances of victory over Felicia. Suin Wukong joyfully proclaimed, "I've succeeded." As the dust began to settle, Felicia slowly rose from the ground, unfazed, and cracked his neck, producing a series of ominous sounds. He appeared only slightly dirted, otherwise unharmed. Felicia coolly remarked, "Is this truly your skill, Scion?" Suin Wukong awkwardly replied, "Oh no, it seems he isn't injured." In Chapter 81, Mutual Exploration, Felicia brushed off the dust from his body and mused, "You are quite impressive. I did not anticipate this. Aside from my parents, you are the first to soil me like this. It is my first time feeling such excitement. How shall I enjoy this? Suin Wukong awkwardly responded. This is unfortunate. I expected a greater effect. Felisa declared, then allow me to toy with you for a while. He then leapt onto a nearby hill, extending his hands to harness his telekinetic abilities. The rubble and stones from the ground began to levitate, and with a thunderous shout, he sent them hurtling towards Suin Wukong. Stunned, Suin Wukong realized Felisa possessed telekinesis, a skill he thought only Jiaozi could wield. Suin Wukong immediately activated his rapid evasion mode, performing various leaps to dodge the flying debris. Some projectiles were unavoidable, requiring him to shatter them with his hands and feet. Seizing this opportunity, Felisa silently approached Suin Wukong from behind. By the time Suin Wukong realized the danger, it was too late. He gasped, "This is bad." Felisa chuckled, "You've fallen for my trick." He then swiftly extended his left hand, gripping his left wrist tightly, and unleashed the same confinement sphere he had used against Tang Xuanchen. This massive sphere encapsulated Suin Wukong, rendering him immobile. Struggling, Suin Wukong managed to utter, "I cannot move." Felisa gleefully declared, "Die, Scion." He then forcefully propelled Suin Wukong, along with the confinement sphere, downwards, crashing into the ground and creating a tremendous explosion. The shockwave reached the three onlookers, sending dust and debris into the air. Krylin nervously exclaimed, "This guy is terrifying. Wukong, is he really okay?" Piku gritted his teeth. This fiend is merely toying with Wukong. He could obliterate this planet at his whim. Suin Wufan worriedly stated, "My father." Piku reassured him, "Do not fret. He hasn't used his full power. Both are merely testing each other." Krylin gazed at Piku in astonishment, unable to understand his perspective, given that Wukong had clearly been struck by Felicia's attack, resulting in a massive explosion. Piku urged, "Look behind." Sun Wufan turned his head and saw that Sun Wukong was right behind them. His Kame Sinin martial arts uniform had only minor scratches, with a bit of dust accumulated on it, but otherwise, he appeared unscathed. Sun Wukong slowly remarked, "I was doing well just now, yet I failed to notice his attack." After saying this, he once again unleashed his energy and charged towards Frisia. At that moment, Krillin also witnessed this scene, wondering how Wukong had managed to reach them so swiftly. Frisia's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this guy seem unfazed? Was it possible that the earlier confinement sphere had missed him? That seemed implausible given the proximity of the attack. It was truly perplexing. Sun Wukong stated, "Hey, don't carelessly destroy other people's planets." Meanwhile, the trio was analyzing how Sun Wukong had arrived behind them in the instant of the explosion. Krillin, in confusion, remarked, "Wukong actually managed to." Piccolo interjected. He quickly dodged at the moment of the explosion. Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise, "That seems nearly impossible." Piccolo, breaking into a cold sweat, said, "Both of them are monsters, my goodness." At that moment, Tang Xuanqing had silently appeared behind the group. When they turned around, they were taken aback to see him wounded all over. How had he arrived without a sound, even devoid of any presence? Someone unfamiliar might have thought he was dead. Tang Xuanqing struggled to ask, "What is the situation now?" Piccolo replied, "Wukong and Frisia are currently engaged in a battle. Given your current condition, you likely cannot intervene. I can sense that your energy is even weaker than mine." Tang Xuanqing did not refute this and nodded. His energy was below 1 million, perhaps even weaker than Krillin's. His body was pushed to its limits due to forcibly breaking through and absorbing dark powers, and after having taken a hit from that dark-clad figure, surviving was already quite fortunate. Krillin curiously asked, "Xuanqing, did you defeat the dark-clad man?" Tang Xuanqing shook his head and replied, "No, I did not win. In fact, I lost, but that guy did not kill me." Sun Wugahan hurriedly interjected, "By the way, Uncle Xuanqing, the dark-clad man severely injured my father when he arrived and made us carry him to the medical pod for treatment. When Krillin and I were on the spaceship, we saw that guy's appearance. He looks just like you." Upon hearing this, Tang Xuanqing became even more convinced of his thoughts. That person might indeed be his future self, but the reasons for returning to the past remained unclear. It seemed he harbored a deep resentment for his past weaknesses, which led him to strike Tang Xuanqing, thus explaining his current state. Krillin chimed in, "Yes, he looks just like you, but his energy feels extremely evil, even surpassing Frisia." Tang Xuanqing nodded and said, "I understand now. Next time we meet, I will ensure a definitive outcome." As he spoke those words, he himself did not believe them. Facing his future self now felt akin to battling a max-level boss, destined to be on the receiving end. Regardless, he would gradually grow stronger. Yet so would his future self, surpassing and overcoming himself, a challenge that held profound significance. Piccolo encouraged him, "Failure is not to be feared. Learn from your experiences and strive harder. I hope you will defeat him next time." Tang Xuanqing nodded, wishing that the plot would proceed as originally intended. Hoping fervently that no Dark Dragon Balls would emerge, for in his current state, he could not assist Wukong. If the Dark Dragon Balls were to utilize Frisia's body, it would pose a formidable challenge. Even if Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, the narrative could not progress as expected, with the worst outcome being that their journey to Namek would become the final chapter. The scene shifted back to Sun Wukong and Frisia confronting each other in the air. Frisia remarked, "You wretched fellow, you truly possess skill, managing to evade the confinement sphere. I underestimated you." Sun Wukong replied, "I think so too." Frisia laughed, "Ha. The warm-up ends here. Let us get serious." Sun Wukong agreed. The two then surged toward each other, launching powerful punches. Chapter 82. The close combat battle. After their fists collided, they quickly distanced themselves and resumed their standoff. Frisia inquired, "Are you more adept in aerial combat or ground combat?" Sun Wukong replied, "It should be ground combat." Frisia turned to an open area and gestured to fight there. Sun Wukong nodded, and with a swift motion, they descended onto the ground. Sun Wukong muttered, "You seem quite considerate. It appears you are confident in your ability to defeat me." He then removed his damaged Kame Sennin martial arts uniform, discarding it on the ground to reveal an intact blue undershirt. Frisia chuckled, "Hee, actually, I am quite nice. I'll give you a discount. I want to use my hands during the fight. What do you think?" Sun Wukong began his warm-up routine, first doing lunges to enhance the strength and stability of his thigh muscles, then twisting his head to relax his brain's nerves. He shook his arms to promote blood circulation, increasing the heart's blood flow to enhance his cardiovascular function for prolonged combat. After completing his warm-up, Sun Wukong said, "No hands? How generous. How about I take the initiative?" Frisia replied nonchalantly, "No problem. Do as you wish." Sun Wukong adjusted his stance and suddenly exploded with energy, charging forward. He raised his left hand into a fist and struck at Frisia, but unfortunately, he missed. In that instant, Frisia utilized his tail to propel himself upward, delivering a powerful kick with his left leg aimed at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, bending backward, executed a backflip to evade the attack. After dodging, he initiated his own assault, unleashing a flurry of kicks akin to a shadowless foot technique. Yet Frisia appeared unfazed, skillfully dodging each strike without using his hands. Frisia swiftly swung his tail, sending Sun Wukong flying. He soared through the air at an incredible speed, but just before hitting the ground, Sun Wukong erupted with energy once more and charged back, extending his right hand directly towards Frisia's tail. Before Frisia could retract it, Sun Wukong had already reached him, grasping his tail with his right hand and then his left. Although Frisia did not share the Scion's weakness of losing combat ability when their tails were captured, he was still somewhat astonished. With a fierce shout, Sun Wukong exerted force, spinning in place and causing Frisia to be hurled around in a dizzying whirlwind. After spinning for an indeterminate number of rotations, he flung Frisia away. This technique could be understood as leveraging force. Each rotation added to the power of the previous throw, creating a cumulative effect. Frisia's body was sent flying, crashing into a hill with a loud bang, propelled forward without any sign of stopping. The inertia was likely immense, and even the Cosmic Emperor Frisia needed a moment to regain his composure. Sun Wukong immediately pursued him, but Frisia also charged out, seemingly unaffected by the previous blow, indicating that the Cosmic Emperor's strength remained formidable. As Frisia advanced, he slowly raised his right leg, preparing to kick Sun Wukong away. Sun Wukong, in response, lifted his right hand, clenched his fist, and readied himself to counter Frisia with a powerful punch. In an instant, a powerful collision of fists and legs ensued, generating a tremendous shockwave that swept over 4 individuals 100 meters away. The residual force nearly sent Klin and Sun Wukong flying, while Piccolo struggled to maintain his ground. Tang Xuanqing leaned against the stone wall, grateful for its support, as he avoided being blown away. The earlier dominance had now transformed into chaos. Such is the nature of fate. The two combatants engaged in a fierce struggle, yet Frisia remained true to his word, opting to fight without the use of his hands, striking Sun Wukong repeatedly with his feet. At that moment, Sun Wukong could clearly sense the formidable strength of his opponent, even with only his legs. Frisia was able to trade blows quite evenly. Should he resort to his hands, the outcome would be dire for Sun Wukong. Suddenly, Sun Wukong lunged forward with a powerful right punch, which Frisia narrowly evaded by tilting his head. In retaliation, Sun Wukong aimed a kick, only to have it blocked by Frisia's raised leg. In that fleeting moment, a gap in Frisia's defense revealed itself, and Sun Wukong seized the opportunity. He unleashed his signature technique, the shadowless kick, delivering a flurry of strikes that landed squarely on Frisia's abdomen, catching him off guard and leaving him wide-eyed in shock. In a swift counter, Frisia extended his tail, ensnaring Sun Wukong's neck. Desperately, Sun Wukong clawed at the tail, attempting to free himself, while Frisia exerted pressure. A wicked grin playing upon his lips, as if he were in complete control of the situation. Sun Wukong cried out in pain, and with a sudden snap, he bit down on Frisia's tail, causing the villain's expression to shift from malicious glee to agony. This unexpected act forced Frisia to loosen his grip, and he cradled his tail, noticing a row of red bite marks, bewildered by such an unorthodox tactic. Seizing the moment, Sun Wukong gasped for fresh air, and while Frisia was still reeling from the pain, he launched a powerful kick aimed at Frisia's head. Caught off guard and preoccupied with his injured tail, Frisia failed to anticipate the attack, resulting in a devastating blow to his left cheek that sent him sprawling. Sun Wukong, fueled by anger, pursued his opponent. Ready to strike again, Frisia, now abandoning his previous restraint, roared defiantly as he unleashed a ferocious right punch aimed at Sun Wukong's left cheek. The force of the blow sent Sun Wukong hurtling backward, crashing to the ground with a thud. Did he not claim to refrain from using his hands? Sun Wukong pondered. Incredulous, Frisia fell silent, realizing he had contradicted his earlier declaration. Rising slowly from the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, Sun Wukong remarked, "Did you not say you would fight without using your hands?" Frisia retorted with a disdainful huff. The time for leniency has passed. Truly, he was a king, adept at uttering the most unexpected remarks, perfectly embodying his character. Sun Wukong cautioned, "I offer you a piece of advice. Your arrogance leaves you vulnerable during combat." Frisia responded coolly, "You are astute, yet you have overlooked one crucial detail. I have not even exerted 50% of my strength." Sun Wukong was taken aback. Chapter 83, Tenfold Kaioken, Sun Wukong vs. Frisia at 50% strength. Frisia praised, "You possess remarkable strength. Even I must commend you." Sun Wukong replied humbly, "You flatter me." Frisia advised, "However, I have grown weary of this skirmish. The time has come to determine the victor. Regardless, I shall grant you one final opportunity. Will you serve me? It would be a pity to destroy you. You could surpass Captain Jinyu in your potential." Sun Wukong replied defiantly, "In your dreams. I could never accept such a proposal. I must avenge the fallen Scions and the innocent Namekians." Frisia sighed, "I anticipated your refusal. Scions are inherently stubborn fools. Thus, you are left with only one path, death." Sun Wukong responded resolutely, "It will not be so easy to defeat me. Besides, there is still Tang Xuanqing. Even if I cannot prevail, he certainly will." At that moment, 100 meters away, Tang Xuanqing nearly spat blood upon hearing his name invoked. While he could hold his own previously, the current situation was far less favorable. It was unrealistic to expect someone in a weakened state to contend with a fully powered opponent. Frisia laughed heartily. "Your confidence is commendable. I know you claim you will fight at full strength, yet you have retained some tricks up your sleeve. Are you foolish enough to think that boy is still alive?" The immense energy fluctuation we just witnessed was the result of his confrontation with that cloaked figure, which suddenly vanished. One way or another, one of them must be dead. Sun Wukong exclaimed, "How can that be? That presence could not have belonged to him. He is not dead. You are lying." Frisia scoffed, "Believe what you will, regardless. Your demise is imminent. Before you meet your end, allow me to demonstrate my 50% strength. It will reduce you to cosmic dust." Sun Wukong replied defiantly, "Is that so? Huh, you exaggerate. Be cautious of overconfidence. Even if he is not present, I will still deal with you alone." Meanwhile, the three observers 100 meters away glanced at Tang Xuanqing, their expressions suggesting they suspected him to be a vengeful spirit returned from the dead, filled with grievances. Tang Xuanqing felt a chill under their gaze, pondering how desperately they wished for his demise. What a bunch of ungrateful teammates. Back on the battlefield, Frisia assumed a battle stance, positioning his left foot forward and right foot back, arms extended and relaxed, hands open, leaning slightly forward, his tail swaying in the breeze. Frisia exclaimed with delight, "I am thrilled. It has been ages since I had the chance to truly exert myself. Consider yourself fortunate to serve as my punching bag." With a sudden surge of energy, a purple aura enveloped him, elevating his power to 50%, his combat strength skyrocketing from 6 million to 60 million. The surrounding terrain succumbed to the oppressive energy, crumbling as rocks and debris were swept away by the force of his overwhelming power. Sun Wukong felt a surge of anxiety. It was clear that Frisia was not merely bluffing. The energy he sensed was alarmingly potent, and although he possessed 2 secret techniques, they came with significant drawbacks. One required extensive charging time and could not be interrupted. The scene shifted back to the 4 onlookers, who were transfixed as if watching a cinematic spectacle. Clint questioned, "What is happening? Why have they not engaged in combat for so long?" Piccolo replied, "They are waiting for the opportune moment. However, this ferocious aura has left us spectators in a state of trepidation." Tang Xuanqing speculated, "Frisia has likely amplified his energy by half. His combat strength should be around 60 million. For Wukong, this will prove troublesome. Especially with the Kaioken in play, he still lacks the upper hand unless..." Piccolo inquired, "Unless what?" Tang Xuanqing replied, "If I could join the fray, I could turn the tide. However, in my current condition, I might be more of a hindrance. I require time to recover my strength. When the moment arises, I shall intervene." Piccolo was left speechless. His words held little weight, as it was clear that time was of the essence for Sun Wukong. Sun Wufan expressed his unwavering faith. "Father will surely prevail." Piccolo remarked gravely, "It is difficult to say. We cannot fathom the extent of their abilities." Clint added, "Indeed. All we can do now is pray that Wukong triumphs over that fiend." Tang Shenchen at this moment had already begun to meditate, hoping to quickly restore his strength and rejoin the battle. Unexpected occurrences always happen swiftly, hence a bit of early preparation is prudent, particularly against fellow time travelers or the Dark Dragon Balls. Anything is possible, especially as the narrative nears its climax. Boss characters often receive significant enhancements, mostly through dark energy. So caution is advisable. The scene shifts back to the battlefield between Sun Wukong and Frisia. The 2 sides exchanged glances. Seemingly neither was inclined to make the first move, both waiting for the other to strike first, seeking an opening for counterattack. Frisia, unable to contain himself, suddenly launched an assault. His speed so rapid that Sun Wukong could scarcely perceive his form. A swift right elbow strike landed heavily on Sun Wukong's head, causing his body to tilt backward. His legs faltered, retreating several steps before he could stabilize himself, blood trickling from his nose, clearly caught off guard by the blow, while Frisia appeared to handle the situation with ease. As Sun Wukong prepared to assume a fighting stance, Frisia cast a sidelong glance at him, smirking wickedly before executing a low sweeping kick that sent Sun Wukong off balance. Just as he was about to fall, he managed to brace himself with his hands against the ground, stabilizing his posture. Frisia's tail lashed out, ensnaring Sun Wukong's neck this time without granting him the chance to retaliate. The tail tightened fiercely, lifting him up as Frisia raised his right hand and delivered a series of elbow strikes to Sun Wukong's chest, causing him to gasp in pain and spit blood. After releasing his grip, Sun Wukong collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest and coughing painfully, his body curled up in agony, enduring the searing pain in his chest. Sun Wukong launched a fierce right kick towards Frisia, but the latter leapt aside, landing approximately 5 meters away. Sun Wukong shouted, "Tenfold Kaioken." Instantly, his white aura transformed into a blazing red, his skin taking on a fiery hue. His physical strength, speed, attack power, and defense multiplied, elevating his battle power from 3 million to 30 million, a tremendous increase. Yet, he remained significantly inferior to Frisia's 30 million battle power. With renewed vigor, he charged towards Frisia, raising his right hand into a fist, ready to strike. Frisia, still facing away from him, turned just as Sun Wukong closed in, executing a powerful right kick that struck Sun Wukong squarely in the face, causing him to cough up blood and be sent flying backward, leaving a trail on the ground. This blow abruptly dispelled the tenfold Kaioken, revealing its drawback. Against a foe stronger than oneself, this technique could easily be countered, rendering it ineffective with just a single hit. Lying on the ground, Sun Wukong gasped for breath before springing up like a carp from the water, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and the traces on his nose. Although he was still panting, he appeared extremely fatigued. While his body could endure the tenfold Kaioken, the burden was substantial. Coupled with the technique's flaw, he possessed power without inflicting damage on the opponent, only exacerbating his own physical strain and injuries. Frisia remarked with a sneer, "You can hardly hold on, can you? With such a heavy blow, you're still standing. Impressive. And that technique you just shouted, Kaioken, your aura turned red and your strength increased significantly. A pity it failed to connect. Otherwise, it could have been quite effective." Unbeknownst to Frisia, if he realized the flaw of the Kaioken, Suin Wukong would be left without his trump card, and there would be no chance to regain strength. Meanwhile, 100 meters away, the three observers were dumbfounded, unable to believe that even with the tenfold Kaioken, Suin Wukong could not harm Frisia. Only Tang Xinshun remained composed, for he had anticipated this outcome. The flaws of the Kaioken were far too pronounced. It was effective against those weaker, yet its deficiencies were magnified against stronger opponents. If only it could be improved, it might prove more useful. However, as the creator of this technique was the KO, it had never been seen in the original narrative that he employed his own creation, which felt rather absurd. Defying the odds, Suin Wukong activated the tenfold Kaioken once more, his body and aura igniting into a fiery red as he charged at Frisia. Frisia swiftly lashed out with his tail, but Suin Wukong vanished from his position, catching Frisia momentarily off guard, as he had yet to learn how to sense the enemy's location through their energy, which remained one of his weaknesses. Suin Wukong reappeared on Frisia's left side, delivering a powerful kick aimed at his head. Fortunately, Frisia's reflexes were sharp. He raised his left hand to block the strike. Although he absorbed the blow without significant harm, his body involuntarily shifted slightly from the impact. Frisia seemed to realize that after Suin Wukong transformed into that red form, his battle power surged significantly. However, after sustaining a hit from Frisia, he reverted to his original state. To confirm his suspicion, Frisia charged at Suin Wukong. The latter, recognizing Frisia's intent, sidestepped just as he approached, appearing behind him to deliver a left-handed strike aimed at Frisia's neck. Frisia quickly pivoted, landing a punch on Suin Wukong that sent him reeling back. Observing Suin Wukong revert to his original form after being struck, Frisia concluded that his assumption was correct. This ability possessed a significant flaw. Suin Wukong flew backward, dragging along the ground. Though he could now utilize the tenfold Kaioken multiple times, the physical toll remained considerable. Hitting the target was advantageous, but missing was a setback. Meanwhile, at the KO's location, Tianjin Fan confidently asserted, "Do not worry, Wukong will prevail. Don't forget about the Kaioken. He can endure 10 times its power, which is quite substantial." Yamucha nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, Wukong will surely triumph over Frisia." The KO, however, anxiously remarked, regrettably, "He is currently utilizing the tenfold Kaioken." Upon hearing this, the four on KO's planet were left in shock. What? The tenfold Kaioken cannot withstand Frisia's onslaught? As Frisia prepared to press his advantage, he lunged towards Suin Wukong, arms outstretched to seize him. Suin Wukong gritted his teeth and propelled himself off the ground, landing on a nearby hill to evade Frisia's next attack. Tremors coursed through his body, the strain of the Kaioken overwhelming him, its drawbacks all too apparent. Frisia scoffed disdainfully. How detestable. He then raised his right hand, extending 2 fingers, slowly bending his arm inward before executing a slicing motion. Suin Wukong, alarmed, instinctively activated his flight technique to hover above. In an instant, the hill where he had stood was cleaved in two, leaving a massive fissure, a testament to Frisia's Earth Cleaver technique, capable of splitting planets with full force. Suin Wukong marveled, such a powerful technique. Frisia maliciously retorted, "I have already told you, I can destroy this planet. I am the one who annihilated planet Vegeta." Suin Wukong murmured, "What a disaster. I cannot defeat him. If only Xuanchen were here, it would be much easier to confront him together." The scene shifts back to the 4 observers 100 meters away, watching as both sides remained locked in a tense stalemate. Sun Fan, with a tone of astonishment, inquired, "What is he doing?" Kiririn, filled with anxiety, responded, "The entire ground has been sliced open by him. What is Goku thinking? The opponent has already gained the upper hand, yet he refrains from counterattacking." Piccolo clenched his teeth and remarked, "He is not contemplating anything, but Frisia possesses an unfathomable power beyond our comprehension and Goku's." Tang Xuanqing declared, "Then I shall set off." The 3 turned sharply, only to find his figure had vanished, and his presence was no longer felt. What transpired in that fleeting moment? At that moment on the battlefield, Frieza was slowly descending, positioned not far from Son Goku. Frieza spoke with a calm demeanor. Do not worry. I will not kill you immediately, as that would be too merciful. Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, the three simultaneously exclaimed, What did you say? Tianjin Fan, perplexed, remarked, Goku used the Kaioken 10 times. Yet he was severely beaten. Could it be true? King Kai, with a sense of urgency, stated, What is more terrifying is that Frieza is using only half of his strength. I have long warned him not to engage Frieza. At this moment, Son Goku contemplated. I can only resort to the 20-fold Kaioken now. My body may not withstand it. But if what he claims is true, that he is using merely half of his power, then I have no choice but to take a gamble and hope for the best. Son Goku shouted, 20-fold Kaioken. He then unleashed a powerful roar, and his energy transformed into a fiery crimson hue. His hair stood upright, resembling a Super Saiyan. As his physical strength, speed, attack power, and defense multiplied, his muscles bulged with veins, and his energy surged from 3 million to 60 million, matching Frieza's 50 in strength. Frieza, taken aback, felt the remarkable increase in Goku's power, momentarily stunned. Goku shot forward, extending his left hand into a fist, preparing to deliver a blow that struck Frieza squarely on the right side of his face, sending him flying. In that instant, time seemed to freeze, and everything around them came to a standstill, akin to a shattered mirror suspended in its fragmented state. Unbeknownst to them, Tang Xuanqing had maneuvered behind Frieza, slowly raising his left hand before delivering a forceful punch that struck Frieza's back, sending a violet beam-like energy racing through him. After this attack, time resumed its flow, and Frieza suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back and his right cheek. His body, originally propelled backward, now surged forward again. Goku, observing Frieza's unexpected return, was bewildered that he was flying toward him seemingly against his will. Frieza could not comprehend what had transpired in that fleeting moment. Unable to fathom how he endured two separate assaults, one from Goku in front and the other from the mysterious assailant behind. Surely, it could not be Goku again. If it were, he would have retained some memory of it. Yet in that instant, all was a blank. Seeing the effectiveness of his 20-fold Kaioken, Goku pressed the advantage, charging fiercely at Frieza. While Frieza was still dazed, Goku executed a knee strike that landed squarely in his abdomen, causing him to widen his eyes and shoot skyward. Once again, time halted, and the surroundings froze like a shattered mirror. Tang Xuanqing abruptly appeared behind Frieza, raising his right hand in a knife-hand position, aiming a strike at his neck. A violet beam-like energy pierced through the back of Frieza's neck to the front. After this attack, time resumed its normal flow. Frieza, heavily wounded in the abdomen, was launched away, and a sharp pain radiated from his neck as he plummeted downward, crashing into the ground with a resounding thud, creating a deep crater and sending dust swirling into the air. Goku, astonished, wondered if the 20-fold Kaioken had such effects. It seemed more like someone had struck Frieza when he was unprepared. Who could this mysterious figure be, and how did they manage to remain undetected by Frieza? In that moment, Frieza erupted with rage, unleashing a wave of violet energy that dispelled all the dust. Feeling inexplicably besieged, he charged towards Goku with blinding speed, rendering Goku unable to react. If he were struck, not only would he revert from the 20-fold Kaioken state, but the backlash on his body would be compounded by the damage inflicted by his adversary, a terrifying thought indeed. Just then, Tang Xuanqing appeared, delivering a punch to Frieza's chest, catching him off guard. However, Frieza felt no harm from this seemingly soft blow. He laughed, "Haraha. The man in black did not kill you. Let me send you to hell." But as soon as he uttered those words, his expression shifted, as if he had been struck multiple times, and he was sent reeling backward by a series of violet energy blasts. Goku exclaimed joyfully, "Brother, I knew you wouldn't go down easily." Tang Xuanqing, with a serious demeanor, cautioned, "Do not rejoice too soon. I am not at full strength. Caught between half and near defeat. My combat power is currently lower than yours, and I cannot guarantee victory. Exercise caution." Goku understood his meaning, as he could clearly sense Tang Xuanqing's energy was diminished compared to before. Surviving the encounter with the man in black was already a stroke of luck. Frieza swiftly raised his right hand and extended two fingers, unleashing the double death beam, two crimson beams hurtling towards them. However, both Goku and Tang Xuanqing deflected them with swift knife-hand strikes, instantly bursting with energy as they charged at Frieza. Their teamwork was impeccable, exchanging blows, compelling Frieza to retreat without an opportunity to counterattack. Goku was the first to strike, landing a right punch on Frieza's left cheek, sending him flying. He attempted to utilize the momentum to roll in midair, but Tang Xuanqing would not allow it. He activated his time-space technique, freezing the surroundings once more, and lunged forward with a powerful upward kick that struck both Frieza's groin and chin. As time resumed, Frieza felt excruciating pain in his right cheek, groin, and chin. His body propelled skyward, unable to resist. Was it possible that the Cosmic Emperor would be vanquished by these two scions today? One of them slowly moved his right hand back, adopting a pushing stance, gathering energy in his palm as his aura surged. The energy coalesced into an irregular, pulsating sphere, at the center of which three interlocking tomo began to twist and turn, as if charging for a release. The other person formed a flower bud shape with his hands, placing it at his waist, and concentrated an energy sphere within his palms. Tang Xuanqing shouted, raging Gatling. Goku called out, Kamehameha, as they simultaneously unleashed their techniques. Two energy waves, one yellow and one blue, shot towards Frieza in the sky. Frieza roared ugh, and unleashed a torrent of violet energy, extending his left hand to gather purple energy, launching a violet energy wave to collide with the two incoming attacks. The three energy waves met in a stalemate, neither side willing to yield. Frieza, clearly unwilling to concede, increased his power in an attempt to overpower the two. Tang Xuanqing then proclaimed, tenfold Kaioken. Suddenly, the white aura surrounding him transformed into a vibrant red, enhancing his strength, speed, attack power, and defense exponentially, causing his battle power to surge from 2 million to an astonishing 20 million. The reason for the initial 2 million was that his stamina had not fully recovered, rendering him weaker than Wukong, without Dandy's healing or the magical senzu beans. Reaching this level was already commendable. In an instant, the ferocious Gatling gun received a formidable boost of power, growing larger as it gradually pushed back against Kamehameha, striking Frieza and resulting in a massive explosion that enveloped the area in a cloud of dust. From the sky, a figure plummeted down with a resounding crash, striking the ground and revealing the battered form of Frieza. Yet, he quickly rose again, marveling at his own resilience, a testament to his reputation as the strongest combatant. Whether in the theatrical releases or the Tournament of Power, he always proved to be the most formidable when enduring punishment. Tang Xuanqing and Sun Wukong were momentarily at a loss, having already exhausted most of their energy in their previous assault, while Frieza remained standing, showcasing his incredible durability. Truly, he was the Cosmic Emperor, instilling fear with his presence. Chapter 85. Time Prison. Sun Wukong exclaimed in disbelief. How could this happen? Even with Xuanqing and my combined efforts, we couldn't defeat him. He truly was not exaggerating about using only half of his power. Maintaining his composure, Tang Xuanqing replied, we have one last trump card left. You prepare while I hold him off. Wukong quickly grasped his intent and retreated to ready their secret weapon. Far from the battlefield, in a secluded valley, a woman clad in protective gear emerged. It was Bulma. In a state of urgency, she exclaimed, what's happening? Why is there an earthquake? Are Gohan and the others under attack? Why hasn't Wukong arrived yet? Hurry, we need to eliminate those villains, Frieza and his cohorts. The situation seems dire. Meanwhile, 100 meters away, the three were equally shaken by the aftermath of the clash. Son Gohan was left speechless, overwhelmed by the intensity of the battle. Krillin couldn't help but exclaim, it's unbelievable. The power of Wukong and Xuanqing's last attack was so immense, yet it still didn't defeat Frieza. Gohan, concerned, remarked, Dad and Uncle Xuanqing's energy levels are steadily declining. Gritting his teeth, Krillin said, how can there be such powerful beings in this world? Piccolo quietly affirmed, it's over. The King Kai was right. No matter what, we should not confront Frieza. Returning to the battlefield, Tang Xuanqing and Sun Wukong had both exited the Kaioken state. As the strain on their stamina was overwhelming, even a brief moment had them gasping for breath. Frieza muttered to himself, that was close. Those two actually concealed such formidable power. How infuriating. He slowly raised his left hand, noticing the skin had torn, a first in his existence. Clenching his fist tightly, a cracking sound echoed, masking his fury towards the Scions. Frieza erupted with rage, soaring toward them, landing with a fury. Hey, you two. You've hurt me. Now, experience the pain yourselves. He charged at them, and in an instant, Tang Xuanqing transformed into his rage, great ape power. Form, muscles bulging, eyes turning golden, hair standing upright. His aura irradiating in gold as his battle power soared from 2 million to 20 million once more. It is crucial to note that the initial 2 million was merely a conceptual figure due to insufficient energy, emphasizing Wukong's might. Frisia lunged forward with a headbutt, and Tang Xuanqing retaliated with a fierce punch. Their fists collided, but Tang Xuanqing was sent flying, lamenting his current state. He skidded along the ground for quite a distance before regaining his footing, only to find Frisia before him once more, delivering a powerful kick to his chin that sent him soaring. Frisia taunted, "Aren't you arrogant? What's wrong? Show me your true skills, or you might just find yourself dead." Tang Xuanqing felt pain shoot through his jaw and instantly activated the time skip technique, freezing the surrounding world as if shattered glass. Just as Frisia attempted to press his advantage, he found himself immobilized. Tang Xuanqing unleashed a punch to Frisia's chest, followed by another strike and a kick, sending 3 violet rays streaming from his body. After 3 hits, time resumed its normal flow, and Frisia staggered back 3 paces, bewildered by the mysterious assault. When had Tang Xuanqing launched his attack? Why did he have no recollection of it? Tang Xuanqing shouted, "Tenfold Kaioken." Instantly, his aura shifted to red, amplifying his strength, speed, attack power, and defense, propelling his battle power from 20 million to 200 million. Before Frisia could react, he dashed forward, raised his right hand into a fist, and struck Frisia squarely on the left cheek, sending him hurtling away. Following up, he clasped his hands together and attempted to deliver a powerful blow, but alas, it missed. Frisia swiftly maneuvered behind Tang Xuanqing, executing a spinning attack with his tail that struck him, forcing him back. Tang Xuanqing attempted to rotate midair to regain his position, but Frisia would not grant him the opportunity. He charged in with a headbutt that collided with Tang Xuanqing's chest, propelling him through a mountain. Frisia, unsatisfied, raised both hands, extending 2 fingers, and with a swift downward motion, unleashed a cross-shaped violet energy slash aimed at the mountain Tang Xuanqing had just crashed through. In an instant, the entire mountain was cleaved into 4 pieces. Tang Xuanqing stood atop one of the fragments, as Frisia flew over, observing him motionless with visible wounds, wondering if he had perished. As Frisia reached out to touch Tang Xuanqing, the latter dissolved into violet smoke, prompting an immediate sense of danger from behind. A powerful energy blast struck Frisia, forcing him to stagger back several steps. Frisia noticed Tang Xuanqing leaning against a rock, visibly drained of power. This strike was likely a desperate act of defiance. Tang Xuanqing sneered, "Did you think it was over? That was merely a decoy." Frisia felt a sense of foreboding as a surge of purple energy ensnared him, rendering him immobile. Suddenly, Tang Xuanqing shot forth, concentrating the time skip's power into his right hand, which shimmered with pale violet starlight before delivering a direct punch to Frisia's abdomen. A massive beam of purple light erupted from Frisia's back, akin to a penetrating attack, piercing through his body. Frisia's eyes widened in realization, having fallen victim to Tang Xuanqing's trap. Just as he believed it was over, countless punches manifested on his body, each one emitting purple light as they penetrated him. These were all stored moments of time, patiently awaited for this very instant. At this moment, Tang Xuanqing was also panting heavily, having repeatedly utilized the flash time technique. His body felt weary and strained from the effort expended in creating this temporal prison and storing time itself. He could only hope that Sun Wukong's energy blast would soon be ready. In Chapter 86, Mimetic Super Scion, Tang Xuanqing vs 100 Power Frisia. Sun Wukong was soaring through the skies, hands raised above his head, gathering energy for the Spirit Bomb, their ultimate weapon. However, the energy was coalescing slowly, as this technique required borrowing energy from all beings across the universe. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Frisia remained trapped within the temporal prison, continuously bombarded by the attacks stored from the flash time technique, suffering grievous injuries. Just as Tang Xuanqing was about to strike again, Frisia's eyes suddenly emitted laser beams, striking him when he was unprepared. He was sent crashing into a rock, and with the loss of energy, the temporal prison vanished instantly. Seeing the extent of his injuries, Frisia's rage intensified. Having always existed at the pinnacle since birth, he had never encountered anyone capable of inflicting such damage upon him, aside from his parents. Tang Xuanqing's very existence incited his fury. As Tang Xuanqing attempted to rise, Frisia lunged at him, delivering a brutal kick to his chin that propelled him skyward. In a fit of wrath, Frisia unleashed a flurry of punches, hammering Tang Xuanqing relentlessly into the heavens. It was not that Tang Xuanchen did not wish to resist. He simply lacked the energy to retaliate. He contemplated utilizing the flash time technique, but realized that he had no energy left to do so. For now, he could only endure the onslaught. At a distance of 100 meters, 3 onlookers watched in horror. Though they had anticipated this outcome, disbelief still gripped their hearts. Suin Wufan exclaimed in fury, "I can no longer stand by. I must assist him." Piccolo replied, "Wait, it seems Wukong has a plan." Krillin expressed his concern, but Xuanchen could be killed. The spirit bomb requires a vast amount of energy. It cannot be gathered in an instant. By the time it is ready, Xuanchen may already be dead. Piccolo, astonished, asked, "What spirit bomb?" Krillin explained, "It is a technique taught to Wukong by the King of Worlds, absorbing life energy from all living beings, plants, animals, microorganisms, and even humans, to form the spirit bomb." Piccolo muttered, "Is that so? That King of Worlds is quite despicable for never mentioning the spirit bomb to us." Suin Wufan anxiously added, "But can it truly defeat Frisia? There are far too few life forms on this planet. If this drags on, Uncle Xuanchen may be in grave danger." Krillin, forcing calmness, said, "There is no alternative. The gathering of the spirit bomb requires someone to hold back the opponent. Wukong surely knows this, but given the current circumstances, we have no other choice but to take a gamble. Let us hope Xuanchen can endure a bit longer." At that moment, Suin Wukong was still raising his hands high to gather the spirit bomb. Though he too bore heavy injuries, he had no other recourse. Despite his desire to intervene, Xuanchen had communicated to him before being knocked away to continue gathering the spirit bomb without concern for the fight. Suin Wukong thought to himself, "I am truly sorry, Xuanchen. Once this is over, I shall treat you to a grand feast." Though I am reluctant to employ the spirit bomb, as its overwhelming power could obliterate this planet, failure to vanquish Frisia would plunge the entire universe into chaos. I cannot be entirely certain of success, but if Xuanchen believes this method is viable, then I must also take the plunge. He silently implored Planet Namek and the nearby celestial bodies, "Lend us a fraction of your life energy to aid us in defeating Frisia and saving the universe from calamity." The scene shifted back to Tang Xuanchen and Frisia, where Frisia had gained the upper hand, relentlessly pummeling Tang Xuanchen. Frisia suddenly soared above Tang Xuanchen, hands clasped together like a hammer, delivering a brutal blow to his head, sending him plummeting downward at an alarming speed. Dazed and feeling as if his bones were shattered, Tang Xuanchen hovered near the brink of death, his mind flashing with fleeting thoughts. If everything followed the original storyline, he would have no part in this. Frisia unleashed a fierce surge of energy, his purple aura erupting forth, muscles bulging as veins appeared beneath his white skin. The crystals on his shoulders expanded, and his chest and head similarly swelled, transforming him into a hulking figure. This was his transformation into the 100 power state, with a combat power reaching 1.5 billion. Originally reserved for battling the Super Saiyan Suin Wukong, this transformation had been prompted prematurely by Tang Xuanchen's presence. Frisia's right arm swelled as he coalesced a terrifying energy, launching a massive purple energy wave towards Tang Xuanchen's descending form. Tang Xuanchen was momentarily paralyzed, astonished by Frisia's audacity to unleash such power against him. The colossal purple wave consumed Tang Xuanchen, obliterating an island beneath them and sending up a cloud of dust as seawater rushed in. Suin Wukong felt Frisia's energy surge dramatically. He realized Frisia had unleashed his full strength. The 3 onlookers, 100 meters away, were filled with terror. Was this truly Frisia's genuine power? It was utterly horrifying. They had begun to believe Xuanchen was lost, half dead, yet still defiant. They mourned his impending fate. Frisia, witnessing this, was elated. "So you require my full strength to perish? How fitting. To force me to unleash my full potential, you are the first." He lamented, "Alas, what a fine talent you are. Why do you refuse to serve me? Do you not know how I cherish my warriors? What a waste." For Frisia, the loss of a capable opponent was regrettable, yet as an adversary, he had no choice but to eradicate him. In an instant, a golden light erupted, parting the sea as a figure emerged, floating upward. Frisia was taken aback. "Nanny, this brat is still alive. How can he endure after I unleashed 100 power?" He was the embodiment of an indomitable spirit. The 3 observers, 100 meters away, were left in a state of shock. Just when they thought Xuanchen was lost, he re-emerged, transformed. Could this be what Vegeta referred to as a Super Saiyan? Even Suin Wukong, who was focused on the spirit bomb, sensed a potent aura, Recognizing that this young man was not so easily defeated, Tang Xuanqin's pupils vanished as he momentarily lost consciousness. His hair stood upright, turning a deep purple-black, and his body ignited with a golden aura, awakening the powers inherent to the Super Saiyan. In this critical moment, he had awakened the mimetic Super Saiyan powers, yet remained in a state of unconscious rampage, striking wildly. Frieza roared, "You fool, why will you not die?" He charged at Tang Xuanqin in a fury, raising his hands and curling his fingers in a slicing motion before delivering a powerful downward strike. Once more, he unleashed two devastating energy slashes aimed directly at Tang Xuanqin, who, in his unconscious state, charged straight ahead, absorbing the attacks without evasion, creating a cloud of smoke that obscured Frieza's line of sight. Tang Xuanqin abruptly burst forth from the swirling smoke, delivering a powerful right hook that struck Frieza squarely on the left side of his face. In swift succession, he followed up with a left hook that connected with Frieza's right cheek, then seized his shoulders with both hands and thrust a knee into him. Frieza, writhing in agony, widened his eyes in disbelief, only to be met with a ferocious kick from Tang Xuanqin that sent him crashing away. Frieza began to entertain thoughts of the legendary Super Saiyan. Could this young man be the fabled warrior? No, it was impossible, absolutely impossible. In a burst of fury, Tang Xuanqin charged at him, his fists raining down like a tempest, striking indiscriminately upon Frieza's form. The ferocity of Tang's assault forced Frieza to retreat, for this adversary was like a wild beast, devoid of reason, consumed solely by the instinct to fight. Just as Frieza attempted to utter a word, Tang's fist met him head-on, silencing him completely. Yet, he was Frieza, the Tyrant King. How could he endure such indignation? With a sudden surge of rage, he pushed Tang away. Tang Xuanqin lunged at him once more, unleashing another powerful right punch, but this time Frieza caught it with his left hand, countering with a kick that sent Tang sprawling. Observing the apparent lack of strategy in Tang's relentless assault, Frieza noted that he seemed to possess no mastery of energy techniques, resembling a true savage, ferocious and bloodthirsty. Then, Frieza slowly raised his right hand, one finger coalescing into a massive fireball of energy, his signature technique, the Death Ball. This very attack had annihilated planet Vegeta, and now it appeared he intended to obliterate this entire planet. After all, the Ice Demon could survive in the vastness of space, while others could not. With a sinister grin, Frieza taunted, "What Super Saiyan? You will be reduced to cosmic dust." He then thrust his hand downward, sending the colossal fireball hurling toward Tang Xuanqin. What Frieza did not anticipate was that this seemingly mindless Tang Xuanqin would unleash a surge of energy. The golden aura around him intensified dramatically. In an instant, he extended his right hand and unleashed a massive yellow energy wave that consumed the fireball entirely. The overwhelming attack sailed past Frieza, a blatant humiliation and a brazen provocation. Frieza, seething with rage, exclaimed, "You savage, how can you wield energy techniques?" Tang Xuanqin charged at him once more, delivering a right hook that struck Frieza's abdomen, causing his eyes to bulge in shock. The force of the blow forced Frieza out of his 100 power state, reverting him to 50, his muscles retracting as purple blood trickled from his mouth. His expression a mixture of resentment and fury. With both hands pressed together, Tang Xuanqin transformed his fists into a hammer and executed a powerful downward strike, sending Frieza plummeting to the ground with a resounding crash that created a vast crater, stirring up clouds of dust. This position was fortuitously close to Sun Wukong. After delivering that strike, Tang Xuanqin returned to his normal state, descending from the heights and crashing into the ground, though without creating a sizable crater. Frieza, begrudgingly rising from the depths of the pit, surveyed his injuries, which had multiplied, fueling his anger. However, he could not locate that young man. Where had he disappeared to? Chapter 87. The colossal spirit bomb. At this moment, 100 meters away, the three observers were awestruck by Tang Xuanqin's recent display of power, yet it seemed fleeting. His state was peculiarly brief but immensely powerful, capable of suppressing Frieza even at full strength. Suddenly, Krillin heard 3 beeps and looked up in astonishment, speechless. Piccolo inquired, "What is with that reaction?" Gohan exclaimed, "This is impossible. The energy is colossal." Frieza, unable to find Tang Xuanqin, gazed at Sun Wukong in confusion, wondering why he held his hands aloft without moving. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, muttering, "If only Xuanqin had held on a bit longer. Damn it." Meanwhile, The three observers remained fixated on Sun Wukong as he gathered energy for the spirit bomb. Krillin remarked, "It's enormous and still growing." Piccolo scoffed, "Is it really that exaggerated?" As they looked up, they beheld an energy sphere nearly the size of the sun gathering above Sun Wukong, its size continually increasing. Gohan queried, "It was only this big on Earth." He gestured, indicating its size was akin to a basketball or cake. How had it grown so vast on Namek? Krillin speculated, "That diameter must be 50 meters. No planet could generate this size of a spirit bomb. Wukong must be drawing energy from all nearby planets." Piccolo noted, "Frieza still hasn't realized. Why isn't he attacking with the spirit bomb?" Krillin, with determination, replied, "To defeat Frieza, we need sufficient energy. Wukong is preparing meticulously. But unfortunately, Shinshin can't hold on much longer. He is unconscious." That brief moment of suppressing Frieza was all he could manage. Gohan shouted, "Hurry, Dad, you can do it." Though far away, he wished to contribute. Frieza, hands on his hips, taunted, "What are you doing? If you're capable, come attack me. Raising your hands in surrender? Your friend is in a dire state, but I can always find him and kill him later. Perhaps I should consider sparing you to serve me. After all, I'm more enraged with that young man, while you are comparatively less irksome. Give it some thought." Even in this moment, Frieza displayed his penchant for recruiting talent. True to his nature as the Emperor of the Universe. At this moment, Sun Wukong contemplated the time needed to gather energy. This was the spirit bomb's greatest weakness. He could not afford to be discovered. "Heaven help me," he thought. Sun Wukong coldly retorted, "Humph, what do you care?" Frieza, incensed by this response, shouted, "You insolent fool. Even when given a chance, you squander it." He then surged forward, delivering a fierce kick to Sun Wukong's face, sending him crashing to the ground with a thud. Frieza landed back on solid ground, while Sun Wukong shakily rose, visibly fatigued and gasping for breath. Frieza icily declared, "Since you refuse to serve me, we can continue this battle. Are you not going to attack?" Meanwhile, the three observers, 100 meters away, grew anxious. Piccolo urged, "Gohan, Krillin, transfer your remaining energy to me." Both Gohan and Krillin were startled, unsure of Piccolo's intentions. "Hurry up and do as I say," he pressed. Back on the battlefield, Sun Wukong raised his hands above his head again, disdainfully stating, "Humph, I can't wait any longer." Frieza snorted derisively, "You're all bluster." Even less impressive than that young man. He then lifted his left hand and, with a swift motion, unleashed an energy blast that struck Sun Wukong, sending him crashing into the ocean. Meanwhile, Krillin and Gohan clasped their hands, channeling their dwindling energy into Piccolo. "Stay focused, don't lose concentration," Piccolo instructed. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong extended a hand above the water's surface, grasping onto a patch of land. Slowly, he exerted himself to raise his body from the water, his upper half resting on the shore while his lower half remained submerged. He gasped for air, evidently drained of strength. Frieza, with malevolent intent, remarked, "I have never quite understood what those despicable scions are thinking. I no longer have time to play with you. I must swiftly eliminate you. Go find that remaining one and dispose of him as well, and then obliterate this planet along with it. That little scion must also perish, soon. There will be no scions left in the universe, and the legend of the Super Saiyan will remain just that, a legend." Suddenly, he caught sight of a circular luminous orb reflected in the sky above, and he was momentarily taken aback. Frieza slowly lifted his gaze, murmuring, "What is that? It does not resemble the sun." Sun Wukong, struggling, exclaimed, "This is bad. He has noticed." Frieza, astonished, inquired, "What is it? Could it be an accumulation of energy?" He then recalled why Sun Wukong had been raising both hands. From the moment he was struck down, the first thing he sought to do was gather energy for an attack. Frieza, in shock, exclaimed, "You insolent fool." At that moment, the two others had already prepared their energy for Piccolo. Piccolo instructed, "Enough? Save some energy for yourselves. You'll need it to leave later." Krillin and Son Gohan nodded in understanding. Piccolo glanced back, his left hand tightening into a fist as he gritted his teeth, saying, "He has detected your presence. No matter what, you must not come over here." With that, he erupted with energy and soared towards the battlefield, leaving Krillin and Son Gohan behind. On the battlefield, Frieza gazed up at the so-called energy accumulation in the sky. In disbelief, he said, "That thing was created by you just now? How can it possess such immense power?" Sun Wukong, pounding the ground in frustration, thought, "This is disastrous. Even if I use the spirit bomb now, it may not suffice. Frisia will surely evade it, and the spirit bomb is still too small to defeat him. Frisia pointed his right hand at Sun Wukong, gathering a death beam while saying, "Damn Scion. You dare to attempt a sneak attack on me. Unfortunately, this feigned weakness will only bring you misery." Sun Wukong shouted furiously, "Cursed be you." He suddenly sprang from the water, raising his right fist to strike at Frisia, but Frisia easily caught it with his left hand. He then raised his right hand slowly to Wukong's forehead, preparing to unleash the death beam to pierce his skull. Frisia wickedly declared, "Prepare to die." At that moment, Piccolo executed a sudden kick that struck Frisia squarely in the head, sending him tumbling into the water with a splash, gradually sinking. Unbeknownst to Frisia, he had been attacked. Sun Wukong, astonished, exclaimed, "Piccolo, what are you doing here?" Piccolo, urgently, urged, "Hurry and complete the spirit bomb." Sun Wukong nodded, replying, "I'm relying on you." He then stood up forcefully, raising his hands above his head to continue gathering energy. Piccolo urged, "Wukong, hurry. I can only manage a surprise attack. I cannot withstand a direct confrontation." At that moment, Frisia erupted from the water, his face contorted with fury as he shouted, "Are you here to seek death? You accursed Namekian?" Chapter 88. The Hatred of the Universe. Piccolo anxiously inquired, "Wukong, how is it? Is the spirit bomb ready?" "Frisia is truly enraged. We must strike now." Sun Wukong replied with difficulty, "Just a moment. I'm almost there." Frisia, hovering in the air, roared in rage, "You cowardly lot dare to attack me from the shadows." Suddenly, two energy blasts surged from an unknown direction, striking Frisia before he could react. With a resounding explosion, thick smoke billowed forth, and Piccolo turned in surprise to see it was Krillin and Son Gohan. As the smoke began to dissipate, it revealed more dirt and scratches covering Frisia's body. Piccolo murmured, "Those two little ones have exhausted their last bit of strength." Frisia turned towards the source of the attack, first scoffing and then seething. "Umph. So you chose to hide and then dare to ambush me? Heh, I see you wish for death. The game is over. I will destroy you along with this planet." At that moment, Sun Wukong sensed the spirit bomb was complete and declared, "It's done." Frisia, with a gleeful malice, raised his right hand high, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he gathered a small purple energy sphere, accompanied by pink lightning, his ultimate technique, the planet destruction ball. Sun Wukong shouted with fervor, "Huh," as he swung both hands downward. Frisia froze, sensing something amiss, as the spirit bomb amassed outside Namek, penetrating the atmosphere with the collective fury of all races and planets subjugated by Frisia. Krillin and Son Gohan were astonished, never expecting the spirit bomb to grow so immense. Frisia, alarmed, turned his head to see the colossal blue and white energy sphere rapidly approaching him, moving too swiftly for him to evade. In a fit of rage, Frisia cried, "No, no, this cursed thing." He attempted to block it with his hands, unaware that the spirit bomb's nature enhanced its power against evil beings, amplifying its destructive capacity in proportion to the malice of its target. At that moment, Sun Wukong and Piccolo quickly dove to the ground to avoid being harmed by the spirit bomb. Although it wouldn't harm those of righteous spirit, it didn't mean the surrounding debris would be spared. Frisia indeed attempted to withstand it with his hands, but it proved futile, for he was far too small to resist the spirit bomb. Within it resided the hatred of the entire universe towards Frisia, the essence of every planet he had conquered, every creature he had enslaved, now unleashed in its fullest power. Frisia's visage twisted in agony as his veins bulged, exerting what little strength he had left. He grunted, "Ugh. Cursed thing." Ultimately, he could not endure the overwhelming might of the gargantuan spirit bomb and was engulfed within it. With a thunderous explosion, a massive crater was formed beneath the sea, sending shockwaves that flung Krillin and Son Gohan, who were far off, into the air. The surface of Namek was instantly marred by the colossal attack, the reverberations echoing throughout the cosmos. On Kaioshin's planet, the KO furrowed his brows, alarmed at the commotion startling the three present. Tien Shinhan asked, "KO, could it be that Wukong has been slain?" The KO, trembling with excitement, responded, "No, Wukong has. He has defeated Frisia. He has triumphed." Upon hearing this, the three were taken aback. Could it be true? If so, they could be revived. The area struck by the spirit bomb had created a vast crater, with the water that once occupied it rapidly evaporating. The surrounding seawater rushed in, forming a natural sea cave. Krillin, struggling, emerged from the water, having exhausted his energy, clutching a rock tightly to stabilize himself against the current, gasping for breath. Son Gohan descended from the sky, landing before Krillin, surprised to see he still had some energy left. He hurriedly pulled Krillin completely from the water. Son Gohan asked, "Uncle Krillin, are you hurt?" Krillin, with difficulty, replied, "Are you uninjured? Where's Dad? What about Shinshin and Uncle Piccolo? Where have they gone?" As the two individuals gazed towards each other, the vast expanse of ocean surrounded them. They had not anticipated the tremendous destructive force of the Genkidama. Surely, Frieza must have perished from that blow. At that moment, Tang Xuanqing was being tossed about by the tumultuous waves, until he managed to firmly grasp a rock with his right hand, preventing himself from being swept away. However, he was carried far from the battlefield, and the whereabouts of Namek were unknown to anyone. He remained unconscious. At that juncture, a girl clad in protective gear was riding her capsule vehicle, searching the area when she suddenly spotted a figure bobbing on the water's surface. She cautiously approached and soon realized it was an old acquaintance. Bulma exclaimed, "Xuanqing, what are you doing here? Why are you covered in injuries?" Not receiving a response from him, it was evident that he was likely unconscious. With her strength alone, she could not lift him, so she retrieved a rope from her capsule and tied one into his hand, securing the other into the back of her vehicle. Once seated, Bulma pressed the accelerator to the floor, and with a jolt, she yanked Tang Xuanqing from the water. However, he was not spared from discomfort, as his face was dragged along the ground until he was painfully awakened. Struggling to speak, he implored, "Please stop. You'll kill someone." Hearing his voice, Bulma abruptly slammed on the brakes, but the inertia sent him flying, crashing against a rock before falling back down. He couldn't help but reflect that surviving such peril should surely lead to future blessings. Yet the reality felt starkly different. Bulma approached him, saying, "You're awake. How do you feel? By the way, how did you end up here?" Tang Xuanqing replied with difficulty, "Not well at all. I was swept here by the waves. Goku and the others are still battling Frieza." Bulma nodded, grasping the general situation. Tang Xuanqing inquired, "Do you have any food, Bulma?" She promptly tossed a capsule, which transformed into a table, revealing several bento boxes. Without hesitation, he grabbed a box and began to eat voraciously, needing to regain his strength to support them in the fight. Bulma stared in astonishment. His appetite was remarkable, akin to that of Goku and the others. A true Saiyan trait. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Krillin and Son Gohan, who stood atop a rock surveying the endless ocean, unable to determine the fates of Piccolo, Goku, and Tang Xuanqing. Gohan anxiously remarked, "Do you think Dad and Piccolo, as well as Xuanqing, managed to evade danger?" Krillin replied, "I can't sense their energy. Perhaps it's due to our own diminished power. Goku and Piccolo should be fine together, but Xuanqing fell after battling Frieza, and we have no idea where he is now." Gohan pointed to a distant area, exclaiming, "Krillin, look over there." Curiously, Krillin turned to see on a small island. Piccolo was pulling Goku from the water. Gohan shouted, "Look, it's Uncle Piccolo." Goku lay on the shore, gasping for air, having nearly drowned. Thankfully, Piccolo was there to save him, or it would have been an untimely end. Krillin exclaimed in surprise, "It's Goku." Gohan joyfully declared, "They're safe." "That's wonderful." Krillin echoed his sentiment. "Aha, I knew it." The two began to fly slowly towards Piccolo and Goku, their energy levels low and their speed consequently reduced. Piccolo turned, smiling at them, clearly aware that the outcome of the battle had been decided. Krillin grumbled, "It's frustrating that we're so drained, making our flight so sluggish." Gohan shouted joyfully, "Dad, Uncle Piccolo." After a while, they reached the island where Piccolo and Goku were located. Goku managed to give a thumbs up, while Krillin waved at him, and Piccolo affectionately ruffled Gohan's hair. Noting how much he had grown, Piccolo suggested, "Let's head back." Goku, struggling, responded, "Let's take my spaceship home. It only takes 5 days to reach Earth." As he spoke, he draped his arm around Krillin's shoulders and patted Gohan's head, celebrating their victory. Suddenly, Krillin exclaimed, "Oh no." Goku asked, "What's wrong, Krillin?" Slowly, Krillin said, "It seems we've forgotten about Xuanqing. What a disaster. We also left Bulma behind." Piccolo, disheartened, remarked, "I didn't see him during the explosion, and I have no idea where Xuanqing is now." It dawned on Goku that after Tang Xuanqing had distracted Frieza, although he had succeeded, it had not been complete. Now, his whereabouts were unknown, perhaps adrift with the waves. If all else failed, they could return to Earth and use the Dragon Balls to revive him. Meanwhile, Tang Xuanqing, indulging in his meal, suddenly sneezed. Could the temperature of Namek truly cause a cold? It seemed unlikely, as the original story did not mention such a thing. Bulma inquired, Xuanqing, have you had enough to eat? He replied with a wry smile, I'm only a third full, don't be ridiculous. Observing the towering stack of bento boxes, Bulma, despite having brought many, could not fathom their rapid depletion. Tang Xuanqing chuckled, all right, I was just teasing, I've long since finished. Bulma regarded him as if he were a bottomless pit, incredulous at how someone could consume so much without gaining weight. Was this truly a scion trait? A mere supersized appetite? With seriousness, Bulma said, do you know their location? Take me there. Don't leave me stranded. Tang Xuanqing cautioned. You must understand that this is quite dangerous. We cannot guarantee your safety. Leaving you here is the safest option to avoid the conflict. Bulma mischievously retorted. You've consumed 198 boxes of my bento and 98 bottles of soda, totaling 106,897 yuan. How do you intend to pay? Tang Xuanqing exclaimed. You, how shameless. Charging me now? Why didn't you mention this earlier? Bulma threatened. You have two choices. Take me to Goku and the others, or repay me. Choose wisely. Reflecting on his arrival in this world, Tang Xuanqing realized he had no roots or funds, never expecting to find himself in such a predicament. Bulma urged, what are you thinking, Xuanqing? With no other option, he relented. Fine, I'll take you, but you must stay behind me and not run off. If anything happens, I won't be responsible. Bulma smiled. All right, I promise not to stray. Ultimately, Tang Xuanqing succumbed. Where could he find over 100,000 yuan? Any sensible person would choose the first option. Bulma stowed her capsule vehicle, curious about how Tang Xuanqing planned to lead her to Goku and the others. Suddenly, he lifted her up, leaving her momentarily bewildered. Hold on tight. I'm taking off, he declared. In an instant, he unleashed his energy and soared towards Goku's direction. With Bulma feeling the scenery rush past them at an astonishing speed, faster than any airplane. Meanwhile, the four were still reveling in their victory. Goku remarked, that was frightening. I thought Frieza had come back to life. Krillin murmured, honestly, sometimes Bulma is even scarier than Frieza. Goku chuckled, haha, don't joke around. Every laugh sends pain through my body. Piccolo murmured, Namek has been utterly devastated, but the Elder and the fallen Namekians can finally rest in peace. Krillin, surprised, asked, how do you know about the Elder? Suddenly, Krillin's eyes widened, his gaze fixed intently ahead. Sun Wukong was puzzled by his sudden change and merely observed as Krillin slowly raised his hand to point forward. Frieza stood atop a rock, battered and bruised, one eye unable to open, appearing utterly disheveled. Krillin exclaimed, that is Frieza. In an instant, a death beam pierced through Piccolo's chest, causing him to collapse immediately. Son Gohan, in shock, uttered, Uncle Piccolo. He was momentarily unable to comprehend the rapidity of Frieza's attack, seemingly driven by vengeance for the previous kick. Frieza, filled with rage, proclaimed, did you think I was dead? Foolish mortals, I, Frieza, shall not perish so easily. Son Wukong anxiously urged, you must leave this place quickly. You will find a spaceship where I arrived. Hurry, take Bulma and escape. Krillin resolutely replied, what are you saying? We will not abandon you. We absolutely will not. Son Wukong admonished, you must understand, your presence here will only distract me, and we may all perish. Frieza, seething with anger, declared, do you believe you can escape? None shall return alive. I will tear you all to shreds. Raising his right hand, he instantly unleashed his powers, seizing Krillin and lifting him into the air, prompting a sense of foreboding in Son Wukong. Son Wukong shouted at the airborne Frieza, release him, Frieza. Frieza clenched his fist tightly, causing Krillin's body to swell. Krillin cried out, Wukong. In an instant, Krillin's body exploded, leaving no trace, as his remains dissipated into dust. Son Wukong witnessed this horrifying scene, while Son Gohan stood paralyzed with fear. Frieza laughed maniacally, ha ha ha, little scion, now it is your turn. Son Wukong trembled uncontrollably, an indescribable fury welling within him. As he stammered, you wretched being, how could you kill Krillin? This shall not be forgiven. Suddenly, dark clouds enveloped the sky, thunder rumbling ominously. Son Wukong slowly lifted his head, his hair rising momentarily to a golden hue before returning to black, repeating this transformation as he began to ascend to Super Saiyan status. With a flash of lightning, he shouted, ah! His eyes transformed from black to a light green, his hair and eyebrows turning golden, standing erect except for his bangs. Surrounded by a golden aura, He successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan, an overwhelming pressure immediately bearing down upon Frieza. Frieza, astonished, inquired, What is that? Son Gohan, bewildered, gasped father. Sun Wukong, suppressing his rage, instructed, Gohan, take Piccolo back to Earth. He is not dead yet. Leave quickly before I lose all reason. Son Gohan nodded, okay, and assisted Piccolo away under Frieza's resentful gaze, leaving the battlefield to Sun Wukong. At that moment, the two faced off against each other. Chapter 90. Frieza experiences humiliation and despair for the first time. Frieza watched as Son Gohan and Piccolo retreated, scoffing, You cannot escape my grasp. He raised his right hand, aiming at Son Gohan, preparing to unleash another death beam. Sun Wukong suddenly appeared in front of him, startling Frieza. Sun Wukong slowly raised his left hand, gripping Frieza's wrist and applying pressure, producing audible cracks. He furiously declared, It is time to end your wretched existence. You have harmed the innocent, even killing Krillin. Frieza forcefully broke free, retreating swiftly to maintain distance. He exclaimed in disbelief, How have you become so powerful? Could it be? Meanwhile, Son Gohan, gradually distancing himself from the battlefield, murmured, Father, I understand now. Vegeta did not lie. Father has truly transformed into a Super Saiyan. The scene returned to Sun Wukong and Frieza's confrontation. Sun Wukong roared, You have ignited my fury, Frieza. He then launched himself forward at incredible speed, leaving Frieza stunned, his eyes wide in disbelief. Sun Wukong landed a powerful left hook to Frieza's right cheek, distorting his face and sending him flying. Following up, Sun Wukong unleashed a barrage of strikes, culminating in a devastating blow that sent Frieza crashing into the mountains below, generating a massive cloud of dust. Frieza emerged, more battered than before, but again took to the skies to confront Sun Wukong. Frieza sneered, Such sweet words. Was it the Saiyans who deserved to die? Sun Wukong replied coldly, The Saiyans perished because of your actions. Frieza maliciously declared, I am the one who eradicated them. I detest Saiyans. Sun Wukong coldly responded, Now it is my turn to eliminate you. Frieza mocked, Eliminate me? You overestimate your abilities. You were once my subordinate, and even now, as a true Super Saiyan, you cannot defeat me. Sun Wukong regarded him with a disdainful smile, unfazed, for he now possessed the strength to conquer Frieza. Frieza twisted his upper body, extending his left hand backward to gather energy, unexpectedly thrusting it forward to unleash a ki blast towards Sun Wukong. The thunderous sounds echoed as Frieza unleashed wave after wave of energy blasts, attempting to obliterate Sun Wukong. Meanwhile, Son Gohan, carrying Piccolo away from the battlefield, was drawn back by the ferocity of the battle. He turned to witness the barrage of ki blasts flying past. As Frieza's blasts dissipated, he widened his eyes in disbelief. Sun Wukong remained unharmed in his original position. How could this be? Sun Wukong, icy in demeanor, stated, Even if you realize your mistakes now, I will still kill you. Frieza laughed, Ha ha ha. Sun Wukong slowly raised his right hand, fingers splayed, causing Frieza to grow anxious. Was he about to attack? Suddenly, Sun Wukong unleashed a powerful energy blast, striking Frieza and forcing his body to spin wildly in the air before he regained his composure, panting heavily. Frieza, dismissively, remarked, You rely on mere tricks. Sun Wukong charged at him once more, delivering a right elbow strike that connected with Frieza's left cheek. As Frieza prepared to be sent flying again, he mustered his willpower to stabilize his body. However, Sun Wukong followed up with a left uppercut that landed squarely on his chin, causing Frieza to be momentarily overwhelmed. Sun Wukong then executed a powerful headbutt to Frieza's neck, resulting in a slight fracture, causing him to widen his eyes in pain as purple blood spurted from his mouth. Frieza cried out, Ugh! Despite the agony, he forced himself to turn and bellow, launching a fierce kick towards Sun Wukong, which was effortlessly blocked by Sun Wukong's left hand. Frieza attempted a left elbow strike, but it too was caught by Sun Wukong's right hand, rendering his attacks ineffective. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, exchanging blows. Yet each attack was deftly thwarted by the other. With a sudden burst of speed, Frieza retreated, creating distance between them, and raised his right hand to fire a red death beam aimed directly at Sun Wukong. However, in a swift motion, Sun Wukong evaded the attack, leaving Frieza momentarily astonished. Frieza exclaimed in disbelief, What? You managed to dodge that? How is that even possible? In a fit of confusion and anger, He unleashed a barrage of 4 crimson death beams aimed directly at Suin Wukong. The latter deftly maneuvered away, evading the projectiles with remarkable agility. Frisia cursed, "You scoundrel. Had you been hit, you'd be dead by now." Suin Wukong responded nonchalantly, "Then why can't you hit me?" Frisia, filled with rage, retorted, "What did you say? How dare you be so arrogant? I shall make you understand the meaning of regret." He then fired another red death beam, which struck Suin Wukong's head with a resounding bang. Suin Wukong tilted his head back and let it drop, wearing an expression of disdain. He taunted, "Even if you destroy this planet, you still cannot defeat me." Frisia, trembling, inquired, "Who exactly are you?" Suin Wukong, transitioning from calm to furious, declared, "Do you still not understand? I am a scion from Earth, come to kill you. Your malevolent actions have shattered my peaceful demeanor. I am the awakened legendary warrior, Super Scion Suin Wukong." Upon hearing this, Frisia's face was etched with shock, though he quickly regained his composure. Transitioning from calm to fury, Frisia remarked, "So that is the case. You do possess some semblance of a Super Scion. I finally comprehend why Vegeta cannot transform into one. Ha ha ha, you fool." At this moment, Frisia's mind was in turmoil. Never had anyone dared to insult him so. That fool is a scion. Impossible. This must be a nightmare. I am Frisia, the strongest in the universe. Suin Wukong coldly stated, "Prepare to meet your end, Frisia." Meanwhile, on the other side, Suin Gohan, carrying Piku, had arrived at the spaceship from which Suin Wukong had come. Once he settled Piku, he prepared to retrieve Bulma. Suddenly, a figure approached at an astonishing speed. Suin Gohan sensed the aura. It was Xuanqin. He was alive. Moments later, Xuanqin landed and gently set Bulma down. Suin Gohan excitedly stepped forward. Bulma exclaimed, "Gohan, what are you doing here?" Suin Gohan joyfully replied, "Aunt Bulma, it's wonderful that you're safe. I was just about to go get you when Uncle Xuanqin brought you here." Xuanqin asked, "Where is Goku?" Suin Gohan answered, "Father is currently battling Frisia, and he has successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. We will surely win." Xuanqin instructed, "You stay here and take care of Bulma and Piku. I need to check on the situation." Suin Gohan nodded in agreement, and Bulma understood that the ensuing battle was best left to these two professionals. Xuanqin erupted with energy and swiftly flew towards Frisia and Suin Wukong, his speed indicating urgency. At that moment, Suin Wukong had positioned himself to unleash the Kamehameha, only needing to gather energy to attack and obliterate Frisia. Frisia wickedly declared, "It would be better for me to take my own life than to let you kill me." Suin Wukong retorted coolly, "I am indifferent." Frisia chuckled maliciously, "Too bad I cannot die. You shall be the one to perish. Even without a planet, I can survive in the vacuum of space. Can you science?" He then raised his hands above his head, gathering energy to form a crimson energy sphere. The planet burst. Although this technique possessed formidable power, its concentrated energy resulted in a penetrating effect, capable of destroying the very core of a planet. Upon witnessing Frisia's action, Suin Wukong was taken aback. It was indeed impossible for a scion to survive in space. Such a nefarious thought. Frisia shouted, "Let Namek be obliterated." Chapter 91. The fallen Namek and Hope. Frisia forcefully thrust his hands downward, sending the red energy sphere hurtling towards the surface of Namek. Suin Wukong exclaimed in alarm, "This is bad." Frisia jubilantly shouted, "Experience my true power." As the energy sphere struck the ground, it erupted in a blinding white light, engulfing Frisia, Suin Wukong, and even Suin Gohan and Bulma, who were positioned at a distance. The radiant glow also momentarily blinded Xuanqin, causing him to lose his sense of direction. In an instant, Namek appeared to shine brightly among the stars. On Ko's planet, Ko furrowed his brow, while the other three remained oblivious to the situation. Yamcha remarked, "Lord Ko." Upon seeing Ko tremble, they felt an ominous premonition. Tianjinhan could not contain his curiosity and asked, "What is happening?" Ko replied anxiously, "Suin Wukong is far too powerful. Even Frisia cannot contend with him. However, cornered Frisia has destroyed Namek." Yamcha asked in bewilderment, "What exactly transpired?" Ko explained, "Only Frisia can survive without a planet." Suddenly, a voice echoed in Ko's mind, Lord Ko, can you hear me?" Ko responded, "Ah, it is you. I can hear you." At that moment, the Guardian of Earth spoke, "I am the Guardian of Earth. I have dispatched Bobo to gather the Dragon Balls. I trust we will soon have them all. Please do not despair. The fallen warriors will be resurrected shortly. However, I regret to inform you that Kaiatsu has already died twice. KO exclaimed in surprise. Oh, I see. Wait, did you not already? The Guardian clarified, ahem. It was the Dragon Balls of Namek that I used to resurrect them. KO said, then, Piku is still alive. The Guardian continued, yes, as you know. Piku and I are essentially one. KO rejoiced then. His antennae twitched, and he suddenly saw the scene on Namek. Piku lay wounded aboard the spaceship, while the planet's interior roared like a tempest. The powerful winds astonished Bulma and Suin Gohan, while Xuanxin regained his sense of direction and pressed forward. Suin Wukong crossed his arms to shield himself against the fierce winds. KO exclaimed joyfully, Namek still exists. Goku, Gohan, and Piku are all alive. The scene shifted back to the battleground on Namek, where Suin Wukong and Frieza clashed. Below them, a seemingly bottomless pit had formed, pulsating with flashes of lightning and rumbling thunder. Frieza scoffed, damn it, if not for the energy I expended earlier, Namek would have exploded by now. Suin Wukong coldly replied, are you afraid of blowing yourself up? How fortunate for me to escape that fate. Frieza sneered, escape? You are naive. While this planet may be intact for now, its core has been damaged beyond repair. Do you not understand? In 5 minutes, Namek will self-destruct and vanish from the universe. Upon hearing this, KO was struck with shock. It seemed that Namek was indeed entering self-destruction mode. Suin Wukong, shifting from shock to calm, declared, 5 minutes is more than enough for me to defeat you and return with everyone on the spaceship to Earth. Frieza, brimming with confidence, proclaimed, how unfortunate that only I will survive. Prepare to witness my true power. Your defeat is inevitable. Suin Wukong, transitioning from calm to fury, stated, so, you have been holding back out of fear that your body cannot withstand the strain. I have no time for your foolishness. Bring it on. Frieza roared, huh? He then extended his hands forward in a horizontal position, instantly unleashing an energy cannon that struck Suin Wukong before he could react, creating a colossal explosion. Sun Wukong abruptly leaped from the water, his upper body clad only in a tattered Gixianlia martial arts outfit, with merely a small portion of a blue vest remaining on his right shoulder. The lower half of his attire was similarly torn in multiple places, revealing his muscular physique, which exuded an undeniable sense of strength. Frieza scoffed, I only exerted 70% of my power earlier, and you couldn't fend it off. Do you truly believe you can kill me? You must be dreaming. Sun Wukong, fueled by rage, charged at him, clearly disinterested in further conversation. Frieza declared, it is time for you to witness my true power. You are the second to experience it, following that previous brat. The King Kai sensed an ominous foreboding, realizing that Frieza's might was not to be underestimated. Just as Frieza was about to make his move, time suddenly froze, and everything around them became static, as if suspended in the moment of a shattered mirror. At that instant, Tang Xuanqing had returned to the battlefield, delivering a powerful kick to Frieza's left cheek, causing a purple beam to pierce through his face. Time resumed its flow, and Frieza felt a sharp pain in his left cheek as his body was sent flying, flipping through the air before finally coming to a halt, seething with rage as he glared at his assailant. Sun Wukong looked up in astonishment to find it was Tang Xuanqing, whom he initially thought had perished. To his surprise, he was very much alive. Tang Xuanqing exclaimed, Wukong, you've transformed into a Super Saiyan. Impressive, you've even surpassed me. Sun Wukong calmly replied, this is not the time for idle chatter. We have only 5 minutes before Namek explodes. We must act swiftly. Tang Xuanqing nodded, unleashing his energy, his muscles swelling, eyes turning gold, hair standing erect, and aura shifting to a golden hue. As he transformed into the state of rage, the might of the great ape, his combat power skyrocketing from 5 million to an astounding 5 billion, far surpassing Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan form and Frieza's full power. His strength had significantly restored, now at a half state, as his full potential equated to 45 million, having suffered 2 near-death experiences, endured an attack from a cloaked figure, and engaged Frieza in battle, which triggered another surge. Frieza, seething with fury, barked, how are you still alive? If you are so eager to die, then allow me to oblige. Tang Xuanqing retorted disdainfully, if you have the capability, then come and try, you scoundrel. Just as Frieza prepared to retaliate, he sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from Tang Xuanqing, leaving him astonished. This individual's combat power was drastically different from the 2 million he had previously encountered, now exceeding 200 million. How could this be? Had he concealed his strength all along? Damn Science. Chapter 92. Taoa and Mira Tang Xuanqing and Sun Wukong surged forward. And Frisia, caught off guard, realized they intended to gang up on him. Frisia, infuriated, shouted, "Are you not going to wait for me to unleash my full power? Winning this way is utterly disgraceful." Tang Xuanqing replied urgently, "Why engage in a one-on-one fight when we can gang up? Who cares about honor? We have 5 minutes. Hurry up." Sun Wukong added angrily, "You must pay for Krillin's life. He has died twice already and cannot be resurrected with the Dragon Balls. Prepare to meet your end." Frisia. Instantly, Tang Xuanqing activated the flash time technique, and Frisia thought ominously, realizing too late that time had indeed frozen again, as if the mirror had shattered once more. Tang Xuanqing darted to Frisia's front, delivering a powerful right punch to his chest, followed by another left punch, each creating a piercing purple beam. He unleashed 4 or 5 punches in quick succession, and with the final strike, time resumed its flow. As his mastery of the flash time technique grew, his ability to pause time extended, allowing him to inflict multiple strikes before reverting time again. Frisia's eyes widened in shock as he spat out a stream of purple blood. His body propelled backward in a chaotic dance of purple light, unable to maintain composure. Sun Wukong, following closely, unleashed a fierce right punch to Frisia's left cheek, propelling him violently to the left. In an instant, he closed the gap, clasped his hands together, and delivered a devastating hammer strike to Frisia's head, sending him crashing downward with a thunderous impact, creating a deep crater in the ground, accompanied by a cloud of dust. There lay Frisia, battered and trembling, filled with resentment. He wondered how these two had banded together against him when Scions were known for their bloodthirsty nature. Meanwhile, in the sky not far away, a rift in time and space emerged, from which stepped a man and a woman. The woman, adorned with azure skin and flowing white hair, bore a strikingly beautiful yet cold visage, with gray eyes and finely chiseled features. Her ears were pointed, decorated with spherical earrings, and she wore a red and black midriff-bearing outfit, complemented by a gray-black skirt, black stockings, and red high heels, wielding a staff of similar height. This individual was Taoa, the sister of Dabura, the demon realm's ruler. The man, possessing similar azure skin and white hair, had crimson eyes and shared a robust physique, reminiscent of Taoa. He was enhanced with mechanical implants akin to the cyborgs of the series, clad in a full red bodysuit. He wore a battle uniform from the demon realm and sported 2 tubular contraptions on his shoulders connected to his back, along with black wrist guards and black armor on his legs, topped with red shoes. This individual was Mira, a creation of Taoa, serving as her assistant, subordinate, and partner. Taoa inquired, "Mira, are we certain this is the correct timeline, the location of the Dark Dragon Ball's one-star Dragon Ball?" Mira responded, "Indeed. There are energy fluctuations from the Time Patrol here, and this is a historically frequent site for the Dark Dragon Balls." Taoa nodded, "I understand. Since the Dark Dragon Balls are present, our journey has not been in vain. As for the Time Patrol, we shall disregard them for now. Our mission takes precedence." Mira affirmed, "Understood, mistress." With that, the two vanished without a trace, their destination unknown. Their child, Fu, would later become the ultimate antagonist in the Prison Planet Saga, the Universe Conflict Saga, the Universe Creation Saga, and the New Space-Time War Saga, but that was a tale for another time. The scene shifts back to where Tang Xuanqing and Sun Wukong were battling Frisia. Struggling to rise from the ground, Frisia attempted to unleash his full power, but before his purple aura could ignite, Sun Wukong was already upon him, delivering a fierce flying kick to his abdomen. Frisia's eyes widened in shock, nearly losing his composure as he was sent hurtling away, crashing into a hillside before finally coming to a stop. At this moment, Tang Xuanqing was momentarily stunned, his gaze directed towards the direction of Tua and Mila, a foreboding sense gnawing at his heart, as if something monumental was about to transpire. 2 peculiar auras manifested briefly before vanishing, leaving an unsettling air of suspicion. Sun Wukong clasped his hands together in the shape of a flower bud, positioning them at his waist, where he concentrated a sphere of energy in his palms. Frisia, struggling to rise from the rubble, was taken aback by the power coalescing in Sun Wukong's hands. Yet, he was far from yielding. Even in death, he would fight until the last moment. Embodying the pride of Frisia, the Cosmic Emperor, he slowly raised his right hand, gathering a crimson energy, and forcefully thrust it forward, unleashing a wave of red energy aimed at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong shouted, "Kamehameha." He then thrust his hands forward, transforming the energy sphere into a cerulean wave that surged towards Frieza. The two energy waves collided, but it was evident that the blue wave held the advantage, gradually overpowering the red one, primarily due to Frieza's waning strength. Frieza, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "How dare you, detestable science! I, Frieza, the Cosmic Emperor, shall not be defeated by you. I refuse to accept this." Tang Xuanchen scoffed. "Who cares about your pride? Prepare to perish, Frieza." The temporal freeze technique activated once more, bringing everything around them to a standstill, as if a mirror had shattered, capturing the moment of fragmentation. In an instant, Tang Xuanchen appeared behind Frieza, slowly raising his right hand into a fist, and struck fiercely at the nape of his neck. A violet beam erupted from behind, piercing through Frieza's form. Tang Xuanchen gradually withdrew his right hand, adopting a pushing posture, as energy gathered within it, his aura intensifying and surging. The energy sphere expanded irregularly, resembling undulating lightning, with three interlocking tomo at its center, twisting as if charging for release. Time resumed its flow, and Frieza's eyes widened in shock as he spat a stream of purple blood, his body propelled forward as if his spine had broken. Tang Xuanchen called out, "Raging Gatling." He thrust his right hand forward, unleashing a yellow energy wave, surrounded by erratic lightning-like fluctuations, aimed at Frieza. Frieza collided first with the blue energy wave, then was struck by the yellow one, trapped between the two forces, his anguished cries echoing across Namek. "Ah!" The scene transformed, as if rendered in monochrome, culminating in a thunderous explosion that created a vast crater where Frieza once stood, leaving no trace of his presence, likely reduced to ashes. Chapter 93. The terrifying oppression of evil Frieza. Just as Sun Wukong and Tang Xuanchen believed Frieza had perished from the devastating blow, an orange sphere zipped past them. Tang Xuanchen reacted swiftly, reaching out to grasp it. Though he succeeded, the power emanating from the Dark Dragon Ball's first star was overwhelming. The dark flames ignited upon contact, searing his hand, forcing him to release it. The Dark Dragon Ball soared directly into the crater. An ominous premonition enveloped Sun Wukong and Tang Xuanchen. They feared a repeat of previous events. As anticipated, a tremendous dark energy erupted from the crater, and a figure slowly ascended, Frieza. Now adorned with the Dark Dragon Ball's first star embedded in his chest, red markings spreading across its surface, indicating he had been forcibly resurrected by the Dark Dragon Ball. His wounds healed, and his aura even more formidable than before. Evil Frieza bellowed, "Ah!" as a blackish-purple aura erupted forth, his muscles swelling, blue veins surfacing on his pale skin, the crystals on his shoulders expanding significantly, transforming him into a hulking figure, exhibiting a state of full power at 100. The exact extent of his battle prowess, enhanced by the Dark Dragon Ball, remained uncertain, but it was undoubtedly greater than before. Tang Xuanchen warned, "Be cautious. I cannot gauge this creature's power, as those possessed by the Dark Dragon Ball are typically beyond measurement." Sun Wukong nodded in agreement, recalling previous encounters with those like Daily Sea and Shilage, who had also been empowered by the Dark Dragon Ball. Evil Frieza charged forward, striking Tang Xuanchen in the abdomen with a swift kick before he could activate the temporal freeze technique. Tang Xuanchen's eyes widened as he was propelled backward at incredible speed, crashing into a mountainside, the debris burying him. As Sun Wukong turned to check on Tang Xuanchen, Evil Frieza was suddenly before him, delivering a crushing blow to his left cheek, sending him reeling. Frieza, fueled by rage, pursued Sun Wukong, hands clasped to form a hammer, ready to deliver a devastating strike to his head, but Sun Wukong evaded, momentarily eluding him. Sun Wukong emerged from the right, launching another kick, but Evil Frieza adeptly dodged, seizing his leg with his left hand. Realizing the imminent danger, Sun Wukong could not react in time. With a swift motion, Evil Frieza hurled him into the ground, creating fissures in the earth. Sun Wukong's eyes widened. This was indeed the power bestowed upon Frieza by the Dark Dragon Ball. Meanwhile, amidst the ruins, a figure surged forth. Charging towards Evil Frieza, Tang Xuanchen shouted, "Tenfold Kaioken." Enveloped in an aura of anger, Owozaru's power, a crimson flame erupted, hidden beneath a golden glow, merging to amplify his strength, speed, attack, and defense, elevating his battle power from 225 million to 225 billion. Evil Frieza, preoccupied with taunting Sun Wukong, remained oblivious to the impending threat. Tang Xuanqian raised his right hand into a fist, and as he closed the distance, he struck Frieza's left side, distorting his visage with the immense inertia, sending him careening to the left. Unfortunately, there were no obstacles to collide with, merely pushing him back. Sun Wukong gradually rose from the ground, acutely aware that this Frieza was a far cry from the one he had faced before. Evil Frieza roared once more, unleashing a torrent of blackish-purple flames, charging towards the duo, both hands gathering energy, releasing a barrage of energy blasts as he flew. Tang Xuanqian and Sun Wukong hastily defended, slicing through the blast with their hands. Just as they were engaged in a relentless defense, Evil Frieza closed in, delivering a powerful punch to both their abdomens. Tang Xuanqian was forced out of his tenfold Kaioken state, and Sun Wukong, though not in Kaioken, felt immense pain, both sent hurtling backwards. The malevolent Frieza, in an instant of fury, launched an attack, delivering a powerful kick with his right leg that sent Sun Wukong crashing into the ground. He then extended his left hand, grasping Tang Xuanqing's head, forcefully pressing it down into the earth and dragging it along. In a sudden motion, he hurled Tang Xuanqing high into the sky. As he raised his left hand, fingers splayed, a massive red energy orb materialized, hurtling towards Tang Xuanqing, who was bewildered by the unfolding chaos. In a desperate attempt, he crossed his arms before his chest, generating a protective barrier of energy to withstand the impact. With a tremendous roar, a figure plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground, unmistakably revealing its identity. The malevolent Frieza directed a fierce kick towards Sun Wukong, sending him sprawling. He then conjured red energy in his right hand, unleashing it towards Sun Wukong's position. Once again, Sun Wukong evaded, appearing behind Frieza, and with his hands clasped together, transformed them into a hammer, striking directly at Frieza's head. The impact sent Frieza reeling backward, though he remained unscathed, only intensifying his rage. Sun Wukong mused internally about the relentless trials posed by the Dark Dragon Balls, which seemed to manifest just as victory was within reach. Resurrecting the boss and augmenting its strength, elevating the challenge from mere normal difficulty to a hellish ordeal. Tang Xuanqing gradually rose from the ground, gazing at the formidable Frieza. He recognized the difficulty of the confrontation and resolved to transform into an evil scion once more, uncertain if his current physical state could endure the strain. On the Kaishin planet, the Kaishin was astounded by Frieza's newfound power, perplexed by how something resembling a bead could render him so formidable. He muttered in disbelief about the overwhelming strength that surpassed even Wukong's, lamenting the fate of the universe in Frieza's hands. Suddenly, a voice echoed in the Kaishin's mind, introducing itself as the Earth's deity. The Kaishin replied, acknowledging the voice and inquiring further. The deity informed him that Bobo had gathered all 7 Dragon Balls, enabling the resurrection of Tien Shinhan and Yamcha, but lamented the fate of Chaozu. The Kaishin, taken aback, questioned whether Chaozu truly had no chance of revival. The trio, listening intently, sensed the gravity of the situation, with Chaozu, recognizing the implications, feeling dejected yet resigned. Tien Shinhan offered comfort, vowing to remain by Chaozu's side, ensuring they would never part. The Kaishin posed a question about the possibility of simultaneously reviving 2 individuals using the Dragon Balls. The deity contemplated and responded affirmatively, provided the circumstances were aligned, such as reviving those who perished at Vegeta's hands. The Kaishin then inquired whether wishes could be granted for individuals located on distant planets. The deity, after deliberation, suggested it might be possible, speculating whether the Kaishin wished to resurrect all those slain by Vegeta, albeit those who had died within the past year. The Kaishin posed another query regarding the revival of those who had succumbed due to old age. The deity regrettably informed him that such cases fell under the category of natural death. The Kaishin further probed about individuals whose lifespans were curtailed by malevolent forces. The deity acknowledged the complexity of the issue, suggesting that perhaps only a brief extension of life could be restored, though he could not guarantee it. The Kaishin's mind raced as he sought a solution. Tien Shinhan, perplexed, inquired about the Kaishin's thoughts. Suddenly, inspiration struck the Kaishin, and he hastily proposed a new wish, to resurrect all those slain by Frieza. The trio on the Kaishin planet gasped in astonishment, as did the deity on Earth, all involuntarily exclaiming in surprise. The Kaishin urgently insisted there was no time for lengthy explanations, urging the deity to utilize the Earth's Dragon Balls for this wish. believing it would enable the resurrection of the Namekians. He speculated that if the Grand Elder were revived, there might still be time to fulfill the remaining wish to transport everyone on Namek, except for Frisia, to Earth. The three behind the Kaishin were deeply shocked, realizing the brilliance of his plan, which seemed entirely feasible. The deity mused about the endeavor, agreeing to give it a try. The Kaishin turned to the three, expressing a tinge of guilt, asking if they could endure a longer wait. Chaozu resignedly replied that it made no difference to him, as he could not be revived. Yamucha responded affirmatively, while Tian Shinhan praised the Kaishin's ingenuity, acknowledging that without this plan, they would have been at a loss against Frisia. The Kaishin relayed his message to the deity to act swiftly, lest Namek face destruction. The deity nodded, affirming he would take immediate action. Meanwhile, on Namek, the weather had turned chaotic, with dark clouds gathering, intermittent lightning striking, and the ground trembling incessantly. In a surge of energy, Tang Xuanqing charged towards the malevolent Frisia, followed closely by Sun Wukong, who also erupted with power. Frisia, sensing their approach, roared in fury and charged at them, having succumbed to the influence of the Dark Dragon Balls, transforming him into an unrestrained beast of destruction intent on annihilating the planet and the universe. As the three were about to collide, Tang Xuanqing activated his flash step technique, swiftly maneuvering behind Frisia. He raised his right leg and delivered a powerful kick to Frisia's groin, unleashing a purple beam of energy that surged upward. He then lifted his left hand, striking a heavy blow to Frisia's cervical spine, resulting in another purple beam erupting forward. Time resumed its flow, and Frisia's body was propelled into the air, spinning before stabilizing. Tang Xuanqing clasped his hands together to form a platform, casting a glance at Sun Wukong, who instantly comprehended the plan. He leaped onto the improvised step, while Tang Xuanqing propelled him forward. Sun Wukong, bursting with energy, dove towards Frisia, fists clenched, enveloped in golden flames, as he charged. His left fist morphed into a claw, seizing Frisia's right hand, while his right hand pressed against Frisia's chest, forcefully pushing him forward. Tang Xuanqing followed suit, unleashing his energy as he grasped Frisia's left hand, pressing his left fist against Frisia's chest alongside Sun Wukong, pushing him further. The combined golden energies surged, overwhelming Frisia and driving him down towards the ground, shattering numerous rocks and causing the already fractured earth to exhibit signs of collapse. Frisia found himself defenseless against the relentless assault, helplessly enduring as the two warriors ground him into the earth. Sun Wukong delivered a fierce kick with his right leg, while Tang Xuanqing followed suit with a left kick, striking Frisia's abdomen. The force not only pushed Frisia back, but also allowed both fighters to swiftly retreat, creating a significant distance between them. On the other side of the earth, Bobo had successfully arranged the Dragon Balls. One of them was entirely green, adorned with diamond-shaped scales, its belly a soft yellow. At both the front and back were two dragon claws, and a head that exuded an air of majesty, crowned with two thick dragon horns. Its eyes were crimson, flanked by two long green whiskers, and with its mouth agape, a row of white teeth and a red tongue were visible, embodying the quintessential image of the Chinese Shenlong. Chapter 95. The evolution of the malevolent Frisia and the interference in battle. Tang Xuanqing slowly twisted his waist, his hands gradually lifting into the air, mimicking the stance of claws. He then rested his right hand upon his left, unleashing a surge of purple energy. Sun Wukong shaped his hands into a blossom form, placing them at his waist, concentrating an energy ball in his palms. Both were gathering their ki, aiming to press their advantage and obliterate the evil Frisia. Though the chances were slim, they sought to inflict as much damage as possible while devising a method to separate the Dark Dragon Lord. Suddenly, the malevolent Frisia erupted with energy, a purplish-black aura bursting forth and shattering the mountain that had confined him. Observing the two opponents concentrating their ki, he bellowed, "Wah!" The dark purple flames morphed into an energy sphere enveloping him, charging directly at the two adversaries. This move was originally intended for Sun Wukong as a new star strike, but had been augmented by dark powers, now perhaps deserving the name Dark Star Impact. Tang Xuanqing shouted, "Gallic Gun." He thrust his hands forward, unleashing a violet ki blast aimed at the position of the evil Frisia. Sun Wukong similarly cried out, "Kamehameha," and propelled a blue ki wave towards Frisia. The two energy waves, one violet and one blue, intertwined and merged, transforming into a more potent ki wave that collided directly with Frisia's Dark Star impact. The evil Frisia roared in defiance, his muscles bulging as the purplish-black flames intensified, enveloping him in a circular shield that augmented the defense and offensive power of his Dark Star impact. He steadily advanced, surprisingly able to withstand the combined ki waves of the two fighters, a development that was anticipated but nonetheless astonishing. Tang Xuanqing shouted, 20 times Kaioken. Instantly, fueled by the rage of the great ape, a red aura enveloped him, his skin turning a fiery hue. Hidden beneath the golden flames, a dual-layered energy formed, amplifying his power, speed, attack, and defense. His battle power surged from 225 million to 225.08 million. Though a modest increase, it was still significant. The Kaioken's effects diminished as his base power rose, necessitating further enhancements to adapt to the forthcoming challenges. Sun Wukong cast a surprised glance at him, astonished that he could also unleash a 20-fold increase, realizing the immense strain it would impose on his body. The backlash from such an escalation was far greater than that of a 10-fold increase. Recognizing Tang Xuanqing's determination, he roared, "Wah-ah-ah," and amplified the output of his Kamehameha. Their combined ki waves surged in strength and size, gradually forcing the evil Frisia backward. Meanwhile, on Earth, Bobo had successfully summoned the Shenlong. The Shenlong spoke, "State your wish. I can grant any wish, but only one." Bobo replied, "Please resurrect those slain by Frisia. Can they be brought back from distant planets?" The Shenlong responded, "I cannot guarantee it, but I will do my utmost." Bobo said at this point, "We have no choice but to try. It is all in your hands now." At this moment, the 4 individuals on Kaio's planet were exceptionally tense, as the feasibility of this plan hinged on the Shenlong of Earth being able to fulfill the wish, which, through the Shenlong of Namek, could transport all the souls from that planet, excluding Frisia. The scene shifted back to Namek, where the battle among the 3 continued. The evil Frisia exhibited further abnormalities. The Dark Dragon Ball began to seep dark energy, rapidly evolving his form. After transformation, he grew larger and more powerful. His 4 horns extended backward, while protective armor emerged around his mouth. His eyes transformed, losing their pupils, and additional armor plates sprouted from his shoulders. 4 more horns grew from his back, and his arms developed blade-like protrusions, significantly enhancing his strength, reaching the 5th transformation akin to Cooler. However, this was merely a temporary augmentation from the Dark Dragon Ball. Whether he could harness this power independently later remained uncertain. Empowered by his evolution, the evil Frisia lunged forward, easily brushing aside the 2 fighters' ki waves, for he had attained an unprecedented level of strength, a testament to the power of the Dark Dragon Ball. Tang Xuanqing cursed, "You and your Dark Dragon Ball evolution. If you can't play, don't even start." Sun Wukong quickly warned, "Stop the banter and get out of the way, or else," before he could finish, the evil Frisia was upon them, seizing their heads and violently crashing them together. Both Tang Xuanqing and Sun Wukong felt a sharp pain in their heads, realizing the overwhelming strength of Frisia in this state. What could they possibly use to combat this? The evil Frisia swiftly lashed his tail against Tang Xuanqing, sending him hurtling into a mountain, causing a collapse that buried him beneath the rubble, reminiscent of their previous encounter. Sun Wukong attempted to evade, but the evil Frisia caught hold of his right leg, spinning him around before violently throwing him away. Frisia then unleashed a torrent of energy, raising his right hand to deliver a crushing blow to Wukong's abdomen, while his left hand struck upward, targeting his waist. The onslaught continued with 4 or 5 relentless strikes, culminating in a powerful kick that sent Frisia crashing into a mountain. Suddenly, from the debris, black and red flames erupted. Tang Xuanqing resolved to unleash the power of the evil Scion, deciding that it was better to fight recklessly than to perish here. His stature and muscle mass grew significantly, his eyes turning into a fierce crimson, his black hair cascading down to his knees, wild and untamed. A sharp tuft of hair adorned his forehead, while his brow and features remained unchanged, transforming once more into the evil Scion form. In fury, Tang Xuanqing declared, "Come on, let's have some fun. You think you are the only one with dark power? I possess it too. Let us see who prevails. I will shatter your body into pieces and scatter your ashes to ease my wrath." Though the evil Frisia did not comprehend his words, he understood that his opponent was far from finished and eager to fight. With a thunderous roar, he charged at Tang Xuanqing, who met him head-on. The two extended their left and right fists, colliding with an explosive sound as their punches were intercepted by a third figure. Mira remarked coolly, "Indeed. With the Dark Dragon Ball here, the Time Patrol agents are also present. Quite fortuitous." Chapter 96. Two wishes and a familiar face. Tang Xuanqing stared in astonishment at the blue-skinned figure before him. Recognizing him as one of the bosses from Dragon Ball Super, Universe 2. How could he have appeared here ahead of time? Mira crossed his arms with tremendous force, causing the malevolent Frieza and Tang Xuanqing to collide their heads together instantly. His hands then retracted as he slowly raised his left hand, gathering a red energy sphere that he forcefully struck against the malevolent Frieza. The red energy orb propelled Frieza's body away, resulting in a massive explosion on a nearby flat ground. Although Tang Xuanqing's mind was still spinning, the sight of the malevolent Frieza jolted him awake, as he realized he could very well be next. Despite not having fought Mira, he knew this adversary was a boss character in Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2. Even if defeated, Towa could resurrect him, akin to a bug that gains new powers with each revival. As anticipated, Mira slowly raised his right hand, clenching his fist, which ignited in red energy flames. He unleashed a powerful uppercut that struck Tang Xuanqing in the abdomen, sending him hurtling into the air, his eyes widening as he spat out blood. At that moment, a golden figure erupted from a nearby mountain explosion. It was Goku, who had been sent flying by Frieza. Upon seeing this new mysterious foe, who was dominating both opponents, it was clear he was not an ally, prompting him to charge towards Mira. Mira stood arrogantly with his arms crossed, disdainfully remarking, "When did the Time Patrol recruit such weaklings? You won't last even a round against me. Are you perhaps part of a suicide squad?" Suddenly, he glanced to his left and saw a golden figure charging toward him, presumably this timeline's Goku, still in the unstable state of a newly awakened Super Saiyan from the Frieza saga. Fortunately, it was not the Time Patrol's Xeno Goku, who would be a far more formidable opponent. At that moment, another presence emerged on his right. Frieza, who had been sent flying by Mira's energy blast, now surged towards him in a fit of rage. The Super Saiyan Goku and the malevolent Frieza charged in unison, one radiating gold and the other purple-black energy, bombarding Mira with punches and kicks. Yet, he effortlessly countered their attacks as if toying with them. Mira scoffed, "You are all far too weak. I expected something more worthy of anticipation." Suddenly, Tang Xuanqing activated his time-stopping technique once more, freezing the surroundings as if a mirror had shattered, capturing the moment of fragmentation. He swiftly appeared behind Mira, raising both hands, fists ignited in black-red energy flames. With a flurry of strikes, his fists rained down upon Mira's back, unleashing a barrage of black-red beams that shot forth. It was impossible to count how many strikes he delivered. He only sensed time beginning to revert. Mira felt an excruciating pain in his back and wondered how the Time Patrol had recruited someone capable of using time-stopping techniques. This was indeed peculiar. Mira suddenly erupted with a dark energy, forcing all three opponents back. It was evident he possessed dark power, albeit inferior to that of the Dark Dragon Balls, yet certainly comparable to Tang Xuanqing's. Mira, a synthetic being infused with many genes by Towa, was terrifyingly powerful. He suddenly appeared before the malevolent Frieza, raising his right hand and targeting the location of the Dark Dragon Ball in Frieza's chest. With a few precise gestures, he swiftly extracted the Dark Dragon Ball. Upon losing it, Frieza reverted to a state of diminished power, gasping, "Who are you? What has happened to my body?" Mira, uninterested in answering, swiftly swatted Frieza away, sending him crashing into a mountainside. Tang Xuanqing yelled, "Leave that behind." He rushed forward, his right fist enveloped in black-red energy, striking out at Mira. Although Mira hastily raised his left hand to block, he was still pushed back several meters, leaving him quite astonished. Mira sensed that this adversary's aura was not dissimilar to his own. Both wielded dark power. Could it be that even the Time Patrol had fallen into darkness? Were they not the champions of preserving the correct timeline? Meanwhile, on the other side, in a village on Namek nearing ruin, the Namekians who had been slaughtered by Frieza and his minions miraculously returned to life. One particularly robust Namekian murmured, "What has happened? Are we alive again?" However, they soon realized the entire Namek was shaking violently, as if the world were coming to an end, with dark clouds blanketing the sky. A more refined Namekian remarked, "Something is amiss. This earthquake is unusual, and the sky is shrouded in darkness." Back on Earth, the dragon god spoke softly, All those slain on Namek by Frisia's minions have been revived. Bobo expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much. The dragon god concluded, farewell. Suddenly, its form vanished, and the 7 dragon balls scattered into the sky, automatically dispersing after use to prevent them from falling into the hands of those with malicious intent. Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, King Kai exclaimed with joy, wonderful. The deceased have returned to life. It seems the plan is progressing smoothly. Yamcha and Kaiatsu were taken aback, not expecting this approach to actually work. Tien hastily inquired, has the Grand Elder been revived? Has the Dragon of Namek appeared? King Kai responded, there should be no issues. Given the ominous clouds, the Grand Elder should have been resurrected. I will confirm it immediately. At that moment, atop a high mountain on Namek, a large Namekian sat in a chair. It was the Grand Elder, revived by the wish, albeit temporarily, as his life was nearly spent. And the appearance of Frisia's minions had accelerated this cycle. The Grand Elder murmured, what has transpired? How have I returned here? Was I not already dead? On Frisia's spaceship, the Dragon of Namek, Porunga, also appeared. The scene shifted back to King Kai's planet, where King Kai joyfully proclaimed, excellent. Everything is unfolding according to my plan. Yamcha cheered. Oh yeah. Tien quickly reminded, King Kai, you must convey your thoughts to the Grand Elder. His time is limited. At that moment, King Kai communicated with the Grand Elder on Namek. Can you hear me, Grand Elder? I am King Kai of the North Galaxy. Please listen closely. The Grand Elder nodded in astonishment, never expecting to hear King Kai's voice in his final moments. On the battlefield, the 3 opponents were locked in a standoff, excluding Frisia, who had been sent crashing into the mountainside. Tang Xuanqing stated calmly, Goku, Frisia is yours to handle. I will deal with this one. You are not his match. And neither am I, but I cannot allow the Dark Dragon Ball to fall into his hands. Goku attempted to protest, but Tang Xuanqing interjected fiercely. Your presence here distracts me. Quickly resolve Frisia and avenge Krillin. Upon hearing Tang Xuanqing's insistence, Goku refrained from further argument and charged towards Frisia with explosive energy. As soon as Goku departed, the two engaged in battle, with Tang Xuanqing unleashing his energy and rushing forward, both hands wreathed in black-red flames to amplify his damage. Mila, upon seeing this individual, could not help but smile, for in her eyes, he appeared rather feeble. She decided to indulge him for a while, subsequently unleashing her energy. Her hands enveloped in crimson flames as she charged towards him. In a fleeting moment, the two clashed. Tang Xuanqing's right fist struck Mila's left cheek, while Mila's left fist landed upon Tang Xuanqing's right cheek. Nevertheless, neither exhibited any intention of retreating. Instantly, fists and feet were exchanged in a relentless flurry of attacks. Each maneuver met with counteractions from the other. The two abruptly distanced themselves, re-establishing their standoff. Mila admonished, did the Temporal Patrol send you here to meet your demise? Perhaps you should consider this. Don't you possess dark powers like me? Come, serve the Dark Demon Realm. Lord Micah Capula will grant you even greater strength. This is a rare opportunity. Tang Xuanqing coldly responded, do you believe I lack strength? Whether you or they, I shall steadfastly follow my own path. Although my actions may currently mirror yours, indirectly influencing the course of history, I am not like you. I shall not engage in the annihilation of the entire universe or timeline. Mila expressed a hint of regret. If that is the case, then there is nothing more to discuss. At that moment, a woman appeared beside her, also possessing azure skin. She seemed to be Tawa. Tawa declared, once our task is complete, we shall depart, Mila. Remaining within this timeline will invite unnecessary complications. Mila replied, understood, master. Tawa then wielded her staff to open a portal leading to the demon realm. As they prepared to enter, Tang Xuanqing attempted to pursue them, but a frozen demon, clad in a black mask, suddenly emerged from the portal, blocking his path. Mila turned and said, let this fellow entertain you. He goes by the name of Xinyang. With that, she followed Tawa into the portal, vanishing without a trace, leaving the controlled frozen demon to confront Tang Xuanqing. Upon hearing the name, Tang Xuanqing's eyes widened in astonishment. This frozen demon was a comrade who had also been transported to the Nest of Time. Had they not been destroyed in the temporal passage? Was there more to the earlier events than met the eye? Meanwhile, on Kaioshin's planet, the Kaioshin anxiously exclaimed, Namek is on the verge of exploding. The Dragon Balls there can still grant one last wish. Quickly, wish for everyone except Frisia to be transported to Earth. The Grand Elder on Namek replied, very well, Kaioshin, thank you. However, One must address the eternal dragon directly for the wish to be effective. Let me see who is closest to the dragon so they can make the wish. Suddenly, two voices interrupted their conversation, requesting a modification to the wish's content. Son Goku communicated telepathically, transfer everyone to Earth, except me and Frieza. The Kaioshin cautioned, Goku, please listen. I understand your feelings, but, Son Goku reiterated through telepathy. If I cannot kill him here and avenge Krillin, I may never forgive myself. Tang Xuanqing similarly conveyed, do not send me or the one I am fighting back. He is currently very dangerous. Once I handle this, I will find a way back. You need not concern yourselves with me. The Kaioshin inquired. You are the Tang Xuanqing that Goku mentioned? Tang Xuanqing affirmed, yes, indeed. My situation is quite precarious, so I must end this conversation. The Kaioshin muttered, very well. We shall proceed as you wish. Simultaneously, the one closest to the eternal dragon, Dandy, was revived. He looked at himself in astonishment, having been killed by Frieza. Yet here he was, alive again. The Grand Elder murmured, the one nearest to the eternal dragon is Dandy. Dandy heard the Grand Elder's voice in his mind, urging him to approach the eternal dragon, who awaited a wish. Dandy responded, understood. He erupted with energy, soaring towards the location of the Dragon Balls. As it was particularly nearby, the Grand Elder calmly stated, the final wish is for everyone here, except Frieza, Son Goku, and Tang Xuanqing and his opponent, to be instantly transported to Earth. On the spaceship where Son Goku was, Son Gohan and Bulma gazed in astonishment at the apocalyptic scene outside, unsure of what to do or whether the two combatants had emerged victorious. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the ground, and soon after, the figure stood up. It was Vegeta, who had been buried by Son Goku himself. He stared blankly at his hands. Vegeta murmured, what? Am I alive again? Meanwhile, Porunga asked, what is your wish? Dandy exclaimed, the final wish is, Chapter 97. The final battle of the four. At that moment, Frieza erupted from his body, casting his gaze aside, and discovered that the eternal dragon Porunga had reappeared on Namek. Frieza exclaimed in surprise, that is the eternal dragon. He immediately unleashed his energy and charged towards the dragon, intent on making his wish for eternal life before anyone else could. Son Goku watched and murmured, that is indeed the eternal dragon of Namek. Seeing Frieza rushing towards the dragon, he too unleashed his energy, determined to eliminate the tyrant before the planet exploded, in honor of Krillin's spirit. Frieza shouted as he charged. Let Frieza. Dandy addressed the eternal dragon. Frieza reached Porunga first, shouting, I wish for eternal life. Son Goku exclaimed, this is bad. Frieza's face was etched with desire and greed as he gazed at Porunga, eagerly anticipating the realization of his wish for everlasting life. Dandy, in a state of urgency, shouted, Frieza. Both Frieza and Son Goku turned in surprise towards Dandy, utterly confused by what he was saying. Porunga spoke, very well, I understand. Everyone except these two, and the other two, shall be transported to Earth. Frieza exclaimed in disbelief, what? A smile of relief spread across Son Goku's face. Frieza's wish had been thwarted, and he found it amusing. Dandy, who had been below, disappeared in an instant, as did the Namekians scattered across various villages, including the Grand Elder, and even Piccolo, who lay on the spaceship when Son Goku arrived. Following them, Son Gohan and Bulma also vanished, as did a bewildered Vegeta. Porunga then transformed into 7 Dragon Balls, soaring into the sky, disappearing without a trace, presumably accompanying the Grand Elder to Earth. At this moment, Frieza was left in shock, struggling to articulate coherent words. Son Goku coldly remarked, it seems the dragon can only understand the language of this planet. What a false alarm. It appears there is still a chance to avenge Krillin. Frieza, perplexed, inquired, what wish did that fellow make? Did I not kill him long ago? Son Goku replied icily. The dragon of Earth revived those you killed. Although I do not understand the language of Namek, I know what he wished for. He left everyone here except for you and me, along with 2 others, while transporting the rest to Earth. Furisa, upon hearing this, was filled with both rage and helplessness. As only 2 minutes remained until the explosion of Namekexing, Sun Wukong spoke calmly, I have awaited this moment. In a fit of anger, Frieza retorted, you detestable insects. I shall obliterate you, leaving you as unrecognizable as that earthling. Sun Wukong roared in response, dare you mention Kuririn? A golden aura enveloped Sun Wukong, causing his hair to rise dramatically, reminiscent of Vegeta. He charged towards Frieza, who, having broken free from the control of the Dark Dragon Balls, was experiencing a gradual decline in physical capabilities, fatigue overwhelming him. In a moment of carelessness, he was struck squarely on the left cheek by Sun Wukong's fist, sending him crashing into the ground, carving a deep trench and shattering numerous rocks along the way. Sun Wukong, ignited with rage, pursued him relentlessly. Frisia erupted from the debris, unleashing a Nova Strike, enveloped once more in a sphere of crimson energy, hurtling towards him. Frisia bellowed, "Die, you accursed monkeys." Hearing this, Sun Wukong deftly dodged, causing Frisia to miss. Swiftly, he delivered a right roundhouse kick to Frisia's back, followed by a powerful thrust of his left leg, sending Frisia's head spinning and crashing down once again, leaving a deep crater amidst a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Tang Xuanqing, hindered by Frisia's identity, refrained from using excessive force, as they hailed from the same place. Xin Yang unleashed a right punch, which Tang Xuanqing easily blocked with his left hand, resulting in a stalemate. Tang Xuanqing urged, "Xin Yang, wake up. Can you hear me?" Xin Yang replied mechanically, "Eliminate target." He then executed a knee strike that landed painfully on Tang Xuanqing's abdomen, causing him to widen his eyes in shock. Xin Yang's strength seemed to have increased. Perhaps he too was enhanced by dark powers. Despite the excruciating pain, Tang Xuanqing attempted to reason with him, only to be seized by Xin Yang, who pressed his head to the ground and dragged him, before launching him skyward with a fierce toss. With both hands raised to the heavens, a sphere of red energy coalesced between them, and he unleashed a powerful energy wave towards the sky. Tang Xuanqing realized that if he did not retaliate, he would surely be killed. In an instant, he activated his time-stopping technique, rendering the surrounding world motionless, as if frozen in a shattered mirror. As Xin Yang's energy wave approached, it suddenly halted. Tang Xuanqing swiftly appeared behind him, delivering a right strike that pierced through Xin Yang's body with a beam of purple light. Time resumed its flow, and to Xin Yang's surprise, he had not anticipated this turn of events. He staggered forward, then swiftly turned, raising his left fist to strike Tang Xuanqing. But the blow was blocked by Tang Xuanqing's right hand. Unable to contain his frustration, Tang Xuanqing exclaimed, "You truly are oblivious to your arrogance, mistaking kindness for weakness. You shall not escape unscathed, despite our shared origins. It is time for a lesson in physical enlightenment." He exploded with energy, a dark crimson aura erupting forth, forcing Xin Yang back as he charged forward, enveloped in flames. Xin Yang retaliated with his own surge of energy, launching at Tang Xuanqing with a fierce right punch, which was blocked. He attempted to counter with his left hand, but was met with a left punch to the abdomen from Tang Xuanqing, sending him soaring into the sky. Tang Xuanqing pursued him, rapidly ascending to his apex, then striking down with both hands clasped together, delivering a powerful blow to Xin Yang's head, causing cracks to form in his dark mask. This impact sent Xin Yang plummeting downwards, his body twisting in the air to mitigate the fall, landing with difficulty. At that moment, Xin Yang felt a wave of dizziness, fragmented memories flickering through his mind as he clutched his head in confusion. Seizing this opportunity, Tang Xuanqing slowly moved his right hand back, adopting a pushing stance. His muscles surged, gathering energy in his right hand as his aura intensified, forming an irregularly pulsating energy sphere that displayed 3 swirling tomo at its center, as if charging for a decisive strike. Suddenly, he dashed behind Xin Yang, who turned sharply, realizing that a piece of his mask had fallen away, revealing a glimpse of his returning consciousness. However, the attack could not be halted. Tang Xuanqing shouted, "Dark Berserk Gatling." He thrust his right hand forward, unleashing a massive black-red energy wave accompanied by crimson lightning, a display of power far exceeding the ordinary Berserk Gatling, hurtling towards Xin Yang. Wait, Xin Yang cried, but before he could finish, he was engulfed by the colossal energy wave, obliterating the surrounding terrain. The already ravaged landscape of Namakexing was further devastated as magma began to seep from the ground, indicating that the explosion was imminent. Simultaneously, on Earth, a lawn suddenly filled with individuals, including Namakexing people, the Savior Team, and Vegeta. Sun Wufan exclaimed, "What just happened?" Bulma murmured, "Where are we?" Clearly, they were unaware that they had been transported back to Earth. At that moment, Piccolo, under Dandy's treatment, regained consciousness. Sun Wufan turned, astonished, Uncle Piccolo and Dandy. The Namakexing beings noticed a robust elder among them, exclaiming, "Elder." Sun Wufan looked again, realizing it was indeed the Elder, who had supposedly passed away. The Elder spoke slowly. "Everyone, this is Earth." Upon hearing this, Bulma's heart finally settled, relieved to be home. Piccolo queried in astonishment, "What has transpired?" The Elder murmured, "I possess a brief revival. Before my demise, I came to explain the circumstances." Meanwhile, Vegeta appeared disoriented, surrounded by Namekian beings, knowing he had previously killed some in his quest for the Dragon Balls. He remained silent, unsure of what to say. Back on Namekian, Sun Wukong and Frieza were engaged in fierce close-quarters combat, each delivering punches and kicks with palpable intensity. Frieza struck Sun Wukong with a right elbow to the left cheek, but Sun Wukong retaliated with a left knee strike to Frieza's chin. Both combatants equally determined to inflict damage. In another part of the battlefield, Tang Xuanqing had reverted to his normal state, holding the now weakened Sun Yang. Glancing towards Sun Wukong, uncertain if their battle had concluded. Regardless, his own conflict had reached a temporary resolution, and his thoughts turned to how to return to Earth. Chapter 98. The fateful clash between Sun Wukong and Frieza. At this moment, the entirety of Namekian resembled a dying star on the brink of detonation, exuding a heavy aura of death. The environment was fraught with calamities, the seas roiled violently, and the sky was fraught with thunder and lightning. Amidst it all, the battle between the two had yet to reach its conclusion. Sun Wukong crouched low, evading Frieza's incoming left punch, and swiftly executed a right uppercut that struck his abdomen, causing Frieza to widen his eyes and spit forth a mouthful of blood. Frieza abruptly raised his left hand, adopting a knife hand posture, and struck forcefully against Sun Wukong's back. Subsequently, he delivered a powerful kick with his left leg, sending Wukong flying. As Wukong's body flipped midair, he forcefully pushed off with his legs just before colliding with a rock, shattering it, and using the momentum to propel himself back toward Frieza, launching a fierce kick aimed at him. Frieza swiftly sidestepped to evade the blow. However, Wukong's left leg was already in motion, lifting sharply and then delivering a powerful backward thrust that struck Frieza's right cheek, causing him to be sent sprawling, his face hitting the ground and dragging a short distance. With an icy tone, Sun Wukong declared, "You cannot defeat me, Frieza." Frieza struggled to rise, his large eyes filled with disbelief and resentment, mumbling incoherently. At that moment, Wukong appeared behind him, and Frieza sensed impending doom. Yet, he lacked the strength to evade. His body, severely injured and exhausted due to the forced activation of his powers from the Dark Dragon Balls, was incapable of resistance. Wukong slowly lifted his left hand, and Frieza could only watch in astonishment, utterly helpless to dodge or retaliate. With a fierce shout, Wukong brought his elbow crashing down onto Frieza's right cheek, the impact resounding painfully, causing Frieza to spew blood and nearly be knocked off his feet. Wukong then executed a powerful upward kick to Frieza's lower back, sending him flying. Before following up with a forceful punch to his back, Frieza felt a splitting sensation in his spine and neck as his body crashed into a rock, causing dust and debris to erupt. Despite the agony coursing through him, Frieza forced himself to emerge from the smoke, landing on another rock, panting heavily while vigilantly eyeing Wukong, fearful of another assault, his previous attacks having been overwhelmingly lethal. Suddenly, Wukong relaxed his stance and calmly stated, "I will not continue fighting." Frieza was momentarily taken aback, pondering if this was a ruse. Wukong reiterated, "I said I won't fight. Do you not understand?" Frieza, bewildered, inquired, "Not fighting? What do you mean?" Wukong scoffed. "Although you have exerted all your strength, your momentum has considerably waned. I have lost interest in continuing this battle. Your spirit has been diminished. You did not expect there to be someone superior to you, let alone a scion, whom you despise. Take care of yourself." Frieza trembled, stammering, "What? You dare underestimate me?" In an instant, Wukong transformed back from Super Saiyan to his normal state, then added, "You are now filled with fear. Vanquishing you holds no significance. Flee while you still can. I am returning to Earth. Do not commit evil again. I do not wish to see you anymore." With that, he soared into the air toward his spaceship, leaving Frieza in a state of shock. Frieza, seething with rage, retorted, "You are the one who is rambling. You are the loser here." He then raised his right hand, gathering energy into a sphere and compressing it into a disc-shaped projectile capable of cutting, known as the cutting disc, a technique that would later bisect him. Suddenly, Wukong heard a sound and swiftly turned, only to be grazed by the cutting disc on his right cheek, leaving a wound from which blood flowed. He realized Frisia, lying on the ground, was the one behind the attack, and his earlier mercy had been met with treachery. Wukong, filled with fury, exclaimed, "You stubborn fool! You squandered your chance." He transformed into Super Saiyan once more, his hair and brows turning golden, flames of energy igniting around him. Frisia swung his right hand inward, commanding the cutting disc to return swiftly toward Wukong, aiming to cleave him in two. Wukong quickly dodged, but the cutting disc seemed to have a mind of its own, relentlessly pursuing him. Frisia maliciously chuckled. No matter where you go, it will follow you. You cannot escape." Wukong calmly replied, "Is this your ultimate technique, Frisia? You have disappointed me greatly." He charged toward Frisia, the cutting disc still in relentless pursuit. Frisia scoffed, "You think you can reach me and then dodge at the last moment? Dream on, I won't fall for your trick." Wukong surged straight toward Frisia, then abruptly ascended, attempting to use the cutting disc against him. Frisia shouted, "Huh?" and took control of the cutting disc, which flew upward, passing through Wukong's body. Frisia rejoiced, believing he had succeeded, but sensed something was amiss. Wukong's voice came from behind him, "I am right here, Frisia." Turning around, Frisia was shocked to discover Wukong had maneuvered behind him, raising his right hand to retrieve the cutting disc. With a chilling demeanor, Wukong stated, "I have no interest in continuing this fight. Such trivial techniques are profoundly disappointing. If we must determine a victor, let it be after your strength has been restored." Frisia retorted, "Humph, resorting to illusions? Then let's see you handle two at once." He raised his left hand, releasing another cutting disc, and with a swift motion of both hands, he launched two tracking cutting discs toward Wukong. Wukong coldly remarked, "Truly incorrigible." He soared into the sky, yet the two cutting discs pursued him relentlessly. As he circled high above, he charged back toward Frisia. Frisia taunted, "Only a fool would repeat the same move." Wukong's eyes widened as he lifted his right hand, unleashing an energy blast aimed at Frisia, creating a cloud of dust that obscured his vision. Frisia, momentarily blinded by the smoke, was startled when he sensed something approaching. He leaped, only to find it was his own cutting disc. Frisia cursed, "Damn it, a child's trick." After dodging his own attack, he looked up and was astonished to see Wukong descending rapidly, delivering a powerful elbow strike directly to his crown, causing his eyes to widen in pain as he plummeted, but managed to land on one knee at the last moment. Frisia seethed, "You little brat." Meanwhile, a cutting disc was closing in on him, yet he remained oblivious, on the brink of becoming 25 Frisia. Wukong warned, "Do not stand up. Get down, get down." Confused, Frisia turned to see the cutting disc slice through him from behind, leaving him with only his upper body, right arm, and head intact, while his left arm was severed. His lower half remained somewhat whole, but his tail had been further truncated, and his body fell uncontrollably, split in two, transforming him into 25 Frisia. Wukong gazed in astonishment, questioning whether this creature could not sense energy. Frisia gasped, "How is this possible?" Wukong landed before him, observing Frisia's pitiful state, though the anger had faded from his eyes. There was no pity. This was a fate of Frisia's own making. Frisia cried out in agony, "Ugh." Wukong dismissively remarked, "This is your own doing, though it is rather tragic." Frisia weakly uttered, "You fool, you fool." Sun Wukong turned to leave and remarked, "I am returning to Earth. You shall remain here to share your fate with the ruined planet." He coughed violently, truly sensing the imminent approach of death. The once invincible cosmic emperor, Frisia, now felt genuine fear. Frisia pleaded, "Please, save me." In this moment, the inherently kind Sun Wukong found himself in a moral quandary, torn between the decision to save him or to leave him to his fate. Meanwhile, on Ko's planet, Ko urged, "Wukong, hurry up. What are you waiting for? Namek is about to explode." Frisia begged once more, "Help me." Sun Wukong turned around in anger and replied, "You ruthlessly slaughtered so many who begged for mercy, and yet you still expect me to save you." Frisia, in his weakened state, implored, "I beg you." Sun Wukong raised his right hand as if to unleash an energy blast upon him, but instead, he genuinely shared a portion of his energy. At that moment, the near-death Frisia widened his eyes in disbelief, astonished that Sun Wukong would save him. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and said, "I have transferred some of my energy to you. You should be able to move now. Take care of yourself." Chapter 99. Everything comes to an end with the explosion of Namek. Meanwhile, on Earth, the elders said, "The ability for everyone to be reborn here is partly due to the power of the Earth Dragon, and partly because of the strength of Purunga. That is how things stand. The second elder of Namek inquired, Elder, why haven't the villagers of the Tsuno clan arrived? A young Namekian chimed in, Yes, indeed. Vegeta, leaning against a tree with his arms crossed, candidly remarked, Perhaps it is because that village was destroyed by me. My wish was to resurrect those killed by Frisia's gang. And I am no longer allied with Frisia, so. A robust Namekian could not contain his anger and retorted, You scoundrel. At that moment, 7 orbs, slightly larger than regular basketballs, fell from the sky and landed heavily on the lawn. They were the Dragon Balls of Namek. The elder slowly said, The Dragon Balls of Namek have also made their way to Earth, but my life is nearing its end. From today onward, the second elder Muley shall take my place. The miraculous power of the Dragon Balls will be restored. You must utilize them wisely. Muley responded, Understood. The elder then extended his right hand, and Muley extended his left. Their hands clasped together. The elder imparted the control and mastery of the Dragon Balls to him, thus making him the new elder, ensuring the Dragon Balls would not vanish. The elder concluded, I entrust this to you. May the Namekians live in eternal peace. With that, the elder's body vanished with a soft sound, having truly passed away. The remaining Namekians cried out in sorrow, Elder, Elder. Piccolo murmured, Rest in peace, revered elder. At this moment, Son Gohan and Dandy looked at him in astonishment. Piccolo had never met the elder, yet he spoke as if he shared a memory. Dandy suddenly realized, I understand now. You merged with Niru, so you possess that memory. Piccolo did not respond, merely smiling faintly, for it was indeed true. Bulma suddenly inquired, Where are Wukong and Shinshin? Why are they not here? Son Gohan solemnly replied, Frisia killed Uncle Krillin, and my father stayed behind to duel with Frisia. He must avenge him. He will return. As for Uncle Shinshin, I am uncertain, as I do not know what he was doing at the end. Piccolo snorted, Humph, son Wukong is truly brave but foolish. His power pales in comparison to Frisia's, and he cannot possibly win. His actions are tantamount to seeking death. Son Gohan asserted, No, Uncle Piccolo, my father will surely defeat Frisia. Piccolo curiously asked, Why do you believe that? Son Gohan firmly replied, I witnessed my father transform into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta immediately became agitated, thinking, Impossible. Kakarot has transformed into a Super Saiyan. This cannot be true. Meanwhile, on Namek, with only 1 minute until the explosion, Tang Shinshin had already brought the stunned Chungyang, whom he had knocked back to the first stage, to Frisia's spaceship. The terrain here was gradually disintegrating, and through the cracks, molten lava was faintly visible. Tang Shinshin complained, Why is Wukong so slow? If he doesn't hurry, it will be too late. There is only one escape pod. The scene shifted to the location of the battle. Frisia, using the portion of energy granted by Son Wukong, managed to lift half of his body, yet blood continued to flow uncontrollably. For now, he was not dying. At least not yet. Frisia, bewildered, remarked, This is unexpected. You truly shared energy with me. Son Wukong coldly retorted, Aren't you capable of surviving in space? Then hurry and leave. Hopefully, this experience will teach you the value of life. Frisia slowly stated, Namek is about to explode. Where can you go? You can only await your demise. Son Wukong replied, It is too late to return to my spaceship, so I shall have to borrow yours. Frisia wickedly laughed. Ha ha ha, I'm afraid not. Vegeta has damaged that ship beyond repair. How ridiculous. You defeated me, yet you must die, while I can survive. You are truly foolish for sharing energy with me, Frisia. Son Wukong concluded, I will not die. He then unleashed a surge of energy and soared towards Frisia's spaceship, determined to attempt an escape, regardless of the outcome. Frisia thought to himself, I am the strongest in the universe, so you must die by my hand. Frisia shouted, I will kill you. Raising his remaining right hand, he unleashed the energy Son Wukong had shared with him, directing it towards Son Wukong. Son Wukong sensed something amiss and slowly turned his head, his expression shifting from disdain to fury as he roared, Fool. His right hand shot out, releasing a powerful energy wave that quickly pushed Frisia back. After all, the energy he was using to attack Son Wukong was still derived from what Son Wukong had given him. Frisia was struck by the energy wave. His face contorted in shock and terror, as his features twisted grotesquely, his eyes bulging, and his mouth agape in a final display of horror. With an explosion, a large crater was formed, and dust rose into the air, causing Frisia's figure to vanish into the smoke. Surely, he must be dead now. Son Wukong did not linger. Instantly charging towards Frisia's spaceship, resolute that he would not perish here. Soon, he arrived and saw Tang Xianxun holding a peculiar creature. But the pressing concern was how to return, as Namek was on the brink of explosion. Although Tang Xianxun was unsure of the spaceship's controls, he randomly pressed buttons. And by sheer chance, a spaceship similar to the one Vegeta and the others had used to arrive on Earth popped up. Sun Wukong transformed back to his normal state and sighed. Xianxun, so you can operate a spaceship. Tang Xianxun replied nonchalantly, hurry inside. Knowing the urgency, Sun Wukong entered. But the hatch quickly closed behind him, leaving him in stunned silence as he gazed at Tang Xianxun outside. Tang Xianxun said, this thing can only accommodate one person. You go first. I will look for another. Without hesitation, he pressed the launch button beside him, and the spaceship containing Sun Wukong was instantly propelled into the cosmos. Inside, Sun Wukong gazed at Tang Xuanqing with a perplexed expression, yet he was powerless to halt the ship as departure. Tang Xuanqing, carrying Xinyang, stepped out of the Frisia spaceship and beheld the apocalyptic scene outside. A minute passed swiftly. With a teasing tone, Tang Xuanqing remarked, Xinyang, isn't it ironic? Just as we finally meet, we're destined to perish on Namek. Do you think we will return to our original world upon death? Or will we simply cease to exist? However, Xinyang was oblivious to these words, having been struck unconscious by Tang Xuanqing's earlier attack. If he were to realize that he had been dragged into this fate, he would undoubtedly go mad. Slowly, Tang Xuanqing raised his right hand and positioned 2 fingers against his forehead, uncertain if this approach would be effective. Despite his high learning capability, he had only witnessed this technique employed by the cloaked figure once. Thus, its execution might prove challenging. After all, the very purpose of sending Sun Wukong to that planet was to master this skill, instantaneous movement. In moments of dire peril, individuals often unleash unforeseen potential, and Scions are no exception. However, this technique requires sensing the target's location, which entails locking onto the energy of a specific individual. At that moment on King Kai's planet, the king sensed Sun Wukong's departure from Namek and was filled with elation, though it seemed someone was still missing. Suddenly, Tang Xuanqing communicated telepathically, prompting him to inform the Earth warriors to raise their energies so he could sense them. Although uncertain of Tang Xuanqing's intentions, he conveyed the message to the Earth warriors. Could it be that this fellow was still on Namek? Upon using his clairvoyance once more, he confirmed that indeed, the lad remained there. His fingers pressed to his forehead. What could he be planning? On Earth, Piccolo, Gohan, and the Namekians, upon receiving the news, began to emit their energies. At that critical moment on the brink of Namek's destruction, Tang Xuanqing seized the opportunity, grasping Xinyang's form and, with a swift motion, both individuals vanished into thin air just as the planet erupted into a cloud of dust, obliterating it from the cosmos. On King Kai's planet, the king mused, this lad truly has faced a life-altering trial. Suddenly, a voice interrupted, you are indeed quite charming. I am not dead yet. The king was taken aback, exclaiming, Nanny? He sensed Tang Xuanqing's energy manifesting on Earth, leaving him utterly astonished. At that moment, a figure materialized behind Piccolo. It was Tang Xuanqing. They then understood that the purpose of releasing their energies was to facilitate his capture, enabling him to teleport. Having accomplished this, he collapsed onto the ground, his left hand still gripping Xinyang, who landed heavily. The onlookers were gripped by fear, recognizing the familiar visage of Frisia's first form. Tang Xuanqing explained, he is not Frisia, he is my friend. He disappeared for a while, but has returned, albeit under control. He and Frisia are both ice demons. Yet his nature is not malevolent. Upon hearing Tang Xuanqing's clarification, the crowd's fear began to dissipate. Bulma inquired, where's Wukong? Why isn't he with you? Tang Xuanqing replied, that fellow defeated Frisia and escaped. He was aboard the spaceship, but I cannot say where he has flown off to. Rest assured, he is alive. With this reassurance, the group felt a weight lift from their hearts. Indeed, Sun Wukong had triumphed over Frisia and survived, truly becoming the strongest in the universe. Gohan asked, why hasn't Uncle Krillin been revived? Tang Xuanqing explained, a physical body is required for resurrection. Krillin was obliterated, leaving no remains. So the Dragon Balls of Earth cannot bring him back. Gohan, disheartened, lamented, how can this be? Vegeta scoffed, think logically. First, use the Dragon Balls to bring back that bald man's soul, and then revive him. Surely that is possible. Piccolo, bewildered, stammered, ah. At that moment, everyone else stood in shock, except for Tang Xuanqing, who was already aware of this part of the narrative and felt no surprise. Bulma exclaimed, "Yes, that is a splendid idea." Gohan approached, extending his hand to Vegeta, saying, "Thank you very much." Vegeta swatted his hand away with his left, grunting, "Humph. Spare me the pleasantries." Gohan, unsure of Vegeta's thoughts, simply wished to express gratitude for his suggestion. In truth, Vegeta contemplated using the Dragon Balls to resurrect the bald man and then summon Kakarot, eager to witness Super Saiyan and determined to surpass him. At that moment, Mealy interjected. "Excuse me, Earthlings." Bulma asked, "What is it?" Mealy continued, "Once the Dragon Balls regain their magical powers, we wish to relocate to a suitable planet to reside. In the interim, could you assist us in arranging suitable accommodations?" Bulma graciously offered, "You may stay at my home. It is quite spacious and can easily accommodate you. Moreover, we will need your Dragon Balls to save lives, so it's settled. Otherwise, your presence anywhere else would cause chaos." The Namekians expressed their gratitude, pleased to have a temporary place to stay. Mealy thanked her, saying, "Thank you very much, Earthling." Bulma turned to Vegeta, saying, "You should come too. You have nowhere else to go. I will prepare plenty of delicious food for you, but do not harbor any ill intentions just because I am charming." Vegeta scoffed, "Umph. What a tasteless woman," shouting loudly. At that moment, Tang Xuanqing could no longer contain his laughter. Reminiscing about who had married Bulma, it seemed to be someone with the surname of Bei. Bulma was currently on the phone, requesting her father to send a larger aircraft capable of accommodating 200 to 300 people. Gohan cautiously asked, "Could I also stay at your home?" Bulma replied, "Gohan, you should hurry home. Your mother is waiting for you." Gohan pleaded, "If I don't do my homework, Mom will scold me. Can I hide for a bit?" Bulma, bewildered by the notion of not doing homework, recalled Chi-Chi's demeanor and realized why Gohan might be fearful, thus she consented. After waiting briefly, a massive aircraft arrived, and everyone boarded, ready to head to Bulma's residence. After a few days of rest, they prepared to harness the powers of the Namekian dragon to bring back Krillin and Sun Wukong. The Namekian Dragon Balls would fully restore their magical powers in just 130 days, summoning the dragon. When the citizens of West City witnessed this miraculous sight, they were utterly astonished, believing it to be the latest invention of a brilliant inventor. At this time, Bulma had changed into her casual attire, her long bluish-green hair cascading behind her, with some bangs framing her face, creating a pleasing appearance. Gohan had also changed back into his usual attire, accompanied by his mother, Chi-Chi, to witness the revival of Uncle Krillin and the retrieval of Sun Wukong, with even Master Roshi and the Namekians present. Bulma exclaimed, "Wow, what a gigantic dragon. It's truly magnificent." Dr. Brief murmured, "Incredible, simply astonishing." At this moment, in the heavens, Barangia spoke, "State your wish, O possessor of the 7 Dragon Balls." Mealy replied, "I shall bestow this opportunity for a wish entirely upon you. We can defer our desires for another time." Sun Wukong, brimming with joy, exclaimed, "Thank you ever so much, Grand Elder." Bulma addressed Barangia, saying, "First and foremost, please summon the soul of Krillin, who perished on Namek, to this place." Dandi, utilizing the Namekian tongue, uttered words of invocation. Suddenly, with a chime, Barangia declared, "I have successfully summoned Krillin's soul." Bulma continued, "Very well. My second wish is for Krillin to be resurrected." Dandi again spoke in the Namekian language. With a puff, the deceased Krillin materialized before them. Krillin, astonished, exclaimed, "What? How am I alive again?" Barangia responded, "I have meticulously restored his body and attire." Bulma, delighted, cast a flirtatious glance at Barangia and joyfully proclaimed, "Thank you immensely, dragon. Your attention to detail is remarkable. For my final wish, please bring Sun Wukong back to Earth." Barangia remained still, then stated, "That is not possible. He has refused to return, claiming that when the time is right, he will return on his own." Even Oolong was taken aback, having been in high spirits just moments before. Sun Wukong, bewildered, asked why. Master Roshi suddenly shouted, "I understand now. Chi-Chi is too formidable, and he does not wish to return. The strongest being in the universe must surely be Super Saiyan Sun Wukong's wife, Chi-Chi." Upon hearing this, Tang Xuanqing could no longer contain his laughter. This was the experience of being deeply immersed in the moment, filled with countless points of humor and sarcasm. Meanwhile, Sin Yang had awoken a few days prior. The first thing he did was complain about why he had regained consciousness, expressing great dissatisfaction at having been beaten up by Tang Xuanqing. Chi-Chi, brandishing a sword, chased Master Roshi, slashing at him as he ran, explaining, "It was merely a jest. Chi-Chi, do not take it seriously." Piccolo then reminded them, "He will return when the time is right. Now, please, Dragon, revive our companions on the King Kai's side." The result was that Kaiatsu wished to remain with Tien, and ultimately, only Yamcha was resurrected. After 130 days, Kaiatsu and Tien were also revived. The Namekians and the Dragon Balls had relocated to a new planet, and everything seemed to have returned to peace. Chapter 100, Gula's Mecha Army. In the days following the Namek incident, Earth experienced a brief period of tranquility, and Vegeta gradually adapted to life on Earth, becoming at least an ally. Tang Xuanqing and Xinjiang occasionally sought him out for training. After all, in terms of battle experience, Vegeta was far superior to them, and training with him offered invaluable lessons. Vegeta relished the challenge of facing strong opponents. Although Tang Xuanqing was not a Super Saiyan, this did not hinder him from being a formidable adversary. During this time, Tang Xuanqing also engaged in telepathic discussions with King Kai about the merits and drawbacks of the Kaioken technique. Through King Kai's explanations, Tang Xuanqing gradually refined this technique, eliminating its shortcomings, ensuring that it would no longer falter against powerful foes. The original increase of 8,000 in battle power was enhanced to an impressive 10,000. Meanwhile, on a distant planet, a spaceship akin to Frisia's was stationed there. A being resembling Frisia in his fourth form, robust in stature and comparable in height to Sun Wukong. Possessed blood-red eyes, purple-black lips, and two blood-like streaks beneath his eyes. His skin was a deep purple, adorned with white armor on his head, chest, arms, and legs. He had 3 toes on 1 foot and a long, deep purple tail. This individual was Frisia's brother, Gula. Gula and Frisia had been assigned to govern half of the universe by King Cold. Initially, Sun Wukong was meant to perish, but Gula chose not to intervene, as that region did not fall under his jurisdiction. This negligence ultimately led to Frisia's downfall at the hands of the one he sent away. At this moment, a figure with blue skin, a 3 to 7 hairstyle of yellow, clad in a purple bodysuit, and wearing white gloves and white boots, along with armor on only his left shoulder and a purple scouter over his left eye, approached. This was Gula's trusted subordinate, Soiza, possessing a battle power of 170,000. A considerable strength in the cosmos, and he was the captain of Gula's personal mech squad. Soiza reported, "Lord Gula, your brother Frisia has been slain by the detestable Scions." Gula questioned, "What nonsense is this? Do you comprehend your words, Soiza? How could Frisia, of our glorious bloodline, be defeated by the inferior Scions?" Soiza responded, "According to reliable sources, it is said that among the surviving Scions, one has transformed into a Super Saiyan and vanquished your brother, and this individual resides on Earth." Upon hearing this, Gula sprang from his throne, declaring, "Soiza, set forth immediately to Earth. The plan for the annihilation of the Scions is to commence. We shall utterly obliterate this planet, and I shall personally avenge my brother Frisia." Soiza promptly bowed in acquiescence. Understood. The four then boarded the spaceship, preparing to journey to Earth to eliminate the so-called Super Saiyan. Meanwhile, on Earth, Tang Xuanqing, Xinjiang, Krillin, and Sun Wukong were enjoying a picnic outdoors, completely unaware of the impending danger. Sun Wukong began chopping wood, splitting a large tree into several long pieces, which he stacked as if constructing a makeshift grill. Krillin was busy pitching a tent, while Tang Xuanqing and Xinjiang fished in the river, yielding some modest catch, sufficient for their meal. As for Piccolo and Vegeta, their strict training regimens kept them from engaging in what they deemed frivolous activities. They were focused on training, one sparring with his doppelganger, while the other was hard at work in the gravity chamber. Just as Tang Xuanqing and Xinjiang returned with several fish in hand, ready to greet Sun Wukong and Krillin, they discovered the campsite in disarray, with Sun Wukong and Krillin both unconscious, held upside down by 2 towering extraterrestrial beings. One of them bore a withered, brown skin, standing tall yet slender, resembling a stunted growth, with a lizard-like head, yellow eyes, and clad in a purple bodysuit under a special forces uniform with armor only on the left shoulder, wearing white gloves and boots. This individual was Nez, possessing a battle power of 163,000. The other was a robust figure with green skin, a simple face, and long black hair. Also dressed in special forces attire with armor only on his left shoulder, white gloves, and wearing purple shorts and white boots. This individual was named Dre, boasting a battle power of 185,000. The relatively shorter extraterrestrial was Sawiza, while the two towering beings were his subordinates, part of Gula's mecha army. To my astonishment, they have arrived on Earth so swiftly. Clearly, their spacecraft is significantly more advanced than the previous one belonging to Felisa. In truth, Tang Xuanqin had anticipated this. But he did not expect these few experience packages to arrive so quickly. It would indeed be quite awkward not to collect them, particularly since Gula, this major experience package, is still unaccounted for. Sha Weijia noticed two individuals approaching and immediately signaled his subordinates to release the two captives, moving to their side to prepare for striking poses reminiscent of the Jinnu tactics team. Even though there were merely 3 of them, the awkwardness was palpable. Nazi spread his left leg wide, extended his right leg backward, and crossed his arms over his chest to complete his pose. Dele raised his right hand high, leaned his upper body to the right, bent his left arm on his waist, and took a wide stance with his right foot while extending his left leg backward, successfully executing his pose as well. Lastly, Sha Weijia knelt on one knee, extended his left leg to the side, placed his right hand on his knee, and pressed his left hand on the ground, positioning his head forward to complete his action. In unison, the 3 exclaimed, "Gula Mecha Squad." All members present. Tang Xuanqin remarked, "How about you practice against these 3, Xinyang?" Xinyang nodded and replied, "That works. Their combat power is barely sufficient to be considered." The 3 were still bewildered, questioning why their opponents appeared unafraid, as if engaged in casual discussion. Chapter 101. Xinyang's first battle. Sha Weijia suddenly recognized the figure beside Tang Xuanqin, expressing surprise and then suspicion as he remarked, "Wu Felisa, no. You are not." He would never associate with inferior psiots. "Who are you, and why do you resemble Gula, the king's brother, so closely?" Xinyang coldly replied, "You need not know who I am. Just understand that none of you shall leave." Tang Xuanqin interjected, "Then I shall leave these 3 to you. I will use some sendo to aid Colleen and Wufan, and perhaps roast a fish. Once you have finished, we shall dine together." Xinyang nodded in agreement. Tang Xuanqin placed down the fish and swiftly maneuvered around to the rear of the 3, lifting the fallen Colleen and Suan Wufan and relocating them to the side of a large tree. After gently placing them down, he retrieved 2 sendo from a simple pouch and placed them in their mouths. In no time, both regained their strength. Suan Wufan inquired, "Uncle Xuanqin, Colleen and I were just preparing for an overnight stay when we were suddenly ambushed. What on earth happened?" Colleen added, "I only saw 3 dark figures flash by, and then I fell unconscious. I cannot recall anything thereafter." Tang Xuanqin chuckled, "Do not worry. Xinyang will handle the rest. Let's continue roasting the fish." He then activated his time manipulation technique, causing time to freeze around him, as if the world had shattered into stillness. He returned to Xinyang's side, retrieving the fish he had set down, along with the one in Xinyang's hand, and swiftly resumed his position before Colleen and Suan Wufan, quickly setting up the grilling equipment, with salt and seasonings all prepared. Little did he know that such an exquisite assassination technique could be employed in such a trivial manner. If Haida were to learn of his signature skill being utilized in this manner, he would surely be devastated. Once time resumed its normal flow, Colleen and Suan Wufan were astonished to see Tang Xuanqin holding an abundance of fish in both hands, a feat they found incredible, for just moments ago he had nothing. Moreover, the grilling apparatus had seemingly materialized from thin air, complete with seasonings. After employing the time manipulation technique, the surroundings would be frozen at the moment of use, leaving those present unaware of subsequent events. Thus their astonishment was entirely understandable. Xinyang, however, had heard of this technique and was not overly surprised, now free to act without restraint, as he welcomed the 3 experience packages. Sha Weijia bellowed, "Regardless of who you are, daring to impersonate King Felisa means you must die." With that, he unleashed his energy and charged at Xinyang, followed closely by his 2 subordinates. Xinyang erupted with a black-blue aura, roaring as a purple sphere enveloped his body. When the sphere shattered, he had transformed into his 4th stage, resembling a human with no visible patterns or antennae, his gaze now more frigid, his entire form white, accented with blue crystals on his head, abdomen, shoulders, and limbs, standing at a height of 15 meters, just a meter taller than his first stage. At this moment, his combat power soared to approximately 2.5 billion, a significant increase from the mere 10 million he had previously. The 3 charging towards him were instantly repelled by his overwhelming aura, their detectors exploding simultaneously, indicating that his combat power must have reached an extraordinary level. Sha Weijia cautioned, "Be vigilant. The combat power of this individual is unfathomable." Nazi and Dai Lei nodded in understanding. They knew they could not confront him directly, as they were utterly outmatched and would have to seize the opportunity for stealthy attacks. Xin Yang charged forward, prompting Sha Weijia, Nazi, and Dai Lei to hastily dodge their previous positions, but they seemed oblivious to the vast disparity in their strengths. Dai Lei was suddenly gripped by a sense of foreboding. Sure enough, Xin Yang had silently appeared behind him. Xin Yang slowly raised his right hand and pressed it against Dai Lei's back, unleashing a powerful energy blast that pierced through his body. The black-blue lightning-like energy surged forth. Dai Lei cried out in agony, "Aya!" and collapsed forward. Having been dispatched with such ease, it was not due to their weakness, but rather Xin Yang's strength far exceeded their expectations. It was evident that he belonged to the same race as Felisa, and even Gula was an ice demon. It was astonishing that these individuals were unaware of this. Upon witnessing Dai Lei's swift demise, Nazi was engulfed by fear and contemplated fleeing. Even team leader Sha Weijia felt trepidation, realizing the terror of Xin Yang's might. Having just eliminated their strongest member, Dai Lei, Sha Weijia commanded, "Nazi, hold him off. I will return to inform King Gula. You must endure." With that, he unleashed his energy and fled without a backward glance, too fearful to look back. Nazi's heart sank. He realized he had been relegated to the role of a sacrificial pawn, a mere expendable. Xin Yang mockingly stated, "It seems your comrade has abandoned you. What will you do now?" Nazi, filled with rage, retorted, "I will fight you to the death." He raised both hands, his body crackling with electricity as it gathered in his palms, and unleashed a powerful electrical attack toward Xin Yang. Xin Yang observed the approaching attack without any intention of evading. He instantly infused his right hand with energy and countered the strike, sending it back toward Nazi. In an instant, Nazi was struck by his own attack, the electric shock revealing his skeletal structure, the force of his own full-power strike proving devastating. Albeit only to himself. Nazi wailed, "Aya, Gula, avenge me." Before long, the electric current ceased, and his body turned gray, disintegrating into dust with the wind, vanishing from existence. Xin Yang turned his gaze toward the direction in which Sha Weijia had fled, realizing he could no longer pursue. He had already disappeared from sight. To be frank, this individual was remarkably swift. In terms of escape, he surely ranked among the best. Tang Xuanqin called out, "Xin Yang, come and enjoy the roasted fish." Xin Yang turned his head to gaze at the three individuals who had gathered around the barbecue grill, where fish sizzled enticingly, the aroma wafting into his nostrils, tantalizing and fragrant. Sun Wufan exclaimed, "Uncle Xin Yang, come over and enjoy the delicious food, after such a long time. You must be weary." Krillin added, "Indeed, the fish is ready. Join us for a meal." Instantly reverting to his initial stage, as it conserved energy, Xin Yang approached, stealthily snatching a skewer of grilled fish from Tang Xuanqing's hand and sitting down to relish the delectable feast. With the collective effort of the four, they eventually managed to set up the tent, preparing to camp for the night. Chapter 102. Emperor Gula Shavi Jacques did not dare to look back until he had flown for what felt like an eternity, relieved to find that the pursuer had not followed. He then soared to a high peak, where a massive spaceship was anchored, signaling Gula's presence. Meanwhile, Gula sat gracefully within the spaceship, confident that his subordinates would swiftly dispose of the nuisances. To his surprise, Shavi Jacques burst in, tripping and falling to the ground. Gula cast a sidelong glance, his voice icy. "What has happened, Shavi Jacques? What frightens you so?" Shavi Jacques hurriedly scrambled to his feet, sorrow evident in his tone. "My lord, the situation has taken an unexpected turn. Although we did not locate the Super Scion, we encountered an individual strikingly similar to your brother. And he has slain Dre. Nez sacrificed himself to shield me, and I alone managed to escape." At that moment, Nez, in his last moments, must have been cursing Shavi Jacques for abandoning his comrades, returning to claim he had sacrificed himself for their protection. What a farcical tale. Gula furrowed his brow at the revelation, speaking slowly. "An individual resembling my brother is likely of the same lineage. Yet how could one of our kin be here? Shouldn't they be on planet Yadrit?" Shavi Jacques knelt once more, pleading, "My lord, you must take action on my behalf. My two subordinates perished at the hands of that individual, whose strength is overwhelming. I implore you to eliminate this impostor of your brother and avenge my fallen comrades." Gula, somewhat bewildered, replied coolly, "Rise. I will ensure justice for Nez and Dre. Rest assured, they were formidable warriors who fought alongside me across numerous planets. If I, their commander, cannot avenge them, what face would I have to rule the universe? Who would be willing to join our ranks?" The following day, under Shavija's guidance, Gula arrived at the site of their previous confrontation, only to find that Tang Xuanqing and the others had already departed, leaving behind only the remnants of extinguished flames and a few fish bones. Gula stated coldly, "None shall escape. Those who dare to kill my subordinates are slapping my face." Shavija activated a scanner to locate the individuals, but alas, after a prolonged search, no signatures were detected. In non-combat situations, they typically concealed their energy, rendering the scanner nearly useless. After escorting Krillin and Sun Wufan to safety, Tang Xuanqing unleashed his energy and soared back towards the location of the previous night's feast, certain that Shavija would seek Gula's assistance, and that formidable experience would soon arrive. Gula and Shavija, initially observing their surroundings and preparing to depart, deemed there was no point in lingering, as the individuals had vacated the area. Surely, they would not return to meet their demise. As expected, two audacious figures returned, and Shavija's scanner suddenly beeped incessantly. Gula, upon noticing, realized someone was approaching, and their energy was not feeble. Suddenly, two silhouettes descended from the sky, Tang Xuanqing and Xinyang, who had turned back. Originally, the protagonist of this cinematic arc was meant to be Wukong. However, to align the original narrative with the film's timeline, the focus shifted to Tang Xuanqing, while Wukong remained on planet Yadrid, honing his instant transmission and dance fusion techniques. Gula scrutinized the two before him. The one beside him was undoubtedly a scion, recognized by the tail behind him, while the other bore a resemblance to his kind. The ice demons, somewhat akin to Frisia, yet emanating an entirely different aura. Shavija urged, "My lord, that is the one who impersonated your brother and killed Nez and Dre. Please, you must take action to subdue him." Gula, growing impatient, replied, "Enough, leave it to me." "Stand back." Heeding Gula's command, Shavija retreated, watching as Gula prepared to unleash his power upon the scion and the one resembling Frisia. Tang Xuanqing declared, "Gula, how dare you come here to meet your end? Today, you shall not return." Gula laughed heartily, "Such bravado, scion. Your homeland was annihilated by my brother. You possess no means to resist. How dare you speak so boldly?" Xinyang, dismissing further discourse, erupted into his fourth stage transformation, his physique resembling that of a human, with patterns and antennae vanishing. His gaze hardened, his form entirely white, adorned with blue crystals on his head, abdomen, shoulders, and limbs. His height reverted to 15 meters, a mere increment over his initial stage, with combat power soaring from 500,000 to 5 billion. Gula remarked with satisfaction, "Ah, young brother, you are indeed a member of the Ice Demon clan. Though I am uncertain how you came to associate with the Scions, given our kinship, I extend an opportunity for you to join me. Together, we shall obliterate Earth, and I shall provide you with the riches you desire. What say you?" Xinyang replied coldly, "Enough of your prattle." In an instant, he charged towards Gula, raising his right fist for a powerful strike, which Gula effortlessly blocked with his left hand. Gula lamented, "You do possess some strength. Not only do you resemble him, but you surpass my brother significantly. Have you truly no inclination to reconsider?" Xinyang retaliated with his tail, striking Gula and sending him flying back several meters, though it merely staggered him. Tang Xuanqing activated his time-stop technique, causing time to freeze, the world around them suspended in a moment akin to a shattered mirror. He swiftly maneuvered behind Shavija, raising his right hand into a fist and striking toward the left side of Shavija's chest, unleashing a purple beam that pierced through. As time resumed, Shavija cried out in agony, collapsing lifelessly, the attack having struck true to his heart. Gula turned sharply, bewildered by how the scion had silently positioned himself behind Shavija and executed such a lethal strike. Tang Xuanqing coldly stated, "Do not rush. You shall be next." Gula, now enraged, declared, "You have gone too far. I have shown you considerable patience, but since you have chosen this path, do not blame me for the consequences. After killing my 3 subordinates, your doom is sealed." A pale purple aura erupted around him as he elevated his energy to 100. Unlike Frisia, who swelled with muscles and bulging veins in his 4th stage, Gula's current state revealed a staggering 300 million, significantly surpassing both Frisia and Xinyang. Yet he still possessed another transformation. Gula charged forward, intent on avenging the fallen Shavi Jia by eliminating the insufferable Scion. Once again, Tang Xuanqing employed the time-stop technique, freezing time as the world around them remained suspended in that fleeting moment. Gula charged towards him, yet he found himself momentarily frozen in place. Tang Xuanqing slowly approached, deftly maneuvering past him to stand beside Xinyang. Time resumed its flow, and Gula, bewildered, began to scan his surroundings. Perplexed by the sudden disappearance of such a large figure, Tang Xuanqing's voice broke through the confusion. "He's behind you." Gula whipped around, astonished that this individual had managed to relocate so swiftly. What kind of peculiar technique could this scion possess to achieve such a marvel? Chapter 103. Mixed doubles. Xinyang raised his right hand, extending 2 fingers, and unleashed a crimson beam directed at Gula. Indeed, the signature move of the Frost Demon clan, the Death Ray. Gula dodged with agility, not forgetting to charge at him, his eyes emitting violet beams as he unleashed a destructive ray. Tang Xuanqing and Xinyang quickly evaded their previous positions, the impact of Gula's attack resulting in a violent explosion. In an instant, Tang Xuanqing transformed into his rage, great ape power, form. His muscles expanded, his pupils turned golden, and his hair stood upright, his aura shimmering with a golden hue, his battle power soaring from 45 million to 405 million. Gula's eyes widened in disbelief. Could this truly be the legendary Super Scion? The aura was potent, yet something felt amiss. Tang Xuanqing surged forward, his right hand engulfed in a yellow flame, striking at Gula. Gula could clearly sense the significant increase in his strength. The being before him was an entirely different entity. He recalled that scions typically could only transform into great apes, yet this state seemed to straddle the line between that and the Super Scion form. An enigma, indeed, but undeniably formidable. Gula retreated sharply as Tang Xuanqing seized his tail with his left hand, yanking it before delivering a powerful blow to Gula's right cheek, distorting his features and sending him hurtling away. Tang Xuanqing raised his right hand, placing 2 fingers on his forehead, teleporting behind Gula, hands poised for a devastating slam, awaiting his arrival to deliver a punishing blow to the ground. Gula, sensing an ominous foreboding, swiftly twisted his body to counteract the force, attempting to dissipate the blow, but it seemed ineffective. Fortunately, just in time, his tail struck Tang Xuanqing's left cheek, propelling him back slightly, while Gula landed gracefully, albeit leaving a trace on the ground. Tang Xuanqing was momentarily stunned. How had Gula reacted so quickly? Logically, the strength of that punch should have been considerable. Had Gula truly managed to deflect it? Observing the situation, Xinyang felt something was amiss and charged forward to assist. Gula, witnessing the Frost Demon rushing towards him, felt no fear, confident in his battle power exceeding Xinyang's by nearly 100 million. Xinyang launched a right flying kick, while Tang Xuanqing advanced from behind. Gula deftly sidestepped, ensnaring Xinyang's right leg with his tail and flinging him backward. Tang Xuanqing and Xinyang collided in shock, both tumbling to the ground. Gula laughed. "Ha ha. Is this all you two are capable of? How amusing." Tang Xuanqing pushed Xinyang off him, rising to his feet, teasing, "What kind of flying kick was that? Quite inaccurate, I must say." Xinyang, getting back on his feet, retorted dismissively. "And who was it that got sent flying by Gula's tail just moments ago?" The two began to bicker, but Gula had no time to indulge their banter. He raised his hands and charged at them once more. Unbeknownst to him, the duo awaited his advance. As he reached a predetermined position, they suddenly fixed their gazes upon Gula. Realizing too late, Gula attempted to react, but it was futile. Xinyang grasped his right hand, while Tang Xuanqing seized his left, simultaneously rotating in opposite directions, delivering elbow strikes to Gula's chest that sent him reeling. Tang Xuanqing surged from the left, while Xinyang exploded from the right. Gula staggered back, regaining his footing, yet before he could catch his breath, another wave of attacks ensued. He observed both opponents closing in from either side. Gula hastily raised his hands to defend, yet no matter how he attempted to block, he was struck at least once, being relentlessly pushed back. In a moment of desperation, he unleashed a burst of energy, forcing the two apart. Tang Xuanqing mocked, "Gula, is this truly your best? As Frisia's elder brother, you're not even as adept as he is. At least he could counterattack while defending against two opponents. You can only passively endure the blows, relying on your explosive energy to push us away. As an older brother, you're lacking." Xinyang found Tang Xuanqing's taunts amusing. despite their apparent dishonor in fighting 2 against 1. After all, this was a righteous act against a being intent on destroying Earth. Such tactics were justified. Gula, incensed, spat. "You vile scions will pay for your words. I shall make your existence a living hell." With that, he exploded with energy, charging once more at the 2, still under the delusion that he could prevail in his current state, unaware that Tang Xuanqing's power had already eclipsed his own. Even if Xinyang were slightly weaker, he was no easy opponent. Tang Xuanqing activated his time skip technique, freezing time as everything around him came to a standstill. Gula, mid-charge, appeared suspended in motion, as if caught in a shattered mirror. In an instant, Tang Xuanqing was behind him, grasping his tail with his left hand while his right hand rose high, condensing energy into a serrated, wheel-like form. Time resumed, and Gula suddenly found himself unable to advance. Turning back, he was aghast to see the audacious scion behind him. And what was that in his right hand? Gula exclaimed, "Wait, what are you doing, you lowly scion?" Tang Xuanqing replied wickedly, "Guess." With that, he brought his right hand crashing down towards Gula's tail, causing a torrent of violet blood to erupt forth. Gula, propelled forward by his own momentum, found his tail severed, leading him to crash violently to the ground, dragging a long trail across the grass, his body tumbling in agony. The pain of losing a tail was excruciating. Far beyond the minor loss Frisia had suffered, this was a grievous injury indeed. Gula screamed in anguish. "Ah!" Tang Xuanqing, still gripping the severed piece of deep purple tail, inquired, "Xinyang, is the tail of your frost demon clan tasty?" Xinyang sighed. "How would I know? I've never eaten it." Chapter 104. Gula's final form after struggling on the ground. Gula, fighting against the agony of his severed tail, managed to rise, his eyes bloodshot with fury and madness. This scion had dared to sever his tail, an unforgivable act that demanded retribution. Tang Xuanqing was somewhat astonished that Gula could still stand. After all, the pain of losing a tail was no trivial matter. His ability to rise indicated that he was prepared to unleash his full power, signaling the imminent transformation into his ultimate form. His final transformation is not the ultimate state, but rather a true enhancement of power. Unlike Frisia, who adopts various forms to suppress his own strength, the fourth stage is his original appearance. In contrast, the fifth stage of Gula is indeed a genuine augmentation of power, distinctly different from his initial form. The current appearance reflects his original self, yet it is evidently insufficient to contend with these two adversaries. Gula, repressing his fury, slowly declared, "Oh, by the way, let me share something with you. My transformations surpass my brother's by an additional layer. Consider yourselves fortunate to witness my ultimate transformation. You are the first and the last." He then let out a powerful roar, grounding his stance with both feet, his arms bent into fists, striking a pose akin to Frisia's transformation, as a faint purple aura surged forth from him. Suddenly, Gula's torso began to swell dramatically, with his shoulders protruding like a protective armor, his body expanding further and becoming more robust. From his head, for horns extended backward, his eyes transformed into red pupils, and two new horns sprouted from his back. His arms elongated into blade-like protrusions, and the severed tail regenerated, signifying a further enhancement of his strength. This was his ultimate form, with a battle power soaring to 750 million. Tang Xuanqing and Xinyang could not help but adopt a serious demeanor, sensing that this adversary's battle prowess had reached an unprecedented level, indicating that this transformation was indeed a form of augmentation. Gula, brimming with excitement, proclaimed, "I have kept you waiting. It's time for my counterattack." Suddenly, his mouth was shielded by a mask-like armor, and he charged at Tang Xuanqing and Xinyang, extending his hands to grasp them. The two swiftly evaded. Gula, fixated on Tang Xuanqing, lunged forward, intent on avenging his severed tail. Tang Xuanqing, witnessing Gula's approach, hurled the severed tail. He was clutching at Gula, an ingenious tactic indeed. Gula, surprised by the projectile, swiftly swatted it aside, intensifying his aura and accelerating his speed. Tang Xuanqing employed his time-stop technique, freezing time as the surroundings halted, resembling shattered glass suspended in mid-fracture. He then unleashed a surge of energy and charged at Gula, merging his hands into a hammer-like form, delivering a powerful strike to Gula's waist. A violet beam erupted from his back, piercing through to the front. As time resumed, Gula felt a sharp pain in his left side and caught sight of Tang Xuanqing passing by, swiftly grabbing his right leg. A sense of foreboding washed over Tang Xuanqing as Gula yanked him closer and slammed him into the ground, the immense force fracturing the earth and prompting Tang Xianxun to cough up blood. Gula then released his grip and soared into the sky. At a considerable height, he executed a forceful right kick downward. Tang Xianxun, disregarding everything else, quickly rolled to evade the attack. Sun Yang sensed the situation spiraling out of control and, in a fit of determination, unleashed his energy, joining the fray. He lifted his right fist, striking at Gula with fervor. Gula contemptuously replied, "You are far too weak. You are not even in the same dimension as me." He merely raised his left hand to intercept Sun Yang's punch, effortlessly sending him hurtling away, crashing through a line of trees and leaving a significant trail of destruction in the forest. Tang Xianxun roared, tenfold Kaioken. Instantly, propelled by the might of the great ape, a crimson aura enveloped him, his skin glowing a fiery red. Hidden beneath the golden flame, the layers of energy combined, amplifying his strength, speed, attack, and defense. His battle power surged from 450 million to 451 million. However, the increase was minimal, and despite some enhancement, the effect was not overwhelmingly significant. He then sprang from the ground, attempting to grapple Gula's waist in an effort to push him away, but found it an impossible task, barely managing to budge him at all. Gula regarded Tang Xuanxun's tenacity with a hint of admiration. Perhaps this is what it means to be a scion. Yet, if this is the legendary Super Scion, it was rather disappointing to witness such a meager display of power. He then clasped his hands together, transforming them into a hammer and delivering a devastating blow to Tang Xuanxun's back, the force so great that it sent him crashing down, fracturing the ground beneath him. Sun Yang, witnessing Tang Xuanxun's defeat, realized Gula's enhanced strength post-transformation, confirming that he had indeed grown significantly stronger, capable of overpowering them both. As Sun Yang surged forward, he unleashed a fierce explosion of energy, a black-blue aura erupting from him. His muscles bulged, and veins appeared against his white skin as the crystals on his shoulders expanded tremendously, along with those on his chest and head. He had elevated his energy to its peak, achieving a battle power of 500 million, resembling Frisia's form. As Gula prepared to react, Tang Xianxun, still clinging to Gula's legs, impeded his movement. Despite being outmatched, a fighter with a battle power of 400 million was not easily vanquished by a single blow. Tang Xianxun shouted, "Sun Yang, strike now." Sun Yang responded, "Do I need to be told?" He slowly raised his right fist, enveloped in a dark blue aura, and struck at Gula with all his might. Gula, taken aback, crossed his arms to block, realizing that even with a battle power of 500 million, he was still at a disadvantage. Sun Yang's punch broke through Gula's guard, landing squarely on his left cheek, though Gula remained standing due to being restrained by Tang Xianxun. Tang Xianxun erupted with energy, raising his power to 50, boosting his battle power from 451 million to 675, 15 million, now merely 74, 85 million shy of Gula's. He launched his body backward, legs coiling for momentum, delivering a powerful kick to Gula's abdomen, causing him to widen his red eyes in pain as he was sent flying, crashing into a rock formation and raising a cloud of dust. Tang Xianxun and Sun Yang understood that this opponent was not easily defeated, even with their coordinated attacks. They could inflict damage but not vanquish him entirely. After all, Gula was a formidable foe from the Dragon Ball cinematic universe, having dominated long before the advent of the golden name cards. They could only speculate when he might receive a power boost. Chapter 105. The support of Vegeta and Piccolo. Tang Xianxun, resigned, asked, "Sun Yang, do you think this guy is done for?" Sun Yang chuckled wryly. "What are you thinking? He is a movie boss. If we could defeat him this easily, it would be a joke." Suddenly, Gula shot forth from his position with blinding speed, delivering a right flying kick to Sun Yang's abdomen, sending him sprawling and dragging along the ground for quite a distance before finally coming to a stop. As Tang Xianxun rushed to check on Sun Yang, Gula's right fist swung toward him. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, raising his left hand to block the powerful strike. Yet the ground cracked beneath the force. Gula disdainfully remarked, "You are far too naive. Do you think you can defeat me when you return home? I am none other than the great Gula." Suddenly, he raised his left hand into a fist and struck towards Tang Xuanxun's abdomen, only to be met with a swift right knee that blocked the attack. They found themselves in a stalemate, although they could still move. It was uncertain who would strike first. Tang Xuanxun sneered, "You are indeed strong, but I am even stronger." He then utilized his free left hand to concentrate his energy, forming a golden energy blade, which he swung upward with great force, leaving a gash on Gula's abdomen and causing purple blood to spurt forth. Furious, Gula exclaimed, "You scoundrel!" He then lashed out with his tail, striking Tang Xuanqing on the right side of his waist, sending him flying. However, Tang managed to twist in midair to soften the impact, landing gracefully with a sliding maneuver, showing minimal injury. Just then, Xin Yang surged from behind and attempted to grapple him, his legs tightly clamped around Tang's waist, while his hands grasped Tang's head and jaw, aiming for a chokehold. Unfortunately, his strength fell short, and he could not complete the maneuver. Gula struggled, but managed to grasp Xin Yang's hand that held his jaw, exerting force to crush his wrist, causing Xin Yang to release his hold in pain. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Tang Xuanqing felt a surge of adrenaline and charged forward, empowering his fists with golden energy. He unleashed a series of punches aimed at Gula's wounded area, causing more of the purple blood to spill forth and intensifying Gula's agony. Yet, he bore the pain and, seizing Xin Yang by the neck, hurled him at Tang Xuanqing. Once again, Tang Xuanqing was struck by Xin Yang, and they rolled on the ground several times before coming to a halt. Gula, however, did not wait for them to recover. He charged at them relentlessly. Tang Xuanqing pushed Xin Yang aside, knowing the latter's right hand was crushed and would not withstand another blow. But he himself was unable to evade Gula in time. Gula seized Tang Xuanqing's head and forced it to the ground, dragging him along before delivering a devastating right punch to his abdomen, making him spit blood. Gula then aimed to slam him down with his tail, and just before impact, delivered a powerful kick that sent Tang soaring back into the air, continuing this relentless assault. Tang Xuanqing felt excruciating pain throughout his body, as if his internal organs had shifted. The relentless barrage from Gula was merciless. Gula then leaped high, delivering a spinning kick akin to a soccer shot, sending Tang Xuanqing flying through the air, crashing through a dense grove of trees, shattering countless trunks before finally coming to rest. At that moment, Tang Xuanqing could only lie on the ground, utterly drained, pondering whether this was the true extent of Gula's power. He had previously thought it to be merely a modified skill from a game, but now he understood it was a genuine combination attack. Gula approached him slowly, grasping his hair and lifting him off the ground, sneering, "What was it you said? You are stronger than me. It seems you do not quite grasp the meaning of power, boy." In defiance, Tang Xuanqing spat blood in Gula's face, inciting Gula's wrath. He raised his left hand and unleashed a powerful energy wave, engulfing Tang Xuanqing entirely and devastating the surrounding terrain, leaving a massive scar in its wake. To Gula's astonishment, he could hardly believe that Tang Xuanqing had withstood the attack. A few meters away, a figure stood, albeit trembling, with crossed arms over his chest. The upper half of his Kame Sunin martial arts uniform was almost obliterated, while the lower half bore only minor damage. Despite his injuries, his pride remained unyielding. Just then, several figures descended from the sky. It was Klin, Piccolo, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Yamcha, Tianjin Fan, and Jiaozi. Earth's defenders had arrived. Klin and Sun Wukong had not seen any change in their combat power, while Yamcha, having trained on KO's planet, had reached a power level of 40,000. Tianjin Fan had attained 65,000, and Jiaozi also matched Yamcha's 40,000. Tang Xuanqing, struggling to speak, noted, "The aftermath of the battle is too great. It has indeed drawn them here, making things difficult to resolve." A somewhat recovered Xin Yang followed closely behind, albeit with his right hand rendered useless unless he had a senzu bean. Gula mocked, "I was just about to commend you, but you called for help. It seems you are not as impressive as I thought." The Earth defenders began to descend beside Tang Xuanqing. Piccolo retrieved a senzu bean from a simple pouch and placed it in Tang Xuanqing's mouth, instantly healing his injuries and restoring his vitality. He then tossed another senzu bean to Xin Yang, who consumed it, mending his fractured wrist and healing his wounds as well. Tang Xuanqing, puzzled, asked, "Why have you come?" Vegeta disdainfully replied, "The commotion you stirred up was too great to ignore." Xin Yang cautioned, "Be careful. Though he stands alone, he is Frisia's brother, and his combat power is incredibly formidable, estimated around 700 million. At this revelation, the Earth defenders exchanged worried glances. A combat power of 700 million was unfathomable. Even Tang Xuanqing and Xin Yang could not fully suppress it. If they had struggled against Gula, what hope did the rest have? Among the Earth defenders, Aside from the two, the strongest were Piccolo and Vegeta. Following the Namek saga, Piccolo had reached approximately 2 million, while Vegeta had achieved around 12 million. However, in the face of such monstrous foes, their strength paled in comparison. How could they possibly defeat Gula? It seemed a daunting task, even with everyone united. Chapter 106. The Awakening of the Super Saiyan. Gula scoffed, "Come at me all together." Vegeta, unable to tolerate such provocation, erupted with fury, raising his right fist and charging forward, still oblivious to the disparity in their strengths. Gula swiftly extended his left hand, grasping Vegeta's neck and pinning him to the ground, ready to commence a brutal torture. Suddenly, a beam of yellow energy surged towards him. Gula leaped aside, narrowly avoiding the attack from Tang Xuanqing. Gula mockingly taunted, "So, it is you, the defeated one, resorting to ambush tactics." Tang Xuanqing's mind raced as he pondered his next move. Transforming into an evil scion might resolve the issue, but he needed to be genuinely enraged first. Despite his facade of anger, it lacked authenticity and effectiveness. Vegeta, dissatisfied, shouted, "What are you doing, Tang Xuanqing?" To which Tang Xuanqing replied, perplexed, "I am trying to save you. You haven't even faced a blow from that guy yet. I can barely withstand the punishment I've received. At this rate, you might not survive another death. Only the Dragon Balls from Namek can save you." Vegeta was momentarily at a loss for words. Although he was displeased that this individual had interfered in his battle, there was a certain validity to the man's assertion. After all, he had already perished once. To face death again would mean relying on the Dragon Balls of Nameku. Guela, perplexed, inquired about resurrection. "What is this Nameku Dragon Ball?" Bike coldly replied, "You need not concern yourself with that." Guela scoffed, "Oh, you refuse to speak? No matter. I shall make you divulge it." With that, he unleashed a surge of power and charged at the group, who swiftly evaded, having gained some understanding of his formidable strength. At this moment, Tang Xuanqing was engulfed in confusion. The individuals before him were all ones who had faced death, and should they perish again, they would require the Dragon Balls of Nameku to return. To ensure their survival while defeating Guela was a challenge of hellish proportions. Tian Jinfan instantly utilized the four-way fist technique, creating 3 clones of himself, each possessing a quarter of his original strength, and charged at Guela from 3 different angles. Bike also employed his own cloning technique, splitting into 2 and rushing towards Guela's sides, joining Tian Jinfan in their assault. Guela sneered, "Such trivial techniques, daring to flaunt them before me." He raised his right hand, and with a swift motion, scattered the clones on his right. With a powerful kick, he similarly dispersed those on his left. The cloning technique proved ineffective against an opponent of superior strength, much like the Kaioken, which could withstand opponents of slightly lower power, but faltered against those several times stronger. Tian Jinfan exclaimed in disbelief, "How could my four-way fist be so easily countered?" Bike murmured, "It seems he is not to be trifled with. His combat prowess renders such tricks ineffective." Guela soared into the sky, raising his right hand, concentrating energy at his fingertip to form a colossal energy sphere capable of obliterating a planet, his signature move, the supernova. He then forcefully descended, the massive golden sphere hurtling downward with unparalleled destructive force, leaving the group at a loss for how to respond. The sheer might was overwhelming, whether they evaded or not. The Earth would face annihilation. In a fit of rage, Tang Xuanqing unleashed the power of the Great Ape, amplifying the Kaioken to 20 times its normal level. A crimson aura ignited around him, his skin turning fiery red, as layers of energy enveloped him, augmenting his strength, speed, attack power, and defense. His muscles swelled, height reaching over 2 meters, and his combat power skyrocketed from 450 million to approximately 900 million. This audacity stemmed from having rectified the drawbacks of the Kaioken, including its strain on the body, though the energy expenditure remained substantial. The others were astonished by the sudden surge in his power, sensing an aura that was indeed terrifying. Even Guela was taken aback, pondering whether Tang Xuanqing had been concealing his true strength. Tang Xuanqing slowly moved his right hand back, assuming a pushing stance, energy gathering in his palm. As the energy sphere grew larger, it began to exhibit irregular fluctuations of lightning, 3 swirling Tomo symbols emerging at its center, seemingly charging up. Tang Xuanqing shouted, "Fury Kamehameha." He thrust his right hand forward, unleashing a massive yellow energy wave that collided with the enormous golden sphere, creating a counterforce. Miraculously, he began to push the colossal energy sphere backwards. Goela's eyes widened in disbelief, but he was yet to amplify his aura. The 750 million was merely a reflection of his current form. With a sudden explosion of energy, Goela's muscles bulged as a pale purple aura enveloped him, increasing his power by 50, raising his combat strength from 750 million to 125 billion, instantly surpassing Tang Xuanqin's full power of 900 million. The previously advancing golden sphere came to an abrupt halt, and a sense of foreboding washed over Tang Xuanqin. He stealthily glanced to the left, confirming his fears as he saw Goela had indeed intensified his energy. Goela disdainfully declared, "Foolish scions and their insignificant companions, you shall perish alongside this planet," effectively eradicating super scions. He then exerted force with his right hand, the immense golden sphere slowly descending towards Tang Xuanqin and the others. The defenders of Earth initiated their final counterattack, soaring into the skies around Goela, preparing to unleash their most powerful techniques. Even a momentary distraction would suffice to prevent the destruction of their world. Tang Xuanqin found himself driven closer to the ground, cracks forming beneath his feet as the enormous golden sphere continued to press down. His current strength was insufficient. He needed to harness his fury. Meanwhile, the warriors above summoned their ultimate techniques. Qilin clasped his hands in a flower shape, gathering energy into a ball, preparing the Kamehameha. Suan Wufan stacked his hands above his head, gathering yellow, irregular lightning for his signature move, the special beam cannon. Bike positioned 2 fingers to his forehead, channeling energy for his strongest attack, the demon flash cannon. Vegeta raised his hands above his head in a claw shape, purple energy exploding around him as he prepared the Gallic gun. Tian Jinfan formed a rectangular shape with his hands, revealing Goela's figure, readying his new energy cannon. Jiaozi utilized his most adept psychic abilities, aiming to control Goela's movements, even if just for a fleeting moment. Yamcha also unleashed a Kamehameha, as his self-developed energy control technique was less suited for such a scenario. Xinjiang gathered blue-black lightning energy in both hands, thrusting forward to release his own energy wave. The blue-black demon flash. Goela scoffed, "You insignificant insects believe you can defeat me with this?" Jiaozi's psychic ability momentarily restrained him for a second, allowing the others to unleash their prepared energy waves upon him. A myriad of colorful energy blasts struck Goela, enveloping him in a cloud of smoke and dust. Tang Xuanqin suddenly sensed a decrease in pressure from above. Seizing the moment, he exerted all his strength, the yellow energy wave gradually pushing back the colossal golden sphere. Goela, momentarily blinded by the smoke, realized too late that he was under attack from below. Despite his attempts to increase his power, it was futile. The massive golden sphere collided with him, causing him to cry out in agony as his armor showed signs of damage, a manifestation of the exoskeleton he had developed. With a resounding explosion, Gula plummeted from the heavens, crashing into the ground and creating a substantial crater, instantly shrouding the area in dust and debris, leading one to believe he had been vanquished. At this moment, Tang Xianqin was nearly exhausted, reverting to his normal state, devoid of any excess energy. And he collapsed to the ground. The defenders of Earth gradually descended, gazing into the deep pit, realizing that they had indeed inflicted considerable damage upon Gula. This success was primarily attributed to Jiaozi's momentary control. Otherwise, that fiend would have undoubtedly shielded himself with energy, rendering such effects unattainable. Suddenly, 2 crimson beams of light shot forth from the cloud of dust, piercing through the chests of Yamcha and Tianjin Fan, who instantly displayed expressions of astonishment as their bodies fell backward. Though they survived, they were severely injured. Krillin exclaimed, "What? That guy is still alive?" Piccolo gritted his teeth and remarked, "It appears so. Is this what a creature with a battle power exceeding 100 million looks like? Truly not easy to handle." Vegeta cursed, "Damn it, if I could transform into a Super Saiyan, perhaps I could have dealt with him." In an instant, Jiaozi flew to Tianjin Fan's side, deeply concerned upon witnessing his grievous wounds. Suddenly, Gula erupted from the crater, launching a powerful strike with both fists into Piccolo and Vegeta's abdomens. Both warriors widened their eyes, their bodies hurtling backward, crashing through a copse of trees and skidding along the ground, stirring clouds of dust. Sun Wukong gasped, "Uncle Piccolo." At that moment, Gula approached Sun Wukong from behind, raising his right hand, poised to deliver a lethal blow to his neck. In that fleeting instant, Xinjiang executed a flying kick, striking Gula's right flank, forcing him back a few steps and preventing his attack from landing on Sun Wukong. Gula bore the marks of battle. Several pieces of his exoskeletal armor were damaged, 2 of the 4 protruding spikes on his head were broken, and the wrist spikes on his left arm were nearly shattered. His torso bore similar injuries, with the armor on his right shoulder reduced to half, and his facial shield was gone, leaving him covered in scrapes and dirt. Although his aura had weakened slightly, it remained formidable. Tang Xianxun struggled to speak. Goodness, he can still stand after consuming his own supernova. This is the mighty Gula. Indeed extraordinary. Gula seethed. You bothersome insects dare to injure me? Look at my armor. It has become like this because of you. You have successfully enraged me. In an instant, he unleashed a furious counterattack, and Xinyang charged forward, colliding with Gula as their fists struck each other's cheeks. Both were sent flying. Yet they quickly adjusted midair and landed smoothly. Blood trickled from the corner of Xinyang's mouth, illustrating the overwhelming power of Gula, despite his current state. He had endured significant damage, yet he remained a formidable adversary. Gula's gaze shifted to Tianjin Fan and Yamucha, who lay incapacitated nearby. He raised his right hand and unleashed a light purple energy wave in their direction. Xinyang swiftly countered with a large energy blast, successfully diverting Gula's attack. However, this was merely a feint. As Xinyang realized, Gula had already closed the distance, seizing his face and forcefully slamming it into the ground multiple times. After 5 or 6 strikes, he was thrown aside, left dazed and likely suffering from a concussion. Then, Gula raised his left hand and unleashed a confinement sphere, a technique that Frisia typically required both hands to execute, directly targeting Xinyang. The resultant explosion was immense. Tang Xianxun, alarmed, shouted, "Hey Xinyang!" Gula pointed at Tang Xianxun, malevolently declaring, "Boy, calling for help is futile. After I deal with your friend, you will be next." A sense of dread washed over Tang Xianxun as he shouted to Sun Wukong and Jiaozi, "Run, Wukong, Jiaozi!" Gula unleashed another energy blast toward Jiaozi, and with his remaining strength, Tang Xianxun attempted to intercept it. The 2 energy blasts collided, resulting in a massive explosion that sent Jiaozi hurtling backwards, unconscious but thankfully not dead. Yet, Gula soon reappeared behind Sun Wukong, slowly lifting his right hand as light purple energy coalesced into a blade, preparing to strike down upon his neck. Suddenly, Piccolo charged in, delivering a powerful kick to the back of Gula's head, causing him to widen his eyes in shock as his body was propelled forward, skidding along the ground. Sun Wukong joyfully exclaimed, "Uncle Piccolo, you're all right." At that moment, Vegeta soared into the air, unleashing his full power, muscles swelling as his battle power surged from 3.12 million to 6.25 million, preparing to execute his still unrefined ultimate technique. With arms outstretched, he rapidly gathered energy, irregular white electrical energy forming in his hands. Vegeta shouted, "Final flash." He thrust his hands forward, unleashing a colossal wave of white energy, accompanied by arcs of white lightning. Though not fully perfected, this attack was the precursor to his ultimate technique, and its power was not to be underestimated. Gula slowly rose from the ground, eyes widening in disbelief as he faced the oncoming assault. With no defensive measures, he withstood the attack with sheer physicality, creating a vast, bottomless crater, from which gray smoke billowed. The force of the blow was undeniably tremendous. After executing the attack, Vegeta fell back into his normal state, realizing that maintaining such power was taxing, and he wondered if Gula had been slain. Vegeta arrogantly proclaimed, "Now you see the might of me, Vegeta, Gula?" Unbeknownst to him, Gula had already appeared behind him, unnoticed. Piccolo urgently warned, "Vegeta, watch out." Vegeta spun around just in time to see Gula grasping his head and slamming him into the ground, creating another crater. Gula followed up with a fierce kick to Vegeta's torso, causing him to widen his eyes in agony as he coughed up blood, the ground around him fracturing further. Gula's armor was significantly damaged, revealing numerous wounds, though they were not fatal. It was evident that Vegeta's final flash had not claimed Gula's life, only dealt substantial damage. Piccolo, astonished, remarked, "How can this be?" Even Vegeta couldn't finish him off. Gula instantly vanished, appearing behind Piccolo, raising his left hand and summoning a blade of light purple energy, which he swung down, severing Piccolo's left arm. Purple blood sprayed forth as Piccolo writhed in pain, using his remaining strength to push Sun Wukong away. Piccolo retaliated with his last ounce of strength, But Gula quickly conjured an energy blast, striking Piccolo and sending him flying, resulting in a massive explosion in the nearby forest. Sun Wukong, paralyzed with fear, was fortunately aided by Krillin, who rushed over to support him as they prepared to flee. However, Gula was relentless, vowing to obliterate these lowly humans, Scions, and Namekians who dared to injure him. He crossed his arms and unleashed a devastating attack reminiscent of Frisia's Earth Splitter, sending forth two immense, light purple blades aimed at the fleeing duo. Tang Xianxun rushed out suddenly, drawing his white energy scythe, braving the two slashes that forced him back a considerable distance before he could nullify them, yet his scythe vanished from his grasp. Before him, Gula raised his right hand, immediately coalescing a faint purple energy, aimed at the fleeing directions of Klin and Sun Wukong, and unleashed it, resulting in a tremendous explosion that engulfed both figures in a sea of flames. Tang Xuanxun's gaze gradually dulled. The anguish of losing his comrades ignited a furious blaze within him. A dark red aura began to envelop him, only to be suddenly overshadowed by a golden flame. The two auras intertwined around him, the malevolent energy clashing with the Super Saiyan energy, making his transformation into a Super Saiyan an arduous endeavor. Gula looked on, momentarily bewildered, pondering the boy's state. Had he lost his mind? With a fierce roar, Tang Xuanxun's eyes shifted from black to a light green. Instantly, the dark red aura was suppressed, replaced by a brilliant golden flame. His hair and eyebrows turned golden, while all but his bangs stood upright. Even his black tail transformed to gold. The ground trembled under the weight of his immense power, cracking beneath him. Gula, astonished, exclaimed, "What is this? Is this the Super Saiyan?" Chapter 107. A frenzied revenge. Tang Xianxun bellowed. "You shall pay for your recent actions, Gula." The golden aura erupted further, charging toward Gula. He raised his right hand, forming a fist, while Gula stood frozen, overwhelmed by the Super Saiyan's imposing presence. Suddenly, Tang Xuanxun's fist collided with Gula's left cheek, shattering the exoskeleton mask. Gula's red eyes widened in shock as he was sent hurtling backward, crashing through a mountain and continuing to smash through the trees beyond, finally coming to a halt, leaving a long trail in his wake. The force of that punch was tremendous, infused with terrifying rage. Struggling to rise from the ground, Gula spat purple blood. Grappling with the realization, was this the power of a Super Saiyan? Was it this creature that had defeated Frisia? Tang Xianxun slowly lifted his right hand to his forehead and used instant transmission to appear behind Gula. He swiftly turned and delivered a powerful kick to Gula's head, sending him flying, snapping numerous trees in the process, and leaving another long mark upon landing, his left cheek severely lacerated. With a base power level of 45 million, Tang Xuanxun's transformation into a Super Saiyan multiplied his strength 50-fold, culminating in a staggering battle power of 205 billion, far surpassing that of Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan form. Gula, laboriously rising, seethed, "How infuriating! I am Gula the Emperor." He raised his right hand, gathering a terrifying amount of faint purple energy, launching a massive purple energy wave toward Tang Xianxun. Tang Xianxun merely infused a slight amount of energy into his right hand, swinging it with force, sending the enormous purple energy wave soaring into the sky, crashing into the moon beyond Earth, causing signs of imminent fragmentation. Gula's red eyes widened in disbelief. This creature was a monster. How could he be so powerful? Was it merely for the deaths of a few of his comrades? Tang Xianxun coldly remarked, "Is it my turn now? You have no objections, I presume?" He surged forward, channeling his entire force into his right leg, delivering a fierce kick to Gula's abdomen, causing his internal organs to churn violently. Gula's blood-red eyes expanded in shock just as he was about to be sent flying. Yet, Tang Xianxun grasped his tail, preventing him from taking flight, and forcefully slammed him into the ground, creating cracks beneath them. Gula writhed in agony as his exoskeletal armor shattered, another spurt of purple blood escaping his lips. At that moment, Gula's mind was besieged by turmoil. Was this fiend truly a demon? The tales of Super Saiyans being bloodthirsty warriors were indeed true, and he now experienced the brutality firsthand. Had his brother truly perished at the hands of such a being? It seemed evident that ancient Super Saiyans and ordinary Super Saiyans were different entities entirely. His brother fell to a typical Super Saiyan, while he was on the verge of succumbing to an ancient Super Saiyan, a disparity of monumental proportions. The former, Wukong, had some semblance of kindness, while the latter would not show mercy to a villainous boss. The fate awaiting such foes was only to become fodder for experience. Gula attempted to retaliate by swinging his tail, but as he did, purple blood spurted forth, and a deep purple tail fell aside, forcing him to relive the agony of losing his tail. Tang Xianxian coldly noted, "They say the pain of losing a tail is akin to having one's heart ripped out. Today I find that not to be entirely accurate. But fear not, we have ample time to discuss this." Gula trembled, pleading, "Kill me, please. No more torment. I understand my mistakes." In a fit of madness, Tang Xianxian seized Gula's left hand, forcibly severing it. Purple blood gushed forth, splattering onto Tang Xianxian's face. At this moment, he appeared almost deranged, his mind twisted by the very source of this chaos, and Gula dared to wish for a swift end. How could that be? Tang Xianxian, in a frenzied state, taunted, "Come now. Continue to resist, struggle as you did when you harmed my friends. Fight to the bitter end." His eyes darkened, resembling a state of Babiti's corruption, while his golden aura began to mix with hues of black. His malevolent heart was beginning to take shape, though not fully formed. Its emergence heralded the complete liberation of his darker persona, descending into the abyss. At this stage, he no longer required anger to transform into an evil scion. The nascent outline of his wicked heart was sufficient to meet the criteria for wielding dark energy, which would prove more effective than mere rage. For a substitute source cannot compare to the original. Gula's eyes ignited with crimson beams, attempting to strike Tang Xianxian, yet his speed could not penetrate the protective aura. Tang Xianxian icily remarked, "Is this your final resort? It seems rather ineffective." He pressed against Gula's destructive beam, extending his right hand to grasp Gula's entire face, dragging him across the ground at a swift pace. "How about this move?" he added, suddenly yanking Gula upright, raising his right hand to deliver a powerful blow to his abdomen, forcing him to spit blood once more. Then, with his left fist, he aimed to smash Gula downwards. But just before impact, he lifted his right leg to kick him back into the air, continuing the relentless assault. Gula was now acutely aware that the very combination of attacks he had unleashed upon Tang Xianxian had been turned against him. The remnants of his exoskeletal armor lay shattered, while his internal organs felt as though they had been rearranged, and purple blood continued to flow from his mouth. Tang Xianxian delivered a powerful right straight palm strike, forcefully impacting Gula's abdomen. This unleashed a surge of yellow and black energy, piercing through him and causing his crimson eyes to widen in agony. His body was propelled backward, crashing through a line of trees before finally slamming against a boulder, shattering it upon impact. He continued to slide across the ground, leaving a trail before coming to a halt. Gula was bewildered, unable to comprehend how this individual could unleash such formidable strength. Was it merely for those few people? Was he, the illustrious Gula the Great, destined to perish on earth today, without even avenging his brother? Tang Xianxian approached Gula, disdainfully placing his right foot upon Gula's chest, looking down at him with contempt. The transformation he underwent was entirely due to this very individual. He then crouched down, grasping one of Gula's horns, and violently snapped it off, viciously thrusting it into his left eye while twisting it forcefully. Despite this, it seemed insufficient to satiate his rage, as Gula's screams of agony echoed continuously. With a maniacal grin, Tang Xianxian taunted, "Scream louder, you wretch." Gula struggled in vain, feeling akin to a fish on a chopping board, entirely at the mercy of his tormentor. Tang Xianxian mocked, "Aren't you supposed to be strong? Show me your strength. Where is your nova? Where is your fighting spirit? Your grand ambitions? What a pathetic waste. Calling yourself a great emperor is laughable." Despite the relentless provocation from Tang Xianxian, Gula's face displayed sheer terror. This adversary was unlike any super scion he had encountered. He seemed to revel in the torment of his foes, embodying a devil rather than a warrior. As time passed, Tang Xianxian grew weary of his sport, rising to his feet and stepping back slightly. He delivered a ferocious kick to Gula's right side, targeting his ribs and torso, sending him crashing into another boulder, which shattered upon impact. For Gula, this was akin to a torturous inferno. He was denied a swift demise, subjected to prolonged suffering instead. Tang Xianxian wickedly declared, "Come now. Do not say I did not give you a chance. Unleash your strongest attack upon me. I promise I shall not evade." Gula struggled painfully to rise, his tail severed, his left eye blinded, and his left arm rendered useless, his body battered and broken. He ascended slowly into the sky, summoning a surge of energy. a pale violet aura erupting around him as he elevated his power to the pinnacle of 100. His muscles swelled, forcing the remnants of his exoskeletal armor to crack under the pressure. Despite the torment he had endured, his battle power still surged to an impressive 120 million, only diminished by 630 million from his original might. Now, in a full-blown eruption, he reached roughly 240 million, a testament to his status as a great emperor. With his remaining right hand, he raised a finger, channeling energy to form a colossal golden energy sphere, his final nova, a gamble of his entire strength. A strike that would determine life or death. He swung it downward with ferocity, and as the massive golden sphere approached, Tang Xianxun closed his eyes. Upon its proximity, he opened them wide, thrusting his hands forward to meet the attack. Expecting the ground to fracture, he was startled to find nothing occurred. Instead, he began to compress the nova, gradually reducing it to the size of a peanut, before casting a mocking glance at Gula. At that moment, despair engulfed Gula's heart. He knew he was doomed, that this adversary would not grant him an easy death, but rather subject him to a torment worse than death itself. Tang Xianxun slowly remarked, "Your nova, I shall return it to you." He hurled the diminutive nova back toward Gula, infusing it with additional energy, its power far surpassing what Gula had unleashed moments before. In a desperate attempt to escape, Gula unleashed his energy, but the nova swelled in the air, rapidly closing the distance. In an instant, as he turned to look back, he was engulfed by his own nova, resulting in an unfathomable explosion that lit up the sky. Moments later, a figure plummeted from the heavens, crashing heavily into the ground, creating a deep crater. It was Gula, half of his body charred and mangled by his own attack, on the brink of death. Yet, the resilience of the ice demon race was formidable, and he clung to life. Tang Xianxun utilized instant transmission to appear before Gula, who lay in the crater. Surprisingly, he felt no sense of satisfaction. An unsettling feeling gnawed at him, as if it were not enough. Just then, he sensed something, turning in astonishment to the side, detecting the auras of Krillin and Son Gohan. These two had somehow survived the devastation, their resolve seemingly unbroken. A tremor coursed through him as the darkness in his eyes began to fade, the black mixed with his golden aura dissipating, restoring a semblance of clarity to his mind. Tang Xianxun pressed a hand to his head, feeling a dull ache, then glanced down at Gula. With a slow motion, he raised his left hand, conjuring a golden energy blade, and with a swift motion, he cleaved Gula in two, separating him as he had done to Frisia. He then turned away, leaving Gula to his fate. Instantly, he transported himself to the two young warriors, astonished that they had managed to survive Gula's energy wave. It seemed they had been granted an extraordinary stroke of luck. However, he realized he had no senzu beans on hand, as they were with Piccolo. What should he do now? Chapter 108. The evolution and counterattack of the evil Gula. At that moment, the dragon radar, contained within a capsule on his arm, began to emit a sound, instilling an ominous premonition in Tang Xianxun. He abruptly turned to see a dark dragon ball materializing above Gula's remnants, revealing itself as a two-star ball. Tang Xianxun cursed under his breath, "Damn it." He raised his right hand, gathering energy to unleash a yellow energy wave toward Gula's remains, resulting in a tremendous explosion. He then utilized instant transmission to reappear at the site of the explosion, only to find Gula's energy had vanished. Typically, this signified one of two outcomes. He was either dead, or... Suddenly, a figure emerged behind him, prompting Tang Xianxun to whirl around, raising his left hand into a fist to strike. There stood Gula, restored to his final form, his injuries healed. Adorned with a two-star dark dragon ball embedded in his chest, blackish-red patterns extending across his body, his eyes blood-red, and a dark violet aura swirling around him. With an icy tone, Tang Xianxun declared, "Do you truly believe this will instill fear in me?" Utterly laughable, he enveloped his right leg in golden energy and unleashed a fierce kick toward Gula's abdomen, sending him staggering back several paces. Clearly, the influence of the dark dragon ball had fortified Gula, rendering him more resilient than before. Under normal circumstances, such a kick would have sent him flying into the distance, obliterating a swath of forest in the process. Tang Xianxun could evidently sense that this adversary had become increasingly formidable. It appeared that he could only resort to amplifying his strength. Although he had never attempted it before, the malevolent Gula charged at him in an instant, delivering a flying knee strike that struck him squarely in the abdomen. This caused his eyes to widen in shock as the intense pain coursed through his body. yet he managed to suppress it. Grasping Goulet's shoulders with both hands, Tang Xuanchen activated the time-stop technique, freezing the flow of time. The surroundings also stilled, with Gula remaining poised in the midst of his knee strike, as if captured in a moment of shattered glass. In the next instant, he exerted tremendous force with both hands, propelling himself upwards to appear directly above Gula. With his hands together, he transformed them into a hammer and delivered a powerful blow to the back of Goulet's head. Following this, his body spun violently, and his left leg delivered a kick to the same area, resulting in two beams of purple light piercing through Goulet's head. As time resumed its flow, Goulet's body was hurled forward, crashing into several trees and creating a cloud of dust and debris. Suspended in midair, Tang Xuanchen contemplated his next course of action against this formidable foe. Although he had successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan, his energy was finite, leaving him apprehensive about stacking additional powers, fearing he might revert instantly. Suddenly, the dust was forcefully dispersed, revealing Gula, who erupted with dark energy. His black-purple aura enveloped him, causing his physique to swell, reaching over 2 meters in height. The exoskeletal armor adorning his body underwent an evolution, sprouting 4 dagger-like protrusions on each forearm, each topped with a purple crystal. The exoskeleton on his torso blossomed with a row of menacing spikes on his shoulders, resembling a fish's gaping maw, while the spines on his back multiplied from 2 to 6, significantly increasing in size and extending in various directions. The exoskeletal armor on his legs also sprouted additional spikes, and his tail transformed into 8 sharp appendages, each tipped with a razor-sharp exoskeletal point. The armor on his head grew more fearsome, resembling a triceratops skull. Enhanced by the Dark Dragon Ball, Goulet's 5th stage had evidently evolved further, though it was unclear if he had reached the 6th stage. Tang Xuanchen was momentarily taken aback, wondering what manner of being this was, clearly more terrifying than the evolution of the malevolent Frieza. In that fleeting moment of astonishment, Gula, having completed his transformation, lunged at him. Raising his left hand, he conjured a black skeletal bull that rested upon his shoulder, charging directly at Tang Xuanchen. The bull's horns pierced into his torso, propelling him away and causing him to crash through numerous trees before collapsing to the ground. Spitting blood, Tang Xuanchen muttered, "Lei Li Ri Dao, what on earth is this?" This the bone impact skill combined with the technique used by Karabi in his half-tailed beast form from the anime. Before he could ponder further, Gula surged towards him again, launching a fierce kick. Tang Xuanchen activated the time-stop technique once more, freezing Gula mid-strike in the air. Gradually rising, he surveyed the wound on his chest in astonishment, realizing this adversary was beyond his expectations. Before the time stop concluded, he maneuvered to the side, and as time resumed, Gula's kick struck the ground, resulting in a massive fissure that collapsed beneath him. In an instant, Tang Xuanchen appeared at Gula's right side, executing a spinning kick that connected with Gula's head. A powerful gust of wind erupted from the impact, yet Gula remained unyielding. Gula quickly seized Tang Xuanchen's right leg with his left hand, attempting to slam him into the ground. Just as he was about to be crushed, Tang Xuanchen evaded, retreating to a distance of 100 meters. Tang Xuanchen murmured, "Something isn't right. That kick felt like a stone sinking into the ocean. How peculiar." Suddenly, Gula opened his mouth, and the triceratops-like structure also began to part, gathering dark energy to form a black-purple energy sphere. A sense of foreboding washed over Tang Xuanchen, fearing the worst. As anticipated, Gula unleashed the amassed dark energy sphere, which shot forth like a cannonball, narrowly grazing Tang Xuanchen's right cheek before detonating in a massive explosion behind him. Chapter 109. The Evil Super Saiyan Tang Xuanchen vs. The malevolent half-beast Gula charged at Tang Xuanchen with immense speed, raising his right foot to deliver a flying kick. Tang Xuanchen invoked the time-stop technique, freezing Gula mid-kick, while the world around them also stilled, resembling a moment captured in shattered glass. He dashed forward, raising his left hand to conjure a golden energy blade that sliced past Gula's neck in an instant. Subsequently, Tang Xuanchen formed his hands into a blossom shape, placing them at his waist, concentrating an energy sphere within his palms, and thrusting it towards Gula, executing the Kamehameha wave. As time resumed, purple blood erupted from Gula's neck. Though the damage was minimal, he swiftly turned to face the incoming blue energy wave, which collided with him, engulfing him entirely. Suddenly, A colossal hand penetrated the blue energy wave, seizing Tang Xuanqin's head and slamming him into the ground. With a resounding impact, Gula forced Tang Xuanqin into the earth, creating numerous cracks around them, indicative of the sheer force behind the blow. Tang Xuanqin vanished and reappeared behind Gula, clasping his hands together to deliver a powerful strike to the back of Gula's head. The impact caused the ground to buckle under the strain, collapsing into a deep pit. From the depths of the pit, several small black-purple energy spheres shot forth. Tang Xuanqin dodged, but was still struck by one, though he managed to mitigate the damage by crossing his arms. Puzzled, he exclaimed, "This guy is incredibly difficult. Why was Frisia's evolution not as grotesque?" In that moment of confusion, Gula charged out once more, raising his left hand to conjure another black skeletal bull, ready to unleash the Lei Li Ri Dao again. In that instant, although the attack connected, Tang Xuanqin transformed into a purple phantom, dissipating into particles of energy that enveloped Gula, immobilizing him within a temporal prison. As Gula struggled, numerous purple fist imprints appeared on his body, with violet beams of light piercing through him, relentlessly bombarding him with stored temporal attacks. Meanwhile, Tang Xuanqin observed from a distance, confident that escape from this temporal prison would not be easy. Frisia had only managed to break free because he had attacked Tang Xuanqin. But now, being so far removed, Gula could not reach him. Evil Gula roared incessantly, his body still immobile and vulnerable to attacks. Yet, dark purple flames erupted around him. As he attempted to forcibly shatter the confines of the time prison, Tang Xuanqin disdainfully remarked, "Do not waste your efforts. It is impossible for you to break free from the time prison." Suddenly, the dark purple flames coalesced into a sphere, enveloping Evil Gula within. Moments later, the dark purple orb began to crack, revealing Evil Gula's skin and exoskeleton, now transformed into a flowing state of dark purple energy. The Dark Dragon Ball's second star had fully integrated into his being, and aside from his eyes, nose, and mouth, which remained white, he bore a striking resemblance to a tailed beast transformation from Hua Ingrinja. Tang Xuanqin was taken aback, pondering how this being could undergo such transformations. Why not transform into a golden Gula instead? The more bizarre the transformations became, the more it seemed that the Dark Dragon Ball had perhaps taken inspiration from Hua Ingrinja. Suddenly, 6 sharp spikes protruded from Evil Gula's back, aiming directly at Tang Xuanqin. His eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the 6 tentacle-like spikes swiftly approaching him. He immediately ascended into the sky, flying forward. But those spikes behaved like missiles, tracking his every movement. They ultimately led him back to Evil Gula's position, and just as they were about to collide, he dodged, causing the spikes to pierce back into Evil Gula's body. However, it appeared that no damage was inflicted, as if they merely reintegrated into him. Tang Xuanqin could not help but exclaim, "What in the world is this? Is it a fusion of venom and tailed beast transformation? Has the narrative become convoluted?" At that moment, the purple particles surrounding Evil Gula began to dissipate, causing Tang Xuanqin to wonder why the energy transmission had not ceased, yet he had broken free. It was also possible that the dark energy had gradually corroded the time prison, liberating him without Tang Xuanqin's notice. Upon regaining his freedom, Evil Gula let out a furious roar and extended his arms forward, elongating them like a Namekian, but more akin to a tailed beast transformation. Tang Xuanqin shot away into the distance, only to find Evil Gula's hands relentlessly pursuing him. While the Namekian's arm extension had its limits, this creature's extension seemed boundless. Before long, he felt a grip on his right foot. Tang Xuanqin's heart sank as he was violently pulled back, glancing over his shoulder to see Evil Gula's terrifying visage drawing ever closer. In a swift motion, he extended his left hand, gathering energy to unleash a powerful Kamehameha directly at Evil Gula's body. In an instant, Evil Gula's head ballooned to an enormous size, swallowing the Kamehameha along with Tang Xuanqin's entire left arm, much like a gelatinous figure. Tang Xuanqin was momentarily dumbfounded, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he realized this creature had devoured his entire left arm. Was he destined to become a future Gohan or Yanghua? Fury ignited within him. In that fleeting moment, a tremendous surge of dark evil energy propelled Evil Gula away, while Tang Xuanqin stood his ground, the golden flames surrounding him gradually fading into a black-red aura. His stature and muscle mass significantly increased. His eyes transformed from a light green to a fierce red, and his hair cascaded down to his knees, wild and untamed. A sharp tuft of bangs adorned his forehead, still golden, and his tail remained golden as well. This was the evil Super Saiyan form, a fusion of the evil Saiyan and Super Saiyan states, rendering his power immeasurable. Tang Xuanqing seethed, "Very well. You have successfully enraged me. I shall ensure your demise is a torturous one." The black-red flames surged towards the space where his severed left arm had been, swiftly reshaping into a left hand forged from dark energy. After being knocked back, Evil Gula regained his balance, and the two stood in a tense standoff, neither willing to make the first move. Chapter 110. The ultimate showdown between the wildest and the most evil Tang Xuanqing erupted with energy, his entire being enveloped in black-red flames. He raised the dark energy-formed left hand, clenched into a fist, and struck towards Evil Gula. In response, the 8 tails sprouting from Evil Gula's back lunged at him, their tips razor-sharp, as if they could pierce him like a beehive. In an instant, those 8 tails were swiftly severed, while a black-red energy scythe materialized in Tang Xuanqing's right hand, evidently the result of a dark energy slash that had cut through the tails. The dark energy hand struck Evil Gula's right cheek, sending him hurtling backward. Though his expression remained inscrutable, the manner in which he flew away suggested he felt considerable pain. Evil Gula's body came to an eerie halt mid-flight, his limbs grasping at nearby trees and the ground for support. The severed tails rapidly regenerated, launching back at Tang Xuanqing with renewed vigor. Tang Xuanqing swung his right hand, the black-red energy scythe slicing through the air to unleash a dark energy slash aimed squarely at Evil Gula. In the blink of an eye, Evil Gula was cleaved in two, his upper and lower halves separating. Yet, he did not cease his advance toward Tang Xuanqing. Instead, he instantaneously divided into 2 entities, each half sprouting a lower half and vice versa, as if they had become 2 independent beings. The 2 evil Gulas charged at Tang Xuanqing, their bodies exuding dark purple flames, resembling 2 fiery orbs. Tang Xuanqing extended his left hand, now transformed by dark energy, which grew immensely, reaching out to grasp the 2 dark purple flames. In an instant, he seized them, though it was evident that the 2 entities struggled to break free from his grip. As he lifted the dark energy hand, he slowly raised his right hand, wielding the black-red energy scythe, which emanated a vivid crimson hue. He swung the scythe horizontally, unleashing a dark energy slash, followed by a vertical strike. The 2 slashes overlapped, forming a crescent-shaped attack aimed at the dark energy hand, holding the 2 evil Gulas. However, it was clear that this assault alone would not suffice to vanquish them. Dissipating the scythe from his right hand, he shaped it into a half-blooming flower, gradually moving it to his waist, where it coalesced into a black-red energy sphere. "Dark Turtle School Kamehameha," he exclaimed. With a powerful thrust of his right hand, he unleashed a black-red energy wave that collided with the prior crescent slash, merging into a more formidable attack that surged toward the dark energy hand clasping the 2 evil Gulas, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The sky rained down black-purple liquid matter, accompanied by the descent of an orange orb, the Dark Dragon Ball's second star. Just as Tang Xuanqing was about to retrieve it, the purple-black liquid swiftly coalesced, reforming into the likeness of Evil Gula in his half-beast state. Evil Gula plunged his hands into the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently. From the spot where Tang Xuanqing stood, numerous black-purple claws erupted from the ground, forcing him to ascend into the air. With a cold smirk, Tang Xuanqing declared, "If I cannot vanquish you in one blow, I shall strike you 10 times, 1,000 times, a myriad of times, until your utter destruction." On the back of the malevolent Gula, the 6 sharp spikes suddenly underwent a transformation, merging seamlessly into the skin before vanishing. In an instant, another upper half of the malevolent Gula sprouted, rapidly extending towards the heavens. Its outstretched arms sought to grasp Tang Xuanqing once more. Tang Xuanqing erupted with fierce energy, a dark crimson aura igniting around him as he concentrated an energy orb in his right hand and charged towards the malevolent Gula. The 2 forces collided in a moment of explosive fury, with Tang Xuanqing striking decisively to shatter Gula into fragments. He approached the Ershing Zhu of the Dark Dragon Ball, just as he was about to reach for it. Suddenly, the shattered purple-black liquid began to coalesce, enveloping Tang Xuanqing and attempting to consume him. Before long, he was submerged halfway within it, as the upper half of the malevolent Gula reformed. Moments later, it fully reconstructed, letting out a deafening roar as if declaring its own victory. Could it be that Tang Xianqian had fallen so easily? Clearly, that was not the case. Suddenly, Gu La's entire form began to emit a golden glow from various spots, resembling a balloon riddled with holes, before it was obliterated once more. Meanwhile, Tang Xianqian stood firm in his original position, his dark crimson aura erupting anew, transforming from a flame-like appearance to a jet-like burst. Red lightning crackled around him, his already Super Saiyan-like hair becoming even more precisely defined. He focused all his senses to channel energy throughout his body, causing his muscles to swell and thus enhancing his power. His speed and strength surged significantly beyond that of an ordinary Super Saiyan, achieving a state that was a fusion of Super Saiyan Stage 2 and Evil Saiyan 2, the most potent dual form attainable at this stage. Although his left hand had not transformed again with dark energy, the intimidation it exuded remained formidable. The previously shattered Gu La reformed once again. Yet this time its speed was considerably diminished, evidently weakened by the repeated cycles of destruction and rebirth, alongside the diminishing power of the Dark Dragon Ball. Tang Xianqian coldly declared, "Come, let us decide our fate." In response, the malevolent Gu La roared, indicating its readiness for a desperate struggle. Both combatants surged forward, colliding with an earth-shattering sound, as they ascended from the ground to the sky and then back down again. While they seemed evenly matched, Gu La was gradually losing its strength. It was not merely Gu La's body that was failing, but the relentless cycle of destruction and rebirth had pushed it to its limits, compounded by the waning power of the Dark Dragon Ball, making defeat merely a matter of time. Suddenly, Gu La distanced itself from Tang Xianqian, soaring into the air, where it raised its hands aloft and conjured a massive black-purple energy sphere. Its 8 tails elongated dramatically, splitting into 4 columns, each forming another colossal black-purple energy sphere. This was likely Gu La's supernova, but enhanced by dark energy, it could be dubbed the Dark Star Sphere. Gu La unleashed all its might, hurling 3 enormous black-purple energy spheres towards Tang Xianqian. As they traveled, the spheres merged into one, growing to the size reminiscent of the spirit bomb used by Son Goku on Namek, yet 5 times larger. Tang Xianqian spoke slowly. "Then I shall employ my newly developed technique." He raised his remaining right hand, forming a yellow energy sphere that erupted with crimson lightning energy. He shaped his hand into a half-flower bud and gently moved it to his waist. "Blood Thunder Cannon," he shouted, thrusting his right hand forward, unleashing a yellow energy wave accompanied by crimson lightning, causing him to recoil from the force, indicating its immense power. The Dark Star Sphere and the Blood Thunder Cannon collided, igniting a wave of energy. Gu La roared ferociously, opening its monstrous maw to absorb a black-purple energy orb, which caused its entire body to swell like a balloon before it forcefully expelled it. The speed of the expulsion was so rapid that it crashed into the Dark Star Sphere, merging into one colossal entity. Meanwhile, Tang Xianqian observed as the sky threatened to be engulfed by this amalgamation, and the ground beneath him began to crack, indicating that his attack might not be potent enough. Gritting his teeth, he proclaimed, "Tenfold Kaioken." His skin turned a fiery red, a blood-red aura layering over his dark crimson flames, exponentially increasing his strength, speed, attack, and defense. The Blood Thunder Cannon swelled enormously, gradually pushing back the Dark Star Sphere. At this point, no matter how hard Gu La struggled, the situation was irretrievable, as Tang Xianqian's strike propelled it beyond Earth, hurtling towards the sun. As Gu La approached the sun, it began to ignite spontaneously, letting out desperate howls as the black-purple energy was incinerated by the solar flames, reverting back to the evolved state of the Dark Dragon Ball, ultimately culminating in its complete annihilation by the sun. The Ershing-Zhu of the Dark Dragon Ball detached from its body and vanished. Tang Xianqian laughed joyously. Having finally vanquished this despicable foe, he then collapsed, reverting to his normal state, gasping for breath as his vision blurred before he lost consciousness, his body overloaded, akin to a robot short-circuiting amidst flashes of electricity and sparks. Time passed, and the first to awaken were Piccolo and Jiaozi, who were astonished by their surroundings. The entire forest had been reduced to rubble, littered with craters and debris, with flames still flickering nearby. They began searching for the remaining Earth defenders, quickly locating Tianjin Han and Yamcha as they were closest to Jiaozi. Piccolo also found the unconscious Son Gohan and Krillin, along with Vegeta, who lay unconscious in a deep pit. Piccolo administered a senzu bean to each of them, restoring them to full health. Following this ordeal, Vegeta triggered the Saiyan near-death revival ability, elevating his combat power from 3.12 million to 3.9 million. Sun Yang inquired, "Has anyone seen Tang Xianxun?" Everyone shook their heads, suddenly realizing they had forgotten him, fearing he might have been killed by Gula. During a thorough search by the Earth Defenders, they discovered Tang Xianxun lying amidst the remnants of battle. His entire left arm and hand vanished, having lost consciousness. Due to the limited number of Senzu beans, they were nearly exhausted. Further assistance would require seeking out the cat sage. Ultimately, Tang Xianxun was transported by the Earth Defenders to a hospital, where he remained for nearly a month, gradually recovering. Fortunately, Krillin had timely brought Senzu beans, hastening his healing. As a result, his near-death revival ability activated, propelling his combat power from 45 million to 90 million. This revival ability, which escalated when combat power exceeded 10 million, rose from 25 to 100, marking one of the ancient Saiyan's advantages, allowing for rapid increases in strength. After being discharged from the hospital, Tang Xianxun implored the celestial deity, hoping to restore his left hand using the Dragon Balls. The deity readily agreed, and with Bobo's diligent efforts, all 7 Dragon Balls were swiftly gathered, successfully summoning the Eternal Dragon. Utilizing the dragon's power, Tang Xianxun's left hand was restored. Subsequently, the Earth Defenders were eager to learn the outcome, and Tang Xianxun recounted the events in detail. Piccolo remarked, "You defeated Gula. That's truly impressive." Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment, "What? You've transformed into a Super Saiyan." Krillin, Son Gohan, Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, Chaozu, the celestial deity, and Bobo were all intensely curious to witness what a Super Saiyan looked like. Tang Xianxun, not one to keep them in suspense, unleashed his power instantaneously. His hair and eyebrows shimmered golden. His hair, except for a tuft, stood upright. His eyes turned a light green, and his black tail transformed into gold. A golden aura ignited around him, manifesting his Super Saiyan form. Vegeta stood in shock, realizing that Kakarot and now this young man had surpassed him, leaving him with a sense of humiliation. Was he destined to be eternally in third place? Sun Yang marveled. "I never expected such a breakthrough in dire straits. Remarkable." Son Gohan exclaimed, "Dad, you've become even more powerful in this transformation." Krillin excitedly noted, "So this is what a Super Saiyan looks like. So dazzling." Tianjin Fan pondered aloud. Has he surpassed Goku this quickly? Does that mean Xianxun is destined to become the strongest in the universe? Yamcha added, "I can sense an overwhelming power. No wonder he could defeat Gula." The celestial deity, Bobo, and Chaozu nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth of the matter. With the collaboration of the 2 time travelers, Gula was vanquished, once again saving the Earth from peril. And the tale could continue to unfold. Chapter 111. Frieza and his son arrive on Earth approximately a year after the Gula incident. Tang Xianxun and his fellow Earth Defenders return to their normal routines, engaging in training and resuming everyday life, while Son Goku had yet to return, though he was expected to be back soon. Simultaneously, an ominous energy was gradually approaching Earth. 2 figures leaned against the pillars of the Celestial Palace. One was clad in the Turtle School martial arts uniform. Tang Xianxun gazed up at the sky, murmuring, "That fellow is indeed alive. And he has come to Earth with his father." Sun Yang chuckled, "It matters not how many come. You alone can handle them all, can't you?" Tang Xianxun replied with a hint of resignation, "You must understand our mission. Excessively interfering with the original timeline is not acceptable." Sun Yang teased, "Then who claimed the entire Strongest versus Strongest movie as the MVP?" Tang Xianxun found himself momentarily speechless. The situation with Gula had been unfortunate. If possible, he would have left it to Son Goku, but alas, it was not feasible. To ensure the story's progression, someone had to resolve the trouble with Gula, and he was the best candidate. Besides, he had gained much from that battle, not only transforming into a Super Saiyan, but also reaching the 2nd stage, significantly advancing ahead. "All right," Sun Yang said slowly, "let us go see what is happening." Tang Xianxun nodded, and the 2 of them powered up and soared towards the location where Frieza and King Cold were set to land. Meanwhile, on the other side, Son Gohan, dressed in children's clothing, rested his chin on the table, pondering why his father had not yet returned. Was it possible he did not wish to come back to Earth? Suddenly, the phone rang nearby, and Son Gohan hurried to answer it. "Ah, Uncle Krillin," he exclaimed in surprise. Krillin spoke urgently, "Gohan, can you feel it? There's a terrifying energy approaching Earth." Son Gohan responded anxiously, "Yes, It's an unsettling energy, and it's approaching rapidly. Krillin continued, you must have sensed it. It feels like Frisia's. On King Kai's planet, King Kai himself was in disbelief, unable to fathom that Frisia was still alive and had come to Earth with King Cold seeking revenge. Meanwhile, in a secluded mountain, Piccolo also sensed an evil presence nearing Earth. What is happening? This energy feels, he muttered. In West City, Vegeta, dressed in casual tourist attire, appeared fully integrated into Earth's customs. He scoffed. Humph, that fool Kakarot, didn't he kill him? Yamcha, who was enjoying barbecue nearby, looked astonished. Is this really Frisia's energy? A small creature with a pig's head and a floating cat, Oolong and Poir, stared blankly at the sky, seemingly aware of something amiss. Only Bulma, seated and oblivious to the unfolding events, curiously inquired, Huh? What is happening? At that moment, she sported a wild, curly hairstyle, adorned with a hairpin, and wore casual attire typical of her daily life. On a steep cliff, Chaozu and Tianjin Fan, clad in martial arts garb, had halted in their tracks, instinctively looking up as they sensed an ominous energy approaching Earth. Tianjin Fan murmured, it feels like more than one presence. There's a powerful force. Chaozu exclaimed nervously, how can that be? Meanwhile, far beyond Earth, a Frisia spaceship was swiftly closing in. Inside stood a figure familiar to all. Indeed, it was our cosmic real estate tycoon, Frisia, now known as Mecha Frisia. After being shattered by Goku, he was rescued by his father, King Cold, who constructed a mechanical body for him. Little did he know that while searching for Goku, he would encounter Trunks, a warrior from the future, leading to his demise. Mecha Frisia stated, ahead lies Earth. That Super Saiyan defeated me so thoroughly, it seems we have arrived first. This time, I will reclaim my honor. At that moment, a figure seated upon a grand throne, the Ice Demon King, spoke languidly. Such a small planet could be destroyed with a single punch. The speaker was none other than Frisia's biological father, King Cold. With curved horns, a prominent nose akin to Frisia's, and a tail, he bore a resemblance to Frisia's second form, possessing a combat power of 120 million. Mecha Frisia sneered, that would be too merciful for them. I want them to witness the true extent of my enhanced power. Hee, I have detected your approach to Earth via radar. Soon, we shall see who is the strongest in the universe. Meanwhile, on Earth, Son Gohan was frantically donning a specially designed battle suit, the one he had brought back from Namek. Its defensive resilience and flexibility made it exceptionally useful in combat. Oh no, how did he discover Earth's location? He exclaimed in a flurry. After fastening the suit, he unleashed his energy and flew out of the house, just as Chi-Chi spotted him. Wait, Gohan, where are you going? She shouted. Son Gohan, too anxious to explain, shot off into the sky, his voice filled with urgency. What have I done? This is bad. Dad, when are you coming back? Suddenly, 3 more auras surged past him, matching his pace on the same trajectory. Klin, Tang Xuanqing, and Sinyang. Sun Wukong, astonished, exclaimed, Uncle Klin. Uncle Xuanqing, Uncle Sinyang, you have also arrived. Klin, filled with curiosity, remarked, Oh, I can't believe Chi-Chi let you come out. Tang Xuanqing suggested, Is it possible that he ran out on his own? Sinyang chuckled, It seems that way. I saw Chi-Chi shouting his name as we passed by. Sun Wukong felt a wave of embarrassment and quickly diverted the conversation, asking, Uncles, have you sensed another powerful presence aside from Frisia? It feels remarkably strong. Klin sighed indeed. Such a formidable energy. How could I not feel it? But who that person is, I cannot say. Tang Xuanqing replied, We will find out if we go to check. Sinyang was about to mention the individual's name, but reconsidered, realizing it might disrupt the timeline and pose a risk of spoilers. The 4 then accelerated towards their designated location. At that moment, Frisia's spaceship had already reached the outer space of Earth, and a mechanical voice announced, successfully arrived at Earth. King Frisia and King Cold. The scene shifted back to Earth, where Vegeta and Yamcha were the first to arrive at the open area, scanning their surroundings. Although it seemed they had not yet landed, Vegeta, tense, stated, It must be landing nearby. Yamcha turned and gasped, Ah, it's that fool Bulma. The two noticed a helicopter descending slowly, and to their astonishment, Bulma was aboard. Bulma and Poir jumped out and landed on the ground. Poir exclaimed, Yamcha. Yamcha, surprised, asked, What are you doing here? Bulma stubbornly replied, I want to see Frisia. I didn't get a glimpse of him on Namek, and I want to know what he looks like. Yamcha, anxious, responded, You're risking your life just to see his face. Do you understand how dangerous this is? Bulma defiantly declared, of course I know. Besides, Xuanqing will handle it. Didn't you say he could transform into a Super Saiyan? Frieza was defeated by a Super Saiyan, so Xuanqing will be fine. Yamcha found himself speechless, realizing that even if a group of them wasn't enough, Tang Xuanqing could manage alone. Suddenly, two more figures descended from the sky, Jiaozi and Tianjinhan. Tianjinhan remarked, the situation looks dire. Is it really Frieza? Yamcha nodded, yes, that guy didn't die, he's back. Vegeta hastily warned, stop talking. Quickly conceal your power levels, they have detectors. Everyone present began to suppress their energy, preparing for a surprise attack. At that moment, Piccolo also arrived, standing atop a high peak, startling Yamcha and Tianjinhan. When did Piccolo arrive so quickly? Tianjinhan wondered. At this point, Tianjinhan's power level was at 80,000, while Yamcha's stood at 45,000. Meanwhile, the other four had gradually arrived, Sun Wukong, Klin, Tang Xuanqing, and Xinjiang. At this time, Piccolo and Vegeta both had power levels around 4 million. Klin had reached 80,000, and Sun Wukong remained unchanged at 800,000. Klin joyfully pointed downwards, exclaiming, Wukong, Xuanqing, Xinjiang, everyone is here, we're just missing the four of us. Tang Xuanqing smiled. Heroes always make their entrance last, wouldn't you agree? Xinjiang scoffed. Spare me the theatrics. Sun Wukong slowly remarked, Uncle Piccolo is here too. It seems they must have sensed that energy. The four of them then landed with a thud. And finally, the Earth Defenders were fully assembled. Yamcha murmured, where's Goku? Suddenly, Piccolo shouted, they are coming. A massive Frieza spaceship loomed before them, shocking everyone present, aside from the two who had crossed over. Meanwhile, the spaceship landed elsewhere, not in their vicinity, yet the oppressive aura remained palpable. Sun Wukong, anxious, said, it really is Frieza, he is alive. Klin added, and there is someone with him. Who could that be? Vegeta quickly warned, listen, do not fly. Approach on foot to avoid detection by their scanners, understood? At this moment, Tianjinhan was drenched in cold sweat, feeling the overwhelming energy of Frieza. Previously, he couldn't sense it from King Kai's planet and could only observe from a distance. He was unaware of the true extent of Frieza's power, but now, he was drenched in perspiration. Yamcha, on edge, said, stay calm. Frieza's energy is terrifyingly strong. Sun Wukong slowly replied, he has become even stronger now. Tianjinhan, puzzled, asked, have you fought him before? Yamcha trembled, no, how could I? Don't forget, we died at the same time. Piccolo stated, everyone understands the gravity of the situation. Vegeta muttered, do you want to hear the truth? The end of Earth is upon us. Tang Xuanqing, resigned, said, we need not fear, I am still alive. In an instant, everyone turned to him, having almost forgotten that he had defeated Gula, Frieza's brother, a year ago, and had successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. It seemed there was still hope. Meanwhile, on the other side of the mountain, Frieza's spaceship had successfully landed. King Cold and Mechanical Frieza, accompanied by a legion of Frieza soldiers, disembarked. Mechanical Frieza remarked, the environment on Earth is rather pleasant. King Cold, arms crossed in a haughty manner, asked, do we need to wait for that Super Saiyan to arrive in 3 hours, Frieza? Mechanical Frieza replied slowly, of course, we must wait. I am eager to avenge myself and prove that I am the strongest in the universe. However, I intend to make him suffer greatly, killing all the Earthlings in the process. 3 hours is ample time, especially since there are still many people here. Standing together, Mechanical Frieza noted the significant height difference with King Cold, who wickedly stated, killing the Earthlings is simple, but we must devise a way to eliminate that Super Saiyan. Our race is the strongest in the universe. He must be eradicated. Mechanical Frieza confidently declared, with my father's help, it will be no problem. My power has greatly increased. Perhaps my father won't even need to intervene. The Earth Defenders were cautiously approaching, reassured by the presence of Tang Xuanqing and Xinjiang. Mechanical Frieza turned to the Frieza soldiers behind him, commanding, now, go and eliminate all the Earthlings on this planet, and do it within 3 hours, otherwise, you won't live to see another day. The Frieza soldiers responded, yes, King Frieza. Just as the soldiers prepared to act, two mysterious figures stepped in front of them, blocking their path. Chapter 112. The enigmatic duo. Mechanical Frieza slowly inquired, what brings you two Earthlings here? Upon hearing Mechanical Frieza's words, the two turned to face him, both startled. One wore a jacket emblazoned with the Capsule Corporation emblem, beneath which he donned a black tank top and black trousers, complemented by orange Velcro boots. He carried a one-handed sword as a weapon, and his light purple hair was styled in a center part with two prominent, slender bangs framing his forehead. This was Trunks from the future timeline. The individual clad in an exterior garment emblazoned with the emblem of a Capsule Corporation, beneath which he wore a black vest, was outfitted in black trousers and donned orange Velcro long boots. He carried a one-handed sword on his back and sported a head of short black hair, with three pointed bangs adorning his forehead alongside a small tuft resembling a crab's shell. A scar marred his left eye. This person was none other than Sun Wukong from the future timeline. This future iteration of Sun Wukong would be the most tragic figure among the three timelines depicted in the Dragon Ball Heroes saga. It was clear that the two did not belong to the same future timeline, but rather different timelines, both dominated by the terror of Cell and the androids. With a singular purpose to return to the past, future Trunks' eyes gradually glistened with tears as he choked out, "Brother Wukong." Future Sun Wukong, taken aback, replied, "Trunks, how did you end up here?" Mechanical Frieza, impatient, interjected, "Eliminate those two Earthlings. They are a vexation to behold." A swarm of minions surged forward, charging towards the pair. Future Sun Wukong cast a glance and swiftly raised his left hand to form a protective barrier, subsequently condensing energy to unleash a powerful energy wave towards the approaching soldiers, obliterating a significant portion of their ranks. This astonished both Mechanical Frieza and King Cold, who were taken aback by the Earthlings' sheer power. Each of their soldiers possessed a battle power of around 4,000 to 5,000, with the strongest nearing 9,000. Yet they had been decimated by a single attack from this Earthling. Future Sun Wukong turned to future Trunks and remarked, "You are not the Trunks I know. You belong to another timeline, don't you?" Future Trunks wiped away his tears and nodded, saying, "Yes, Brother Wukong, I am truly glad to see you again." Curiously, future Sun Wukong inquired, "Why do you say that? What has happened to me in your timeline?" Future Trunks fell silent, his gaze dimming. Future Sun Wukong surmised the unfortunate fate of his counterpart in that timeline. He shifted the conversation, stating, "Let us set aside this discussion for now and deal with these adversaries first." Future Trunks nodded in agreement, "Yes, Brother Wukong." The two then fixed their gaze on Mechanical Frieza, King Cold, and the advancing minions, poised for battle. Mechanical Frieza coldly questioned, "Who are you two? An Earthling cannot possess such formidable power." Future Sun Wukong retorted, "You are the ones who should be worried." King Cold laughed heartily. "Frieza, did you hear that? This fellow dares to demand our lives." Mechanical Frieza sneered, "How could this mere insect threaten our existence? He has merely defeated a few lackeys. There is no need for alarm." With a wave of his hand, he dispatched even more soldiers towards the two, this time with battle powers exceeding 10,000. Far stronger than the previous wave. Just as future Sun Wukong prepared to strike again, future Trunks stepped in front of him, gently stating, "Brother Wukong, allow me to handle this. Let me protect you this time." Though aware that this Trunks was not from his own timeline, future Sun Wukong felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance and recognized the guilt weighing on Trunks, evidently stemming from past events that had impacted his future counterpart. Future Trunks raised his right hand, grasping the hilt of his sword, drawing it forth before charging fiercely at the Frieza soldiers. In a flurry of swift movements, he maneuvered through the ranks of soldiers, dispatching them with ease. The soldiers, caught off guard, suddenly found themselves kneeling, collapsing en masse, as future Trunks sheathed his sword. Future Sun Wukong watched in astonishment, realizing how powerful this alternate version of Trunks was, effortlessly eliminating the minions. However, such strength only underscored the trials he had endured. It was evident that his counterpart in that timeline had not been there to support him until the end, leaving the burden of saving their desolate future upon his shoulders. King Cold and Mechanical Frieza exchanged glances, astonished by the unexpected strength of this mysterious youth, who had just eradicated a significant portion of their forces. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Earth Defenders, Krillin, Sun Wukong, Piccolo, Yamchu, Tin, Kaiatsu, and Vegeta, were taken aback, sensing the sudden disappearance of numerous enemy presences. Tang Xuanqing and Xinyang furrowed their brows in confusion, sensing an unfamiliar aura. What is happening? Wasn't there only one future Trunks from the original story? Who does this additional aura belong to? They felt events spiraling towards an unpredictable direction. Bulma, noticing their expressions, inquired, "What is wrong with you all?" Krillin murmured, A powerful energy just appeared, and in an instant, many auras vanished. Yamcha asked, "What exactly is going on?" Piccolo looked towards the mountains and remarked, "Something significant seems to be happening over there." Tang Xuanqing and Xin Yang exchanged glances, nodding in agreement before soaring into the sky towards the mountains, leaving the bewildered group behind. The grounded Bulma, though unable to fly, was aided by Puar, who transformed into a flying vehicle to lift her into the air. Chapter 113. Two Super Saions. The scene returned to the battlefield. King Cold remarked, "Oh, you certainly have some skill." Mechanical Frieza stated, "Boy, while I do not know who you are, if you pledge your allegiance to us, we can overlook the harm you inflicted on my soldiers. What say you?" Future Trunks coldly replied, "Now it is time to deal with you." This provoked laughter from the father-son duo, having heard similar words from future son Wukong earlier. They believed it absurd and naive to think that defeating a few minions would grant them the strength to oppose them. Future Trunks slowly declared, "I will eliminate you in the blink of an eye, do you understand?" He resolved to swiftly eradicate the two threats, determined to show brother Wukong how much he had grown. Though he was not the same Wukong from his timeline, in his heart, they were one and the same. Mechanical Frieza laughed, "What? Ha ha ha, how amusing. You think you possess that capability merely because you defeated some lackeys? What a foolish creature you are." In that moment, Future Trunks let out a fierce battle cry, while future son Wukong crossed his arms, watching intently. He understood that in the future timeline, sorrow outweighed anger, and to successfully transform into a Super Saiyan, the death of a loved one was a necessary catalyst. That individual could very well be his counterpart from that timeline. Perhaps it was the loss of that version of himself that compelled Future Trunks to become a Super Saiyan, bearing the weight of saving their desolate world alone. Was he truly so weak? Both King Cold and Mechanical Frieza were taken aback, wondering what this boy intended as he suddenly unleashed his energy. In the future, Trunks' light purple hairstyle, parted down the middle, gradually rose to the sides, transforming into a golden hue. His eyes shifted from violet to a pale green, and his eyebrows took on a golden shade as well. A golden aura began to envelop him, marking Trunks' ascension to the Super Saiyan form. Meanwhile, the Mechanical Frieza stood in stunned silence, his body trembling uncontrollably. The gaze, the hair color, and that golden aura, there was no mistaking it. He was indeed a Super Saiyan. Why could this boy also possess such power? King Cold glanced at the Mechanical Frieza and inquired, "Is he also a Super Saiyan, Frieza?" Trunks bellowed, "Prepare to meet your end." At that moment, Piccolo and Vegeta were taken aback as they sensed an overwhelming force. Was this truly a Super Saiyan? Yet Shinshin had not transformed. Who could it be? Could it be Son Goku? However, the aura did not match. Who could it be? The Earth Defenders were equally astonished, curious about the source of such immense energy, hastening their speed to uncover the identity of this formidable being. Flying ahead, Tang Shinshin and Xin Yang suddenly accelerated, unleashing even greater power, and soon they hovered directly above the battlefield. At that instant, they spotted the future Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan, and behind him stood future Son Gohan. What was happening? Had this timeline already undergone a drastic transformation due to their presence? The Mechanical Frieza and King Cold abruptly looked up at the sky, bewildered by the emergence of two new individuals whose powerful auras rivaled that of the mysterious boy in Super Saiyan form. The Mechanical Frieza pointed a trembling finger at Tang Shinshin and exclaimed, You survived the explosion? Impossible. There was only one escape pod. How could you have survived the destruction of Namek? Tang Shinshin retorted disdainfully, Let me be frank, Frieza. Your grandfather is still alive. The explosion of Namek could not kill me. Your brother, Gula, came to Earth a year ago to seek revenge for you, but I ended his life. Furthermore, I have become a Super Saiyan. Your fate is sealed. King Cold furrowed his brow, realizing why Gula had failed to report any information over the past year. He had presumed the boy had gone rogue, but it turned out he sought vengeance for Frieza, only to be vanquished by this Saiyan. How infuriating. The Mechanical Frieza shouted in rage, You lie? My brother possesses the power of 5 transformations, far surpassing yours. How could you defeat him? Tang Shinshin retrieved a capsule from his pocket, opened it, and tossed it to the ground, revealing Gula's severed tail. King Cold and the Mechanical Frieza were left in shock. Gula had truly been defeated by this boy. How could this be? The future Trunks gazed up at the sky, pondering the identity of the unknown Saiyan. His mother had never mentioned such a warrior existed. Who could this be? Similarly, future Son Gohan looked upwards, bewildered by the presence of this Scion warrior. Clearly, Tang Xianxian was only an interloper in this timeline and did not exist in all timelines. Where, then, did the future Tang Xianxian originate? It was a perplexing conundrum. King Cold soon turned his gaze to the frozen demon beside him, perplexed as to why a member of his own race would be in the company of a Scion, especially one he had never encountered before. The mechanical Frieza cried out, "You there, frozen demon? What is your connection to that Scion? Are you not aware that Scions are our mortal enemies?" Sin Yang scoffed, "What concern is it of yours, fool?" The mechanical Frieza raised his right hand, conjuring a massive golden energy sphere that resembled Gula's supernova. He hurled it towards Sin Yang, intent on obliterating this shameless member of his race. Tang Xianxian murmured, "Do you need assistance in deflecting that?" Sin Yang replied coolly, "No need, I can handle it myself." In an instant, he erupted with energy, entering his fourth stage. His form became humanoid, with patterns and antennae vanishing. His eyes grew colder, his body radiated white, and blue crystals adorned his head, shoulders, and limbs. He stood at 15 meters tall, slightly exceeding his first stage, while his battle power skyrocketed from 500,000 to 5 billion. The mechanical Frieza gasped. Why does he resemble my fourth stage so closely? Even King Cold was left in astonishment. Was it possible that he had a secret offspring? Aside from Frieza and Gula, how could another so similar emerge? Sin Yang extended his hands and caught the energy sphere, then slowly compressed it until it shrank to the size of a basketball. Vanishing entirely, he reverted to his first stage, looking down at the mechanical Frieza with disdain, his eyes filled with mockery. Is this what the Emperor of the Universe amounts to? How utterly laughable. The mechanical Frieza could only gnash his teeth in frustration, unable to comprehend how even a supernova could be thwarted. King Cold, too, was astounded by Sin Yang's prowess. When had such a genius emerged from the frozen demon race? Meanwhile, the future Trunks would not let this opportunity slip away. He raised his hands, swiftly forming a stance, fingers splayed with his thumb and index finger touching, signaling a Kamehameha wave. Frieza, perish. Burning impact. He unleashed a yellow energy blast towards the mechanical Frieza. King Cold quickly turned around, seizing the mechanical Frieza by the shoulder as they leapt into the air, evading the attack. The yellow energy blast struck the ground, resulting in a massive explosion that kicked up a cloud of dust. Suddenly, a figure darted through the air, wielding a sword, and cleaved the mechanical Frieza in half. It was future Trunks. The mechanical Frieza was left in utter disbelief, unable to fathom why he had been defeated, despite his increased power. With a furious shout, future Trunks brandished his sword, relentlessly striking the mechanical Frieza into irregularly shaped fragments. He then freed his left hand, channeling a yellow energy wave that obliterated the mechanical Frieza into ashes, all before King Cold's eyes. Enraged, King Cold raised his right hand, gathering energy to retaliate against future Trunks for the loss of his son. Future Trunks cursed under his breath. Damn it, I was careless. Suddenly, a golden figure appeared behind King Cold, clasped hands transforming into a hammer that struck him down, creating a deep crater in the ground. Future Trunks looked up to see a figure enveloped in golden flames, with four prominent bangs and yellow hair, which belonged to future Son Gohan, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan to save him. Though he knew this Gohan was not the one from his world, he always seemed to appear in his direst moments to rescue him. Future Son Gohan admonished, Trunks, you must not let your guard down in battle. Future Trunks nodded, replying, Yes, Gohan. The fallen King Kurta slowly rose from the deep pit, his face contorted with rage as he gazed at the heavens. Why must there be so many formidable beings on Earth? The despicable Scions have murdered both of his sons. How could he possibly swallow this humiliation? He vowed that blood must be repaid with blood. Chapter 114. The transformation of King Kurta. Tang Xuanqian mockingly remarked, King Kurta, your two sons are dead. You should join them. Enraged, King Kurta retorted, I will never let those vile Scions escape my wrath. In an instant, a purple aura erupted from his being, shattering the armor on his chest. His body began to transform, becoming entirely white, adorned with black crystals on his head, abdomen, shoulders, and limbs, along with a white tail. His appearance bore a striking resemblance to Frieza's fourth form, with the exception that his height remained unaffected, and his power surged from below 120 million to an astonishing 400 million, a truly terrifying escalation. Even Tang Xuanchen and Xin Yang, observing from above, were taken aback. In the original story, King Kurta was swiftly defeated by Trunks. Why was this different? Why could he still transform, though he was an ice demon? It seemed that the old bird had not designed a transformation form for him. What was this anomaly? Was it some sort of fan fiction? In the future, Trunks' power in Super Saiyan form stood at 220 million, while Sun Wukong's in the same state reached 260 million. If the two could work together seamlessly to defeat King Kurta, it would merely be a matter of time. However, one could not ignore the possibility that he still had several transformations left to unveil. In such a case, they would have to rely on fusion. Metamorphofusion, it seemed, could allow Sun Wukong and Trunks to merge into a single warrior, potentially named Wukong Kizi. But first, they had to know how to perform it. Who could say if they had that knowledge? Xin Yang inquired, should we assist them? Tang Xuanchen replied nonchalantly, we shall intervene at the appropriate moment. Let them handle the bulk of the fight, as they are the primary drivers of the narrative. If the Dark Dragon Balls come into play, our involvement would not be deemed a violation. Xin Yang nodded in agreement, acknowledging the divergence of the current storyline from the original. In this timeline, there was an unexpected Sun Wukong. The original only featured Trunks. The emergence of another was no mere coincidence. King Kurta, noticing the two in the sky were not taking action, erupted in fury and charged towards Trunks and Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong warned, Trunks, be careful. This fellow's power has increased significantly. It seems to surpass ours. Trunks nodded, yes, Wukong. In a split second, they leaped from their previous positions, causing King Kurta to miss his target. In the air, they swiftly formed a series of gestures with their hands, fingers splayed, thumbs and index fingers touching to create the signature Kamehameha pose. Simultaneously, they unleashed a powerful energy blast, a fiery assault aimed at King Kurta, which struck him, engulfing the area in a cloud of dust. Trunks exclaimed with joy, we did it. Sun Wukong, however, cautioned, no, not yet, he is unharmed. Just as Trunks was about to express his confusion, King Kurta materialized behind him. Sun Wukong swiftly yanked Trunks back, just in time. Concurrently, King Kurta unleashed an energy blast that struck Sun Wukong's left hand, creating a massive cloud of smoke. Trunks anxiously called out, Wukong. When the smoke cleared from Sun Wukong's left hand, it revealed a metallic arm composed of various metals, adorned with the Capsule Corporation logo on his shoulder. It was unmistakably crafted by Bulma. Trunks was astonished, recognizing the emblem as that of his mother's company. Sun Wukong tore off his jacket, fully exposing the mechanical arm. King Kurta then understood the brief pause in Sun Wukong's attack. It was to envelop the mechanical arm in energy for protection before launching his assault. King Kurta scoffed. So it's akin to Frisia's enhancements. I expected something more formidable. Sun Wukong's thoughts drifted back to his timeline, remembering how Bulma had developed this mechanical arm to ensure he could reach his peak state before the androids arrived. She had experimented with Earth's hardest metals, had conditions permitted. The hardest metal in the universe would have been preferable, but in that apocalyptic environment, it was impossible. This mechanical arm possessed remarkable adaptability, effectively connecting to the nervous system, enabling it to function like a normal left hand. Through a series of synthesis and lightweight processes, this prosthetic was ideally suited for a scion. Although the implantation was initially challenging, it ultimately succeeded, evolving through continuous training and adjustments with Trunks until it achieved a remarkable state. With all preparations in place, he embarked on the greatest adventure of his life, driven by a singular goal, to ensure the survival of the people in the future world. He sought to alter the past to influence the future, yet this was not that timeline, and they were unaware of the unfortunate reality. Sun Wukong resolutely declared, this arm carries the hopes of that individual. Without her, I could never have reached my current state. King Kurta laughed derisively, huh? A low-grade version of planetary metal. I thought it was something significant. How amusing. In a moment of fury, Sun Wukong bellowed, transforming his energy into a golden blaze that surged, raising his power to 50. His muscles slightly swelling, and his height increasing. His combat power escalated from 260 million to 390 million. Though a gap remained, it was steadily closing, with just 10 million left to bridge. King Kurta was startled by the aura emanating from Sun Wukong, nearly matching his own. Trunks muttered, such potent energy. Is this the power of my brother Wukong? The two warriors surged toward one another, colliding with thunderous force, their figures blurring with speed. Meanwhile, other Earth defenders arrived. sensing the overwhelming energy but unable to discern the details of the battle. Even formidable warriors like Vegeta and Piccolo could not fully comprehend the spectacle, only witnessing two figures engaged in a relentless clash. At that moment, Vegeta sensed a Super Saiyan energy emanating from the combatants, alongside a familiar presence that had lingered nearby. The mysterious youth observing the conflict, doubt not at him, as the Prince of the Saiyans, a warrior of immense potential. It was an affront to his pride that he was not the first to transform into a Super Saiyan, while these unknown lower-tier warriors had done so. His proud heart and self-esteem were deeply wounded. Vegeta bitterly lamented, "Why can I not become a Super Saiyan?" Chapter 115. The harmonious coordination of two warriors. Before long, the sky darkened, and the two warriors swiftly parted ways. At this moment, the physical strength of the Kuer De Wong had been significantly depleted by Future Sun Wufan. Yet the latter two had suffered considerable fatigue. Future Talank extended his right hand toward the hilt of his one-handed sword, ready to intervene in the battle, unwilling to let his elder brother face the enemy alone, as he was also capable of contributing to their strength. Instantly, he unleashed a surge of energy, charging towards Kuer De Wong, gripping the sword tightly as he aimed to strike at him. "Wait, Talank!" Future Sun Wufan urged anxiously. Kuer De Wong, noticing his approach, abruptly extended his right hand, seizing the blade with a powerful grip, and in an instant, shattered it. "How could this happen?" Future Talank exclaimed in astonishment. Kuer De Wong swiftly reached for Future Talank's head with his left hand, but just then, Future Sun Wufan rushed in, lifting his right leg and delivering a forceful kick to Kuer De Wong's right cheek, sending him flying through the air, spinning several times before finally halting. "Elder brother, Sun Wufan," Future Talank gasped in surprise. "Talank, be cautious. I cannot always come to your aid," Future Sun Wufan cautioned. Talank nodded, realizing that his earlier actions had been reckless, almost jeopardizing his elder brother's safety. Kuer De Wong took a moment to regain his composure in the air, his right cheek ablaze with pain. Despite the fact that his combat power was only a million apart from his adversaries, the damage he sustained was still significant. Future Sun Wufan and Future Talank quickly separated, rushing toward either side of him, leaving Kuer De Wong unsure of where to defend first. He could only begin to adopt a defensive stance as Future Sun Wufan's fists rained down upon him, forcing him to retreat, with Future Talank doing the same. Meanwhile, the two spectators in the sky, along with the Earth defenders below, gazed in astonishment. "Was this what it meant for gods to battle?" Sun Yang remarked. "It seems they might prevail. Future Sun Wufan and Future Talank are managing to suppress Kuer De Wong." Tang Xuanchen analyzed. "If they coordinate effectively, it is indeed possible. Kuer De Wong is at a disadvantage due to the lack of leverage in the air, forcing him into a defensive position." At that moment, Pike sensed something unusual. He unexpectedly discovered that among the two Super Saiyans engaged in combat with Kuer De Wong, one of their auras resembled Sun Wufan's. Vegeta quickly noticed as well, glancing at Sun Wufan, perplexed by the striking similarity in their auras. Back in the battlefield, Future Talank seized an opportunity. He infused energy into the broken hilt of his sword, reconstituting the blade, which he named the Yellow Key Sword. He then swung the weapon, leaving deep gashes on Kuer De Wong's right side, some shallow, others severe, causing purple blood to flow. Kuer De Wong gritted his teeth in pain. At this stage, he could not afford to retaliate unless he transformed again to significantly enhance his power. Though Future Sun Wufan and Future Talank hailed from different timelines, their synergy compensated for their disparities in combat prowess. Future Sun Wufan pressed his right hand firmly against Kuer De Wong's right shoulder, while his left hand gripped Kuer De Wong's hand tightly. He then drove his right knee into Kuer De Wong's abdomen, causing him to widen his eyes in agony as his defenses crumbled, leaving him vulnerable to relentless strikes from Future Talank's sword, which carved numerous wounds across his body. Kuer De Wong, straining to withstand the pain, attempted to counterattack, but Future Talank noticed the tail behind him. Swiftly, he maneuvered to Kuer De Wong's rear, raising his blade and delivering a decisive blow that severed the white tail, which fell heavily to the ground. Future Sun Wufan then unleashed a powerful left fist upon Kuer De Wong's right cheek, swiftly following with a right punch to his left cheek. The sudden loss of his tail left Kuer De Wong momentarily stunned, the pain yet to fully register, rendering him briefly incapacitated. Future, Talank gradually retracted his sword, joining his hands to form a hammering motion, invoking the ruined strike, and delivered a crushing blow to Kuer De Wong's head, sending him plummeting from the sky to the ground, creating a massive crater. Together, Future, Suan Wufan, and Future, Talank raised their hands overhead, channeling energy, as a regular yellow lightning flickered around them. Was that not one of Pike's signature moves, the magic flash? At this moment, Pike watched in disbelief. How could these two warriors employ his signature technique? This defied logic. Future, Suan Wufan shouted, "Magic flash." Future, Talank echoed, "Magic flash." In unison, they unleashed a yellow, lightning-shaped energy wave towards Kuer De Wong below. Just as Kuer De Wong managed to rise from the ground, he looked up to see the two attacks hurtling towards him, striking his body and face, enveloping him in a cloud of smoke. As they believed they had vanquished him, suddenly, 3 or 4 red beams shot forth from the smoke, most of which they narrowly dodged, yet it still astonished them that Kuer De Wong remained alive. Simultaneously, a burst of purple energy erupted from below, dispersing the smoke completely. Future, Suan Wufan exclaimed, "This is bad. We cannot allow him to transform." "Talank, let us go?" Future, Talank replied, "Yes, elder brother." Tong Xuanchen and Xinyang were momentarily invigorated. Kuer De Wong could still transform, and they were eager to see what he would become. Would he take on a form reminiscent of Guli's enhanced state, or perhaps something akin to the alien? Who could say? Future, Suan Wufan concentrated all his energy into his right leg, delivering a powerful kick to Kuer De Wong's abdomen, causing him to widen his eyes in pain as he was sent flying. Future, Talank formed a hand sign and executed the fiery impact, unleashing an energy blast towards Kuer De Wong. Just as he steadied himself, the incoming energy blast struck him in the face, forcing him to stagger backward. Filled with rage at these bothersome psiots, Tong Xuanchen smirked. "It seems the real show is about to begin." Xinyang questioned, "What could fortune?" Chapter 116. The malevolent Kuer De Wong. Suddenly, a rift in time and space reappeared in the sky and outshot the ominous black Dragon Ball, the 2-star Dragon Pearl, evidently having escaped destruction alongside Gula. Without delay, it surged towards Kuer De Wong at incredible speed. Future, Suan Wufan, and Future, Talank sensed an overwhelming aura of malevolence emanating from the Dragon Ball, racing towards Kuer De Wong. "What is that?" Kuer De Wong exclaimed in alarm. As he stood astonished, the Dragon Ball embedded itself into his chest, flooding his body with an immense dark power. His eyes transformed into a crimson hue, his expression contorted with rage, as his muscles swelled, displaying prominent veins. From their vantage point in the sky, Tong Xuanchen and Xinyang were eager to engage, having waited so long for this moment. "That power is incredible. It has amplified his strength." Future, Suan Wufan gasped. "Elder brother, what should we do next?" Future, Talank inquired. Tong Xuanchen called out, "Hey, you two over there, you can step back. Leave the rest to me." Future, Suan Wufan, and Future, Talank. In a state of utter bewilderment, he turned to face the enigmatic Scion warrior. As for whether this individual was a foe or an ally, it seemed clear that he was on their side. However, what did he mean? Could he single-handedly defeat this adversary? Just as they were lost in thought, the wicked King Kuer De charged toward them, his hands almost reaching the napes of Future, Sun Wukong, and Future, Trunks. Tang Xuanqing immediately activated his time freeze ability, halting everything in the surrounding Zhou dynasty along with the flow of time itself. The scene resembled shattered glass, momentarily freezing King Kuer De in place. He then propelled himself forward, his body gradually enveloped in a dark crimson aura. His height and muscularity significantly increased, his eyes becoming a more fierce and defined shade of red, while his black hair cascaded down to his knees, growing wilder, complemented by a sharp fringe. His brow and eyebrows retained their original form, embodying the visage of an evil scion. After his battle with Gula, the essence of evil within him had taken shape, now reaching a level where he could embody the evil scion. Moreover, the efficacy surpassed that of merely channeling rage. Concentrating his power in his right leg, he erupted with dark crimson energy, delivering a powerful kick to King Kuer De's head, a beam of dark crimson light piercing through from the front to the back. Time resumed its flow, and King Kuer De was sent hurtling backward, while Future, Sun Wukong, and Future, Trunks beheld a figure wreathed in dark crimson energy pass by them. Tang Xuanqing executed a slick landing, while King Kuerda's head struck the ground, causing him to bounce back and roll several times before coming to a halt, leaving a long trail behind. Future, Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. What incredible speed and strength. He sent that guy flying in an instant. Future, Trunks echoed his surprise. What immense power. He defeated that foe with a single strike. Suddenly, they sensed a malevolent aura emanating from Tang Xuanqing. Could it be that he was also an enemy? Tang Xuanqing calmly reassured them. Do not fear. Although I possess an aura of evil, I am not a villain. King Kuerda rose from the ground, roaring defiantly before charging at Tang Xuanqing, arms wide open, ready to seize him in a brutal assault. Tang Xuanqing grinned wickedly. Just what I wanted. With dark crimson energy enveloping his hands, he evaded King Kuerda's attack as the beast-like figure lunged at him. His right fist, imbued with dark crimson energy, struck King Kuerda in the abdomen, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. Following this, Tang Xuanqing spun around, delivering a powerful roundhouse kick that connected with King Kuerda's left cheek, sending him flying once more. The rapid sequence of events left even Future, Sun Wukong, Future, Trunks, Piccolo, Vegeta, and the other defenders of Earth astonished. This was the true might of Tang Xuanqing. It was overwhelming. King Kuerda, momentarily repelled, steadied himself with a fierce roar, unleashing a purple aura as his power surged and his form began to transform. His physique expanded, resembling a grotesque third form, with circular armor on his shoulders morphing into straps, spikes protruding from each side. His neck elongated, his face protruded forward, and his head grotesquely swelled, resembling an alien creature. The sides of his cranial armor sprouted 4 sharp spikes, with 2 additional small spikes on his forehead, while his tail lengthened and thickened, ending in a structure resembling a black-bone spike. This was evidently his second transformation. Tang Xuanqing regarded him with an indifferent expression, no matter how he transformed. It was all for naught, merely a larger form. Future, Sun Wukong murmured. This creature possesses remarkable battle power. After his transformation, he has grown even stronger. Can that person prevail? At that moment, Xin Yang descended from the sky, positioning himself behind the 2 future warriors, and slowly remarked, whether he can win remains uncertain. In this limited time frame, you might as well attempt to learn the Metamoran fusion. Future, Trunks, and Future, Sun Wukong turned to see an individual resembling Frieza, yet distinctly different. Both his aura and strength were not the same. Future, Sun Wukong inquired, what exactly is this Metamoran fusion you mentioned? Xin Yang explained, by performing a peculiar, symmetrical dance together and extending one finger from each hand to touch, 2 individuals can merge into one. The resulting entity will be clad in the traditional attire of the Metamorans, and their appearance will reflect a combination of both individuals. The combat power of the fused entity will not merely be the sum of the individual strengths, but will far exceed that. Future, Trunks was astonished. Is it truly that powerful? Xin Yang replied, I will teach you within the limited time available, as you are capable of advancing the storyline. The 2 were somewhat bewildered by his peculiar words, but the essence was clear. He would impart to them a method to combine their powers into one formidable force. Chapter 117. Fusion Warrior, Future, Wukong Trunks. Tang Xuanqing slowly declared, since you have transformed, I too must reveal my true form to demonstrate my sincerity. With a resounding shout, he unleashed his dark crimson aura, which surged explosively, taking on a jet-like quality rather than a flame. As he exuded energy, red lightning crackled around him, signifying his transformation into an evil scion. Meanwhile, the defenders of Earth were left in shock by the terrifying malevolence emanating from him. Krillin nervously remarked, he should be fine, right? Xuanqing can surely control this power. Sun Wukong awkwardly added, this power. I almost mistook Uncle Xuanqing for an enemy. Vegeta incredulously stated, when did this kid acquire such power? The magnitude of this malevolent aura is astounding. Piccolo pondered, the quantity of this evil aura is immense. Why is Xuanqing unaffected and able to control it so well? Bulma's eyes sparkled. He looks so cool. Yamchu, Tianjin Fan, and Jiaozi trembled in fear, entirely unprepared for Tang Xuanqing's display of malevolence. Xin Yang had yet to commence his teaching of the Metamoran fusion. But Future, Sun Wukong, and Future, Trunks were immediately captivated by Tang Xuanqing. This mysterious Scion warrior did not transform into a Super Saiyan but rather into a state imbued with malevolence, capable of further advancement at this stage. And his exact battle power was indiscernible, much like the monstrous foe before them. Sun Yang felt a sense of exasperation, contemplating whether they would ever focus on their training. Returning to the battlefield, King Kuer charged fiercely at Tang Xuanqing. The malevolent king first swung his tail, but Tang Xuanqing extended his right hand and seized it, initiating a test of pure strength. With a thunderous roar, Tang Xuanqing exerted force through his right hand, pulling King Kuer toward him, then raised his left hand into a fist, striking fiercely at the king's face. In that instant, as King Kuer was drawn closer, he raised his right leg to deliver a powerful kick. In an unprecedented clash, their fist and leg collided. Tang Xuanqing's left fist landed on King Kuer's left cheek, while the king's right foot struck Tang Xuanqing's left cheek, resulting in both combatants being sent reeling backward. Tang Xianxian executed a backflip, dissipating the impact before coming to a halt. The malevolent Kurd Wang found the maneuver comparatively simpler, abruptly using his feet to halt himself, leaving a mark upon the ground. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sun Yang surprisingly employed the technique of cloning. His right clone extended its arms straight to the right, while both legs gradually opened to a width approximately equal to his shoulders, mirrored by the left clone. Subsequently, both the main body and the clones moved sideways like crabs, gradually closing in, their hands rotating counterclockwise. As their hands neared each other, they extended outward once more, with the right clone lifting its left leg and bending its knee, while the left clone did the same with its right leg. The bodies of both the main entity and the clones bent inward sharply, their left and right feet stretching out like a lunge, as their hands thrust inward, creating a semicircle. A finger extended from each hand, poised to touch the counterpart, thereby completing the fusion. Sun Yang reminded them, "Remember, your energy must remain aligned." It was indeed proving difficult. Future Sun Wukong and future Trunks were left in awe. Was this the fusion technique? It appeared to be a rather embarrassing dance. Sun Yang, however, was indifferent, eagerly anticipating the emergence of this fused warrior, as the timeline had already been disrupted and an additional anomaly mattered little. Future Sun Wukong hesitantly inquired, "Is it going to be all right, Trunks?" Future Trunks replied slowly, "Yes, Brother Wukong." Sun Yang encouraged, "Practice freely. Do not concern yourselves with time. That rascal Tang Xianxian is no easy foe. He can take quite a beating." Simultaneously, Tang Xianxian heard this remark, bewildered. How could he possibly lose? It was absurd. He had yet to unleash his full power and was merely playing around. The malevolent Kurd Wang roared and charged at Tang Xianxian, energy blasts coalescing in his hands, ready to inflict damage or knock him away, resulting in an explosion. Tang Xianxian glared fiercely, causing several black-red imprints to appear on Kurd Wang's body, forcing him to stagger backward. Gradually, he raised his right hand, conjuring a yellow energy sphere, its surface erupting with blood-red lightning energy, slowly forming a half-flower shape as it moved to his waist. Tang Xianxian shouted, "Blood Thunder Cannon." He thrust his right hand forward, unleashing a yellow energy blast accompanied by blood-colored lightning, as his hand erupted with an effect akin to energy thunder, causing him to recoil sharply. Meanwhile, the malevolent Kurd Wang, already hindered by the imprints, was unable to defend himself against the incoming energy blast, which struck him with tremendous force, resulting in a massive explosion and a cloud of dust. On the other side, future Sun Wukong and future Trunks reverted to their normal states, aligning their energies on a single plane, one on the left, the other on the right. They extended their hands in different directions, gradually opening their legs to shoulder width. They then moved sideways like crabs, closing in, their hands rotating counterclockwise. As their hands nearly met, they extended outward once again, with future Sun Wukong lifting his left leg and bending his knee, while future Trunks raised his right leg and bent his knee. Their bodies then bent inward sharply, their left and right feet stretching out like a lunge, as their hands thrust inward, creating a semicircle, fingers poised to touch, resulting in a dazzling explosion of white light. Sun Yang felt perplexed. How had they succeeded without failure? In the movie, when Gogeta first appeared, the fusion had failed, resulting in transformations into a fat and thin version before achieving the complete form. Yet these two had succeeded on their first attempt, which he found utterly incomprehensible. Their bodies appeared to freeze in that position, and then they seamlessly merged, becoming one new entity amidst a brilliant white light. A being with a hairstyle reminiscent of a crab, yet distinct, evoking the youthful look of Sun Wukong from the Cell Saga, adorned with two prominent bangs, one extending outward and the other curling. This fusion perfectly inherited the physical traits of future Sun Wukong and future Trunks. The hair on the bangs and the back of the head was colored in future Trunks purple, while the remaining hair was black, like future Sun Wukong's. His eyebrows mirrored future Trunks, while his eyes resembled future Sun Wukong's, complete with a scar on the left eye that reflected future Sun Wukong's. Clad in the blue and yellow attire of the Namekians, he bore a one-handed sword on his back, a green sash around his waist, white fusion combat pants, and black shoes with blue laces, marked with symbols of fusion. Chapter 118. Future Wukongs versus Malevolent Kurd Wang Xinyang was left in disbelief. How had they so effortlessly completed the dance of fusion, emanating an aura of extraordinary strength? The fused entity gazed at his hands, clenched his fists, seemingly acclimating to this new body, radiating a formidable energy capable of overwhelming any adversary. Xinyang urged, "Go forth, the battlefield awaits your prowess." The fused entity responded slowly. "No rush, I need to think of a name first." Xinyang was suddenly bombarded with 3 question marks. It felt strangely familiar. After contemplation, the entity declared, "I am the fusion of future Sun Wukong and future Trunks. Thus, I shall be known as future Wukongs." With that, he erupted with energy and charged toward the battlefield. Simultaneously, Piccolo and Vegeta sensed confusion. The energies of those two mysterious individuals had vanished, only to be replaced by an even more powerful presence. What could be the explanation? Vegeta incredulously remarked, "Another formidable power has emerged. Why are they all appearing now?" Piccolo muttered, "The energies of those two mysterious beings disappeared, leading to the emergence of this potent force. Could it be assimilation?" Such a notion seemed implausible. Namekians could assimilate, but Scions could not. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Tang Xianxian suddenly felt something but was not overly surprised. He merely found it astonishing that they had succeeded on the first try. Typically, one would expect a misstep or two, allowing him to showcase his prowess a little longer. The malevolent Kurd Wang charged at Tang Xianxian once more, only to be confronted by a mysterious figure who executed a spinning kick that struck his left cheek, sending him crashing from the sky to the ground. Tang Xianxian murmured, "Are you future Wukongs?" Future Wukongs replied slowly, "Indeed, leave the rest to me. You may step aside." Tang Xianxian instantly reverted to his normal state, his head adorned with 3 question marks. What was going on? Had the fusion altered his personality to such an extent? Gogeta had not been like this. Yet Gotenks somewhat resembled this demeanor. Could it be that Trunks played a crucial role in this unique fusion? Future Wukongs unleashed a powerful aura and charged toward the malevolent Kurd Wang, seeking to capitalize on the momentum. The malevolent Kurd Wang had just risen from the ground when Wafeng soared towards him, delivering a kick that was deftly evaded. In response, he extended his left hand, seizing the leg that Wafeng had thrust out. Remarkably, Wafeng displayed no signs of panic. He swiftly rotated his body and unleashed another kick with his free leg, striking the villain's face and sending him flying, landing safely. Clearly, the evil Kurd Wang had been ensnared in a defensive position since his arrival, whether under the influence of the Dark Dragon Balls or in his normal state. Meanwhile, Xinyang soared beside Tang Xuanchen, both transfixed by the unfolding battle. Tang Xuanchen furrowed his brow and remarked, "Is this what you taught?" Xinyang replied with pride, "Indeed, it's an effortless skill, and I have yet to fail. Am I not impressive?" Tang Xuanchen gripped his cheeks firmly, pulling them apart as he expressed his dissatisfaction. "You little rascal, indulging in these trivial matters day after day, creating further chaos in an already tumultuous timeline. You truly are an adorable nuisance." At that moment, Piccolo, Vegeta, and a host of Earth's defenders arrived beside them, their eyes glued to the battlefield, astonished by the strength of that individual. Piccolo inquired, "Who is that? And what of those two mysterious beings?" With difficulty, Xinyang managed to respond, "That individual is the combined form of the two mysterious entities." Vegeta, taken aback, exclaimed, "What do you mean, combined? How is that even possible?" Tang Xuanchen released his grip on Xinyang's face and spoke slowly, "You've never witnessed it, so it seems impossible. However, there exists a method to merge two warriors into one formidable super warrior." Vegeta stood stunned, grappling with the reality of such a phenomenon. The scene shifted back to the battlefield, where Wafeng was momentarily overpowering the evil Kurd Wang, despite the latter being in his second stage transformation. In an explosive burst of fury, The evil Kuerda Wang retaliated, pushing Wufeng back before soaring into the sky. Raising his arms above his head, he roared, and a dark purple energy sphere began to coalesce above him, rapidly expanding to the size of a fully formed Genkidama. He then hurled it downward towards Wufeng, casting ominous clouds across the sky as if a colossal object had obscured the heavens. The Earth's defenders unleashed their energy to form a protective barrier, encasing themselves within, uncertain if their method would withstand the impending force, but hoping to mitigate some damage. Bulma could only watch in dread as the colossal assault approached, a chill running down her spine, sensing the aura of death emanating from the attack despite being human. Tang Xuanchen and Xinyang intensified their energy output, fortifying the barrier. Below, Wufeng gradually lifted his gaze, a confident smile gracing his face as he bellowed, "Huh?" A golden aura ignited around him, transforming his hair to gold while it remained styled, his eyebrows and eyes shifting to a golden hue and light green respectively, completing his transformation into a Super Saiyan. He then reached behind him, grasping the hilt of his sword and drawing it forth. Raising it to chest height, he glided his left hand along the blade, enveloping it in a golden energy, reminiscent of the yellow energy sword technique of the future Trunks. Wufeng, now wielding the enchanted sword, surged upward, piercing through the dark purple energy sphere and cleaving directly towards the evil Kuerda Wang. The energy sphere erupted in an explosion, and the body of the evil Kuerda Wang began to split apart, slowly descending from the sky. The Earth's defenders stood in awe, momentarily stunned by the might of this fused warrior. The remnants of the evil Kuerda Wang's body fell to the ground like Frisia's dismembered form on Namek, creating a deep crater and sending dust swirling into the air. Chapter 119. The evil Kuerda Wang's re-evolution. The protective barrier formed by the defenders successfully withstood the explosive force, gradually dissipating. Tang Xuanchen warned, "Wufeng, destroy that creature's remains quickly, or we will face dire consequences." Wufeng turned, dismissively stating, "I can handle it alone. There's no need for alarm." Tang Xuanchen shrugged, unconcerned since he wouldn't be the one to suffer the consequences, thinking to himself how brazen Wufeng was. Suddenly, from within the crater, the Kuerda Wang erupted with a terrifying dark power, and his severed body reformed, connecting through dark purple energy. Wufeng, observing from above, furrowed his brow in disbelief at the magnitude of this power that could instantaneously heal wounds. Yet, he pressed on, sword in hand, unleashing a series of golden energy blade attacks upon the evil Kuerda Wang. The evil Kuerda Wang swung his arms violently, shattering the energy blades and surprising Wufeng, who noted the shift from being on the offensive to the defensive. Cursing under his breath, Wufeng lamented, "Damn it, this creature's growth is far too rapid. I should have dealt with him sooner." The evil Kuerda Wang began to transform, growing to the size of a half-giant ape, new arms sprouting from his ribcage, and his exoskeleton armor expanding, resembling the head of an alien queen, adorned with a large black crystal. The exoskeletal armor of his torso resembled a full suit of armor, also featuring a black crystal, while spikes protruded from his back, creating a spiky, armored appearance. Each of his four arms bore knife-like spikes with embedded black crystals, and his legs were similarly armored, culminating in a long, thick tail, which ended in a sharp, spiked tip. This was the Dark Dragon Ball evolution form of the evil Kuerda Wang, resembling an alien queen, but without the ability to lay eggs. Wufeng, caught off guard, was grasped by one of the two outstretched arms of the Kuerda Wang, unable to escape despite his best efforts. The Earth's defenders recognized the dire situation. Even the combined warrior was ensnared by this beast, whose power clearly surpassed them all. In a moment of solidarity, they joined the fray, determined to protect their homeland. Bulma, meanwhile, was escorted to safety by Pu'er to prevent any distractions among the team. Tang Xuanchen shook his head in resignation, muttering, "All right, here we go again. I have to clean up your mess." With that, he unleashed his own energy, enveloping himself in a black-red aura, his stature and musculature visibly enhancing. His eyes shifting from black to red as his hair grew to his knees, becoming wilder. A prominent, sharp fringe formed on his forehead, and his hair transitioned from black to gold, his tail also turning golden as he transformed once more into the evil Super Saiyan form. In an instant, he charged towards the malevolent Kuerda Wang, slowly raising his right hand, which was enveloped in a dark crimson aura. With a powerful punch, he struck the black crystal atop the king's head, sending him staggering back several meters, allowing future Wufan Ks to break free from his grasp. Xin Yang erupted with energy, entering the fourth stage, his physique resembling that of a human. The intricate patterns and antennae vanished. His gaze became colder. His entire form turned white, and blue crystals adorned his head, abdomen, shoulders, and limbs. He grew to a height of 15 meters, just slightly taller than his first stage, while his combat power skyrocketed from 500,000 to 5 billion. He abruptly raised both hands, dark blue energy coalescing into a lightning-like form, then thrusting forward, unleashed a black-blue energy wave that struck the malevolent Kuerda Wang directly. A thunderous roar echoed as the king was engulfed in smoke, his figure obscured from sight. Future Wufan Ks scoffed, asserting that he could free himself from the king's control without assistance. Tang Xuanchen couldn't help but retort, criticizing him for complicating matters that could have been resolved swiftly. Future Wufan Ks calmly replied that everything was under control. Tang Xuanchen rebuked him, emphasizing the urgency of their situation and the impending deadline looming over him. Future Wufan Ks was momentarily taken aback by Tang Xuanchen's incomprehensible barrage of insults. Grasping the general sentiment of the reprimand, Tang Xuanchen, fueled by anger, charged at the malevolent Kuerda Wang once more, channeling all his strength into his right leg, igniting a dark crimson flame. With a fierce thrust, he struck the king's abdomen, transforming into a projectile of black and red flames that collided forcefully, sending the king sprawling backward, crashing heavily to the ground and toppling several mountains, causing significant disruption to the surrounding terrain. Even future Wufan Ks was astonished by the sheer power displayed, realizing that a single kick had sent the monstrous figure flying. Xin Yang remarked that there are always greater powers beyond one's own, cautioning against the perils of blind arrogance. He then erupted with energy, pursuing the malevolent Kuerda Wang to continue the assault. Future Wufan Ks experienced an epiphany, realizing that he had been taught a valuable lesson. Meanwhile, Kellen raised his right hand high, suspended in midair, while his left hand formed a fist at his waist, gathering all his energy into his right hand. He compressed it into a razor-thin energy disc, the Yuanqizhan. He hurled it towards the malevolent Kuerda Wang, expecting it to inflict damage akin to before. But the outcome was far from favorable. From within the smoke, a massive left hand emerged, deflecting the energy disc with its exoskeletal armor, leaving it unscathed. Kellen broke into a cold sweat, realizing the king's formidable defenses. Vegeta refused to allow others to overshadow his glory, conjuring yellow energy in both hands and unleashing a barrage of energy blasts, known as the prince's fighting style, toward the malevolent Kuerda Wang, creating a cloud of dust. Yet, they fell victim to the law of smoke without injury, as even Kellen's energy disc left no mark against the king's exoskeletal armor. Despite Vegeta's superior strength, it was still insufficient against the malevolent Kuerda Wang. Suddenly, from the midst of the smoke, a colossal purple tail encased in exoskeletal armor swung towards Vegeta. Tang Xuanchen swiftly dodged to the side, placing a hand on Vegeta's shoulder while using 2 fingers to lock onto Bika's energy, employing instant transmission to vanish in a flash. Simultaneously, Tang Xuanchen and Vegeta reappeared behind Bika. Vegeta brushed off Tang Xuanchen's hand from his shoulder. Tang Xuanchen inquired if Bika had observed anything. Bika replied slowly that aside from a few areas lacking exoskeletal protection, the king resembled a hedgehog or pangolin. Tang Xuanchen frowned, expressing concern over their insufficient damage and the king's rapid self-healing due to the Dark Dragon Balls. If they could not eliminate him in an instant, it would essentially be a waste of energy. Suen Wufan asked in confusion if even Tang Xuanchen was powerless against the foe. Tang Xuanchen felt a sense of despair, realizing that they were relying on an outsider to shoulder the burden. Meanwhile, Xin Yang continued to bombard the malevolent Kuerda Wang with energy blasts, but the effect was minimal, forcing him to gradually retreat. Outside Earth, a spherical spaceship was approaching, containing none other than Suen Wukong, who had escaped from the explosion of Mike Star and had returned to Earth after training on Yade Lake Planet. Tang Xuanchen sensed something and slowly lifted his head, aware that Suen Wukong was back. Yet, he knew this wouldn't suffice to defeat the king. He pondered the consequences of interfering with the original plot, contemplating the potential impact on the future. The other defenders of Earth sensed the approaching energy signature, recognizing it as Suen Wukong's. Kellen exclaimed in joy. expressing hope that their victory was imminent with his return. Suan Wufan echoed the sentiment, affirming that victory was certain with his father's arrival. Tang Xuanqian, however, felt reluctant to shatter their illusions, noting that the king's strength surpassed that of the former evil half-beast Gula, leaving even himself uncertain of his ability to handle the situation. Xinyang asked what their next move should be. Tang Xuanqian turned to future Wufan KS, explaining that his base combat power, derived from the fusion of two beings, was 96,000,000, which multiplied by 10 during fusion, yielding 960,000,000. Transforming into a Super Saiyan would further multiply this by 50, resulting in an extraordinary 48,000,000 combat power. He urged future Wufan KS to transform into Super Saiyan Stage 2 without delay. Future Wufan KS nodded, albeit skeptically, questioning the efficacy of such a transformation. Tang Xuanqian insisted that he should transform quickly, emphasizing the urgency, as time was running short. With approximately 25 minutes remaining, Tang Xuanqian noted that using his abilities would reduce that time significantly. He then unleashed a powerful aura, transforming from a fiery state into a jet-like form, red lightning crackling around him. His hair, reminiscent of Super Saiyan 3, became more distinct as he concentrated his energy throughout his body, enhancing his muscles for greater power. This state represented the pinnacle of his dual transformation, a combination of Super Saiyan Stage 2 and Evil Saiyan 2, previously utilized against the malevolent half-beast Gula. Future Wufan KS was momentarily awestruck by the overwhelming power emanating from Tang Xuanqian, questioning the nature of this formidable being, who seemed almost otherworldly in strength. Yet, he pondered why Tang Xuanqian struggled against their adversary. Beijita's expression twisted with frustration. How could this brat advance further in his Super Saiyan form? That so-called second stage appeared to be significantly stronger than an ordinary Super Saiyan. Had he already surpassed Kakarot? And that peculiar form seemed to possess a stacking ability, making him the strongest being thus far. Could it be that this state was what defeated Gula? Piccolo marveled at the overwhelming energy fluctuations. If this stage was indeed responsible for Gula's defeat, it was indeed plausible. At that moment, Krillin, Son Gohan, Yamcha, Tan, and Chaozu felt a renewed sense of hope in their quest for victory. They had not anticipated that Xianxun had concealed such power. Why hadn't he revealed it sooner? Xianxun's heart was a tumult of emotions. This state was not sustainable and consumed energy rapidly, as it was a combination of two forms. Future Gohan also did not hold back, unleashing a surge of energy that erupted in a golden aura, focusing all his nerves to channel his ki throughout his body, causing his muscles to swell and elevate his strength. Both speed and power significantly surpassed that of an ordinary Super Saiyan, allowing him to attain the second stage of Super Saiyan, further enhancing his capabilities. Xinyang similarly unleashed his full power, erupting with a dark blue aura. His muscles expanded instantaneously, and veins began to surface on his white skin. The crystals on his shoulders swelled considerably, as did those on his chest and head, transforming him into a robust figure. This was his full power state, boasting a combat strength of 500 million. Not to be outdone, Vegeta raised his energy to the full stage, his muscles inflating as his combat strength soared from 4 million to 8 million. Despite being significantly outmatched by the others, he, as the Prince of the Saiyans, refused to concede, vowing to one day become a Super Saiyan himself and surpass them all. Piccolo too elevated his energy to the maximum stage, his muscles bulging as his combat strength rose from 4 million to 8 million. The others followed suit, despite the considerable energy expenditure, eager to contribute to the battle. The malevolent King Cold sensed their fighting spirit and unleashed a purple aura, tainted with black, growing ever more formidable under the influence of the Dark Dragon Balls. Meanwhile, a spherical spaceship pierced through the Earth's atmosphere, landing beside the battlefield. As the hatch slowly opened, a figure clad in a loose-fitting white long-sleeved garment, adorned with yellow and blue wrist guards, and wearing half-angled blue-black armor, emerged. It was none other than Son Goku, returning from planet Yardrat. Chapter 121. Trapped in despair, although Son Goku was unaware of the unfolding events. Witnessing his companions unleash such potent energy led him to conclude that the monstrous figure before him must be the adversary. With a mighty roar, he shouted, and a golden aura ignited around him, his hair and eyebrows turning golden, standing upright except for his bangs, while his eyes shifted to a light green hue, successfully transforming into a Super Saiyan. He then soared into the sky, joining the Earth defenders, poised to strike. Xianxun declared, "I will attack head-on. You all prepare for a feint." With that, he unleashed his energy, charging forward while conjuring two black-red energy spheres in each hand, hurling them at the malevolent King Cold, obscuring his vision with the ensuing explosion. Seizing the opportunity, he dashed toward the creature's torso, raising his hands in a horizontal flower formation, gathering black-red energy spheres as golden and black-red lightning crackled within his palms, erupting forth. This technique, named Thunderstrike, was a modification of the ultimate flash perfected by Blah, eliminating the charging phase for instantaneous release. King Cold lowered his head, sensing an energy surge at his torso. In that fleeting moment, Xianxun's Thunderstrike was unleashed, manifesting an unformed shockwave that engulfed his entire upper body. The onlookers were taken aback. Was this an attack that could consume half of the creature's body? This was utterly outrageous. Xianxun gritted his teeth and urged, "Are you all waiting for me to do everything alone?" Hearing this, the others surged forward, seeking opportunities to attack. At that moment, four colossal hands suddenly emerged, attempting to swat him down. Initially startled, Xianxun quickly regained his composure. It was evident that this foe was not easily defeated. He swiftly employed an energy barrier for protection as the four massive hands gripped it. Once the dust settled, it was apparent that King Cold had sustained only minor injuries, quickly healing with the aid of the Dark Dragon Balls. Xingyang gathered blue-black lightning energy in both hands and thrust forward, unleashing his signature technique, the blue-black Demon Flash. Son Goku formed a flower shape with his hands at his waist, concentrating energy into a sphere for the Kamehameha wave. Krillin mirrored this action, preparing his own Kamehameha wave. Gohan stacked his hands above his head to gather energy, irregular yellow lightning flickering, a signature technique known as the Demon Flash. Piccolo focused energy with 2 fingers on his forehead, giving rise to irregular yellow lightning, his most powerful attack, the Demon Cannon. Vegeta raised his hands overhead in a claw shape, his right hand resting on the back of his left, twisting his body as purple energy erupted around him. Preparing the Gallic Gun, Tien formed a rectangle with his hands, revealing King Cold's silhouette within, readying his new energy wave. Chaozu unleashed the Dodon Ray, emitting a yellow beam akin to a death beam. Yamcha also prepared his Kamehameha wave, hands in flower formation at his waist, gathering energy into a sphere. In unison, their energy waves converged and struck the unprotected right shoulder of the malevolent King Cold, causing a slight tremor in his arm, disrupting his grip. Future Gohan was not idle either. He summoned a yellow energy sword, imbuing it with power, and unleashed it towards King Cold's trembling right hand, resulting in a spray of purple blood as a massive arm fell heavily to the ground. Feeling the pressure lessen, Xianxun dispelled his energy barrier and charged forward once more. King Cold's severed arm rapidly regenerated with purple-black energy, reminiscent of the fusion of Venom and the tailed beast seen earlier. Xianxun conjured a black-red energy scythe in his right hand, now infused with a hint of gold, likely due to the Super Saiyan aura. Subsequently, with a sudden and forceful swing, a malevolent slash was unleashed, targeting the energy connection point released by the Dark Dragon Ball. Miraculously, it severed the connection, preventing the evil King Kurd from reclaiming his severed right hand. However, it was not a significant issue, for he still possessed another right hand. Tang Xuanqing slowly raised his right hand, gathering a dark red energy, and directed a powerful energy wave towards the colossal right hand that had fallen to the ground, obliterating it entirely. The evil King Kurd was instantly consumed by fury, his body erupting with black and purple flames, veins bulging ominously beneath his skin, as he roared into the heavens like a wild beast, reminiscent of the malevolent semi-beast transformation of Gula from before. Sun Wukong, perplexed, remarked, "This creature is quite strange. It differs significantly from the one possessed by the Dark Dragon Ball previously, yet I cannot quite pinpoint the difference." Tang Xuanqing slowly explained, "That is the Erxing Zhu of the Dark Dragon Ball. Its effects seem to surpass those of the Yixing Zhu that came before." The others suddenly comprehended, realizing why it was so terrifying. Yet, if this was the case, how formidable would the subsequent 5, 6, and 7 be? Suddenly, the evil King Kurd leaped into the air, casting a giant shadow over them. In an instant, The group had no time to react as his massive hand struck them, sending them hurtling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground and creating a deep crater. Tang Xuanqing slowly rose from the ground, murmuring, "Even though his size has increased, his speed remains unchanged. This defies all logic." Gohan of the future inquired, "Is there any way to counter this? If this drags on, my time will soon run out." Suddenly, Tang Xuanqing had a revelation. Yes, the Patera earrings. However, he hesitated, considering that Sun Wukong could transform into a Super Saiyan while Vegeta could not. Would this lead to an underwhelming fusion? If he were to fuse with Sun Wukong, what would that even be like? It had never been tested. And as for the future Gohan, who knew what sort of being would emerge? Chapter 122, The Two Patera Fusion Warriors. Meanwhile, the future Gohan had just risen from the ground when his body began to change. Enveloped in a brilliant white light, he was suddenly split into two, reverting back to future Son Gohan and future Trunks. Tang Xuanqing was momentarily dumbfounded. Was the transformation this rapid? Merely achieving the second stage of Super Saiyan had drastically shortened the fusion time. This was absurd. Sin Yang, exasperated, shook his head. What a ridiculous scenario. This is unplayable. The future Son Gohan asked in confusion, "Why did we separate?" The future Trunks replied slowly, "I have no idea." Vegeta, Piccolo, Son Gohan, Krillin, and the others were all stunned. Indeed, this was the warrior formed from their fusion. At that moment, the evil King Kurd opened his massive mouth and immediately gathered a black-purple energy ball, preparing to launch it at the group on the ground. Just as Tang Xuanqing thought to make a move, he reverted back to his normal state, leaving him momentarily dazed. This was hardly a fair game. The others gasped, realizing that Tang Xuanqing had exhausted his power. He extended his left hand, retrieving the Patera earrings from his pocket, and urgently turned to Sin Yang, saying, "Hand me the Patera earrings." Sin Yang, unsure of where he had acquired them, produced two Patera earrings and tossed them to Tang Xuanqing, bewildered by his intent. Questioning what he aimed to achieve given his dwindling stamina, Tang Xuanqing approached Sun Wukong, placing one Patera earring on his left ear, then moved to future Son Gohan, adorning his right ear with the other earring. It was a gamble, hoping to see if the rumored Kong fan truly existed. Both Sun Wukong and future Son Gohan were utterly bewildered. What was he doing, and why was he placing earrings on them? Suddenly, their bodies were drawn towards each other as if by magnetic force, colliding together. In an instant, a brilliant white light enveloped them, and their forms fused into one being. This new entity bore a fiery hairstyle, with 3 long strands of bangs. The first 2 were thick and elongated, while the last was shorter and more delicate, resembling outstretched claws. Their faces were perfectly symmetrical, with the eyes reflecting future Son Gohan's features, including a scar on the left eye, while the eyebrows bore a resemblance to Sun Wukong's. Clad in a loose black and white long-sleeve outfit, adorned with yellow and blue gauntlets, and a blue-black armor piece across the chest, he had a shoulder guard on the left side, a white bandage wrapped around his waist, and orange Velcro strap boots on his legs. He also carried a single-handed sword on his back, seamlessly merging the characteristics of both their attires, successfully activating the father-son fusion bond. In their normal state, their combat power multiplied by 50 times, and the strength of the Kamehameha increased tenfold. As the white light gradually faded, the new figure exuded an air of indifference and invincibility. Tang Xuanqing silently rejoiced, "Ha ha, it worked. I truly am a genius for managing to pull this off. My talent knows no bounds." The new being spoke softly, "What should I be named? I am the fusion of Sun Wukong and future Son Gohan. Created with the Patera earrings, I shall be called Kong Fan." Upon hearing this, Tang Xuanqing's mind exploded. He had completely forgotten that fused beings always state their origin and name themselves accordingly. The onlookers were captivated, their gazes fixated on the fusion warrior named Kong Fan, before turning to the younger Son Gohan, who was struggling to comprehend the recent events. Sin Yang hurriedly explained, "One of the mysterious individuals seems to be the grown-up version of Son Gohan, or perhaps another timeline's counterpart." Tang Xuanqing, disregarding the complexities, approached Vegeta. Vegeta asked, "What now?" In a swift motion, Tang Xuanqing raised his right fist and struck Vegeta's neck with a knife-hand strike. Unprepared for such an attack, Vegeta's eyes widened in shock as he collapsed unconscious. Fortunately, Tang Xuanqing had moderated his strength, otherwise, it could have been fatal. The others were taken aback. Confused by Xuanqing's actions and why he had knocked Vegeta out, Tang Xuanqing understood this character well. If left to his own devices, Vegeta would undoubtedly refuse to fuse out of sheer pride. Thus, he took decisive action, knocking him out to forcibly fuse him. Immediately, he placed one of the Patera earrings on Vegeta's left ear and then turned to future Trunks. The future Trunks thought to himself, is he going to hit me too? Tang Xuanqing tossed the earring he had on his right ear to him, granting him some dignity. Otherwise, he would have knocked him out as well. The future Trunks quickly caught it, understanding the urgency of the situation, and promptly adorned his right ear with the earring. Instantly, their bodies lunged towards each other, resulting in another brilliant white light as they fused into a single entity once more. The new figure bore hair reminiscent of Vegeta's fiery style, with two thick, short bangs parting to the sides, while the remaining hair showcased future Trunks' purple hue, with the rest black like Vegeta's. The face resembled Vegeta's, while the eyes reflected those of future Trunks. Dressed in an outer coat emblazoned with the Capsule Corporation emblem, a black tank top beneath, black pants, and orange Velcro strap boots. He also carried a single-handed sword as a weapon. It was mainly due to Vegeta's absence of battle attire that he had to wear casual clothing. Successfully activating the father-son fusion bond, the combat power is multiplied by 50 times in a normal state, and the power of the Gallic gun is enhanced by tenfold. The figure spoke slowly. I am the warrior resulting from the fusion of Vegeta and future Terlank through the Patera earrings. Thus, my name is Beijing Si. The formidable aura emanating from Kung Fan and Beijing Si left everyone in awe, except for Tang Xuanqing and Xinyang, who displayed exuberance, exclaiming that they had succeeded, ensuring a solid victory. The malevolent Kuerda Wang unleashed a blast of dark purple energy, and Kung Fan and Beijing Si, raising their heads, slowly lifted their hands to create a massive energy barrier, shielding everyone from the vicious assault. An explosion ensued, filling the air with smoke, and when it cleared, the barrier stood unscathed, showcasing its remarkable strength. Tang Xuanqing reminded them, you have only 1 hour, the next part is up to you. Kung Fan and Beijing Si responded in unison, okay, before unleashing their energy and charging towards the evil Kuerda Wang, signaling the onset of a fierce battle. Chapter 123, the counterattack begins. As the evil Kuerda Wang perceived the two approaching figures, he swung his 3 arms, attempting to bat them down. Kung Fan and Beijing Si evaded his attacks with remarkable agility, dodging blow after blow. Beijing Si raised his right hand, unleashing a yellow energy blast that struck the Kuerda Wang's torso, resulting in a tremendous explosion that sent dust swirling and forced the massive creature to stagger back. The onlookers below were both astonished and hopeful, speculating that these two fused warriors might indeed triumph over the colossal foe. Tang Xuanqing murmured, this is fantastic, simply marvelous. Xinyang skeptically remarked, aren't you concerned that they might squander their advantage like Wafangxi did? Hearing this, Tang Xuanqing's expression darkened. If they faltered again, it would mean certain defeat. However, he reassured himself that the Patera fusion provided significant enhancements, ensuring victory. Kung Fan was formed from Suin Wukong and future Suin Wufan using the Patera earrings. Suin Wukong's base combat power is 5 million, while future Suin Wufan's is 5,200,000. Thus, their fusion results in a combined combat power of 10,200,000. Coupled with the father-son bond multiplier of 50, it becomes 510 million. Adding the inherent multiplier of 10 for fused beings brings it to 5,100,000,000. When transformed into a Super Saiyan with a further multiplier of 50, the total combat power reaches approximately 255 billion. Beijing Si is the fusion of Vegeta and future Terlank through the Patera earrings. Vegeta's base combat power is 3,900,000, while future Terlank's is 4,400,000. Thus, their fusion yields a combined combat power of 8,300,000. With the father-son bond multiplier of 50, that becomes 415 million. Adding the inherent multiplier of 10 results in 4,150,000,000, and when transformed into a Super Saiyan with a multiplier of 50, the total combat power reaches around 207,500,000,000. If they could also employ the Mighty fusion technique, their combat power would be even greater. However, the feasibility of such an infinite stacking method seems minimal at this stage, though it does not preclude future possibilities. Kung Fan surged with energy, a white aura enveloping him as he propelled himself forward, channeling his entire strength into a right kick that struck the evil Kuerda Wong's abdomen. The white energy erupted violently, akin to a high-speed projectile, sending the massive creature sprawling, crashing into a mountain and sliding for hundreds of meters, leaving a long trail in its wake. The evil Kuerda Wong slowly rose, only to find Beijixi charging towards him, unsheathing a one-handed sword from his back, enveloped in white energy, wielding a simplified version of a low-tier yellow energy sword. With casual yet precise strokes, he unleashed several waves of white energy, inflicting numerous wounds upon the evil Kuerda Wong, causing purple blood to splatter, with some sections of his exoskeleton armor even being cleaved apart, showcasing an extraordinary display of power. The feats accomplished by Beijixi through the Patera earrings eclipsed even those achieved by Wufangxi using the Maitamu fusion technique, raising questions about the superiority of the two methods, which ultimately came down to the quality of the fusion materials. The enraged, evil Kuerda Wong let out a fierce roar, unleashing a surge of dark energy that momentarily repelled Beijixi, healing his wounds in an instant. The severed right hand re-emerged, restoring him to optimal condition. Beijixi cautiously sheathed his sword, eyeing the adversary warily as Kongfan approached his side. Meanwhile, at a distance from the battlefield, the Earth defenders gathered. Bike murmured, "Damn. This guy's healing ability is too formidable. The wounds in his severed right hand have healed almost instantly." Tianjin Fan, Yamucha, and Jiaozi nodded in agreement. Tang Xuanchen shook his head in resignation, saying, "There's nothing we can do but rely on Kongfan and Beijixi. I am powerless at this moment." Kring, filled with curiosity, asked Xuanchen, "If you had a Senza bean, could you stand again?" Suen Wufan followed up, "Yes, Uncle Xuanchen could turn the tide once more." At this moment, Sun Yang, nearly bursting with laughter, realized that Tang Xuanchen had become a mere pawn, often turned to in times of uncertainty, with everyone believing he could resolve the issues at hand. Tang Xuanchen replied with a wry smile, "Unfortunately, I cannot. I am not Aladdin's lamp, and that state was my full power, as you all witnessed. I reverted to normal in no time. Even with Senza beans, they would be ineffective. My energy consumption is far too rapid. The last time I faced the evil half-beast Gula, I only managed to maintain that state for a brief period, and after firing a single energy blast, I reverted back. Had I lost that battle, it would have been the definitive end." Returning to the battlefield, Kongfan stated calmly, "Let us unleash our full power and end this swiftly." Beijixi replied steadily, "Understood." The two warriors simultaneously unleashed a tremendous roar, "Ha!" A radiant white aura erupted from them, transforming into a golden hue, their hair and eyebrows shifting to gold, while their hair stood erect, except for the bangs, which remained untouched. Their eyes turned a vibrant green as they assumed their Super Saiyan forms. The evil Kuerda Wong roared in defiance, continuously releasing dark energy as his physique expanded, matching the towering stature of the Saiyan great ape. Kongfan charged forward, but the evil Kuerda Wong's massive form rendered his attempts futile. In a swift motion, he landed a powerful right hook to the left ribcage, sending Kongfan staggering backward. Meanwhile, Beijixi had stealthily maneuvered to the back of the evil Kuerda Wong, raising both hands and deftly forming a stance, fingers spread wide, with thumb and index finger aligned, preparing to unleash a Kamehameha wave. Beijixi declared, "Flame impact." Suddenly, a yellow energy projectile was unleashed, striking the back of the malevolent Kuerda Wong, resulting in a massive cloud of smoke and an audible roar of fury. Several large white spikes from his external exoskeleton fell away, indicating that his power was indeed formidable. In Chapter 124, allied to annihilate the malevolent Kuerda Wong, two enormous left hands erupted from the smoke, aiming for the entity ensnared by Jixi, but regrettably, they failed to capture him, as he deftly evaded their grasp, becoming a living target due to his enlarged form. Kongfan raised his right hand and drew his one-handed sword, instantly imbued with golden flames, transforming it into a yellow energy blade, a technique that even in the future, Suen Wufan would master. Seizing the opportunity, he charged forward with explosive energy, approaching from the left side and creating a gaping wound on the left half of the malevolent Kuerda Wong's body, from which purple blood gushed profusely. Beijixi was not idle either. He, too, unsheathed his sword from behind and unleashed a yellow sword aura, striking from the right side and inflicting another significant wound on the right side of the malevolent Kuerda Wong, causing purple blood to spurt forth like arrows. leaving him in a state of helpless rage, his chest marked with two X-like symbols. If only the malevolent Kuerta Wang could condense his form while maintaining his strength, he would be an even more terrifying presence, for concentration is indeed the essence. The malevolent Kuerta Wang began to gather dark energy, gradually forming a spherical object that continued to grow in size. Bei Jixi muttered, "Is that an explosive wave?" Kong Fan replied slowly, "It should be. But we cannot allow him to unleash it." The two then channeled their energy into their swords, causing the blades to enlarge. Shortly thereafter, two towering beams of sword energy shot forth, unleashing a tempest. The Earth warriors observing from a distance were left astounded. What was this absurd display? Tong Xuanchen exclaimed joyfully. "This is magnificent. Everything is proceeding as planned." Xinyang laughed. "Haha, victory is assured." Bike expressed his astonishment. "Such immense power. Is this what it means to be a fusion warrior?" Kring nervously remarked. "By the way, will we be caught in the crossfire from our position?" At this, the crowd erupted in commotion, recognizing the validity of his concern. Tong Xuanchen anxiously inquired, "Bike, the Senza beans, quickly, or we may not survive." Bike retrieved a green bean from a modest pouch and tossed it to him. Without hesitation, Tong Xuanchen consumed it, restoring his energy to full capacity. With a surge of energy, Tong Xuanchen's hair and eyebrows transformed to gold, standing on end except for his fringe, which resembled flames yet remained largely unchanged. Even his black tail turned golden as he transformed into Super Saiyan form, his battle power soaring from 100 million to 5 billion. Following the battle against the malevolent half-beast Gula, he had undergone rigorous training, successfully enhancing his power by an additional 10 million, achieving a battle power of 100 million in his normal state. The group felt Tong Xuanchen's strength acutely, although he was not as elusive in this form. They could sense his might clearly. Tong Xuanchen warned, "A storm is approaching. Brace yourselves, everyone." He extended his hands, unleashing his power to form a massive energy barrier, shielding everyone within. Just as confusion reigned, a fierce wind accompanied by a barrage of rocks hurtled toward their position, yet the energy barrier deflected them effortlessly. Tong Xuanchen silently cursed. Why aren't those two using their ultimate moves to finish off that monster? Are they still playing around? Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Kong Fan and Bei Jixi vigorously wielded their swords, unleashing two colossal golden blades that slashed toward the malevolent Kuerta Wang, their might reminiscent of divine retribution, their damage immeasurable. The malevolent Kuerta Wang was compelled to abandon his offensive, raising all four of his hands to block the two swords. A tremendous crash echoed as he managed to halt their advance, though not entirely, for part of the blades had already penetrated his palms. Simultaneously, Kong Fan and Bei Jixi shouted in unison, exerting tremendous force to sever the palms of the malevolent Kuerta Wang, then thrusting inward. With his palms incapacitated, the malevolent Kuerta Wang was helpless as the two massive blades pierced through his torso, propelling him backward for several meters without any sign of stopping. Suddenly, for reasons unknown, he halted. Kong Fan and Bei Jixi were taken aback as the malevolent Kuerta Wang regenerated his palms and fiercely grabbed the blades embedded in his chest, crushing them with sheer force. He swiftly retaliated, landing powerful punches on Kong Fan and Bei Jixi, sending them crashing to the ground and creating a deep crater upon impact. The malevolent Kuerta Wang soared into the sky, forming a purple-black energy sphere around himself and indiscriminately unleashing purple-black energy blasts in all directions. As Kong Fan and Bei Jixi struggled to rise from the ground, they witnessed multiple purple-black energy spheres raining down, bombarding the terrain around them, two of which were aimed directly at them. With a thunderous explosion, clouds of dust erupted, but they had already evaded unharmed. On the other side, Tong Xuanchen observed the sky filling with more attacks, leaving everyone in shock. He immediately intensified his aura, fortifying the energy barrier. Although the purple-black energy blast struck the barrier, creating some cracks, it was evident that its strength was waning. Tong Xuanchen unleashed a powerful surge, his golden aura dissipating into a black-red flame. His height and muscular mass increasing significantly, his eyes shifting from light green to red, and his hair extending to his knees, becoming more wild. A sharp forelock framed his face, while his hair remained golden, as did his tail, transforming him into the malevolent Super Saiyan form. He extended his left hand, unleashing the black-red malevolent energy, morphing it into a gigantic claw that grasped at the sky, successfully batting down numerous purple-black energy blasts, while with his right hand, He maintained the energy barrier, aware that the dual effort could not last long. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Kongfan and Beijik Si had ascended into the air, contemplating their next move against the indiscriminate barrage from the malevolent Coeur de Wang. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Kongfan positioned his hands in a blossom shape at his waist, gathering an energy sphere in his palms, preparing to unleash the Kamehameha wave. Beijik Si raised his hands overhead in a claw shape, placing his right hand atop his left, turning his body slightly as purple energy erupted from him, readying the Gallic gun. In unison, they shouted, "Tenfold Kamehameha wave, tenfold Gallic gun." With a powerful thrust of their hands, they unleashed two massive energy attacks, one blue and one purple, which intertwined and merged as they surged toward the malevolent Coeur de Wang with amplified potency. The malevolent Coeur de Wang was taken by surprise, struck directly by the blow, his body being forcefully pushed back, enduring the impact with sheer physical resilience. At that moment, an unexpected transformation occurred. His once massive form began to compress back to its original height. Originally possessing 4 arms, he was now left with only 2, yet his aura grew significantly stronger. This bewildered Kongfan and Beijikizi, leading them to ponder whether this creature had evolved in response to the attack. With a sudden exertion, the evil Coeur de Wang pushed against the ground, unleashing a dark violet energy wave that gradually began to overpower the energy waves of the two fighters. Strictly speaking, such a feat should have been impossible, yet he accomplished it, thanks to the power of the Dark Dragon Ball. Meanwhile, on a distant mountain peak, Tang Xuanqing had dealt with the debris and attacks around him, now unleashing his full battle aura. The flames that once enveloped him transformed into a jet-like force, accompanied by streaks of crimson lightning. His hair, reminiscent of a Super Saiyan 3, became more defined, as he concentrated all his energy to amplify his strength and speed beyond that of an ordinary Super Saiyan. At this moment, he embodied a fusion of Super Saiyan Stage 2 and Evil Saiyan 2, representing the pinnacle of dual transformation achievable at this stage. A black and red beam of energy shot skyward, briefly drawing the attention of the evil Coeur de Wang. As Kongfan and Beijikizi felt the pressure ahead lessen, they intensified their efforts, striving to push through. However, the evil Coeur de Wang sensed something and quickly refocused his attention, leading to a renewed stalemate and an unending clash of energy waves. On the mountain peak, Tang Xuanqing extended his arms, intent on merging the techniques of the Fury Gatling and Blood Thunder Cannon into a single powerful attack reminiscent of the ultimate Kamehameha used by Beijik. His left hand gradually formed a yellow energy sphere that grew larger over time, exhibiting irregular yellow lightning patterns, while 3 Tomo symbols began to appear in its center, twisting and gathering strength. Simultaneously, his right hand created another yellow energy sphere, crackling with crimson lightning energy and irregular electric patterns. With a sudden motion, he brought both hands together, forming a horizontal blossom shape, attempting to fuse the 2 energy attacks. However, the process proved challenging as energy spilled forth, creating various sized craters in the ground, as if these 2 techniques were incompatible. Why could the Kamehameha and Ultimate Flash merge, yet his own technique could not? Despite the difficulties, he persevered, forcing the 2 energy waves to unite. The mountain beneath him began to crumble under the immense recoil of power, yet the 2 energy waves gradually intertwined, erupting with a cacophony of yellow and crimson lightning, culminating in a central sphere that achieved its final fusion, now covered in red lightning with the 3 Tomo continuously spinning. Tang Xuanqing shouted, "Blood Thunder Fury Cannon." His hands erupted in a spectacular display of dual-colored lightning, releasing a colossal yellow energy beam, adorned with crimson lightning and irregular golden sparks, signifying a truly cataclysmic strike. However, the mountain beneath him could no longer withstand the tremendous recoil and began to collapse, propelling him backward into the mountain behind him. Despite this, he remained undeterred, his attack's trajectory unchanged. The evil Coeur de Wang sensed an impending threat and slowly turned to see a massive yellow energy beam hurtling towards him, evidently larger and imbued with far greater destructive power than the previous 2 attacks. A wave of trepidation washed over him, but there was no escaping it. He could only raise one hand to block the incoming assault, attempting to withstand 2 energy waves with his singular strength. This moment deserves special mention for a certain forthcoming boss. Why could he do it when others could not? However, as he divided his strength to counter the attacks, his power began to falter. Although sustained by the Dark Dragon Ball, The continuous strain proved overwhelming. Kong Fan and Beijikizi quickly recognized that a more potent attack was approaching, surpassing their own. The evil Kurd Wong managed to deflect it, but in doing so, he sacrificed one hand to counter the rear assault, resulting in an uneven distribution of power, providing an opening for them. Simultaneously, they shouted, enhancing their energy wave's potency several-fold. Although this would significantly shorten their fusion time, they understood the urgency of eliminating the threat. Had it not been for the incoming attack, they might have considered a more strategic approach. But now they unleashed their full power. The evil Kurd Wong's right hand was engulfed, eliciting a howl of anguish, yet it proved futile. His left hand met the same fate, caught between the two energy waves, suffering relentless output, leading to an inevitable conclusion. Tang Xuanqing roared one final time, channeling all his strength into the attack, but he reverted from the dual fusion state to his normal form. Nevertheless, the assault did not cease, even as his hands became bloodied and burned by the uncontrollable force. If he did not vanquish this foe now, the subsequent narrative would be rendered moot. The evil Kurd Wong was consumed by both energy waves, his form disintegrating into nothingness in an instant, without a chance for rebirth or healing. The Dark Dragon Ball, the two-star ball, vanished once more. The battle was finally over. The two fused warriors in the sky returned to their original forms, reverting to Son Goku, Vegeta, and the future versions of Son Gohan and Trunks, all returning to their normal states. Son Goku and the future Son Gohan supported each other, while the future Trunks aided Vegeta, who had been knocked unconscious and had yet to regain consciousness. Tang Xuanqing, too, fell to the ground as the buffering force dissipated. Though he was uninjured, the exhaustion of his energy and the pain in his hands brought him to the brink of collapse, desperately in need of a senzu bean. Fortunately, Xinjiang proved reliable, locating him and delivering the beans that restored him instantly. As the encounter had not been particularly life-threatening, he had not triggered the Scion near-death revival power-up. The remaining Earth defenders rejoiced as the evil Kurd Wong was vanquished, ensuring the planet's safety. Chapter 125. Return to the Future concluded with the Earth defenders and the two future warriors gathering together. Son Goku and the future Son Gohan removed the Patera earrings, returning them to Tang Xuanqing. These artifacts were remarkably powerful, capable of merging two individual strengths into one, maximizing their power and transforming them into super fusion warriors, capable of turning the tide of battle. Tang Xuanqing gladly accepted them, as they originally belonged to him. The future Trunks, still assisting Vegeta, also removed his Patera earring and returned it to Tang Xuanqing, who subsequently handed both fusion artifacts back to their original owner, Xinjiang. Vegeta soon awoke. His fury ignited in an instant. He forcefully shook off the support of future Trunks and charged towards Tang Xuanqing. With his right hand raised, he clenched it into a fist and struck Tang Xuanqing squarely in the face. Tang Xuanqing stood still, offering no resistance, and was hit directly, sent flying into the rocky wall. Blood began to trickle from the corner of his mouth as he slowly extricated himself from the wall. Yet, there was no trace of anger or discontent on his face. After all, he was the one who had previously knocked Vegeta unconscious, and this was merely a return blow. After delivering the punch, Vegeta's rage seemed to dissipate, and he turned away with a cold snort, sauntering off to the side. The crowd was initially taken aback, but soon regained their composure. They were not surprised by the events, knowing Vegeta's temperament well enough to expect such behavior. Future Trunks approached Sun Wukong and gestured for him to speak in a more private location. Meanwhile, future Son Gohan was surrounded by the other Earth warriors, all curious about what kind of person the future Son Gohan was. Piccolo placed his left hand on future Son Gohan's right shoulder, murmuring, "You've grown and become as formidable as your father, Gohan." Future Son Gohan replied, "Yes, it has been a long time, Uncle Piccolo." At the same time, Son Gohan looked at Piccolo with a puzzled expression and said, "Uncle Piccolo, I am Gohan." Before Piccolo could explain, future Son Gohan slowly remarked, "Hello, childhood me." Son Gohan was astonished, asking, "You are my future self?" Future Son Gohan nodded, affirming, "Yes." Son Gohan then inquired, "Did I become a scholar in the future? And what happened to my left hand?" Future Son Gohan, surprised by his younger self's inquisitiveness, sighed, "Unfortunately, I did not become a scholar, and my left hand was broken by an android in the future. Do you think I am useless, childhood me?" Son Gohan replied with a hint of embarrassment, "I apologize for bringing up your sorrowful past." Future Son Gohan dismissed it, saying, "It's fine. You live in a prosperous future. You won't share my experiences. Just pursue what you wish to do." Son Gohan nodded, realizing that even if the sky were to fall, it was not his burden to bear. There were others who could shoulder it. Future, Son Gohan turned to Piccolo and produced a capsule from his pocket. Upon opening it, it transformed into a vial of medicine, which he handed to Piccolo, whispering, "Uncle Piccolo, this is a heart disease medication. In the near future, my father will succumb to heart disease. Please ensure he takes it in time to prevent this tragedy." Piccolo nodded, understanding the reason behind their time travel to the past. Son Gohan observed the two conversing in hushed tones, though he could not discern their words. Meanwhile, Future, Trunks, and Sun Wukong had moved to an open area nearby. Sun Wukong expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for defeating Frieza and eliminating that monster together. I should have dealt with him back on Namek to prevent further trouble." Future, Trunks replied, "You were meant to eliminate them, but time was too tight, and unforeseen events occurred." Sun Wukong conceded, "Indeed, there wasn't enough time. Even using the instant transmission I learned on Yardrat, it would be challenging to arrive quickly, especially as it requires a powerful energy signature as a guide." Future, Trunks exclaimed. "Instant transmission?" Sun Wukong clarified, "Yes, it was taught to me by the Yardratians. Though they lack formidable combat power, they possess many unique techniques." Future, Trunks confessed, "I inadvertently altered history, leading to unimaginable powers and two unknown individuals. I initially intended only to meet you, but unexpectedly encountered everyone, including Gohan." Sun Wukong, puzzled, queried, "What do you mean by history, unimaginable powers, and unknown individuals?" Future, Trunks began, "First, may I ask if you can transform into a Super Saiyan at will?" At that moment, Sun Wukong was still in the fused state of Gohan and was unaware. He replied, "I couldn't do it before, but now it's no problem." Future, Trunks eagerly requested, "Then may I see it?" Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback, looking confused. Future, Trunks added, "Please." Sun Wukong responded earnestly, "All right." Meanwhile, the others could not overhear their conversation, merely observing the two at a distance, as if they shared an unspoken secret. With a thought, Sun Wukong unleashed a golden aura, his hair and eyebrows transforming to gold, standing upright except for his bangs. His eyes turned a light green as he assumed the Super Saiyan form, and his fighting power surged from 5 million to 2.5 billion. Piccolo, Vegeta, Yamchu, Tianjinhan, Chaos, Krillin, and Son Gohan all felt the overwhelming power emanating from Sun Wukong. Future, Son Gohan was also taken aback, realizing Sun Wukong's current strength surpassed his own, albeit slightly. As his Super Saiyan form boasted a power level of 2.6 billion, Tang Xuanqing and Xin Yang were unfazed, as if they had already anticipated the unfolding events, akin to someone who had seen the entire plot and was resigned to reliving it. Returning to Sun Wukong and Future, Trunks, Sun Wukong inquired, "Is this sufficient?" Future, Trunks replied, nervously, "Thank you. You astonish me. It is identical to my Super Saiyan transformation." On the other side, Bulma exclaimed, "What is happening to Wukong?" Son Gohan explained, "Dad has transformed into a Super Saiyan." The others, having witnessed the transformation before, were not overly shocked. They simply wondered why Wukong had suddenly transformed. Was this youth an enemy? The scene shifted back to the two. Sun Wukong asked, "What happens next?" Future, Trunks responded, "I am also a Super Saiyan." His light purple hair gradually lifted, transforming into gold, his eyes shifting from purple to light green, and his eyebrows turning golden as he enveloped himself in golden energy. Adopting the Super Saiyan form, Sun Wukong, momentarily stunned, noted the resemblance between them in their Super Saiyan states. Future, Trunks said softly, "I apologize." Sun Wukong froze. And Future, Trunks suddenly extended his right hand, drawing the broken sword from his back and unleashing a yellow sword energy aimed directly at him. The onlookers shuddered, wondering if this youth was indeed an enemy. Yet, at that instant, the blade halted just above Sun Wukong's head. Future, Trunks questioned, "Why didn't you dodge?" Sun Wukong replied calmly, "Because I sensed no intent to kill. You would surely stop." Future, Trunks stepped back a few paces and stated, "I see. This time, I will not hold back." Sun Wukong replied nonchalantly, "Very well." He then raised his hand, extending a finger that ignited with golden energy as Future, Trunks swung his sword at him once more. The sound of clashing echoed as, no matter how Future, Trunks struck, Sun Wukong effortlessly parried each blow. The climactic action culminated with future Trunks leaping into the air, delivering a fierce downward strike that was effortlessly blocked by Sun Wukong with a mere finger, a testament to Sun Wukong's formidable strength at this moment. Future Trunks gradually retracted his aura, returning to a state of normalcy, while the one-handed sword in his grasp transformed back into a broken blade, a remnant of the previous battle that had caused it damage. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to unleashing the yellow sword energy. He then sheathed the sword slowly behind his back. Future Trunks remarked, "Indeed, you are a master, far beyond my expectations." Sun Wukong murmured. "Even Frisia was cleaved asunder by this sword. You do not genuinely wish to duel with me, do you?" Future Trunks nodded and replied, "Yes. I will reveal everything to you." At that moment, the onlookers, who had been observing from a distance, finally witnessed the cessation of hostilities. Tianjin Fan and Yamcha were astonished, never having anticipated that upon Wukong's return, his strength would have surged to such heights. Vegeta, too, harbored an inexplicable feeling towards the purple-haired youth, which he found rather perplexing. The scene shifted back to them. Future Trunks cautioned, "However, you must not disclose what I am about to tell you to anyone." Sun Wukong nodded in affirmation, saying, "Very well, rest assured, I shall keep your secret." Future Trunks continued, "Perhaps those of your era may find it incredible that I arrived here via a time machine from 20 years in the future." Sun Wukong, in astonishment, responded, "The future world, 20 years hence." Future Trunks confirmed, saying, "Yes, I am Trunks, a descendant of the Saiyan bloodline, the son of Vegeta." Sun Wukong exclaimed, "Ah, you are Vegeta's son." Future Trunks affirmed, "Indeed." Sun Wukong began to scrutinize Future Trunks' appearance closely, slowly articulating, "Now that you mention it, I do perceive a resemblance to that fellow. He, too, will become a father." Future Trunks stated, "I was born 2.5 years from now. I arrived here via a time machine not to share this triviality, but to convey something of great importance." Sun Wukong mused, "What is it?" Future Trunks gradually revealed, "On May 12th, 3 years from now, at 10 a.m., on a small island 9 kilometers southwest of South City, 2 immensely terrifying beings will emerge, their power unfathomable." Sun Wukong inquired, "Are they extraterrestrials?" Future Trunks clarified, "No, they are androids created by humans, engineered by the scientist Dr. Gero of the Red Ribbon Army." Sun Wukong gasped, "The Red Ribbon Army again?" Future Trunks added, "I have heard that the Red Ribbon Army was annihilated by you. However, the surviving Dr. Gero continues his research." Sun Wukong questioned, "Could it be that they still aspire to conquer the world?" Future Trunks replied, "I do not know, but Dr. Gero has always been ambitious, intent on crafting androids into precise killing machines. Yet he was ultimately slain by his own creations, which revel in slaughter and destruction, becoming terrifying entities." Sun Wukong anxiously queried, "You can instantly eliminate Frisia, yet still consider them to be exceedingly fearsome, then?" Future Trunks continued, "Yes, I had intended to resist. But even in a one-on-one confrontation, my only recourse was to flee." Sun Wukong fell silent for a moment, then asked, "Wait, there are 2 of them. What about your companions?" Future Trunks gritted his teeth and said, "In the battle 3 years hence, my father, Uncle Krillin, Uncle Yamcha, Uncle Tianjin Fan, Uncle Chaozi, and Uncle Piccolo all perished. The only survivor, Son Gohan, became my mentor, teaching me martial arts, but 4 years ago, with Uncle Piccolo's death, the Dragon Balls ceased to exist. No one could be revived, and the androids became even more frenzied in their indiscriminate slaughter. The future world resembles a hellscape. They are overwhelmingly powerful, and I stand no chance." Sun Wukong murmured, "What about Tang Xuanqing? Why have I not heard of him from you? Is he still alive?" Future Trunks, perplexed, responded, "Who is that? I have never heard my mother mention this person." Sun Wukong pointed towards the figure who had been struck into the stone wall by Vegeta, yet emerged unscathed, saying, "This individual is no lesser than I, and may even surpass me. Have you truly never encountered him in the future?" Future Trunks shook his head helplessly, indicating a lack of recollection, deepening Sun Wukong's intrigue regarding Tang Xuanqing's identity. Given that this is the future world, why is this individual absent? It is indeed strange. Sun Wukong finally inquired, "What about me? What shall become of me? Am I to be killed as well?" Future Trunks replied earnestly, "You will not participate in this battle. Shortly thereafter, You will fall gravely ill and subsequently pass away. Sun Wukong was astonished, exclaiming, "Ah!" It was evident that Piccolo possessed keen hearing, able to grasp their conversation from such a distance. "Future," Trunks reiterated, "you will suffer from a severe heart condition. Even a Super Saiyan cannot escape the clutches of illness." Sun Wukong's countenance turned ashen, realizing that he would succumb to heart disease before even confronting those foes. He lamented, "How infuriating. I am nearing death and cannot face them. It is truly disheartening." Future, Trunks was equally astonished by his reaction, never having anticipated that Sun Wukong would be so combative. "Future," Trunks then remarked, "though it is somewhat regrettable not to partake in the battle, do you not feel fear?" Sun Wukong answered, "Of course I feel fear. Yet I am eager to witness their power." Future, Trunks slowly retrieved a box of medicine from his jacket and handed it to him, saying with satisfaction, "You truly are a valiant Saiyan warrior, just as my mother and brother Gohan described. It is truly admirable. When you sense the onset of illness, please take this." Sun Wukong, curious, asked, "What is this?" Future, Trunks explained, "It is a type of medicine. Your ailment is currently incurable, but in 20 years, an effective remedy will be available. This medicine can save your life." Sun Wukong accepted the vial of medicine with joy, exclaiming, "Really? That is wonderful. Thank you. Why didn't you mention this sooner?" Future, Trunks replied, "In truth, I should not have done this, as it would alter the course of history. However, if history unfolds as such, you will undoubtedly find a way to confront them. My mother painstakingly developed the time machine, hoping that you could save the Earth." Sun Wukong expressed his astonishment. Your mother knows me?" Future, Trunks affirmed, "Yes, she is quite familiar with you." Sun Wukong speculated, "Could your mother, who is capable of creating time machines, be?" Future, Trunks slowly gestured towards the only woman among the Earth defenders behind him, saying, "Yes. She is right there." Sun Wukong exclaimed, "Ah, Bulma, is she your mother?" The scene shifted to the group of Earth defenders. Tang Xuanqing yawned, saying, "Are we not done talking yet?" Xin Yang shook his head in exasperation, indicating that it should be nearing its conclusion. At this moment, Future, Son Gohan approached the two of them, and they both turned their attention to him. Tang Xuanqing inquired, "What is it, Future Gohan?" Future, Son Gohan replied earnestly, "Who exactly are you, and why have I never encountered you in the future?" Xin Yang was about to interject when Tang Xuanqing firmly pressed his head down, calmly stating, "We are not beings from the future. I exist solely within this timeline, without any connection to alternate realities. I am merely a traveler with my own mission, and once it is fulfilled, I will depart." Weila, Sun Wufan, cautious, inquired, "What mission?" Tang Xuanqing replied slowly, "To amend the history distorted by the Dark Dragon Balls. This is the task of our Time Patrol team." Weilai, Sun Wufan nodded in understanding. Tang Xuanqing extended his left hand, and Weilai, Sun Wufan met him with his right. Their hands clasping briefly before a surge of black-red energy swiftly merged into Weilai, Sun Wufan's being. Weilai, Sun Wufang spoke, "You." Tang Xuanqing responded, "Accept this modest power. It may assist you in altering the tides of battle in the future. After all, the two androids from your timeline seem no less formidable than those from this one. Although they have yet to emerge in this reality, I can already sense the impending future." Upon hearing this, Weilai, Sun Wufan remained silent, aware that his return might be fraught with peril. Nonetheless, he had compelling reasons to return. The people of the future awaited his rescue. He then slowly retrieved a capsule from his pocket, opened it, and cast it to the ground, where it transformed into a massive, egg-shaped craft supported by four substantial legs, each direction equipped with a small thruster resembling a missile. Tang Xuanqing marveled, "Is this the time machine?" Weilai, Sun Wufan affirmed with a nod. Tang Xuanqing questioned, "Are you leaving so soon? Won't you bid farewell to that lad from the alternate timeline?" He referred to Weilai, Tuolan Kursu. Weilai, Sun Wufang replied, "There is no need. He has grown strong enough. I take great solace in this, though I sympathize with his plight. Ultimately, I am not the version of myself from his world. I have my own timeline, and I must return to save them." Tang Xuanqing nodded, understanding that everyone has distinct missions, and becoming overly entangled with past matters could lead to unnecessary complications. Wei Fan boarded the time machine, which gradually ascended into the sky, while he waved farewell with his left hand. In an instant, he vanished without a trace. The onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment, pondering the nature of what had just occurred. Weilai, Sun Wufan had simply disappeared upon entering that vessel. Beaker observed him leave with a sense of satisfaction, noting that the Wufan of that world had matured into an independent adult. Moments later, their attention shifted back to the two who were still conversing. Meanwhile, Beijitar grumbled, "What on earth are they babbling about? It's utterly tiresome." Boromar remarked, "Wukong seems quite astonished." The scene shifted back to the two conversing. Sun Wukong, incredulous, exclaimed, "This is astounding. I thought she would marry Yao Muchao. Who knew it would be Beijita?" Wei Lai, Tulunkersu awkwardly explained. "It seems that Yao Muchao's infidelities angered my mother, leading to their breakup. At that time, my father was quite lonely, and I was very young when my father passed away. This is the first time I've seen him here." Sun Wukong chuckled awkwardly, turning to glance at Yao Muchao. "Haha, I don't quite understand, but it is certainly plausible." Yao Muchao and Kor appear to have noticed their gaze. Yao Muchao murmured, "He's looking over here." Kor, in astonishment, remarked, "How strange, he's even smiling." The focus returned to the two. Wei Lai, Tulunkersu quickly said, "Please, do not speak of this. If it affects them, I may no longer exist." Sun Wukong reassured him, "Rest assured, I understand." Wei Lai, Tulunkersu continued, "I must take my leave. If I am late, my mother will worry." Sun Wukong replied, "Please thank your mother for me, and I hope we can change the future." Wei Lai, Tulunkersu stated, "After meeting you, I feel a sense of hope." Sun Wukong then asked, "Will we meet again?" Wei Lai, Tulunkersu responded slowly, "I cannot be certain. The energy required for the time machine's travel takes a considerable amount of time to replenish. If I am still alive in 3 years, I will certainly come to aid you." Sun Wukong urged, "You must survive. I will dedicate these 3 years to rigorous training to defeat the yet-to-appear androids." Wei, who extended his right hand, gave a thumbs up, and then, with a surge of energy, soared into the distance as his time machine awaited him nearby. The onlookers were taken aback, bewildered at how the mysterious youth had flown away, while Sun approached them. Sun Wukong lamented, "What a headache. How do I explain this to everyone?" Kurlin anxiously asked, "Wukong, what were you discussing?" Sun Wukong stammered, "Well, it's not really anything." Tang Shenchen teased, "Do you think they will believe you?" Sun Yang found Sun Wukong's faltering speech quite amusing. Beaker urged, "Just say it. This matter is too important." Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, you heard that?" Beaker stated, "My hearing is exceptionally acute. I can discern even the faintest sounds." The group inquired, "What is so significant?" Beaker continued, "If you feel uncomfortable discussing it, I will." Sun Wukong hesitated, but Beaker reassured him, "Do not worry. I will not divulge anything that could jeopardize his existence." Reluctantly, Sun Wukong nodded, acknowledging that he could not articulate it clearly at the moment. Beaker then addressed everyone, "From now on, if we wish to preserve our lives, we must train diligently." Borma, in disbelief, asked, "Protect our lives?" Beaker concealed the details of Wei Lai's lineage but shared everything else, leaving the group astonished, excluding the two who had traveled from the future. Yao Muchao remarked, "Incredible, he is from the future world." Buma murmured, "The time machine." Beaker concluded, "If you don't believe, then go ahead and enjoy yourselves. I, for one, will train hard in preparation for battle." Suddenly, Huvan's attention was drawn to an object above, and upon looking up, he was astonished to see a craft identical to the one Wei Lai had piloted. Yarmuchao looked up, asking, "What is that?" Tenjin Fan, equally astonished, also gazed upward. In the time machine, Wei Lai reflected, "Father, you described my mother just as she is. I hope you both survive and support each other." He then raised his right hand to wave goodbye, and with a whoosh, the time machine vanished, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. Tenjin Fan muttered, "I must train." Colleen quickly added, "Me too." Weijita, deep in thought, resolved, "Damn it, I will survive in 3 years." Tang Shenchun and Xin Yang, however, remained unfazed, as their current powers already placed them in the T1 category, unperturbed and fearless. Chapter 126. The Gathering of Earth's Defenders. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye, and all the defenders of Earth had completed their training, making their way back to the designated location. Meanwhile, 3 figures soared through the skies, Jingtong, Su Fan, and Bika. Sun Wukong donned a blue tank top, layered with a turtle school martial arts uniform, complemented by blue long boots adorned with a yellow stripe at the front and back. He wore blue wristbands and a blue belt, still embodying the essence of the turtle school's martial attire. After 3 years of rigorous training, His combat prowess had significantly enhanced. Sun Wufan sported a purple-blue magic martial arts uniform, a white scarf wrapped around his neck, blue wristbands, a red belt, and brown boots. While maintaining the attire styled by Piccolo, his 3 years of training, coupled with his innate talent, propelled his combat power from 800,000 to an astonishing 2,000,000. Piccolo, too, remained clad in a dark purple-blue battle suit, his wide belt a bright light blue, with a white headscarf and a white cloak. After 3 years of relentless training, his combat power soared from 4,000,000 to 450,000,000, marking a remarkable advancement. Sun Wukong advised, "Wufan, conserve your energy. Do not fly too swiftly." Sun Wufan responded, "Understood." Piccolo, ascending to a height equal to Sun Wukong's, inquired, "Do you believe we have a chance of victory?" Sun Wukong replied slowly, "It is difficult to say before we engage, but do not forget, we have 3 formidable allies. We shall not falter." Piccolo remarked, "You seem rather relaxed, placing your hopes on Tang Xuanqing, Xinyang, and future Trunks." Sun Wukong replied, "Piccolo, I have not relinquished hope. Relying on them is a last resort. You too, promise me, if we cannot defeat them, do not press on. If you perish, the Dragon Balls will vanish once more, and the deceased cannot be revived." Piccolo nodded, knowing that his demise would render the Dragon Balls unusable, necessitating another journey to Namek to seek a genius capable of creating Dragon Balls. Sun Wufan pointed ahead, exclaiming, "Father, it is Uncle Klin." The 3 then accelerated, reaching a position just ahead where they encountered Klin, who was still clad in the Turtle School martial arts uniform, his combat power having also reached 100,000 after 3 years of training. Sun Wufan greeted Uncle Klin. Klin, mid-flight, turned and saw Sun Wufan, exclaiming, "Wufan, you have grown." Sun Wukong asked, "Klin, it has been a while. Why do you seem so fatigued?" Klin awkwardly replied, "I am about to battle powerful monsters. I am not a Super Saiyan, nor do I possess your immense combat power." Piccolo interjected, "The island should be 9 kilometers southwest of South City." Soon, an island came into view, and the 4 halted midair. Sun Wukong marveled, "This island is truly vast." Klin murmured, "Oh no, it seems there is a sizable town." Sun Wufan solemnly stated, "To avoid harming the island's inhabitants, we must lure the androids to a less populated area." Sun Wukong concurred, "Indeed." Klin suddenly added, "There are 4 strong energy signatures on that mountain. They are likely Tang Xuanqing, Xinyang, Tianjinhan, and Yamucha." Piccolo declared, "Then let us proceed and investigate." The 4 then flew towards the mountain, gradually spotting 5 figures below. Yamucha had reached a combat power of 60,000 after 3 years of arduous training and was also clad in the Turtle School martial arts uniform. He raised his hand to greet them, saying, "Wukong and the others have arrived." Tianjinhan wore his unique martial arts uniform, entirely green, with only half of his upper body covered, a red belt adorning his waist. With green wristbands on both arms, he stood with his arms crossed, observing the 4 in the sky, boasting a combat power of 100,000 after 3 days of intense training, solely to confront the androids today. Tang Xuanqing and Xinyang stood beside Bulma, resembling bodyguards, with Bulma seemingly cradling something in her arms. Tang Xuanqing wore a blue tank top and Turtle School uniform, but uniquely, his heart and back were devoid of any markings, and his belt was wrapped around his waist rather than tied. He donned deep blue wristbands and blue Velcro boots, with a black monkey tail trailing behind. As for Xinyang, his attire seemed inconsequential, for as a frost demon, clothing was unnecessary, as it revealed nothing. Bulma had altered her hairstyle to a medium length, retaining her blue-green color with matching blue-green eyes. She wore a red inner garment and an orange short jacket, paired with white pants, socks, and shoes, exuding an air of leisure. In her arms lay a baby, notably marked by his light purple hair and eyes, dressed in a white outfit with black diaper-like trousers, topped with a black hat, presenting a rather cool appearance. This was the Trunks of this timeline, still in his infant form. The 4 in the air gradually descended. Sun Wukong, Klin, and Sun Wufan were left in awe, their faces a mixture of curiosity and confusion. Sun Wufan murmured, "Bulma, what are you doing here?" Yamucha, hands on his hips, expressed discontent. "You all are late. We have been waiting for quite some time." Cradling the infant, Bulma greeted them, "Hello everyone. It has been a while. Wufan, You have grown taller. Sun Wukong expressed concern. This is absurd. What are you doing here? Do you not realize that a battle is about to erupt? It is perilous. Bulma calmly replied. I merely came to take a look. Do not worry. I will only observe the androids and then leave. Besides, I have two capable individuals beside me to ensure my safety. Tang Xuanqing appeared rather helpless. Having thought that his previous journey to Namek had settled his debts, yet lacking a place to stay, he temporarily resided with Bulma, and thus owed her a favor. Xinjiang found himself in a similar predicament, also without a place to reside. Who could have imagined that two T1 level warriors would find themselves in such dire straits? Relying on favors and acting as bodyguards? It was a remarkable disgrace, a humiliating situation. The temporal patrol team was not even receiving wages, leaving them to fend for themselves across various timelines. Klin, bewildered, asked, Bulma, it is rather strange. Why are you holding a child? Sun Wufan gently inquired, Aunt Bulma, have you truly married Uncle Yamcha? Yamcha, eyes closed and arms crossed, awkwardly replied, the child is not mine. We have long since parted ways. If you knew who the child's father is, you would surely be astonished. Sun Wukong, seemingly forgetting his earlier promise, blurted out, Trunks, your father is Vegeta, correct? As soon as he spoke, he realized his blunder and fell silent. Bulma, perplexed, asked, how did you know? I have not told anyone yet. As I wanted to surprise everyone. Sun Wukong awkwardly stammered, I just had a feeling. The child resembles Vegeta too closely, does he not? Tang Xuanqing found this amusing, chuckling at how Sun Wukong nearly made a significant blunder, as if he had already done so. Bulma remained puzzled, but you even know the name. Sun Wukong sheepishly responded. It seems I possess a special ability to foresee things, haha. Klin murmured, the child truly is Vegetas. Even Klin and Sun Wufan found it hard to believe that Bulma and Vegeta had come together. Surely, there must have been a compelling circumstance. Piccolo reminded them. This is not the time for idle chatter. Where is Vegeta? Why has he not yet arrived? At this moment, it seems that only Tang Xuanqin and Xinjiang are aware that as members of the Time Patrol and Traversers, those familiar with the storyline of Dragon Ball know that the current Vegeta is still tirelessly training in the gravity chamber, plagued by self-doubt and anger, striving to break through the bottleneck of Super Saiyan. Bulma remarked, I'm not sure. We don't live together, but he will definitely come. He has been rigorously training for today's battle. Upon hearing this, Tang Xuanqin and Xinjiang were taken aback, wondering how a child could exist without them cohabitating, and speculating that they probably weren't even married yet. The world of Dragon Ball truly is filled with peculiarities and gossip. Son Goku calmly asserted, indeed. I know he will come. Son Gohan and Krillin glanced around, but found no sign of Dozo. Tien Shinhan explained, I didn't bring Dozo. To be honest, his skills are lacking. In short, I'm afraid he might be killed again. Son Goku nodded, affirming, yes, you did the right thing. Son Gohan asked, what time is it now? Bulma raised her left hand to check her watch and slowly replied, it's 9:30, with 30 minutes to go. Son Goku reminded, you'd better leave here quickly, don't endanger the child. Bulma insisted, Haven T, I already said that once I see the androids, I will leave immediately. You can rest assured, with these two by my side, I will be safe. Son Goku glanced at Tang Xuanqin and Xinjiang. Though he knew they were on his side, even future Trunks had never seen them, and didn't he know who they truly were, yet he still chose to trust them. Meanwhile, everyone waited for those 30 minutes to pass swiftly. Krillin curiously asked, why doesn't that child have a tail? Was it cut off? Bulma confirmed, yes. Son Gohan waved his hand, saying little baby. Yamcha exclaimed, I really can't take it. At that moment, Piccolo seemed to sense something and remarked, someone is coming. They shouldn't be evil. Son Gohan asked, is it Vegeta? Krillin muttered, he is an evil person. Just then, a hovering vehicle approached the mountain, and a familiar voice called out, where is it? Where is it? Son Goku exclaimed, it's Yajirobe. The hovering vehicle descended slowly, and out stepped a short and plump ninja, Yajirobe, finally making his reappearance after such a long time. Yajirobe said, looks like I arrived just in time. Son Goku excitedly exclaimed, Yajirobe, are you here to fight? Yajirobe looked at him with a dumbfounded expression, fully aware of his own combat abilities, and scoffed, fight? Do you think I want to die? He then retrieved a plain bag from his waist and handed it to Son Goku, saying, Kuririn sent me to deliver some senzu beans. Son Goku accepted the bag, joyfully declaring, wonderful. We have backup supplies now. Kuririn is amazing. Next time I see him, I must bring him some fish. After all, Kuririn is a cat, And what do cats love most if not fish? After delivering the goods, Yajirobe returned to his hovering vehicle, saying, "Bye, good luck." Son Goku, astonished, asked, "Aren't you coming to fight?" Yajirobe disdainfully replied, "I'm not looking to die like you fools. I'm not joining you." With that, he pressed the accelerator, and the hovering vehicle sped away, leaving no opportunity for Son Goku to respond. Tien Shinhan, who had been observing for a while, remarked, "It's strange. It's already past 10. Yet I haven't sensed any enemy energy." Son Goku agreed, noting that there had been no activity since they arrived. Son Gohan added, "Yes, it's really strange. There hasn't been any movement." Yamcha nonchalantly said, "Where are the androids? That mysterious boy isn't playing tricks on us, is he?" Bulma stated, "He said they would appear around 10. It's only 10:17, so let us wait a little longer." Yamcha continued, "Indeed. There isn't even a hint of strong energy. If there were, we would sense it." Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from the sky. Everyone looked up to see Yajirobe's hovering vehicle erupting in flames for an unknown reason. In an instant, everything around seemed to freeze. The scene preserved like shards of a broken mirror. A figure darted back and forth before vanishing, and time resumed its normal flow. Krillin exclaimed, "What was that?" As everyone began to see clearly, they realized it was Yajirobe's vehicle that had just delivered the Senzu beans. Son Goku said, "Wow, Yajirobe." Piccolo shouted, "Everyone be careful. It seems someone has begun attacking." The wreckage of the hovering vehicle fell into the town below, and everyone instantly became vigilant, with Bulma hurriedly cradling the baby. Krillin asked cautiously, "Have you seen the androids?" Son Goku muttered, "No, I can't make sense of what is happening. There's no energy signature." Son Gohan anxiously said, "Perhaps they are androids, so they don't have any energy." At this moment, Yamcha was also taken aback, incredulously exclaiming, "How could this happen?" Tong Xuanchen slowly stated, "The so-called androids, humanoid robots, are embodiments of soulless beings in the modern age, symbolizing the loss of our humanity. Androids possess immense combat power, but lack any emotion." Everyone turned to look at Tong Xuanchen, who, at that moment, was holding the unconscious Yajirobe in his left hand. Clearly, he had acted the instant the vehicle exploded, moving with such speed that they had failed to react. In fact, he had utilized a time-stopping technique to save Yajirobe in that fleeting moment. Although in the original story, Yajirobe would not have died even if the vehicle was destroyed, he would remain unnoticed, allowing the main plot to progress without him. Chapter 127, Android 20 and 19. Bulma, astonished, asked, "Xuanchen, when did you save Yajirobe?" Tong Xuanchen replied nonchalantly, "Just a second ago." This statement caused an uproar among the group. Son Goku instantly recognized it as the technique he had used alongside Trunks on Namek to combat Frieza. Sun Yang cautioned, "Androids do not possess energy. We can only locate them with our eyes. They may already be in the town below." Son Goku nodded. "All right, everyone split up to search. But don't chase too far. If you discover anything, quickly inform the others. Xuanchen and Sun Yang, you two stay here to protect Bulma." Tong Xuanchen affirmed, "Understood." "No problem." Sun Yang echoed the sentiment, seemingly aware of the responsibilities that lay ahead. Piccolo shouted, "Let us go." Instantly, all of Earth's defenders, except for Tong Xuanchen, Sun Yang, and Bulma, erupted with energy and soared towards the town below. Son Goku landed first on the rooftop of a building. Krillin touched down on the street, startling a man nearby with his sudden arrival. Tien Shinhan descended onto a bridge, while Piccolo and Son Gohan landed on the street as well, with Yamcha following suit. Son Goku looked around, muttering, "Where the hell are they? I should have gotten Trunks to bring their photos." Meanwhile, Krillin complained, "Damn it, where can we find them? Without any energy, they're like corpses." The man behind exclaimed, "Wow, he can fly?" Klin turned to inquire, "Hey, have you seen any peculiar individuals?" The man promptly replied, "Yes, it's you." Klin was left speechless, but then realized that having just descended from the sky, it was indeed strange that the man did not find it odd. After all, what normal human could achieve such feats? Even martial artists have their ranks. Meanwhile, Tianjin Fan, Bic, and Sun Wukong were similarly unsuccessful, as their surroundings were filled with ordinary people bustling about the streets. Yamcha was sprinting around a corner, muttering, "Are there really artificial humans? Damn, why do I have to encounter this?" Concurrently, in another part of the city, two strangely dressed individuals caught attention, a thin old man and a stout fellow. The old man, with long white hair and beard, presented a gaunt appearance, clad in retro attire and a jacket. topped with a black hat adorned with a red ribbon bearing the emblem of the R Army. He was an energy-absorbing type of artificial human, capable of siphoning energy from others through killing, with a combat power of 200 million. The Fat Man, with pale skin and a spiked hat also marked by the R Army insignia, wore a hefty jacket and retro clothing, sharing the same energy-absorbing abilities, and boasted a combat power of 190 million. These two were known as artificial humans number 20 and number 19. A bystander nudged his companion, saying, "Oh, did you see that? They blew up the hover car." His companion, oblivious to the unfolding chaos, did not turn to look. Suddenly, artificial human No. 19 cast a sideways glance at them and began to approach slowly. The bystander's friend finally turned around, noticing the peculiar Fat Man, while at the same moment, artificial human number 20 also shifted his gaze towards them. The bystander cautiously asked, "What are you doing?" In response, artificial human number 19 bowed, but collided headfirst with the bystander, sending him flying into a wall. His companion was left astonished, questioning the nature of this formidable being. After the impact, No. 19 revealed a slight smile, raised his right fist, and struck the nearby man squarely on the left cheek, propelling him into another building's wall. The artificial human then looked at his right hand, clearly pleased with his strength. Just then, a vehicle approached, but number 20 stood in the middle of the road, blocking its path. The driver leaned out, shouting angrily, "Hey, get out of the way, you old fool." No. 20 slowly raised his right hand and forcefully smashed it into the car's hood, damaging the engine. The driver, terrified, questioned whether this being was human. No. 20 retracted his hand and walked towards the driver. Before long, he was right in front of him, seizing his neck with a grip so powerful it rendered the driver breathless, yanking him halfway out of the vehicle. The driver's eyes bulged in terror. His mouth opened wide, blood streaming from his orifices as he screamed in agony. Moments later, number 20 snapped his neck, the head rolling to the ground, eliciting a terrified scream from a nearby woman passing by with groceries. Yamucha, who was close by, immediately heard the commotion. Recognizing that something was amiss, he raced towards the source of the noise. Meanwhile, number 20's head was emitting beeping sounds, indicative of a detection system that could scan for energy levels and profiles of nearby individuals. He remarked, "There is a powerful energy signature nearby. Let us see if the system is malfunctioning." This moment provided an opportunity for the terrified woman to escape, as she ran while calling for help. With the artificial beings not in pursuit due to their system checks, number 19 confirmed, "No malfunctions detected." 20. I received the same signal. Number 20 concluded, "Far exceeding normal human limits." Number 19 sneered, "Could it be that we have found him so quickly, Sun Wukong?" Meanwhile, Yamucha arrived at the scene, muttering, "I sense it is close." He peeked around a corner only to discover a lifeless body, the one struck by number 19, whose neck was nearly severed. Soon after, he found another deceased individual, and unable to contain himself, he rushed out. Yamucha questioned, how strange that they are gone." Suddenly, he noticed two individuals inside a nearby house. "Hey, did you see who killed these two?" One of them replied, It was two strange beings that looked part human, part machine." The other added, "They were just here, then suddenly vanished." Yamucha, scanning the area, clenched his teeth and declared, "Vanished? We must inform everyone." At that moment, hovering in the air, artificial humans number 20 and number 19 were analyzing Yamucha. Number 19 remarked, "He is not Sun Wukong. His profile differs from our database. There is a 999 probability that he is Yamucha." Number 20 declared, "Whoever he is, let us kill him. We can absorb a great deal of energy." In an instant, they appeared behind Yamucha, who remained unaware due to the lack of energy signatures. Yamucha nervously stated, "I can't find those two. Calling everyone here would be pointless." Suddenly, he turned to see the two figures looming behind him. Innocently, he asked, "Have you seen those two indiscriminate killers?" Number 19 smiled at him, causing Yamucha to feel a chill of foreboding. He muttered, "Could it be?" Number 20 responded, "It is us." Startled, Yamucha quickly stepped back and shouted, "Help." Before he could finish, number 20 extended his left hand and grasped him, lifting him off the ground, leaving him to emit only muffled sounds. Abruptly, Yamucha sensed something was amiss. His energy was being drained. What was happening? His eyes widened in realization as number 20's right hand lunged forward, piercing his body like a steel blade, blood dripping profusely. Would Yamucha meet his end here once more? Chapter 128. Yamcha on the brink of death. The scene shifts to a cliff outside the town. Yakulobi, having lost the hovercar, was at a loss for how to return and could only sit on a rock, waiting. Tang Xuanqing and Xinyang sat idly on the ground, picking up a nearby twig to draw in the sand, playing a game of tic-tac-toe. Bulma, holding a baby, looked at the two and asked, "What are you two doing?" Tang Xuanqing replied slowly, "Playing tic-tac-toe. Whoever fills 3 squares first wins." Bulma was astonished that they could be so bored. Was it truly so stifling to guard her here? Suddenly, Xinyang stood up abruptly, sensing a powerful energy fading. Tang Xuanqing felt the same. He said gravely, "Yamcha's energy is gradually dissipating. The artificial humans have made their move." Bulma exclaimed in surprise, "How do you know that with such accuracy?" Tang Xuanqing concealed his intentions and stated, "I can lock onto another's aura to determine their identity." In truth, he was already well aware of the plot, a fact that seemed rather unwise to disclose. Bulma quickly accepted this explanation. From a certain perspective, it was not surprising that Tang Xuanqing possessed formidable combat skills capable of such feats. Xinyang inquired, "Shall we assist them?" Tang Xuanqing shook his head and replied, "No, our mission is to protect Bulma. They must handle their own affairs." However, he then slowly raised his right hand, extending a single finger, which immediately coalesced into a small, yellow energy form. Tiny bolts of electricity erupted around him, resembling a modified version of the death beam utilized by the cosmic tyrant Frieza, aptly named the Destruction Beam. Xinyang hastily positioned himself in front of him, exclaiming, "Xuanqing, what are you planning? Are you intending to obliterate this town along with them?" Bulma echoed his concern, "Xuanqing, don't you think that's a bit excessive? Is such force truly necessary against those fiends?" Tang Xuanqing was momentarily taken aback, 3 question marks appearing in his mind. When had he ever contemplated destroying an entire town? Even if he did, his power was hardly sufficient for such a feat. Were these two truly in their right minds? With a wry smile, Tang Xuanqing responded, "Are you both certain? Do you really think my meager power could level this town? I was merely trying to ascertain the position of the 2 androids. Given that Yamcha's aura was nearly gone, perhaps this strike might hit its mark." Upon hearing this, the two realized their misunderstanding and awkwardly retreated to the side. After re-establishing his target, Tang Xuanqing unleashed the yellow energy beam from his finger, sending it hurtling toward the town below. The scene shifted to the town, where the androids were located. Android 20 had just withdrawn his left hand from Yamcha's chest when, in an instant, a yellow beam struck his left shoulder, causing a small explosion that obliterated his entire arm. Android 19 and Yamcha were sent flying to different locations, while a cloud of smoke enveloped Android 20, who remained alive but was now missing a left arm. He gazed incredulously at the source of the attack, astonished that someone could pinpoint his location. The commotion also caught the attention of the other Earth defenders, who sensed Yamcha's dwindling energy, indicating he might have fallen victim to treachery. On the mountain, Tang Xuanqing furrowed his brow. Although his attack had landed, it had not secured a kill. The distance made precision impossible, and he could not lock onto the enemy's energy signature. "Did you hit the target?" Bulma inquired. Tang Xuanqing, with a rueful expression, replied, "I struck true, but did not deliver a fatal blow. My power was insufficient, and I failed to hit a vital point." "He likely lost an arm." Xinyang taunted, "Well, you are not as impressive as you claim. In ancient times, Lu Bu shot a halberd at the gate, and now we have you, Tang Xuanqing, shooting from the mountain. Truly remarkable." Bulma was utterly perplexed by his words. Tang Xuanqing's temper flared, and he retorted, "You little rascal, if you can't lock onto energy signatures, why don't you give it a try? You just stand there whining, and with your track record, you'd likely end up in a cosmic prison." Xinyang, with a sly grin, teased, "Oh, someone else getting anxious. Who could it be? I want to say haha." Unable to contain his fury any longer, Tang Xuanqing launched himself at Xinyang, engaging him in a struggle, seizing his tail and biting down, causing Xinyang to widen his eyes in surprise. Xinyang retaliated, grabbing one of Tang Xuanqing's legs and biting down, eliciting a similar reaction. The scuffle stirred up dust and debris, splattering Bulma and awakening the slumbering Trunks. She admonished them both, "Enough? What do you think this is, a child's play?" The two paused, aware that in the Dragon Ball world, there were certain individuals not to be trifled with, Bulma being one of them. They knelt down, listening to her lecture. Meanwhile, in the town, Son Goku, Krillin, Son Gohan, Tien Shinhan, and Piccolo heard the explosion and sensed Yamcha's energy waning. They swiftly flew towards the source of Yamcha's aura. The android's detection systems began to beep incessantly. Suddenly, 5 figures descended from the sky: Son Goku, Krillin, Son Gohan, Tien Shinhan, and Piccolo. Upon seeing Yamcha lying to the side, Son Goku exclaimed, "Yamcha!" Piccolo noticed that one of the androids had lost its left arm, pondering if it was a result of Yamcha's retaliation. Although it seemed unlikely that he could have done so, Son Goku urged, "Krillin, Gohan, Yamcha needs help. Quickly take him to safety and give him a Senzu bean." Krillin, anxious, affirmed, understood. Son Goku handed Krillin the bag containing the Senzu beans, and both he and Son Gohan lifted Yamcha's body, flying towards the mountains. Piccolo remarked, "So we have finally found the androids." Androids 20 and 19 were equally astonished. "How did you know our identities?" Android 20 questioned. "And how were you so certain we would appear here?" Piccolo replied, "You'll have to figure that out for yourself." Android 20 agreed, "Very well." Son Goku interjected, "Wait. Fighting here could harm innocent people. Is there a place away from civilians?" Android 20 responded, "A place without people is acceptable, but we don't need to relocate." With that, he unleashed 2 faint red beams from his eyes, instantly devastating the surrounding town in an attempt to clear the area for battle. Explosions echoed, and much of the town was reduced to ruins. Son Goku, enraged, shouted, "Stop this at once, you scoundrel!" He then charged forward, delivering a powerful punch to Android 20's head, sending him staggering backward and knocking off his hat, revealing a transparent cover over his brain. Meanwhile, Son Gohan and Krillin had brought Yamcha to the mountainside, where they reunited with Tang Xuanchen, Sinyang, Bulma, and Yajirobe. After placing Yamcha down, they quickly administered a Senzu bean, reviving him instantly. Yamcha opened his eyes wide, standing in shock at the scene before him. Bulma gasped, "What happened?" Tang Xuanchen replied slowly, "It seems the androids have made their move." Yamcha, still in disbelief, murmured, "They resorted to such treachery. This is too much." From their vantage point on the mountain, the group witnessed the town engulfed in flames and smoke, resembling a hellish landscape. Meanwhile, on the battlefield below, Android 20 regained his footing after stumbling back. Son Goku seethed, "You scoundrel, I will not spare you." Android 20 calmly picked up his hat and placed it back on his head, obscuring his brain, and said, "I merely aim to create an uninhabited area, but it seems you do not appreciate it." Son Goku declared, "You will pay for this. I will annihilate both of you." Android 19 retorted, "Eliminating us is impossible." Artificial human number 20 then spoke, "Very well. I shall grant you the privilege of selecting your place of demise, Sun Wukong." Sun Wukong was taken aback, astonished at how the artificial human knew his name. Tianjin Fan, bewildered, inquired, "How do they know Wukong's name?" To which artificial human no. 20 replied, "We are aware of your names as well. You are Piccolo and Tianjin Fan, correct?" This left both Piccolo and Tianjin Fan in silence, contemplating how the artificial humans could possibly know their names. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and said, "Let us save the questions for later. We must move." With that, he unleashed his energy and soared into the sky, closely followed by artificial humans number 20 and number 19, with Piccolo and Tianjin Fan trailing behind. The scene shifted back to the mountain. Son Gohan looked up at the sky and exclaimed, "It's Dad and the others." Yamcha recognized artificial humans number 20 and no. 19 and remarked, "Those two are here as well." Krillin added, "Yes, they must be planning to change the battlefield." Yamcha, with concern, exclaimed, "This is bad. We must quickly inform Wukong that those two can absorb others' energy for their own use." As Sun Wukong glanced back and saw the 2 artificial humans pursuing them, he felt reassured, knowing that Piccolo and Tianjin Fan were behind them. The 5 of them were heading toward a distant clearing, preparing for a decisive battle. Meanwhile, on the other side of the mountain, Krillin expressed his astonishment. "What? Yamcha, they can absorb energy?" Yamcha, uncertain, replied, "I'm not entirely sure, but I did sense energy depleting earlier." Bulma remarked, "If this is true, Dr. Gero has indeed created an extraordinary device." Son Gohan, anxious, insisted, "No, I must hurry and tell Dad." With that, he burst forth into the air, flying in the direction from which Sun Wukong had departed. Krillin quickly stated, "I'll go too. I have the Senzu beans." He then launched into the air after Son Gohan. Yamcha felt uneasy. Deep down, fear was creeping in, as he did not wish to meet a futile end, having already experienced the prowess of the artificial humans. Tang Xuanqing approached and patted his shoulder, saying, "You stay here and protect Bulma. I'll go take a look." He then soared into the sky, chasing after the other two. Sun Yang declared, "I'll go as well. I'll leave this to you, Yamucha." He too ascended, following in the direction Tang Xuanqing had taken. Only Yamucha, Bulma, and Aki Luobe remained, along with the infant Trunks, totaling 4 individuals. Bulma, frustrated, exclaimed, "Darn it, just like that. I haven't even seen what the artificial humans look like." She then pulled out a capsule and summoned a helicopter, preparing to pilot it herself to catch up and take a look. But Yamucha and Aki Luobe hurriedly stepped forward to stop her. Meanwhile, several figures were moving at incredible speed in the sky, with 5 ahead and 4 trailing, albeit at a greater distance. Artificial human number 20 stated, "Sun Wukong, where do you intend to go? It ends here. You have no choice." With that, artificial humans know. 20 and number 19 landed gracefully. Sun Wukong, Piccolo, and Tianjin Fan had no choice but to descend as well, finding themselves on a vast plateau surrounded by rocky mountains. Piccolo speculated, though it is a plateau, it is encircled by rocky hills. They must intend to hide behind them in case of defeat. Panting, Sun Wukong demanded, "Before we engage in battle, answer me. How do you know our names?" Tianjin Fan was perplexed by this situation. Artificial human number 20 replied, "I can reveal the reason, but do not regret hearing it." Tianjin Fan pondered, "What is going on? How could Wukong be so winded after simply flying here?" Artificial human number 20 continued, "Sun Wukong, you have been under the surveillance of our miniature scouting devices since the World Martial Arts Tournament, through your battles with Piccolo and Vegeta. In other words, since you thwarted the Red Ribbon Army, we have been studying you and have created artificial humans specifically designed to defeat you." Sun Wukong responded slowly, "So it was all for revenge." Artificial human number 20 confirmed, "Indeed, you shattered the dreams of the Red Ribbon Army to dominate the world, leaving Dr. Gero all alone." Piccolo remarked, "From your tone, it seems you are Dr. Gero." Artificial human number 20 retorted, "Do not speak nonsense. I am artificial human number 20. Dr. Gero has long since perished." Sun Wukong inquired, "I see, but did you witness my battle on Namek?" Artificial human number 20 confidently stated, "No, it was unnecessary. We have already grasped your true power. Given your age, even with progress, you will not see significant improvement." At this moment, Sun Gohan and Krillin, having lost their way amid the chaotic terrain, were unable to locate Sun Wukong and the others. Just then, Tang Xuanqing and Sun Yang caught up, flying forward, guided by their memories of the plot's direction. Sun Gohan and Krillin had no choice but to follow suit. Tang Xuanqing understood that Sun Wukong's heart condition was nearing a critical point and anticipated that he would soon struggle against artificial human number 19. Despite knowing that Vegeta would later transform into a Super Saiyan to intervene, he remained concerned about unforeseen variables, as many original plot elements had shifted subtly since he and Sun Yang arrived in this world. The possibility of the Dark Dragon Balls resurfacing loomed ominously. The scene shifted back to the battlefield. Sun Wukong confidently declared, "You have overlooked the most crucial aspect. Your defeat is inevitable." The artificial humans, momentarily stunned, appeared as if their mechanical minds struggled to process his words. Artificial human number 20 questioned, "What?" Piccolo explained, "Because you are unaware of the terrifying power of the Super Saiyan." Artificial human number 20 inquired, "Super Saiyan?" With a fierce shout, Sun Wukong transformed, his golden aura erupting around him, his eyes shifting from black to a light green, and his hair and eyebrows turning golden, standing upright except for his bangs, successfully transforming into his Super Saiyan form. After 3 years of training, his base power reached 6.25 million, and upon transforming, it multiplied by 50, culminating in a staggering battle power of 312.5 million. The overwhelming energy created shockwaves that stirred the surrounding air, yet the two artificial humans remained as unmoved as statues. Seemingly unfazed, they merely acknowledged the transformation with an indifferent sound, as if they had anticipated it all along. Tianjin Fan marveled, "What immense energy! Is this what Wukong's Super Saiyan form looks like?" Piccolo was equally astonished, recognizing the power Sun Wukong now possessed. Although they had previously witnessed Tang Xuanqing's transformation into a Super Saiyan, the magnitude of Sun Wukong's strength was equally impressive. Sun Wukong felt beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead and calmly stated, "You two should not interfere. They seem to be targeting me." Artificial human number 20, contemplative, remarked, "I see. Indeed, it is a formidable power, far beyond what we estimated. However, Compared to us, you still fall short. I need not intervene. Number 19 alone is sufficient to deal with you. Sun Wukong responded, is that so? Then I shall witness it firsthand. With a powerful shout, he propelled himself forward, raising his left hand while his right hand clenched into a fist, gathering energy, preparing to strike artificial human number 19. Chapter 130. An unusual battle. The artificial human No. 19 assumed a combat stance, ready to confront Sun Wukong head-on. Suddenly, he extended his right hand to grasp at the approaching Sun Wukong, but in that fleeting moment, the figure before him vanished, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Sun Wukong reappeared behind number 19, and as he turned around, he was met with a powerful left elbow strike from Sun Wukong, which struck him squarely in the torso, propelling him away and crashing him into a nearby rock formation. The impact was followed by a thunderous explosion, sending shards of stone flying and generating a significant cloud of dust. Artificial human number 20 watched in astonishment, unable to comprehend how the situation had deviated so dramatically from his strategic calculations. According to his logic, number 19 should have effortlessly overpowered Sun Wukong. Meanwhile, No. 19 slowly rose from the rubble, now covered in dust, seemingly unscathed. He surged forward like a bullet, his spiked head aiming directly at Sun Wukong. However, Sun Wukong raised his left hand to halt him, applying a forceful grip that brought him to an abrupt stop. Following this, he delivered a fierce kick with his right leg, launching number 19 into the sky. Number 20 remained fixated on the unfolding battle, feeling a sense of disbelief. He was convinced that his calculations were sound and that Sun Wukong would undoubtedly falter. Yet, the current circumstances suggested otherwise. Sun Wukong leaped into the air, swiftly maneuvering above number 19, and unleashed a downward right punch, which number 19 narrowly evaded. In retaliation, number 19 threw a right punch, but Sun Wukong sidestepped it, followed by a flurry of punches that were also dodged. Number 19 then extended his left hand to grasp at Sun Wukong, but once again, Sun Wukong evaded the attempt. With a powerful knee strike, Sun Wukong struck number 19 in the abdomen, followed by a left elbow strike that pushed him back a few paces. Tianjin Fan exclaimed, "Wow, Wukong is incredibly strong now. That is the Super Saiyan form. We are on an entirely different level." Piccolo replied slowly, "Is that so?" Sun Wukong then clasped his hands together, transforming them into a hammer-like shape, before delivering a devastating blow to number 19's face, causing him to flail in midair. Meanwhile, number 20 felt a profound confusion, realizing that number 19's energy was depleting rapidly, far exceeding their expectations. They had yet to absorb any of Sun Wukong's power. As Tang Xuanqing and others arrived, Piccolo and Tianjin Fan turned, their expressions filled with joy, as their chances of victory seemed to increase. Son Gohan anxiously called out, "Dad." Tianjin Fan confidently reassured him, "No need to worry. Wukong has transformed into a Super Saiyan. Those two cannot possibly win. They are just boasting." In the air, Sun Wukong continued to rain down punches upon number 19, striking his left and right cheeks repeatedly, leaving him dazed and disoriented. Krillin remarked, "Wukong is so powerful, relentlessly suppressing that creature." Tang Xuanqing and Xin Yang discerned the situation, realizing that Sun Wukong was exerting his full strength in battle. However, the more he exerted himself, the quicker his energy would deplete, hastening the onset of his heart condition. Soon, he would surely be overwhelmed. At that moment, Son Gohan gazed up at the ongoing battle. Sensing something amiss, Piccolo inquired, "Have you noticed something, Gohan?" Son Gohan absent-mindedly affirmed, feeling that there was indeed something different. Piccolo continued, "Sun Wukong is eager to defeat his opponent and is giving it his all, but this level of power seems insufficient." Tianjin Fan murmured, "Insufficient? What do you mean? Wukong clearly has the absolute advantage." Piccolo replied, "It is not that simple. As a Super Saiyan, Wukong should be even stronger." Son Gohan interjected, "Uncle Yamcha mentioned that those two can absorb others' energy. Could that be the reason?" Piccolo asked, "What? Absorb energy?" Tang Xuanqing explained, "Those two artificial humans have a special device in their palms that allows them to absorb energy and convert it for their own use." Piccolo looked at Tang Xuanqing in disbelief, questioning how he could possess such knowledge without having fought the artificial humans. Xin Yang awkwardly chuckled, "This is just our speculation. It may or may not be accurate. We need to see if the artificial human raises his hand." With that, Piccolo decided not to press further, recognizing that it was premature to draw conclusions without witnessing the events unfold. In the skies, Sun Wukong executed a spectacular maneuver, delivering a powerful kick to number 19's head, sending him crashing down into the ground, creating a deep crater and a cloud of dust that billowed up near the spectators. Number 19 gradually rose from the crater, now covered in even more dust and scratches, displaying little difference in his condition, as he was a robot and felt no pain. Krillin anxiously exclaimed, "Look, that artificial human is taking all the hits and yet remains unscathed." Tianjin fan speculated, perhaps the artificial human lacks pain receptors and does not tire. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong in the sky was gasping for breath, having exerted himself fully in the battle, leading to significant energy depletion. Then, with a fierce shout, he formed his hands into a flower-like shape and thrust them forward, bypassing the energy buildup process, directly unleashing the Kamehameha wave, a blue energy blast aimed straight at No. 19 below. The waiting number 20 felt elated, as the moment he had been anticipating had finally arrived. Number 19, grinning ominously, raised his right hand, revealing the device in his palm, just as Tang Xuanqing had described. The blue energy wave collided with his palm, but instead of shattering him, it appeared to be absorbed. The energy wave was drawn into his hand, dissipating into nothingness. Number 19 maintained his eerie grin, as if he had waited eagerly for this moment. Krillin, Son Gohan, Tianjin fan, and Piccolo were all astonished. Krillin murmured, "Yamcha was right. This monster can truly absorb energy." Son Gohan worriedly exclaimed, "What should we do? If this continues, Dad will be drained." Tianjin fan marveled, "What a strange ability to absorb energy." Sin Yang affirmed, "Indeed, it seems our speculations were correct. Those beings possess a peculiar device that can absorb energy." Piccolo urgently called out to Sun Wukong in the sky, "Wukong, they can absorb others' energy. Do not use the Kamehameha wave. They will absorb the energy with their hands. Be cautious." Sun Wukong, still panting, replied, "Absorb energy? How could that be?" Krillin questioned, "Strange. It seems like Wukong is not quite right. Is his energy being drained significantly?" Piccolo, anxious, remarked, "No, they are not directly absorbing his energy." Son Gohan, alarmed, watched, sensing that his father's energy was indeed off. Number 20 thought to himself that number 19 had absorbed a considerable amount of energy, while Sun Wukong had exhausted himself. The outcome appeared increasingly evident. In that instant, number 19 surged forward, charging directly at Sun Wukong in the sky. Chapter 131. The defeat of Sun Wukong at this moment. Sun Wukong was gasping for breath, and even he could not comprehend the reason for his condition. Despite being aware that, future, Trunks had mentioned his demise due to heart disease, preventing him from participating in the battle against the androids. He could not shake the fear that he might meet the same fate now. Android 19 suddenly unleashed a powerful left punch aimed at Sun Wukong, narrowly missing him as he evaded with great effort. Just as Sun Wukong intended to retaliate with his left elbow, Android 19 deftly sidestepped, delivering a punishing knee strike to his abdomen instead. Tianjin fan was momentarily stunned, questioning the turn of events as the situation appeared increasingly one-sided. Enduring the agony of his heart condition, Sun Wukong struck Android 19's left cheek with his elbow, yet it failed to inflict significant damage, eliciting a mocking smile from the android. With a sinister grin, Android 19 raised his right hand and slapped Sun Wukong's face, followed by a powerful double-handed hammer strike that sent him crashing to the ground. Sun Wukong plummeted toward the earth at an astonishing speed, but just before impact, he adeptly utilized the technique of Wukong to stabilize his descent. With a disdainful snort, he uttered, "Humph, you worthless scoundrel." He then positioned his hands in a flower petal formation, preparing to unleash a Kamehameha wave once more. Piccolo cautioned, "Wukong, do not use the Kamehameha wave. That android can absorb energy." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong halted abruptly, lowering his hands as he glared at the android in the sky, panting heavily and cursing, "You good for nothing." Krillin expressed his concern, stating, "Wukong seems to be in great pain. Could it be that his energy has been depleted too much?" Observing intently, Son Gohan realized that Sun Wukong was breathless, clutching his chest tightly. Suddenly, it dawned on him, yes, Dad's heart condition has flared up. During their 3 years of training, Sun Wukong had inadvertently revealed to Son Gohan some details about future Trunks, including his heart disease that prevented him from fighting the androids. Upon hearing this, the other Earth defenders gasped in disbelief. Piccolo, astonished, asked, "Heart disease? Is it the same condition that the mysterious boy mentioned?" In that moment, He recalled the vial that future Son Gohan had given him before departing, which seemed to pertain to future events. He quickly retrieved it from his pocket, speculating that it might contain the antidote for the heart condition. Meanwhile, Krillin appeared baffled, retorting, "What heart disease? Wukong might simply be suffering from energy depletion. A senza bean will suffice." He then produced a simple pouch and reached inside for a senza bean, preparing to toss it to Sun Wukong. This timeline had diverged significantly from the original narrative. Future Trunks had not communicated with the Earth Defenders, but had spoken directly to Sun Wukong. Many critical events had been omitted, especially the training period, leading to a lack of understanding. Sun Wukong pondered, "What is happening to me? Is this the heart disease that Future Trunks spoke of? How infuriating. I didn't bring the antidote with me. Am I destined to perish? I am not ready to give up, not yet, as I still wish to battle these foes." At that moment, Android 19 descended from the sky. Observing Sun Wukong's pitiful state and recalling how he had previously been defeated, the tide had certainly turned. Krillin shouted urgently, "Wukong, eat a senza bean." He hurled one toward him, and Sun Wukong managed to catch it with his left hand. "Thanks, Krillin," Sun Wukong said with difficulty before consuming the bean, thinking to himself, "I should feel better soon." However, even he was uncertain if the senza bean would truly restore his health. It might only alleviate his immediate symptoms, not cure the underlying condition, as it was not meant for ailments of this nature. Android 20 remarked, "So, it merely restores stamina and heals injuries?" Meanwhile, Krillin was still pondering, "Isn't the senza bean supposed to solve our problems?" They were oblivious to the fact that it could only address fatigue and injuries, not diseases. In an instant, Android 19 unleashed a barrage of I-beams directed at Sun Wukong, resulting in an explosion and a cloud of dust. Yet, adhering to the Dragon Ball principle that smoke equates to no damage, it seemed he had missed his target, thus inflicting no harm. Sun Wukong burst forth from the smoke, only to be met by Android 19, who swiftly struck him with a powerful right punch, sending him crashing back to the ground. Sun Wukong supported himself with his hands, kneeling on one knee, blood pooling in his mouth as he continued to gasp for air. Clearly, the senza bean had little effect, merely postponing the pain for a fleeting moment, a delay that felt woefully insufficient. Krillin exclaimed in shock. The senza bean was ineffective. The others shared his alarm. If even the senza bean could not help, what hope was there? Piccolo glanced at the vial in his hand, the remedy for heart disease given to him by future Son Gohan. Son Gohan, visibly anxious, remarked, "It appears to be heart disease after all. This is troubling. Dad had not experienced any illness during the past 3 years, so he never took the antidote." Krillin, perplexed, questioned, "What is heart disease? Why does it cause Wukong to be in this state?" At that moment, Android 19 delivered a fierce right kick to the still recovering Sun Wukong, striking his face once again and sending him flying, dragging along the ground until he was forced to revert from his Super Saiyan form. Sun Wukong, filled with indignation, gazed up at Android 19, silently conveying that had it not been for his heart disease, he would never have been defeated. Tianjin Fan gasped. Wukong is no longer in Super Saiyan form. Android 19 leaped onto Sun Wukong, pinning him down while raising his right hand to absorb his energy. Piccolo shouted in alarm, "This is bad. Wukong's energy." Tang Xuanqing attempted to intervene, but felt a force restraining his left hand. Xin Yang firmly grasped Tang Xuanqing's arm, whispering urgently, "What are you doing? You said we must not interfere with this timeline. Are you planning to act? Someone will come to rescue Wukong." Tang Xuanqing sighed, "All right. Circumstances have changed. We must act." Xin Yang rolled his eyes at Tang Xuanqing, saying, "Is this what you call adhering to the rules of time and space?" Tang Xuanqing asserted, "Rules are meant to be broken." Chapter 132. The arrival of Vegeta. At that moment, the Earth Defenders surged forward, only for Android 20 to extend his remaining right arm as a barrier. "Do not attempt to save him. Those unafraid of death may try," he declared. As soon as he spoke, his eyes widened in shock as several fist imprints appeared on his chest, and his body was violently propelled backward, crashing into a nearby rock formation. Krillin, Son Gohan, Piccolo, and Tianjin Fan exchanged bewildered glances, questioning who had launched such a rapid attack. Meanwhile, the two individuals standing behind them appeared significantly out of place. Xin Yang tightened his grip on Tang Xuanqing's arm, his eyes wild as he slowly spoke. "How can you justify this, Tang Xuanqing? When I act, it's a violation of the time-space rules, yet you act without concern." Tang Xuanqing feigned ignorance, saying, What are you talking about? I don't know what you mean. Where did you see me make a move? My hands are still firmly held by you, aren't they? Sinyang hesitated, attempting to speak. The four individuals charged toward Renzarin 19, aiming to pull him away from Suin Wukong. Renzarin 19 suddenly unleashed a powerful energy wave, instantly pushing the four combatants aside. Out of nowhere, two beams of light shot forth, piercing through Baike's body, causing him to collapse to his knees. Purple blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Suin Gohan, Kellen, and Tianjin Fan turned to see Renzarin 20, who had been struck by an unknown attack. Now freeing himself from the rubble, Kellen anxiously exclaimed, "Damn it, this guy is still alive." Suin Gohan inquired, "Uncle Kellen, what should we do?" Tang Xuanchen replied, "I could have unleashed my full power, but to avoid disrupting the storyline, I could only lend a simple assist." Just as Renzarin 19 was joyfully absorbing the energy from Suin Wukong, a sudden kick landed on his left cheek, deforming his round face and sending him flying to the ground, skidding for a short distance before coming to a stop. Renzarin 20 looked up in surprise, unable to believe this newcomer's presence. Suin Gohan shielded Baike, while Kellen and Tianjin Fan also turned to see the unexpected arrival. The kicked Renzarin 19 bore a shoe print on his left cheek, his face twisted in rage. The newcomer had a high, smooth forehead with a row of sharp bangs, prominent brow ridges, heart-shaped features at the temples, wide brows, elongated eyes with subtle dark shadows, and a fierce glare. His hair stood tall and fiery, his brows were firm, and his deep-set eyes held an air of menace. He wore a fitted blue long-sleeve outfit paired with a white combat suit, devoid of shoulder guards, complemented by white gloves and long boots adorned with yellow stripes. This individual was none other than our proud scion prince, Vegeta. With unwavering confidence, Vegeta declared, "Only I can defeat Kakaluota, and you puppets are not to interfere." Kellen, Tianjin Fan, and Suin Gohan exclaimed in shock, "Vegeta." At that moment, both Renzarin 20 and 19 turned to him. Although their database contained information about Vegeta, it was outdated, merely reflecting his early days on Earth. And now he had become a vastly different entity, having undergone the Namekian incident and intense training in the gravity chamber, breaking through previous limitations. Kang Xuanchen and Sinyang observed with anticipation. Their savior had finally arrived, and they were eager to witness the legendary speedster Vegeta in action. Suddenly, Baike raised his head, astonished that this individual had appeared as well. Suin Gohan anxiously asked, "Uncle Baike, are you all right?" Renzarin 20 was equally astonished, questioning how the Namekian seemed to have recovered so quickly after sustaining a blow from his attack. Baike replied nonchalantly, "I did that on purpose to distract him while I planned to rescue Wukong, but now we've got Vegeta meddling." Renzarin 20 struggled to comprehend this logic, as it seemed irrational to him that someone would attack from behind, be struck down, and then expound a multitude of nonsensical explanations to avoid embarrassment. Suin Gohan asked, "Uncle Baike, are you truly uninjured?" Baike affirmed, "Yes, Gohan. Your father, Wukong, is not so easily defeated, no matter how formidable the opponent." Meanwhile, Vegeta stood beside Suin Wukong, observing the fallen warrior gasping for breath with an expression of disdain. Vegeta crossed his arms and slowly remarked, "I saw everything. You know your body is unwell, yet you still chose to transform into a Super Saiyan, exacerbating your condition. You should return to recover. I will defeat you, Kakaluota." With that, he forcefully kicked Suin Wukong toward Baike and the others. Baike extended a hand to catch the flying Suin Wukong, gently lowering him down. Vegeta instructed, "Take him to the hospital, or consult Bulma and the others about a potential antidote." At this point, Vegeta was largely unaware of the heart condition, as the original storyline had been altered, leading to many perplexing developments. Kellen, Tianjin Fan, and the others hurried to Baike's side, all focused on the gravely weakened Suin Wukong. Even the onlookers, Tang Xuanchen and Sinyang, flew over, encircling Suin Wukong. Tang Xuanchen urged, "Baike, use that vial of medicine, the one Suin Gohan gave you in the future. It's the antidote for the heart condition, identical to what Trunks provided." Upon hearing this, Baike realized that the mysterious boy's name was indeed this, and wondered if he was Bulma's child from the future. Suin Gohan curiously inquired, "Is that the name of Bulma Auntie's child?" Kellen murmured, "It seems Bulma's child bears that name." Tianjin Fan appeared to have an epiphany, connecting the dots between the mysterious youth's light purple hair and Bulma's, leading to a clearer understanding. Sinyang regarded Tang Xuanchen with skepticism, sensing that this person might also be altering the original plot. Tang Xuanchen awkwardly remarked. All right, let us not dwell on that. We must save Sun Wukong first. Time is of the essence. Realizing the urgency, the group quickly recalled that Wukong needed medication for his recovery. Bike hastily opened the vial, pouring 2 capsules into his left hand, then directly placing them into Sun Wukong's mouth. Sun Wukong struggled to swallow the capsules, yet the pain in his heart remained unabated, indicating that the medication had yet to take effect and would require some time. The group anxiously watched Sun Wukong, uncertain if the medicine would work. Failure would mean dire consequences. Simultaneously, Tang Xuanchen and Xinyang turned their gaze toward Baijita, eager to witness the unfolding drama. With Baijita's current strength, it seemed he could easily overpower the Renzerin. Chapter 133, Baijita vs. Renzerin 19. At that moment, Renzerin 19 suddenly executed a powerful leap, springing up from the ground. Now cautiously eyeing Baijita, Renzerin 20 remarked, with Baijita's arrival, it seems we are in trouble. Renzerin 19, you know what to do. Renzerin 19 chuckled maniacally. Having just absorbed some of Sun Wukong's energy, feeling exhilarated by the Scion's immense power. Meanwhile, the Earth Defenders anxiously watched Sun Wukong, uncertain of his condition. Kellen nervously suggested, perhaps we should retreat with Wukong. Tang Xuanchen reassured them, fear not, we are still here. These two aren't enough to trouble us. Upon hearing this, the Earth Defenders considered the logic in his words. They were unsure of Renzerin 20 and 19, as the database held no information on him, leaving them puzzled about his identity. Renzerin 19 declared, leave Baijita to me. Renzerin 20 glanced over, saying, you are quite greedy. You've already absorbed a significant amount of Sun Wukong's energy, surpassing my own. I'll handle the remaining 5. The artificial human number 19 chuckled ominously, exuding an air of confidence. Tang Xinshan glanced down at Xinyang and remarked, artificial human number 20, shall I leave it to you? Or would you prefer I handle it? Xinyang replied nonchalantly, whatever you like. After uttering this phrase, artificial human number 20 seemed to sense an unsettling presence, a faint threat of death emanating from the 2 individuals before him. Yet, as a robot, how could he experience fear? What was happening? Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Baijita and artificial human number 19. Baijita slowly stated, your recent actions reveal that you are not as formidable as the legends suggest. Do you absorb energy through your palms? I merely need to exercise caution. Artificial human number 19 replied confidently, yet, you remain oblivious to the most crucial aspect. I possess knowledge of all your strengths. Unfazed, Baijita retorted, however, when Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Scion, it appeared to astonish you, indicating that your understanding of our current abilities relies solely on past data. With a dismissive snort, artificial human number 19 expressed his disdain. Baijita proclaimed, we are Scions, and you will find it difficult to predict our capabilities. I am curious to know if artificial humans can feel fear. In an instant, he unleashed his energy, emanating a soft blue aura that gradually transformed into a brilliant golden glow. His hair and eyebrows shimmered gold, while his eyes turned a striking shade of green, successfully achieving the Super Scion transformation. After 3 years of rigorous training, his power level surged to 16 million, amplified 50-fold in Super Scion form, reaching an astounding 800 million. Rumor has it that his transformation stemmed from a profound fury, an overwhelming anger at being unable to become a Super Scion himself, while others, including Kakarot, Tang Xinshan, and the 2 mysterious Scion warriors, effortlessly achieved that form. This relentless comparison struck a deep blow to his pride as the Scion Prince, igniting a furious resolve that ultimately led to his own transformation into a Super Scion. The golden aura surrounding Baijita swirled violently, stirring up clouds of dust, and striking fear into artificial human number 19, who took a step back in trepidation. The Earth Defenders gasped in astonishment. Artificial human number 20 exclaimed, how can he also transform into a Super Scion? This information was not in the database. Sun Wufan nervously uttered, a Super Scion. Tang Xinshan remarked, goodness. So this transformation resulted from anger at his own inability to become a Super Scion? Quite an impressive display. Xinyang quipped, don't say that. It's a bit convoluted and sounds strange. Meanwhile, Baijita radiated an invincible aura of superiority, regarding artificial human number 19 with disdain. Krillin, baffled, questioned, how is this possible? To become a Super Scion, one must possess a tranquil heart. Baijita calmly replied, My heart is indeed peaceful. It is purely out of unadulterated malice that I wish to grow stronger. My relentless training has led me to this point. Yet I discovered that my anger at my limitations awakened my transformation into a Super Saiyan. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. How could one evolve into a Super Saiyan due to anger at oneself? This concept was perplexing. Vegeta confidently declared, I am elated. I have finally surpassed Kakarot and reclaimed the dignity of the Saiyan Prince. Tang Xianxin felt bewildered, questioning whether his own strength was insufficient to match Vegeta. Elsewhere, artificial human number 20 insisted, I have no time for your idle chatter. Regardless of how you transform, you cannot defeat us. Sun Wukong is the prime example. With a sinister chuckle, artificial human number 19 lunged at Vegeta, raising his left fist to deliver a devastating blow. Vegeta chose not to evade, standing confidently as he absorbed the impact of artificial human number 19's right punch to his left cheek. His body bent slightly backward, but he anchored himself firmly to the ground to avoid falling. Artificial human number 19 savored his perceived success, noticing the blood trickling from Vegeta's mouth, and emitted a mocking laugh. Vegeta slowly regained his composure and remarked, Is this all you are capable of? I forgot to mention that becoming a Super Saiyan intensifies one's temperament. I assume artificial humans cannot feel pain. Consider yourself fortunate. With that, Vegeta delivered a fierce kick to artificial human number 19's abdomen, as if intending to pierce through him completely. The force of the blow left a visible mark on his back, followed by a powerful elbow strike to his left cheek, dislodging his hat and revealing his head. Finally, Vegeta executed a swift upward kick, sending artificial human number 19 soaring through the air. His body collided with the ground, bouncing twice before collapsing, leaving artificial human no. 20 in stunned disbelief. Could his esteemed creation truly be so easily vanquished? Chapter 134. The frantic artificial human Vegeta approached artificial human number 19 with a deliberate stride. While artificial human number 20 remained unwilling to accept the reality, preferring to believe that number 19 had merely underestimated his opponent rather than admitting to a miscalculation. Vegeta slowly inquired, So, has your grand plan failed? With a sudden burst of energy, artificial human no. 19 sprang back to his feet and charged at Vegeta with a fierce headbutt. Vegeta swiftly bent backward, bracing himself on his hands to evade the attack. He then kicked off the ground with great force, propelling artificial human number 19 into the air, as he spun around on the ground to regain his balance. Vegeta unleashed his energy and pursued him. Fueled by rage, artificial human number 19 found Vegeta confronting him once more. This was an affront to his pride. He lunged forward, extending his right hand in an attempt to capture Vegeta, but the latter deftly sidestepped. Vegeta retaliated with a powerful right punch that struck artificial human no. 19 squarely in the face, infuriating him as blood, or perhaps oil, spilled from his mouth. Vegeta taunted, Well, that's impressive. Is that blood or oil? Artificial human no. 19 retaliated with a beam from his eyes, but Vegeta soared upward to evade the attack. He then clasped his hands together, transforming them into a hammer-like strike that landed squarely on artificial human number 19's head, sending him plummeting to the ground, landing right among the Earth defenders. Tang Xianxin shot forward, swinging his right leg to kick artificial human number 19 away. Subsequently, he used instantaneous movement to reposition himself and, with hands clasped, executed another hammer-like strike that collided with artificial human number 19, sending him hurtling towards the ground and creating a massive explosion that formed a deep crater. Vegeta expressed his dissatisfaction. Hey, Tang Xianxin, why did you interfere in my battle? Tang Xianxin retorted, We were just nearby, and you recklessly sent him crashing our way. What were you thinking? Vegeta scoffed. I can't accurately predict where he would land. Besides, could you not have dodged? Tang Xianxin found himself at a loss for words, pondering the desire to deliver a sound thrashing to Vegeta, who had become insufferably arrogant after achieving Super Saiyan status. He silently vowed to remember this slight, biding his time for the perfect opportunity to retaliate. After a brief exchange of banter, the two fell silent, resuming their focus on the unfolding battle. As Vegeta slowly descended into the deep pit, he gazed upon the motionless figure of Android 19, completely buried in sand, uncertain of whether he was alive or dead. Suddenly, Android 19's eyes sprang open, and he leapt to his feet, seizing Vegeta's hands with a maniacal laugh, proclaiming, Ha ha ha, I've caught you. I will drain you dry and will not let go. Even if you kick, it will be futile. Ha ha ha. Vegeta responded coldly. You claim you won't let go? With a sudden burst of strength, he pushed off against Android 19's base, forcefully pressing his foot against the android's face, contorting it grotesquely. Vegeta inquired, will you let go? You truly absorb energy with your hands to enhance your own strength. At that moment, he could distinctly feel his own energy depleting, albeit slowly. Defiantly, Android 19 replied, I won't let go. Vegeta's forehead tightened with veins bulging, and he bellowed, ha, as he forcefully extended his legs, causing Android 19's face to deform under the pressure. The android's arms were brutally torn off, and he fell backward, crashing heavily to the ground. In disbelief, Android 19 raised his severed hands, realizing he had truly lost them. How can I absorb energy now? How can I fight? Even Android 20 was taken aback, astonished that Vegeta could unravel such a strategy. Could it be that 19's intellect was lacking? After all, he had access to a database, yet could not devise a countermeasure. Vegeta slowly pried the android's hands from his own and glanced at the device in his palm, remarking, so this is how you absorb energy. Meanwhile, Android 19 was drenched in sweat, caught between pain and fear. Vegeta continued, it seems you have lost a significant amount of energy, but the cost to you is even greater. Android 19, still dazed, leaned against the earth as he attempted to rise, mumbling incoherently, unsure of what to say, yet knowing that pleading would not spare him. Vegeta pressed on, have you felt fear yet, Android? At that moment, Android 19 completely broke down, scrambling out of the pit and fleeing with all his might to escape the clutches of this demon. Android 20, witnessing this, scoffed at Vegeta, humph, nonsense. Vegeta turned to him, hold on, once I finish with him, it will be your turn. Tang Xuanqing interjected, this one is mine, do not be greedy. Vegeta dismissively replied, I don't care, I claimed him first. Unperturbed, Tang Xuanqing smiled, thinking that provoking Vegeta would lead him to deal with the android, thus sparing himself the effort and subtly altering the course of events. At this point, Android 20 was so frightened that he dared not move, listening to the two argue over his fate. Vegeta ascended into the sky, lifting his right hand, while Piccolo, Krillin, and Tianjin Fan stared in awe, feeling the potent energy emanating. Sun Wukong's son, Sun Wufan, anxiously asked, what is that? Meanwhile, the other two pondered the impending attack. Xin Yang curiously inquired, is that the Big Bang attack? Or something else? Tang Xuanqing confirmed, indeed, it is the Big Bang attack. Vegeta, soaring above, confidently declared, watch closely, this is my Super Vegeta's attack. A colossal yellow energy sphere materialized in his right hand and was hurled towards Android 19. Android 20, now transfixed, calculated the immense power of the attack, realizing it surpassed even the Kamehameha wave previously unleashed by Sun Wukong. As Android 19 fled, he suddenly sensed something. Turning to see the massive yellow energy sphere hurtling towards him, terror gripped his face, but it was too late, the impact was imminent. A thunderous explosion ensued as the attack struck Android 19, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, the hill had been leveled, revealing only Android 19's head, which rolled across the ground. His body had been obliterated. He was dead, beyond resurrection. The Earth defenders gazed in astonishment, wondering if this was the extent of Vegeta's current prowess. Android 20 swallowed hard and remarked, this is not what we anticipated, yet you still lack the upper hand. Vegeta scoffed, spitting in disdain. If his attack could reduce Android 19 to such a state, what right did Android 20 have to speak? Chapter 135. The perilous escape of Android 20. Vegeta then landed beside Android 20, and everyone observed the remnants of Android 19's head still smoking, illustrating the magnitude of the recent attack. Vegeta gradually reverted from Super Saiyan to his normal state, turning to Android 20 and wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, calmly saying, you have lost quite a bit of energy. Now is an excellent opportunity to strike me down. Come on. At the same time, Android 20's mind raced with calculations and strategies. Was there a hidden agenda? Vegeta queried. You mentioned we still lack the upper hand. Although that is impossible. Why do you assert this? Android 20 replied. Heh, despite your unexpected strength, do not presume you can defeat us androids. Vegeta chuckled derisively. Such bravado. Android 20 scanned the surroundings for an escape route and suddenly bolted away, attempting to use the rocks for cover. Krillin exclaimed, he's escaping, trying to hide behind the boulders. Vegeta shouted, "Hey, bald guy over there, toss me a senzu bean." Krillin, taken aback, stammered, but..." He was unaware of Vegeta's dwindling energy. Vegeta barked, "Hurry up. Do you want him to get away?" Tang Xuanqing shook his head helplessly, contemplating the principles of energy conservation. Energy cannot be created or destroyed, only transformed from one form to another or transferred between objects while maintaining a constant total. If the initial destructive beam severed Android 19's left arm, rendering it incapable of energy absorption, residual energy could remain at the severed arm's location. Given that androids lack energy signatures, it could be possible to transport this residual energy, effectively executing a technique akin to instantaneous movement, similar to the Flying Thunder God technique in Dragon Ball. With that, Tang Xuanqing raised his right hand, placing 2 fingers on his forehead, and in a flash, disappeared before everyone's eyes, reappearing above Android 20. Android 20 looked up in terror, astonished. Such abilities typically require a target's energy signature to activate, yet androids do not possess energy. What was happening? His clever mind was overwhelmed. Suddenly, he recalled something. Could it be the yellow beam that severed his left arm? Was it the residual energy signature from that moment? Tang Xianqin abruptly pivoted his body, executing a stunning aerial maneuver as his right leg forcefully struck the head of android number 20, sending him crashing from the heavens back to the earth, creating a small indentation that puffed out clouds of dust. It was evident that this strike bore considerable force. Xin Yang sighed helplessly, remarking on the situation. Vegeta, gazing at Tang Xianqin above, scoffed disdainfully, expressing his annoyance at the audacity of Tang Xianqin to interfere with his quarry. Piccolo turned to Krillin and urged him to act quickly. Krillin, somewhat dazed, responded affirmatively and retrieved a senzu bean from a modest pouch, tossing it towards Vegeta, who caught it with precision. Vegeta, with a hint of irritation, remarked on the delay, asserting that the next phase would be his domain. With a sudden surge of energy, he transformed, golden flames enveloping him once more, his hair and eyebrows shimmering gold, and his eyes shifting to a light green hue as he transformed into his Super Saiyan form. Vegeta then turned his head, dismissively suggesting that the others should return home to tend to their mundane tasks, while he charged towards the small crater inflicted on android number 20. Intent on annihilating him completely, Krillin couldn't help but curse under his breath, expressing his frustration at Vegeta's words. Piccolo analyzed the situation, noting that the previous encounter had drained considerable energy from android number 20, and if Vegeta were to engage him now, he would likely lose. However, he believed Vegeta's strategy was sound, as he sought to distract android number 20, showcasing his brilliance as a fighter, perhaps even surpassing Goku, though he fell short of Tang Xuanqin's raw power. In terms of strategy, however, Vegeta had the upper hand, as Tang Xuanqin's strength was not complemented by experience and cunning. Krillin and Sun Wukong listened, perplexed yet intrigued by Piccolo's insights. Xin Yang chuckled, acknowledging Piccolo's astute analysis. Yet he pointed out that Tang Xuanqin's ability to learn and adapt during battle was a significant factor, one that should not be overlooked. Piccolo nodded, conceding to Xin Yang's perspective. Tianjin Fan declared his intention to investigate further, curious to see if android number 20 had truly met his end. Krillin and Sun Wukong echoed his sentiments, eager to engage in battle after their extensive training. Piccolo, however, looked at them solemnly, advising that they first escort Goku back to Baozi Mountain for safety, emphasizing that their focus should be on ensuring Goku's well-being rather than confronting android number 20. Reluctantly, Krillin and Sun Wukong sighed and began to assist Goku, flying slowly towards Baozi Mountain, fully aware that they were not equipped to deal with android no. 20 and that their priority must be Goku's recovery. Meanwhile, Tianjin Fan, Piccolo, and Xin Yang also set off in the direction where android number 20 had fallen. At the same time, Tang Xianqin observed the indentation below, puzzled as to what was keeping android number 20 from making his next move. Suddenly, Vegeta charged forward, landing a punch squarely on Tang Xuanqin's face, sending him crashing to the ground and creating yet another small depression, with dust flying everywhere. Slowly, Tang Xianqin rose from the crater, wiping the blood from his mouth and calmly inquiring about Vegeta's intentions. Vegeta, arms crossed and dismissive, retorted that he had already claimed the quarry as his own, and Tang Xuanqin's interference was merely a lesson for him. Tang Xianqin, bewildered, expressed his confusion over Vegeta's accusations, insisting that he had only sought to contain the threat. Vegeta coldly replied that he alone would deal with android no. 20 and suggested that Tang Xianxun and his companions should return to their trivial pursuits. Tang Xuanqin's mind was flooded with questions. Meanwhile, android number 20, observing the dispute from a distance, took advantage of the distraction and stealthily slipped away, hiding behind a nearby boulder. As Chapter 136 unfolded, Tang Xianxun and Vegeta faced off, with Vegeta landing on the ground and scanning the surroundings for any sign of android number 20. Tang Xianxun quipped about Vegeta's failure to locate him. Vegeta, unperturbed, retorted that he would now deal with Tang Xianxun instead. Tang Xianxun, taken aback by Vegeta's misplaced ire, accepted the challenge, having long been irked by Vegeta's arrogance. The two locked eyes, poised for confrontation. Tang Xianxun sighed, inquiring once more if Vegeta was certain about engaging him in battle. Vegeta, with a fierce resolve, recounted the indignities he had suffered at the hands of Goku, who had surpassed his limits, and now, with Goku incapacitated by his heart condition, he had turned his sights on Tang Xianxun to reclaim his honor as the Prince of the Saiyans. With a roar, Tang Xianxun ignited his power, golden flames enveloping him. Yet his hair remained black, and his eyes retained their dark hue, revealing a partial transformation into Super Saiyan with a battle power that soared from 100 million to 800 million. Vegeta, sensing the shift, was taken aback. This did not resemble the typical Super Saiyan form. Tang Xianxun elucidated that this was a technique he had developed over 3 years, allowing him to partially manifest Super Saiyan traits with minimal energy expenditure, making it perfectly suited for their impending clash. Vegeta's frustration boiled over as he realized that Tang Xianxun dared to underestimate him, employing a mere enhancement he had devised to confront him. Tang Xianxun, with a wry smile, explained that in a direct confrontation, he would surely be outmatched, aware of the drawbacks of the Kaioken technique. And with the overwhelming boosts offered by both the Great Ape and Super Saiyan transformations, he had opted for this method to level the playing field. Vegeta, infuriated, declared that he would not be belittled, proclaiming his status as the Prince of the Saiyans. With that, he unleashed a surge of energy, golden flames rising around him, his aura intensifying, forcing Tang Xianxun to take a step back, bewildered by the sudden escalation. In an instant, Vegeta lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Tang Xianxun, who adeptly raised his left hand to block the forceful strike, though the impact still sent a jolt through his arm. Tang Xianxun tightened his right fist, swinging it towards Vegeta's left cheek. Yet Vegeta anticipated the move, intercepting the punch with his own left hand. With a mocking grin, Vegeta chastised Tang Xianxun for his inexperience in combat. He then executed a swift kick that connected with Tang Xuanqin's chin, causing a momentary disorientation that lifted him off the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta grasped Tang Xuanqin's right leg and began spinning him in circles, inducing a dizzying sensation that left Tang Xianxun feeling nauseous. Ultimately, he hurled Tang Xianxun away, sending him crashing into the rocks, which erupted in a cloud of dust. Tang Xianxun slowly emerged from the rubble, shrugging off the debris, wiping the blood from his lips, and stepping out from the haze of dust. Vegeta coldly snorted. Truly worthy of the Saiyan race, you're quite resilient, not so easily brought down. Tang Xuanqin, somewhat disheartened, retorted, is this all you've got, Vegeta? Upon hearing his name drawn out in a taunting manner, Vegeta's temper flared. Slowly raising both hands, he gathered yellow energy in each, relentlessly firing energy blasts towards Tang Xuanqin's position in a series of explosive assaults, known as the Prince's combat style. In a swift motion, Tang Xuanqin dodged and appeared behind Vegeta. Although Vegeta sensed someone approaching, it was too late. He cursed under his breath, damn it. Tang Xuanqin delivered a sweeping kick that struck Vegeta's right leg, causing his entire body to lean to the right, on the verge of falling. However, this allowed Vegeta to pivot his upper body, gathering energy in his left hand, preparing to strike Tang Xuanqin in the face. Yet, Tang Xuanqin evaded, and both quickly distanced themselves. Tang Xuanqin took the initiative, charging towards Vegeta with explosive energy, swinging his left fist and landing a blow on Vegeta's right cheek. Blood trickled from the corner of Vegeta's mouth, a clear indication that the strike was effective. Vegeta slowly remarked, that stings a bit, the force is just right. Tang Xuanqin chuckled, don't be hasty, there's more to come. He then swung his right fist upwards, striking Vegeta's chin, lifting him off the ground, followed by a spinning kick that sent him flying into a hill, where he finally came to a halt. Tang Xuanqin mockingly asked, feeling comfortable yet, Vegeta? A golden figure suddenly erupted from the hill, It was Vegeta, seemingly unscathed except for a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Clearly, their bout was more of a playful exchange than a serious fight. Vegeta, now somewhat enraged, demanded, "Use your full strength. Are you toying with me? Treating me with such disdain?" Tang Xuanqing, scratching the back of his head in exasperation, replied, "I wish to unleash my full power, but you simply cannot withstand it. You are still too weak." Upon hearing this, Vegeta nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling utterly insulted. Tang Xuanqing then declared, "Kaioken." Instantly, a crimson aura erupted from his body, amplifying his strength, speed, attack, and defense. The golden and red flames intertwined, merging together. Although the Kaioken had undergone modifications, its effectiveness in subsequent battles would be minimal due to the limited enhancement it provided, necessitating further adjustments due to its inadequacy. Vegeta, realizing that Tang Xuanqing had unleashed the Kaioken, thought an opportunity had arisen, mistakenly believing it to be akin to Goku's technique, unaware that it was indeed a modified version. In an instant, Tang Xuanqing dashed before Vegeta, his fists raining down like a tempest upon Vegeta's torso, each strike resonating with powerful thuds, causing Vegeta's armor to shatter. The rapidity of these events left Vegeta little time to react. He felt an overwhelming surge of pain. Contemplating how to exploit an opening to force Tang Xuanqing out of the Kaioken state and suffer its backlash, Tang Xuanqing, gathering power for a final right hook, landed a devastating blow to Vegeta's abdomen, sending him hurtling away, crashing through several hills before finally coming to rest. In this state, Tang Xuanqing's battle power was not far off from Vegeta's Super Saiyan form, as it only partially manifested, yet it was impressive enough to overpower a Super Saiyan. Tang Xuanqing observed from a distance, seeing Vegeta lying amidst the ruins of rocks, battered and bloodied, his armor in tatters. After spitting some blood, Vegeta reverted to his normal state, hoping this lesson would instill some humility, reminding him that each breakthrough does not render him invincible. Meanwhile, the approaching figures sensed the aftermath of a fierce battle, only to find Tang Xuanqing alone, unaware of Vegeta's whereabouts. At this moment, Android 20 was taken aback, astonished by the formidable power Tang Xuanqing displayed, which had managed to revert Vegeta, who had defeated Android 19, back to his normal state. What manner of being was this? In Chapter 137, Trunks makes his reappearance. Piccolo inquired, "Xuanqing, how did you end up fighting Vegeta?" Tang Xuanqing explained, "I attempted to help him hold off Android 20, but he misunderstood and thought I was trying to steal his prey, which inadvertently led the enemy to target me. As you can see, he was no match for me." Tian Jinhan chuckled, "Haha, that's quite satisfying. That guy just mocked us, telling us to go home and drink milk." Sun Yang interjected, "All right, let us focus on locating Android 20. Tang Xuanqing replied, "No need for such trouble. He'll reveal himself shortly." He then knelt down, placing his hands on the ground, gradually releasing energy that spread outward, akin to a radar detector. The nearby individuals were perplexed, suddenly feeling a wave of energy sweep over them, yet experiencing no discomfort. It was then they realized what Tang Xuanqing was doing. Meanwhile, hiding behind some rocks, Android 20 thought to himself, "This is bad. What kind of ability does this kid have? Is he some sort of human detector or scanner?" At that moment, a surge of energy swept over Android 20 from below, enveloping him in an instant, causing him to panic and flee, revealing his position to everyone else. Tang Xuanqing smirked, "Found you." Krillin, Tian Jinhan, and Sun Yang quickly surrounded him. Just as an invigorated Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, his aura considerably diminished, yet still formidable. With Android 20 cornered, escape was virtually impossible, especially since he was now down to one arm, making his situation dire. Android 20 charged at Tian Jinhan, viewing him as the weakest link to exploit for an escape route. Tian Jinhan cursed under his breath, "Damn it, trying to eliminate me first, huh?" He retreated hastily, but Android 20 pursued him relentlessly. Just then, Piccolo appeared behind Android 20, raising his hands together to strike, delivering a blow to the nape of his neck, sending him crashing face first into the ground. Tian Jinhan smiled, "Thanks, Piccolo." Piccolo turned to Vegeta and calmly said, "Vegeta, let me handle this one. Don't interfere." Vegeta, initially ready to protest, reconsidered, thinking it might be amusing to watch. He replied, "Are you looking for trouble? Be careful not to let him absorb your energy." Piccolo ignored him, swiftly removing his gravity training gear and discarding it on the ground, creating a small dent. With the weight lifted, he felt significantly lighter and assumed a combat stance. Android 20, struggling to rise from the ground, found himself trapped in a tight encirclement, and with one arm severed, his predicament worsened. However, he overheard Piccolo's desire for Vegeta to stay out of it, and concluded that eliminating Piccolo first would allow him to absorb his energy to deal with Vegeta and the others. At that moment, Piccolo launched forward, delivering a fierce knee strike to Android 20's chin, causing him to widen his eyes in pain, his jaw seemingly dislocated. As he was propelled backward, crashing hard into the ground once more. Tianjin Fan was left in awe. Is this truly the extent of Bik's current prowess? In contrast, Vegeta appeared to have been aware of this all along. As for the other two individuals, their lack of surprise was understandable, for the events in the original narrative had deviated from their intended course. After all, Android number 20 had already lost an arm. If Bik were to seize the opportunity to absorb energy, it would be hard to argue against it. Android number 20 rose once more, launching an attack, extending his remaining right hand towards Bik in an attempt to grasp him and siphon off his strength, but his efforts were in vain. Bik swiftly evaded, positioning himself directly above Android number 20, and drove his right elbow down with tremendous force, striking the top of his head and sending him crashing to the ground, shattering a piece of rock that partially covered him. In disbelief, Android number 20 exclaimed, "Impossible! How could I be outmatched by Bik? I still possess so much power." Meanwhile, a mysterious young man arrived above a city that had become semi-ruined, clad in a jacket emblazoned with the Capsule Corporation emblem. He wore a black tank top and black trousers, complemented by orange Velcro boots. A one-handed sword was strapped to his back, and his lavender hair was styled with a center part, featuring two prominent strands of bangs. This was none other than Trunks from the future, evidently arriving as promised, prepared to join forces with Son Goku and others to eradicate the androids. Future Trunks, filled with both guilt and anxiety, remarked, "I have arrived too late. Mr. Goku and the others are nowhere to be found. The island is in disarray. I intended to adjust the timeline, but the energy from the time machine is set to this period and it may malfunction again." Suddenly, he sensed something and gazed into the distance, as if he had detected their energy. "I can feel their energy. They have relocated to another battleground," he exclaimed joyfully, and with a sudden burst of energy, he soared towards a hilly expanse resembling a plain. The scene shifted back to the battlefield between Bik and Android number 20. Bik leaped high, delivering a powerful kick to Android number 20's left cheek, propelling him backward. Android number 20 stumbled, struggling to regain his balance. Tianjin Fan marveled, "Bik's strength is astounding. How did he cultivate such power? Though he is not a Super Saiyan, he remains formidable." Meanwhile, Future Trunks was racing at full speed towards his destination. The scene transitioned to a small aircraft, where Bulma, Yajirobe, Yamcha, and young Trunks were seated. Bulma, piloting the ship, asserted, "They must be at the site of the recent explosion." Yajirobe, cradling young Trunks, suggested, "Is it really necessary? Let us return home. Goku and the others can handle those foes, and you're carrying a child." Yamcha chimed in, "Indeed. On the battlefield, they won't be able to focus on protecting you. Let's not add to their troubles." At that moment, a figure rushed past the spacecraft, prompting Bulma to exclaim in surprise, "Look! That boy from the future has also arrived to join the battle. We are heading in the right direction." Future Trunks, spotting the battlefield where Android No. 19 had been defeated, prepared to engage. Returning to the fray, Bik struck Android number 20 in the abdomen with a swift kick, sending him crashing into the rocks. Android number 20, bewildered, questioned, "How could this happen? What is going on?" Bik explained, "Listen closely. We can enhance the energy you speak of in an instant, allowing it to erupt forth. Even the energy you have absorbed is merely a fraction. To you, it may seem substantial, but in reality, it is less than 13. Tianjin Fan exclaimed joyfully, "We are on the verge of victory." Concurrently, Future Trunks had landed beside a large crater, where he found the head of Android number 19. Is this android not engaged in battle with anyone? He pondered. Chapter 138. The confusion of Future Trunks and the arrival of future Son Gohan nearby, beside a time machine. The hatch slowly opened, and a figure struggled to emerge, collapsing heavily onto the ground. Upon closer inspection, the newcomer donned a blue-weighted vest over a Turtle School GI, with blue boots that featured a yellow stripe down the center and blue wristbands, a standard outfit for the Turtle School. The individual had 3 short, pointed bangs and a small tuft resembling a crab's claw, with a scar over his left eye, and his left arm was entirely missing. It was none other than future Son Gohan. He was battered and exhausted, his GI tattered from battle, clearly having endured a fierce assault, having exerted every ounce of strength to escape back through time. With his remaining right hand, he struggled to crawl on the ground, eventually leaning against a rock, gasping for breath. His mechanical left arm had been damaged in the future conflict, leaving him once again one-armed and gravely injured. Observing the head of android number 19, future Trunks suddenly sensed a faint energy nearby. Could it be the Earth's defenders? Yet, there were several stronger energies in another location. He decided to investigate the closer energy first and soared into the air towards the mountain, where he spotted an identical time machine and an incredibly familiar figure. Brother Gohan! Future Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. Future Son Gohan, unable to believe his eyes, replied, Trunks, what are you doing here? I thought you and Aunt Bulma. Future Trunks, stunned, questioned, what on earth has happened? Suddenly, future Son Gohan recalled his journey to the past. This future Trunks was from an alternate timeline, not the one where his world had been destroyed by the androids. The situation arose after future Son Gohan had not seen the androids for a long time, replaced by an even more terrifying foe. To protect Earth, he had once again stepped forward, yet this new enemy proved far stronger than the previous androids, and both Bulma and Trunks had perished at his hands. As the villain prepared to consume him as well, the evil energy left by Tang Xuanqing surged within him, triggering a moment of uncontrollable rage that repelled the attacker. He then escaped back to the past using the time machine, leading to the initial scene. Before he could utter another word, he succumbed to unconsciousness due to his severe injuries. Future Trunks, now filled with dread, thought, must I once again witness Brother Gohan's demise before my eyes? Without hesitation, he hoisted future Son Gohan onto his back, stowed the time machine, and unleashed his energy, soaring towards the source of the powerful energies, hoping they might possess senzu beans. The scene shifted once more, where Android No. 20 had been sent crashing into the rocks by Bic, now pinned beneath rubble, glaring in frustration. I never anticipated Bic could possess such strength. This was a miscalculation. Android number 20 lamented. Piccolo sneered. It seems the original history was that we were killed by the androids. It looks like the future is going to change too. Are you not as strong as you think, or are we stronger than you expected? Tien Shinhan exclaimed happily. Great. At this rate, we can win. Sun Yang nodded and said, yes. At this moment, Tang Xianxin frowned, seemingly sensing two strange energies approaching. Who were they? They seemed familiar, but not quite. Vegeta crossed his arms, adopting an arrogant posture, and urged, Piccolo, hurry up and kill him. Are you waiting for me to make a move? Piccolo said playfully, heh, I won't. I'm originally the evil part that split off from Kami. Just then, everyone froze, all looking in one direction. Two energies were approaching. Tien Shinhan asked in confusion, who are they? At the same time, the figure of future Trunks carrying future Gohan slowly appeared in everyone's sight. Piccolo exclaimed in surprise, Trunks. Vegeta froze, stunned. Trunks? That boy's name was Trunks. The same as my son's name. From the future. Ah, that explains everything. Vegeta seemed to have an epiphany. His mind instantly cleared. Future, Trunks anxiously asked, does anyone have senzu beans? Could I have one? Piccolo noticed the figure on future Trunks' back. Wasn't that future Gohan? How did he get so badly injured? His mechanical left hand was severed. What happened in the future? Tang Xianxin said helplessly, I'm sorry, we don't have any senzu beans. We had Krillin and the others take Goku back first. They have the senzu beans. Future Trunks sighed helplessly, hoping Gohan could hold on a little longer. Suddenly, he seemed to see a stranger and asked suspiciously, ah, that guy isn't him either. Android 20 thought to himself, another enemy has arrived. Who is he? I have no information on him. Damn it, everything is different from what we expected. I'll have to avoid him for now and head back to the lab. Future Trunks asked, puzzled, who is this guy? Are you fighting him? Vegeta exclaimed in surprise, what? Isn't he the android you were talking about? Even Piccolo was stunned. Could there be a mistake? Future Trunks said, confused, what's going on? These guys are completely different from the ones from the future. Piccolo said nervously, isn't this wrong? Tien Shinhan said blankly, no way, there must be a mistake. But that guy is also an android. Tang Xianxin and Sun Yang also feigned surprise. Could there really be a mistake? Meanwhile, on the other side, a spaceship was rapidly approaching. Yajirobe, holding a baby, said, who is it? How dare they disregard Earth? Yamcha, sitting in the back row, slowly said, is that Goku and the others? Yajirobe tensed up immediately. saying anxiously, "You can't go over there. No, you can't get close." Bulma said, "It's okay, everyone's still alive. The battle is definitely over." Yajirobe threatened, "If you insist, I'll throw this kid out." Bulma said nonchalantly, "Go ahead and throw him. His father is Vegeta. Don't blame me for not telling you." Yajirobe froze for a moment, then slowly said, "Vegeta, this little brat, no, this little baby, is your and Vegeta's child." He finally gave in, got up, and slowly approached the battlefield. At this moment, Vegeta turned to look at future Trunks, pointing at Android 20 below, and said, "Who is that guy? What's going on?" Tien Shinhan quickly said, "It's nothing serious. It's just that the facts are a little different from the history he's telling us. The androids are different too, and our fate of defeat has been changed. Hasn't it?" At this moment, Android 20 was thinking, "What should I do?" Escaping from the sky was almost impossible. It seemed the only option was to use the terrain. Just then, the spaceship flew over from the sky. Tang Xinshan looked up and slowly said, "Bulma's come looking for us." Vegeta also looked up, though he wasn't particularly concerned about Bulma at the moment, only glancing at her without much genuine emotion. Yajirobe exclaimed, "Hey, look, that guy, there are androids too." Bulma was slightly surprised, seeing Android 20 and feeling like she'd seen him somewhere before. Yamcha's eyes widened. He still clearly remembered that this old man had instantly defeated him. Future Trunks looked up and anxiously said, "Danger. Get out of here." Android 20 shouted, "Now? I told you wouldn't win." "It's true. Androids 17 and 18 are coming to take you down." Except for the two time travelers, everyone's faces showed shock. There were androids, and two of them at that. Android 20 then swung his remaining right hand violently, releasing a powerful energy wave that swept towards them and the spaceship in the sky. Tang Xinshan teleported to the front of the spaceship, slowly raised his right hand, and spread all 5 fingers, instantly creating an air barrier that covered the entire spaceship, blocking Android 20's attack. The others had no time to dodge and were instantly engulfed by the smoke and dust from the explosion. Future Trunks saw the spaceship in the sky being swallowed by the smoke and dust and shouted, "Mom." However, the sound of the explosion and the smoke and dust completely drowned out his voice, and no one heard him. After a long time, the smoke and dust gradually dissipated. Piccolo, with his arms crossed to shield himself from the debris and the damage from the explosion, couldn't help but curse, "Damn that guy." Xin Yang and Tien Shinhan were buried under the debris, but fortunately, they weren't seriously injured and quickly crawled out. Future Trunks shielded future Gohan beneath him. If Gohan were injured, the consequences could be dire, but his mother's safety was paramount. Meanwhile, Vegeta, still in Super Saiyan form, hovered in the air, looking around for Android 20. He said resentfully, "Gone. Damn it, he got away." The dust in the sky gradually dissipated, and the protective barrier disappeared. Under Tang Xuanshan's key barrier, the spaceship was safe and sound. Bulma and the others inside were unharmed, as if in silent mode. The sound of the explosion hadn't reached them. They only stopped when someone suddenly appeared before them. Future Trunks looked up. The spaceship was intact. He recognized the person Goku had mentioned earlier, the one who had saved his mother. He was extremely grateful. Then he looked at Vegeta, wondering why he could stand by and watch his wife and children die. Or did he already know someone would intervene? Future Trunks looked up. The spaceship was undamaged. He recognized the person Goku had mentioned earlier, the one who had saved his mother. He was very grateful. Then he looked at Vegeta, pondering why he could stand by and watch his wife and children die. Or did he already know someone would intervene? Vegeta, still furious, shouted, "Damn it. We can't let him escape. We have to find him." Future Trunks picked up future Gohan from the ground, went to Piccolo, and asked him to look after Gohan. Then, he unleashed his power and flew towards Vegeta, blocking his path. Vegeta was utterly confused. What was this kid doing? Future Trunks demanded, "Why didn't you save them? They're your wife and children. Did you expect an outsider to save them?" Vegeta scoffed, "Boring. I'm not interested in that. Get out of my way." He then shoved Future Trunks aside and flew off into the distance, intending to chase Android 20. However, unsure of his location, he stopped. Future Trunks stood frozen, staring in disbelief at Vegeta's departure, unable to believe his father was like this. At this moment, the spaceship in the sky descended gracefully, its hatch slowly opening. Bulma emerged, cradling the young Trunks, followed by Yajirobe and Yamcha, who also stepped out from the vessel. Curiously, Bulma inquired, "Was that peculiar old man the android?" Chungyang nodded and replied, "Indeed, what of it?" Bulma, perplexed, continued, "He is likely Dr. Gero himself. I have seen his photograph. Could he have transformed himself?" Chapter 139. Events of the Future and the Search for the Laboratory. Chungyang feigned great astonishment, exclaiming, "Ah, that fellow is Dr. Jero himself?" In truth, this revelation was originally meant to be conveyed by Krillin, but given the alterations to the timeline, it fell to others to relay the information, and the effect should remain unchanged. Instantly, those present turned their attention towards him, gathering closely to hear the news. Vegeta asked, "You say that android is Jero? What is the story behind that?" Bulma slowly elaborated, "I have seen his photograph. Although he is not a good person, he is a brilliant scientist. Perhaps he wished to prolong his life, leading him to modify himself." "Future," Trunks exclaimed in disbelief. "How could that be?" Vegeta, growing impatient, retorted, "What sort of nonsense is this? Wasn't Jero defeated by the androids? Now you say the androids are different? What on earth is going on?" "Future," Trunks speculated. "Perhaps the timeline has shifted due to my return to the past, altering the original history." Piccolo anxiously interjected, "Has anyone gone back to retrieve some Senzu beans from Krillin?" Future Gohan cannot hold on much longer. Tang Xuanqing volunteered, "I'll go. It's a simple task, just a matter of seconds." Raising his right hand, he pressed 2 fingers to his forehead, locking onto Krillin's energy signature. With a swift motion, he executed instant transmission, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, on their way back to Baozi Mountain, Krillin and Son Gohan were supporting the recently medicated Son Goku as they floated leisurely in the sky. Suddenly, a figure appeared before them, Tang Xuanqing. Startled, Gohan and Krillin almost lost their grip on Goku. Tang Xuanqing stated, "Krillin, lend me a Senzu bean. It's urgent." Krillin, momentarily dazed, replied, "Oh, sure." He then retrieved the Senzu bean pouch from his belt and handed it over. After accepting it with a nod, Tang Xuanqing said, "Thanks." He raised his hand again, preparing to activate instant transmission back to the battlefield. Gohan could not restrain his curiosity, asking, "How is it on the battlefield? Is everyone all right?" "Uncle Xuanqing," Tang Xuanqing reassured him, "Rest easy. Everything is under control. The androids are retreating." Krillin sighed in relief. "That's great to hear." Tang Xuanqing concluded, "Then I'm off." With that, he vanished in an instant, leaving the 3 of them to continue their journey toward Baozi Mountain, though they now had a clearer understanding of the current situation. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Tang Xuanqing suddenly appeared beside Piccolo, startling everyone with his swift arrival. Piccolo inquired, "Where are the Senzu beans, Xuanqing?" Unhurriedly, Tang Xuanqing produced the simple pouch, extracting a green bean and handing it to Piccolo. Piccolo took it with his right hand and promptly fed it to future Gohan. In an instant, Gohan's injuries healed, and he slowly opened his eyes. "Uncle Piccolo, Trunks, everyone is here," he exclaimed. Seeing him safe, Piccolo released him. Tang Xuanqing, puzzled, asked, "Wait a moment, how did you return to the past timeline?" "The power I bestowed upon you should have sufficed to deal with those 2 androids." "Future," Gohan explained, "after returning to the future, I hadn't encountered those 2 androids for quite some time. Instead, I faced an even more terrifying foe, a being who calls himself Cell, a perfect life form, who has been hunting down the remnants of humanity." Tang Xuanqing was taken aback. "No way. Is there a discrepancy in the timelines? How could Cell appear at that time?" "Future," Gohan lamented, "to protect the remaining humans, I confronted that being. However, due to the vast disparity in strength, I was unable to withstand him, losing my mechanical left arm in the process. In my world, Aunt Bulma and Trunks also suffered dire fates. It's all my fault for being so weak." Both Bulma and Future Trunks were astounded. Had they perished in that timeline? Piccolo inquired, "Gohan, how did you manage to escape?" "Future," Gohan explained. "Just when Cell aimed to eliminate me as well, the power borrowed from my Saiyan friend activated, briefly sending me into a berserk state, allowing me to repel Cell. It was then that I seized the opportunity to board the time machine and return to the past." Tang Xuanqing felt relieved, saying, "It seems the power I granted you was indeed useful. Otherwise, you wouldn't have made it back." Chungyang jumped up and gave him a playful knock on the head, urging, "Enough with the self-praise. Quickly, tell us what Cell is." Tang Xuanqing turned to him, feeling a bit perplexed, as this fellow was also a time traveler. Was he truly a fan of Dragon Ball? However, he soon noticed a peculiar glint in Chungyang's eyes, as if he sought to guide him into explaining. Given their presence had significantly altered the original narrative, it was imperative to clarify the situation regarding Cell. "Future," Trunks asked, "What exactly is Cell?" Tang Xuanqing responded slowly, "Cell is the ultimate android created by Dr. Jero. possessing the cells of numerous powerful fighters. His goal is to absorb Android 17 and Android 18 to achieve his perfect form. His strength is formidable, surpassing that of a Super Saiyan, and only by attaining Super Saiyan 2 is there a chance to defeat him. Upon hearing this, terror gripped the faces of all present. Thus far, the known Super Saiyans included Tang Xuanqing, Son Goku, Vegeta, Future Trunks, and Future Gohan, yet their levels varied greatly, making it unlikely they could reach Super Saiyan 2 in a short time. Tang Xuanqing quickly reassured them, however, there is no need to panic. In our timeline, Cell is still merely an embryonic cell. As long as we locate and destroy the laboratory, this crisis can be averted. With this revelation, the tension among the group began to ease. It was clear that Cell had yet to be born in this timeline. If they could eliminate him before he fully developed, all threats would vanish. Piccolo inquired, by the way, what do the androids 17 and 18 look like? I want to avoid any mistakes. Future Trunks replied, well, Android 17 appears as a young boy with black hair, wearing a scarf around his neck, while Android 18 is a charming girl dressed similarly to me. They both wear round earrings and have cold expressions. It's easy to distinguish them upon closer inspection. Tian Jinhan gasped in disbelief. Are there male and female androids? Yamchu exclaimed in shock, a girl. Cheng Yang then asked, can they absorb energy with their hands? Future Trunks responded, absorbing energy isn't necessary. Their energy is limitless. Vegeta, hearing this, began to sweat profusely, muttering, limitless? Won't that deplete? Future Trunks then inquired, by the way, where is Mr. Son Goku? Tang Shinshin sighed with a bitter smile, stating that his heart condition had flared up, as you mentioned last time. He was currently on his way back to Baozi Mountain for recuperation. Future Trunks spoke slowly, noting that the timing of the incidents had shifted. Vegeta turned to Bulma and inquired if she knew the location of Dr. Gero's laboratory, suspecting he had fled back there. Bulma pondered and replied that the lab was likely around the North Capital, converted from a cave. Though she was uncertain if it still stood and was unaware of his collusion with the Red Ribbon Army. Piccolo asked if they intended to eliminate androids 17 and 18 before they activated, along with the undeveloped cell embryo. Vegeta scoffed, declaring that such cowardice was beneath him. He desired to confront them directly. The recent battle with the androids had been excruciatingly dull, and from what he had heard about the so-called cell, he was eager for the challenge. Tang Shinshin felt a sense of foreboding, worrying that Vegeta might act irrationally again. Though Vegeta had not taken any extreme actions in the early Android saga, his behavior became notably reckless in the Cell saga, aiding Cell in absorbing Android 18 to achieve his perfect form merely for the sake of witnessing its power. This led to an uncontrollable situation that nearly resulted in his embarrassment. Given the numerous deviations from the original plot, it was uncertain what reckless actions Vegeta might undertake now. It might be necessary to knock him out if the situation demanded it, as he possessed the strength to do so. Future Trunks admonished vehemently that they could not underestimate the android's capabilities. As Piccolo stated, eliminating them before activation was the wisest course of action. If that proved impossible, they should evade until Goku recovered from his illness. Vegeta harshly countered that waiting for Kakarot was unnecessary. As a Super Saiyan Prince, his strength exceeded that of Goku. Tang Shinshin calmly interjected, questioning whether Vegeta had considered his own situation, suggesting that the earlier fight had left no impression on him and proposing a rematch. Vegeta's memory of their previous encounter resurfaced, recalling how he had been thoroughly dominated by A, who had not even needed to transform fully into a Super Saiyan to overpower him with a preliminary form developed over 3 years. This young man's talent was extraordinary, rivaling or even surpassing that of Kakarot. Ultimately, Vegeta huffed dismissively, leaving in a fit of anger towards the location Bulma had mentioned, considering retreat as the best strategy when faced with a formidable opponent. Tian Jinhan expressed shock at Vegeta departing without waiting for them. Piccolo remarked that while Vegeta's Super Saiyan form was indeed stronger than Goku's afflicted state, it was no match for a healthy Goku, and another individual surpassed both. Alone, he was unsure if Vegeta could defeat the androids. Meanwhile, Future Gohan was baffled that the Saiyan who had lent him part of his power was the strongest. Future Trunks, suppressing his anxiety, declared that he too could transform into a Super Saiyan, yet was still no match for them, acknowledging their overwhelming strength. He resolved to follow, despite his dislike for Vegeta, stating he could not bear to watch his father perish. With that, he unleashed his energy and sped off. Bulma murmured in confusion about her father, wondering if he had also been killed by the androids. Piccolo sighed and pointed to the infant in Bulma's arms, revealing that the boy was Trunks, not from this world, but from another future, with Vegeta as his father and Bulma as his mother, meaning the child would grow up to be him. At this revelation, Bulma, Yamcha, and Tianjinhan were left in shock, jaws dropped in disbelief. Bulma hesitantly asked if it was true. Future Gohan affirmed its truth. Yamcha slowly pieced it together, finally understanding why he could transform into a Super Saiyan. Piccolo suggested they all search for Dr. Gero's lab to eliminate the androids before they activated. Tang Xinshen agreed, stating they should take advantage of Goku's illness. Sun Yang chimed in to hasten their departure. Future Gohan expressed his desire to contribute to saving this world. Yamcha hesitated, still haunted by the fear of being killed by Android 20. Bulma looked at the infant Trunks, expressing her concern about his fierce gaze and her worries for him. Tang Xinshen reminded Bulma to inform Goku as soon as he recovered, urging her to fly to Baozi Mountain. Bulma agreed to pilot the aircraft immediately. Piccolo declared that the rest would seek out Dr. Gero's laboratory to destroy the androids. Yamcha, growing resolute, dismissed his fears, realizing this was not a time for cowardice. He would face death again if necessary. Bulma, with the infant and a Kyrolobe, boarded the aircraft once more, prepared to head to Baozi Mountain. The others, Tang Xinshen, Sun Yang, Future Gohan, Piccolo, Tianjinhan, and Yamcha, exploded with energy and swiftly pursued the direction Vegeta and Future Trunks had taken. Meanwhile, at another location, a figure darted across the ground. Upon closer inspection, it was Android 20, likely opting to traverse the Earth to avoid detection by Vegeta. Android 20 muttered that it should be safe to take flight now without being noticed. Suddenly, a series of beeping sounds emanated from his brain, startling him into hiding behind a rock. Peering cautiously into the distance where a golden figure was approaching at incredible speed, Android 20 gasped in recognition of Vegeta, cursing his tenacity. Then he noticed another figure behind him, Future Trunks, realizing they were headed in the same direction. Android 20 thought it was improbable they were targeting his lab, dismissing it as mere coincidence, as the lab was well concealed and only a few scientists were aware of its existence. Suddenly, he recalled the individuals aboard that spaceship, Bulma, the daughter of the Capsule Corporation president, who might have gleaned information from her father and thus learned about his laboratory. This was infuriating. At that moment, the beeping in his brain sounded again, causing him to press himself against the rock. A few figures zoomed past, those from the battlefield. He was left in disbelief, realizing his laboratory had been compromised. Android 20 could hardly accept that they were indeed heading for his lab, intent on destroying it and his ultimate creation before he could activate Androids 17 and 18. At this moment, he finally dared to ascend slowly into the air. The old man had not revealed the precise location to anyone. Even if one were aware of the exact coordinates, locating it would not be a simple endeavor. He intended to take a longer route, reaching the destination faster than them. The scene shifted to the two individuals sprinting at the forefront. Vegeta casually glanced back at the Future Trunks trailing behind him, surprised that the young man had managed to keep pace. Memories of his deceased father and the words of his mother echoed in Future Trunks' mind. He had indeed committed many wrongdoings in the past, and surely he was suffering in the depths of hell now. However, he did possess redeeming qualities, despite his seemingly haughty demeanor and strong sense of pride. He understood these thoughts were incessantly reverberating in his mind, inwardly cursing, "What a deceit. That guy has no virtues. He didn't even save my mother or the child version of me. He is utterly vile." Vegeta scoffed, "Humph. You want to follow me forever? How amusing." He then roared, dramatically increasing his energy and accelerating his flight, instantly leaving Future Trunks far behind. Observing this, Future Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan mid-flight, his hair shifting from a light purple parted style to a golden hue, his eyes changing from purple to a light green, and his eyebrows turning golden as well. A golden aura began to envelop him, and his battle power skyrocketed from 8 million to 440 million. Clearly, in the 3 years past, Future Trunks had also been training in his world, significantly enhancing his power. In a sudden burst of energy, he surged forward, gradually closing the distance to Vegeta, who mused that his son had indeed transformed into a Super Saiyan. He bore the bloodline of the Saiyans. Chapter 140. The Awakening of Androids 17 and 18. Meanwhile, Tang Xinshen, Sun Yang, Piccolo, Future, Son Gohan, Tianjinhan, and Yamcha were still soaring through the skies at high speed, likely nearing their destination. Piccolo inquired, "Have we yet reached Baidu?" Tianjinhan replied, "Almost there." After flying for a while longer, they paused above a region filled with rocky mountains. Sinyang remarked, "Dr. Gero's laboratory should be within the caves around here." Future Son Gohan frowned as he surveyed the rocky terrain and said, "It's all mountains. It's difficult to locate." Piccolo suggested, "We'll have to split up. Once we find it, we can signal everyone by raising our energy levels, enabling us to sense the exact location." Tang Xinshan nodded in agreement. "That's a practical approach. Let us proceed with that plan." Yamcha, shivering from the cold, crossed his arms and lamented, "Wow, it's freezing in the north." His comment, akin to a cold joke, left the others speechless. Yet they knew they had to locate the laboratory quickly to prevent the activation of androids 17 and 18, which would inevitably lead to a fierce battle. Tang Xinshan added, "Ah, right. Here are some senza beans, 12 in total, 2 for each of you. They might come in handy." He distributed 2 beans to each person, keeping 2 for himself. And once this was done, they all flew off in different directions to search for Dr. Gero's laboratory. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Future Trunks had long reverted from their Super Saiyan forms, likely to conserve energy. They arrived at Baidu ahead of the others, and their paths were largely aligned. Vegeta turned and impatiently said, "Are you planning to follow me forever? It's annoying, just get lost." Future Trunks replied sternly, "No, you intend to confront the androids, don't you?" Vegeta coldly retorted, "What do you plan to do when you reach the laboratory? Even if you engage me in battle, you still intend to annihilate the androids?" Future Trunks pondered, "It's very likely. You may indeed underestimate the power of androids 17 and 18. Vegeta disdainfully replied, "Hearing you say that only makes me more eager to face them. I am a pure Saiyan, a prince of the Saiyans with a lineage of purity. How could I possibly be defeated by androids? Just watch closely, kid." At this moment, Android 20 had also arrived, hiding behind a rocky outcrop, gazing up into the sky at the 2 figures. Android 20 slowly remarked, "So they have truly come. It won't be so easy for you to discover me. You may as well spin in circles while I activate the androids, for that will mark your demise." After uttering these words, he swiftly approached a nearby cave entrance, revealing a triumphant smirk. Just then, his internal computer beeped, instantly making him alert. Turning around, he spotted Yamcha, who was staring at him in shock, their eyes locking in mutual astonishment and confusion. Android 20 dismissively said, "Humph, so it's that Yamcha whom I killed. You startled me. That kid isn't worth worrying about." He then moved towards the cave entrance, arriving at a metal door equipped with a keypad. Raising his remaining right hand, he pressed a few buttons on the keypad, unlocking the door. Yamcha, momentarily dazed, murmured, I found it. Android 20, filled with excitement, declared, "Even if you call for help, it will be too late. I am about to activate the androids, and that will be your end." With that, he entered without looking back, the massive iron door closing behind him as if it had never been opened. Yamcha anxiously exclaimed, "We need to hurry and get everyone here." Suddenly, he raised his energy, but since his power was not particularly strong, after 3 years of training, he had barely achieved a battle power of 60,000. Yamcha shouted, "Everyone, come quickly. The android's laboratory is over here." Although his energy was weak, the others, scattered in different directions, sensed it and could faintly hear his voice, prompting them to rush toward his direction. Soon, the defenders of Earth gathered, all arriving at Yamcha's side, their gazes fixed upon the cave, which undoubtedly was Dr. Gero's laboratory. Inside the laboratory, Android 20 approached the modification platform, casually picking up a mechanical prosthetic limb and attaching it to his left arm. Although it differed slightly from his original arm, its basic functions remained intact. It merely lacked the energy absorption mechanism. He then walked over to the 3 stasis pods, one of which was open, presumably belonging to Android 19, who had been obliterated by Vegeta. Android 20 murmured, "I truly do not wish to activate them unless absolutely necessary. But given the current situation, it appears there are no other options. I hope they are ready." He then stood before the stasis pod labeled with the number 17, raised his right hand, and pressed a few buttons beside it, causing the pod to slowly open. Inside was a youthful figure, who emerged gradually. This individual had black hair styled in a center parting, the length surpassing his neck, with striking light blue eyes and a fierce expression. He had an attractive face, with round earrings adorning both ears. He wore a gray long-sleeved shirt beneath a black short-sleeved one, with a red military insignia on his left chest, and a red scarf around his neck. His attire consisted of blue jeans, secured by a brown belt, and a handgun-like accessory at his waist, completed with green socks and blue and white canvas shoes. This was Android 17, and due to the permanent energy core, he possessed infinite energy, granting him a formidable battle power of 900 million. The android number 20 spoke nervously. Have you awakened, number 17? Android no. 17 glanced at the remote control on his left hand, recognizing its significance, and feigned concern. Good morning, Dr. Jarrow. Android number 20, taken aback, asked, are you greeting me? Android number 17 replied respectfully, indeed, for you are the one who created me. At that moment, Android no. 20 thought that perhaps the issues from the past had been rectified, signaling unwavering loyalty. He then pressed the button for the adjacent android number 18's hibernation pod, preparing to release another android. Let us awaken number 18, he declared. The hibernation pod labeled with the number 18 slowly opened, revealing a young girl with short golden hair styled in a 3-7 parting. She bore a stern expression, her pale blue eyes strikingly beautiful. Adorned with 2 golden earrings on each ear, she wore a black top with white arms featuring black stripes, a blue denim vest over it, a blue skirt, and black fitted pants, complemented by brown denim boots. This was android number 18. Due to the perpetual energy core, she possessed limitless energy, granting her a combat power of 850 million. Although she appeared weaker than android number 17, their combat abilities were nearly equal, and given their sibling bond prior to their transformation, they could not turn against each other. Just as android number 18 stepped out of the hibernation pod, she caught the glance of number 17 and instantly understood his intent, showcasing their sibling connection. Noticing the remote in android number 20's left hand, she comprehended its potential implications. She feigned concern as well, saying, "Good morning, Dr. Jarrow. Have you also become an android?" After a response, android number 20 continued, "Yes, I, too, desire eternal life. Truth be told, I feel somewhat relieved. Due to the impact of the perpetual energy core and your immense power, it is challenging to control most of your functionalities, leading to occasional disobedience. Now, let us commence our actions and eradicate Sun Wukong's allies without leaving a single one behind." Android number 18 affirmed, "Understood, Dr. Jarrow." Android no. 17 echoed, "Acknowledged, Dr. Jarrow." Android number 20 turned to the door and remarked, "They have arrived." Outside the iron gate, Tianjin Fan and Yamcha were forcefully banging against it, while Tang Xuanqing, Sun Yang, Future Trunks, Future Son Gohan, Piccolo, and Vegeta stood outside. Tianjin Fan cursed, "This door is indeed sturdy." Piccolo said, "Step aside. I shall shatter it." Inside, android number 20 anxiously observed the iron door. Just then, android number 17 abruptly snatched the remote from his left hand. Android number 20 exclaimed, "Number 17, what are you doing?" Android number 17 calmly replied, "This device is a remote control for emergency shutdown, is it not? Just in case." With a swift motion, he crushed the remote in his right hand. The sound of it shattering echoed. Android number 20 pleaded, "What on earth do you intend to do? This is no jest." Android number 17 retorted fiercely, "I have no desire to return to that slumber, you wretched old fool." Meanwhile, outside, Piccolo was slowly raising his left hand, preparing to unleash an energy wave to blast the iron door open. Vegeta shouted, "Listen, if you damage the androids, we will settle this." Tang Xuanqing interjected, "You should remain silent." Suddenly, the voice of android number 20 resonated from within. "Number 17, now is not the time for jokes. The enemy is at the gate. We must unite, or we shall all be annihilated." At that moment, Piccolo, Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, Future Trunks, and Future Son Gohan broke into a cold sweat. Realizing they were too late, Yamcha gritted his teeth. The androids have been activated. Chapter 141, Androids number 17, 18, and 16. Tang Xuanqing remarked leisurely, "It seems we have arrived a moment too late." Vegeta scolded, "Step aside, you fool." He then raised his right hand, ready to gather energy to directly blast open the iron door, causing Piccolo and Tianjin Fan to look back at him. Future Trunks anxiously warned, "Don't act recklessly. We should retreat for now, until Mr. Sun Wukong's body has recovered. There is hope." Vegeta impatiently replied, "There is no need for that." With that, He unleashed a powerful yellow energy wave that struck the iron door, causing Piccolo and Tianjin Fan to hurriedly retreat to avoid being caught in the blast. The two iron doors slowly fell backward, crashing heavily to the ground, revealing the laboratory inside along with androids number 20, 17, and 18. At that moment, androids No. 17 and 18 also noticed the Earth's defenders outside. Vegeta spoke softly, "Is it them? This time, we cannot be mistaken." Future Trunks clenched his teeth and affirmed, "Yes, indeed." Future Son Gohan, upon seeing the two androids before him, was reminded of the future timeline, sensing a turbulent energy that hinted at an impending explosion of power. Tang Xuanqing and Xin Yang observed the unfolding scene, remaining passive for the time being, knowing that as long as they were not possessed by the Dark Dragon Balls or overly transformed, they were not yet ready to intervene. Yamcha exclaimed in surprise. "So those two are androids number 17 and 18. Piccolo cautioned, "Do not be deceived by appearances. They are immensely powerful and not to be trifled with." Meanwhile, on the android side, android number 20 declared, "These individuals are Sun Wukong's allies. They eliminated android number 19, and I nearly lost my life as well. We must eliminate them swiftly." Android number 17 murmured, "19? There was a number 19? You created him and allowed him to transform you into an android, did you not? He, too, is an energy-absorbing type, correct?" Android number 20 slowly confirmed, "Yes, indeed." Android number 18 inquired, "Why did you revert the new type of android to the old energy-absorbing form? Is it because the new type's power was too great to control? Hence you sealed us away?" Android number 20 urged, "Let us not dwell on this. We must eliminate them." Android number 17 disdainfully retorted, "That depends on whether we wish to act." Android number 20 was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Meanwhile, android number 18 approached a nearby hibernation pod, observing it and saying, "This one, number 16, is also of the perpetual type, I presume?" Android number 20 abruptly turned to stop her. "Do not touch him, number 18. At that moment, even Future Trunks displayed an expression of disbelief, stammering, "What? I was unaware of the existence of number 16. Future Son Gohan also wore a puzzled expression. Having only encountered androids number 17 and 18 in the future, he questioned the existence of a number 16 he had never witnessed. Android number 17 remarked with intrigue, "How fascinating. Number 18, let us activate him and see." Android number 20 cautioned, "Stop. You must not proceed. You could endanger this world." "No. 16 is merely a failed experiment. He must not be activated." Android number 18 questioned, "Why would a failed experiment still exist? It seems that all predecessors before No. 15 were disposed of." Android 20 continued, "I intend to modify him. He must not be activated, for the danger it poses to us is undeniable." Meanwhile, the Earth defenders were engulfed in a tumult of mixed emotions, save for two who had long seen through the facade. Yamcha could not contain himself, saying, "I suggest we make our escape while they are distracted." Vegeta scoffed, retorting, "If you wish to leave, do so swiftly. It is best that only I confront them." At that moment, Tang Xuanqing felt an overwhelming urge to roll his eyes, regardless of who possessed the greatest power at that juncture. It was undeniable that he had once suffered a left arm fracture at the hands of Android 18. Even after recovery, he remained at a disadvantage. Android 17 interjected, "We are in grave peril." "Huh, I cannot match him." "Ignore him. 18, activate him quickly." Android 20 threatened, "Disobey my orders, and you shall meet the same fate as 16. I will seal you away once more." Android 17 disdainfully replied, "I have destroyed the controller. What do you have to control us with?" Android 20 asserted, "I can create another." At that moment, Android 18 had already extended her hand to the password lock, fiddling with it as if to activate 16. Android 20 shouted emphatically, "Do you understand? Do not press the activation button." In that instant, Android 17's right hand pierced through Android 20's right chest, startling the Earth defenders, who were taken aback by this sudden betrayal. Android 17 swiftly withdrew his hand, looking at him with disdain. Android 20 gasped, "You dare!" Before he could finish, Android 17 launched himself, delivering a powerful kick that decapitated Android 20, the severed head rolling to the ground, eventually stopping at Yamcha's feet. Android 20's head exclaimed, "You scoundrel!" Android 17 leapt high, crushing the head beneath his foot in an instant, causing various parts to scatter across the ground. He emotionlessly regarded Yamcha before rising and turning back toward the laboratory. Yamcha exclaimed in astonishment, "Did he just kill his own creator? How terrifying. Vegeta dismissively remarked, there is no need for such shock. We Scions are the same. We eliminate those we dislike. You Earthlings are truly overly dramatic. At this moment, Android 17 had reached the side of 16's hibernation pod, urging, activate it. Future, Trunks gritted his teeth, saying, we cannot allow them to succeed. The androids will only multiply. He unleashed a surge of energy. His light purple hairstyle gradually rising to gold, his eyes shifting from purple to a pale green, and his eyebrows turning golden as he ignited in a golden aura, transforming into Super Saiyan. His power soared from 8 million to 440 million. He raised both hands, rapidly forming a gesture, and with fingers splayed, thumb and index finger touching, he assumed the Kamehameha stance, his golden aura swelling. Vegeta was momentarily stunned, failing to react as Trunks prepared to unleash his attack. A golden energy wave erupted, hurtling toward the two androids. Yamcha leapt aside, exclaiming, hey, watch it. We are still here. A thunderous explosion ensued as the once-hidden laboratory detonated, leveling the area, sending debris and trees scattering, and a cloud of dust rising. As the dust cleared, the Earth defenders hovered in the air using their flight techniques. Sinyan could not help but comment, hey, a little warning before you attack would be nice. Vegeta scoffed, such trivialities are unnecessary. Future, Trunks also reverted to his normal state. Puzzled, what was the point of that? Vegeta reiterated, just look for yourself. Future, Trunks looked up to see both androids unscathed. One even hoisting the hibernation pod above his head, completely unharmed by the earlier assault. Android 18 forcefully slammed the pod to the ground. Android 17 instructed, hurry, open the hatch, or the machine will cease to function. At this moment, the Earth defenders were utterly shocked and incredulous, realizing the androids were remarkably resilient, having suffered no injuries. It was astonishing, considering, Future, Trunks had grown stronger over the past 3 years. How could this be? Vegeta disdainfully remarked, with your meager skills, it is merely a futile effort. Meanwhile, after Android 18 correctly input the password, the hatch of the pod reacted, releasing a burst of white gas. And with a swift kick, the door was sent flying, revealing Android 16 in full. Android 16 appeared imposing and robust, his expression blank, with pineapple-like orange hair, clad in green armor, black spandex, and green boots, exuding a terrifying power. He, too, was an infinitely powered new form of android, but purely mechanical, not human-enhanced. With a combat power of 1.25 billion, the identity analysis revealed him as Dr. Gero's son, a superior soldier of the Red Ribbon Army, who had perished at the hands of enemies. Dr. Gero, harboring a special affection for his son, created Android 16 based on him, endowing him with immense power and a fearsome explosive device, yet not wishing for him to be destroyed in battle, leading to a failure in his design, resulting in a more docile nature. At that moment, Yamcha trembled, barely able to articulate, stammering, another android has emerged. Chapter 142, Evil Mode, Future, Trunks, and Evil Mode, Future, Son Gohan. Android 16 slowly emerged from the hibernation pod. Future, Son Gohan observed, is that 16? I don't think I've ever seen him before. Yamcha nervously remarked, this is bad. He looks formidable. Future, Trunks, confused, responded, I am uncertain. I have never encountered this fellow. Why is there another android? Meanwhile, Android 16 looked up at the group above. Android 17 remarked, 16, this is the first time I've seen you active. It has been many years. How does it feel? Android 16 remained silent, standing there with a robotic demeanor. Android 17 continued, Dr. Gero did not want you activated, claiming you would harm us. Android 18 inquired, I would like to know what that means. What do you say? Android 16 glanced sideways at the two, seemingly contemplating something. Android 18 pressed, do you not wish to share, or are you simply not talkative? Android 17 asked again, forget it, let us go. Were you also created to defeat Son Goku? At that moment, Android 16 replied, yes. Android 17, satisfied, said, finally, you speak. Though serving that detestable Dr. Gero is annoying, we androids should have a purpose. The 3 androids then began to ascend, flying toward Baozi Mountain, entirely unconcerned with the Earth defenders present. Yamcha exclaimed, they are leaving. Thank goodness. Tianjin Fan, perplexed, asked, where are they going? What do they intend to do? Piccolo, anxious, observed, it seems they are not heading north. That is not the right direction. Tang Xuanqing sighed. However, Their trajectory seems suspicious. It appears to be. In the future, Sun Wukong exclaimed. That is the direction of my home. Yamcha suddenly said, indeed, that is the direction of Wukong's residence. Is Dr. Gero's intention to eliminate Sun Wukong, the one who destroyed the Red Ribbon Army? Tian Jinhan slowly remarked. However, will they willingly obey Dr. Gero's commands? Vegeta gritted his teeth and said, such matters are insignificant. Do they not see my presence? How dare they underestimate me? Just as he was about to unleash his fury and transform into a Super Saiyan, a sudden right punch struck his left cheek, sending him crashing to the ground and creating cracks in the earth, accompanied by a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, the assailant was none other than future Sun Wukong. Yet there was something amiss, as he briefly exhibited a purple hue and glowing red eyes. Piccolo anxiously inquired, Xinshin, is that the power you lent him before? Tang Xinshin replied with a bitter smile, not at all. This is entirely different from my power. In that instant, an unseen left hand emerged, seizing Tang Xuanshin's head and propelling him downward, slamming him into the ground and dragging him for several dozen meters before violently tossing him away, shattering a mountain peak and causing countless stones to fall. Sin Yang looked up, realizing that the attacker was future Trunks, who, like future Sun Wukong, also displayed a fleeting purple hue and glowing red eyes. Piccolo shouted, quickly retreat. These two are not right. Sin Yang, Tian Jinhan, and Yamcha hastily withdrew, dispersing to the sides while remaining vigilant of the two who had lost control for unknown reasons. At that moment, Vegeta, who had been struck down by future Sun Wukong, suddenly erupted with energy, transforming into a golden aura, his hair and eyebrows becoming golden, and his eyes turning light green, successfully transforming into a Super Saiyan. His battle power skyrocketed from over 16 million to 800 million. He slowly ascended into the sky, gazing at the attacking future Sun Wukong, only to quickly discern the anomaly indicating he was under some form of control. Meanwhile, in an inconspicuous area of the ruins of the laboratory below, a mysterious figure clad in black, wearing a dark mask, held a sphere emanating dark energy, its surface a deep crimson hue, subtly channeling power toward future Sun Wukong and future Trunks above. Suddenly, a portal resembling a black hole appeared beside him, and a figure in black emerged, wearing a similar mask, though exuding a strange, indistinct aura. The black-clad figure spoke. It seems the demon god has begun to take action as well. Number 1. Did they send you here? The mysterious figure number 1 replied respectfully, yes, Elder Tang. As you know, the probability of the Dark Dragon Balls appearing in this timeline is significantly higher than in others, and the higher-ups have confirmed this location. The black-clad figure responded sternly, indeed. After all, this place has seen the emergence of the Dark 1-star and 2-star balls, making the odds considerably greater than in other timelines. Mysterious figure number 1 continued. My task this time is to recover the Dark Dragon Ball 2-star, sent here. I wonder why you, Elder, are also present. The black-clad figure smiled. You focus on your duties. I shall not interfere too much. Consider me merely an observer. I seldom involve myself in your affairs, maintaining a stance of neutrality. Hearing this, mysterious figure number 1 nodded. Sensing no signs of interference in his mission, he decided to let it be. He had heard rumors about the new elder, who seemed somewhat out of place. Although not of the demon god race, he had suddenly appeared, exhibiting terrifying power and securing this position, occasionally offering assistance. Yet most of the time, even the Dark King Mechikabura could not find him. Clearly, everyone seemed oblivious, their attention entirely focused on the two who had undergone a transformation. Tang Xinshan, who had previously been sent crashing into a mountain peak, returned, his expression bewildered, completely unaware of what had transpired, only knowing he had been thrown away. Piccolo puzzledly asked, what on earth happened to those two? Could it be a hidden move from Dr. Gero? Sin Yang shook his head. It doesn't seem like it. Dr. Gero is known for creating androids, and this power doesn't appear to fall within the realm of earthly technology. Vegeta, impatient, remarked. What does it matter what kind of power it is? We just need to wake them up. With that, he charged towards the malevolent future Sun Wukong, raising his right fist to strike, only for it to be effortlessly evaded, countered by a swift uppercut from his remaining right hand, sending him soaring higher into the sky. At that moment, Vegeta felt a buzzing in his head, bewildered by the turn of events. As he flipped through the air and absorbed the impact, he was astonished that the malevolent future Sun Wukong could send him flying even with just one arm. The malevolent future Sun Wukong roared, purple energy erupting from his body. With 4 prominent bangs on his forehead, while the rest of his hair stood on end, his hair and eyebrows turned yellow, and his eyes transformed into a light green, taking on the appearance of a Super Saiyan. The formerly empty left arm instantly coalesced into a hand of purple energy, the battle power unknown. He entered a second phase, maintaining the purple hue and glowing red eyes throughout the battle. Tang Xianxun was momentarily stunned, recalling that this was the evil mode, one of the notable features from Dragon Ball Super Universe 2. What on earth had caused this transformation? It was utterly incomprehensible. At that moment, the malevolent future Trunks also erupted with energy, his light purple hairstyle gradually rising to gold, his eyes shifting from purple to light green, his eyebrows turning golden. As purple energy ignited around him, transforming into a Super Saiyan form, his battle power also unknown. He entered a similar second phase as the malevolent future son Wukong. Sun Yang remarked, "This doesn't bode well." Chapter 143. The terrifying power. The malevolent future Trunks locked his gaze on Tang Xuanxun's position and charged forward with explosive energy, delivering a right straight punch aimed at him. Tang Xianxun instinctively raised his left hand to block, forgetting the disparity in their powers, and was sent flying, flipping several times in the air before finally halting. The malevolent future Trunks pursued him relentlessly, ready to capitalize on his advantage, conjuring yellow energy blasts in both hands, employing the prince's technique, and bombarding Tang Xianxun mercilessly. For a moment, he found himself in a defensive position, continuously dodging wave after wave of energy attacks. As Piccolo and the others attempted to assist, the malevolent future son Wukong swiftly blocked their path with remarkable speed. Sun Yang sighed. "Why is their speed of support so swift?" Piccolo exclaimed, "Everyone, be cautious. This guy is incredibly strong." The malevolent future son Wukong swiftly targeted Yamcha, the weakest among them, launching himself forward and striking with a powerful right punch. Yamcha was caught off guard and sent flying, crashing heavily into the nearby woods, likely rendered unconscious. Just as Tianjin Han intended to help, the malevolent future son Wukong quickly redirected his assault towards him, his left hand transformed into a blade of energy, preparing to strike. Sun Yang and Piccolo rushed forward to intercept the malevolent future son Wukong, only to be halted by the energy blasts fired by the malevolent future Trunks above. Tang Xianxun sensed a significant reduction in the onslaught of attacks. Seizing the moment, he maneuvered through the incoming energy blasts and positioned himself before the evil mode, future Trunks. Instantly activating his time-stopping technique, everything around him froze, creating a scene reminiscent of shattered mirrors. The body of the evil mode, future Trunks, became motionless, marked by numerous fist imprints, as violet beams of light pierced through him. When time resumed, his body was violently propelled backward, plummeting from the sky. With a resounding crash, the ground was dented, sending up clouds of dust. Understanding that prolonging the battle could prove problematic, Tang Xianxun transformed into the evil Saiyan form. His body gradually emanated a dark red aura. His height and muscular mass significantly increased, complemented by fierce, piercing red eyes. His black hair cascaded down to his knees, wild and untamed, while a sharply pointed fringe adorned his forehead, leaving his brow and eyebrows unchanged. His combat prowess remained an enigma. Subsequently, he surged forward, targeting the evil mode, future Son Gohan, unleashing his full energy and channeling it into a powerful kick directed at Gohan's right side, sending him crashing to the ground until he collided with a rock. In dissatisfaction, Tang Xianxun remarked, "Vegeta, can you not keep an eye on your opponent? Must I clean up your mess?" Recently stunned by a right uppercut from the evil mode, future Son Gohan, Vegeta gradually regained his composure, his mind racing with thoughts of the extraordinary power that could render them so formidable. He pondered the potential of acquiring such strength to defeat Son Goku and ascend as the new ruler of the universe after Frieza. Yet, he realized the futility of such aspirations. Shaking his head, Vegeta's gaze hardened, and he erupted with energy, a golden aura enveloping him as he charged once more at the evil mode, future Son Gohan. Simultaneously, the evil mode, future Son Gohan, and evil mode, future Trunks rose from the ground once more. Tang Xianxun's attention shifted back to the evil mode, future Trunks, a sense of unease washing over him as he began to perceive an unseen influence controlling them, akin to puppets on strings. At that moment, Tianjin Fan approached Yamcha, who had been knocked unconscious, carefully aiding him to a temporary retreat from the battlefield. Xinjiang and Piccolo likewise began to withdraw, recognizing that the current situation was beyond their control, though they feared their interference might complicate matters further. The evil mode, future, Trunks slowly raised his right hand, gripping the hilt of his sword, drawing it forth and unleashing a modified version of his yellow sword energy, appearing as a darkened purple blade, shimmering with lethal sharpness. Turning to Xinjiang, Tang Xin instructed, "Someone is manipulating them from behind. Find out who it is. Vegeta and I will hold them off here. You must hurry. If these two merge, the consequences will be dire." With that, he propelled himself towards the evil mode, future, Trunks, their forms colliding in a dazzling display of black and purple energy spheres, clashing and separating in the air. Xinjiang and Piccolo nodded in agreement, activating their energy senses to detect any anomalous positions nearby, hoping to identify the enemy's location. Meanwhile, the confrontation between Vegeta and the evil mode, future, Son Gohan remained at a stalemate, with neither side gaining a clear advantage. A violet energy wave unleashed by the evil mode, future, Son Gohan forced Vegeta to constantly evade, unable to close the distance. Seizing an opportunity, Vegeta swiftly maneuvered behind the evil mode, future, Son Gohan, attempting to execute a stranglehold. Just as he prepared for the next offensive move, the evil mode, future, Son Gohan raised his left hand, seizing Vegeta's left arm with a relentless grip. Soon, Vegeta found himself unable to withstand the pressure, reluctantly releasing his hold. Cursing under his breath, Vegeta lamented the loss of his chance. The evil mode, future, Son Gohan spun around, delivering a powerful left kick to Vegeta's right side, sending him sprawling. As he flew through the air, Vegeta adjusted his position to mitigate the impact, landing in a half-kneeling stance. However, the evil mode, future, Son Gohan closed in, delivering a heavy right punch, but this time, Vegeta cleverly evaded the attack by angling his body away. Spotting an opening, Vegeta seized the evil mode, future, Son Gohan's right arm with both hands, twisting his body to execute a shoulder throw. Just as success was within reach, the evil mode, future, Son Gohan's energy-infused left hand pierced through Vegeta's lower back, abruptly halting the throw. Vegeta's eyes widened in shock as he coughed up blood, glancing down to see a violet energy blade protruding from his body, crimson blood trickling from the wound. In the midst of aerial combat, Tang Xin inadvertently witnessed this scene, causing him to lose focus momentarily, resulting in a left punch from the evil mode, future, Trunks that pushed him back slightly, although without inflicting significant damage. At this moment, Piccolo and Xinjiang sensed a notable decline in Vegeta's energy, preparing to assist him. However, Vegeta's voice rang out, filled with anger, "Stay back. Do not interfere with my battle." With a sudden surge of strength, he hurled the evil mode, future, Son Gohan away, then retrieved a Senzu bean he had set aside, consuming it to restore himself to full health. Vegeta sneered, "Enough of this. I shall no longer play around. It is time to unleash my full power." Once again, he erupted with energy, elevating his strength to its maximum. His muscles bulged, veins protruding, as golden flames of energy surged forth, his battle power skyrocketing from 800 million to 1.6 billion. He then charged at the still-reeling evil mode, future, Son Gohan, executing a devastating Iron Mountain crash, propelling Gohan further until he crashed through a mountain. Raising his hands high, Vegeta concentrated and summoned numerous yellow energy spheres, unleashing his signature technique, the Prince's Battle Style, bombarding the evil mode, future, Son Gohan with relentless attacks. The already shattered mountain erupted in dust and debris, the air filled with explosive sounds reminiscent of a demolition site. This relentless onslaught continued for over an hour, beads of sweat forming on Vegeta's forehead, as maintaining such a state of maximum energy was extraordinarily taxing. He prepared to deliver a final blow to the evil mode, future, Son Gohan. With his hands raised and shaped like claws, right hand resting on the back of the left, he twisted his body, unleashing a surge of purple energy, the Gallic Gun. Piccolo exclaimed, "Vegeta, stop. That attack's power will affect the Earth." Xinjiang sighed. This fool has yet to fully integrate with Earth. He does not care about its fate. On the desolate hill that resembled a wasteland, the malevolent version of future Suin Wufan stood up slowly, as if nothing had happened. His attire surprisingly intact without a single tear. In the astonished gaze of the onlookers, he raised his right hand in a blossom-like manner, placing it at his waist, and conjured a purple-black energy sphere. Was that not the Kamehameha? Yet, the color seemed amiss. Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. He had unleashed his full power in a barrage, but had inflicted no harm upon him. Let this final strike determine the victor, he thought. Simultaneously, both adversaries unleashed their attacks, a purple energy beam colliding with a purple energy wave, instantly creating a countering force. Meanwhile, Tang Xuanqing diverted his attention towards this clash, aware that if he did not promptly resolve his own predicament, calamity would befall the other side. The malevolent version of Future, Trunks swung his sword towards him, but Tang Xuanqing effortlessly intercepted it with his raised right hand. The immense force rendered Trunks immobile, as the blade sparked under the grip of Tang Xuanqing's hand, resembling a clash of weapons. With an icy tone, Tang Xuanqing declared, "I have no time to play with you, boy." A surge of even greater power erupted from him, and amidst the remnants of the evil scion form, black-red flames enveloped his body. His eyes remained red, his brows turned golden, and his hair transformed into a golden hue, while his tail followed suit, entering the evil super scion form, a state whose power far exceeded that of the original evil scion, with its full potential still unknown. Tang Xuanqing yanked Trunks towards him by the sword, his left hand already clenched into a fist, surrounded by black-red flames, delivering a heavy blow to Trunks' abdomen, sending him hurtling away into a nearby hill, where dust and debris erupted. With a swift motion of his left hand, he unleashed a wave of dark energy that morphed into a colossal claw, pressing down to suppress Trunks. His gaze then shifted to the battlefield where Vegeta and the malevolent version of Future, Sun Wufan, were locked in their energy clash, uncertain of who would emerge victorious. At that moment, Piccolo and Xinjiang had also positioned themselves strategically, sensing two unknown presences below the laboratory of Dr. Gero, cloaked in secrecy yet betraying their presence with faint energy connections. The clash of energies persisted for a while, but due to prolonged exertion, Vegeta's energy began to wane, and the Gallic gun gradually lost its potency, succumbing to the Kamehameha of the malevolent version of Future Sun Wufan. Tang Xuanqing activated his time skip ability, gradually appearing behind the malevolent version of Future Sun Wufan, lifting his left hand in a knife-like posture to press against his neck, unleashing a black-red beam. He then kicked him into the air, followed by another black-red beam shooting from behind. As time resumed its flow, the Kamehameha of the malevolent version of Future Sun Wufan was interrupted by Tang Xuanqing's attack, propelling his body skyward, colliding head-on with the Gallic gun, resulting in a tremendous explosion. A figure descended slowly from the heavens, crashing heavily to the ground and creating a deep crater. It was the malevolent version of Future Sun Wufan, evidently knocked unconscious by the blast. At this juncture, Vegeta reverted to his normal state, gradually descending from the sky, his expression reflecting considerable strain and fatigue. Xinjiang promptly remarked, "I've located the one responsible for their transformations, just beneath Dr. Gero's laboratory." Tang Xuanqing nodded, intent on descending to investigate, when a familiar figure suddenly appeared before him, the very individual who had previously beaten him down, a shadowy version of his future self. The figure chuckled, "You've grown quite well, absorbing a fair amount of knowledge, but this is merely insufficient." In an instant, a formidable dark power erupted from him, weighing heavily on everyone present, even causing Tang Xuanqing to break into a cold sweat, unable to fathom the extent of this foe's strength, as if a mere flick of his finger could extinguish his life like a cat toying with a mouse. At this moment, mysterious person No. 1 realized that Elder Tang had vanished, glancing up to find him amidst the group, uncertain of his intentions. Tang Xuanqing said earnestly, "Future me, what has transpired? Can you elucidate the situation?" The shadowy figure paused before responding nonchalantly, "It would be futile to speak now. You lack the strength to effectuate change. You must prepare thoroughly for the impending calamity and show me how much you've truly evolved through these events." Tang Xuanqing was the first to make a move, swinging his right fist with great force, but as it neared the shadowy figure, it halted, as if an invisible force restrained him, akin to striking against a barrier. The shadowy figure slowly raised his left hand, placing his index finger upon Tang Xuanqing's forehead, and in an instant, a sensation of the world warping enveloped him, launching him backward. Tang Xuanqing's body hurtled through the air like a cannonball, embedding into the ground, and creating a deep crater. Dust swirling around him as he reverted to his normal state. Xinjiang, Piccolo, and Vegeta heard a thunderous crash, turning to see a large pit where Tang Xuanqing lay. Meanwhile, the malevolent versions of Future, Trunks, and Future, Su and Wufan had, unbeknownst to them, already risen to their feet and charged towards the remaining three who had yet to fall. Piccolo and Vegeta felt an overwhelming killing intent, sensing their surroundings shift as the malevolent versions of Future, Trunks, and Future, Su and Wufan swiftly separated them from the battlefield. Xinjiang snapped back to reality, realizing that the two had been dragged to another combat zone, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. The shadowy figure approached Xinjiang, extending his left hand and gripping his throat, lifting him effortlessly. Xinjiang gasped for breath, his short legs flailing in vain, his hands grasping at the air, and his tail thrashing in desperation, yet to no avail. The shadowy figure coldly remarked, "Are you still feigning unconsciousness in that pit, Tang Xuanqing?" In that moment, the figure in the pit slowly rose, appearing largely unscathed, yet the previous blow had dealt a significant mental blow, as if the world itself had crumbled around him. The pressure from the shadowy figure's grip intensified, threatening to crush Xinjiang's neck, causing his face to flush and his eyes to bulge. Tang Xuanqing shook his head to regain focus, mustering the strength to charge forward. A surge of black-red energy erupted from him, his stature and muscularity visibly enhancing. His eyes shifting from black to red, his hair extending to his knees in a wilder state, while a sharp tuft of bangs framed his forehead, still golden, with his tail remaining golden as well. This was the evil Super Saiyan form, a fusion of the malevolent Saiyan and Super Saiyan states. The extent of his combat prowess unfathomable. He barreled forward, managing to push the shadowy figure back slightly, who then released his grip on Xinjiang, leaving him to wonder if the shadowy figure had shown mercy or if he had genuinely attained the strength to stand against him. The figure clad in black observed Tang Xuanqing with keen interest. This state was not entirely unfamiliar, yet it felt peculiar. Could such a transformation be triggered so early? It seemed a considerable amount had transpired recently. Tang Xuanqing turned to Xinjiang and inquired, "Are you all right?" Xinjiang slowly rose from the ground, scoffing, "I won't die." The man in black gradually raised his left hand, adopting a posture inviting them to approach, and spoke in a measured tone, "You two should come at me together. That would be more entertaining." In an instant, Xinjiang transformed into his fourth stage, enveloped by a blue orb that subsequently shattered. His form, resembling that of a human, lost its intricate patterns and appendages, his gaze turning colder. His body radiated a stark white, adorned with blue crystals on his head, abdomen, shoulders, and limbs. He reached a height of 15 meters, a mere 1 meter taller than his first stage, while his combat power skyrocketed from 100 million to an astonishing 2.5 billion. Clearly, he had inherited the bloodline and talents of the Ice Demon clan, rapidly enhancing his strength. Even Tang Xuanqing was taken aback, wondering when Xinjiang had surpassed him in training. Although there was a slight disparity in their fourth stage powers, if both were to exert their full strength, they would likely be evenly matched. The man in black murmured, "Just like Frieza, an Ice Demon. Now it makes sense. Show me how you compare to him." Xinjiang erupted with a black-blue aura, charging directly at the man in black. He unleashed a powerful right punch, seemingly devastating. Yet the man in black effortlessly caught it with his left hand, rendering the attack ineffective as if it had vanished into the void. How is this possible? No damage at all, Xinjiang exclaimed in confusion. Sensing the dire situation, Tang Xuanqing rushed to assist, but the man in black swiftly swung his left hand, flinging Xinjiang towards him, causing them to collide and fall to the ground, both beginning to complain about one another. The man in black scoffed. "Is this all you two can muster? Time patrol." Slowly, Tang Xuanqing and Xinjiang picked themselves up, exchanging glances, contemplating whether they could coordinate an attack like they did against Gula, striking together to deny the man any respite. The man in black suddenly unleashed a torrent of energy, his dark aura surging. The resulting pressure radiated outward, even affecting Vegeta and Piccolo, who were struggling against their corrupted comrades, intensifying their burden. Even the mysterious figure known as Number One, still at his previous location, sensed this overwhelming power. It was no wonder this individual was an elder of the Dark Demon realm. The residual energy from his mere display was likely more formidable than that of Lord Mechikabura. Nearby, Tianjinhan and Yamcha, concealed in the woods, were also overwhelmed by this immense force. They recognized that the current battle was beyond their capacity to intervene. Any attempt to join would only complicate matters. It was best to remain hidden, allowing the battlefield to be left to the others. Meanwhile, far away, androids 17, 18, and 16 were leisurely strolling along a mountain road, but they too were momentarily stunned, their gazes drawn towards the direction of Dr. Jero's laboratory. Their systems detected an explosion of tremendous and perilous energy, sending chills down their metallic spines. Instinctively, they understood it was wise to avoid returning, otherwise, they would surely meet their demise. Though uncertain of the events unfolding, it was evident that the Earth's defenders would be the first to suffer. While they needed only to proceed to Baozi Mountain to eliminate Son Goku, the scene returned to the battlefield. Tang Xianxun, his nerves taut, asked, "We will win, right?" Sun Yang replied with a wry smile, "Not a chance, brother." The man in black struck first, appearing before them in the blink of an eye. He extended his hands, conjuring a sphere of dark energy that he unleashed upon them. With a thunderous boom, they were sent hurtling away. Tang Xianxun and Sun Yang tumbled through the air, struggling to regain their balance, with blood trickling from their lips, a clear indication that the recent attack had inflicted significant damage. The man in black suddenly activated his time-stopping technique, freezing the surroundings as if the world had shattered into stillness. Tang Xianxun sensed this and attempted to counter with his own time technique, creating a clash of red and blue energy barriers. But this confrontation was short-lived and quickly shattered. The man in black intensified his time technique, overpowering Tang Xuanxun's efforts and immobilizing him. Confused, Tang Xianxun wondered why their first clash had seemed evenly matched, yet now felt entirely different. Had the man been holding back previously? Sun Yang found himself completely frozen, unable to move, unaware of what was to follow. The man in black ascended step by step to Tang Xuanxun's side, delivering a punch that released a purple beam of energy, followed by a flurry of blows, each striking like a tempest, with countless purple beams piercing through. Turning to Sun Yang, he summoned a purple-black energy sphere and struck him as well. After executing these attacks, he released the time-stopping effect. Just as Tang Xianxun prepared to retaliate, he found himself frozen in place, immediately beset by a barrage of delayed strikes, leaving him a mere puppet, battered and questioning his existence, ascending uncontrollably through the air, losing consciousness altogether. Sun Yang was similarly launched away by the force of the attack, crashing into a mountainside, resulting in a massive explosion that left a deep crater, rendering him unconscious. The man in black disdainfully remarked, "You Time Patrol agents don't seem particularly impressive." At that moment, Piccolo and Vegeta sensed something shocking. Two powerful auras seemed to be fading. Were Tang Xianxun and Sun Yang already slain by that individual? Chapter 145, Evil Mode, Future, Gohan X. The battlefield shifted to Vegeta and the Evil Mode, Future, Son Gohan. The latter was decisively overpowering the standard Vegeta, demonstrating a gulf between them. Vegeta, pressed to the ground, suddenly erupted with energy, transforming his aura to gold. His hair and eyebrows mirroring the change, his eyes turning a vibrant green as he successfully transformed into Super Saiyan form. His combat power soaring from over 16 million to 800 million. The Evil Mode, Future, Son Gohan effortlessly hurled him into the sky. Even in his Super Saiyan state, Vegeta found himself lacking the capacity for resistance, the disparity in their strengths far too vast. Vegeta utilized his royal combat technique, conjuring two yellow energy spheres in his hands, relentlessly bombarding the Evil Mode, Future, Son Gohan, devastating the surrounding terrain in a chaotic display of destruction and smoke. "Is this all the power you possess?" "Huh. Kakarot's offspring is nothing more than this," Vegeta scoffed. Suddenly, a shadow emerged from the smoke, and Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. The Evil Mode, Future, Son Gohan appeared unscathed. With a right punch enveloped in purple-black energy, he struck Vegeta in the chest. Thankfully, Vegeta's armor mitigated some of the damage, but it still left a significant impact. Vegeta was struck with such force that he plummeted from the sky, crashing into the ground and creating a small crater. Lying within it, he could see that the armor protecting his chest had already begun to show signs of fracture, clearly indicating the formidable power behind that recent blow. The malevolent form of Future, Son Wukong stood before him, hands clasped above his head as he gathered energy, irregular black and purple lightning flickering ominously around him. This was unmistakably one of Piccolo's signature techniques, the Demon Flash, though the coloration seemed off. Vegeta, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but display a look of horror. Gradually rising from the small pit, he recalled how Sun Wukong had previously used this very attack to devastate Babidi. The power of this technique was not to be underestimated, especially in the hands of this dark version of the future. Without hesitation, the malevolent, future, Sun Wukong unleashed a purple-black energy wave crackling with electricity, hurtling towards Vegeta's position in the crater. Years of combat experience and instinct warned Vegeta that he could not withstand this assault, nor could he counter it without incurring severe consequences. Acting swiftly, he leaped forward, narrowly evading the attack's radius. The malevolent, future, Sun Wukong, seeing his attack fail, charged at Vegeta once more. The battlefield shifted to Piccolo, who now recognized that he was no match for the malevolent, future, Trunks. However, escape was not an option. He was left with no choice but to fight desperately. The malevolent, future, Trunks drew forth his sword again, unleashing a yellow energy slash aimed directly at Piccolo. Instinctively, Piccolo raised his hands to block, only for his left arm to be severed, causing a torrent of purple blood to spray forth as he recoiled in agony. In a bid to prevent Piccolo from reattaching his severed limb, the malevolent, future, Trunks unleashed an energy blast, obliterating the fallen arm. Piccolo cursed internally, surprised by the meticulousness of his opponent. He had not even considered the possibility of reattachment before it was decisively destroyed. It was evident that this strange power not only enhanced their strength, but also imbued them with a level of cunning that made matters exceedingly difficult. In an instant, the malevolent, future, Trunks appeared behind Piccolo, thrusting his sword forward with piercing speed, penetrating Piccolo's abdomen. Shocked, Piccolo realized the extraordinary velocity of his opponent, who had acted before him. Just as the malevolent, future, Trunks aimed to cleave him in half, Piccolo executed a technique known as the shell release, evading his original position, while his severed left arm miraculously rejoined him, causing the two halves of his body to collapse to either side. Understanding that he must unleash his full power or face imminent death, Piccolo decided to showcase the fruits of his 3 years of effort to evade the future threat of the androids. He began to elevate his energy, causing the ground beneath him to crack, as debris was lifted by the force of his aura. Veins began to bulge on his body as he erupted with a light blue energy flame, tightly coiled and exuding an aura of terrifying pressure. His combat power soared from an initial facade of 4 million to a staggering 450 million. Even Vegeta, engaged in a separate battle, felt astonished. In his recollection, no Namekian could achieve such combat prowess. Even the warrior type could not escalate so rapidly. Although the gap between him and Piccolo remained vast, he was nonetheless astonished by the potential of this race, known for their reverence for peace, yet capable of such formidable strength. Now fully liberated, Piccolo stealthily created a duplicate of himself, concealing his presence and adopting a battle stance as he faced the malevolent, future, Trunks. The malevolent, future, Trunks felt no pressure from the Namekian's display of full power, convinced that the outcome would remain unchanged. With a swift leap, Piccolo surged forward, extending his left hand to its utmost limit, while his right hand coalesced a yellow energy sphere aimed squarely at the malevolent, future, Trunks' face. An explosion of dust ensued as he attempted to retract his elongated left hand for a follow-up strike. However, the malevolent, future, Trunks had already severed it into countless pieces with his sword, rendering the energy blast ineffective. Realizing the dire implications of his overconfidence, Piccolo lamented his impulsiveness. The malevolent, future, Trunks seized the opportunity, gripping Piccolo by the throat and lifting him effortlessly, preparing to pierce him through with his sword once more. In a desperate act, Piccolo unleashed his eye beam, sending forth 2 yellow laser beams towards the malevolent, future, Trunks. Although they struck, the impact seemed negligible, producing a cloud of smoke but failing to impede Trunks' next move, leaving Piccolo stricken with fear. Without hesitation, the malevolent, future, Trunks thrust his sword through Piccolo, cleanly splitting him in 2 from below, his body collapsing in a state of shock as he assumed the battle had reached its conclusion. Yet, in a surprising turn, the severed Piccolo suddenly reformed, splitting into 2 once more, leaving the question of which was the true body. The malevolent, future, Trunks raised his sword again, aiming at them both, but one Piccolo swiftly coiled around him like a serpent, momentarily restraining him. The other Piccolo gradually rose, while the malevolent, Future, Trunks intended to unleash an energy wave to eliminate the immediate threat. Yet, that Piccolo charged forward, effectively restraining him as well. At that moment, the Piccolo hiding in the shadows unleashed an overwhelming energy, his veins bulging as if fully operational. He positioned 2 fingers to his forehead, gathering energy as a regular yellow lightning flickered more frequently, signaling the imminent overload of his technique, the magic gun. Piccolo shouted, "Magic gun." His right hand shot forth, releasing a spiraling energy beam encircled by tremendous power, hurtling straight towards the malevolent, future, Trunks. With his hands and feet restrained, Trunks was unable to evade, and the force of the attack struck him squarely, sending him crashing backwards, while the 2 Piccolos simultaneously released their grip. The other 2 Piccolos also executed a rapid version of the magic gun, though their power was not as potent as the original. But the elimination of the charging phase resulted in 2 spiraling energy beams. The combined assault enhanced the initial magic gun significantly, and the malevolent, future, Trunks had no time to escape or defend himself, suffering the full brunt of the attack, which obliterated a mountain and buried him beneath the falling debris. The 2 Piccolos then vanished like phantoms, rejoining the one who had been in hiding. He was now drenched in sweat. Such a battle exacted a tremendous toll, and he could only hope it would suffice against his formidable opponent. He quickly produced a Senzu bean, consuming it to restore his energy. With only 1 bean remaining, he was uncertain if the enemy would reappear. But the immediate priority was to return to the original battlefield, where the situation was even more perilous, as Tang Xuanqing and Xinyang might have already perished. The scene shifted back to Vegeta, who continued to evade the attacks of the malevolent, future, Sun Wukong with utmost determination. In the evil mode, future, Sun Wufan instantaneously summoned a purple-black energy scythe in his right hand, unleashing an overwhelming aura that engulfed him in purple-black flames, resembling a deity of slaughter. Vegeta bellowed fiercely, his body erupting with golden flames, muscles swelling, veins pulsating, and his power surging to the pinnacle of 100, simultaneously accelerating his energy depletion, as his combat strength skyrocketed from 800 million to 1.6 billion. In the evil mode, future, Sun Wufan shattered the ground beneath him and propelled himself forward, brandishing the purple-black scythe as he charged toward his adversary. Vegeta, with golden flames enveloping both hands, surged forward as well. The 2 collided instantaneously, engaging in a fierce stalemate. With their attacks mutually restrained, sparks flying as the scythe, and their hands clashed repeatedly. Sun Wufan kicked out fiercely with his right leg, striking Vegeta in the left rib, sending him hurtling backward and breaking the impasse, quickly pursuing him thereafter. Vegeta, having regained his balance after being kicked away, observed as Sun Wufan charged once more, swiftly raising his right hand to conjure a massive yellow energy sphere, unleashing the Big Bang attack aimed directly at Sun Wufan. The figure rushing toward him raised the scythe, slicing downwards with precision, cleaving the gigantic yellow energy sphere in half, resulting in an explosive detonation that obscured the vision of both combatants with clouds of dust. Vegeta dashed forward, concentrating energy into his right hand, compressing it into a razor-thin, high-speed rotating sphere, known as the Energy Blade, and struck fiercely at Sun Wufan. Sun Wufan hastily lifted the purple-black scythe to block, and the 2 energies clashed once more, entering another deadlock. It was now a contest of who would break the stalemate first. Vegeta seized the moment, enveloping his left hand in golden flames, and delivered a punch to Sun Wufan's abdomen, momentarily pushing him back. Sun Wufan, gripping the purple-black scythe tightly, charged again, adopting a stable stance while twisting his waist, raising both hands skyward in a claw-like posture, unleashing a surge of purple energy. Vegeta shouted, "Gallic Gun." He thrust his hands forward, releasing a massive purple energy beam. Instinctively, Sun Wufan attempted to cleave it apart, only to realize the density was too great. He began to rotate the scythe for defense. Seeing the futility, Vegeta fervently poured more energy into the Gallic Gun, amplifying its power dramatically. Sun Wufan, still rotating the scythe to block, found himself being pushed back by the force of the purple energy beam, transitioning from a slow retreat to a rapid backward motion, until he collided with a rock formation. Yet he continued to resist. The purple-black scythe in Sun Wufan's hand began to emit smoke, producing a constant shower of sparks as he persevered. For reasons unknown, the overwhelming power that should have dominated them seemed to be waning, akin to a power bank running low on energy. The two had drifted far from their original positions, causing the transmission of dark energy to become increasingly sparse. As Vegeta recognized the tenacity of his opponent, he gradually ceased his energy output for the Gallic gun, opting to unleash an incomplete yet powerful technique that was nearly finished, confident that completion was imminent. Meanwhile, Suin Wufan sensed a reduction in pressure and prepared to break free from the stalemate, charging toward Vegeta with the intent to strike. Vegeta immediately opened his arms, gathering energy. As chaotic yellow-white lightning energy coalesced around his hands, his muscles bulging ominously, veins throbbing, and white lightning crackling around him. "Shining attack," he shouted, thrusting both hands forward in a sweeping motion, unleashing a massive yellow-white energy wave, surrounded by flickering yellow-white lightning. Though not perfected, this was the precursor to his ultimate technique. Its power formidable, enhanced by notable improvements. As Suin Wufan swung the purple-black scythe to counter the Gallic gun, a colossal yellow-white energy wave surged toward him. He raised the scythe once more, desperately attempting to block, but it seemed to reach its limits. With a crack, it shattered under the immense force, and the full might of the shining attack struck him, piercing through 4 or 5 mountain peaks before finally halting, buried beneath the rubble. Vegeta reverted to his normal state, collapsing to the ground, drenched in sweat, gazing at the aftermath of his attack with satisfaction. The power had indeed been tremendous, yet the energy expenditure was equally significant. He retrieved the last Senzu bean and consumed it, restoring his vitality, preparing to return to the original battlefield, aware that the preceding clash had been exceedingly fierce, hinting at the presence of a formidable foe. Meanwhile, the figure in black at the center remarked in confusion, "Have they been defeated?" Mysterious Man Number 1 responded, "Yes. As per your directive, the transmission of dark energy has been reduced, causing the powers of those infected to diminish significantly. They have now been vanquished." "Elder, what is your intent?" Internally, Mysterious Man Number 1 was questioning the motives of Tang Elder, wondering why he had given such an order when eliminating these opponents would have been more beneficial. The figure in black retorted mockingly, "Do you not find this approach more entertaining? Allow them to savor the taste of victory before introducing them to the onset of despair." Mysterious Man No. 1 instantly comprehended his intention, realizing the deviousness of the plan, yet recognizing the formidable strength of the man before him. He had no choice but to comply. The figure in black coldly commanded, "Initiate the 3rd stage of malevolence, evil mode, future, Wufan." Mysterious Man Number 1 nodded, directing the black-red energy sphere high into the sky, from which 2 purple-black beams shot forth, precisely targeting the 2 battlefields. As Piccolo and Vegeta were about to engage, they felt an overwhelmingly powerful malevolent aura. The 2 purple-black beams homed in on the locations of the buried evil mode, future, Suin Wufan, and evil mode, future, Trunks. Under the influence of these energies, the 2 surged forth, their bodies akin to puppets, racing toward the same destination. In no time, they hovered directly above Piccolo and Vegeta, who instinctively stepped back in fear, realizing the persistent threat they faced. Suin Wufan and Trunks, now in their normal states, synchronized their energies, one positioned to the left and the other to the right, extending their arms outward while their legs gradually spread apart to shoulder width. The 2 individuals moved sideways like crabs, gradually approaching each other. Their hands rotated counterclockwise, nearly touching after a half-turn. They then extended their hands outward, with the malevolent version, future, of Suin Wufan lifting his left leg and bending his knee, while the malevolent version, future, of Talank raised his right leg and bent his knee. Suddenly, their bodies bent inward sharply, their feet stretching out like a lunge, as their hands moved inward, forming a semicircle with their tilted bodies. Each extended a finger to touch the other, resulting in a brilliant explosion of purple-black light, enveloping both within a sphere of the same hue. Below, Bike and Vegeta were left in awe, witnessing the Mitamoer fusion technique. This indicated that once the black sphere shattered, the figure within would be revealed, a being with a hairstyle reminiscent of a crab, yet not entirely so, resembling the youthful Suin Wufan from the Cell Saga, but with 2 larger strands of bangs, one extending outward and the other curling. This fusion perfectly inherited the physical traits of the malevolent versions, future, of Suin Wufan and Talank. The bangs and the hair at the back of the head were colored in the purple hue of the malevolent version, future, of Talank, while the remaining hair bore the black of the malevolent version, future, of Suan Wufan. His eyebrows matched those of Talank, while his eyes resembled those of Suan Wufan. A scar crossing his left eye, mirroring the latter. Clad in blue and yellow attire characteristic of the Mitamoa race, he bore a one-handed sword on his back, a cyan sash tied around his waist, white fusion combat trousers, and black shoes adorned with cyan laces, his body marked with the insignia of fusion. Upon completion of the fusion, the malevolent version, future, of Suan Wufan and Talank erupted with a powerful aura, sweeping the surroundings and darkening the sky with ominous clouds. Vegeta jested, "Bike, what do you think our odds of victory are?" Bike gritted his teeth, replying, "We stand no chance at all. There's a 99 probability we will be killed, with only a 1 chance of survival." Vegeta, taken aback by this assessment, despite the formidable nature of the fused being, was still Vegeta, Prince of the Saiyans and a powerful warrior, who would never retreat in the face of a strong opponent. He thrived on challenges. The malevolent version, future, of Suan Wufan and Talank unleashed a furious aura, the purple-black flames ascending around him as his body underwent further transformation. Entering the so-called third stage of ferocity, with his form turning purple, eyes becoming pure red with 2 black lines beneath them. Chapter 146. A complete defeat by Vegeta and Bike immediately assumed combat stances. Realizing that the malevolent version, future, of Suan Wufan and Talank was a foe they could not easily handle, potentially even at the cost of their lives. In an instant, the malevolent version, future, of Suan Wufan and Talank was upon them, his speed rendering them unable to react. They were caught off guard as they received 2 powerful punches to their abdomens, sending them flying. Vegeta and Bike felt a haze and the sharp pain in their midsections as their surroundings rapidly receded, barely able to respond further. The malevolent version, future, of Suan Wufan and Talank charged again, seizing Vegeta's left ankle and Bike's right ankle, exerting force and propelling them downward. With a resounding crash, both Bike and Vegeta slammed hard onto the ground, leaving impressions of their forms. The pain jolted every nerve, yet there was no time for retaliation. The malevolent version, future, of Suan Wufan and Talank released their grips on their ankles and executed 2 backward flips to distance themselves. Raising their hands quickly to form a gesture, fingers splayed, thumb and index finger touching, mimicking Talank's flare impact. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Bike, enduring their pain, struggled to rise, realizing that their adversary was preparing to unleash an energy attack upon them. Before they could catch their breath, the malevolent version, future, of Suan Wufan and Talank unleashed a massive purple-black energy sphere, surrounded by gray-black lightning-like energy, full of deep crimson light, embodying a sense of threat and destructive power as it hurtled toward them. Bike and Vegeta dove to the sides, narrowly evading the attack, yet were unable to escape the ensuing explosion, which sent them crashing to the ground once more, inflicting further damage. The malevolent version, future, of Suan Wufan and Talank paused momentarily, as if experiencing a lag, nodding silently, as if responding to some unseen command. He then approached Bike, grasping his neck with his left hand and lifting him off the ground, while conjuring a purple-black energy blade with his right hand, swiftly severing Bike's left arm. The pain caused Bike's eyes to widen in horror as purple blood gushed from the wound, his already weakened aura diminishing further. Witnessing this, Vegeta was paralyzed with fear. Despite being a Saiyan elite and a noble prince, the threat to his life instilled a profound sense of dread within him. The malevolent version, future, of Suan Wufan and Talank was precisely that kind of menace. Bike, enduring excruciating pain, lifted his remaining right hand and weakly struck the malevolent version, future, of Suan Wufan and Talank on the left cheek, the blow barely registering as a feather's touch. The malevolent version, future, of Suan Wufan and Talank then casually tossed Bike aside, leaving him on the ground, teetering between life and death, seemingly aware of the degree of restraint required, or perhaps simply wishing to keep him alive for the moment, before turning his gaze toward Vegeta. Vegeta quickly noticed the malevolent version, future, of Suan Wufan and Talank's attention fixed on him. Despite his overwhelming fear, he encouraged himself not to succumb to such terror. With a fierce roar, he erupted with energy, his aura gradually manifesting as a pale blue flame, veins bulging upon his forehead. In an instant, the aura transformed into gold, his hair and eyebrows shimmering to the same hue, while his eyes turned a light green as he ascended into the Super Saiyan form once more. The malevolent version, future, of Sun Wufan and Talank regarded by Vegeta with disdain, knowing that no matter how much he transformed, he would not stir the tides of battle. Since he wished to resist, the malevolent version would indulge him for a time, as long as he remained alive, just as instructed. With a powerful push, Vegeta shattered the ground beneath him, charging forward, his golden aura blazing. His fists rained down upon the malevolent version, future, of Sun Wufan and Talank like a tempest. Yet they inflicted no damage whatsoever, failing to even repel his opponent. The malevolent version, future, of Sun Wufan and Talank wore a sinister smile, seizing Vegeta's head and yanking it downward, raising his knee sharply to strike Vegeta's chin. Though not fatal, the blow left Vegeta momentarily dazed. Releasing his hold, the malevolent version, future, switched to grasping Vegeta's right arm, spinning him around violently and launching him into the air. At that moment, Vegeta's mind seemed to stall, utterly unaware of what had transpired. The malevolent version, future, of Sun Wufan and Talank erupted with purple-black flames, ascending directly above Vegeta, raising his hands as if to merge them into a hammer, and then delivered a crushing blow to his torso. The pain jolted Vegeta back to reality, crimson blood spilling from his mouth as his body plummeted like a cannonball. A resounding crash echoed as Vegeta's body created a deep crater upon impact with the ground, lying in a most disheveled state within it. His Vegeta planet battlesuit had been reduced to a tattered version, with armor shattered and fabric torn, showcasing his pitiful condition as he struggled in vain. The malevolent mode, future, Wafank observed Vegeta's futile attempts to rise from the crater, lowering his hands slowly. All 10 fingers splayed, conjuring a swirling mass of violet-black energy, reminiscent of the prince's fighting technique. Upon opening his eyes, Vegeta saw a barrage of violet-black energy spheres raining down from the sky, striking him relentlessly, each impact eliciting cries of pain. The malevolent Wafank bombarded the area for quite some time, leaving thick smoke in its wake and rendering the terrain nearly unrecognizable, all the while Vegeta's presence seemed to dissipate. Gradually descending from the sky, Wafank approached the crater to inspect his defeated foe, only to find Vegeta unconscious. His already damaged armor now reduced to mere remnants around his lower half, while the upper half had been completely obliterated. His body bore numerous wounds. His energy diminished to the brink of lifelessness, rendering him devoid of combat capability. Pike, not being a healing-type Namekian, was unable to mend his own injuries, let alone assist Vegeta, as his own life hung by a thread. The malevolent Wafank effortlessly lifted Vegeta with one hand, while with the other, he hoisted Pike, carrying both back towards the original battleground. Chapter 147. The surviving duo at this moment. The figures clad in black on the main battlefield observed the two directions with growing concern. It was inconceivable that these two could be so easily vanquished. If others could endure, surely these two were not mere actors in this performance. The mysterious figure number 1 inquired perplexedly, "Elder, what was your intent? Why not eliminate those two directly? Why allow the malevolent Wafank to dangle their lives before us, bringing them here in their final moments? Is that not excessive?" The cloaked figure responded slowly, "You fail to grasp that killing must strike at the heart. That is what makes it enjoyable. I seek amusement, and since you are here, you ought to assist me, should you not?" The mysterious figure number 1 had no retort. Who would wish for their own life to be cut short by inciting the wrath of this harbinger of death? Even in the event of failure, the blame would rest solely upon him. At that moment, the malevolent Wafank returned with Vegeta and Pike, carelessly discarding them onto the ground as per the black-clad figure's orders. "You two still feign death? Their lives hang by a thread. You have 3 seconds. 3, 2. Just as the countdown approached 1, a blue-black energy flame surged forth from a nearby location, revealing Sun Yang. His muscles bulged instantaneously, veins appearing prominently upon his fair skin. The crystals upon his shoulders swelled dramatically, as did those upon his chest and head, transforming him into a formidable figure, his energy elevated to 100. His combat power soaring to 50 billion. Employing a technique akin to Frieza's Nova Strike, a blue-black energy sphere enveloped him as he charged towards the malevolent Wafank, colliding with him before he could react, sending him soaring into the sky. Subsequently, Sun Yang reached Vegeta and Pike, lifting them both and soaring away at breakneck speed. Surprisingly, the black-clad figures did not intervene, their intentions shrouded in mystery. Sun Yang shouted into the air, "I've sent him flying. Make your move." Meanwhile, In the lower stratosphere of Earth's ozone layer, a figure exhibited signs of freezing, revealing Tang Xuanchen. He raised his hands high, gathering a massive energy sphere comparable to the sun above him, its size increasing as it prepared for the final attack, the Genkidama. Tang Xuanchen trembled from the cold, gritting his teeth. Do I need to spell it out for you? With a swift downward motion, the colossal blue-white energy sphere began its rapid descent. The malevolent Wafang could distinctly sense an overwhelming energy approaching from above. Upon looking up, he saw the energy sphere hurtling towards him at an alarming speed. The cloaked figure remarked, "It is indeed somewhat surprising, yet I doubt such a Genkidama will suffice." To everyone's astonishment, the malevolent Wafang gradually raised his hands, attempting to absorb the energy sphere's impact. The moment the massive blue energy sphere touched his hands, pure power began to purify the darkness enveloping him, propelling him backwards until his feet finally met the ground, cracking it under pressure. Yet, the Genkidama could not obliterate him entirely. It appeared he had managed to block it, as its radiance only enveloped his hands without extending further. In the stratosphere, Tang Xuanchen shivered from the cold, yet continued to exert his strength, feeling an unseen force pushing back against him, caught in a stalemate. Xinyang had just secured Baijita and Pike in a safe location when he turned to witness a scene that left him dumbfounded. The malevolent Wafang was daring enough to absorb the Genkidama. In his recollection, only Majin Bu, Pure, and Little Bu had ever attempted such a feat, yet they were ultimately vanquished. However, this time felt different. The current foe appeared more resilient than Majin Bu. Harnessing his formidable dark power, the malevolent Wafang emulated the actions of the evil Dalius, corrupting the Genkidama, transforming the once blue-white sphere into a red-black mass exuding an aura of profound malevolence and darkness. In the stratosphere, Tang Xuanchen sensed a loss of control over the Genkidama, perplexed by the situation. Due to the distance, he was unaware of the unfolding events below, only realizing that the Genkidama had slipped from his grasp. The malevolent Wafang, with renewed vigor, surged forth, running across the ground while simultaneously exerting force, propelling the corrupted Genkidama forward. Tang Xuanchen could vaguely see a red-black energy sphere approaching, and upon recognizing it, fear gripped him. He was all too familiar with this phenomenon and attempted to evade it. In an unexpected turn, the malevolent Wafang, having mastered instant transmission, had already detected Tang Xuanchen's presence in the sky, appearing directly behind him. "What? When did you learn instant transmission?" Tang Xuanchen exclaimed in astonishment. The malevolent Wafang launched a fierce left punch, which Tang Xuanchen barely blocked with his right hand, only to have the opponent follow up with a knee strike, which he countered with his own left knee. The two warriors found themselves locked in a fierce standoff. Gradually, Tang Xuanchen raised his left hand, forming a fist enveloped in a pale blue aura, swinging at the malevolent Wafang's left cheek, which was met with a retaliatory right punch, both fighters staggering back as the stalemate was broken. Well, this is quite a challenge, Tang Xuanchen thought, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Teeth gritted in determination. He let out a thunderous roar, and a dark crimson aura erupted from his body, causing his height and muscular mass to noticeably increase. His eyes transformed from black to red, and his hair cascaded down to his knees, becoming increasingly wild. A sharp fringe emerged from his forehead, and his hair shifted from black to golden, while his eyebrows followed suit, adopting the same golden hue. His tail mirrored these changes as he transformed into the malevolent Super Saiyan form, his battle power remaining an enigma. The evil mode, Future, Wugenfist slowly raised his right hand towards his back, drawing forth a one-handed sword enveloped in purple flames, unleashing a purple sword energy. In response, Tang Xuanchen spread his left hand, instantly summoning a black-red energy scythe. The two charged at each other, their weapons clashing with a resounding crackle, sparks flying at the point of contact as they continued to strike again and again. Tang Xuanchen soon became aware of the approaching malevolent energy ball, realizing that if he did not quickly distance himself from this foe, the consequences would be dire. Just then, a blue-black flame shot towards them with remarkable speed, colliding with both fighters and sending them sprawling apart. Tang Xuanchen quipped, "You're late, slacker." Xinyang replied, "How can you say that? The stratosphere is incredibly far and frigid, hindering my speed. And you chose to use an energy ball here? What were you thinking? Blame me for being slow?" The evil mode, Future, Wugenfist regarded the new adversary with indifference, confident that he could not be defeated from any perspective. Tang Xuanqing sighed in resignation, gradually channeling the malevolent energy into the black-red scythe in his left hand. The blade emanated a blood-red glow as he unleashed a crescent-shaped black-red strike aimed at the evil mode, future Wugenfus. Instinctively, his opponent raised the one-handed sword to block the attack, but without a stable point of leverage in the air, he was propelled backward by the force of the strike. Xin Yang raised both hands above his head, condensing blue-black energy into a massive spherical form, which he slowly compressed until it reached the size of a basketball. His hands gradually took on a flower-like shape as he moved the sphere to his waist. The surface of the sphere began to shimmer with deep blue lightning, encapsulating terrifying power. He then thrust his hands forward, unleashing a blue-black energy wave, accompanied by deep blue lightning. The energy transitioned from blue to black and back to blue, creating a bizarre spectacle. This was his newly created energy wave, the Kanglin Moyu wave. This variable energy wave struck the original crescent-shaped black-red strike, causing cracks to appear on the blade of the evil mode, future Wugenfus's sword, as if it could no longer withstand the tremendous force. Noticing this, Xin Yang exerted more power into the energy wave, forcing the evil mode, future Wugenfus to continuously block with his sword, his body retreating under the pressure. Yet he seemed unaware that his blade could no longer endure further impacts. Seeing this, Tang Xuanqing felt he could hold on a bit longer and decided to address the malevolent energy ball first. He unleashed a powerful burst of energy and charged downwards. With a resounding crack, the one-handed sword shattered, and the energy wave struck the evil mode, future Wugenfus directly. Although he was flung away, it seemed he did not suffer significant harm. Immediately, he crossed his hands inward and then thrust them outward, shattering the energy wave, as black-purple flames erupted from his body. Xin Yang turned around, only to find Tang Xuanqing had vanished, fearing he had been betrayed. The evil mode, future Wugenfus charged at Xin Yang, who was startled and instinctively exposed a vulnerability, getting his head gripped by the right hand of his opponent as they plunged downward. The two fell like shooting stars, rapidly descending. Meanwhile, Tang Xuanqing had just reached the malevolent energy ball and sensed something amiss. Turning back, he saw that both combatants had vanished. With only a shooting star plummeting at great speed, he could only hope that Xin Yang could endure a little longer, fearing embarrassment if he fell too quickly. After all, he was a member of the Time Patrol. After a silent prayer, he plunged his hands into the malevolent energy ball, feeling a piercing pain akin to the earlier encounter with the tainted energy ball from the malevolent Dales. The brutal force flooded his body, but fortunately, in his state as an evil Super Saiyan, he was stronger than before, with significantly enhanced endurance and energy storage, making it difficult for him to be overwhelmed. Just as he was about to absorb the malevolent energy ball, an unexpected event occurred. The red-black energy sphere suddenly expanded, engulfing him entirely. The pain that had only been in his hands now coursed through his entire being, as the raging and malevolent power filled him, veins bulging, and his expression becoming increasingly twisted, confined within the energy sphere. The scene shifted back to the two combatants, who had already fallen to the ground, creating a large crater upon impact. The evil mode, future Wugenfus glanced at the seemingly subdued Xin Yang and kicked him away, leaving a trail in the earth as he skidded to a stop. Xin Yang slowly rose from the ground, only slightly dusted and scratched. While the evil mode, future Wugenfus looked on with mild astonishment, he was unscathed. Could it be that this individual was concealing his true power? Originally reluctant to reveal his strength too soon, circumstances had now forced his hand. In these 3 years, it was impossible that he had not grown stronger. He had even discovered transformation techniques akin to Gula's, Xin Yang remarked coolly. He firmly planted his feet, curling his hands into fists and striking a transformation pose reminiscent of Frisia's. A black-blue aura erupted from him. Suddenly, his torso expanded dramatically, his shoulder pads extending outward and sprouting sharp spikes, with oval blue gems appearing on them. The central part of his chest bore a similar oval blue gem, and his entire physique grew larger and more muscular. Horns extended from the back of his head, and blue gems adorned his arms, as well as his exoskeletal leg armor. His tail, ending in an exoskeletal spike, was white, while his exoskeleton was black, and his skin turned white. His height increased from 15 meters to approximately 3 meters, marking his 5th stage form, with battle powers soaring from 2.5 billion to 5 billion, potentially reaching 10 billion in full force. making him one of the most formidable beings known. The evil mode, future, Wugenfist could clearly sense that the power of this ice demon was vastly greater than before. Yet it was still insufficient. Xin Yang declared, "Your demise is imminent. Allow me to bring your end." As he spoke, his mouth was shielded by a mask-like armor, and he shot forward, aiming to grasp the evil mode, future, Wugenfist. The evil mode, future, Wugenfist prepared for battle, ready to confront this advancing ice demon. Xin Yang extended his hands towards the evil mode, future, Wugehin, attempting to grasp him, but the latter effortlessly dodged, leaving Xin Yang grasping at nothing. Just as evil mode, future, Wugehin was about to turn and kick, Xin Yang's tail preemptively wrapped around his waist, forcefully flinging him into the sky. Immediately, Xin Yang exerted tremendous force with his legs, shattering the ground beneath him as he shot upward, his body enveloped in a blue-black aura. An energy sphere manifested around him, encasing him within, before he charged directly at evil mode, future, Wugehin. Before evil mode, future, Wugehin could comprehend what had just happened. He was struck by a blue-purple energy sphere, which collided with him repeatedly, around 10 times in total, rendering him momentarily dazed. While the damage was not severe enough to threaten him, it felt akin to a mere tickle, a distraction without real harm. After completing a wide arc, Xin Yang surged towards him once more, this time not employing the Nova Strike, but concentrating all his strength into his left leg, launching a flying kick that struck evil mode, future, Wugehin with tremendous force, sending him plummeting towards the ground. With a resounding thud, evil mode, future, Wugehin crashed heavily to the earth, shaking the surrounding terrain and nearly sinking into the ground. Xin Yang swiftly leaped away, observing the figure before him and sensing that he was not as easy to handle as he had initially thought. Although he had been pressing the attack, it appeared that his opponent was largely unfazed. The ground began to tremble, and evil mode, future, Wugehin, trapped in the pit, suddenly erupted with rage, breaking free and ascending into the air, his body radiating a black-purple aura. With the activation of the third phase of evil mode, he appeared even more menacing. Xin Yang could distinctly feel the formidable energy emanating from his opponent and wondered about Tang Xuanqing's situation and whether he could provide support. Meanwhile, Tang Xuanqing, constrained by the evil energy bomb, was growing increasingly anxious, unable to absorb the power that seemed to bind him instead. Not far below, the figures clad in black and the mysterious figure number 1 observed the unfolding events, seemingly in control of the situation, quietly watching the battle. Mysterious figure number 1 questioned, "Elder Tang, why not simply allow evil mode, future, Wugehin to swiftly eliminate them? Why toy with them so slowly?" The black-clad figure responded with a smile. "Because I wish to witness their endless struggle on the brink of death, their futile resistance, while simultaneously offering a glimmer of hope intertwined with despair. That is true delight." Mysterious figure number 1 felt that Elder Tang's mindset might be somewhat unhinged, possessing immense power while also potentially being a source of amusement or madness. Back on the battlefield, evil mode, future, Wugehin shot forth like a bullet, channeling all his strength into his right leg and delivering a devastating kick that struck Xin Yang squarely. The impact forced Xin Yang to don a mask of agony, his blue pupils widening as his body was sent flying. He crashed through a mountain peak and landed hard on the ground, creating a crater before coming to a halt, struggling to rise from the pit. The moment his mask opened, purple blood gushed from his mouth, leaving him in a wretched state and causing his energy to plummet. Just a single kick had rendered him so battered. Evil mode, future, Wugehin, seeing the figure emerging from the crater through the shattered mountain, raised his hands, quickly forming a seal and preparing an attack. With fingers splayed, thumb and index finger touching, he conjured a black-purple energy sphere surrounded by crackling purple lightning, exuding an aura of overwhelming malevolence. This was a version of the Raging Inferno attack, yet even more potent than before. As Xin Yang lifted his head, he realized that his opponent was readying for an assault, and in his current state, he felt precarious. What he had initially assumed to be an overwhelming advantage now seemed to be a miscalculation. The power of evil mode, future, Wugehin appeared to surpass his own. After accumulating energy, evil mode, future, Wugehin unleashed the evil impact, sending a purple-black energy sphere, entwined with purple lightning, hurtling towards Xin Yang. Xin Yang's eyes widened in alarm, acutely aware of the terrifying power behind this strike. He erupted with energy, swiftly retreating from the crater just as the attack struck, narrowly escaping the blast radius. The evil impact detonated upon hitting the crater, resulting in a massive explosion that obliterated the surrounding terrain, the overwhelming force sweeping across the land. Although Xinyang had managed to evade the brunt of the attack, he was still caught in the aftermath, crashing back down to the ground. It was evident that the Frost Demon race, particularly Frisia's lineage, possessed remarkable resilience, akin to an invincible punching bag, an unkillable cockroach. Evil Mode, Future, Wugahin surveyed the now flattened landscape, finding no signs of life. Meanwhile, Xinyang quietly reverted to his normal state, suppressing his energy as he engaged in a game of cat and mouse. Evil Mode, Future, Wugahin scanned the area but, finding no trace of Xinyang, moved on. Just as Xinyang exhaled in relief, he felt a chilling presence behind him. Unbeknownst to him, at some point, Evil Mode, Future, Wugahin had appeared at his back, launching a powerful right hook. Xinyang hastily elevated his energy, instantly transforming into his fifth stage form, crossing his arms to block the blow. However, he was still sent reeling, though his legs remained planted firmly on the ground, mitigating the impact, leaving two deep gouges in the earth. Evil Mode, Future, Wugahin, seeing this, decided to end the game, unleashing a roar as black-purple flames erupted from his body. His hair transformed into a brilliant black-purple, filled with unfathomable dark energy. This was the Super Saiyan state under Evil Mode. Xinyang gulped, realizing he had forgotten about this transformation and that Wugahin could enter the second phase of Super Saiyan as well. How long would it take for Tang Xuanqing to arrive for support? Chapter 150, The Rampaging Ancient Saiyan, Part 1. Evil Mode, Future, Wugahin charged toward Xinyang, his right hand enveloped in black-purple flames. Xinyang's muscles swelled, veins protruding from his already imposing physique, transforming him into a veritable embodiment of strength. His exoskeletal armor grew rougher, and his energy surged visibly, his combat power skyrocketing from 10 billion to 20 billion. He too launched himself at Evil Mode, Future, Wugahin, raising his right fist, now shrouded in blue-black flames. As they drew closer, a black-red energy sphere descended from the sky at an alarming speed. Both combatants noticed the changing color of the sky, as if something colossal was approaching. With a resounding crash, the black-red energy sphere struck the ground, causing a tremendous explosion that sent both Evil Mode, Future, Wugahin, and Xinyang hurtling away, crashing into the earth. Xinyang, bracing himself with his hands, found himself half-kneeling as he pulled his head from the soil, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, only hearing a deafening roar before being flung away. Evil Mode, Future, Wugahin erupted with energy, the black-purple flames scattering the debris around him, vigilantly watching the site of the explosion. The two individuals simultaneously gazed towards the earthen pit, utterly oblivious to what lay within. A vague silhouette of a figure could be discerned, leading to the whimsical thought, could it be Iron Man? No, that would be a misjudgment. From the pit emanated a familiar yet urgent voice, warning, get away. I cannot control this power. Xinyang was taken aback. He instantly recognized the voice belonged to Tang Xuanqing, who had inexplicably vanished for 2 chapters. At that moment, Tang Xuanqing was enveloped in a swirling aura of black and crimson, intermittently releasing bolts of energy that scattered the surrounding dust. He was on his knees, the pit showing signs of fissures, retaining the form of an evil Super Saiyan. Yet his veins protruded alarmingly, his visage twisted in agony, and his breath chaotic, with his pupils flickering in and out of existence. Clearly, the power of the evil spirit bomb exceeded his expectations, far beyond what he had anticipated, revealing the folly of his overconfidence. Tang Xuanqing repeatedly raised his fists and slammed them onto the ground, causing the cracks in the pit to widen, extending outward as his immense power sought release, nearly consuming his sanity. The Evil Mode, Future, Gohan, disregarding the situation, recognized the newcomer and lunged forward with lethal intent. Xinyang understood that Tang Xuanqing, in this state, was likely to succumb to rage, prompting him to prepare to intervene despite the disparity in their combat prowess. Ultimately, he was a moment too late. The Evil Mode, Future, Gohan delivered a charged kick, and Tang Xuanqing, holding his head in pain, struggled to rise. With a flick of his right hand, the black and crimson aura transformed into a sinister claw aimed directly at him. In an instant, a single strike sent the Evil Mode, Future, Gohan hurtling backward, embedding him within the mountain rock as if it were a mere obstacle. Sinyang, astonished, thought, "What just happened?" He dispatched him so swiftly. Tang Xianxin fought to suppress the overwhelming power, the black and crimson aura gradually retracting into his body, his hair reverting to black. Just as he appeared on the verge of success, the evil mode, future, Gohan, having somehow extricated himself from the rock, unleashed a kick enveloped in dark purple energy, reminiscent of the Kamen Rider 000's signature move. Sinyang shouted, "Be careful. That guy is still alive." He rushed forward, intent on assisting Tang Xianxin in withstanding the impending damage, but the kick from the evil mode, future, Gohan was swifter. Tang Xianxin, momentarily stunned, turned sharply as the adversary seized the opportunity. The evil mode, future, Gohan executed a powerful kick, striking Tang Xianxin squarely in the back, propelling him through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Tang Xuanxin's consciousness descended into a profound slumber, lost within the boundless ocean of his mind, relinquishing control over the raging power that surged within him. Sinyang swallowed hard, realizing the gravity of the situation. What had initially been precarious now escalated to a hellish level. This rampage was no trifling matter. If their combat abilities were still low and devoid of various forms of auxiliary support, it might have been manageable, but Tang Xianxin possessed all those advantages. The evil mode, future, Gohan had unleashed a boss-level challenge of hellish proportions. With his hands braced against the ground, Tang Xianxin slowly rose, his stance unsteady, as if he might topple at any moment. His pupils had completely vanished, and he emitted guttural breaths akin to a beast, fully engulfed in a state of fury. The evil mode, future, Gohan perceived the figure before him as nothing more than a dying creature, devoid of threat, and charged forward with renewed confidence. Only Sinyang understood that retreating was the wisest course of action. Failure to do so would leave him as a mere target. He was certain that this enraged version of Tang Xianxin would not distinguish friend from foe, akin to the classic Broly from Dragon Ball Z. With this thought, he cautiously began to back away. The rampaging Tang Xianxin manifested a multitude of colossal sinister claws from his black and crimson aura, reaching towards the evil mode, future, Gohan. The evil mode, future, Gohan managed to evade the initial barrage, but was ensnared by the second wave of claws, forcefully pinned to the ground, letting out a primal roar. Tang Xuanxin's aura intensified, his stature and muscle mass noticeably increasing, his pupils still absent, with hair cascading down to his knees, becoming increasingly wild. Simultaneously, a sharp tuft of bangs emerged, his hair evolving from its normal state to resemble that of a Super Saiyan, eventually transforming into a golden hue. His tail shifted from black to gold, embodying the evil Super Saiyan form, a fusion of the evil Saiyan and Super Saiyan states, resulting in an unfathomable combat power, further amplified by the absorption of the evil Spirit Bomb, reaching a terrifying zenith. The evil mode, future, Gohan unleashed a small burst of purple-black energy from his core, obliterating the sinister claws that held him captive. However, in that brief moment, the rampaging Tang Xianxin closed the distance with astonishing speed, extending his right hand to seize the entirety of Gohan's face and, with formidable strength, forced him down, dragging him across the ground, leaving a long trail in his wake. During this time, the evil mode, future, Gohan remained on the defensive, inexplicably sensing that the power emanating from Tang Xianxin was formidable, even more so than before. As Tang Xianxin pressed his right hand against the evil mode, future, Gohan's face, dragging him along, his left hand gathered a black and crimson energy sphere, swirling with a vortex-like essence, seemingly biding its moment. After dragging Gohan a considerable distance, Tang Xianxin unleashed the force of his right hand, sending Gohan skyward, while his left hand swung forcefully, causing the black and crimson energy sphere to collide with Gohan's chest. Instantly, Gohan was propelled into the sky, resulting in a tremendous explosion, accompanied by a swirling black and crimson energy vortex that continued to compress inward, indicating that the assault was far from over. The evil mode, future, Gohan, now contorted with rage, his veins bulging, erupted with purple-black energy, as if subjected to immense compressive forces. Chapter 151. The Rampaging Ancient Scion, Part 2. The rampaging Tang Xianxin soared into the air, charging towards the evil mode, future, Gohan, his speed inadvertently escalating, creating a mere streak of black and crimson light. His right fist, enveloped in the dark aura, surged forward. The evil mode, future, Gohan felt his muscles slightly swell. Breaking free from the strange compressive force, his blood-red eyes locking onto the advancing figure, as he too surged forward, his own purple-black aura intensifying. The two figures, a black and crimson streak and a purple-black streak, collided in an instant, their speeds too rapid for the naked eye to follow. They separated only to clash again, repeatedly colliding, but the black and crimson streak proved swifter, driving the purple-black streak downwards. The evil mode, future, Gohan plummeted like a meteor, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater, sending dust and debris soaring. However, such injuries were insufficient to claim his life. The rampaging Tang Xinshan gradually raised his left hand towards the heavens, fingers splayed wide, and instantly coalesced a colossal black and crimson energy sphere. The terrifying energy fluctuations darkened the sky, resembling a falling meteor. In the malevolent mode, future, of Wufan Keisai, with hands shaped into a flower calyx, he placed them at his waist, gathering a purplish-black energy sphere in the palms of his hands, a replica of the Kamehameha wave. The rampaging Tang Xuanqing's left hand bore a blackish-red energy sphere that was visibly shrinking, or rather compressing, rapidly diminishing to a size akin to a ping-pong ball. He then executed a throwing motion, launching this minuscule attack. This strike was so diminutive that it was nearly imperceptible, rendering its potential immeasurable. Wufan Keisai, in his malevolent mode, future, could distinctly sense a palpable aura of murderous intent and death. He abruptly thrust his hands forward, unleashing a purplish-black energy wave. As the blackish-red energy sphere traversed through the air, it gradually expanded, regaining its size, akin to the colossal meteors of the old Broly. The purplish-black energy wave crashed against the energy sphere with the force of a stone sinking into the ocean, failing to impede its advance. Onlookers, divided into two factions, the figures in black and the Earth Defense Force, observed the battlefield with varying reactions. One figure in black sneered, questioning the strength displayed in the third phase of malevolence, expressing skepticism about its sufficiency. Mysterious person no. One respectfully suggested adjusting the dark energy output to alter the unfavorable situation. The black-clad individual, taken aback, inquired if the entity could withstand it without exploding into a puddle of mush. Mysterious person number 1 clarified that this was different from absorbing chaotic energy. It directly expanded the entity's energy capacity, allowing it to proportionately endure the surge without detonation. The black-clad figure's eyes brightened, urging for immediate action, fearing an early defeat would rob them of enjoyment. Mysterious person number 1, puzzled by the elder's peculiar demeanor, remained silent, raising the blackish-red sphere in his right hand, which emanated a formidable dark power directed toward Wufan Keisai in his malevolent mode, future. Sin Yang returned to the positions of Piccolo, Vegeta, and the others, discovering Tianjin Fan and Yamcha were already present. Thanks to the timely delivery of Senzu beans, Piccolo and Vegeta had returned from the brink of death. Piccolo questioned Sin Yang about the current situation and the whereabouts of Tang Xuanqing and his associates. With a sigh, Sin Yang pointed behind him. As the others followed his gaze, they found Tang Xuanqing and Wufan Keisai in a fierce confrontation, their terrifying powers threatening to engulf the earth. Vegeta, in disbelief, exclaimed that it was impossible for that boy to possess such strength, wondering what had transpired during their unconsciousness. He could distinctly sense Tang Xuanqing's chaotic energy, indicating a state of rampage. Sin Yang recounted everything he knew, causing the expressions of his companions to shift between joy and sorrow. Back on the battlefield, Wufan Keisai felt the encroaching power, his visage twisting into a grimace. In that instant, a surge of energy erupted from behind, amplifying his blackish-purple aura with newfound vigor. The purplish-black energy wave grew significantly, gradually halting the advance of the massive blackish-red sphere, preventing it from progressing further. Wufan Keisai roared, his purple-black aura transforming into a jet-like form rather than flames, his hair standing on end as purple lightning crackled around him, signaling his attainment of Super Saiyan 2 status. The immense blackish-red energy sphere began to be pushed back, while the rampaging Tang Xuanqing's face contorted with fury as he sensed the opposing pressure. Intensifying his output in an attempt to push it back, Wufan Keisai increased his energy transfer, causing devastation to the surrounding ground. As the purplish-black energy wave forcefully repelled the enormous blackish-red sphere at a visibly rapid pace. At that moment, Tang Xuanqing found himself devoid of any means of escape, as his own attack collided with that of his opponent, engulfing him in a cataclysmic explosion that unleashed a tempest, scattering vegetation and shattering rocks into debris. Sun Yang, Vegeta, and Piccolo were taken aback by the magnitude of the strike, feeling the absence of Tang Xuanqing's energy, fearing he had been obliterated. Wufan Keisai gradually released his grip, revealing a devastated landscape around him, with a massive meteor crater before him, still emitting plumes of dark gray smoke. The collision between the blackish-red energy sphere and the purplish-black Kamehameha wave had resulted in an explosion of immense proportions, leading him to believe that his adversary had been annihilated. In Chapter 152, titled Rampaging Ancient Scion, Part 2, Piccolo gazed in astonishment at the sight of the explosion, gritting his teeth as he remarked on the overwhelming power of the enemy, lamenting their inability to resist. At that moment, Vegeta, devoid of his earlier bravado, realized that despite his breakthrough into Super Saiyan, he was outmatched by increasingly absurd foes. His pride had been shattered once more, and he found himself gripped by a sense of dread. Sun Yang, too, doubted Tang Xuanqing's survival against such a ferocious attack, acknowledging that anyone would likely be reduced to ash. Suddenly, Wufan Keisai's gaze sharpened, fixating intently on the scene below, showing no sign of relaxation. As the smoke cleared, Tang Xuanqing lay motionless in the crater, his Kame Sunin martial arts uniform torn, leaving only tattered pants. His upper body bore numerous wounds and blood. Piccolo's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished that Tang Xuanqing had survived the cataclysmic explosion with his body intact, marveling at the incredible strength he possessed. Vegeta's mind raced with disbelief, recognizing that even the mightiest Scion would struggle to remain whole after such devastation. The possibilities of dismemberment or utter obliteration were more realistic. The notion that Tang Xuanqing had emerged unscathed led him to ponder if he truly was the legendary Super Saiyan. Sun Yang was equally astounded, questioning if they were indeed the same individuals who had traversed here, as the disparity in physical resilience was staggering. Tianjin Fan inquired whether they should attempt to reclaim Xuanqing's body. Piccolo clenched his teeth, expressing their mutual desire but recognizing that rushing in would only lead to demise. Vegeta concurred, acknowledging the futility of a reckless assault without certainty of success. Sun Yang's eyes widened as he trembled, pointing toward the battlefield and incredulously asking if Saiyan corpses could rise. Vegeta, bewildered, questioned the meaning of corpse transformation. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, an overwhelming surge of blackish-red energy enveloped Tang Xuanqing's body, lifting him gradually. As his previously closed eyes opened once more, their pupils vacant yet alive. Tang Xuanqing, in a state of fury, let out a thunderous roar, his entire being exuding an aura of sheer power. A dark red flame enveloped him, his mouth agape as the corners of his lips began to tear apart. A radiant black-red light erupted from his body, gradually consuming him and forming a ball of energy that expanded outward. The evil mode, future, Gohan, sensing the impending danger, swiftly retreated and, when necessary, utilized the sky dance technique to ascend into the air, evading the energy's reach. The black-red energy sphere continued to swell until it filled the vast pit, before violently contracting inward, unleashing a terrifying force from its core, as if the entire world was being bathed in a black-red hue. From a distance, Sun Yang observed this eerily familiar scene, reminiscent of the transformation of the legendary Super Saiyan in the old version of Broly. Why was Xianxin transforming in such a manner? Was it possible that the power of the evil energy blast had not yet been fully released? As the escaping energy gradually contracted, the silhouette at the center became clearer, long golden hair cascading to his knees, wild and untamed, with sharp bangs framing his face, his eyebrows now golden as well, including the once pitch-black tail. He radiated a black-red aura, making his appearance strikingly similar to the legendary Super Saiyan 3 Broly, albeit with a different hair color and an additional tail. Standing at a height of 187 meters, he now surged to approximately 2 meters, his muscles expanding dramatically, resembling the third level of Super Saiyan. However, due to the power provided by the evil energy blast, his body would not bear any burden in the short term, nor would his stamina rapidly deplete, all while possessing formidable defensive and offensive capabilities, leaving his battle power unknown. As the evil mode, future, Gohan, sensing the situation, unleashed the aura of an evil Super Saiyan 2 and prepared to charge forward. Tang Xuanqing, in his berserk state, had already lunged in front of him, gathering energy at his chest to create a black-red energy sphere. At such a close proximity, evasion was futile, and the sphere erupted in an explosion, sending the evil mode, future, Gohan hurtling away. As the evil mode, future, Gohan was about to be propelled out of reach, Tang Xianxun swiftly extended his right hand, seizing his left ankle and yanking him back. With his left hand, he executed a powerful move, striking directly at Gohan's neck, driving him down towards the ground. The evil mode, future, Gohan quickly responded, raising his left arm to elbow Tang Xianxun in an attempt to free himself from the assault. But Tang Xianxun appeared impervious to pain, as if he were a lifeless entity. With a thunderous crash, the evil mode, future, Gohan slammed into the ground, creating a deep crater. Tang Xianxun then seized his entire face with his right hand, pressing it into the earth and dragging him along at a swift pace. Subsequently, he yanked the evil mode, future, Gohan up, raising his right hand to deliver a devastating punch to his abdomen, causing him to spit out blood. He followed with a fierce left hook aimed at driving him back down, and just before hitting the ground, Tang Xianxun launched a powerful kick that sent Gohan soaring back into the air. This relentless assault continued, culminating in a blood thunder cannon that sent Gohan flying, utterly decimating the terrain in his wake. He had unleashed a series of rapid strikes reminiscent of the previous Gula's combination attacks. Throughout this process, the evil mode, future, Gohan had nearly no opportunity to resist, despite having reached Super Saiyan 2. Observers from both factions were left bewildered. Even the cloaked figures could not fathom how such power was possible at this moment. Mysterious Person Number 1 was taken aback, unable to comprehend how this dark power could be subdued. Meanwhile, the Earth Defenders were left in a state of trepidation, contemplating whether to intervene or hold back, fearing they might also become collateral damage, given that Tang Xianxun was currently in a state of indiscriminate hostility. Chapter 153. The Powerful Evil Mode, Future, Gohan. The Evil Mode, Future, Gohan slowly rose from the scorched earth, seemingly unscathed by the previous assault, and erupted with a fierce energy, enveloped in a jet-black flame infused with purple lightning, as if his power had surged anew. He charged forward like a man possessed, and Tang Xianxun, witnessing this relentless advance, met him head-on. The two collided, their fingers interlocking in a contest of strength, causing the ground beneath them to crack under the weight of their combined power. The evil mode, future, Gohan erupted with a purple-black aura, while Tang Xianxun responded in kind, his black-red flames surging forth. From a distance, it appeared as though two torrents of energy, one purple-black and the other black-red, were clashing violently. But only upon closer inspection could one discern the fierce struggle between the two combatants. As the confrontation intensified, the ground surrounding them shattered, creating a widening pit as debris was thrust into the air by the ferocious energy. Yet, neither the evil mode, future, Gohan, nor Tang Xianxun showed any signs of relenting. In a sudden move, Tang Xianxun opened his mouth, gathering black-red energy within, as if preparing to unleash a devastating blast akin to that of a cannon. Aptly named the Grand Roar. The evil mode, future, Gohan, although not driven by fear, understood the peril of being hit at such close range and swiftly kicked upward, interrupting the incantation. The explosive force erupted from Tang Xianxun's mouth, engulfing the area in an instant, obscuring visibility. Seizing the opportunity, the evil mode, future, Gohan retracted his hands and swiftly raised them, forming a gesture for a ki blast. A surge of purple-black energy coalesced between his palms, gradually shaping into a sphere adorned with flickering purple lightning, the center swirling with an abyssal darkness, a dark version of the flame impact, an evolved form of the ki blast. This powerful strike detonated at point-blank range against Tang Xianxun, the purple-black energy wave enveloping him. The immense recoil caused the evil mode, future, Gohan to stagger backward, convinced that this attack would seal his fate. Nearby, the Earth Defenders were drenched in cold sweat, realizing that the ferocity of this battle was beyond their intervention, feeling powerless as they observed Tang Xianxun seemingly struggling against his opponent. Back in the fray, a left hand suddenly emerged from the purple-black energy wave, grasping the evil mode, future, Gohan by the neck. A right fist, imbued with black-red flames, followed, striking forcefully against his body. The evil mode, future, Gohan's form flew away like a kite severed from its string, tumbling through the air for some time before regaining composure, as the flame impact dissipated, leaving Tang Xianxun, his skin scorched and glowing red, radiating an aura of terrifying menace. In a furious rampage, Tang Xianxun soared into the sky, his body erupting with a fierce black and crimson aura. Instantly, he formed a sphere of energy around himself, unleashing a tremendous amount of power, which then fragmented into numerous formidable energy blasts that indiscriminately bombarded the surroundings with relentless ferocity. The malevolent version of Gohan, known as Wufan Keisai from the future, immediately activated a dark energy barrier to defend himself. However, after barely deflecting one of the black and red energy blasts, the barrier cracked, and a subsequent attack shattered it, sending him crashing to the ground under the onslaught of erratically flying energy spheres. Even the observers from afar, including the group of Black and the Earth Warriors, were not spared from the repercussions of this unleashed power. The figure clad in black merely raised a hand to form a barrier, successfully deflecting all incoming attacks, allowing the mysterious figure number 1 to escape unscathed. In stark contrast, the Earth Warriors were in a frenzy, scrambling in panic. Who dared to take a hit or attempt to defend against such overwhelming force? They would be oblivious to their fate until it was too late. After a period of relentless bombardment, the terrifying assault gradually ceased. Tang Xianxun, now in a berserk state, gathered his hands to form a medium-sized black and red energy ball and charged forward, plummeting towards the evil Wufan Keisai from the future. The black and red energy surged upwards like a harbinger of catastrophic power. Wufan Keisai was propelled from the core of the energy column, crashing back to the ground, barely able to react before Tang Xianxun confronted him, grabbing his hair and lifting him off the ground. In retaliation, Wufan Keisai summoned 2 purple-black energy swords, slashing at Tang Xianxun's chest, leaving deep gashes that bled profusely. In pain, Tang Xianxun released Wufan Keisai, only to be met with a powerful kick to his chest wound, causing him to stagger backward. Wufan Keisai then overlapped his hands above his head to gather energy as a regular purple-black lightning flickered around him, a dark version of his signature move. With a close-range blast of lightning-infused purple-black energy wave, he aimed it at Tang Xianxun. Despite enduring the pain, Tang Xianxun activated his black-red energy shield, enveloping his form in a protective barrier of crimson flames. The lightning energy wave struck the shield with tremendous force but failed to shatter it, instead pushing both him and the shield back. Wufan Keisai, sensing his moment, unleashed a furious roar, his aura exploding as purple-black flames erupted around him, his muscles swelling with power. The dark version of his signature move intensified, becoming more ferocious and colossal. Tang Xianxun's black-red energy shield began to crack, and with a sound reminiscent of shattering glass, it finally broke apart. The overwhelming energy attack engulfed him entirely. Chapter 154. The Savior arrives. The purple-black energy wave from Wufan Keisai unleashed devastation for an extended period before gradually subsiding, leaving the landscape in ruins, resembling a charred wasteland. Tang Xianxun had reverted to his normal state, evidently drained of power, lying motionless on the ground, his chest drenched in blood. It was clear that the recent assault had not evaporated his blood, yet in his current condition, he was perilously close to death, if not already deceased. The Earth Warriors, witnessing this grim sight, were engulfed in despair. If even Tang Xianxun had succumbed, hope seemed all but lost. Sun Yang encouraged everyone, "Rally yourselves. If we do not act now, Earth will inevitably face destruction. We can either die honorably in battle or perish like cowards alongside our planet." The proud Vegeta was immediately inspired by these words. Despite knowing he could not match the strength of the Dark Fusion opponent, as the noble prince of the Scions, he refused to flee. He would rather die fighting. Survival was not in his nature. Piccolo, Tianjinhan, Yamcha, and the others also found renewed determination, willing to fight for the sake of Earth, regardless of their comparative strength. Sun Yang erupted with energy, soaring towards the battlefield, followed closely by Vegeta, who also ascended into the sky in pursuit. The remaining 3 followed suit, all heading to the fray. Meanwhile, the figure in black and mysterious figure number 1 displayed contrasting emotions. One was unexpectedly exhilarated, while the other remained unremarkable. The figure in black was astonished that he too had succumbed to a rampage akin to Broly's. Theoretically, losing was to be expected since energy would inevitably deplete, while the other, who was constantly replenishing, was bound to face defeat eventually. The mysterious figure number 1 was particularly elated, as the troublesome obstacle had been eliminated, leaving them unopposed. Wufan Keisai approached Tang Xianqian, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Suddenly, a barrage of black and blue energy blasts surged towards him, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Xin Yang descended from the sky, positioning himself protectively in front of Tang Xianqian, followed closely by Vegeta, Piccolo, Tianjinhan, and Yamcha. Piccolo knelt beside Tang Xianqian, checking for signs of life, and detected a faint breath, indicating he was still clinging to life. This kid has incredible resilience. He survived such a brutal attack, Piccolo marveled. Vegeta remarked, "Indeed, we Saiyans are a remarkably robust race. Our vitality is unparalleled." Xin Yang instructed, "Piccolo, feed this guy a senza bean to help him recover and continue fighting." Had Tang Xianqian been conscious to hear this, he would likely have spat blood in disbelief. It was as if they viewed him as a machine, expecting him to bounce back from severe injuries with a single bean, perpetually fighting until they ran out. Just as they were about to execute this plan, Wufan Keisai charged forward, determined to eliminate the most troublesome adversary. Vegeta roared, unleashing a surge of energy as a pale blue flame erupted around him. His veins bulged as the energy transformed into a golden hue, his hair and eyebrows turning golden, while his eyes became a light green, successfully transforming into the Super Saiyan form. His battle power skyrocketed from 16 million to 800 million. Wufan Keisai, with a swift kick, struck Vegeta's left arm, sending him hurtling away and crashing to the ground, his arm broken, instantly reverting him from the Super Saiyan state and rendering him unconscious. In the original narrative, it was Android 18 who broke his arm. However, this time the outcome differed, yet the result remained the same. His left arm was shattered. The shock rippled through the group, momentarily distracting them from their intention to provide Tang Xianqian with a senza bean. After dispatching Vegeta, Wufan Keisai intended to turn his lethal attention back to Tang Xianqian. In an instant, Xin Yang transitioned directly into the fifth stage. The rapid transformations inflicted tremendous damage upon his body. The forcibly augmented bones, being integral to his physical form, were akin to a case of bone hyperplasia being reversed and then regrown. His torso expanded dramatically, with his shoulder blades extending outward and sprouting sharp spikes. Oval-shaped blue gems adorned these protrusions, and another similar gem was positioned at the center of his chest, signifying his increased size and strength. From the head, for angles extended backward, with yet another oval blue gem nestled within the central region. His eyes shifted to blue, with his pupils vanishing, while two horns emerged from the back of his head. His arms morphed into blade-like protrusions, with three such formations arrayed from small to large. Both arms bore 4 oval blue gems on the front and back, while the exoskeletal armor on his legs mirrored this design. The large white tail ended in an exoskeletal spike, and his black exoskeletal armor contrasted sharply with his white skin. His height surged from 15 meters to approximately 2.3 meters, marking the manifestation of his fifth stage form, which saw his combat power escalate from 2.5 billion to 5 billion. Before he could fully close his mask, the malevolent form of Future, Wufan Keisai struck him squarely in the face with a powerful punch, causing blood to spurt from his mouth and nose. Purple blood flowed forth from his features as his body staggered backward. Despite the overwhelming pain, Xin Yang summoned his indomitable will to endure this onslaught. However, his mind experienced a fleeting blankness. In that moment, he donned his mask to shield his face and swung his right fist forcefully toward Future Wufan Keisai. Yet, his opponent effortlessly caught the punch with his left hand, applying pressure to bend and break it, inflicting immense agony that caused Xin Yang's blue pupils to dilate unnaturally. Although his expression remained hidden, it was evident that he was suffering greatly beneath the mask. In response, Future Wufan Keisai utilized his still-functioning right fist to pierce through Xin Yang's chest, delivering a blast of energy that unleashed purple lightning into his internal organs, wreaking havoc. Despite being a resilient member of the Frozen Demon clan, no being could withstand such an assault on their vulnerable organs. As anticipated, Xin Yang's legs buckled, and his massive body collapsed to the ground. Future Wufan Keisai withdrew his hand, flicking away the purple blood, and turned his gaze toward the remaining 3 individuals, deeming them utterly inferior and capable of being obliterated with a single strike. At that moment, the sky gradually opened up once more, revealing a rift in space-time through which 2 figures slowly emerged. One bore a hairstyle identical to that of Sun Wukong, his face remarkably similar, as if both had been sculpted from the same mold, albeit exuding a distinct aura and attire. Clad in a black martial arts short-sleeve shirt, complemented by a sleeveless red cloak, he wore blue wristbands and a blue belt, carrying a simple bag filled with senza beans and a rui bang slung across his back. Below, he wore black martial arts trousers and black training shoes. This individual was none other than Sun Wukong from another dimension, collectively referred to as Sun Wukong Zeno, or the Time Patrol's Sun Wukong. Standing beside him was a slightly shorter figure, characterized by heart-shaped patterns at the temples, wide eyebrows, elongated eyes with faint shadows, and a fiery mane of black hair. Dressed in a black long-sleeved bodysuit adorned with numerous stripes, he wore battle armor predominantly in yellow and white, complemented by white gloves. His attire displayed various black patterns and shapes, symmetrical on both sides, with white battle boots and interspersed black and white patterns on his calves. Overall, he bore a striking resemblance to Vegeta, known in this dimension as Vegeta Zeno, or the Time Patrol's Vegeta. The appearance of these two figures instantly captured the attention of all present, including the remaining Earth defenders, Future, Wufan Keisai, and the cloaked individuals lurking nearby. Vegeta Zeno spoke gravely, affirming the presence of formidable dark powers in this space-time continuum. Sun Wukong Zeno began to survey the surroundings, ultimately fixating on the dark figure enveloped in black and purple flames, Future, Wufan Keisai, from whom this dark energy emanated. He then sensed a similar, albeit faint, power from another location on the battlefield. In a different part of the battlefield, mysterious person number 1 was visibly shaken, realizing they had hidden themselves sufficiently yet were still detectable. The cloaked figure chuckled, reassuring him not to panic, as their foes could not approach them. Returning to the battlefield, the remaining Earth defenders gazed up at the two newcomers in astonishment. Yamcha exclaimed, "Isn't that Wukong and Vegeta? What is happening?" Piccolo explained, "They are likely from a different time and space, much like Future, Trunks. Judging by their aura and attire, they should be quite formidable." Wei Lai, Wufan Keisai concentrated the dark energy into his left hand and unleashed a purple-black energy sphere, hurling it at the two in the sky with great speed. Sun Wukong Zeno reacted swiftly, delivering a knife-hand strike that deflected the energy sphere, which detonated a short distance away, creating a massive explosion. Vegeta Zeno, dissatisfied, suggested they resolve who would face this adversary through rock, paper, scissors. Sun Wukong Zeno, with a wry smile, agreed to this method. After a series of rounds, Vegeta Zeno emerged victorious and assumed responsibility for the battle. Sun Wukong Zeno, visibly disheartened by his defeat, quietly stepped aside to observe. Vegeta Zeno gradually descended from the sky, landing on the ground and adopting a classic fighting stance, intently focusing on Future, Wufan Keisai. In response, Future, Wufan Keisai propelled himself forward with great force. Raising his right hand, clenched into a fist, enveloped in black and purple flames, aiming for Vegeta Zeno's face. Vegeta Zeno raised his left hand to block while retaliating with a right uppercut that caught his opponent off guard. Future, Wufan Keisai experienced a momentary lapse in cognition but quickly regained his focus, swinging his left fist fiercely. Vegeta Zeno seized his opponent's arm, spinning around before launching him away. Vegeta Zeno, fueled by fury, pursued Future, Wufan Keisai, quickly positioning himself above him. He transformed his left hand into a knife-like shape and struck downwards, landing a powerful blow that sent Future, Wufan Keisai plummeting toward the ground. With a resounding thud, Future, Wufan Keisai crashed into the earth, creating a small crater and sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. Vegeta Zeno elevated both hands, conjuring two yellow energy spheres, employing the renowned Prince's technique, and unleashed a barrage of attacks on Future, Wufan Keisai, devastating the surrounding terrain and transforming the area into a chaotic war zone filled with billowing smoke. Evil Mode, Future, Wufan Keisai, having only just risen from a small pit, found himself besieged by a relentless barrage of densely packed yellow energy spheres raining down from the sky. Each sphere either struck him or exploded upon the ground nearby, creating considerable chaos and obscuring his vision once again. After a prolonged period of bombardment, Vegeta Zeno gradually ceased his offensive, and from the swirling smoke emerged a dark purple energy sphere. Vegeta Zeno deftly dodged to the side as Evil Mode, Future, Wufan Kusi surged forward in a furious attack, unleashing a flurry of strikes with both hands. Yet each was easily parried by his opponent. It was evident that Beiji Ta Zeno's strength far surpassed that of the current timeline's Beiji Ta, though the exact magnitude of his power remained uncertain. However, the fact that he could effortlessly contend with evil mode, future, Wufan Kusi using only his base form was a testament to his formidable prowess. Evil mode, future, Wufan Kusi tilted his head back slightly before launching a direct headbutt, which Beiji Ta Zeno mirrored. Their heads collided with a resounding impact. As if they were testing whose skull was tougher, Beiji Ta Zeno erupted with energy, forcing evil mode, future, Wufan Kusi backward. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly closed the distance, placing both hands against his opponent's body, fingers splayed wide, and unleashed a close-range explosive attack. Evil mode, future, Wufan Kusi was instantly propelled away, while Beiji Ta Zeno teleported to his front, clasped his hands into a hammer-like form, and delivered a crushing blow to his foe's face, sending him plummeting back to the ground with a heavy thud. Chapter 156. The terrifying power of the dark-clad man in a discreet location not far away. Mysterious person number 1 paced anxiously, never anticipating that the time patrol would arrive, let alone with the formidable powers of Kong Bei and others. The dark-clad figure cast a sidelong glance at him and spoke slowly. It seems our plan must be temporarily halted. You need to take that fellow and leave quickly. And don't forget the 3 androids. They shouldn't be far. I'll buy you some time. Mysterious person number 1, astonished, inquired, Elder Tang, can you handle them? The dark-clad man replied with a smile, I'm not sure. I'll give it a try. If we can escape, we will. If not, we will reassess. Mysterious person number 1 was momentarily speechless. He had expected Elder Tang to possess genuine strength, yet it appeared he had no certainty. However, given his position as an elder, he should possess considerable combat prowess. He couldn't be that inadequate. As they conversed, a powerful aura approached rapidly, and aside from Beiji Ta Zeno, it could only belong to Sun Wukong Zeno. The dark-clad man then commanded sternly, leave, immediately. His dark energy began to swell, emanating a terrifying pressure that fully exposed his position to Sun Wukong Zeno's senses. Mysterious person number 1 swallowed hard and turned to flee, but not without hesitation, as Elder Tang had tasked him with retrieving the dark figure and the 3 androids. Within moments, Sun Wukong Zeno arrived at the dark-clad man's location, descending like a meteor and landing firmly. The dark-clad man expressed his surprise. I never expected that your Time Nest headquarters would suffer an incursion and still dare to send reinforcements. Truly unexpected. Sun Wukong Zeno retorted with a cold smirk. If we didn't appear, wouldn't your plan succeed? While we were preoccupied with defense, you would dispatch your subordinates to various timelines in search of the Dark Dragon Balls. The dark-clad man chose not to respond, tacitly acquiescing. Suddenly, he unleashed a surge of dark purple energy, intertwining with dark red hues, as red lightning crackled around him, which could even affect the surrounding area, indicating he had reached the 3rd stage of dark energy. This dark energy, bestowed by the Dark Demon Realm, was rarely mastered at the 3rd stage due to its tendency to alter one's goals and ideals. Few could attain this level, as it tested one's willpower. Sun Wukong Zeno could distinctly feel the overwhelming force and terrifying escalation of the dark-clad man's power. The dark energy radiating from him was formidable, far beyond what could be countered by ordinary or super scion forms. The dark-clad man was determined not to stand idly like a typical villain, waiting for his opponent to transform and grow stronger before engaging. He slowly raised his right hand, the violent and terrifying dark energy gathering in his palm, gradually forming a turbine-like energy sphere surrounded by crackling dark purple lightning. Sun Wukong Zeno felt a chill run down his spine, just as he attempted to evade. It was too late. The dark purple energy waves surged toward him, hurling him away and devastating the terrain behind him. The blast radius extending toward Beiji Ta Zeno and evil mode, future, Wufan Kusi, an overwhelming gust of energy and a terrifying aura sweeping through. Beiji Ta Zeno swiftly turned to glance behind, realizing Sun Wukong Zeno was no longer there. Had he gone to confront that guardian? What an infuriating fool. Just then, mysterious person number 1 swiftly appeared beside evil mode, future, Wufan Kusi, placing a hand on his shoulder before vanishing once more. By the time Beiji Ta Zeno comprehended the situation, the dark figure had already vanished. Suddenly, a chill crept up his spine when he turned. The dark-clad man stood right behind him, his left hand pressed against his back. Another terrifying purple-black energy wave engulfed him, sending him flying. At that moment, the Earth's defenders watched in stunned silence, unsure of how to react, but they did not forget to provide Tang Xuanqing with senza beans. When he regained consciousness and saw the screen above, he nearly fainted again. What kind of monstrous beings were these? Even he considered himself formidable, yet they surpassed him. Even as Xinyang gradually regained his composure, he reverted to his initial state, his wide eyes fixed on the sky. What kind of dungeon was this? Was this a joke? How could each adversary be so overwhelmingly powerful? Meanwhile, the main timeline's Bei Jita remained unconscious. He was simply overpowered by the opponent. Unable to withstand that blow, especially since he had exhausted all his senza beans. It was akin to battling two formidable foes in a relentless rotation. Now, there was no time for the likes of Gojo Satoru, Lu Xiun, Uchiha Madara, Kars, Fujimoto Tsu, and Akitami Gij to mourn. Next, please. The dark-clad man cast a glance down at his past self, who was awakening, and coldly remarked, "Watch closely and don't blink. Today, I shall demonstrate the vast gulf between us, you little brat." With that, he tore off his dark attire, revealing a black martial arts uniform reminiscent of the turtle school, devoid of any markings, and a black tail sprouting from his back. He then roared to the heavens, as the sky darkened with ominous clouds and thunder rumbled, all currents converging toward him, his entire being radiating a purple-black luminescence. The hair of the figure in black bears a certain resemblance to that of Beijite, albeit with a single longer fringe and a few smaller bangs on either side. At this moment, the hair at the back is gradually growing, cascading down to the waist. The dark mask upon his face shatters, as though it were not a source of power enhancement, but rather a restraining device for his might, broken by an overwhelming force, leaving only a remnant on the right side of his forehead. The dark purple aura transforms into a radiant glow and stabilizes, resembling the dense red lightning associated with Super Saiyan 2, expanding its influence over the surrounding area. The figure in black opens his blood-red eyes and calmly declares, "Dark Super Saiyan 3, Dark Aura Phase 3, complete." Chapter 157 Future Tang Xuanqing vs. Kong Bei Zeno. The Earth Warriors gradually discern the face of the figure in black, then glance at Tang Xuanqing beside them. The two are strikingly similar, almost as if they were cast from the same mold. Is this a matter of future speculation? Tang Xuanqing never imagined that his future self would be so drastically altered. What transpired to lead him to join the ranks of villains and to confront his past self alongside the Time Patrol? The figure in black points down at Tang Xuanqing, revealing, "I am you, your future self, the one who faces a dire crisis and makes grave mistakes." Upon hearing this, the gathered warriors confirmed their suspicions. This individual is indeed the future Tang Xuanqing. At that moment, the defeated Sun Wukong Zeno and Vegeta Zeno charge toward future Tang Xuanqing from opposite directions. Vegeta Zeno delivers a kick to the neck from behind, while Sun Wukong Zeno lands a left hook to his right cheek. Future Tang Xuanqing remains expressionless, as if their attacks inflict no pain upon him. He then raises his right hand and grabs Vegeta Zeno's ankle, swinging him and Sun Wukong Zeno away with tremendous force. The two warriors tumble through the air before regaining their composure. Future Tang Xuanqing clearly has no intention of allowing them to strategize or prepare for fusion. In an instant, he closes the distance, seizing their heads with both hands, enveloped in a dark purple aura, with red lightning erupting from his body as he descends toward the ground. Like a Pokemon using Earthquake, Sun Wukong Zeno and Vegeta Zeno feel the terror emanating from this figure, igniting their fury as they transform into Super Saiyan 3, breaking free from his grasp and interrupting his attack. At this moment, their hair extends, their brows lower, and their pupils shift to a dual color. The golden aura intensifies, becoming more radiant than in their previous form. As their hair turns a caramel gold, their bodies glowing and their skin and clothing lightning in hue. Future Tang Xuanqing mocks, "Super Saiyan 3? You intend to fight me in this flawed form? Just so you know, my Super Saiyan 3 is flawless, and my energy is boundless. How do you plan to contend with me?" Hearing this, their brows furrow. Well, they no longer have brows, and their spirits sink. Surely, he cannot be a bug like Broly. Without hesitation, future Tang Xuanqing charges at them, refusing to grant them a moment to breathe or contemplate. He envelopes his left hand in a dark purple aura, clenching it into a fist, and delivers a punch to Sun Wukong Zeno's right cheek. Upon impact, black lightning erupts, sending him flying as retribution for the earlier blow. Sun Wukong Zeno feels a jolt to his brain, momentarily dazed, only to realize his right cheek is in pain as he is sent hurtling through the air. Vegeta Zeno reacts swiftly, launching a right punch at future Tang Xuanqing's back. But suddenly, the latter vanishes, leaving him bewildered as he cannot sense his presence. Future Tang Xuanqing reappears just behind him, delivering a kick to his neck that also releases black lightning, sending him flying away. Vegeta Zeno experiences the same sensation as Sun Wukong Zeno, but with his injury located at the neck. Sun Wukong Zeno erupts with fury, his golden aura intermingled with dense lightning as he charges once more at future Tang Xuanqing. His right fist coiling with power, a faint dragon's roar echoing in the background, a brilliant golden dragon-shaped phantom materializing behind him. Future Tang Xuanqing turns, a flicker of excitement in his eyes, as his body bursts forth with dark purple aura and red lightning, rushing towards Sun Wukong Zeno. His right fist also coiling with energy, a dragon's roar resonating, with a dark purple dragon-shaped phantom appearing behind him. In the split second before collision, both unleash their right fists, striking together with a resounding crash. A golden dragon-shaped phantom meets a dark purple one, generating a colossal shockwave centered on the two, warping the very fabric of space, with those at the center experiencing the brunt of the impact, yet neither party falters. The Earth Warriors watching below are taken aback, and Tang Xuanqing is especially alarmed. This confrontation threatens their annihilation. He shouts urgently, "Quickly, bring Vegeta over. Everyone, take shelter behind me." Standing firm, he is enveloped in a black-red aura, his stature and muscle mass visibly increasing. His eyes shift from black to red, his hair cascading to his knees, growing more wild, with sharp bangs forming as his hair gradually transitions from black to gold, his tail following suit, and his eyebrows shifting from black as well. This transformation signifies the evil Super Saiyan form, merging the traits of the evil Saiyan and Super Saiyan into one, yielding immeasurable power. There is no time to flee. Perhaps they can utilize instant transmission to escape. Xin Yang lunges to the side of the downed Vegeta, hoisting him up before rejoining Tang Xuanqing. The other Earth Warriors gather behind him, forming a united front with hands resting on each other's shoulders. Tang Xuanqing slowly raises his right hand, extending 2 fingers to his forehead, sensing the energy and locking onto Mr. Popo at the lookout. In an instant, the group vanishes, depleting Tang Xuanqing's energy due to the number of people in the distance. At the lookout, Mr. Popo and Old Kai are observing the distant battlefield, clearly the site of the impending battle. Suddenly, the Earth Warriors appear behind them, their unexpected presence causing both to turn abruptly. Discovering the Earth Warriors have returned, Tang Xuanqing reverts to his normal state, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He does not wish to experience such a near-death sensation again. After a brief respite, he recounts the situation to Old Kai and Mr. Popo, realizing the horrific battle unfolding on the other side. They narrowly escaped annihilation, or they would have perished without a trace. Back on the battlefield, future Tang Xuanqing senses the absence of several faint energy signatures, and in that moment of distraction, Vegeta Zeno seizes the opportunity. Vegeta Zeno extended his arms outward, fingers splayed wide, gathering energy as an irregular yellow electric aura coalesced around his hands. His muscles swelled dramatically, emanating a golden flame interspersed with dense arcs of lightning. A foreboding sense of dread surged within Tang Xuanqing, who, despite not turning around, sensed a formidable energy accumulating behind him. Sun Wukong Zeno also perceived this, recognizing that Vegeta Zeno aimed to eliminate him as well. Vegeta Zeno then proclaimed, "Ultimate Flash." He slowly drew his hands inward, forming a half-bloom shape, as the 2 masses of yellow electric energy gradually merged, unleashing a barrage of yellow lightning, culminating in a powerful energy wave enveloped in golden arcs. Sun Wukong Zeno raised his left hand to his forehead, activating instant transmission, and in a swift motion, he appeared beside Vegeta Zeno. Tang Xuanqing quickly turned, thrusting out his hands, fingers spread wide, and summoned a purple-black energy barrier. As the energy wave, infused with golden lightning, struck the barrier, it began to push downward, yet the attack struggled to breach the protective shield. Sun Wukong Zeno called out, "Kamehameha." He shaped his hands into a flower bud form at his waist, gathering energy into a glowing sphere in his palms, before forcefully unleashing a blue energy wave. The blue energy wave intertwined with the golden lightning-infused wave, merging into a new type of energy wave that shimmered in blue and yellow, now dubbed the Flash Kamehameha or Ultimate Kamehameha. Upon witnessing this, Tang Xuanqing widened his eyes, hastily thickening the barrier. However, no matter how he reinforced it or sustained energy output, it could not match the speed at which it was being compromised. The black-purple barrier began to fracture, and in an instant, it was shattered. The blue-yellow energy wave, charged with lightning, struck him directly, causing the vibrant scene to shift dramatically to black and white, crashing into the ground and creating a massive explosion that formed a deep chasm, seemingly bottomless, from which clouds of dust billowed forth. Sun Wukong Zeno and Vegeta Zeno gradually ceased their actions, reverting from their Super Saiyan 3 forms to their normal states, believing that the adversary could not withstand such a fierce assault and must have been defeated. As the dust began to settle, a figure shrouded in purple-black energy, distorting the surrounding environment, staggered to his feet. His upper garment was nearly obliterated, revealing his well-defined muscles, albeit marred by scratches and wounds, while his trousers bore only a few tears, with his aura remaining largely intact. Tang Xuanqing took a slow, deep breath, raised his left hand, and extended it outward, slightly rotating it to face upwards, forming a fist with his middle finger extended, mockingly stating, "Is this your best? Show me what you're truly capable of. Don't let me underestimate you." Time Patrol. Chapter 158. The first appearance of Vegeta Zeno in the sky. Vegeta Zeno and Sun Wukong Zeno realized that this scion was not easily subdued, especially given his seemingly limitless energy, indicating that only a singular, decisive strike could lead to victory. Vegeta Zeno proposed, "Let us use the Patera earrings." Sun Wukong Zeno, perplexed, questioned, "Didn't you despise fusion? Why the sudden change of heart?" Tang Xuanqing, observing their hushed exchange, speculated that they were indeed considering fusion and could not allow them to proceed unimpeded. He swiftly raised his right hand skyward, fingers spread wide, beginning to coalesce a purple-black energy sphere that expanded, filled with deep purple lightning. At its center swirling a crimson vortex. In an instant, the sphere magnified many times over, only to compress moments later into a small energy orb. This sight alarmed Vegeta Zeno and Sun Wukong Zeno. This was no ordinary attack, and being struck would spell disaster. Vegeta Zeno urged, "Hurry, give me the Patera earrings." Sun Wukong Zeno, recognizing the urgency, quickly rummaged at his waist and produced 2 pairs of Patera earrings, tossing one to Vegeta Zeno. Simultaneously, Tang Xuanqing unleashed his attack, a purple-black energy orb racing toward the two in the sky, expanding at an astonishing speed, its terrifying visage becoming increasingly apparent, radiating an aura of apocalyptic dread. Vegeta Zeno promptly donned the Patera earring on his right ear, while Sun Wukong Zeno placed his on the left, creating a gravitational pull that drew them together. The massive purple-black energy sphere collided with them, unleashing a torrent of electrical currents at the point of impact. Tang Xuanqing cursed, "Damn it, I'm late. This makes me look foolish." Despite his complaints, he intensified his energy output, the purple-black orb swelling further, as if attempting to disrupt their fusion phase. Though he understood the futility of this effort, within the orb of white light, their bodies melded into a single form, sharing Vegeta Zeno's eye color and a slightly smaller facial contour, with bangs and features reminiscent of Sun Wukong Zeno. This figure bore the characteristics of both warriors, clad in a red shirt and pants, with a flowing black vest and blue belt, white gloves adorning his hands, and black leg wraps paired with white combat boots. This was the ultimate warrior Vegeta Zeno, born of the Patera earrings. Vegeta Zeno smirked disdainfully, erupting in power as golden energy enveloped him, tearing his shirt apart to reveal his sculpted physique and 8-pack abs. His hair lengthened at the back, while the front cascaded down in longer black locks. His blue eyes sparkled with clarity, and his body was adorned with crimson body hair, symbolizing the primal savagery of the Scion race. A crimson monkey tail swayed behind him, his lower half clad in red training pants and a blue belt, while his hands were encased in white gloves, and his legs in black wraps and white combat boots, embodying the form of Super Saiyan 4. Tang Xuanqing fixated on the silhouette within the energy sphere, recognizing that the opponent had unleashed his full potential by adopting the form of Super Saiyan 4. The energy sphere surrounding Beijite Zeno gradually dissipated as he raised his hands, directly engaging with the massive purple-black energy orb, absorbing its terrifying power and transforming it into energy for his own use. The colossal energy orb diminished in size, ultimately vanishing completely. He cracked his neck and cast a challenging glance at Tang Xuanqing below. Beijite Zeno slowly raised his left hand, twisting his arm to face upward, for fingers curling inward slightly, tauntingly proclaiming, "Is this all the energy you possess? How little you must think of me. Show some real skill. Don't let me look down on you, Dark Demon Realm." Future Tang Xuanqing was initially taken aback by the words spoken, as if he were reconstructing and returning the very words he had just uttered. Veins bulged on his forehead, and the dark aura surrounding him intensified, with the charcoal-colored flames erupting more frequently. The crimson lightning coursing through him became increasingly frantic, distorting the surrounding space, which seemed to be on the verge of upheaval. Beijite Zeno suddenly unleashed a fierce aura and charged towards future Tang Xuanqing. He slowly raised his left hand, clenched into a fist, enveloped in a golden blaze, delivering a powerful blow aimed directly at his face. Yet, future Tang Xuanqing stood resolutely, absorbing the punch without retreating an inch, as if a straight steel needle had been driven into the ground. Beijite Zeno's strike felt akin to striking an impenetrable steel plate, evoking a sensation of sinking like a stone in the ocean. Future Tang Xuanqing spoke slowly. "Now that you have finished, it is my turn, if you have no objections." Just as Beijite Zeno was about to respond, his expression changed drastically. An indentation appeared on his chest, revealing a hint of purplish-black energy. At that moment, his body seemed to be under constant assault from the air itself, a series of punches bombarding him, forcing him to retreat until he was several meters away from future Tang Xuanqing. Future Tang Xuanqing explained, "There is no need for confusion. The space around me has been distorted, and the harm inflicted upon you was preordained. You may have heard of the technique known as Shunshin." Beijite Zeno was bewildered, having no knowledge of this technique, rendering the explanation futile. Noticing his confusion, future Tang Xuanqing decided against any further explanation. He erupted with energy, as purplish-black flames and crimson lightning surged forth. The strange power of the distorted space gradually drew back into his body, causing intricate magical patterns to emerge upon his skin. His height and muscle mass noticeably increased, veins bulged throughout his body, and his muscles slightly swelled. His pupils gradually turned white, and a surge of black-red flames enveloped him, intertwining with the purplish-black aura, emanating an evil presence that harmonized with the dark power. A glint of astonishment flickered in Beijite Zeno's eyes, as he could distinctly sense the immense increase in his opponent's power, an overwhelming darkness exuding a malevolent aura, embodying the essence of a truly nefarious villain. Future Tang Xuanqing sneered, "Behold, the Dark Evil Super Scion 3, fully powered by dark energy. I welcome your instruction." Chapter 159, Mutual Testing. At this moment, I found myself on a mountain path, where androids 17, 18, and 16 were utterly astounded. Their sensors could not detect the energy fluctuations erupting from the recently vacated location, but it was certain that a terrifying battle had ensued. They could only be grateful for their timely departure. Suddenly, a black portal appeared before them, and mysterious person No. 1 along with evil mode, future, Gohan X came forth from it. Android 17 inquired, "Who are you, and what do you want?" Mysterious person number 1 replied nonchalantly, "Our elder wishes to see you. Please come with us." In an instant, evil mode, future, Gohan X struck, landing a punch to Android 16's abdomen, knocking him down, and with a swift kick, sent Android 18 crashing into a nearby mountainside, rendering her unconscious. Android 17 angrily shouted, "Damn it, you lunatics." He raised his hands, energy coalescing in his palms, and unleashed a ki blast towards evil mode, future, Gohan X, engulfing him in the attack. However, evil mode, future, Gohan X withstood the assault, advancing directly toward him. Extending his left hand, he seized Android 17 by the head, delivering a powerful punch to his chest that knocked him out cold. Mysterious person No. 1 ordered, "Take all of them inside. Elder Tang will deal with them shortly." Evil mode, future, Gohan X hoisted one over his shoulder and carried 2 more with him as they entered the black portal, vanishing without a trace. Mysterious person No. 1 gazed towards the battleground, sensing the formidable presence of the enemy, yet it seemed that Elder Tang was handling the situation with ease, his power surpassing that of the Time Patrol members. The scene shifted back to the battlefield. Future Tang Xuanqing exerted his legs, propelling himself forward like a bullet. His right fist already raised, enveloped in purplish-black and black-red flames, striking directly at Bijite Zeno's face. Bijite Zeno instinctively crossed his arms to block, but the anticipated attack never arrived. Just as confusion settled in, a sharp pain struck his right side. Future Tang Xuanqing's right fist connected with his left side, the immense force sending him flying through a mountainside and embedding him into another. Bijite Zeno leaned against the mountain, dazed as he pondered what had just transpired. One moment he was in front, and the next he was behind. Had it been a flash move, he would have easily perceived it and retaliated, but in that instant, he felt nothing, as if the attack had never materialized. Was this what he referred to as shunshin? Future Tang Xuanqing remained vigilant, well aware that Bijite Zeno could not be so easily defeated, especially in his Super Saiyan 4 state. As expected, Bijite Zeno broke free from the mountain's hold and vanished with a flash. Future Tang Xuanqing suddenly felt a hand on his shoulder. He swiftly turned and retreated, creating distance between himself and Bijite Zeno. Bijite Zeno curiously asked, "What was that technique you just used? I've never seen it before. Could you explain?" Future Tang Xuanqing replied apologetically, "I'm afraid this technique is not for sharing, nor will I clarify its workings." Bijite Zeno, unfazed, swiftly reappeared behind him, delivering a powerful kick aimed at the back of his neck. Future Tang Xuanqing quickly sensed the danger, leaning forward slightly and crouching to turn, his left hand swinging back to block Bijite Zeno's kick. However, he was unprepared for the strike from Bijite Zeno's tail, delivering a stinging slap that left him momentarily dazed. While the damage was minimal, the humiliation was profound. Bijite Zeno utilized his free right leg to deliver a fierce kick to Future Tang Xuanqing's back, sending him sprawling onto the ground. Future Tang Xuanqing pushed himself up slowly, astonished by the unexpected tactics employed, resorting to the use of his tail. Bijite Zeno disregarded any notions of martial ethics, raising his left hand with fingers splayed, gathering a massive blue energy sphere in his palm, and launched it directly at him. Future Tang Xuanqing felt an ominous approach behind him, glancing back to see the colossal blue energy sphere nearly upon him. There was no time to evade. With a tremendous explosion, the area where Future Tang Xuanqing stood was engulfed in a cloud of black smoke. Bijite Zeno's expression remained unchanged, as he could sense that the other's energy had not diminished, indicating that the explosive attack had inflicted little to no damage. Suddenly, amidst the swirling smoke and dust, four sinister black and red claws lunged toward Bijite Zeno. The first two were deftly evaded by his agile maneuvers, while the third was shattered by his counterattack. However, the fourth descended upon him from behind with a powerful slap, pinning him to the ground. Emerging leisurely from the haze, Future Tang Xuanqing stretched his neck with a series of cracking sounds, casting a dismissive glance at him, and remarked, resorting to such underhanded tricks, "You truly are a despicable creature, the king of pretenders." Bijite Zeno, bewildered, pondered why he was labeled as the king of pretenders. Unbeknownst to him, it was a moniker attributed to his ostentatious demeanor, as fans of Dragon Ball aptly named him for his flamboyant bravado. Despite possessing ample strength to vanquish his opponent, he often chose to flaunt his prowess, leading to insufficient fusion time and his failure to eliminate the adversary. Raising his right hand, Future Tang Xuanqing manipulated the sinister claw, drawing it closer while gathering black and red energy in his left hand, which crackled with electric arcs. He then unleashed a punch upon Bijite Zeno, engulfing him in a tempest of black and red arcs, obliterating the surrounding terrain like a colossal shockwave. Bijite Zeno's body, akin to a kite severed from its string, was sent hurtling into a mound, yet he sustained minimal injuries, casually toying with the stones nearby as he contemplated his next strategy. Clearly, the strength of Super Saiyan 4 was still formidable. In an instant, Future Tang Xuanqing teleported before him, observing Bijite Zeno's nonchalant demeanor, and the corners of his mouth twitched in frustration. It appeared his previous efforts lacked sufficient force. Bijite Zeno slowly rose from the stones, stretching his neck as if to relax, and remarked, "I believe I have grasped the gist of your strength. If this is all you can muster, you shall not prevail against me." Unable to contain his laughter, Future Tang Xuanqing replied, "Huh, have you lost your mind? Do you truly believe this is my full power? I expected your discernment to be sharper, yet you disappoint me greatly." At this moment, Bijite Zeno remained oblivious to the fallibility of his perception, planning to unleash a decisive attack to obliterate his opponent in one fell swoop. Future Tang Xuanqing shared a similar sentiment, realizing that prolonging the battle could lead to complications. The insidious influence of the dark energy was subtly eroding his will, and regardless of his resolve, it would remain a considerable nuisance. Thus, he too intended to unleash a lethal strike in the next exchange. Chapter 160. The outcome is decided in a flash. Beijite Zeno lunged forward, executing a knee strike. Future Tang Xuanqing quickly crossed his arms to block, yet the terrifying force sent him soaring into the air. It was astounding how such a short distance could yield such immense power. The explosive strength of a scion was indeed formidable. Beijite Zeno's form flickered, prompting future Tang Xuanqing to pivot sharply, delivering a right punch that collided with his left elbow, resulting in a momentary stalemate. Just as future Tang Xuanqing prepared to lift his left leg for a kick, Beijite Zeno deftly evaded, causing him to strike air. Beijite Zeno reappeared above him, hands clasped in a lotus position, launching a devastating blow aimed at the back of his head. However, future Tang Xuanqing's figure transformed into an ethereal apparition, surging from the right side and delivering a powerful kick to Beijite Zeno's right flank. Bewildered, Beijite Zeno felt a sharp pain in his side. His body propelled to the right. With his right hand swinging fiercely, a flash of yellow light erupted, sending future Tang Xuanqing into a cold sweat as he instinctively ascended. The golden beam sliced through the air, narrowly missing him. In response, future Tang Xuanqing summoned a black and red energy blade from his left hand, thrusting it into his right palm, producing a shrill sound as he withdrew it, revealing a massive scythe, dark and crimson, pointed at Beijite Zeno. He then unleashed a black and red slash toward Beijite Zeno, which struck him, generating a billow of dust. Within the haze, 5 yellow energy blasts were abruptly launched. But future Tang Xuanqing, wielding his energy scythe, deftly blocked them all. Beijite Zeno suddenly appeared behind him, forming his hands into a flower shape and gathering energy into a glowing orb at his waist. Upon seeing the radiant source, future Tang Xuanqing turned and cursed, "Damn it." Beijite Zeno shouted, "Kamehameha." With determination, he thrust his hands outward, unleashing a colossal blue energy wave that engulfed future Tang Xuanqing. Suddenly, the immense blue energy wave appeared to be cleaved in half, as future Tang Xuanqing emerged, one hand bracing against the oncoming wave, blocking its force, while his other hand gripped the black and red scythe with ease. "Is this all you can muster? I am truly disappointed," he laughed. Gradually, he raised his left hand, transforming the black and red scythe into an energy form, his hand taking on a half-flower shape as he moved it to his waist. Energy gathered within his left hand, forming a growing sphere that began to take on an irregular electric appearance, the surface adorned with translucent crimson lightning patterns, while 3 spiral shapes emerged at its core, as if poised to unleash a devastating attack. Beijite Zeno sensed the shift and intensified his energy output, causing the already massive blue energy wave to swell further. Its potency amplified. Future Tang Xuanqing was gradually pushed back, but appeared capable of withstanding the pressure. "Dark Frenzy Gatling," future Tang Xuanqing declared slowly. With a sudden thrust of his left hand, a black and red energy wave shot forth, colliding directly with the blue energy wave. Though they were close in proximity, the imminent explosion had yet to materialize. Beijite Zeno felt the weight of the struggle, realizing his energy output was insufficient to maintain the offensive. He could only surmise that his opponent was beginning to counterattack. Future Tang Xuanqing increased the output of his left hand, gradually pushing the blue energy wave back. With a fierce roar, Beijite Zeno activated tenfold Kaioken. A crimson aura ignited around him, enveloping his golden flame, as the output of the Kamehameha surged, resisting the retreating force and beginning to exert pressure back. The 2 energy waves clashed violently, alternating between left and right as the battle escalated. In an instant, both attacks detonated, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that illuminated the entire world in blinding white, rapidly expanding outward. From the outer reaches of Earth, a vast white region could be seen continuously expanding, threatening to envelop the entire planet. Observers in the celestial temple were momentarily blinded by the overwhelming brightness, as the fierce battle seemed to influence their surroundings. Future Tang Xuanqing realized that the situation was spiraling out of control, and even more formidable power erupted from within him, dispersing the previous form. A pink luminescence surged skyward, while black flames intertwined with the pink, piercing through the clouds as the radiant glow gradually faded. The silhouettes within were enveloped by a pink mist, gradually shattering and dissipating, revealing a figure that retained the distinct long hair characteristic of Super Saiyan 3. However, the hair had transformed into a pale red hue, with lowered brow bones and the absence of eyebrows. The previously singular rose-colored irises now displayed deep crimson pupils. In this Super Saiyan rose form, the aura shifted from flames to a jet-like manifestation, surrounded by pink lightning as energy radiated outward. The violet aura transformed into a brilliant light, becoming more concentrated than the lightning present in the previous Rose 2 form. The tail had also adopted a rosy tint, marking the Super Saiyan Rose 3 transformation, which could be referred to as Super Saiyan Rose 3. He instantly charged toward the center, delivering a fierce blow with his right fist, striking the air as if it were solid. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing at another position to unleash a punch in the opposite direction. The ability of the flash time technique activated, creating a series of temporal discrepancies around him, gradually diminishing and erasing the explosive force. His speed was so remarkable that he generated numerous time gaps around the explosion, allowing the destructive energy to escape rather than detonating completely in reality. Otherwise, it would have led to a cataclysmic obliteration of the world. In the blink of an eye, the blinding white light that seemed poised to consume the entire Earth receded at a visible speed until it vanished. Beijite Zeno had no recollection of the previous moment, only aware that the figure before him had assumed a new appearance, standing resolutely before him. Future Tang Xuanqing cast a sideways glance at Beijite Zeno, who was about to make a move, unaware if it was a backlash effect or something else, as this world seemed to reject his presence. Suddenly, two chains emerged from the air, lunging toward him. Future Tang Xuanqing raised a hand and unleashed a rose-colored energy blade that shattered them. He turned and remarked, "Let us settle the score next time." With that, he tore open a rift in space and leaped through, disappearing without a trace. The two chains, sensing no presence, dissipated automatically, leaving only Beijite Zeno behind, and it was at that moment that the fusion of time reached its conclusion. They split once more into Sun Wukong Zeno and Baijita Beijite Zeno, both of whom had expended considerable energy. Further puzzled by the identity of the individual being pursued by the time lock. Was he a fugitive from time? With such power, able to shatter the time lock, there would be little reason to flee. Both were left with nothing to show for their efforts, and with the immediate danger averted. They returned directly to the time nest without seeking the time patrol personnel who had arrived in this timeline. Chapter 161. The crisis of New Namek. Far within the galaxy of the cosmos, an unknown mechanical planet suddenly expanded, enveloping the newly formed Namek, directly parasitizing it. Its roots aggressively penetrated the planet's interior, seemingly intent on slowly devouring it. On Namek, the inhabitants, unaware of the impending doom, continued laboriously cultivating the Ma Bo Jun trees, striving to build a verdant world. The immense mechanical appendage, resembling a colossal iron claw, pierced the atmosphere and pressed down upon the surface, triggering seismic activity that indirectly affected the villages inhabited by the new Namekians. The thunderous tremors instantly captured their attention. It was evident that Namek was facing a new crisis. Meanwhile, on Earth, some time had passed since the battle between future Tang Xuanqing and the Time Patrol Beijite. The artificial beings that had previously departed had seemingly vanished without a trace, and there were no reports of any crises, as if the three androids had simply disappeared into thin air. In the Divine Temple, Tang Xuanqing was engaged in simple sparring training with Sun Yang, having realized after the last incident that he was still too weak. Such levels of combat were beyond his capabilities, and he could not adequately protect his brothers and friends. Bobo and the old Kai could only watch silently, unable to intervene, yet hoping that neither the temple's columns nor the floor tiles would be damaged. Bobo inquired of the old Kai, "Lord Kai, should we intervene?" The old Kai shook his head in resignation and replied, "Let them be, it matters little now." Suddenly, the old Kai seemed to receive some form of information from the distant cosmos, signaling Bobo to instruct the two to cease their sparring. Bobo nodded and instantly appeared before them, catching their fists mid-strike, halting the bout. Tang Xuanqing asked, "What is it, Mr. Bobo? It seems we haven't caused any damage to the temple." Bobo nodded and said, "Lord Kai has something to convey, so you two should pause for a moment." Sun Yang quickly recalled something, realizing that it was nearly time for the timeline of the movie featuring the 100 billion energy warriors and Metal Cooler. The three descended slowly from the air to stand before the old Kai, ready to hear his news. Although the Namekian elder at that time did not recognize the old Kai, a certain resonance existed among kin, making it possible to transmit messages. The old Kai spoke slowly. A new crisis has emerged on Namek, requiring the assistance of the Earth's defenders. The enemy is extraordinarily powerful. Mechanical life forms have completely taken over the new Namek. Upon hearing this, Tang Xuanqing's mind raced back to the confrontation with Cooler from years prior. It was unexpected. Logically, he should have been obliterated and sent into the sun. Was this a forced resurrection? Not only had he survived, but he had also transformed into Metal Cooler and become the electronic brain of planet Bixta. After receiving the news, the two hastily set off to inform Baijita and Sun Wukong, as well as Master Rashi at Kame House, Krillin, and the others. While Tianjin Fan was still training with his dumpling, and Yang Mucha was unable to participate due to psychological trauma from the last encounter. They then gathered at Bulma's home, having previously designed a spaceship capable of reaching Namek. With the blueprints and prior experience, they constructed an upgraded version of the spacecraft. Clad in space suits, the group boarded the ship to journey to the new Namek, discussing their plan while consuming rice balls to replenish their energy. Piccolo, however, felt an unsettling premonition. Meanwhile, after an indeterminate duration, the spacecraft gradually approached its destination. They beheld the object resting upon the surface of the new Namek, resembling a massive parasitic entity, eliciting feelings of disgust among the crew. The sight stunned everyone aboard the ship, leaving them in disbelief as to what this entity could possibly be. Krillin dropped his rice ball, perplexed, and exclaimed, "What on earth is that?" Master Rashi metaphorically remarked, "Are two planets kissing?" Krillin responded incredulously, "Really? Do planets kiss?" Yakalob retorted, "Stop speaking nonsense. That's utterly absurd." Tang Xuanqing clarified, "Rather than that, it would be more accurate to say that this planet is consuming another planet." Sun Yang added, "Such phenomena typically occur in advanced civilizations. This thing clearly does not resemble organic matter. It appears to be inorganic machinery. Mechanical civilization is, after all, the domain of organic civilizations, making it relatively plausible." Sun Wukong's son, Sun Gohan, questioned, "With so many things to eat, why choose to consume a planet?" Tang Shinshin scratched his head, conjuring what he deemed a reasonable answer. "Your question is rather intricate, yet not devoid of resolution. Can humans and vampires coexist? One can traverse freely beneath the sun while the other can only roam under the cloak of night. Such a dichotomy renders coexistence utterly implausible. One side would inevitably hunt the other, much like the predicament of this very planet, though perhaps my metaphor lacks precision." Sun Yang quipped, "Your analogy is no different from a lack of analogy. Given your explanation, it's astonishing that Wu Fan could comprehend it." At that moment, Sun Wu Fan appeared thoroughly bewildered, unable to extract any clarity from the discussion. Krillin interjected, "Regardless, the planet doesn't seem particularly appetizing. It's quite peculiar." Sun Wukong observed the unfolding scene with a calm demeanor, his gaze growing resolute as he proclaimed, "All right, let us proceed." Clearly, he remained cognizant of their purpose for embarking on this journey, to resolve matters swiftly, return home, dine, and rest. The spacecraft gradually approached the new Namek, seamlessly entering its atmosphere. Meanwhile, on Namek, an elderly Namekian was frantically fleeing when suddenly a massive net shot forth behind him, ensnaring him and causing him to tumble to the ground, unable to escape. At that moment, a robot from the Bixita star advanced towards him, swiftly grasping him by the other end and dragging him back to the front of the queue. The enslaved Namekians obediently followed, surrounded by several Bixita robots ensuring their compliance, resembling colonial invaders. Among them was a young Namekian who could not bear such humiliation. He summoned his strength, broke free from his shackles, rolled out of the line, and charged towards one of the robots, preparing to launch a surprise attack. The robot abruptly turned, its mechanical claws swiftly clamping around the young Namekian's neck, rendering him powerless and tossing him to the ground. As the young Namekian attempted to rise, he spotted the robot's hand cannon preparing to fire, and a wave of terror washed over him, momentarily paralyzing his instinct to flee. The robot's right hand, with 3 mechanical claws, slowly folded and retracted, revealing the cannon's barrel, which unleashed a blue energy blast towards the Namekian. In that instant, a figure clad in martial arts attire surged from the horizon, striking the blue energy blast with his right fist, causing it to veer off course and crash into the ground, creating a cloud of dust that obscured the view. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped the Namekian and retreated. As the dust settled, several figures emerged before him: the Earth Defenders, Sun Wukong, Krillin, and Sun Wu Fan, who were the first to reach the battlefield. Chapter 162. The Defense of New Namek. After a short while, several more figures descended from the sky, including Tang Xinshan, Sun Yang, Tianjin Fan, Yamucha, and Jiaozi. Master Rashi and Yaki Luobe remained behind to safeguard Bulma, the only one capable of piloting the spacecraft, and thus did not attend. The elder Namekian, astonished, exclaimed, "So it is you." Sun Wukong turned his gaze towards the robot, asking earnestly, "Tell me, who are you?" The robot remained silent, and soon, a dozen identical robots descended from the sky. The elder Namekian inquired, "Wu Fan, did you come specifically to rescue us?" Sun Wu Fan replied, "Yes, Elder, we received your message on Earth and hurried over." Bix gradually descended, landing beside Wu Fan, and coldly addressed the robots. "Release all Namekians at once." Tang Xinshan landed, cracking his knuckles with eager anticipation, and remarked, "It's futile. These are robots. They won't respond unless their original commands are overridden. Let us resort to our fists." Following suit, the others landed and assumed battle stances. Sun Wukong reiterated, "I have no desire to engage in meaningless combat. Release all Namekians immediately and return to your own planet." Just then, a voice echoed, "Long time no see. You Earth scum. I never expected you to arrive here." The robots parted, revealing a figure that gradually came into focus, a being of blue-gray hue, marked by a distinctive tail and 3 toes. It was none other than Gula, who had surprisingly survived. Thanks to the advanced technology of Bixida that had revived and enhanced him into Metal Gula, Tang Xinshan teased, "You somehow escaped the sun's wrath. It seems I underestimated you. Had I known, I would have exerted more force." Metal Gula chuckled malevolently. "Surviving great peril brings great fortune. Thank you for transforming me into this metallic form, granting me terrifying power. I had planned to invade Namek before seeking vengeance on Earth, but to my surprise, you came to me. Let us settle old scores." In this timeline, Sun Wukong had not experienced the ultimate clash and therefore had no recollection of Gula. Not to mention, the present Metal Gula bore no resemblance to the Frieza he knew, leaving him in a state of confusion. Bix, drenched in cold sweat, murmured in disbelief, "How can this be? You should have perished back then." Sun Wu Fan, too, felt a wave of disbelief and fear, recalling the profound harm Gula had inflicted upon him. Krillin could not help but exclaim, he was supposed to be dead. The scene shifted to that fateful moment when Tang Xinshan unleashed his self-created technique, the tenfold Kaioken, as the Blood Thunder Cannon expanded immensely, gradually forcing the Dark Star Dragon Ball back. Despite Gu La's desperate efforts, the situation proved irretrievable, and he was propelled out of Earth, hurtling towards the sun. As Gu La's body neared the sun, self-ignition began, and he shrieked helplessly as the black-purple energy fluid that enveloped him was consumed by the sun, reverting back to the Dark Dragon Ball's earlier stages before ultimately being incinerated by the sun. The Dark Dragon Ball's 2-star orb detached from his body and vanished. As the recollection faded, Metal Gula remarked, "Regrettably, that attack did not completely annihilate me. The advanced technology of Bixida revived me, enhancing my power further." Tang Xinshan dismissed this with disdain. "How strong could you possibly be?" Metal Gula replied confidently, "You are no match for me now. I shall slaughter you all." Bix keenly observed, "Bixida, is that the entity attached to this planet? It seems to be corrupting New Namek." Metal Gula, somewhat taken aback, replied, "You lowly Namekian. I never imagined you would still be alive. But that is for the best. I'll kill you right in your homeland." Bix retorted coolly, "It is we who will save time by defeating you here." Suddenly, the robots received their orders and charged towards them. Sun Yang cautioned, "Be careful, they're coming. These metal beasts are tough to handle." Krillin leapt into action but was sent flying by one of the robots, crashing into the boulders and creating a cloud of dust. Sun Wu Fan exclaimed, "Uncle Krillin." Krillin rubbed his bald head, unable to suppress his frustration. These robots are incredibly fast. In a moment of distraction, 5 robots charged at Sun Wu Fan, startling him and causing him to lose focus. He utilized the magic flash to strike one, yet it remained unscathed, clearly indicating the formidable resilience of their material. The robot swung a punch at him, yet it missed entirely, clearly demonstrating its lackluster reflexes. Meanwhile, Baiku was being relentlessly assaulted by 3 robots, but he handled the onslaught with remarkable ease, as he was unlikely to find an opportunity to counterattack in the immediate future. As for Jinshu Gula, he surveyed the trio before him. One of them, Sun Wukong, was unfamiliar to him, but the other 2 were well known. With a snap of his fingers, he summoned 2 additional Jinshu Gula units, designated as No. 2 and Number 3, shocking Sun Wukong, who never anticipated the ability to mass-produce himself. Tang Xianchen couldn't help but exclaim, "Impressive. You can even replicate yourself. Come on, show me your prowess." With that, he erupted with energy and charged at one of the Jinshu Gula, landing a punch on its face. However, it failed to knock the robot back, creating the sensation of flesh striking metal. The Jinshu Gula calmly grasped Tang Xianchen's hand, which had struck its right cheek, and stated with composure, "Previously, I unleashed my full power, reaching a battle strength of 750 million. Now, in my standard state, I possess a power level of 10 billion. What do you intend to do to defeat me?" Following this, he delivered a knee strike directly to Tang Xianchen's abdomen, followed by a tail swipe that sent him hurtling away, crashing through a mountain and raising a cloud of dust. The Jinshu Gula pursued him closely, as if engaged in a relentless chase. Xin Yang instantly became alert. This entity possessed a combat strength of 10 billion in its standard state, while his full power merely matched it. If that creature were to unleash its full potential, the outcome would be uncertain. Seizing the moment of Xin Yang's contemplation, No. 2, Jinshu Gulane charged in with a tail strike, sending him flying into a rock, followed by several death beams that enveloped the area in thick smoke. Xin Yang was left numb from the onslaught, having not even transformed yet, and the battle had already begun. No. 3, Jinshu Gulane regarded the unfamiliar scion before him and slowly spoke. "You are Sun Wukong, the one who killed my brother, the Super Scion. Allow me to have a word with you." Sun Wukong replied, "Come on, let me witness your strength." Although neither of them moved, the waves of energy emanating from them caused nearby small rocks to levitate, creating an atmosphere of tension. The scene shifted to Baiku, whose fist struck against the robot with a force similar to Tang Xianchen's encounter with Jinshu Gula, yielding the same result, a sensation akin to stones sinking into the sea, flesh colliding with metal. Realizing his attacks were ineffective, he quickly retreated a few steps, suspecting that the weight of his gravity suit was hindering his ability to unleash his true power. With determination, he hurled the robot to the ground. Baiku declared, "I must take this seriously." The focus shifted to Klin, who was frantically retreating as the single robot pursuing him multiplied into 4, relentlessly driving him backward. He thought he had found an opportunity, leveraging a rock as a springboard for a counterattack, dashing forward to strike at them with a punch and a kick. However, it was evident that the materials of these robots were indistinguishable from those of Jinshu Gula, and as an ordinary human, Klin's hands and feet were likely in excruciating pain. The robots slowly turned their heads, observing Klin, who was now clutching his hands and feet in agony. The scene then cut to Sun Wufan, who was gritting his teeth, the red marks on his left hand indicating he had also made contact with the robots. Nevertheless, he refused to yield, charging forward once more, landing a punch on one robot's face and a kick into another's waist, yet causing little to no damage. One robot retaliated, sending him flying with a mechanical arm that struck his left cheek. He skidded across the ground for some distance before managing to rise again with difficulty. Klin was sent flying by a punch, crashing right into Sun Wufan, causing them both to topple. Now, they found themselves surrounded, with 5 robots in front and 4 behind, forming a pincer movement. Klin could not help but exclaim, "It hurts so much. What is the difference between this and hitting a steel plate?" The two quickly regained their footing, backs against each other, their bodies showing clear signs of battle fatigue. Klin asked, "Are you all right, Wufan?" Sun Wufan replied, "I'm fine, but it seems like they won't break no matter how hard we hit them." Klin added, "Ordinary attacks can't inflict any damage on them." Just then, Baiku descended from the air, joining them. Sun Wufan exclaimed, "Uncle Baiku." Baiku replied earnestly, "The armor they wear is far more robust than we imagined. To defeat them, we must concentrate all our strength into a single point." As if on cue, 3 more robots descended, contributing to the encirclement, but for some unknown reason, 5 additional robots appeared, completely surrounding the trio. Klin remarked, "Another batch has arrived." Sun Wufan's right hand cracked as he clenched it tightly, his gaze resolute, as if he had concentrated all his power into that hand. Klin began to mimic him, focusing intently to gather his strength into a single point. With Baika leading the charge, he unleashed the power he had amassed in his right hand, rushing toward one of the robots. The robot raised its hand to attack, but Baika blocked with his left hand and swiftly thrust his right hand through its torso, clearly demonstrating that concentrating power into a single point could indeed penetrate their formidable armor. As the armor was breached, the internal mechanisms became chaotic, resulting in an explosion that generated a dense cloud of smoke, providing them with cover. Observing Baiku's successful strike, Sun Wufan quickly followed suit, using the cover of smoke to surge forward. His charged right fist connected with a robot's head, and as he pulled back, several wires were dislodged, causing another explosion. He promptly retreated. Inspired by the audacity of his companions, Clint encouraged himself, "I will also deliver a decisive blow." He charged toward a robot, his right fist ready. Unfortunately, due to the robot's reaction and his own reach being insufficient, he was struck by an elbow to the right cheek, leaving him momentarily dazed. Perplexed, Clint wondered, "Why is it that I alone cannot succeed?" He slowly slid down but, refusing to give in, leaped up again and swung his right fist, successfully piercing the robot's right arm, severing it with a resounding crackle and culminating in an explosive detonation. As Clint rolled after landing, he turned to see the aftermath and couldn't help but exclaim, "I did it." However, the robot behind him struck him on the head with its left hand, causing him to clutch his head and flee in pain. Baiku, having found the previous method effective, charged forward once more, this time using his right hand to block while delivering a left-handed punch that pierced through another robot's armor, and quickly followed up with a right punch that obliterated yet another robot's head. With this approach, he dispatched numerous robots, leading to a series of explosions. The remaining robots attempted to strike back using their extended mechanical arms, but as a Namekian, Baiku could extend his own arms as well, swiftly penetrating two robots' bodies. After his arm pierced through, he drove it into the ground and emerged from the rear, smashing two more robots, effectively eliminating four in total. Sun Wufan raised both hands above his head, his fists clenched tightly, and propelled himself forward, envisioning himself as a sharp spear that pierced through the body of an approaching robot attempting to obstruct him. Kellen closely followed, delivering a powerful right punch that obliterated another robot at its midsection. As soon as he landed, he began to dart away, aware that the remaining robots were employing their elongated arms in an effort to capture him. Suddenly, he seized one of the retracting robot's arms, using its own force against it, and delivered a punch that penetrated the robot's body. However, the robot quickly wrapped its arms around him, refusing to grant him an escape. The other robots hastily extended their arms, disregarding their fallen comrade, and pressed him into the mountains, leaving Kellen in a dire predicament. Wufan's moment of glory was fleeting as he was soon ensnared by 5 mechanical hands. Hearing Wufan's voice, Baik became distracted, only to find his right hand caught by a robotic limb. Above his arm, a small device resembling a handgun emerged, incessantly firing at him, obscuring his vision. The air was filled with the sounds of bullets striking various objects, generating a thick cloud of white smoke. Before long, Wufan and Kellen were captured and bound by 4 robots. The remaining robots, unable to break through, raised their right hands to transform into cannon mode. In this moment, Baik could only manage a meager defense, as he was unable to attend to the remaining robots behind him. With relentless bombardments raining down, Baik ultimately succumbed, taken captive by the robots. The scene shifted back to the trio. Suin Wukong unleashed a powerful right punch, which was firmly caught by Metal Gula No. 3, and the battle erupted into a furious exchange of blows, transitioning from ground to sky. Metal Gula No. 3 evaded with seeming disdain for Suin Wukong. But this arrogance provided Suin Wukong with an opportunity, as he was unexpectedly seized by his tail and flung downwards. Shortly after, Metal Gula No. 3 regrouped and charged back. Suin Wukong shouted, "Kaioken." Instantly, his aura transformed into a vibrant red, amplifying his power, speed, and defense several-fold, elevating his battle power from a normal state of 12 million to an astounding 36 million. The two figures became a blur of blue and red, colliding in midair, resulting in a brilliant flash of light. Abruptly, Suin Wukong slipped out of the Kaioken state, his right fist tense and muscular, striking Metal Gula No. 3's chest. Yet the blow seemed to have no effect. Metal Gula No. 3 merely smiled slightly, and Suin Wukong re-entered the Kaioken state, delivering a series of punches and kicks, akin to a tempest, yet failing to inflict any damage. In a shocking turn, Metal Gula number 3 seized Suin Wukong's head, expressing disbelief as he murmured, "Is it really you who killed my brother Frisia? What a joke! With such meager power, are you toying with me?" He then delivered a knee strike to Suin Wukong's chin, sending him into a state of suspension, followed by a powerful uppercut to his abdomen, and another left punch that propelled him towards the ground. This assault forced Suin Wukong out of the Kaioken state, crashing heavily into the earth, which shattered under the impact, creating a deep crater and a cloud of dust. Metal Gula number 3 looked down with disdain, slowly raising his right hand, extending a finger towards the sky. At its tip, energy began to shimmer, coalescing into a massive sphere resembling molten lava, which he hurled downwards as a death energy sphere. Suin Wukong gradually rose from the ground, unable to suppress his frustration as he cursed, "Damn it, this power, though, has revived my heart." Suddenly, sensing danger, he furrowed his brow and turned to see the looming energy sphere descending upon him. Swiftly, he activated instant transmission, the explosion's debris cloaking everything in a thick haze. Metal Gula number 3 hovered in the air, perplexed by the events, unable to comprehend how his brother could be defeated by such a weakling. Perhaps Frisia's arrogance had provided an opening, yet the power disparity still seemed insufficient. Unbeknownst to him, Suin Wukong had appeared not far behind him. Metal Gula no. 3 sensed something and turned to discover Suin Wukong completely unharmed, indicating that he too had concealed power. Suin Wukong calmly remarked, "Fortunately, I have instant transmission, otherwise I would have had to endure that attack." Metal Gula number 3, astonished, inquired, "What did you say? You can also perform that technique?" Suin Wukong, taken aback, asked, "What do you mean by that?" In an instant, Metal Gula number 3's form became ethereal, appearing above and to the right of Suin Wukong, launching a fierce left punch that struck his right cheek, causing him to stagger back. Suin Wukong, shocked, exclaimed, "Ah, so you can use instant transmission too." No sooner had he spoken than he felt a sharp pain from behind, as Metal Gula number 3 delivered a powerful kick that sent him flying forward, before reappearing in front of him, ready to unleash a flurry of strikes. Suin Wukong's form shimmered, materializing behind Metal Gula number 3, executing a swift kick. But it was dodged through instant transmission. Suin Wukong employed the same skill, and both vanished from sight. When they reappeared, they simultaneously aimed punches at each other, the air resonating with the sound of their blows, yet their figures remained elusive. It appeared as though they were engaged in a battle of air, both warriors relentlessly exchanging strikes. They moved as if in a super-accelerated state, dashing towards one another from different angles or attacking from the sides. Suddenly, Metal Gula no. 3 matched Suin Wukong's pace, seizing his right leg and swinging him downward, causing him to crash against a cliffside, shattering the rocks. He then hurled Suin Wukong back into the sky and pursued him with explosive energy. A knee strike to the abdomen followed, but this time Suin Wukong managed to block it with both hands, leaving Metal Gula number 3 astonished. Golden light erupted from Suin Wukong, his hair and eyebrows transforming to gold, with all but his bangs standing upright, his eyes shifting from black to a light green hue, surrounded by a golden aura as he transformed into his Super Saiyan form. His battle power soared from 12 million to an astonishing 612 million. Witnessing this, Metal Gula no. 3 quickly distanced himself, realizing that Suin Wukong could indeed ascend to Super Saiyan form, making Frisia's demise comprehensible. The surge in Suin Wukong's power was palpable. Yet Metal Gula number 3 felt confident that he remained formidable in comparison. With a mocking tone, Metal Gula number 3 stated, "At last, you have chosen to transform into a Super Saiyan. Excellent. This will make things more entertaining. Let us settle this once and for all." The scene shifted to Tongxuanshan, where Metal Gula was sent flying by a punch, skidding across the ground before stopping. Emerging from the rubble was a figure enveloped in golden energy, Tongxuanshan, who had evidently also transformed into Super Saiyan. His battle power surged from 200 million to an astounding 10.2 billion, far surpassing Metal Gula's standard power of 1 billion. Tongxuanshan derisively remarked, "Did you think you were the only one who could grow stronger? I killed you once before, I can do it again. Do you understand, scum?" The metallic Gula gradually rose from the ground, brushing his slightly crumpled left cheek, and spoke slowly. "It seems you have made considerable progress since our last encounter. However, merely surpassing me by 200 million does not guarantee your victory." Tang Xuanqing, uninterested in idle chatter, surged forward in an explosive rush. channeling his strength into his right fist, which instantly pierced through half of Gula's body, effectively obliterating the entirety of his upper torso and scattering the fragmented components across the ground. The various parts suddenly appeared to reconnect as if guided by an unseen force, attempting to reassemble. Yet, Tang Xuanqing would not grant this opportunity. He swiftly concentrated a vast amount of energy in his left hand and, with a fierce turn, unleashed a wave of energy, obliterating Gula into nothingness. At this juncture, he would either need to dispatch a new mechanical body or face insurmountable odds. Just as he completed this feat, 10 more metallic Gulas descended from the sky, causing Tang Xuanqing's expression to fall in dismay. "This is truly infuriating," he muttered. The metallic Gula calmly remarked, "Futile. For I am boundless and inexhaustible. No matter the effort, you can never eradicate me. Your energy will inevitably deplete, and a war of attrition will lead to your demise." As soon as he finished speaking, the 10 metallic Gulas charged toward Tang Xuanqing simultaneously, instantly transforming the battlefield into a chaotic melee, a veritable brawl.